Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to Pages with Sidra. Today, we're diving headfirst into the full story of the Manhwa, the greatest estate developer. From the very first page to the epic finale, we're covering every plot twist, every scheme, and every jaw-dropping moment. So buckle up, sit tight, and let's get into it.
The story begins as Suho Kim, accompanied by Javier and 4 small dragons, arrives at some fields. They place their flag there, and the dragons become thrilled upon witnessing this. Suho Kim believes his name to be Suho Kim, but in this realm, his name is Lloyd Frontra. This is the tale of how this average civil engineering student places his shovel on the ground, employs his powers, upgrades the fields, and constructs city structures. He believes that he has turned an entire world upside down and calls Javier, who obediently responds with "Yes, master." Filled with excitement, he exclaims, "This is all money." Javier inquires if he has finally lost it. A few years ago, the scene shifts and the system notifies him that he has been chosen to have a random wish granted by the Absolute. It congratulates him, claps, and informs him that he is now a character in Knight of Blood and Iron. As he lies on the ground receiving these notifications, he contemplates the meaning of the Knight of Blood and Iron and recalls the book he read the previous night. The system wishes him good luck, stating that he has obtained this opportunity. Pondering what wish he made and why he received this stroke of good luck, he realizes he hasn't even had anything to drink. He questions if this is one of those web novels where he has possessed someone from a different world and wonders if he is now in a different world. Considering this, he wonders why he is waking up face down on a dirt road. Attempting to get up while shivering, he remarks it's freezing. He also questions what's wrong with his lips. Meanwhile, a warning health alert is given by the system, notifying him that his jaw has gone out of place due to sleeping on the ground. Expressing irritation, he acknowledges that these alerts are bothering him. He understands that he has taken over some character in this story as he grabs his face to fix his jaw. Curious about whom he has taken over in Knight of Blood and Iron, he wonders why he is the only person who lives in the middle of nowhere and falls asleep on the ground. Javier approaches from behind, calling out to him and stating that he has been searching everywhere for him. Turning to face Javier, he is urged by Javier to return to the manor. Simultaneously, the system notifies him that he is Javier Ashran, the protagonist of Knight of Blood and Iron. Lloyd Frontra contemplates that Javier looks just like in the book and questions if Javier just called him Lloyd Frontra. Realizing that in this book, he is Javier, the renowned swordsman who starts as an unknown knight working for the country Lord Arcos Frontra, and the eldest son of Baron Frontra is the hooligan Lloyd Frontra. Javier mentions that he called his name, but he has never referred to him as a hooligan. He acknowledges that it's good that he is self-aware at least. The system notifies him that Javier seems to be in a good mood, and he thinks he can see that, telling him to quiet down already. They arrive at the palace, where Javier lights the fire pot and inquires if he has no idea how he ended up in that state. He explains that he started drinking in the afternoon, got drunk, destroyed the pub furniture, and then passed out on his way back to the manor. Reflecting on this, he muses that it truly is a day in the life of a hooligan. Javier adds that his lordship was worried and sent him because, despite being a hooligan, he is still his son. He emphasizes that if he were to die on the road with his jaw out of place, his father would be sad. He reflects on how Javier manages to sneak those attacks in. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra shivers and reflects that it's cold. He wishes the floor could be heated like an ondol, but quickly dismisses the idea, realizing that this is a medieval fantasy novel. He covers himself with a blanket. Javier informs him that he will leave him to rest and will report what happened to his lordship the next day. Lloyd Frontra questions if he has to, and Javier confirms it, prompting him to think that Javier is uptight. As Javier walks towards the door to leave, Lloyd Frontra calls out to him, mentioning that their family has a lot of debt. Javier closes his eyes, finding the statement strange, opens the door, and goes out. He reflects that he knows everything that happens in this story. Just the previous night, in his cramped boarding house room with a microscope, he read the last chapter. He thinks of course he knows what happened to Lloyd Frontra. He contemplates the first part of the story where the Baron and Baroness fall victim to an evil conman, lose all their land and fortune, and eventually commit suicide. Following this, Lloyd Frontra becomes a beggar, indulging in day-long drinking, and then meets his demise. Expressing a need for more beer, he utters "bring him more beer" while resting his head on the table. He coughs up blood and succumbs to death. Reflecting on his circumstances, he questions the point of being an aristocrat if life ends up being just as miserable as it was in Korea. Pondering the nature of the Absolute and the system, he receives notification that he has been chosen to have a random wish granted by the Absolute. He wonders what wish he could have made to end up in the body of someone with such a tragic ending. After a while, Marbella Frontra, Lloyd's mother, arrives and inquires if he broke things at the pub the previous night. He refuses and says last night he was reading a book. She urges him, begging him to go to the pub and apologize. He thinks it's likely a mess caused by this body, so he agrees to clean it up and confirms that he will do it. The system notifies him that these two people are highly confused by his response, and he wonders if they could not give him at least a little credit. Outside the palace, a person gathers some cow food in his cart, spots Lloyd, Frontra, and Javier, and hides behind his cart, scrambling away. As they approach, other people also get scared upon seeing them. A kid stands in his window, looking at them, while his father quickly reaches there, grabs him, and advises him not to make eye contact, instructing him to close the window. The system notifies that the villagers absolutely detest him, and he acknowledges that he understands. He then asks Javier why he is following him. Javier responds that his lordship ordered him to escort him to prevent a recurrence of what happened yesterday. Lloyd Frontra inquires about the meaning of escort for him, to which Javier replies that it's hardly for him. It's for the villagers, as he is protecting them on his behalf. Lloyd Frontra comments that Javier is like a gangster and considers that the first thing he needs to do is get rid of the scumbag image he has. This way, he can at least secure some food when he becomes a beggar. He contemplates whether he can sort out his family's debt before that happens and imagines living peacefully as the heir to a country baron, enjoying a sweet and comfortable life to a ripe old age. He contemplates whether there is no cheat code or skill he can use while examining the status screen. He observes that indeed there is a skill. The system then notifies him about his skills. One is Human Scum, a passive skill causing others to furrow their brows, and another is Rowdy Drunkard, which turns him into an absolute nuisance when activated. Waving his hand in anger, Javier asks where he is going. Lloyd Frontra realizes and questions why Javier is asking. Javier points out that the pub is over there and reminds him of his promise to apologize. He denies lying and explains that he was just thinking about something. Javier asks what's wrong, Lloyd Frontra reassures him, and they proceed to enter the pub. Lloyd Frontra opens the door and politely says excuse him. He notices that something has seemed off since last night, feeling as if he is a completely different person. As he looks inside, he observes that everything is broken. He then takes a seat at a table and apologizes, acknowledging that everything that happened the previous night was his fault. The system notifies that the pub owner has assumed an extremely high alert position. Shivering, the pub owner implores Master Lloyd, begging him not to do this. Lloyd Frontra, confused by the sudden politeness of this scumbag, becomes even more terrified. Trying to maintain a level of rudeness, he says he guesses he's sorry. The system notes that his apology doesn't seem very genuine and wonders what he is supposed to do. The pub owner reassures him that it's fine, and they both leave. As they walk, Lloyd Frontra observes that even with his apology, the pub owner doesn't seem all that happy. Javier explains that it's to be expected, as everything was destroyed the previous day. Furniture and decorations were purchased with the pub owner's hard-earned money, and he likely won't be satisfied until he is compensated. He contemplates the challenge of compensating the pub owners when they are burdened with so much debt. He wonders if it's difficult to earn favor with the villagers and realizes that unless they repay the debt, nothing is going to change. Javier adds that not only that, but the pub owner's mother is unwell after the late winter cold, and when combined with his misconduct, he can imagine how tough things must be for him. Considering the chilly atmosphere inside the pub, Lloyd Frontra notes that a single fireplace isn't enough to heat the entire building. He reflects that the elderly can't endure such cold for long unless they have an ondal floor. Looking at a flickering bulb, he suddenly grasps an idea. It's as if a light bulb went off in his head. He visualizes and constructs a building structure, realizing that there are no ondal floors in this world. If he builds them here, they would undoubtedly sell. He contemplates that the hooligan Lloyd Frontra could never dream of these capabilities, but the real him, Soo-ho Kim, envisioned such things during his time in school, particularly when majoring in civil engineering. Recollecting his experience as a military engineer in the army, he recalls constructing a house independently and working day and night at construction sites. Feeling confident about his skills, he believes that with this knowledge, he can settle all of the Baron's debts, clenching his hand in determination. He suggests returning to the pub, asking why, and answering that it's to get his first order. The system notifies that his true journey has begun, and the RP system has been activated, with RP meaning relationship points. Another notification indicates that he can earn RP by improving relationships with key characters, and currently he has 0 RP. Lloyd Frontra contemplates the concept of RP, wondering if it's similar to experience points. He realizes there's nothing indicating how he can use them to improve relationships with key characters. The system notifies him that he can earn RP by enhancing relationships with these characters. Observing something on the system, he realizes that his approval rating is -30, considering it low and even super low. He calls Javier, complimenting him on his good looks. The system notifies that Lloyd is attempting to buy Javier's favor, resulting in Javier's approval rating decreasing by 1 point to -31. Lloyd questions why it went down, deciding to leave it for later, understanding that rushing it may only worsen the situation. After a while, they once again reach the pub, and Lloyd Frontra declares that he has purchased it. Asserting that he will be the builder, he proceeds to write a contract and hands it over to the pub owner. He informs the pub owner that they will write off all construction fees against the property he damaged, instructing him to sign the contract. The system notifies him that the pub owner is looking at him suspiciously, recognizing the lack of trust in him. The system further notifies that the pub owner uses the skill stone wall heart. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that his big plan can't fail from the start and reluctantly decides to use his hooligan image. He urges the pub owner, saying, "Come on, they're going to see each other a lot from now on. Let's trust each other." He believes it worked as he observes the pub owner signing the contract. The system, however, notifies him that he is considered absolute garbage, leaving him contemplating what he could have done. Despite this, he feels satisfied, thinking he got his first order. He folds the document and places it in his coat pocket, catching Javier's gaze. He expresses confidence that he has made the right choice and assures that he won't let him down, smiling as they both exit the pub. Considering the upcoming construction, he feels it's going to be pretty cozy, allowing him not to be too precious with his measurements, all while holding a shovel. Javier calls out to him, and he asks what he wants to say. Javier reveals that he threatened the pub owner to sign the contract and questions if he is coming up with new ways to cause trouble. Looking at Javier, he asserts that he's not as reasonable as he seems and inquires if Javier has ever heard of cognitive distortion. Javier asks about cognitive distortion, and he explains that it's when one believes someone will act a certain way because of their past actions, a distortion caused by prejudice and negative thinking clinging to the brain. Javier argues that it's not prejudice, but is based on experience and statistics. He responds, questioning if experience and statistics are not all derived from the past, and wonders if he was always this smooth of a talker. Determined, he states that he will make them smile, referring to the pub owner and his mother, and tries to dig the ground with his shovel. He believes that their smiles will be the foundation of his money-making. As he envisions the process of scooping out the dirt, moving it, and packing it, he plans to use timber from the warehouse at the Baron's residence for a traditional timber frame. He intends to complete the walls using the clay he dug up from the river, constructing a small house. Exhausted, he lies down on the ground, feeling the fatigue in his weakened body. Javier remarks that it didn't take long, only 3 cuts. Lloyd Frontra becomes shocked and corrects him, stating that it took a week. He contemplates the fact that he is indeed building something and questions if he is genuinely planning to honor his contract with the pub owner. Doubtful about the hooligan Lloyd Frontra keeping his word, he attempts to get up while trembling and acknowledges that he is sore, but there's no time to rest. Holding an axe, he endeavors to cut a log into 2 pieces. Javier steps forward, grabbing his hand to assist him in cutting the log. Taking the axe from his hand, Javier inquires about what he needs him to do. Lloyd Frontra replies that he needs thin, little pieces of wood, each about 2 hands' length tall, 1 hand's length wide, and 1 finger thick, demonstrating the size of his hands. Javier takes the log, throws it in the air, cuts it into pieces, and slices it to meet his specifications. Surprised and appreciative of Javier's skill, Lloyd Frontra thinks that this is truly someone about to become a master swordsman who needs modern equipment. He approaches Javier, placing his hand on Javier's shoulder, and suggests that when he's done, he should help him with the digging. Meanwhile, Javier reflects that instead of receiving thanks, he is given more work to do. He believes that this man truly is hopeless, and the system notifies him that Javier regrets his decision. Lloyd Frontra asks if Javier is helping out of curiosity and questions how he will manage to con people, stating that he genuinely wants to see what happens. Lloyd Frontra asserts that they need to finish the work faster, and the way to do that is by actually doing it. Observing Lloyd Frontra, Javier acknowledges that he has changed significantly in just a few days. However, his past makes him utterly impossible to trust. Javier thinks that the only option is to hurry up the process, and they both start digging on the grounds, sweating a lot. After some time, they emerge and Lloyd Frontra becomes excited, declaring that the construction is complete. He carves some symbols onto a piece of wood, and Javier examines them, asking if those are letters. Lloyd Frontra confirms that they are, explaining that it's his brand's logo. Javier then questions what a logo is, and Lloyd Frontra responds that it's a thing, suggesting they go find out. He ponders what kind of con he has devised for the pub owner. After lighting a fire in the fire pot, the pub owner's mother lies down on the floor, expressing delight and relaxation, claiming it's lovely. The pub owner is surprised and asks how it can be so good. Lloyd Frontra believes that this must be astounding to the people of this world and attributes it to the powers of the Ondal floor, describing it as magical. The pub owner's mother creates a magical circle under her on the ground, and the pub owner expresses gratitude, mentioning that it has been a long time since he has seen his mother smile like this. Javier observes that the pub owner and his mother smiled just as Lloyd Frontra said they would. He contemplates the change in his speech and manners, realizing that now he works hard and keeps his promises to the people of the land. He questions if he really did this to make those people smile, considering that Lloyd Frontra would never do such a thing. Despite his disbelief, those two people are currently happy. The system notifies him that his approval rating by Javier has increased by 2 points, bringing it to -29, and he earned 36 RP for slightly improving his relationship with a key character. Smiling, he looks at the status screen and acknowledges that he knows what he's thinking. He comments, "Wow, this guy isn't total garbage after all," and says he thinks he is. He firmly denies it, stating that he is not total garbage. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra thinks that regardless, they have broken ground now, and even though the cost of the timber resulted in a total loss, that's not important. He considers that this house is merely his model house, intended for show. A few days later, people arrive to inspect the house and offer him a contract to build a similar one for them. One person expresses amazement, thinking they were going to melt, and another inquires about the cost. Lloyd Frontra responds that it's amazing and warm, suggesting they probably want a room like this at home too, tapping his hand on the table. He explains that Style A is an annex in the yard, and Style B involves remodeling their current home. Lloyd offers a 10% discount on the construction cost if they order both styles. The system notifies that the villagers don't trust him, and one person refuses his offer. Lloyd insists, urging them to trust each other since they'll see each other often. However, the person remains distrustful, questioning if he is really doing this and stating that at this price, he's practically giving it away. Lloyd's father, Arcos Frontra, arrives and calls him, asking what he thinks he is doing. The system notifies that his approval rating has reached -20. Lloyd Frontra sits with his father and has dinner, contemplating how he has managed to avoid him until now. But what if his father stops him from the building? Arcos Frontra says, so let's hear it. What is it that he's up to this time? Lloyd thinks to keep this short, using his best rude Lloyd voice, and says the pub owner ordered an Ondal room, so he built him one, while he eats. His father asks if other people from this land are making orders as well, and Lloyd replies that he seems to know it all already, chewing his food. Arcos Frontra emphasizes that they must look after the people, and he won't tolerate him lying to or tricking them. Lloyd reassures him that he isn't planning to, so his father shouldn't worry. Lloyd thinks that he figured, no matter what he does, everyone will think the worst. He decides that if they're finished with dinner, he will take his leave and get up from his seat. Meanwhile, he contemplates run, get out of here. His father asks if this is all because of their family's situation and points out that he has eyes and ears, so he must know what is going on. He reassures him not to worry, stating that he can get them out of this trouble soon, so he shouldn't get too involved. Reflecting on those words, Lloyd Frontra recalls that a bearded person once told him it'll all be fine, so don't worry. The person suggested that it's nothing. Just keep his head down and study hard. Lloyd thought everything would be okay at that time and now declares the person a liar. He expresses that he knows it's not okay and he won't be miserable again because of money. He implores his father not to give up because he won't either, walking out. Reflecting on that time a few years ago, he wishes he had said those words to his father then. In the present, he assesses their current situation, noting they have 32 Style A orders and 57 Style B orders. He mentions that he has received half of the money for construction. Meanwhile, moneylender Meatloaf and moneylender Shiloh arrive, and he observes them, pondering their arrival. He, being the son of the Lord, is surprised that they don't stop to greet him. He wonders if those two are the moneylenders as they go inside. Shiloh addresses Baron Arcos Frontra, asking how much longer he is going to put this off while sitting at the table. Meatloaf adds that 5 days have passed since the agreed-upon date, and if he continues to procrastinate, they will have no choice but to take action. Shiloh questions if the cat has got his tongue, suggesting that he could sell some items in this place to get some money. Lloyd Frontra secretly listens to their conversation, thinking it's perfect timing and they're here just in time. The system notifies that his current RP is 36. Reflecting on gaining some RP after raising Javier's approval rating, he ponders how to use it. That is the question. The system informs him that he can invest RP in gaining abilities, and he remarks, "Wow, so this pop-up punk actually knows how to explain things." The system advises him to forget it, and he apologizes, promising to stop and asking for forgiveness. The system displays a slow download, while a magical circle appears under his feet, revealing the skills detected. Soil mechanics, hydraulics, structural mechanics, water supply and sewage theory, steel structure design, concrete design, and advanced design programming. The system notes that he knows more than he looks, and he asks if he really needs to say that, highlighting that he has a scholarship. The system notifies him that the skills available are based on existing knowledge, with 15 points needed for basic surveying RP and 20 points needed for basic design RP. He thinks he can't tell what those are based on just this information and decides to click and see. He clicks on Basic Design, activating the skill named Basic Surveying. Meanwhile, he opens his room window and exclaims what this is. His eyes shine as he observes a beautiful city structure outside the window. He wonders if this is for real, realizing that he doesn't need a GPS surveyor, he can see it all with his own eyes. Utilizing the Basic Design skill, he creates a design in the air and modifies it with his hand. Reflecting on the past, he acknowledges that before this, he worked hard, scribbling down plans for the channels. He believes things will definitely be a lot easier going forward, but he questions whether Javier alone will be enough to cover all the construction. Considering the possibility of summoning heavy machinery with his knowledge, he notices an escalator. The system notifies him that if he wants a summon, there is something, leaving him surprised and prompting him to ask what this means. The system notifies him about a random summon game and prompts him to spend RP to choose a summon with unique personalities and a wide range of skills. He enters the game to acquire his loyal summon partner. Reflecting on this, he wonders if it's some kind of advertisement for a premium game. The system then notifies him that the random summon game has started, and one turn requires 50 RP. Contemplating the potential usefulness of a summon, he sees some summon monsters and believes it could be as practical as heavy machinery. He acknowledges the need to obtain more RP and understands that to achieve that, he must make key characters like him. On the other side, Meatloaf places his hand on the table in anger and suggests to Baron Frontra that if he has no money, he should consider allowing him to make a suggestion. He proposes that selling the Baroness and her ladies to a very nice place could fetch a hefty sum. Arcos Frontra becomes angry, stands up, and rebukes Meatloaf for such a suggestion, emphasizing that being a lender doesn't excuse him from lacking manners. Lloyd Frontra approaches from behind, placing a hand on Meatloaf's shoulder. Startled, Meatloaf jumps away and questions Lloyd's identity. Arcos Frontra, in turn, asks why his son is present. Meatloaf refers to Lloyd as the eldest son with peculiar manners and questions why he is rudely interrupting their discussion. Lloyd Frontra dismissively says whatever, now show him his warrant. Meatloaf asks what he means, and Lloyd Frontra cites the Royal Family and Nobility Act, Article 3, Clause 6, stating that all nobles may exercise their right to protect their interests as vassals of the king. He explains that entry into the residence of a noble family without a warrant is considered trespassing, emphasizing that it's the key section. Meatloaf questions what he is talking about, and Shiloh claims he has never even heard of such a law. Lloyd Frontra challenges them, suggesting they go find out together. Lloyd Frontra calls for Javier, who arrives promptly. He then instructs Javier to cut off the trespasser's arm. Seeing Javier, both Meatloaf and Shiloh become scared. Meatloaf asks what is happening, and Shiloh questions if they are going to sue. Ignoring their protests, he insists on finding out whose side the judge will take. Javier draws his sword, intensifying their fear, and they both run away. Meatloaf expresses concern, asking if he thinks he'll get away with this, and Shiloh warns that he'll regret it. Lloyd Frontra dismisses their objections as absurd. His father addresses Lloyd and Javier, questioning what they just did and stating that they don't have enough to stave off consequences. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra places a bag on the table and states that he plans to give it to him after collecting all the money from the orders, but this should be enough to cover a significant part of this month's interest. His father inquires about the money from the orders, expressing concern that he may be taking money from their people. Javier assures him that he will ensure that Master Lloyd fulfills the orders and notes while looking at his face, and that he completely trusts Javier. Lloyd Frontra then announces that they will take their leave, and they both exit. Javier asks how he came to know about such a law, as he always thought Lloyd was the ignorant type. He explains that he just picked it up somewhere and asks if Javier is happy. Javier reflects that it's true, Lloyd did pick it up from him in the book. He recalls the time right after the Baron and Baroness committed suicide, and the two lone sharks came to dig up the bodies and sell them. That's what Javier says. Javier mentions the Royal Family and Nobility Act, Article 3, Clause 6, stating that all nobles have the right to protect their interests as vassals of the king. After he utters these words, he envisions the consequence off with their heads, and he swiftly beheads them. He believes that if Javier were brought before a judge, he would be found not guilty. Lloyd Frontra, aware of the story's content, considers it a significant advantage, thinking that he should be receiving a pop-up any second now. The system notifies him that Baron Frontra's approval rating has increased by 6 points, earning him 60 RP for improving his relationship with a key character, and his current RP is 61. He thinks that everything is proceeding according to plan, and he's on his way to summoning. Lloyd Frontra reaches his fields, looks around, and notices there's no one nearby. He asks if anyone is there and instructs them to show him the summon game. He clicks on the start button and a magical system appears, surprising him. He wonders if it's a magic circle and finds it excessively extravagant, not to mention incredibly small. As he listens to some sounds emanating from the magical circle, he thinks it's overly noisy. Suddenly, a baby squirrel emerges from the circle and leaps towards him. Lloyd looks at the squirrel and remarks, "So it's a dud." The squirrel responds with Peepodong, but Lloyd can't understand. He clarifies that the squirrel is not a dud and can help him. When asked how Lloyd suggests shooting acorns, the squirrel rejects the idea, saying he doesn't need it. Lloyd then demonstrates what he can do while the squirrel eats something, only to quickly spit it out. Lloyd considers it terrible and picks up 2 papers that the squirrel spat out, revealing them as user manuals. Meanwhile, Peepodong introduces himself, stating that he is an adorable hamster who deserves lots of love. He requests to be fed one of the enclosed sunflower seeds, ensuring it's a red sunflower seed. Peepodong grows to gigantic proportions, effective for a maximum of 12 hours. Lloyd obtains a blue sunflower seed and feeds it to Peepodong, causing him to shrink back to a smaller size before the 12-hour limit is up. Lloyd remarks that one set of the 2 colors of sunflower seeds is 1 RP and asks how big Peepodong can get, questioning if he can reach the size of a person. Peepodong responds by saying his name, encouraging Lloyd to see for himself and making him eat the seeds. Considering that hamsters are skilled at tunneling, Lloyd believes that if Peepodong can grow to the size of a human, it would be quite helpful. As Peepodong consumes the seed, a flash appears so loud that it throws Lloyd away. Confused, he wonders what it is, only to realize that Peepodong has transformed to 15 feet. He corrects himself, realizing it's over 30 feet high as he looks at the enormous Peepodong. He observes Peepodong, noting the hamster's smug and cocky appearance. The system notifies him that Peepodong's skill is digging level 1. Peepodong swiftly runs and makes a dig in the ground. The system also provides another notification, indicating that Peepodong has packing dirt level 2 and another skill, cheek pocket level 1. Peepodong once again spits out a huge ball, prompting Lloyd Frontra to consider it a jackpot. He has acquired his heavy equipment and returns, contemplating the potential suspicion if someone sees him suddenly carrying such a large item. To address this, he decides to carry a book on summoning with him. If anyone asks, he plans to confidently state that he is a summoning master, resolving any potential issues. Pleased with his clever solution, he marvels at his intelligence. He then shifts his focus to figuring out the labor aspect of their construction project. After a while, in the morning, he instructs his 30 soldiers from Lord Frontra's barony to repeat after him, emphasizing safety first, and they comply. He finds it frustrating that they seem like soldiers who are paid to do nothing, especially considering the Baron's substantial debt. Reflecting on the situation, he realizes that, thanks to him, he now has free labor that he can put to good use. Addressing the soldiers, he asserts that they are all soldiers, and that this assembly is their army. He questions the purpose of an army, emphasizing that it's meant to carry out work. Recalling his own time in the army, he mentions spending more time digging holes and pulling weeds than actual training. Pointing to a pile of clay, he identifies it as the clay he spent the entire previous night digging up, acknowledging that Peepotong managed to do it in just 30 minutes. Nevertheless, he states that they are on the verge of breaking ground for their estate's renaissance. He explains that he is referring to the Undal construction business, and for the people to participate, he needs all of them to move the clay to the construction site. He believes it's okay, as he expected this situation. Newman, a senior knight in Lord Frontra's barony, calls Lloyd Frontra and questions why he is instructing his men to do this task. Lloyd anticipates such a confrontation. In this land, there are 3 Knights Newman, the current man under him Baron, and the protagonist of the novel, Javier Asrehan. Reflecting on the characters, Lloyd thinks that at the start of the book, when the estate falls into ruin, Javier and Baron remain loyal until the very end. However, their friend Newman is the first to betray the Baron and run. This is because Newman sells information on the Baron to con men, leaving him with a huge debt. He contemplates that it won't do for this man to be the land's foremost knight and questions what it looks like he's doing. Newman responds that he has ordered these honorable men to cover themselves in the dirt, asserting that as their commander, he won't tolerate this. Dismissing it as nonsense, Lloyd Frontra believes Newman is unhappy because he's close to making money that could pay off the debts. He adds that he has his father's permission for the task. Newman counters, stating that he doesn't know how Lloyd fooled his lordship. He reminds Lloyd of his prior conduct, suggesting that he can think of no other reason for him to use his men other than for personal gains, and asks if he is wrong. Lloyd responds with a challenge, stating that it sounds right if Newman wants a beatdown. Observing Lloyd, Newman thinks about how this fragile man would break down if he ever played an online game, imagining his fingers flying across the keyboard. Lloyd digs with a shovel, deciding to press Newman's buttons. He throws dust on Newman and tosses some towards him. In response, Newman questions if Lloyd just insulted a knight's honor, asserting that he is nothing but the son of a poor, soon-to-be-ruined baron. Lloyd, provocatively, puts his hand to his ear, asking what was that. Let's forget about ranks and fight this out. He points his shovel towards Newman and proposes a duel, challenging him to face it. Newman accepts, declaring that Lloyd will regret it. Javier states that he will duel with Sir Newman in 1 month and asks if Lloyd Frontra is confident that he can win. Lloyd responds, expressing disbelief at Javier's question, questioning if he is dumb. He clarifies that, of course, he is not confident. He describes himself as a low-level sword expert knight who can use the mana heart skill, considering himself a nobody. Lloyd asks what Javier thinks and if he is even thinking. Reflecting on the situation, Lloyd considers how close he was to cutting Javier down, only for Javier to suddenly throw dirt in Sir Newman's face and challenge him to a duel. Lloyd finds it all too calculated and believes that Javier asked the Baron to separate them to provoke a fight. He further reflects on how Javier designated Sir Baron as a substitute overseer to supervise the work of the soldiers. Now Javier claims he's not confident about the duel, and Lloyd doesn't understand it at all. Meanwhile, he contemplates how filthy Javier appears, wishing he could cut him down. He addresses Javier, stating that there's something he needs him to do, teach him how to use a sword. Javier refuses, emphasizing that his job is solely to observe, and furthermore, if someone like Lloyd, whom he refers to as scum, were to learn how to use a sword, it would pose an even greater danger to those around him. He asks if Lloyd isn't supposed to tone it down when corrected. Lloyd responds, dismissing Javier's concerns and expressing his desire to learn sword fighting, even if it means curing his insomnia. Reflecting on this, he wonders how Javier knows about his insomnia, realizing it's in the book. He also notes that Javier knows the cause of his insomnia and laughs. He reflects on the book The Knight of Blood and Iron, where knights are typically divided into 4 ranks, from low-level sword expert to mid-level sword expert, then high-level sword expert, and finally reaching sword master level. He contemplates that Javier is on the verge of transitioning from a high-level sword expert to a sword master, considering it a side effect of achieving that rank. Despite being in a backwoods location, he dismisses any notion that Javier would know such details. He straightforwardly asks if they have a deal, emphasizing that it's no use pretending, as his insomnia is evident. Javier agrees, stating that they can try, and Lloyd seeks confirmation that there are no takebacks. Javier assures him that he knows for a fact Lloyd will fail. He mentions that Lloyd has tried various remedies, including sleep cognition therapy, herbs, aromatherapy, exercise, and even Eastern medicine, without finding a cure for his insomnia. Meanwhile, Javier sits in a chair, hugging a pillow as he sleeps, while Lloyd Frontra laughs, claiming he has him all figured out. Lloyd also knew how he was going to cure his insomnia. Reflecting on the process, he recalls falling into a deep sleep while listening to a magic spell. Considering this, he decided to read Javier his reinforced concrete textbook, which proved to be at least 18 times more sleep-inducing than any magic spell. Now he believes his improved swordsmanship is a result of this unconventional approach. The next morning, they head to the ground, and Javier instructs Lloyd to do 50 laps around the perimeter. While Lloyd starts running without complaint, Javier observes him. Lloyd explains that he should teach him some skills while he is tired due to exhaustion. Javier expresses surprise, stating he thought Lloyd wouldn't do it. Lloyd asks if he thought he would just refuse and resumes running again. He laughs and declares that now he's going to finish running. The system notifies him that the passive skill Annoying Brat has risen to level 4, causing the lump he calls ahead to call out to the people around, tempting them to deliver a slap. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledges that he just made that up and admits that it's hard. Honestly, he would be lying if he said it wasn't, but compared to when he was in Korea, this is so much better. He reflects on the absence of even a family to welcome him, waking up each day in a tiny room at a boarding house. Recalling the days spent carrying bricks up to the roof of a 4-story building and loading and unloading delivery trucks all night, he realizes it was all to prevent starvation. Despite the hardships, he held on to the hope that one day things would get better as he continued his work, carrying many bricks up to the 4th floor. He thinks hold on a little longer and it'll get better someday. He believes he's working so hard and deserves it. Just a little more effort, and he tries to move forward. Unfortunately, he falls down, and his bricks also tumble. Reflecting on the pain and despair he experienced before, he considers this a minor setback. It's nighttime, and he continues running at the park. Meanwhile, Javier observes his determination and decides to teach him sword fighting techniques. The system notifies him that his approval rating with Javier has increased by 1 point, although his overall approval rating is still at -28. He earns 18 RP for improving his relationship with a key character, bringing his current RP to 29. After a while, Arcos Frontra informs Newman that he can't believe Newman's disrespect, especially considering Newman has protected their family for 5 generations. He expresses disappointment, mentioning that he thought Newman had come to his senses recently, but now realizes he was wrong. Arcos states that he sees no just cause to stop the duel. However, as Newman's heir, he advises not to be too harsh and to avoid causing serious harm. The goal is to pull the cocky hooligan, Lloyd Frontra, back to his senses. Newman complies, saying as he wishes while bowing down. In his thoughts, Newman acknowledges that duels don't always go as planned. He contemplates the possibility of cutting off Lloyd's head, killing him, and if the Baron takes issue with that, he plans to kill the Baron and Baroness too. Newman intends to disguise it as a suicide. He envisions leaving the tiny village and relocating to a larger place. Newman appreciates that thanks to Lloyd's actions, things are speeding up for him. He laughs and confidently walks out. The scene shifts 1 month later, and both Lloyd Frontra and Newman arrive for the duel. Their parents and numerous other people gather to witness the event. Newman addresses Lloyd, asking if he is ready as he takes out his sword. In response, Lloyd kicks his shovel and confidently states that he is ready to knock Newman's lights out. Lloyd Frontra stands there, holding his shovel. Someone asks, "What is that?" Another person inquires if he is going to fight Sir Newman with it. Newman becomes angry upon seeing this. Javier looks at them and envisions a solid iron shovel. That's what he had requested from the blacksmith. Arcos Frontra hides his face and remarks, "That boy, so it was all a joke in the end?" Javier contemplates the joke but finds it hard to believe. Reflecting on the past month, he recalls basic training performed in the early hours without a peep, running around construction sites to instruct village engineers about Ondal, and engaging in sword work practice until bedtime. He concludes that such actions do not align with someone preparing a joke, and Master Lloyd appears more serious than ever. Arcos Frontra declares, "Now, let the duel between Lloyd Frontra and Sir Newman begin." Newman is moving to attack him with a sword, and Lloyd Frontra is prepared with his shovel to fight back. Javier wonders what is with that lackluster pose. Newman attacks and asks if he is playing with him. Lloyd Frontra points out his shovel. Everyone is shocked to see this. Newman thinks luck does not strike twice. Lloyd Frontra counterattacks. Javier observes that his movement is so efficient. It's a skill adapted specifically for real-life fighting, and it's as if their swordsmanship has evolved through the ages. Newman looks at him strangely. Lloyd Frontra wonders why he is so surprised, mentioning that any Korean man would know how to do this. He believes this is the essence of modern hand-to-hand combat, bayonet training. He attacks Newman with a shovel, thinking that, besides, the shovel is a much more formidable weapon than one may think. He halts Newman's sword attacks with his shovel and contemplates that the wide blade can be used as a shield. It can cut through thick tree roots, and if he does this, he can ride it like a pogo stick. He pushes his shovel into the ground and confidently says, "Bring it on, come at me." Javier observes all of this happening and wonders if this is all a joke or not. Newman is moving to attack him, and he steps back, considering the first weapon he has prepared to use against Newman, a shovel. The second weapon is the basic sword fighting steps he has learned from Javier. He swiftly moves to attack Newman. Newman is shocked and wonders where this strength comes from, thinking of him as a bottle-loving lowlife. His third weapon is revealed. The system window notifies that the skill expansion for shoveling is at level 1, and now the shovel is his. All of his physical stats increase when he holds a shovel. He moves to attack and considers the +1 in the approval rating he gained while training with Javier, along with the +2 and 3 from the Baron and Baroness, who saw their son working hard for the first time in his life. This brought his RP up. The system window notifies that the current RP is 97 and asks if he would like to learn the skill extension shoveling, requiring an RP equal to 40. He thinks it gave him the sweetest skill ever, and he is ready to fight. Newman heavily exhales and thinks he has no other choice against the civilian. He does not believe he would need to do this. He starts using his magical power. Javier looks at him strangely. A ghostly light appears near Newman's heart. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and thinks he is summoning a mana heart. Newman is ready to attack and declares they are only getting started, hooligan. He proceeds to initiate the attack. Javier observes this and contemplates that it takes over 10 years for someone lacking the necessary skills. For an average person, it takes at least 5 years to summon a mana's heart. It would be impossible for Master Lloyd to block an attack normally with so much mana. Newman attacks with a sword, and Lloyd Frontra attempts to stop him with a shovel. He believes he will crush that black head of Newman's in one fell swoop. Lloyd Frontra's father and mother are shocked to witness this. Lloyd Frontra tries to halt the attack with a shovel, realizing it feels like all the strength in his body is leaving him. Now, for the fourth weapon he has prepared, the mana conjuring skill that made Javier the strongest man in the world in this story. He recalls the Israhan core technique and begins absorbing Newman's power. Newman gets shocked and inquires if Lloyd Frontra absorbed his mana. Lloyd Frontra seizes the opportunity and forcefully strikes Newman's face with the shovel, causing him to break his teeth. He gazes at it and wonders, what's that, and if that is his tooth. Lloyd Frontra retaliates by once again striking him with the shovel. As Newman is on the verge of falling, Lloyd Frontra delivers another blow to his head with the shovel. Everyone is astonished by this turn of events. One person inquires if Master Lloyd emerged victorious, while another questions what is happening. Yet another person remarks that this is bizarre. Arcos Frontra declares Lloyd Frontra the winner of the duel. Newman falls to the ground and ponders. What did he say? The sword expert lost to that lowlife? Lloyd Frontra asks if he heard correctly and asserts that he won the duel. With that settled, he intends to administer further punishment. Arcos Frontra intervenes as he prepares to strike with the shovel, asking him what he's doing and reminding him that the duel is over. Despite Arcos Frontra's attempts to stop him, Lloyd Frontra persistently continues his assault. Two guards step forward, apprehend him, and assert enough, the duel is over. A brown-haired man approaches Javier and inquires if he has lost his senses. Javier responds that he doesn't know. Lloyd Frontra concedes, saying fine, let go. The guards release him, providing him with another opportunity to resume hitting him. They once again seized him, instructing him to stop. Observing this, Javier thinks that, from his perspective, Lloyd Frontra seems to be targeting precise areas to inflict maximum pain on Newman. With a calm expression, it appears as if he has already foreseen the unfolding events, knowing everything in advance. The scene shifts to 15 days before the duel. Lloyd Frontra stands, resting his arm on the sword handle, and instructs to teach him the Asrahan core technique. Javier looks at him in surprise. He questions why he appears as if he's on the run, or if he's asking him to teach him how to steal something. He explains that the core method draws mana from the surroundings, not just the mana conjured by the individual. He asks how he knows about that, realizing it is a technique he has yet to share and is still unfinished. Lloyd Frontra reveals that Javier talks about it in his sleep every time he puts him to bed with his lullaby. He questions if he is picturing him with a strangely confident expression and states that, aside from talking in his sleep, there's no way for him to be aware of it. He apologizes, explaining that he cannot teach him the technique as it is not yet finished. Lloyd Frontra suggests that he will lead it to him if he helps perfect it. Javier asks if that is possible, to which Lloyd Frontra responds affirmatively. Javier wonders about the source of that confidence. He thrusts his sword into the ground and proceeds to explain. He mentions that he is guessing he is attempting to extract the external mana and then combine it with the mana heart within him. He points to his fist as the mana heart and his palm as the external mana. He explains that, as a result, it goes boing and bounces off. He believes it seems obvious, from his mana heart's perspective, that it's a foreign object. He says it's a matter of changing the way he's looking at it and not thinking of it as mixing the absorbed mana into his mana heart, but condensing it separately nearby and using it around him on the outside. He likens it to having an auxiliary engine next to the main engine, as if they are one but also separate. He asks for opinions and says it sounds good. Javier agrees, saying he definitely seems plausible, and asks how he knew. Lloyd Frontra explains that he was spitballing and asks if it makes sense. He thinks it's that face again. He clearly knows something. At that moment, he believed he was able to perfect the Asrahan core technique, which he had been agonizing over for a long time. On the first try, he successfully achieved up to 3 circles. He believes that with more training, he can reach 4, 5, or more. The system window notifies him that his approval rating from Javier increased by +5. He questions if Javier thinks he has nothing better to do than learn how to use the mana heart and expresses that he doesn't need all that. He wants to be taught the absorbing part. He also mentions that he doesn't need the mana from the air, only the mana that comes into contact with his body. The story shifts back to the present, and he states that Master Lloyd determined that with this knowledge, he would be able to defeat Sir Newman, and indeed, he won easily. Lloyd Frontra moves to strike Newman. Arcos Frontra asks if he doesn't hear him telling him to stop and states that he won't tolerate him sullying this knight's honor any longer. Lloyd Frontra questions this knight's honor and tells him to take a look under that tablecloth and then decide if those words are befitting of Sir Newman. Arcos Frontra removes the tablecloth and notices many letters with stamps underneath. He opens and reads the letters. Lloyd Frontra explains that they are letters between Sir Newman and Tords, the man who defrauded him in a real estate deal. He mentions the financial status of their land, their lordship preferences, and plans to forge real estate documents. Everything they discussed is in those letters. Newman questions how he found them, as he had hidden them in a wall. Lloyd Frontra thinks that Javier will find them later in the book, and he has spent the night scampering around for them. Arcos Frontra sits on the chair and is shocked to see the letters. Lloyd Frontra thinks that he really is a kind person, as described in the book, and anyone else would be demanding his head right now. He believes he is sorry, but a kind leader and a good leader are two completely different things. He suggests that if Arcos Frontra is thinking about how to deal with this man, he would like to offer a suggestion. Arcos Frontra acknowledges that he sees it and asks what it is. He suggests letting them drop a vicious mouse on Sir Newman's head. If he is hurt by the mouse, they should exile him from the land. Otherwise, demote him to a foot soldier and give him the opportunity to repent. He asks for opinions on this proposal. A person questions why a mouse of all things. The other person responds that Sir Newman would never be hurt by a mouse. Arcos Frontra considers that the suggestion is to offer him the opportunity to repent, with the awareness that he may face a greater punishment at any time by giving him a test to pass. Bayern expresses that this is wise. It is generous while also serving as a warning to others. Arcos Frontra agrees, stating that they should proceed as suggested. Lloyd Frontra then asks Newman if he has any objections. Newman responds with a grateful no. He appreciates the mercy shown to him. He contemplates mercy, questioning whether offering a guilty party a merciful outcome would lead to a change of heart and repentance. He dismisses the idea, believing it unlikely. He thinks such leniency would only make them more stubborn and cunning, plotting ways to rise above him. He anticipates regretting this decision, vowing revenge on Baron Frontra and his associates. Despite acknowledging the Baron's smile, he declares it will be the last time. Newman inquires about the meaning behind Lloyd Frontra's statement. Lloyd Frontra responds by feeding Peepodong an almond, causing the creature to jump after taking it. He remarks that the best way to ask for forgiveness is to remember that there is none. Peepodong eats almonds and undergoes a transformation into a giant mouse, shocking everyone present. The transformed Peepodong falls towards Newman, who becomes scared. Peepodong lands on him, and Lloyd Frontra expresses disappointment. He orders Newman's exile, believing that, with this action, the rotten apple of the land is removed. After a while, Peepodong runs on the road with happiness. Javier inquires about what Sir Peepodong is doing. Lloyd Frontra explains that he is carving out a road. He mentions that now that the once feeble soldiers look like proper construction workers, the real work can begin. He reminisces about an ancient city called Rome, expressing admiration for roads. He talks about the method used to create the Great Appian Way and announces his intention to use that method, starting from his lordship's manor to the base of the eastern mountain. Javier questions the need for a road, to which Lloyd Frontra responds by saying to wait and see, as it's going to put their land on the map. Javier asks where he suddenly acquired this knowledge. Lloyd Frontra points out that he built a heating system that no one had ever heard of and summoned a high-level creature out of nowhere. He questions if Javier really doubts that he is Lloyd. The system window notifies him that Javier has suspicions about his identity. He contemplates that, based on what he read in the book about this character, if he were to discover that someone else had taken over the body of his lord's son, he might use his sword against him. He believes he would go to such lengths and more, but there is no need to worry because he possesses a special skill for times like these. Lloyd Frontra mentions that he studied when no one was looking and questions if that's not allowed. The system notifies that special skills are activated insistently. Javier remarks that when no one is looking, all he does is drink. He counters by stating that he was being observed 24 hours a day. He adds that he says no before going to sleep while taking a dump and asks if he knows what he is doing, inquires his awareness. Javier questions how Lloyd Frontra explains the summoning magic, stating that even a skilled mage with 20 years of training would find it challenging. Lloyd Frontra inquires how Javier is so adept at conjuring mana in his early 20s and if he has ever had a teacher. He asserts that they must have a genius here. Javier denies considering himself a genius. Lloyd Frontra retorts that Javier can be a genius, but he can't. He explains that he was born with the gift of summoning, so what does it matter? He declares that if Javier has nothing else to say, he is leaving because he has things to do. The system window notifies the end game of the special skills, stubborn insistence, and a speedy topic change. Lloyd Frontra moves, thinking if it sticks, and he believes it did, deeming it okay. He instructs Bayern to oversee this road while he is away. Bayern agrees, assures him that he will take care of it, and wishes him a good trip. Javier requests to come along, stating it is his job to watch him. Lloyd Frontra agrees, calling it a silly thing to say, and when asked about the destination, he reveals he is going somewhere far away to reclaim money that was stolen from them. After a while, in the small border town of Ludinia, real estate conman Tord sits in his bedroom, holding his head, and exclaims, "Unbelievable to lose that much money. They must have used some trick." Tords' bodyguard questions if that is not how gambling works, adding that until now, he has also earned his fortune that way. He mentions that if Tords cannot pay for him to protect him, he will be taking his leave. Tords assures him that he has enough for that and will come up with the rest, so he can't go. He instructs him to keep in mind that he will be gone until the moment he defaults. Tords expresses his belief that he can always find another easy mark to get money from. He emphasizes that first things first, there are people out to get him, so they should stay hidden for a while. Lloyd Frontra enters the room by kicking the door and inquires if they are talking about him. Tords asks who he is. Lloyd Frontra confirms that Tords does not know what he looks like and introduces himself as Lloyd Frontra. He asks if that rings any bells. Tords is shocked to hear the name. Tords' bodyguard asks if he shall kill him. Lloyd Frontra declines, suggesting they run instead. He picks him up, jumps out of the window, and starts running from there. Javier stands outside, holding a sword, and instructs him to leave Tords there and walk away quietly. He warns that if he refuses, he will see him as a co-conspirator. He reflects that it is just as Master Lloyd said, they will try to escape out the back window and wait for them there. Tords' bodyguard remarks on Javier's youth and questions if he even knows how to hold a sword before initiating his dark magic. Lloyd Frontra looks at them from a broken window and contemplates that Javier vows revenge after losing his master, Baron Frontra. He manages to find the conman, Tords, and engages in a fight with his bodyguard. He thinks it is Javier's first time coming face to face with a dark enchanter, and he struggles to hold his own against gravitational magic, as mentioned in the novel. Tords' bodyguard throws dark magic at Javier, but he manages to stop it with his sword. The magic spreads all around, and Tords' bodyguard remarks on Javier's naivety before attempting to punch him. Lloyd Frontra thinks that in the book when Javier fought that guy, he was just an average high-level sword expert. Javier utilizes his mana heart power to attack, but now he is equipped with a triple circle mana heart. Javier attacks with a sword and questions what the previous move was, mentioning that it felt like magic that increased one's weight. Tords' bodyguard starts moving up and states that their contract is no longer valid. Tord becomes scared, and Javier asks if he understands the seriousness of committing fraud against a noble family. He throws him away and declares that he will cut off his legs and have him crawl to the courthouse. Lloyd Frontra intervenes in their fight and asserts that it's enough, stating that Javier is out of control and that if he goes to court, they will have his head. Javier looks at him and thinks this man is showing pity for another person. After a while, they tie Tords to the chair with rope, and Lloyd Frontra sits in front of him, saying, "Come on, there's no need to be so scared." He remarks that everyone gets a little greedy sometimes, understanding why Tords seized most of his opportunities. Lloyd Frontra questions the severity of beheading people for it, considering the law a bit harsh. Tords asks if he is going to forgive him, and Lloyd Frontra responds affirmatively, stating that he won't take him to court. He assumes Tords is grateful and instructs him to hand over all of the Baron's remaining assets. Tords agrees willingly, expressing his readiness to do so if it means being forgiven. Lloyd Frontra clarifies that it's just the beginning and insists that Tords needs to do something else to be forgiven. Tords pledges to follow his command, prompting Lloyd Frontra to present a contract paper. Tords questions the kind of contract, and Lloyd Frontra explains that it's a normal employment contract with a paid salary. He adds that 80% of the salary will be withheld as repayment for the money he defrauded them, estimating that it will take 520 years to pay it all back. Tords reacts with shock. Javier thinks that he knows it, and he is not about to forgive the man. Lloyd Frontra says that he believes he would be stupid enough to kill the guy who owes him a debt, and he'd never let that go to waste. He contemplates that he is going to suck him dry for the rest of his life. Tords expresses his disdain for such a shamefully unjust contract and questions if that is so. Lloyd Frontra responds that he can't force him to sign it and suggests going to court. Tords quickly signs the contract. After a while, they sit on the cart, and Javier suggests that they have got some money from this man, so they should not have to worry about the interest for a few months. Lloyd Frontra asks what he means and says that he is going to invest this money in hiring more men. He adds that with what they have already started, more than 30 soldiers are needed. He thinks about putting up a help wanted sign and wonders if any of the villagers would apply, expressing annoyance at the hooligan reputation they have. The scene shifts to a few days later at Frontra Barony. A board is placed in writing, stating that they wanted a salary of 20 gold per week, and for more information, one should inquire at the tourney square of the Baron's estate. People stand in line to get their salary, and Lloyd Frontra sits on the chair in front of the line. He asks Javier if these people did not all hate him. Javier responds affirmatively, stating that they absolutely did. However, he mentions that Lloyd Frontra delivered an affordable Ondal system on time, took care of the traitor, and even summoned a creature. He explains that he is now considered a trustworthy and talented man, wondering how that can be. A worker calls Lloyd Frontra and inquires about the work contract. Lloyd Frontra responds with a yes and instructs them to sign. He expresses gratitude, mentioning that their child used to suffer from a severe cold during every cold spell. However, this year, thanks to Lloyd Frontra's Ondal system, they no longer have to worry. The worker bows down and expresses their heartfelt thanks. Lloyd Frontra asks if that is so and expresses that he is very happy for him. He reflects on trying to satisfy his greed and now feels embarrassed. The worker mentions having a relative in the neighboring Lacona land and inquires if Lloyd Frontra would accept an order from him as well. Lloyd Frontra thinks that the first stage of his big plan is finally here, and he didn't build all those Ondals at a loss for nothing. He plans to use the travel expenses as an excuse to increase the cost and profit from it. He laughs and agrees, stating that, of course, the worker would need to pay extra for the travel expenses. Javier looks at him and thinks that there's that shifty look on his face again. This was the reason he built those Ondals at a loss. So then he wonders why he is constructing that road to the mountain. After a while, Lloyd Frontra stands with Javier, holds his shovel, and mentions that pretty soon these mountains will be stripped bare. Javier asks what he means. Lloyd Frontra explains that an Ondal requires an astronomical amount of fuel, and these trees here won't be enough. Javier expresses concern, stating that he knew this would happen. Lloyd Frontra responds by mentioning the construction of the Appian Way. He elaborates that at the end of the road, they are going to mine for black coal and sell it at a huge markup. He adds that once people get used to an Ondal, there's no getting out of it, and of course he will give the people of their land a small discount. Javier thinks about how sneaky and devious this plan is. Lloyd Frontra comments that he probably thinks he is sneaky and devious, and if he does not do this, does he think he will be able to repay their debts? Javier admits that this is the best solution for now, but it's not as if the Baron leaves the black coal undisturbed because he is unaware. He mentions that previous barons have tried several times. Lloyd Frontra responds that he knows the mine collapsed due to the weak bedrock, but he can do it. He asserts that he has the benefit of modern excavation technology, the shield tunneling method. He urges them to go, stating that there is so much for them to do. Javier thinks about the shield tunneling method, acknowledging that he has never heard of it, but decides to trust him for now. He reflects that their lord is a new man, and he has a plan. As they approach the tunnel, they find it blocked by broken stones. Meanwhile, inside the tunnel, many giant ants are present. Lloyd Frontra uses his magic and announces that he summons them to a luxury Gangnam apartment building. The magic light starts to explode, and he emerges outside the building. He reflects that it would be nice if he had a cool skill like that. After a while, he sits in an office and uses magic on the paper to draw a sketch. He thinks that this is taking forever. The system notifies that the intermediate design level 1 optional skill is printing architectural drawings. He relaxes in the chair and expresses his wish to summon 100 undead workers that he does not have to pay. The system window notifies that if he does not like it, he can always draw it by hand again. He declines, thanking the system, as this skill is the best. He thinks that with the Newman incident, he raised his approval rating with the Baron and Baroness, Javier and Bayern, earning him 639 RP. He reflects that with those points, he went on a leveling up spree, gaining all sorts of skills. After a while, he stands outside the tunnel and declares, now then, he needs to dig away in there. Optional skills include intermediate surveying and GPR scanning. He employs his skills to inspect the tunnel's entry points and explains that this skill allows him to see up to 5 meters in depth, enabling him to find a safe path for them. Recognizing the problem, he notes that they need to excavate as quickly as possible, as relying on human power alone will take too long and lead to quick fatigue. He contemplates that Pipodong is currently bedridden sick from road construction and long-distance jobs. Even if Pipodong recovers, he believes Pipodong would be too large, posing a significant risk. He concludes that's it. That's what he has to do. Pondering random summon games, he notes he has plenty of RP, so he decides to proceed. A magic circle appears in front of him, and Bengal emerges from the circle. Lloyd Frontiers examines Bengal and wonders about its purpose, contemplating if it's designed for assassinations and if it possesses poison. He initially finds it seemingly useless from the outside. However, he recalls that Piporong also appeared hopeless at first, and he speculates that Bengal might have its own uses. Curious, he inquires if Bengal can grow bigger with sunflower seeds, to which Bengal nods. Lloyd Frontiers once again asks if Bengal has a special skill, and Bengal nods once more. Lloyd Frontiers then requests Bengal to demonstrate his special skills. The scene shifts to a few weeks later. He states, Step 1. At the front of the shield tunneling machine, an enlarged Bengal is excavating and consuming dirt. The system window notifies that Bengal's current skill is chomping dirt level 1. He instructs Javier to get ready, and the system window declares to him that Bengal's current skill, accelerated dirt digestion, is at level 1. Lloyd Frontiers considers Step 2 as Bengal launching steel dung. The system window notifies that Bengal's current skill is steel dung launcher level 1. Identifying Step 3 as Javier slicing them into uniform lengths, and Step 4 as creating still segments to support the earth, Lloyd Frontiers notes Javier's confusion as he, a knight, questions why he is underground slashing at a giant snake's droppings. Lloyd Frontiers deems Step 5 a reality check and exclaims, Great, move forward. They both propel the steel dung. Feeling dizzy due to the lack of oxygen, Lloyd Frontiers acknowledges that if he hadn't installed that pipe, they would already be unconscious. Javier suggests it's best for him to head out now and take a break, similar to the other men. Lloyd Frontiers rebukes him, stating that as the one in charge, he should be on site if he is in charge. He reflects that in Korea, many bosses show off their titles and they never even bother to show up at the site. He swore that he would never be like that. He would remain on site. Using his eye magic to inspect the tunnel's path, he believes he sees it. Black coal. He announces they are almost there and instructs the men to keep going just a little longer. Bengal affectionately rubs his face on Lloyd Frontiers' face. Expressing gratitude, Lloyd Frontiers says thanks to him, and they got it done 10 times faster, thanks to him. He then addressed the group, stating that once they reached the coal layer, they would dismantle the shield and enlarge the mining space. Emphasizing the ongoing danger, he warns them not to get complacent. Suddenly, he hears some noise behind the wall, looks at it, and thinks the rock here is solid, so there's no reason for it to cave. He uses GPR scanning to check the other side of the wall. He observes a hole and wonders what that hole is, as it was not there before. Suddenly, a giant ant emerges from the hole to attack, but Lloyd Frontiers quickly moves back and falls to the ground due to fear. Javier takes out his sword to attack the ants. Lloyd Frontiers uses his shovel to attack the ant and kill it. He reflects that it scared the crap out of him. This is not even in the book, and he asks what this is. He then realizes, wait a minute, why are they just sitting here? Many ants come to attack them. Lloyd Frontiers instructs the workers to go out now. Javier and Lloyd Frontiers start attacking the ants. Lloyd Frontiers wonders how many of them are there, 200 or 1,000. He realizes that if those ants make it outside, their barony is finished. He looks at Javier and wonders if Javier can keep holding them back. Then he thinks, no, impossible. There is not enough oxygen, and without dynamite, the shaft won't collapse. Even if it does collapse, they will dig themselves out in no time. He contemplates what to do next. Javier slaps him and advises him to get a hold of himself, not to be consumed by panic. Lloyd Frontiers insists he is not panicking. He is thinking up a plan. Javier urges him to think quickly, as he cannot hold out for much longer. Lloyd Frontiers contemplates that an ant nest in black coal is underground. He lights up a fire stick and thinks that's it. He declares they will face the ants head-on and suggests going into the ant nest. Javier thinks it sounds like a ridiculous idea, but assumes Lloyd Frontiers must have his reasons for killing the ants. He agrees, saying, let's go. A soldier reports a significant issue, and Arcos Frontra inquires about the wild ants and Lloyd's condition. Opening his cupboard to retrieve his armor, Arcos Frontra is informed by his soldier that he has evacuated the workers, remaining inside with Javier. Sir Bayern is currently preparing to close off the mines. Wearing the armor, Arcos Frontra instructs to release the workers immediately. While Javier combats the wild ants, killing them one by one, Arcos Frontra inquires about the arrival of reinforcements and their remaining distance. Lloyd Frontra responds, urging them to cease communication as he is occupied. He acknowledges that it's advantageous the ants are not leaving the caves, but expresses concern about their encirclement. Simultaneously combating the ants, he believes Javier's endurance is waning in the hot, airless cave, emphasizing the urgency of finding a solution without any delay. Meanwhile, he contemplates the presence of a methane gas layer, speculating that methane-producing bacteria residing in coal might be responsible. He directs Javier to advance. Anticipating pockets of methane gas, he believes that locating it would enable him to detonate the entire colony. As he starts digging, his attention is drawn to what he believes is the methane layer. While digging and observing the methane layer, he instructs Javier to continue slicing up the ants. A massive ant approaches, prompting him to attempt to strike it with his shovel. However, Javier intervenes, swiftly cutting the ant into 2 pieces. Undeterred, he resumes digging at an accelerated pace, accompanied by an unusually loud sound that forces them to cover their ears. Spotting a gigantic ant, Lloyd Frontra questions if it's the queen, noting its enormous size, and readies himself for combat. Turning to Javier, he asks if he can fend off the queen, but Javier declines. Once again, he queries why Javier hasn't informed him despite his attempts. Javier responds that certain things are known without the need for experimentation. Persistently, he questions whether they still possess a choice in the current situation. Lifting his sword, Javier runs forward to attack. The queen retaliates, and he successfully blocks the counterattack. Lloyd Frontra joins the assault, convinced that Javier is managing to hold the line for the moment. Sensing an opportune moment, they both launch an attack on the queen. Simultaneously, he resumes digging the ground and rushes to retrieve the fire stick, instructing Javier to run towards the exit. They flee with the queen in pursuit. Identifying a small tunnel they had traversed earlier, they leap into it. Glancing back, he hurls the fire stick, declaring it a feast for the pursuing queen. As they descend, he observes the queen approaching, and a detonation ensues, engulfing the queen and some other ants in flames. Javier ascends to rescue him from the fire. After some time, Arcos Frontra arrives at the scene with his soldiers positioned outside the cave. Witnessing the explosion, his father becomes concerned and rushes to rescue his son. However, one of his soldiers restrains him, advising against putting himself in danger. Meanwhile, inside the cave, both individuals lie on the floor, experiencing ear pain due to the blast. Lloyd Frontra comments that his plan appears to have succeeded, acknowledging Javier's role in shielding him from the blast. Holding Bengal, he expresses regret over what happened to him because of Javier. Lloyd Frontra notes the potential collapse on their side, attempting to rise but feeling dizzy. The system notifies him of depleting oxygen levels. He acknowledges the situation, emphasizing the need to expedite their exit. However, he realizes that they must traverse a path requiring him to dig for more than 15 feet, causing a rapid decline in his oxygen supply. He inquires about other options and declares that he must dig for Javier and Bengal, resuming his excavation. Javier attempts to open his eyes, struggling to see, while Lloyd Frontra insists that they will escape together regardless of the challenges. He asserts his responsibility for both of them. The system notifies that Javier is moved by Lloyd's determination not to give up, resulting in a 6-point increase in approval rating, earning 108 RP. His current RP total stands at 157, with his remaining oxygen decreasing. Recognizing it as a now or never situation, he decides to try, acknowledging the potential risks. The oxygen level issues a warning, prompting him to instruct the messenger to search for a skill he can upgrade. The system notifies him about scanning pre-existing skills while a magical circle appears around him. The system notifies him about his skill identified as absorbing mana from the surroundings, another skill processing absorbing mana, another skill amplification of absorbed mana, and the system notifies that he can combine these skills into the skill Asrahan core technique. Lloyd Frontra thinks that even after the duel against Newman, he practiced any chance he got. Whatever he learned how to do, he can now improve that skill. He clicks on the yes button and sees it takes 10 RP points and thinks absolutely yes. The system notifies him that the advanced skill Asrahan core technique single circle level 5, while a small shining circle appears and covers his heart. He thinks he feels it, and it's too bad he doesn't have a mana heart, but he can definitely feel the mana circle. Meanwhile, the system notifies him that mana has amplified to 120%. He usually thinks that the skills they possess can improve only a little bit even with lots of hard work. However, he has RP. The system notifies him that the Asrahan core technique level up skill and 10 RP are needed, and his current RP is 142. He thinks he can blow it up to huge levels in no time, and selects the level up skill option. He thinks let's go, he's going all in on this, and the system notifies that Asrahan core technique single circle is now at level 6, with his mana amplified to 125%. He thinks that it costs 5 RP every time he levels up, and the system notifies him that the Asrahan core technique single circle is now at level 8, then at level 9, and finally at level 10. He wonders if the required RP increases exponentially. He thinks no, he has no other choice right now. He needs to level this up all the way. The system notifies that his skill has upgraded, and the Asrahan core technique double circle is now at level 1. His mana amplification has reached 200%, and the required RP to level up is 100 points, with his current RP being 7. He says he has something else to tell him, the thing he had when he leveled up his surveying and design skills. The system notifies that optional skill 1 Energizer allows him to move for 10 minutes without experiencing fatigue, and its limit is that he can only use this once per day. The system also notifies him about another optional skill, Latent Power Surge, which allows him to triple his mana amplification for 20 seconds, and its limit is that he can only use this once per day. He declares here they go while squeezing his shovel and utters Energizer before digging with full force. His oxygen depletes rapidly, and he desperately hopes to find even a tiny hole as he digs swiftly. His oxygen falls, and he continues digging, aiming to see just one small opening. He believes he sees the end and keeps digging while glancing at the unconscious Javier and Bengal. As his oxygen approaches its end, he becomes exhausted, and his shovel falls. The system notifies him that the Energizer has reached its 10-minute time limit. In response, he activates a latent power surge and resumes digging. Frustrated, he thinks damn it, it needs 20 seconds, as his oxygen reaches its limit, causing him to collapse. Feeling the brevity of the moment, he reflects on his desire to live the nice, sweet life of the son of a country aristocrat. Attempting to rise, Lloyd Frontra is approached by Piporong. He looks at the hamster and realizes it's about oxygen. Encouraging himself, he exclaims, "Come on, the sweet life of a nobleman's son awaits him," and resumes digging. At night, Arcos Frontra and his soldiers enter the cave in search of them. Bayern warns that it is dangerous to proceed, leading him and others to turn back. Arcos decides to press on to the end. Lloyd places Javier on his back and attempts to leave the cave. The system notifies that Lloyd was able to overcome his physical limitations in an extreme environment through impressive improvisation. The experience has a strong effect on his Asrahan core technique. The system also notifies him of an optional skill, Power Saving Mode, allowing him to use the Asrahan core technique, albeit weakly, even in extreme exhaustion. Witnessing them, his father rushes towards them. Lloyd Frontra loses consciousness and falls into his father's arms. They are taken to the palace. After a while, a person in the village speaks to his friend, mentioning Lloyd Frontra. He admits that he initially thought Lloyd was just a troublesome drunk, but he had misunderstood. When wild ants appeared in the mine where his nephew worked, Lloyd didn't hesitate to evacuate the workers first. The speaker goes on to share that he heard Lloyd and Sir Javier confront the ant colony together, successfully eliminating all the ants. The other person agrees, adding that Lloyd carried Sir Javier out on his back, even though Lloyd himself was half dead. They remark that he has completely changed from the Lord Lloyd Frontra they knew. Meanwhile, Lloyd remains unconscious and Javier sits nearby. In the morning, Lloyd opens his eyes. The system notified that all of Baron Frontra's subjects were deeply moved by his heroic courage and sent their praises. As a reward for this great achievement, he has been awarded a large amount of bonus RP. His current RP is 7, and it has reached a total of 507. Lloyd thinks who cares about being a hero, but 500 RP, that's sweet. The following morning, the soldiers labor in the mines, where Lloyd Frontra and Javier arrive. Upon seeing them, the soldiers greet them with a good day. Lloyd expresses his gratitude once again for their gracious service, to which they respond positively. One of the soldiers privately reflects that Lloyd, who fought and risked his life for them, is different from regular aristocrats. In their eyes, he embodies noblesse oblige. Lloyd, however, finds the situation uncomfortable. It has been 2 weeks since the wild ant incident, and during this time, mine operations have proceeded smoothly. Despite everything appearing to be in order, Lloyd emphasizes the importance of safety, especially at this moment. He feels the need to identify even the smallest hazards and address them. Javier observes the soldiers searching the ant tunnels again and asks if he may pose a question. Lloyd responds, urging him to be brief as there is very little air in the confined space. Javier questions why Lloyd is personally undertaking such dangerous work and suggests that he could have the workers handle it. He contemplates whether Lloyd is genuinely concerned about the workers' safety. Lloyd, asserting his position as the heir to the land, responds by calling Javier a fool. He emphasizes that the greater the risk, the more reason for the person in charge to be on the front line, ensuring that no one can criticize when he receives the most money. Javier reflects on Lloyd, unable to discern if he is good or bad. The system notified that Javier's approval rating of Lloyd was about to rise but didn't. Despite being told that they have reached the end of the tunnel, Javier disagrees, suggesting there might be a space behind it. Meanwhile, Javier inquires if it's necessary to keep digging to find out more. He initiates the digging and expresses concern about the possibility of the place being filled with ant eggs, emphasizing that it would be detrimental if they were to hatch. As he enters a hole, he discovers someone tied up inside. Within the hole, Javier observes pigs and a person bound in a spider web. Javier, deciding the situation looks dangerous, takes out his sword. Lloyd places a hand on Javier's shoulder, reassuring him and remarking that despite appearances, Javier is quite reckless. Lloyd asks about the creature, and Javier responds, questioning what Lloyd means. Lloyd clarifies that it is an orc. When asked if it's dead, Javier doubts it, mentioning that wild ants often paralyze their prey and store them for later consumption. Lloyd smiles, considering it a jackpot and an amazing new item. After a while, they escort him to the palace and provide him with food. When he awakens, he introduces himself as Arash Oink. He expresses gratitude for saving his life, stating that he won't forget the deed. Curious, he questions if Arash intentionally says Oink to make his character stand out. Arash denies any knowledge of what he's talking about, saying Oink. Reflecting, he acknowledges that Arash, the son of the Orc tribe chief, recovered swiftly thanks to the Baron's physician. Arash emphasizes that being the son of the Sand and Steel tribe chief, he does not forget acts of kindness. Arash then offers to grant him anything he desires. Excitedly, he asks if he can really get what he wants. Thinking about saving Arash, he requests 120 orcs to work in the mine. Arash, considering it impossible, is questioned about why he can't fulfill the request. Arash mentions that it's because he just clicked his tongue like a bad man. Firmly refusing, he states that it's a habit of his, just like Arash's Oink. Arash asserts that orcs are all warriors, Oink, and warriors only follow a warrior's orders, Oink. He adds that Lloyd is not a warrior, so even if they provide him with orcs, he can't give them orders, Oink. Lloyd Frontra reflects on this revelation, realizing that orcs in the wild must bring the head of a wild ant for their coming-of-age ceremony. Speculating that Arash may have accidentally ventured too far into the ant cave and got paralyzed, he thinks of something and flicks his tongue. Lloyd acknowledges the situation, expressing that there seems to be nothing they can do. In a light-hearted tone, he congratulates Arash on completing his coming-of-age ceremony and applauds. Arash refuses the congratulations, stating that he didn't catch a wild ant and got paralyzed, making it a failure on it. Confused, Lloyd questions what Arash is talking about. Arash points towards Queen Ant and mentions that they caught that creature together, Arash and Lloyd. Arash responds that he doesn't recall catching an ant that big. Lloyd counters, saying dear, his memory must have been affected when he was paralyzed. He goes on to describe the unbelievable sight he witnessed in the ant nest, where the queen ant resembled a pile of rags, quivering, and then exclaimed, "Ach, he can't believe he was attacked by a young orc," placing his hand on his shoulder. Arash inquires if wild ants can talk, asking no, wait, can wild ants talk, Onik? Lloyd confirms, stating that they can indeed talk very well. Lloyd expresses gratitude to Arash, acknowledging that with his help, they were able to easily strike down the weakened wild ant. He emphasizes that the wild ants were caught by both Arash, the great warrior, and himself. Arash modestly replies that Lloyd is also a great warrior. Lloyd then brings up the matter of the 120 worker orcs. Arash assures him, stating he will have them, Oink. 1 week later, in the village of the Sand and Steel tribe of wild orcs, he reflects on how they completed the long journey to bring back the worker orcs. The tribe head, Akush, apologizes, stating that Lloyd, the human, cannot have his request granted on it. Lloyd Frontra looks at them surprisingly, wondering why they changed their minds again. Lloyd inquires about the reason for Akush's refusal, addressing him as His Highness Akush, the great chief of the Sand and Steel tribe. Akush explains that their tribe consumes a significant amount of meat to build up their muscles on it. He adds that they hunt every day in 3 shifts to prevent muscle loss, as any reduction in muscle mass would jeopardize the survival of their tribe. Akush mentions that they cannot decrease the number of warriors on the hunt. Lloyd, taken aback, responds, "Hang on, he goes out hunting every single day." Akush agrees, stating that meat spoils after 1 day, leading to muscle loss if not consumed promptly. He contemplates the focus on muscle loss with Akush, and Javier interjects, stating that protein and muscles are essential for the life of these men, suggesting that they should give up. Lloyd Frontra, however, proposes an alternative, asking what if his meat could last multiple days without spoiling. He adds that this way, he wouldn't have to go hunting 3 times a day and could lend them his worker orcs. Confirming his understanding, he asks if that is what Lloyd is suggesting. Akush agrees, acknowledging that their orcs would like to repay Lloyd's kindness, but they cannot risk muscle loss. Lloyd responds optimistically, expressing his belief that it is possible. He reiterates, saying that he can make the meat last for days without spoiling. Lloyd Frontra thinks let's win back to when they first arrived at the village. Arash becomes emotional and runs to his father, while his father also becomes emotional. They both quickly ran to hug each other. Lloyd Frontra thinks that all they did was hug each other, but the power was enormous. If he were caught between them, he would be turned to smithereens. He thinks that if he could get 120 workers like that, their productivity would increase by hundreds of times. Another thing that caught his eye was Arash telling his father that he had brought back the head of the queen ant while showing him the head. Akush and his other tribe members become so excited, and his father says he is so proud of him, calling his son fantastic. In celebration, today will be a grueling leg day, while the other tribe members hold heavy things and perform leg exercises. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra looks at them and wonders what they are doing with those priceless objects. He thinks they probably pillaged some village or just picked them up somewhere, but they don't see them as anything more than fitness tools. He mentions that's why he made a contract with the tribe chief to get the worker orcs and their treasure. Javier explains that the contractor will build a sick bingo for the client, and the contractor will receive the fitness tools as payment. However, fitness equipment made of stone will be provided in their place, as he reads the contract. Lloyd asks what this is sick bingo and thinks of yet another thing he has neither seen nor heard of. He replies that he knows how, at the royal palace, some mages use ice magic to preserve food. He mentions that this is like a building that can achieve the same effect, but without the aid of magic. Javier inquires about where he learned such techniques, and Lloyd responds that he acquired the knowledge at a student society. Javier seeks clarification on what a student society is, and Lloyd declines to explain, expressing surprise at how much Javier doesn't know. Lloyd continues, emphasizing the need for granite to build the sick bingo, describing it as an extremely strong rock. Javier comments that it doesn't seem easily detachable. Lloyd agrees, acknowledging its hardness, but suggests they have an alternative to dynamite. He turns toward Javier with a plan in mind. Javier, realizing he might be used as a substitute for dynamite, recalls a significant episode from the book Night of Blood and Iron involving Namaran's Wall, a city trapped within a powerful evil magic force field. Inside the city are thousands of refugees that Javier needs to save. As Javier gazes at the evil magical wall, he prepares himself for the upcoming challenge. By then, Javier had already attained Sword Master status and could form up to 4 mana circles. However, even he could do nothing but helplessly watch as the refugees had their mana sucked out of them. He felt the urgent need to save them, even if it cost him his life. Without realizing it, he created his lethal skill, forming 1 circle to protect the main mana heart, and a flash appeared. The remaining 3 circles were smashed together as Javier ran to attack the evil magical wall, unleashing his mana blasts and breaking through that formidable barrier. Lloyd Frontra reflects that from that moment onward, the Mana Blast would become one of the Knight of Blood and Iron's signature moves, along with the Asrehen core technique. Meanwhile, he inquires whether Javier thinks he can do something like that. Javier responds by asking him how he knows about things like this. He insists that it was just a thought that occurred to him and urges Javier to look into his eyes, questioning if they appear like the eyes of a liar. Javier agrees, stating that they do look like the eyes of an extremely annoying liar. He adds that his little Javier's heart is rather dark and suggests giving it a try, expressing excitement at the prospect of his swordsmanship evolving. Javier acknowledges that he is doing this to get something out of him. He responds casually, stating that he just wants what he wants, framing it as a win-win situation. Javier concedes that if it is indeed possible, it would be beneficial for him as well, so he agrees to give it a try. He smiles, contemplating the potential increase in productivity if this works out. Javier grips his sword and attempts to create a hole in the rock. He concentrates, forming one circle to protect the mana heart, and then mobilizes the remaining 2 circles. He commands the power to materialize and thrusts the sword into the rock, resulting in a bright flash emanating from the hole. He believes he succeeded on the first attempt. Javier emerges from the smoke, walking toward him with torn clothes and injuries. Javier inquires if he anticipated this outcome as well. He stops Javier, denying any anticipation, and apologizes sincerely. Javier remarks that regardless, his thinking proves to be correct this time as well and questions if it is now time for him to do some work for him. The system notifies him that Javier is grateful for his teaching, and his approval rating has increased by 3 points, reaching -11. Additionally, he earned 54 RP for improving his relationship with a key character, bringing his current RP to 561. Meanwhile, Javier mentions that, as he well knows, he is a knight, and he trains with his sword to protect his master, not to use it for construction. He grumbles, and Javier just looks at him and smiles. He tells Javier that he doesn't have to thank him. Javier turns, looks at him, and clarifies that he was not thanking him at all. Lloyd Frontra thinks that after that, construction went at a lightning pace. Javier sliced up blocks of granite while Pipodong transported them. Akush arrives and advises against picking it up like that, stating that they might throw their backs out. He instructs them to move and insists on showing them how it's done, waving his hand as a soldier attempts to hold a heavy block. He realizes that the orcs took up the job on their own, acting like some gym addicts, even though he didn't ask them. The tribe members quickly transport blocks to the mines, and one of them remarks that it's such a good workout, while another states that this is killer. Lloyd Frontra and his workers sit and observe them. Lloyd Frontra wipes his sweat with a hand fan, thinking that at this rate, they will finish 5 times faster than planned. Now all they need is some ice and insulation. He says to Javier those 5 men they sent out to fetch the insulation. How many days has it been? Javier replies 3 weeks to the day. Lloyd Frontra asks is not more than enough time for a trip there and back. Javier suggests one of 2 things may have happened. Either the men are being lazy and taking their time. Lloyd Frontra responds something must have happened to them and stands up. He says let's go look for them. Meanwhile, Javier blocks his way and requests permission to complete the mission on his own. He emphasizes that they don't know what misfortune has befallen the team, and the heir to the estate should not take that risk. Javier asks how many times he has to be told, asserting that he is the man in charge and is responsible for all his workers. Then he should let them go. As they move forward, he notices a glove and some straws. He picks them up, realizing that the glove is the special one he had made for their men, and the straws are for insulation. Javier calls him, and he inquires about what he found. Javier looks around and points out something unusual towards the Proja Gorge. He also stands up and asks how so. Javier mentions that the flow of mana seems unnatural, he supposes, and the feeling is very faint, so he is not entirely sure. He thinks about Proja Gorge, recalling an episode in the Night of Blood and Iron about it. He tells Javier to let go, stating that there's no time to lose. He asks if there is any suspicion, shouting that their men may already be dead, and he runs, leaving Javier in shock. As they move forward, they find more straws. Lloyd Frontra sits down, takes them, and stands up again, realizing that they have reached Lupulin's dungeon near the entrance of the mine. He recalls this place from an earlier encounter with Javier in the book, thinking it was the secret hideout of the dark sorcerer named Lupulin Dungeon. He reflects on how daring it is for someone to lay a hand on his property, considering it a violation of his property rights, and believes even the death penalty would be generous. They enter, and Javier requests him to follow behind. He tells Javier to wait and grabs him. Javier notices a magical circle under his feet, and a blast occurs. Javier asks if it's a magic booby trap, and he replies, asking if he's sure he's a knight. He questions how he cannot consider the possibility of traps like these, recalling from the book that Javier gets caught in the first trap, but in their situation Javier doesn't get caught again. Meanwhile, he observes that the flow of mana in this area seems a bit off. He suggests trying to focus on being more in tune with that sense, explaining that mana typically has a uniform concentration in the air. Thus, where a booby trap is planted, there will be an unnatural cluster of mana. Javier picks up on the mana signal and walks forward, indicating the direction by saying this way. Lloyd Frontra smiles, acknowledges, and follows him, commenting on Javier's proficiency in this skill. Javier thinks to himself that Lloyd Frontra always evades a straight answer with lies, but there is no doubt that Lloyd Frontra knows exactly what is happening now and what will happen in the future. However, Javier also notes that he doesn't sense any significant mana or special energy from Lloyd Frontra. Despite this, he decides to focus on the task at hand, the immediate rescue of those soldiers. On the other side, Lupulin is engrossed in reading a book. Suddenly, he turns and looks at the door, suspecting that a trap has been triggered by intruders. Lupulin wonders if they are here to rescue the men he abducted a while ago. He closes his book, convinced that the intruders are likely dead, and thinks that the preparations are finally complete. Opening the door, Lupulin hopes that this time the experiment will succeed. He discovers all the soldiers of Lloyd Frontra and grabs one of them by the hair, dragging them into another room. The frightened person pleads with Lupulin not to kill him. Ignoring the pleas, Lupulin throws him into a magical circle and brandishes a large sickle, poised to kill. He describes it as a pentacle connected to the underworld, a sickle soaked in blood for 100 days, and a young human deeming it perfect while the soldier cries out for help. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra sternly warns that if Lupulin touches his belongings, he will kill him. Lupulin, angered by the threat, contemplates how they managed to reach this point despite the hundreds of traps he set. He proceeds to construct his magical circle and prepares to attack, releasing a gas into the air. They all sense the smoke, prompting Lloyd Frontra to quickly exhale a breath and seal his mouth shut, ceasing his breathing. Lupulin identifies the gas as sleeping gas potent enough to knock out an elephant. He anticipates having 2 more individuals for sacrifice and smirks secretly. Lloyd Frontra employs his Energizer Flash to shield himself. The system notifies that the Asrahan Core technique option, the Energizer, is activated, ensuring he will not experience fatigue for 10 minutes. He begins digging with his shovel, thinking that he doesn't even need 10 minutes, and that he has the energy to spare now, unlike when he was in the ant cave. Javier, holding his nose tightly, wonders if it's allergies. He believes he is immune to all forms of sleeping medication. As he shovels, he considers how he is digging in like a mole. He quickly digs, thinking about mocking Javier about this the next chance he gets. Returning, he calls out to Javier, telling him to get inside the hole. Javier swiftly enters the hole and stabs his sword into a rock beneath the ground, unleashing a mana blast. A fire blast occurs, and flames shoot out of the hole. Lupulin becomes scared and trembles at the sight. After a while, Lloyd Frontra attempts to emerge from the hole, remarking that he bet Lupulin has never seen an entrance like this before. Lupulin once again constructs his magical circle, pondering what kind of monster this is. He sits in a large magical circle and performs a magic spell, summoning a giant 2-faced monster that roars loudly. Lupulin reflects on how his reincarnation spell keeps failing, but he has inadvertently created this extremely powerful ghoul as a byproduct. He believes there is no way anyone will even scratch its steely skin. The monster roars at both of them as they prepare to fight. Lloyd Frontra warns Javier that this opponent is going to be quite tough and mentions its weakness is its legs. Javier runs to attack the monster, delivering a mana blast slash that cuts it into 2 pieces. Lupulin watches in fear as all of this unfolds. Lloyd Frontra thinks to himself that Javier used the mana blast to cut the creature in half, realizing that it's not even in the book. Lupulin believes they are going to kill him, realizing there is no way he can beat these 2. Lloyd Frontra sits near him, holding his shovel, and remarks that Lupulin set his construction back by weeks by abducting his men. He asks how Lupulin is going to make up for this. Lupulin bows down, thinking he will get on his hands and knees to get out of this alive, and pleads for forgiveness, asking to be spared. Lloyd Frontra tells him to shut it, expressing no interest in Lupulin's apologies and demands to know how he is going to compensate him. Lupulin mentions that the cave is full of valuable tools for sorcery and promises to give Lloyd Fronters everything. Lloyd Fronters questions if Lupulin is claiming that everything in the cave belongs to him, to which Lupulin replies affirmatively, urging him to take it all. Javier arrives, holding a worker in a bad state, and reports that the men are all worn out but seem otherwise fine. Lloyd Fronters acknowledges this and remarks that a few days more they would have starved to death. He questions Lupulin about his plans for the abducted men. Lupulin admits he was researching how to bring back the dead. Lloyd Fronters inquires if that is even possible and asks what he would do if he could. He reveals he was attempting to bring back his deceased wife and child. He explains that he worked as a sorcerer in his lord's castle and lived an ordinary life with his family, emphasizing that it was not just normal but a very happy life. However, his lord, who turned out to be a friend, tried to steal his wife away from him. In an attempt to escape, he planned to run away with his family, but his lord tracked them down. Lloyd Fronters interrupts, telling him to stop and expressing his disinterest in the sob story. Lloyd Fronters questions Lupulin, asking if he believes bringing his wife and child back to life would make them grateful for the hundreds of innocent people he killed in the process. Lupulin tries to say something, but Lloyd Fronters points out the ghoul he created and the lives sacrificed to make it, including the happiness, families, and lives of innocent people. Lloyd Fronters questions if none of that matters just because Lupulin has a tragic story. He asserts that no matter how Lupulin spins it, it won't change who he really is, a person who crushed the happiness of others and became a serial murderer. Overwhelmed, Lupulin starts crying. Lloyd Fronters stands up and declares that he will return with his men to collect the tools. As he leaves, he warns Lupulin that if he tries to hurt anyone again, there will be no mercy. Lupulin bows down, expressing immense gratitude. Lloyd Fronters contemplates the events in the novel where Javier forgives Lupulin, forces him out of his laboratory, and Lupulin goes on to kill hundreds more, altering his own body and becoming an annoying villain that Javier must face once again. Despite knowing all of this, Lloyd Fronters finds himself walking away from Lupulin. Suddenly, Lupulin attacks them from behind with magic. Lloyd Fronters looks at him and reminds Lupulin that he explicitly told him there would be no mercy. He believes it's because he foresaw this outcome from the beginning. Javier attacks Lupulin, cuts his neck, and ultimately kills him. The story shifts to a worker's head who insults another worker and questions where his manners have gone. The worker insists that his bow needs to be at 90 degrees. Reflecting on a past experience with an old guy who would curse him for no reason, the worker mentions that every time he acted out, he would apologize, promising to be more careful. The worker's head advises him to learn some manners, referring to him as a little shit. The worker believes that kindness brings more kindness, and he avoids confrontation, understanding that conflict begets conflict. As the worker's head prepares to leave, he comments on how kids these days do not learn any manners. He bows down, thinking that if he treats others with respect one day, it will be returned. Despite the provocations, he holds back each time, maintaining a positive mindset. The scene shifts to the next morning as the worker greets his head with a cheerful good morning. However, the head worker responds by again abusing him, questioning why he is shouting and claiming he almost broke his eardrum, referring to him as a little prick. The worker believes the head underestimated him, taking him for a weak pushover. Dismissing the insults, the head worker calls him pathetic and moves to leave. Frustrated, the worker tries to ignore the provocations, thinking that letting it go will bring an end to the situation. He realizes that exploding in anger will only make things worse now and contemplates the idea of inner peace. Despite his efforts, the head worker laughs and suggests that his parents must be ashamed to have a kid like him. Unable to contain his anger, the worker places his hand on the head worker's shoulder, calls him, and delivers a hard punch to his face. Other workers are shocked and inquire about the situation. The worker continues to punch the head worker repeatedly and then kicks him. In the midst of the brawl, he reflects on the consequences, thinking that he is now in trouble. Other workers intervene, catching him and putting an end to the fight. The head worker instructs them to knock it off, stating that it's enough. The worker, reflecting on the aftermath, wonders what will happen next. As the day progresses, he resumes working on the construction site. The head worker passes by without saying anything, and he feels a sense of peace, finally having some tranquility in his surroundings. The scene shifts back to the cave where Javier kills Lupulin. Lloyd Fronters walks away from there, placing his shovel on his shoulder. He reflects that there are clearly times when violence must be stopped with violence and believes that they should not sink to their level. He contemplates the situation, noting that in Korea, murderers, attackers, and fraudsters are often given only a slap on the wrist because they also have rights. He dismisses this notion, thinking it's laughable, as he believes villains deserve a punishment befitting a villain. After a while, Lloyd Fronter's walks with workers through the forest. One worker becomes very tired. Lloyd Fronters looks at him, expressing concern that he is about to pass out, and hands him his bags. He reassures the worker that he can handle them. Lloyd Fronters also instructs other workers to give their bags to the tired worker, making it an order. He ties all the bags together. Despite protests from a worker who suggests they will carry them, Lloyd Fronters puts the bags on his back and sternly states that if he hears another word, no one will receive a bonus. He emphasizes, "Now let's go," and the workers all become emotional. Javier contemplates whether Lloyd Frontera doesn't want more weight for them to carry, or if he genuinely worries about them. Uncertain of the reason, he acknowledges that, for these men, it doesn't matter right now. He believes that for them, Master Lloyd Frontiers is a leader they can trust and follow. The system window notifies that the rescued soldiers have been deeply moved by his actions, and through their words, this touching episode will soon spread far and wide. It asks if this was a challenging experience. He questions the notion of a rewarding experience, stating that if the reward is not money, he is not interested. After a while at Siakbingo, Arash stands in a jail, addressing the fact that this is Siakbingo. Lloyd Fronters and Javier also stand there observing him. Arash remarks that it is only a little cooler than outside, causing the meat to spoil and resulting in muscle loss. Lloyd Fronters acknowledges this, noting that the place is still ongoing and there is no ice yet. Arash questions the lack of ice in the hot wasteland, to which Lloyd Fronters suggests making some. Arash asks how, and Lloyd Fronters replies with a smile, saying they can find a way somehow. The system window raises doubts, questioning if they brought back a conman, Oink, and suggesting that the story about the Queen Ant might also be a lie if Arash is more stupid than they thought. Lloyd Fronters internally dismisses these thoughts, telling the system to shut it, asserting that he never considered Arash a fool and emphasizing that Arash is a very important pushover customer. The system persists, stating that those thoughts are not his. Arash, on the other hand, believes that Lloyd saved him, and that he should not consider Lloyd a bad man. He moves up the stairs and says to let him know if he needs any help. Lloyd Fronters waves toward him and assures him that there's nothing to worry about, they will be done soon. Javier, curious, asks how Lloyd Fronters plans on making ice. Lloyd Fronters looks at him and acknowledges that it's a good question, asking for suggestions. Javier interprets the look as meaning Lloyd Fronters really needs a plan. He confronts Lloyd Fronters, pointing out that he made a contract with them without a plan and questioning if he was planning to defraud them. Lloyd Fronters responds by stating that unsuccessful people often find numerous reasons not to do something, using excuses like they can't do this or that because of various reasons. He emphasizes that successful people, on the other hand, start things and figure them out somehow, which he identifies as innovation. According to him, that is the mindset of an entrepreneur. Javier is skeptical and thinks there is no way, not a chance. Those people are 1,000 times more likely to fail than succeed. After a while, he sits on the mountain edge and contemplates something. He considers the idea of first making a giant ice cube mold. Once Peepodong and Bangle retrieve water from the lake to fill the mold, they will be ready to proceed. He reflects that in this world, there is ice magic. He ponders how ice magic works, thinking that through magic, individuals manipulate mana to change its arrangement at will. He recollects feeling this every day during his training in absorbing mana. Acknowledging that there are different types of mana in the natural world, each with other properties, he envisions taking that mana and changing it in a specific way to create magic. However, he admits that he does not know how to wield mana at will. After a while, Lloyd Fronters, along with Peepodong and Bangle, guides them, saying, "This way over here." He presents a water pot and contemplates that he can do something similar. Placing his hand in the water, he employs the Israhan core technique and starts absorbing mana. He intends to drink only the warm mana and leave behind the cold mana, but realizes he did it the other way around and tries again, acknowledging that it's more challenging than he thought. Javier stands behind, observing everything, and reflects on the mindset of starting things and figuring them out somehow. He finds it irresponsible and reckless. At least, that's what he initially thought. However, he notices Lloyd Fronter's figuring out a way as if he's showing off, and he realizes there may be no stopping him. Lloyd Fronter's harnesses his power. The system window notifies that he has developed a new application for the Israhan Core Technique, leveling up the skill to Israhan Core Technique Double Circle Level 2. The scene shifts to a few days later. People of the Sand and Steel tribe observe the ice block and remark that Lloyd Fronter's made ice. Lloyd Fronter states that all they need to do now is put in the insulation, and they are done. Akush expresses amazement, noting that now they won't have to throw out any meat. Arash adds that they won't have to hunt every day, and in celebration, today will be a triceps day, and everyone will be called to the square. Reflecting on the situation, Lloyd Fronters thinks about the mindset of an entrepreneur. Javier agrees, acknowledging that he is right. The leader of the tribe expresses deep gratitude to Lloyd Fronters, the human. Lloyd Fronters modestly responds that they are too kind, as he was merely fulfilling the terms of their contract. The system window notifies that Lloyd Fronters receives 120 orc workers. Akush, a member of the tribe, emphasizes that orcs are different from humans. They don't take things for granted just because of a contract. He states that when they are grateful, they show it. Therefore, Akush from the Sand and Steel tribe makes a vow to Lloyd Frontra. He declares that from this moment, they are considered family. Lloyd Fronters and the Sand and Steel tribe. They perform some moves and proclaim themselves blood brothers. Lloyd Frontera is shocked by this gesture. Akush adds that the Fronteras are their friends and an enemy of the Fronteras, an enemy of their tribe. He assures Lloyd Frontera that if anyone causes them trouble, they will be at their side. The system window appears in front of Lloyd Fronters and notifies him that the tribe has opened up, accepting him as a true friend. The Orc tribe's approval rating of him has risen, increasing his RP, and he receives a special bonus RP for helping the tribe open up, bringing his current RP to 611. In response, Lloyd Fronters exclaims, "Long live the Sand and Steel tribe." Lloyd Fronters says that when they arrived back in town after the long and arduous journey a while later, the townspeople were understandably frightened. He reflects that it's no wonder, with 120 frighteningly muscly orcs entering the town, he should issue an announcement to try and quell their fears. He acknowledges that, for starters, people tend to think of orcs as scary. Lloyd Fronters' parents also get frightened. He feels even the Baron, who knew why he went to see the Orc tribe, was frozen in fear when he saw them in person. Then there was the unexpected bonus. The system window notifies that the story of his defeating the Dark Sorcerer and rescuing the soldiers is spreading throughout the land. The people are praising him for valiance and courage. It notifies that there is a bonus RP for a special achievement, plus 300, bringing his current RP to 911. He thinks of forgetting the praise but comes to Papa, RP, and first things first, the Baron said he would find some wealthy merchants for the Orcs' exercise equipment, and now all they have left to deal with is the Dark Sorcerer's tools. After a while, Lloyd Frontera sits, holds a fire magic ball, and checks some books. Javier stands behind him and asks if there is anything of monetary value. Lloyd Frontera responds that he is not sure and is looking first to see if there is anything they can use before selling it. He spots a book and thinks, "What's this?" He mentioned that he needed to head to his place and would leave Javier to tidy up the rest. After a while, he runs toward the cave and asks where Tords is. He mentions that he was looking for him. Lloyd Frontera points to him and shares some good news. He asks if Tords remembers the terms of their contract, specifically the part about working for 520 years. Tords confirms that he does. Lloyd Frontera remarks that, upon reflection, that clause was ridiculous and a joke. However, he assures Tords that he doesn't have to worry anymore. He shows him an article in the book and says, "Here, there's a spell that can turn a corpse into a ghoul he can control." He exclaims that it means he can work the whole 520 years and asks if that is not exciting or sounds fun. Tords does not say anything. He asks if he is the only one excited about this. He tells him to smile, but Tords starts crying. He encourages him by saying to keep up the great work, and he can do it, then leaves from there. The system window notifies that the rules of the underworld are impressed by him and would like to offer him a position. He thinks of shutting it. What did he do wrong? He happily runs from there. After a while, he walks into a castle and thinks now he needs to discuss some things with the Baron. He checks a room and notices he is not there. Emily comes behind him and says the Baron is in the reception room, and he has some guests. He asks which guests. she says Mr. Sinchillon and Mr. Meatloaf. He gets excited to hear their names and makes strange faces. She asks what is with that face. Meanwhile, moneylender Meatloaf informs Baron that, as he already knows, their policy is to receive the principal of the loan in a single repayment. However, just this once, a special arrangement will be made so he can repay 10% of the principal, provided he hands over the rights to Meatloaf. Meatloaf questions why Baron is not responding and asserts that answering would result in a reduction in his interest payment, which would be beneficial for him. Just then, Lloyd Frontra knocks on the door and announces himself as Lloyd. He politely asks for permission to enter. Baron responds affirmatively, saying, "Yes, please come in." He opens the door, enters and greets them, expressing his hope that they have both been well. Meatloaf presents some papers to Lloyd, cautioning him against making threats and stating that they have an official invitation. Lloyd Frontra laughs, acknowledging his intellectual nature, and mentions overhearing the enticing offer Meatloaf is presenting. He boldly proposes an offer of his own. In response, Meatloaf expresses his disinterest, stating that he does not care for any offer from Lloyd. He declares that moving forward, they will repay their debts in smaller tranches, and he will, of course, lower the interest accordingly. Meatloaf interrupts, stating he had made it clear he did not want to hear it, and questions how dare he. Despite the objection, he smiles and mentions that both parties can present less than ideal offers. Expressing anger, Arash enters the room and demands to know who dares to anger his Frontra brother. Meatloaf and Shillan become frightened. Arash warns that anyone causing trouble for the Frontras will face the full force of the Sand and Steel tribe. Lloyd Frontra intervenes, questioning Arash about the misunderstanding, to which Arash clarifies that it sounded like they were shouting at Lloyd. Lloyd denies this, attributing it to his loud voice. Assuring them not to worry about him or his offer, Arash asks for their opinion. Lloyd Frontra inquires whether they should refuse it. Arash, concerned about hurting Frontra's feelings, threatens to tear anyone who hurts him to pieces. In response, Meatloaf and Shillan quickly run away from the scene. Lloyd Frontra observes the invitation letter and expresses that if he had things his way, he would cancel the debt entirely. However, recognizing that it would be a crime, they will have to make do with these changes. Baron acknowledges this, saying yes and expressing gratitude. Lloyd mentions that the Ondal construction business is gradually expanding, and the mining of soft coal is progressing smoothly. He assures Baron that they will be able to pay off the debts in no time. Lloyd emphasizes the importance of keeping the contract safe, handing the paper to Baron, who confirms with a sure. However, Lloyd notes a significant problem they are facing. If not resolved, it could lead to serious consequences. He points to Arash and mentions that these guys consume 10 times more than a normal human. The cost of feeding them is substantial, and if this continues, they may accumulate more debt. Baron reacts with shock upon hearing this revelation. He reflects, reaffirming his belief that the orcs are the best miners. Arash begins digging the tunnel, working tirelessly. Lloyd Frontra arrives at the site and inquires from a worker about Arash's location. The worker points to Arash, stating that it's that orc over there who has been working non-stop for 24 hours. The workers manage to catch Arash with difficulty. Lloyd Frontra instructs them to get Arash out of there, emphasizing that he wants to see him back the next day. Arash protests, expressing his reluctance to rest as he intends to work out his muscles. He believes that the orc's remarkable fitness and insatiable desire for a workout have resulted in a productivity increase of more than tenfold. Arash inquires about wages, specifically mentioning money and stating that orcs have no need for it. He believes they even refuse to be paid. However, he notes that orcs only ask for their bellies to be full, acknowledging that it's easier said than done. After a while, Lloyd Frontra sits with his father, Baron, and asserts that they must increase tax revenues exponentially. They need the funds to purchase meat for the orcs, and by considering the productivity of the mines, they would never incur losses. Baron acknowledges the point but expresses concern for the people's current struggles, emphasizing that raising taxes is challenging for them. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the difficulty, stating that raising taxes without a valid reason would be akin to robbery. He questions who would be willing to work hard if their earnings were to be taken away. Such a practice, he argues, would result in a decrease in tax revenues, leading to losses. Baron queries how he proposes to raise tax revenue. Lloyd Frontra simplifies the solution, suggesting that they need to enable people to earn more money. He proposes focusing on the forgotten northern lands, specifically transforming the Merit's wetlands into farmland. By providing this land to the people, they can farm to their heart's content, make a profit, and consequently contribute significant tax payments. After a while, Lloyd Frontra walks into fields filled with water, carrying his shovel on his shoulder alongside Javier. Javier remarks that this land has been abandoned for hundreds of years and questions how people will farm here. Lloyd responds, expressing confidence in his plan, but he asks Javier to wait, acknowledging that he needs to emphasize the difficulty of the task. Sitting near the water, Lloyd notes the complexity of the terrain and the numerous variables involved. He realizes the necessity of building something to drain the water, especially during rain, and acknowledges that he has no choice but to resort to the old-fashioned way. He starts making pathways with mud in between the water, expressing doubt about the success of his attempts. After some time, Lloyd continues his efforts to create pathways with mud in the water. Baron arrives and asks Javier how many days it has been. Javier responds that it has been 21 days, during which he has not rested or eaten properly. He inquires if he should stop him. Baron responds negatively, stating that despite being his father, there was a time when he despised him. He questioned whether he would ever mature into a man, but miraculously he has transformed into a different person, actively working to assist the land. Baron admits that he may not be able to provide direct help, but he does not want to be an obstacle in his path. Javier commends Baron's wise decision, highlighting that the current Master Lloyd is the type of person who never gives up on keeping his word. The system window notifies that Baron Frontra's approval rating has increased, and he has received 20 RP, with his current RP standing at 931. As time passes, he navigates through the mud between the water and realizes that it's draining away. He reflects on how the water draining away symbolizes the influx of tax money, and he envisions being showered with that sweet golden money. Feeling relaxed, he thinks that the work was demanding but not as bad, especially compared to staying up all night doing part-time construction work. Observing the status window, he is notified that his efforts have significantly impacted the special skill of architectural design, unlocking a new skill. He reveals that the design skill option 3 is simulation mode, allowing him to use data obtained from surveying the land to create a virtual simulation. He uses the skill to check the mountain structure and waterways. Attempting to stretch a mountain, he becomes frustrated, questioning why this information is only revealed now after working tirelessly for an entire month. The system window responds, pointing out that he had just mentioned it was not that bad. He remarks that he was merely saying that in reality, it was quite challenging. The system window notifies him that only knowledge he has acquired himself is enhanced with skills, all due to his wish. Reflecting on when he first arrived, he mentions his wish but expresses confusion, stating that he still does not understand if he knows what his wish had to do with coming to this world. He explains that his wish was simple: to get through college, obtain a license, secure a position in a good company, and not have to worry about money. The system window counters, stating that those were merely goals, while a wish is something much more intense, transcending all time and space. He dismisses the seemingly nonsensical conversation, saying that they should stop and get back to the numerous tasks he has at hand. He then calls Pipadong and Bangul, asking if they would like to meet a new friend. The scene shifts to the next morning as he stands in the fields, announcing the first stage of the Merit's Wetlands Reclamation Project. He states that he will need 2 individuals to eliminate all the water from the wetlands. Pipadong and Bangul both react with shock to the challenging task ahead. Acknowledging that the job is too big for just the 2 of them, he places Pipadong and Bangul on the floor, explaining that he is going to introduce them to some new friends. Determined, he decides to use all the RP he has to summon as many allies as possible, requesting the system window to show him the summons game screen. The system window appears, notifying him that in the random summons game, 1 turn is equal to 100 RP. Considering that the RP needed increases by 1/5 times each turn, he can summon 4 entities. Clicking the start button, he believes he doesn't need any special skills. He needs ones that can grow as big as Pipadong and Bangul. He contemplates the noisy process of carrying the water each time. A magical circle appears in front of them, and a small creature-like ball named Humming emerges, hitting Lloyd Frontra's nose and causing it to bleed. Regaining his composure, Lloyd Frontra sees Hamming and thinks of it as a hippo, or more precisely, a water-guzzling hippo. Peepodong and Bangle express joy at seeing Haming, and he starts playing with them. Interrupting the play, Lloyd Frontra apologizes and asks if he could have Haming's instruction manual. Haming spits out a paper. Lloyd Frontra, accustomed to this behavior, takes the instruction manual, reads it, and inquires if Haming doesn't grow bigger with sunflower seeds. He wonders if he has received a defective summon this time. He looks at Haming and instructs him to show the summons game screen. The system window notifies that the summons game can only be played once a day. He expresses frustration, calling it a complete waste. Bangle becomes angry upon hearing this, while Haming and Peepodong appear sad. He asks if he is being mean, understanding that they may need someone larger for their next project. He comments that Haming, being so small, is deemed useless, further provoking Peepodong and Bangle. He relents, acknowledging that the two are scaring him. He then questions Haming about his skill, suggesting it might be something related to dehumidifying, and if so, he could be placed in his closet. The system window notifies that Haming's skill is a one-shot level 1. He queries about the term one-shot and whether Haming can drink a large amount of water in one go. Haming nods in agreement, and when asked how much, he responds, as much as his stomach can hold. He reflects on how he thought this was going to be a perfect skill, realizing that his luck may have been too good to be true. They all move from the spot, and he encourages Haming to demonstrate. Haming starts drinking water, growing bigger and bigger in the process. He contemplates whether he is imagining it, or if Haming does indeed look bigger than before. Haming continues drinking water, growing until he becomes the biggest. Lloyd Frontra is shocked to witness this. Haming drinks all the available water, leaving Lloyd Frontra astonished at how quickly it can consume such quantities. He realizes that if Haming can drink this much so rapidly, they could potentially eliminate all the water in a few days. Peepodong and Bangle express joy at the sight. Perplexed, Lloyd Frontra asks why the two look so smug. He then calls a messenger and questions whether the summons are truly random, noting that he always seems to receive the exact skill he needs. The system window responds, explaining that when he enters another world, he typically possesses some special skill. However, being a human with no innate skill or luck, he might have been fortunate to receive a lucky random summon as his special skill, or perhaps not. Lloyd Frontra critiques the vagueness and questions if the system is even trying. He invites Haming to drink more, encouraging it to drink to its heart's content, as they will begin reclaiming the Merit's wetlands tomorrow, starting with the vertical drainage system. The workers are shocked to see the enlarged Haming. Lloyd Frontra outlines the plan, starting with Haming removing all the water from the wetlands by spitting out the consumed water into the river. After getting smaller, Haming repeats the process. Then, they proceed to clear any weeds or debris from the exposed ground. Javier drives his sword into the ground and employs mana black magic to create holes with mana blasts. Bamboo stalks are inserted into these holes, and the area is filled with sand to construct a sandbank. Simultaneously, Peepodong packs down the earth, and to extract water from the deepest parts of the soil, they use bamboo stalks like straws, with Haming performing a one-shot to remove the water. Reflecting on the process, they build a level using Lloyd Frontra's upgraded simulation skill. After 10 days of this routine, they complete a sector. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that there is still a lot of work to do but questions what will happen when they finish. They respond with enthusiasm, suggesting a bonus party. Lloyd Frontra agrees, saying, "Alright, let's go," and they respond with determination, saying, "Let's do this." Javier looks around, realizing that the former wasteland is genuinely transforming into farmland. He contemplated when he started being involved in this project, finding it almost natural. Reflecting on his previous duties, he wonders what they were. Lloyd Frontra arrives, calls Javier, and hands him a bag of seeds. He instructs Javier to plant the seeds over there and take care of them. Javier, questioning why a knight like him should do such a task, is told it's to eliminate pests and save the land. Agreeing, Javier starts planting the seeds, thinking about how he has been pulled into this once again and resolving to find a way out next time. Baron Frontra arrives with his wife, observing the transformation of the wetlands into farmland. He remarks that not only he but also the people in the area must view this as a miracle. The workers appear happy with their work and notice Lloyd Frontra with a smile. The system window notifies that everyone in the Frontra barony feels deep awe and respect for the miracle he has performed. For this great achievement, he has been awarded a large amount of bonus RP. The notification indicates that the bonus RP for the special achievement is plus 450, bringing his current RP to 1281. He is pleased to see the updated RP. After a while, the seeds grow and transform into plants, with Javier watering them and smiling. Lloyd Frontra remarks that now all they need to do is build a water wheel, and they will truly be done. He inquires about the water wheel, prompting Lloyd Frontra to explain that it is needed to remove water when the rains come. Otherwise, all the reclaimed land will be underwater. He mentions that his engineers should be arriving soon. Suddenly, they spot a caravan approaching from the side, with people on horses. Lloyd Frontra wonders who they are. Javier identifies them as Viscount Lacona's group from the north of the Merit's wetlands. A brown-haired man in the caravan asks who is in charge of the project. Javier advises him to show some manners, but Lloyd Frontra stops him and identifies himself as the one in charge, asking if he can help them with something. The brown-haired man reveals that the land belongs to Viscount Lacona and orders them to leave immediately. Lloyd Frontra expresses surprise at not being aware of this and asks if there's a way to resolve the situation. Lloyd Frontra and Javier arrive at Marty's wetlands. Lloyd Frontra reflects that for hundreds of years, people haven't set foot on this wasteland. However, for administrative purposes, the northern parts belong to Viscount Lacona and the southern parts belong to Baron Frontra. He contemplates that Viscount Lacona waited until the land was reclaimed to assert his ownership, attempting to seize hold of this rich, fertile land without putting in any effort of his own. He acknowledges that the northern part of wetlands does belong to Viscount Lacona, at least for now. Addressing Viscount Lacona, Lloyd Frontra questions whether he is suggesting that they are trespassing on his lordship's land. A brown-haired man affirms that, as a subject of His Royal Highness, Viscount Lacona was granted rights to this land. Lloyd Frontra responds by dismissing him, stating that they are noblemen having a conversation and questioning why someone of lower status wouldn't keep his mouth shut. The brown-haired man becomes irritated, and the soldiers look at him surprisingly. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra steps forward, bowing down, and introduces himself as the eldest son of Baron Frontra. Viscount Lacona acknowledges having heard of his crude behavior, expressing that he has nothing to say to him and instructs him to bring his father. Javier observes and thinks about how rude Viscount Lacona is. Annoyed, Lloyd Frontra puts his finger in his ear, and Viscount Lacona asks if he doesn't hear him, instructing him to bring Baron Frontra. Lloyd Frontra refuses, stating that he can hear quite well, likening the request to the buzzing of some pesky fly. Viscount Lacona questions where the fly is and looks around quickly. The brown-haired man whispers to him that Lloyd Frontra is insulting him. Viscount Lacona becomes angry and asks if he really did this. The man replies, citing the Land Act of the Kingdom Title 321, claiming special exemption regarding the development of barren land. Viscount Lacona shouts, "Wait a minute," and directs abusive remarks at him. In response, he calmly states Clause 1 is the aim, explaining that the aim of the law pertains to the development of long-standing barren land and the establishment of ownership of the reclaimed land. Viscount Lacona urges him to listen, and he proceeds with Clause 2's definition, clarifying that barren land refers to land that has been abandoned for over 100 years, with no residential or cultivation activities taking place. Continuing, he details Clause 3 is ownership. Any land meeting the specified requirements will be recognized as belonging to the developer of the barren land. He outlines the criteria. First, the land must be developed with a clear purpose through the investment of capital and labor. Second, it must be capable of supporting a residential building. Third, it should support long-term agricultural activity. He adds the fourth condition, stating that the land must have produced at least one harvest of a crop variety specified by law. As he walks, he takes a vegetable from the ground as an example. He instructs them to take these seeds, plant them all the way over there, and look after them. It's to get rid of the pests while handing over a bag of seeds. Congratulating everyone, he witnesses the historic first ever harvest of the Marty's wetlands, stating there is no charge. He is not that harsh and laughs. Viscount Lacona wonders where this brat came from and ponders if he planned all of this ahead of them. The vegetable is given to Viscount Lacona with the words here, "Take this as a gift," and a request for him to please leave the land. Viscount Lacona becomes irritated and they all walk away. Javier asks if he heard a prophecy somewhere about their arrival. He questions what this prophecy is and states it isn't his first time dealing with those types of leeches trying to steal someone else's hard work. After a while, the soldiers become so excited and exclaim Master Lloyd has saved their land, 3 cheers for him. He looks at them and asks if he is paying them to cheer for him, then instructs them to get back to work. The heavy rain starts and waters his plants. He sits near the plants and reflects that with summer over, fall has arrived, bringing heavy rains. He has run hundreds of simulations, but there's no room for complacency. Javier comes and lifts an umbrella for him, while he thinks he needs to stay and ensure everything until the end. He needs to see if the Marty's wetlands can indeed be of use. After some time, the rain stops, and the system notifies him of a monumental achievement in construction. He has left an indelible mark in the history of civil engineering on the Laurasia continent. As a reward, he has received a large amount of skill experience. The system notifies him that the surveying skill has been upgraded by 2 levels, reaching intermediate surveying level 3 and adding land costs appraisal and subterranean scanning. The system once again notifies him that the design skill has been upgraded by 2 levels, achieving intermediate design level 3 and introducing map printing, floor plan marking, and 2D 3D simulation mode. He receives other notifications indicating that his approval rating with the Baron has increased by +5, as well as with the Baroness, Javier, Byron, and the townspeople, all by +5, except with the townspeople, which is +3. His current RP reaches 13. He smiles and says all done. Now, on to the next stage. Meanwhile, in the Locona Viscounty, Viscount Locona exclaims, "What's that reclaimed land migration incentives?" He angrily slams his hand on the table. The administrator confirms that they are providing the land for free with full protection for 3 years. However, in exchange, the residents must live there for 5 years, and migration is being restricted. Viscount Locona responds, saying which means the residents will spend the last 2 years furiously cultivating the land, and they'll be the owners. It's their land. He thinks about the Marty's wetlands becoming the golden goose laying her golden eggs and feels a pang of jealousy, realizing it was his land and half of it belonged to him. He places his hand on his belly, which shines. Determined not to give up this fertile land, he calls the administrator again and instructs them to bring in the supervisor of the dye workshop. A few days later, in the morning, Lloyd Frontra wakes up in his bed and wonders why his head hurts so much. He contemplates if all the long days have finally caught up with him. Despite the pain, he realizes he can't just roll around in bed and needs to organize the sections and distribution allotment. He calls Javier to get up, informing him that he's heading to work. He questions why Javier looks so out of it and asks if he's also that tired. Javier, holding his head, gets up and mentions that this has never happened before, and the headache is quite severe. He thinks for a moment, considering if it can't be that. Yes. Emily, the maid of the Baron's estate, enters the room and apologizes, mentioning that she has had a bad headache since early in the morning. Mr. Punning Allop, a village farmer, also holds his head and informs them that it's not just him. His wife and little ones all have headaches. As he carries cow food on his shoulder, Michael, the farm boy in charge of the cows, adds that the cows have stopped drinking water since yesterday, risking dehydration. Lloyd Frontra and Javier come out into the village. Lloyd Frontra observes that it's affecting everyone in the village and animals are avoiding water. He thinks he knew it. The water must be causing this. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledges that one of the strongest weapons he has right now is his knowledge of this world, similar to the Book Knight of Blood and Fire. However, he also realizes that after the wild ant incident, there are things that don't appear in the novel. Considering Viscount Lacona's possible interest in reclaiming the Merritt's wetland, he did some research into those individuals and uncovered something noteworthy. He contemplates that the Lacona region's primary source of income lies in their mysterious dyeing technology and the Ladona berry used for their dye. Realizing the potential impact, he becomes angry and directs abuses toward Lacona. The scene then shifts to the palace, where Arcos Frontra inquires about what was just said. The brown-haired person explains that it shouldn't have been difficult for him to understand. They demand half of the reclaimed Marty's wetlands, and in return, they will cease dumping their dye wastewater. Arcos Frontra reacts, stating that what they are doing is blackmail. The brown-haired person acknowledges it as blackmail, and when confronted about not fearing the law, he confidently replies that they are prepared to face legal consequences. He suggests Arcos Frontra could take him to court before Viscount Locona. Arcos Frontra, expressing his anger, questions whether the brown-haired person is not afraid of the law. He vows to formally take him to court before Viscount Locona, slamming his hands on the table. Unperturbed, the brown-haired person insists Arcos Frontra should go ahead and take legal action, asserting that he may even win. However, he points out that it will take at least 2 years for a verdict, and with legal fees and the cost of obtaining new drinking water, will Arcos Frontra be able to hold out for so long? Meanwhile, they both stand up, and the brown-haired man says well then, he looks forward to his wise decision. Lloyd Frontra firmly states that his son and his people have invested blood and sweat into the land, and he will not give a lowlife like the brown-haired man a single inch of it. In response, the brown-haired man bows down in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Lloyd Frontra and Javier open the door and swiftly subdue him, causing him to fall. Lloyd Frontra then reveals that it seems their parasitic neighbors have been tampering with their river water. He bows and suggests discussing countermeasures. The brown-haired person, angered, questions if he just insulted his master. He replies that he scared him, expressing surprise that parasite scum could understand humans. In response, the brown-haired person draws his sword and declares in anger that he has insulted the honor of this knight twice. In the name of Kernot, he challenges Lloyd Frontra to a duel. They both go out and engage in a duel. Lloyd Frontra repeatedly strikes the brown-haired man's head with a shovel, causing him to cry out and plead for mercy, saying he yields and begging Lloyd Frontra to stop hitting him. Lloyd Frontra agrees, stating that he's satisfied, but then mentions that it's for treating the Baron with disrespect and continues hitting him again and again. Arcos Frontra excitedly questions him about why he's still attacking when the duel is over. Javier observes the Baron, noting that he has never seen him like this. After some time, the brown-haired man returns and meets Viscount Locona. The Viscount comments that he told the man to go blackmail them, and instead, he received a beating. The brown-haired man pleads for forgiveness, but Viscount Locona, turning his mustaches, thinks for a moment and then says to wait a minute. He states that it's good work and that the only thing the Baron can do now is take them to court. Viscount Locona suggests that they can frame it as an assault by a reckless aristocrat, adding 4 years to the whole process, and he laughs. After a while, Lloyd Frontra laughs and expresses that he probably understands what Viscount Locona is thinking. However, he asserts that the Frontra barony will never engage in something so wasteful. He declares that they will overcome the situation through their own means, emphasizing that they've worked this land with their blood, sweat, and tears. He states their commitment to protecting it from the evil of greed. Lloyd Frontra outlines their plan. First, they will address the drinking water problem by constructing a reservoir. They dig a hole to store water, and Hameng fills the pond. Lloyd Frontra envisions humans bringing water from an upstream location before it becomes polluted. The system notifies him that Hameng's skill is at level 3. Javier observes the pond and acknowledges it as a good solution. However, he notes that neither he nor Hameng will be able to rest for even a day. Lloyd Frontra agrees, acknowledging that this is only a temporary solution. He reveals their intention to construct a water supply system and build infrastructure to bring in water from Lake Capua in the eastern mountains. Javier asserts that the distance is considerable and only the labor involved would be beneficial. He responds, acknowledging it as a significant loss, but assures that he will ensure a substantial fee for the construction. He claims to be aiming for a 10, perhaps even 100 times, profit as he walks away. Several months later, the scene shifts. Viscount Locona examines some documents and becomes irritated, biting his nails. He questions how such a situation could occur, and the administrator informs him that Baron Frontra's eldest son is requesting an audience. Viscount Locona, in frustration, shouts that he is busy and instructs them to leave. The administrator insists that they are here to assist with any problems he may be facing. Lloyd arrives to meet him and expresses surprise at how well Viscount Locona looks. Viscount Locona asks what he wants, and Lloyd replies, asking if he still needs to hear that they've come to help him with his problems. Viscount inquires about the nonsense he is talking about and states that he doesn't have any problems. Lloyd insists, suggesting that perhaps he could help save his crumbling dye workshop. Viscount Locona accuses him of being the one who ruined his dye workshop. Calmly seated on the sofa, Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that it was quite an undertaking, truth be told. He expresses gratitude for the wastewater he deliberately discharged into their water supply, necessitating the importation of water all the way from Lake Capua. Initially, they had no idea that he had intentionally dumped wastewater, and it was his lovely knight who was kind enough to inform them of this. Lloyd continues, recounting how they dug out a path from the lake to their land, laid down the pipes, buried them, and encountered various challenges along the way. Viscount Locona, expressing frustration, dismisses the idle chatter, demanding to know what he did to his dye workshop while tapping his hand on the table in anger. Lloyd replies, stating that he is impatient and urges him to hold on as he is getting to that part. Continuing, he describes the situation where they encountered an enormous valley in the middle of their route. Lloyd then poses a rhetorical question, asking what Viscount Locona thinks they did, emphasizing that they had no other choice. According to him, they had to erect a Roman-style aqueduct, and significant effort was put into blasting out limestone for use as building material. Meanwhile, he mentions that some of the limestone accidentally covered the bottom of the valley floor, exposing the entire limestone bedrock. Viscount Locona interrupts, shouting, demanding to know the relevance of all this to his dye workshop. He responds, explaining that the water from that valley flows down to his workshop, and it's the lime in the water that has ruined all of his clothes. Viscount Locona, in anger, shouts about fearing the law and threatens to sue him at the royal court. The response indicates that it would take at least 2 years for a verdict, questioning whether anyone would remember his goods by then. Viscount Locona verbally abuses him, calling him a good-for-nothing brat. In conclusion, he states that if he has addressed his queries about his problems, he will be taking his leave. Viscount Locona warns him that he has messed with the wrong man, boasting about his connections at the royal court. He threatens to make him pay for damages many times over. Lloyd Frontra expresses confusion, stating that there is something he does not understand and asks Javier to clarify. Javier explains that all he did was provoke and infuriate Viscount Locona, predicting that the Viscount will likely continue the legal battle until the bitter end. He notes that Viscount Locona has numerous connections in the capital, and if a legal battle ensues, it will be costly. Lloyd acknowledges and tells Javier to wait, saying they'll see who has more to lose. 1 month later, Viscount Locona bows down and admits wrongdoing, pleading for help to save his dye workshop. Lloyd questions if his affluent connections advised him that he couldn't win the case, considering he had already lost when his man admitted to intentional misbehavior. Viscount Locona admits imprudence and expresses deep regret. Lloyd, uninterested in his words, considers the situation. Viscount Locona persists, emphasizing how he is laying down his pride and begging for help. Meanwhile, he responds, questioning the value of what Viscount Locona calls pride. He asks if it is worth even 1/10 of a gold piece, stating that he would sell it 1,000, no, even 10,000 times over. He clarifies that he does not seek an apology. All he wants is a simple signature. If Viscount Locona signs the document, they can begin supplying water to his workshop within a week, and he will receive a contract. Viscount Locona screams, arguing that the price is excessively high and questions how one can put a price on water. He points out the irony, noting that the person who taught him that water is not free was Viscount Locona himself. After a while, he approaches his father, Arcos Frontra, who inquires if they are indeed receiving such a large sum every month while examining the contract. He affirms this, mentioning that the Viscount even signed it himself. He remarks that with this money, they can repay all the interest and still have some left over. He applauds and acknowledges the Viscount's generosity, laughing and reflecting that although the Viscount initiated the conflict, it ultimately brought positive results for their people and their lord. However, now the Viscount seems almost like the devil. He continues to laugh, contemplating that the contract lacks a specified end date. This implies that they will be extracting resources from the Viscount until the day he dies, metaphorically capturing him with chains. He asserts that even long after the Viscount's demise, they will continue to exploit that bloodline for generations, emphasizing that he cannot let the Viscount escape with just a slap on the wrist. He contemplates that if he could exchange his blood vessels for money, he would rip it all right out of him. Arcos Frontra interrupts, saying that he has some good news to share, and asks why his face appears unsettling, stating that he's scaring him. The person replies with an apology, explaining that he is just so happy about the contract. Arcos Frontra proceeds to discuss the old, beat-up treasure received from the Orc tribe, mentioning that Count Cremo has expressed interest in purchasing it for a handsome price. The person responds, expressing confusion as someone as influential as Count Cremo could easily acquire similar items brand new. Arcos Frontra agrees, stating he doesn't know all the details but shares that Count Cremo intends to use them to construct a statue. The scene shifts to Cremo, City of Commerce, where Count Cremo stands near a window and observes the bulge in the river. A giant monster, Gigotitan, emerges from the water and lets out a roar. Javier states that they will be leaving in 1 week and the waterworks in Lacona will be finished around then to minimize expenses. He mentions that he only wants about 10 men to accompany them. Arcos Frontra, understanding Lloyd's preference, continues to cut the branches of a tree. Javier reassures him not to worry, as he will closely monitor Master Lloyd. He then reflects on a past incident when a knight from Viscount Lacona attempted to blackmail him into giving away half of the reclaimed Merit's wetlands. In the past, he would have been terrified and simply handed it over. However, after observing Lloyd's efforts and the people involved, he has found some courage of his own. He admits to having an indecisive and incompetent lord. Javier contradicts this, asserting that it's not true. He emphasizes that Arcos Frontra has always been the kindest and warmest person, more so than anyone else. Meanwhile, Arcos Frontra looks at him and smiles, expressing appreciation for his words. However, he adds that he can't claim to be a good lord solely based on those compliments. He believes a leader should possess firm principles and be willing to take action, just like Lloyd is doing at present. Javier reflects on Lloyd's apparent principle being money, but refrains from vocalizing it, contemplating whether pursuing wealth is truly a bad thing. Javier stands up and announces that his mission is no longer to monitor Lloyd. From now on, he requests to be entrusted with protecting Lloyd, the heir of the land. Javier agrees, stating that he will do as requested. He privately thinks that Lloyd Frontra has miraculously managed to revive his lord's fortunes, yet he could never end up liking him. Arcos Frontra inquires about Javier's aspirations for the future, offering assistance with anything he can. Javier reveals his desire to become a knight and protect his lord. He laughs and expresses gratitude, thanking him very much. He mentions that he managed to survive that harsh winter all alone, so he is confident he will become the world's strongest knight. The Baron then presented him with a wooden sword that he had carved himself, emphasizing the uniqueness of that wooden sword. He laughs again, stating that an orphan like him can become a knight, and he can keep dreaming and try again in his next life. He places the wooden sword on the stairs and breaks it. Afterward, Javier returns to his room, removes his coat, and looks at the broken wooden sword, which he hangs on the wall. He reflects that he could never end up liking him. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra becomes excited, welcoming his dear customer and expressing gratitude for seeking out Frontra lullaby services once again. He mentions that he can't live without him anymore, asserting that he has become addicted. He adds a threat, stating that if his instructions are not followed, he could suspend his services. Javier responds, noting that he says the same thing every time and suggests they just begin. Despite his expectations to dislike Lloyd, he observes that Lloyd seems like a completely different person. Lloyd Frontra utters the phrase Red Sun, intending to activate the sleep-inducing command. However, Javier is already asleep, and he contemplates hating himself for thinking Lloyd is a decent person. While he also falls asleep, a brown-haired man secretly sneaks into their room through the window. The intruder blames Lord Lloyd Frontra for something and attempts to stab him, commanding him to die. Javier quickly wakes up, throws his pillow away, and rushes to block the attack, drawing his sword. In the scuffle, Javier manages to cut the brown-haired person's sword and grabs and throws him onto the floor. Lloyd Frontra also wakes up during the commotion. The following morning, soldiers commence their work to install the pipes, with Lloyd Frontra standing nearby and emphasizing the importance of safety first. Javier approaches and informs him that they handed the man over to Viscount Lacona. Lloyd acknowledges it as good work, but Javier reveals that the man targeted him specifically. Lloyd explains that Viscount Lacona has been paying a lot for the water, suggesting that he probably fired the man first. He admits that he would have done the same, given his high payment, despite being regularly beaten up by the neighboring brat. The man sought revenge against him for this reason. Lloyd comments on the small-minded thinking of such individuals. Javier questions if this means that Lloyd was expecting such an incident, to which Lloyd clarifies that not exactly, but he thought something like this could happen. Javier then suggests it was complacent of him to not take any precautions, adding that he always plans for every eventuality. Javier thinks to himself that Lloyd seems to consider and plan for all possibilities in advance. Lloyd Frontra asks what he is talking about and mentions that he has him beside him, so what other precautions does he need to take? He attributes his ability to move around freely to Javier, expressing trust in him. He asks him to consider the fact that a 5-year-old boy who lost his village in a monster attack managed to survive the winter with Javier's help. He points out that the boy is now standing there as a knight, questioning if there is anything more dependable than that. Feeling awkward, he wonders why Javier doesn't say something and regrets being so cringe. Javier, in his thoughts, expresses self-disdain for thinking that way. Lloyd Frontra laughs and remarks that it was a very Javier-like reaction, laughing again. Javier considers Lloyd Frontra to be a decent man, and the system notifies him that Javier Esrahan is finally releasing his long-term resentment, resulting in a 15-point increase in his approval rating. His approval rating then increases by an additional 6 points. The system informs him that he has earned 320 RP for significantly improving his relationship, bringing his current RP to 1675. Lloyd Frontra mentions that they will finish building the waterworks by tomorrow and suggests going to Cremo to earn a substantial profit. Lloyd Frontra sits behind Javier on a horse and dozes off. After some time, he wakes up and asks if Javier hit him just now. Javier denies it. He questions if Javier is sure because it feels like it. Javier responds by asking if he saw him do it. Lloyd Frontra suggests that he thought to himself call himself noble, and he can't even ride a horse, and finds it annoying, leading him to hit Javier. Javier remarks that it's incredible, as it seems Lloyd can now read minds. Lloyd persists, asking if Javier admits to hitting him. Javier firmly denies it, stating he wouldn't dream of doing such a thing. Lloyd dismisses it, calling Javier petty, and instructs everyone to stop. He jumps down from the horse and asks Javier to teach him how to ride. Javier refuses, stating he's a knight, not a horse-riding instructor. The system notifies that what Javier truly meant is that he admires Lloyd's attitude to strive to learn what he doesn't know. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra issues an order, and the system notifies that what Lloyd truly means is that he's determined to work hard. Working hard comes easily to him, and he believes he'll give his best effort. Javier also dismounts from the horse, questioning Lloyd about what he just said. The system attributes Lloyd's positive mindset to Javier's kindness, describing his heart and soul as that of an angel. Lloyd, annoyed, tells the status window to stop being noisy and calls it a nonsense translator, attracting the attention of everyone present. Javier asks what's wrong all of a sudden and questions if Lloyd has lost his mind. The status window repeats Javier's inquiry about what's wrong all of a sudden and if Lloyd has lost his mind. As Lloyd looks at the status window, another notification appears, stating that rumors about him building the first waterworks on this continent are spreading rapidly. His reputation as an engineer has increased, and his name will be remembered in the construction history of both the kingdom and the continent. His reputation as an engineer has increased, and his name will be remembered in the construction history of both the kingdom and the continent. The system notifies him about a bonus of plus 600 RP, bringing his current RP to 2275. Excitement fills him as he realizes that this is a jackpot, indicating the potential to secure even more significant construction projects in the future. He understands that reputation translates to money, and money means a sweet retirement with a golden future awaiting him. The system notifies him again, suggesting that he has truly lost his mind. Javier, observing Lloyd's shifting emotions, asks if he has lost his mind, going from anger to laughter in a short span. Irritated by the constant messages, Lloyd sits on the horse while Javier walks in front, holding its reins. Lloyd reflects that the journey to Cremo was definitely not a short one, and as they approached, winter drew near, causing them to reach Cremo only in midwinter. After a while, they arrive in Cremo, and Count Cremo warmly greets Lloyd, thanking him for making the long journey. Count Cremo introduces himself as the lord of the place. Lloyd Frontra bows respectfully, expressing humble greetings and identifying himself as a member of the Frontra family. Count Cremo chuckles, noting that Lloyd is quite different from what he had imagined. Count Cremo had heard rumors about Lloyd being a talented builder, expecting someone with a rough countenance. However, he finds Lloyd's appearance to be remarkably noble, even suggesting he could pass for royalty. Count Cremo playfully asks if Lloyd is engaged, and if not, he should consider his daughter. Lloyd politely excuses himself, prompting Count Cremo to shout about the perceived insolence, questioning how a mere servant dares to interrupt the conversation between nobles. The system laughs, mocking the reference to Lloyd as a servant and finding amusement in the situation. Count Cremo laughs, acknowledging that he may have caused offense, and sincerely apologizes, urging Lloyd not to be offended. They both take their seats. Lloyd responds, saying it's fine and okay. The system notifies that the fault lies with Lloyd's face, prompting laughter. Lloyd contemplates that if he could, he would beat the system right up. Count Cremo adds that it's partly Lloyd's fault for having a face resembling that of a servant, and Lloyd silently wishes for him to stop. Thinking about Count Cremo, the influential figure in the Night of Blood and Iron in the City of Commerce, Javier becomes a wanted criminal after dealing with moneylenders Shiloh and Meatloaf. Javier goes into hiding and is eventually arrested by Count Cremo. Despite this, the Count recognizes Javier's character and integrity from their brief interaction and provides considerable support in various ways. Count Cremo expresses a desire to purchase Lloyd's jewels for decorating the statue they plan to place in the sea. Lloyd responds with surprise, questioning the idea of putting a statue in the sea. Count Cremo elaborates, mentioning that trade in Cremo has been on the decline. He explains that a few years ago, a Gigotitan began appearing just off the coast from their port. Although they haven't suffered direct damages, the mere presence of the Gigotitan instills fear. Lloyd recalls reading about this situation where they had no effective means to attack it in the water, rendering even the Navy powerless. Reflecting on the decline of Cremo, he faced a crisis. Lloyd had hoped that Javier would do something to help, but after a series of attempts, the matter concluded without a clear resolution, leaving uncertainty about a potential Season 2. Lloyd initially believed he knew everything about the place from the book, but he now realizes that even the parts that weren't fully explained are unfolding in reality. Count Cremo reveals that he conducted extensive research to drive the Gigotitan away. During this process, he made a significant discovery about mermaids, the formidable warriors who rule over the seas. He explains that mermaids are the objects of fear for the Gigotitan because they have the ability to kill them. Realizing this, Count Cremo contemplated building a statue of a mermaid in the sea to deter the Gigotitan. However, he has now abandoned that idea. Lloyd inquires about his change of plans. Count Cremo clarifies that if they raise the seabed to construct the statue, the water depth will not be sufficient for boats. Although Count Cremo assures Lloyd that he no longer has any use for the idea, he makes a promise and intends to buy the jewels. Lloyd Frontra refuses, insisting that he can't allow Count Cremo to take a loss and urges him not to buy the jewels. He responds that he won't sell the treasure. Lloyd Frontra assures him that he is willing to sell the treasure, and at a high price if possible. Additionally, he offers to build the statue without disturbing the water level in the sea channels. He contemplates using a combination of friction piles and box caissons to achieve this. Lloyd Frontra and Javier sit in a boat and navigate the river. Lloyd puts his face underwater to scan the surroundings. Assessing the flat seabed with a thick sedimentary layer, he notes the right amount of softness in the bedrock. Lloyd Frontra asks why Javier looks so happy when he takes his face out of the water. Javier apologizes, explaining that it's the first time someone suffering has made him so happy. He hands water glasses to Javier and mentions taking measurements. He casually asks if the contract is okay. He insists not to change the subject. Javier expresses his skepticism, stating that he can't imagine building up the ground vertically from the seabed unless magic is used. Lloyd Frontra responds that it is a kind of magic, referring to the magic of cement. He ponders how to create cement in this world, considering that with Roman-style cement, he should be able to do it. Upon reaching the other bank of the river, Javier offers a hand to help Lloyd Frontra out of the boat, advising him to be careful and not to watch his step. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges Javier's banter, remarking that it has reached a sword master's level, and playfully asks if Javier is a banter master. As they converse, a girl arrives and inquires if he is Master Lloyd Frontra. She mentions having something to give him and holds a letter in her hands. Lloyd Frontra questions who she is, pondering her identity. She introduces herself as Christine, Count Cremo's daughter, mentioning that she saw him walking through the mansion courtyard yesterday. Blushing, she hands Javier a love letter, requesting him to accept it. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that he was somewhat expecting this and thinks it's fine. That's just how it is, he guesses. Javier takes the letter and places it inside his jacket. Christine leaves, expressing satisfaction that he has accepted it. As they prepare to continue, Lloyd Frontra stops Javier, accusing him of being abusive. Javier is puzzled, asking what he's talking about. Lloyd Frontra expresses annoyance at how Javier acted like nothing happened after receiving the love letter. Javier is confused and questions what's wrong with that. Lloyd Frontra becomes angry, pointing out that Javier took the love letter and put it away as if it were nothing. Javier, still not understanding, asks what's wrong with that. Lloyd Frontra, irritated, looks at Javier strangely, puts his hand on his face, and questions if he has never received a love letter before. In response, Javier apologizes and offers words of encouragement, telling Lloyd Frontra to take strength. The system window notifies him that Javier sincerely wishes him the best. Lloyd Frontra reflects that he is not jealous, not even a little bit, because he is going to be rich and make so much money. After a while, Lloyd Frontra sits on a chair angrily and Count Cremo arrives, asking what's up with his face. Quickly adjusting his expression, Lloyd Frontra apologizes, stating that he is focused on his work. Count Cremo observes that he gave him a shock, noting the intensity in his eyes. He mentions that while he managed to gather most of the materials without difficulty, obtaining volcanic ash is proving challenging. Lloyd Frontra thinks about the significance of volcanic ash as one of the key ingredients for Roman cement. He acknowledges the advantages of Roman cement, citing the lasting structures from 2,000 years ago, showcasing its durability ahead of its time. He contemplates the difficulty of obtaining volcanic ash, realizing that the best option would be to go to a volcano. However, considering the time it would take, he deems it impractical, as he can't wait that long. Lloyd Frontra reassures Count Cremo, expressing confidence in finding another solution. He decides it's time for Plan B, opting to give up on Roman cement and instead make Portland cement. After a while, he sits down and writes a letter, contemplating that Portland cement gave rise to their modern cement. While he has a general idea of how to make it, the details elude him. Determined, he decides that he must rely on brawn and commit to experimenting with various combinations if he lacks the brains. Later, Lloyd Frontra placed some stones on the table, marked a cross on paper, and reflected that sample 129 failed. He believes he's close to figuring it out, but needs to fine-tune the mixing ratio. Contemplating further, he considers that the drying process might be a factor and decides to add 4 more combinations. He expresses confidence that applying 12 ratios will yield success. Unexpectedly, Pipodong comes behind Hamang and Bangul. Pipodong jumps on his shoulder, hugging him. Lloyd Frontra tells them he's busy and to go for a walk without him. Hamang and Bangul also jump on him despite his plea, showing affection. An overwhelmed Lloyd Frontra protests that he can't because he's too busy. They persist, shaking their heads. Frustrated, he screams that he told them he is engaged. Just then, he recalls his pet dog. The story shifts into a flashback as he witnesses his dog's death and attends its funeral. Sitting near the lifeless body, he weeps, feeling remorseful for not brushing its fur one more time and not playing with it more. At that moment, he recognizes that he is the last member of his family. Returning to the present, he picks up Hamang, Pipodong, and Bangul, hugging them tightly. He declares that they are more important than his research. Walking with them, he reflects on his behavior, admitting to being an awful person. The 3 of them look at him. He confesses that despite everything going well, he has treated them like machines, realizing he is the biggest moron in the world and would have had many regrets. Halting and sitting down near them, he expresses gratitude, acknowledging that the positive change is all thanks to them. They respond happily. The system window notifies that the fantastical creature confesses his sincere feelings and considers him a part of their family, and the relationship level with the fantastical creatures is described as a master-servant relationship. He looks at the system window, surprised by the revelation. It further informs him about the relationship level with the fantastical creatures, his status as a gang member, a new upgrade for the fantastical creatures, and the opportunity to add new skills for them, with the required RP being 500. He remarks this is an unexpected bonus. Pipodong, Hamang, and Bangul also begin chirping. He inquires if they want Bangul to acquire the new skills. He then agrees, saying okay if that's what they want. He believes that regardless of the skill, he can surely find a use for it, and besides, it's what they desire anyway. The system window notifies that the fantastical creature upgrade is activated. Please choose one of the creatures. Bangul starts upgrading, and huge lights emerge. The system window informs that Bangul has successfully leveled up and upgraded to level +1. As a reward, Bangul has received a new skill, Chomping Dirt at level 3. It further notifies about other skills gained, including Accelerated Dirt Digestion at level 3, Steel Dung Launcher at level 3, and Volcanic Blast at level 1. He is shocked to see this. The system window notifies that the volcanic blast is at level 1. He exclaims that's awesome. After a while at Cremo, the city of commerce nestled between the mountains, an explosion occurs. Everyone turns to look at that side and is shocked. Count Cremo also witnesses the event from the window. Meanwhile, Bengal transforms into a larger size, leaving Lloyd and Javier astonished. He utilizes his skill to examine some particulars and concludes that it's ash, real volcanic ash right there. He asks if Javier sees that, stating it's an absolute gift now, but Javier does not respond. He asks if Javier has gone deaf, to which Javier asks what. He apologizes, realizing he forgot to instruct Javier to cover his ears. He repeats his question, and Javier, still unclear, asks what. He exclaims loudly that he is ugly. Javier retorts that he is not as ugly as he is. Frustrated, he asks if Javier can hear him or not. Javier, still perplexed, asks what. He acknowledges that thanks to Bengal, they have quickly resolved their cement problem and states that the key to construction is speed. Let's begin. He explains that the first stage involves building and installing a giant diaper to filter volcanic ash. There are 5 layers of mesh at the end of the diaper to catch the ash. He comes to the city with Bengal. He covers his ears and says it's going to blow. They all cover their ears and it blows. He then thinks that they should activate Bengal's volcanic blast. He announces again that one more time it's going to blow. Everyone stands there, covering their ears. Count Cremo thinks he can see that he's not an ordinary engineer. He has never heard of these techniques and summoning creatures either. Lloyd believes that in this project he will keep a close eye on him, and then he will give a detailed report to His Majesty the King. He rubs his face with Bengal and thinks that if the rumors are true, then it's a waste to keep him in the backwoods. He believes that once the ingredients for cement have been gathered, it's time for stage 2, making a caisson to pour the cement into and placing it in the sea. He thinks that he will use Hamming's one shot to remove all the water from the caisson, and stage 3 involves covering the bottom of the caisson with friction posts. Javier places a hammer on his shoulder and inquires when the next posts will be received. He says to wait a moment, explaining that they are working hard to deliver them, and he wears a smiling face. Javier asks about the expression, to which he responds that he was contemplating how compliant he has been. He notes that he didn't even utter his usual statement, asserting that he is a knight and questioning why he should perform such tasks. Javier gazes at him, walks away, and remarks that he is a knight, questioning why he should be the one hammering. The other person states that he is the knight escorting him. He adds that if the posts are not hammered in, they won't earn any money, won't be able to clear their debts, and if he succumbs to stress, the Baron will be saddened. Moreover, if he becomes bedridden, the Baroness might also fall ill. Javier glances back at him and Lloyd, who is binding his hand and pleads to protect his family while expressing his willingness to help them. He then steps back and commences working, striking the hammer on the wood block. He contemplates that after completing his regular coaching session with Javier, he will utilize Bengal's steel dung launcher to construct the steel frame. He envisions that ultimately, the long-awaited cement will be poured, the caisson will be dismantled once the cement has hardened, and the artificial sea platform will be complete. Standing alongside Count Cremo, he observes the platform and remarks that it is 50 centimeters higher than the water level at high tide. He suggests that placing a mermaid statue there will create the illusion of it floating. He expresses some doubt, saying that honestly, he can't believe it and questions whether the foundation can truly withstand the weight of the statue. If he does succeed, he assures that he won't be disappointed with the construction fees. He then proceeds to descend. After a while, some boats gather around a golden statue, and people enjoy a party inside the ships. Lloyd Frontra wears a tie and remarks that it is so uncomfortable. He asks Javier how he puts up with these clothes. Javier responds, acting as if it is his first time wearing them, and recalls seeing him wearing similar attire at events from time to time. He notes that it's been a while and thinks Javier looks sharp. Count Cremo announces attention. Everyone, please look over here. This is the young man who made this statue a reality. People praise him and express their admiration for a job well done. The crowd surrounds Javier, ignoring Lloyd Frontra. Someone comments that Javier is so poised, while another person remarks that his face is perfect, as is his talent. Another individual asks if they can shake his hand. Lloyd Frontra believes he is smarter than most. He anticipated that they would all flock over there. He is definitely not jealous and prefers fast money transfers to compliments. Javier, however, finds that look not very pleasant. He becomes lost, avoids eye contact, and stops pitying him. Count Cremo laughs and attributes the attention to Lloyd Frontra's face. He wonders why this guy always follows up with a two-hit combo. Count Cremo places his hand on Lloyd Frontra's shoulder and announces to everyone that this is the man who made the sea platform. They are all shocked, and someone remarks that they thought he was a servant. The partygoers begin to enjoy the celebration. Just then, a lobster arrives, sees the boat, and moves toward it. He declares that there's only one, and they plan to kill it. On the boat, people surround Lloyd Frontra, while Javier enjoys snakes. The girls on the ship start to feel affection for Javier. Sitting on the edge of the ship, Javier holds a wine glass, feeling the chill. Lloyd Frontra approaches and inquires about what he is doing, commenting that he looks like a statue or something. Javier turns his face, clarifying that he doesn't mean he looks as good as a great statue, and asks if Javier is ignoring him. Javier mentions that he senses something approaching. When asked what it is, Javier admits he doesn't know exactly, but it is extraordinarily swift. Lloyd Frontra then questions the size of the approaching object, and Javier states it's about twice the size of the ship, slightly bigger than Hamming, which is the largest. Suddenly, a giant lobster comes into view. Javier quickly approaches Count Cremo and whispers that it seems the Gigotitan is approaching. He insists they must inform the passengers and evacuate everyone. Count Cremo calls Sir Genevan and asks if he detects anything strange far out in the sea. Sir Genevan looks around and states that he does not. Count Cremo informs Lloyd Frontra that Sir Genevan has pretty much reached the Sword Master status. His senses are extremely sharp and they can trust him. Count Cremo thinks that Javier is even stronger, being the main character, and wonders how to persuade him. Count Cremo reassures them not to worry. In the last few years, the Gigotitan has never come this close, and there's no reason why it would suddenly attack. However, he acknowledges that there may be a reason now and looks at the statues. Count Cremo stares at him, and Sir Genevan says he doesn't understand why they are saying these things, but his senses are telling him nothing is wrong. Count Cremo orders the anchors to be raised, and the boats move away from the statue as the Gigotitan approaches. Workers start moving the ships, urging others to hurry. Observing this, Javier comments that it is taking too long. Lloyd Frontra instructs him to take care of the anchor. Javier quickly moves and jumps into the water with his sword, and Lloyd Frontra frees Pipodong, telling him they need him. Pipodong eats almonds, grows bigger, and lands on the statues. Javier goes down and cuts the anchor with a sword using a mana blast chop. Pipodong also cuts the ropes with his sharp teeth, freeing the ships. Javier proceeds to cut the anchors of other boats one by one. Suddenly, the Gigotitan approaches from behind, and Javier thinks it has sped up. The ships begin to spread out, but the Gigotitan attacks a ship, causing passengers to float in the water. Pipodong sits, hugging the statue, but the Gigotitan breaks it. Javier emerges from the water with his fiery sword and catches Lloyd Frontra from falling. The statue explodes and starts falling into the town, causing destruction, and people become scared. Due to the ship's break, individuals start drowning and scream for help. Someone asks about Ellen's whereabouts. Lloyd Frontra says they can't save all these people. He summons Hamming and instructs him to use one-shot power. Hamming jumps into the sea and starts drinking water. The Gigotitan enters the town and destroys houses. Javier notices the Gigotitan moving towards the city and insists they must stop it. He sees Lloyd Frontra sitting on a broken table, which is upside down, resembling a boat. He asks where Lloyd Frontra is going, pointing out that the Gigotitan is the other way. Lloyd Frontra responds that's why they have to run this way, calling Javier a fool. He questions whether he wants to fight that monster, and if he has lost all his bananas. Count Cremo urges everyone to hurry up, emphasizing that the sea is dangerously cold, and instructs them to get the people out of the water as soon as possible. Hamming dispels people from the water, with individuals calling for help. People on the ships throw ladders to assist and say, "Grab onto this." Meanwhile, the Gigotitan attacks the town, and residents run for help. Lloyd Frontra questions why Javier is just standing there and tells him to come on already. He asks if Javier is ignoring all the people who are in danger. Lloyd Frontra states that they came to make money, not to fight sea monsters or keep the peace. He points out that the city has its own army and artillery, so they will be fine on their own. Lloyd Frontra thinks that in moments of crisis, Javier has shown great ingenuity and a resolve not to give up and not turn his back on those who are struggling. However, Lloyd Frontra argues that they are busy with their own matters and question why they have to protect someone else's city. He suggests that running away is the rational thing to do. Javier reflects that in the end, he realizes this is truly who he is. The system window notifies that Javier's approval rating has decreased by 5 points, but his approval rating is now plus 1 point. It also indicates that his relationship with an important character has worsened, but he assures that they won't lose RP for this, and the current RP is 19-1. Javier takes out his sword and declares that he could never do that. Lloyd Frontra advises him to stop trying to be righteous all the time, emphasizing that if he goes back there, he will die. He transforms his sword into a skateboard, utilizes mana blast power, and jumps into the sea. On the other side, people in the castle declare that the cannons are ready and fire. They attack the Gigotitan, and a soldier remarks that it did not even flinch. The Gigotitan's body breaks from the side, and it advances to attack them, destroying everything in its path. It resolves to kill the mermaid, prompting people to start running to save their lives. A man falls down while running, and the Gigotitan moves its leg to attack him. Javier employs his sword with a mana blast and attacks the Gigotitan, wondering if his mana blast slice will bounce off. He falls but quickly moves again, evading the Gigotitan's counterattack. The Gigotitan attempts to attack Javier, but he swiftly moves back to save himself. As it moves to attack again, Javier thinks he can't dodge this and falls back. The Gigotitan moves its horn to attack Javier, who thinks he has tied it up, and this is enough. He acknowledges that he knows he will never beat this kind of monster, and he may even die here, but he refuses to die before ensuring the safety of the people. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra attempts to row the table boat and remarks that it's not like he is some overpowered character. Even if he has RP, it's all construction related, and there's nothing he can do. He questions what he could do even if he went back there, stating that he is human too, and it breaks his heart when the city gets destroyed and people get hurt. He emphasizes that it's not like there's anything he can do. He contemplates that if he runs away like this, the city will be destroyed, and if he leaves it to be destroyed, their construction fee payments will be delayed. Lloyd Frontra instructs Bengal to head back, acknowledging that their construction fee payments will be delayed. Bengal uses the volcanic blast, becomes bigger, and moves toward the city with Lloyd Frontra on his back. Lloyd Frontra curses, saying he is dead meat, the damn oversized lobster. Meanwhile, Javier attempts to fight back against the Gigotitan. He jumps, uses Mana Blast, and thinks it's still an animal after all, so its weak spot must be its eyes. He pushes the sword into its eyes, and just then, Hamang arrives and attacks it. The Gigotitan throws Hamang back, and he falls on Lloyd Frontra's head. Lloyd Frontra asks how dare he mess with his cash flow. Javier moves to attack, thinking that now is his chance. He attacks with fire, but it has no effect, making him believe it's impossible. He can't get through here either. He struggles to find anywhere to attack it properly, realizing he thought he could win initially, but now he doesn't see a way yet. Wondering why he feels so calm, he attributes it to Master Lloyd's return, interpreting his return as a sign that there is a way to beat it. The scene shifts to 2.5 minutes earlier, with Lloyd Frontra riding on Pipodong's back, instructing not to get too close and to take them around so it can't detect them. They reach near the Gigotitan, and Lloyd Frontra thinks he needs to find its weak spot. Javier continues to attack it repeatedly, and Lloyd Frontra observes him, realizing that Javier's Mana Blast is having absolutely no effect. He wonders how it is so strong and what it is made of. He contemplates what it is made of and thinks that's it. He wonders if it is possible to survey it. He uses his skill, detects its weak spot, and thinks it's nice that even living things are made out of something. After all, they can be surveyed. He analyzes that it's a mixture of dentin and chitin, a whopping 1 meter thick. At the molecular level, it's a triple-layer honeycomb structure tightly woven together, forming a state-of-the-art armor. Javier moves to attack, and it blasts. He wonders what that is, realizing that the energy from Javier's attack migrates to a single spot. He figures out that the energy collects in its hollow horn and is then released. Determining that the first thing they need to do is cut off that horn, the system notifies simulation mode. Lloyd Frontra detects its body and identifies a spot where there's a water sac for its hydraulic claw. If they strike that area in this direction with a Mana Blast, they can destroy that thing. Javier asks what they should do. Lloyd Frontra makes gestures with his hands to indicate a slicing motion. Javier questions if he has lost all control of himself. Lloyd Frontra continues making gestures with his hands and instructs it to cut off its horn. Javier jumps from there and falls on it, thinking that even if he cuts off its horn, it won't be fatal, but Master Lloyd Frontra would never say anything he could not stand behind. He moves to attack, and Lloyd Frontra mentions that even though the horn is hollow, cutting it won't be easy. Mana circles are not all about hitting hard. Javier asks what he should do. Lloyd Frontra advises him to do it fast, even if it's weaker, emphasizing a lightning-quick approach. Javier attacks, remarking that it is easier said than done. He cuts the Gigotitan using his magic, and a huge light emanates from it. Lloyd Frontra thinks it's working, describing it as a high-frequency mana chainsaw. It was just a theory, but he knew Javier could pull it off. The Gigotitan screams, and Javier attempts to cut its horn. Lloyd Frontra orders Peepodong to attack, and Peepodong goes after the Gigotitan. Javier successfully cuts its horn. Lloyd Frontra stands on top of a house, observing this, and instructs it to aim for the area right between where its middle legs meet and from its tail toward its head at an angle. He mentions that their construction repayment won't be delayed if Javier gets in a mana blast from that direction. Javier approaches its leg to attack, but the Gigotitan counterattacks, throwing his sword away. Lloyd Frontra is shocked upon seeing this. Javier contemplates his impending doom and finds himself between Peepodong and the Gigotitan. Suddenly, Peepodong arrives, swiftly grabbing Javier and pulling him away. Lloyd Frontra excitedly praises Peepodong's intervention, and Javier apologizes to Master Peepodong, assuming he might be scolding him for his reckless behavior as he retrieves his sword from the ground. Javier gazes at the Gigotitan, expressing his determination to stay alive until they defeat it and trusting Master Lloyd's plans. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra reflects on the successful survey leading to the formulation of Plan D. Implementing the plan has been challenging due to the Gigotitan being faster than expected. Still, he believes they must persevere with Plan D until the end. He sees it as the only way to defeat the Gigotitan once and for all, combining elements of both Plan A and Plan D. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra calls Peepodong, who swiftly runs toward him. Lloyd jumps on Peepodong's back and instructs him to take him to the place he mentioned earlier. Addressing Javier, he emphasizes that the Gigotitan currently sees him as the biggest threat, and he needs to lure it along the east coast and into the woods. Javier agrees and starts running. Lloyd believes he has bought them enough time and trusts Count Cremo should have finished whatever task they assigned him. He thinks Count Cremo can handle it. The scene shifts 15 minutes earlier, where Count Cremo stands in his place and observes the Gigotitan emerging from the river. He expresses disbelief, questioning how something like this could happen. His subordinate apologizes, suggesting that if only he had detected it sooner. Count Cremo refuses to blame him, stating it's not his fault. He acknowledges his complacency and blames himself for believing that he could drive out the beast with a statue, looking at the broken statue. His subordinate asserts that no, the statue will indeed repel it, and he inquires Lloyd Frontra if he is safe while riding on Bengal. Frontra responds that the monster has come ashore to finish off the statue without a doubt. They plan to capitalize on its obsession with the statue. He mentions that Javier and he will buy some time, and he states that meanwhile he needs to go. Javier rushes to attack Gigotitan repeatedly, gasping for breath, realizing he is reaching his limit. He acknowledges he can't do any more and believes his current mission is to lure Gigotitan away, not just for the city but for the people. He makes another attempt to attack and urges everyone to give it up for the only bronze statue. Spotting a cart, Lloyd Frontra arrives with a statue, securing it with numerous strips and smiling annoyingly. Javier questions what this is, and Frontra replies to Gigotitan that he has brought its real enemy. Gigotitan roars upon seeing them. He thinks, okay, let's appreciate that reaction, and acknowledges they did a great job putting this thing back together as he observes his soldier diligently fixing the statue. From the book, he knew he could trust Count Cremo to handle this. He shouts Javier's name and declares that he'll create an opening for him to attack. Javier replies, requesting that next time he explains the entire plan. The response is a warning that there better not be a next time. Both of them run in opposite directions to launch their attacks. Gigotitan roars loudly behind the Peepodong, causing fear, and the individual flees. Simultaneously, Javier approaches from another side, leaps to attack, employs a mana blast, throws fire at Gigotitan, and strikes with full force, hurling the creature to the ground. He reflects that he has only cracked a small hole in its shell. He used his mana blast too many times, but he dismissed that as an excuse. He considers himself too weak and believes he is not strong enough to protect the people as he falls down. Lloyd Frontra arrives, commending him for the achievement and instructing him to leave the rest to him, then rushes to attack Gigotitan. Javier reflects that he exerted all the remaining energy into that last mana blast. Now he is losing consciousness and believes he can rest easy. His sword slips from his hand. Lloyd Frontra, running, shouts for Javier to leave it to him. Frontra thinks confidently because Master Lloyd said so. Rolling on Pipodong, Frontra reassures Javier that he will protect the city no matter what. He contemplates if it's possible, recalling that it's what he shouted to Javier as he dashed towards the beast. To be honest, he doesn't think it's feasible, and perhaps he can only lure the creature far away and leave it there. He considers that there's no guarantee the beast won't return, especially since the waters off Cremo are already Gigotitan's habitat, and the creature is quite intelligent. Observing Gigotitan attacking the city, he speculates that it might go berserk and seek revenge for them summoning the Marmon statue. He reconsiders, realizing that before that happens, Pipodong is already at his limit, and he can't ask him to do any more. Meanwhile, Pipodong is called by him to handle the task. Swiftly, he halts and tosses Pipodong into the river. Prepared to launch an attack, he contemplates what he can execute successfully at the moment. He reflects on his previous decision to save the city, ensuring a profitable return on his investment. He had formulated a couple of plans involving attacking while riding on Bengal. Considering his options, he acknowledges the necessity of performing a mana blast. However, to execute this attack, he requires a triple heart circle, yet presently, he possesses only a double heart circle. Shouting out, he summons a message alert or skill window to activate the Israhan core technique. He resolves to level up to a triple heart circle, while the skill window informs him that the Israhan core technique at double heart circle level 4 is activated. For the upgrade, he needs 190 RP points, and his current RP stands at 19 and 1. Contemplating the requirement of 190 RP points, he deems it a considerable amount. Deciding to proceed nonetheless, he clicks on the level up option. The system once again informs him that the Israhan core technique at double heart circle level 5 necessitates 220 RP points for advancement. He coughs, reflecting on the increment of 30 points each time, finding it steep. Nevertheless, he dismisses any concerns, deciding that there's nothing to lose anyway. He repeatedly clicks on the level up option, advancing to levels 6, 7, 8, 9, and finally 10. Upon reaching level 10, the requirement surges to 370 RP points. Checking his current RP, he discovers it's only 311. Frustrated, he realizes there's nothing he can do now. His rational decision at the time was to stay out of the battle. He hangs on with a rock and ponders what he's doing here, dangling from this thing while witnessing Pipodong taking Javier away in an unconscious state. He contemplates whether he should summon some mana and jab it. If there's even a slight nick, he can dig his way into it. The system notifies him that his approval rating with Javier has increased by +4, and his approval ratings are +5. He observes that for a level up, he needs 370, and currently he has 391 RP points. He thinks he can do it now with a triple heart circle. He taps on the level up options, and a triple circle appears at his heart. The system notifies him that he is at Israhan core technique triple heart circle level 1, and his mana is amplified to 500%. He exclaims he's dead meat and prepares to attack. He considers using one circle to protect the heart while employing the other 2 heart circles for mana blast attacks. He launches an attack on Gigotitan while a stone hits his head, causing him to bleed. Meanwhile, he wonders if he has been struck by something. Realizing that it's not good, he acknowledges the need to land a solid blow. He believes one circle is necessary to protect the heart. Confused about the other 2 circles, he questions himself about what he is doing. The heart circles are colliding, and he decides to use the triple core mana blast to attack once again. A massive explosion occurs, burning Gigotitan and causing his demise. People in the city witness the blast. Pipodong, Hameng, and Bengal return to their real state and attempt to revive Javier. As he gets up, he sees that Master Pipodong and Master Hameng are safe and sound. He expresses that he indeed accomplished what he said he would, but he is puzzled about how he achieved it. Pipodong grabs his finger to gain his attention, and he inquires about it, asking if Pipodong wants him to follow. The three of them run towards Lloyd Frontra, with Javier following. They find Lloyd in a worse condition, lying on the ground. Javier approaches him, puts his head on Lloyd's chest to check his heartbeat, and sadly remarks that his heart has stopped. A pigeon arrives at Baron Palace with a message, catching the attention of Arcos Frontra. He sits at his study table, spots the pigeon, and identifies it as a messenger pigeon. He opens the window to retrieve the message, wondering if it's from Count Cremo and expressing curiosity about its contents. After reading the message, he swiftly mounts his horse and heads toward Cremo City. He reflects on how he had repeatedly warned Lloyd not to put himself in perilous situations. Recalling the message that informed him of his eldest son, Lloyd Frontra, successfully completing all the construction work needed in Cremo, he feels a sense of concern. Marbella decides to accompany him, expressing surprise at his sudden departure without any preparations. She questions how he could leave so unexpectedly, looking at her and Bayern. Meanwhile, Arcos Frontra informs her that it will be a long journey without any breaks, and he intends to go alone with Bayern. She questions what he is talking about, expressing that he seems to have forgotten that she rides much better than him. Arcos thinks, however, that immediately afterward, Cremo faced a grave peril during which Lloyd Frontra and his guard, Sir Javier Asrarin, saved many lives through acts of sacrifice and valor. Master Lloyd then fell into a bizarre unconscious state, prompting everyone to quickly move to Cremo. Reflecting on the past, Arcos recalls that Lloyd Frontra used to be a despicable boy, but now he has become the most diligent and trustworthy son. He believes he is sending this correspondence as a duty to inform him of the situation promptly and looks forward to meeting the parents of such a great young man soon. He recalls that Lloyd Frontra said he had come seeking his lord's permission, reassuring them not to fear as it can be done. He would like to express his gratitude to his lord for his wise judgment. Arcos wonders if he is truly his son. Meanwhile, a giant monster blocks their way and growls. They all gaze at it, and Bayern dismounts from his horse, drawing his sword. He declares that since they have chosen the shortcut, they must confront the monster head-on. Bayern offers to buy them some time, instructing them to go around the creature and head toward Cremo. Arcos advises him to run as well, but Bayern insists that the beast is faster than their horses. He warns that the moment they turn around, the monster will have them by their throats. Bayern urges them to run away as he attempts to defeat the monster, attacking it with his skills. They both run away, and Arcos Frontra apologizes, assuring them that they will meet again in Cremo. Bayern runs and attacks the monster, stabbing its face and holding his sword still, attempting to slice it. The monster tries to escape and pushes him away with its face. Arcos Frontra comes from behind and stabs the monster in the back. Marbella also joins in, stabbing the monster. The creature stands up, roaring in pain, and then falls down and dies. Arcos Frontra approaches Bayern, asking if he can stand up and offer help. Bayern replies that he's ashamed, as he is his guard, yet he holds his injured arm. Arcos Frontra asserts that Bayern is also one of his subjects, and he has a duty to protect him. Marbella calls out to Arcos, who turns to look at her, asking if she is hurt. They notice a pack of monsters approaching, and they prepare to fight. Bayern gets up, holding his sword. Marbella goes to Arcos, and they hug each other, visibly scared. Meanwhile, Javier arrives there and attacks the monsters, swiftly cutting them into slices. He mentions that he came to escort them just in case, expressing hope that they are not injured, and puts his sword back. Bayern looks at him and reflects that he already knew Javier's swordsmanship and Mana's abilities were far beyond his own. However, they were not at this level prior to his departure for Cremo, leaving him puzzled about how Javier could have improved this much. Bayern greets Javier, and Marbella also inquires about Lloyd Frontra's well-being. Javier bows down in front of them and replies that he doesn't know. He can't tell if Lloyd is alive or not. He goes into a flashback where Lloyd Frontra kills Gigotitan and also becomes unconscious. Javier comes closer to him while Pipodong, Humming, and Bangle try to wake Lloyd up. Javier thinks that if he leaves them now, their estate, his newly found home, would be lost. He grabs Lloyd's hand and tries to check his pulse. After a few minutes, he thinks there is a pulse, but his heart has definitely stopped. It's faint, but he's breathing, and Javier wonders how this can be happening. He puts his hand on Lloyd's chest, realizing that it's a triple heart circle. They are all spinning around at an unbelievable speed, and he can't judge the condition of Lloyd's heart due to the magnetic field. The strong mana rotations are keeping Lloyd alive in the place of his heart. Javier concludes that a triple core mana blast is responsible for how Gigotitan came to be that way and acknowledges that Master Lloyd is truly strong. The scene shifts to the city where people are once again repairing their houses. Bayern, Arcos Frontra, and Marbella arrive with Javier, and they look around. Javier informs them that the young master is at the Count's manor, and a doctor is tending to him, but his condition has not improved. Arcos Frontra expresses how terrible it is to think that it was just him and Lloyd fighting against the monster. Javier refuses to take credit, stating that he was merely the sword that Master Lloyd was wielding, and that it was Master Lloyd's strength that vanquished the monster. Marbella wonders where Lloyd is and how their son has that sort of power. A person asks if they are all heading to the Count's manor too. Another person responds affirmatively, saying that they can't do much, but it is the least they can do for him and Lloyd Frontra. If not for Lloyd, he would have frozen to death by now, even as he was rushing towards the Gigotitan. He mentions that he doesn't know how many people he saved. Another person adds that he thought he was doomed to die buried beneath all that rubble and had given up, awaiting death. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra instructs Bangul to eat up that debris and make sure not to hurt anyone while riding on Pipadon. He spots a soldier under a broken house. Marbella notes that the embers must have spread from fireplaces because of the statue fragments. A lady approaches her and mentions that if left alone, this whole area would have been engulfed in flames. She recalls seeing the giant hippopotamus that appeared during construction, spewing out water and extinguishing the fire. The lady adds that she saw it as well. That's the summons called forth by the man named Lloyd. She emphasizes that right now in the city, who knows how many people owe him their lives. After a while, the whole city gathers in front of the palace, and they all pray that their parents, kids, wives, and everyone's savior will open their eyes. The town pot stirrer shouts, questioning if all of them have lost their senses. He asserts that if only that man had not made a platform for that statue, none of this would have happened. Ultimately, it's all his fault. Everyone looks at him surprisingly. They think the town pot stirrer appears and gets upset when left out, and the public becomes agitated. People start gossiping and beating him. They think he is swiftly suppressed. On the other side, a flash appears in Lloyd's heart, and the system notifies him that his courage and sacrifice have deeply moved the people of Cremo. He will receive an enormous reward for this achievement and shows another option to click here for more details. Lloyd Frontra opens his eyes, gets up, and says his head really hurts. He remembers using the triple core mana blast like a fool and asks if he is alive right now. The system notifies him that probably if he were dead, he wouldn't even be able to have a dream. He asks if his heart shouldn't have exploded, and the system again notifies him that he will find that out soon enough. It emphasizes that there is something much more important to check on right now. He agrees, and Javier enters his room. He tells Javier that he's just the man he wanted to see and asks when they said they would pay them for the construction. Javier replies that it seems he is in good health now. Arcos Frontra and Marbella enter the room and rush towards him, hugging him tightly. They both become emotional, and his father asks if he is okay. His mother expresses her relief and asks if he has any idea how worried they are. She wonders if he is really their Lloyd, acknowledging that the unsettling question isn't what's important right now. She thinks she is just thankful that he is alive. The scene shifts to the royal capital Magenta. Her Royal Highness, the Empress Alicia Termina Magentano, states that Count Cremo's letter reports the complete destruction of Gigotitan. She finds it intriguing to learn that such a man exists in her kingdom. She orders a messenger to be sent to the Frontra barony and bring both this man and his guard back to the royal capital. Her subordinate bows and says, as his wish, His Majesty. She remarks that they should see if the contents of this letter are indeed true, expressing her intention to meet this man and judge for herself. The system notifies that the stories of his great courage, wisdom, and self-sacrifice are spreading all over the land. Lloyd looks at this message and says he's uninterested because he has received bonus RP for his elevated social status, and his bonus RP reaches plus 1500. He becomes excited to see this, and the system again notifies him that he has access to skill information, providing details about the skill mana heart that allows him to store high concentrations of mana in his heart. He thinks that's why he has so much energy despite being in a coma for a month, and he has become the owner of a mana heart, which means shoveling will be a lot easier. The system notifies if that's the only thing he can think of to use it on. Meanwhile, he asks if he is belittling all the construction workers of this land. The system replies, asking him to forgive it, stating that of course not. His mana heart was born, not as a result of regular training, but from the impact of the mana blast. As such, his mana heart has been given unique capabilities. The system notifies him again about a skill option, Shock Neutralizer, which can neutralize the impact from mana blasts without additional protection. He wonders what this is and asks if this means he can use the triple core blast as much as he wants. He thinks that means the work in the quarry can be done faster. The system responds, urging him to think of something more impressive. He asks if there is anything more noble and impressive than manual labor and questions if the system is belittling quarry work. He thinks that the mana heart needs to be protected from the impact of the mana blast because it acts like an ammunition dump. Using a mana blast is like setting off an explosion next to one of those powder kegs. It is literally a death trap if he doesn't protect it. But at that moment, he didn't have a mana heart. That's why he didn't die. He thinks the shock from the blast filled his heart, and as it was working to keep him alive, it condensed and turned into a mana heart. He thinks he neglected his mana heart training, thinking it was a better use of his time to do more manual labor. He guesses it pays to be lazy sometimes. Count Cremo arrives and says to forgive him for keeping him waiting. He suggests they depart right away, and he confirms. They both sit in a horse cart and move away. He remarks on the buildings and streets, wondering how much it would cost to repair them. Count Cremo replies that it's hard to tell, but he imagines it's well over a month's worth of a city's budget. He adds that if the Gigotitan hadn't been knocked down, he bets it would have been another half a year's worth. Count Cremo asks what he is trying to tell him, and he replies that compared to half a year's budget, what he's getting for this construction project must be like small change, that's all. He laughs and says, his goodness, who would have known? He goes on to say that to think that this tragedy was the result of some statue made to drive the Gigotitan away. Regardless of whose plan it was, he can't say it was anyone's fault. Really, it was Mother Nature. Either way, a few people did have to risk their lives, but everything worked out very well in the end, and he laughed. He mentions that he knows. He did happen to hear something from his attendants. He heard that his lordship offers financial compensation to anyone who works for the public interest of the city, regardless of who they are, without fail. He adds that he was rather curious, wondering how much of a benefit to public interest would lead to 1 5 times. Count Cremo asks if that will do, and he replies that he does apologize. It seems he has caused a misunderstanding, and he wasn't asking for more money, but anyway, he finally gets it. He says to him, his citizens' lives are worth 1 5 times his construction fees. Count Cremo sits quietly and listens to him, saying 2-fold then 3-fold. He reaches to him and smiles. He says he's in awe of his bold generosity, and he will consider this special compensation and put it to good use on himself. He shakes hands with Count Cremo. Count Cremo agrees and says of course. He thinks this is strange, so very strange, he has most definitely been extorted by him. Lloyd Frontra reflects, yet he doesn't harbor any hatred, pondering why such animosity doesn't exist. Observing the carriage, a person remarks that Count Cremo's carriage, and excitement sweeps over them, exclaiming Master Lloyd has arrived, 3 cheers for him, hooray. Glancing out of the window, he contemplates his past insignificance in Korea and feels the immense pressure of the present situation. Count Cremo informs him that they have arranged a podium with a magic crystal ball for amplification, and the people eagerly await to hear what he has to say. Lloyd acknowledges, of course, while thinking that the true heroes are those who overcame the tragedy, and a speech emphasizing this would suffice. He adds it's not like he's making money off this. Lloyd Frontra arrives at the stage amid people shouting slogans with his name. Despite the crowd's enthusiasm, he remains uninterested, wondering about the magnitude of the gathering as he places his hand on the magical ball. Contemplating the potential financial gain from each person present, he addresses the citizens of Cremo, asking if they have ever heard of Ondal flooring. Tapping his head, he notes their unfamiliarity and points out an elderly man with stiff joints enduring freezing winter cold and a worried mother fearing her child catching a cold. He questions how much time they have wasted struggling with their inefficient fireplaces, exclaiming 1 hour and 2 hours. If they've lived 50 years, that would be 15 wasted in front of a fire. Asserting that if they consider this excessive, he urges them to remember Ondal flooring, all while Count Cremo laughs. He states that it will improve their lives by this much, gesturing with his hand and then widening it further, emphasizing the substantial impact. He adds, for more information, please visit the Baron's Manor location in the Frontra barony. That is all before walking away. Count Cremo observes him and reflects on why he doesn't harbor any hatred towards him. He realizes it's because the man is meticulous in seeking every penny of profit, persistent yet reasonable, and accomplishes what needs to be done. Considering his qualities, Count Cremo thinks that instead of harboring resentment, he wants a man of such caliber by his side. A man of his skills being stuck in a remote village is seen as a loss to the kingdom. Lloyd contemplates his soon-to-be golden goose, the Frontra estate, and its most senior knight, Sir Bayern. While acknowledging Bayern's honesty, integrity, and sincerity, he notes that as a knight, Bayern's skills are only average, perhaps slightly below average. Lloyd finds this to be a pity as he looks at him. Bayern informs Lloyd that all the plans for the migration are in place, presenting him with the documents containing lists of names and details on land allocation. He further addresses the farm owners' complaints about the labor shortage, revealing his decision to send in the Orcs to bolster the workforce at the mine. Bayern mentions that they have also signed a large-scale Ondal agreement with a neighboring estate, offering a 30% discount and leaving their net profit margin at only 10%. Despite this, when factoring in the sale of the coal afterward, their final profits are expected to exceed 50%. Meanwhile, he proceeds to discuss water pipe insulation and repairs. Lloyd Frontra interrupts, asking if he managed to complete all that in the time he was away. The response is that he was simply following orders. He was instructed to take care of the rest. A soldier arrives, seeking an update, informing them that the interior work in the last Ondal project is complete and awaiting inspection. Bayern acknowledges, stating that he'll be there in 30 minutes. As they go out to check the project, Bayern remarks that it is well made with no flaws, a commendable job. He reflects on the times he raised his voice, considering them as leading up to this moment, and acknowledges that the individual has become the most important person on their traveling build team. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and acknowledges his capability, thinking he is extremely capable and born in the wrong era. He contemplates that if the man were in Korea, he would have been, at least, a managing director at a big corporation. Acknowledging his skills, Lloyd decides that he needs to give this man a huge bonus. The system notifies him that the installation of Ondal flooring in the Frontra estate's homes is complete, marking a new page in the continent's history books. Ondal is now recognized as the Frontra heating system, and a substantial amount of RP will be awarded for this monumental achievement in construction. His bonus RP reaches plus 400. Reflecting on this, he realizes that the large-scale Ondal flooring contract was orchestrated by the Baron and Baroness. These two, it turns out, possess talents beyond being the lord and lady of an estate, and he gazes at his parents. Contemplating his own life, he acknowledges that from the moment he was born, his luck began. For many people, whether they laugh or cry depends on the era they are born into. After a while, Lloyd Frontra and Javier arrive at their construction site and observe the structure of a building. Javier remarks on the need for such a large storage building for all the coal. Lloyd responds, confirming that indeed they do need it as the coal supply keeps increasing. He reflects on having paid off more than half the debt with the money from construction and mentions their substantial income from water supply fees charged to their neighbor. Thinking that he's almost there, approaching his retirement of fun and merriment, he smiles. Javier looks at him and contemplates that sometimes he can't stand it when he makes that face, finding himself suddenly wanting to punch him. Suddenly, they hear a horn whistle and turn towards the sound. Lloyd inquires about the noise, and Javier replies that he, too, has never heard it before, but believes it to be the horn announcing the arrival of the royal messenger. He inquires about the presence of the royal messenger as he observes a caravan of royal messengers. The messenger dismounts from his horse and presents a message, with his subordinates applauding his presentation. Lloyd Frontra becomes angry, questioning the ridiculous performance and urging the messenger to get to the point. He and his parents bow in front of the messenger, and he senses that this encounter might lead to trouble. The royal messenger states that since time immemorial, he, along with the great sovereigns before him, has worked hard to achieve peace and comfort for nobles, citizens, and all others. Lloyd thinks about the events in Cremo, wondering if that is the reason for the messenger's visit. The royal messenger clarifies that not only is it about Cremo, but they are also relieved to hear of their people's safety. It is his responsibility to report to the royals. Additionally, for these reasons, he will personally greet the 2 valiant heroes who defeated the Gigotitan and praise them for their achievement. The system notifies that favor with the Baron has increased by 9 and he has received 90 RP points. Arco's Frontra becomes emotional, stating this is an honor, His Majesty, and commends his son for a good job. However, he becomes irritated, thinking that while he appreciates the RP points, this situation is not ideal. Reflecting on his past experiences in the army, he realizes the importance of doing just enough to avoid problems and never doing more than necessary. He recalls breaking that rule once. In another scenario, Major asks Corporal Kim, who is a civil engineering major, to construct a sauna in a particular spot. Corporal Kim responds by stating that civil engineering isn't about being a builder. The major then questions whether he is refusing to do the task. Corporal Kim declines to refuse and asserts that he will do it. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim sits at his study table, reading a book, and reflects on the fatal mistake he made. He thinks he researched too hard and ended up building something that was way too perfect. The scene shifts to the National Defense Sauna, where a soldier approaches and asks if Corporal Kim, who looks pretty brainy, could build a nice little cottage for them. The soldier questions why the village levee broke and criticizes the flimsiness of the barrack. He mentions that the mountain is ruining the beautiful view and instructs someone to fetch Corporal Kim. Observing the situation, the royal messenger thinks that once Her Royal Highness is involved, the sweet life of the country noble will come to an end. The royal messenger declares that Lloyd Frontra and his guard are hereby ordered to travel immediately to the royal capital. Lloyd Frontra reflects that he should have just constructed the sea platform and ended it there. The cursed lobster has put a curse on him. He contemplates the consequences, thinking that once he's on her radar, she'll call on him for the rest of his life. Considering whether he should pretend to be an idiot, he concludes that it's dangerous. If she takes offense, he might lose his head. Sitting in his carriage with Javier beside him, Javier observes Lloyd and remarks that he has the face of a man who is about to be executed. Lloyd acknowledges Javier's sharp eye. Javier adds that it's unexpected since the Master Lloyd he knows would usually be excited to meet Her Royal Highness. Javier wonders how much he can weasel out of her. Lloyd contemplates that he knows things about this world, Her Highness Magentano's personality, her future, and the state of the capital. If he can take advantage of all that, there has to be a way. He acknowledges that Javier is correct, and they decide to seize the opportunity to make the most of the royal palace. After some time, they arrive at the royal palace and kneel, greeting Her Highness. Alicia Termina Magentano addresses Lloyd Frontra and Javier Esrahan. He may lift his gaze, and they both raise their heads. He is impressed, thinking he almost had a heart attack. Her charisma is overwhelming. He declares all hail their majesty, the queen. He, Lloyd Frontra, has come to salute Her Majesty, the rightful ruler of these lands. She inquires if it is him, and from his auras, the man beside him seems noble. She addresses Sir Javier Esrahan and asks if he said so. She senses a mana flow from him that she has never seen before. She remarks that he seems like a worthy sparring partner for her. Javier replies, asking for forgiveness on behalf of His Majesty, stating he is merely a nameless knight. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra thinks she can tell Javier is special just by looking at him and realizes that she is one of the only 2 sword masters in the kingdom. Clumsy flattery won't work on her. Alicia Termina Magentano mentions that she has heard of his deeds from Count C. As such, he has his appreciation for the courage and selflessness he displayed. However, she doesn't judge a man merely based on another's recommendation. She trusts based on another's recommendation and only trusts what she has seen for herself. Lloyd Frontra thinks, confirming his expectations, while she reiterates Lloyd Frontra's name and declares that she will put his skills to the test. He thinks this is the pinnacle, the highest opportunity, nothing less than a chance to win a contract with Her Majesty. In the current state of affairs, she then asks him what construction project he believes is the most urgently needed in Magenta, the royal capital. He thinks she's starting things off with a quiz, contemplating the most necessary construction project, confident that he knows this as he is familiar with the book's entire plot. She contemplates whether he truly is a capable man, expecting him to have noticed the condition of the royal palace the moment he saw it. If he fails to catch that, she decides she will not acknowledge him. Both of them agree that the most urgent construction project in Magenta is the repair of the crumbling palace. He suggests placing a new bridge over the Magenta River, which runs through the capital, but he thinks she might not be completely satisfied with his response. He believes it wasn't the answer she expected, but given her personality, the test won't end there. He acknowledges that she holds the highest authority and absolute power, being tolerant, fair, and willing to listen to all regardless of class or rank. When she asks for his reason, he responds by stating that others may have a different opinion and may argue that repairing the royal palace is the most urgent matter at the moment. He explains that a very long time ago, a badly tempered dragon took off with the palace's tower on 2 separate occasions. To prevent it from happening a third time, the entire structure was widened and flattened into its current shape. He continues, stating that the Magenta Castle they see today was built in this weighty manner due to fears that the whole structure could be lifted up. Consequently, he believes that the weight of the structure pressing down on the ground and its pillars is causing it to slowly crumble. However, he adds that the repairs would only be necessary at a much later date. Therefore, he concludes that it can't be seen as urgent. She looks at him and thinks what an impudent man. He knows what she is thinking, yet he gives her a different answer. He reflects on the fact that she knows that he gave her a different answer, even though he knew the answer she was thinking of. She reflects that she sees he knows that he gave a different answer, even though he knew the answer she was thinking of. He laughs and thinks he knows that she knows that he gave her a different answer, even though he knew the answer he was thinking of. The system notifies him to stop with the nonsense. She wonders if he's toying with her and states that she would never beg for a contract for construction fees. He mentions that the current bridge across the Magenta River Arcos has been rebuilt 12 times already. He explains that the bridge collapses regularly because it is unable to withstand the rising waters in the spring. He adds that each time it happens, people's lives are inconvenienced and large amounts of money are spent on it. He asserts that everyone sees the rebuilding of the bridge as an inevitable part of nature. He says, however, that if Her Majesty were to trust him with its construction, he would build a bridge that would not collapse even in the face of spring floods or drift ice. He believes he is referring to a modern suspension bridge. She thinks he even criticizes her decisions and wonders why this arrogant and insolent man, the more she speaks with him, the more she seems to like him. She asks him to tell her more about the bridge he will construct. He laughs, thanks her, and thinks he knew she would like it. He believes she absolutely despises yes-men who drown her in flattery, and she puts unlimited trust in those with strong convictions. She says enough. He has suddenly lost interest. He thinks this is their queen, Magentano, but she is eventually betrayed by the one she cherished, loses one of her arms, and turns evil, transforming into the butchering tyrant. However, that story is 3 years into the future. Right now, she is an honorable queen who listens even to the lowly. She inquires if the bridge were to fail, while he contemplates that he would gather his things and flee the country. He then states that she can have his head in exchange, but as long as the bridge stands, he requests a guarantee for his family's station. She thinks that he has managed to make her smile in the end and agrees, saying he may carry out his plans. She promises him reasonable compensation and the upholding of his family's station. He steps forward and presents a contract, and she asks what it is. He responds with a contract. Please sign it. She questions whether he is implying that he doesn't trust his word and thinks he has prepared a contract. He clarifies that it's not the case, Her Majesty, and explains that the contract stipulates that if he doesn't construct the bridge in an honest manner, he is to be hung, drawn, and quartered. He mentions that he considers this a necessary shackle for such an untrustworthy and lowly man as himself. She signs the contract and thinks she's being sweet-talked into something, yet she doesn't mind it. He responds with 1,000 thanks while she inquires about his remark concerning his bottom. He explains that he couldn't lower his head any more than his signature, so he raised her behind to make it seem lower. She replies that she understands his intentions but instructs him to lower it, as she doesn't want to see it. Lloyd, Frontra, Javier, and another royal servant walk towards them. Lloyd Frontra taps and swirls in excitement, thinking, did he see that? This guy right here just ripped off the queen with this contract. Javier looks at him and thinks he could have lost his head if she thought he was being disrespectful. He adds that he can't stop a sword master, so please exercise caution. Meanwhile, Alicia Termina Magentano remarks that Sir Kyle noticed it as well, realizing he is more shrewd than she had thought. He responds that he's a clever man, very calculating, and asks if she is not slightly displeased by the man. She replies that she was. He assumed from the beginning that he could beat him, but he seemed so pathetic that it was rather adorable, and she smiles. The scene shifts a few days later. Lloyd Frontra puts a bag at his back and says up he goes. Javier asks if he will really be all right going alone, and Lloyd replies why would he need an escort in the capital with all its security. He adds that it's a huge pain walking around with Javier while pointing at him. He mentions that earlier when they went out to survey, he couldn't concentrate at all because of Javier. Lloyd signs the contract while many girls look at them and fall in love with both of them. Javier requests please tell Master Julian that he's doing well. The reply comes yeah, sure thing. The speaker thinks Julian Frontra is Lloyd's little brother studying at the Royal Academy. Before they left for the capital, the Baroness prepared heaps of winter clothes and blankets. Reflecting on this, he thinks she asked him to take them to Julian, feeling emotional as it reminds him of what happens to him in the book. He recalls that around this time in the story, the Baron loses everything and is unable to pay the tuition, getting kicked out of the dorms, and eventually dying wandering around at night, killed by a thief. However, he reassures himself that such an unfortunate fate won't happen now, as he's pretty amazing at saving lives. He looks up at the palace and says well then, time to go see his little brother, realizing he doesn't even know what he looks like. Lloyd Frontra arrives at the Magentano Royal Academy and encounters his brother Julian, who asks what the hell. Lloyd's brother questions what he is doing there. As Lloyd looks at him, he thinks he remembers Julian and Javier being the same age, but Julian is just so small. Julian, in turn, thinks look at that face staring at his own brother like that. Lloyd must have been a piece of work. Lloyd thinks that as long as he's not too nice to Julian and acts like he has turned over a new leaf, maybe he won't be too suspicious. He hands over the bag and says here, it's from Mother. Julian tries to hold the bag and thinks that Lloyd didn't call him a derogatory term, and on top of that, he came all this way because their mother asked him to. The system notifies Lloyd with a warning message that he is considered suspicious due to his uncharacteristic kindness. Lloyd wonders what he did just now that was nice, finding dealing with this Lloyd guy to be so exhausting. Meanwhile, he turns and says all right. Later, he refers to his brother as a little troublemaker, while his brother thinks he is left without confronting him. What's wrong with him? The system notifies him that his suspicions are multiplying, considering his humane behavior. He even recalls calling his brother a little troublemaker. What does he need to do? Hit him in the head? He remembers that his mother asked if he thinks he could have lunch with Julian and considers how lonely Julian must be. He asks what he means and states that he's going to buy Julian lunch. His brother questions why he would do that, and he replies that it's because their mother asked him to. They both go to the cafeteria, and Julian Frontra looks at the menu while Lloyd Frontra thinks it's awkward. Julian says he'll have the basic set, and Lloyd cuts in, suggesting he get something expensive, as he probably doesn't get to indulge like this often. Julian peruses the menu and realizes he forgot to call him a little troublemaker. Later, he articulates it and mentions that he'll go for the special set D. He wonders why he's acting so normal. In the past, he used to curse so much, and he would retaliate even if Julian merely looked at him. He signals the waiter and orders 2 special set DS. The waiter observes that they seem like visitors from out of town and inquires if they would like any wine. Julian declines, mentioning that he doesn't drink anymore. His brother thinks he stopped drinking, recalling that he used to be intoxicated 24 hours a day and caused all sorts of trouble. Reflecting on a recent event, he remembers someone from the palace coming to see him a few days ago. They informed him that the trading port of Cremo was attacked by a Gigotitan, and that Lloyd Frontra was the one who defeated it. He finds it hard to believe that the Lloyd Frontra he knows lacks the skills and mindset to accomplish something like that. He considers it to be either an unfounded rumor or someone falsely taking credit for Javier's accomplishments. At least, that's what he thought, but something felt strange. He seemed like a completely different person while they ate. Diego Lacona arrives, slapping Julian's head and questioning why someone like him is present. Julian apologizes, explaining that something came up today. Diego Lacona presses further, asking what kind of situation arose and questioning if Julian learned anything in his law class. He slaps him again. Diego Lacona inquires about the malleability of the law, wondering if one can break the rules just because they feel like it. He insists that the Baron scum should dine where they can't be seen and asks why, questioning if it's because they offend people's eyes. Another student remarks that Julian's family is nothing, just because he's in a nice place like this. Someone else questions if Julian thinks he has become something now, labeling him an impoverished piece of trash and questioning what he even possesses on his estate. Julian responds affirmatively, stating that he has his filthy, mangy peasants. Lloyd Frontra reflects that what they call an academy seems to prioritize family status over academic achievements. It annoys him further that the son of a poor country baron ranks near the top of his class. He contemplates the consequences of helping him, realizing that life for him here will only become more challenging. Observing Julian's disapproving glances, he considers sitting still instead. Diego Lacona boasts about his family's royally recognized Lacanata-dyed cloth, stating that one must reach that level to dine there. Lloyd wonders if Diego is a viscount. The system notifies him that the computation for the calculation is complete. Curious, Lloyd Frontra asks about Diego's father's occupation. Diego Lacona declares himself to be the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona, questioning Lloyd Frontra about his connection to the trash present. He commands Lloyd to stop polluting the place and leave, but Lloyd retaliates by slapping him, throwing him away, and making him swirl on the ground. Lloyd believes the attack, Mana Bitch Slap, has a cooldown of 0 seconds, but the system notifies him that it's not a real thing. Another student confronts Lloyd, expressing outrage at interfering with a member of the elite union. Unfazed, Lloyd slaps him as well. A third student rises, claiming to be the second year's top dog, boasting about the mithril fists and threatening that today Lloyd is dead meat. Lloyd defeats him too. Another student questions the source of the disturbance and identifies the troublemakers as the Count's twin sons, known as the Black Dragon's double horns. The student concludes that the troublemaker doesn't stand a chance against their brilliant combined attack. Lloyd Frontra simultaneously slaps both of them and questions if they were the ones talking about some double horns earlier. They deny it, and Lloyd slaps them too. Two more students sit there, trembling, and one admits they didn't say anything but were giggling. Lloyd Frontra approaches their table and slaps both of them, causing their teeth to fly in the air. Diego Lacona stands up, berates Lloyd, tells him to die, and charges at him, asking how he liked being mana punched by a mana prodigy like himself. Lloyd Frontra reflects that he's dealing with Diego Lacona, aged 21, and senses regret in the young man's actions as he licks his blood. Lloyd thinks Diego shouldn't have thrown that punch. Lloyd Frontra seizes Diego Lacona, shakes him, throws him to the ground, and attempts to pull him back. Julian observes, thinking that Lloyd has completely lost it. He never really had it together, and this situation is even worse. Julian acknowledges that he was foolish for believing that Lloyd could be a normal, sane individual even for a moment. He realizes that the vice superintendent was just here, but is now gone. Lloyd Frontra pushes Diego against the wall, expressing his lack of understanding of the current situation and questioning why he's being assaulted. He rejects the notion of the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona, considering it nonsense, and remarking on the similarity between father and son. Diego Lacona verbally abuses Lloyd, particularly objecting to the mention of his father. Lloyd persists, questioning if Diego thinks bullying his classmates is acceptable, and he also verbally abuses him. Lloyd forcefully hits Diego's face against the wall repeatedly, asking if he wants him to explain why he behaves like an unpleasant person because there's no one around to instill some sense into him. Lloyd points towards his blood on the wall and asks, "What do they have here? Look at this. What does this look like?" He hits him against the wall again and declares it's gate number 666 to hell for a piece of utter garbage like him. Julian intervenes, grabbing Lloyd from behind and urging him to stop, telling him to knock it off, and questioning if he's trying to kill Diego. Julian reflects on what might happen next, anticipating that Diego will face even more bullying. He acknowledges that Lloyd can be thoughtless, but this is too much. Lloyd Frontra asks if Julian is concerned about Diego being bullied worse after this and reassures him, saying don't worry. If he's dead, he can't bully him. Julian wonders how Lloyd can say that with such a bright smile. Lloyd Frontra reflects that he has encountered many guys like Julian back in high school, thinking that doesn't make him laugh. None make him laugh, and none of it gets through to them. He believes the best thing for them is the fear of death, similar to what Diego Lacona is currently experiencing under the sickle of Death Warrior. Lloyd tells them to stop immediately. Corgidus arrives with a soldier, questioning the meaning of the ruckus in the Sacred Academy funded by Her Royal Highness, while Lloyd Frontra still holds onto Diego Lacona's hair. Julian worries that Lloyd is not only going to confront the Dean and the guards but also lose his head in the process, potentially facing beheading. Lloyd Frontra introduces himself, bowing, and states that he is the eldest son of Baron Arcos Frontra and the brother of the student Julian Frontra. He identifies himself as Lloyd Frontra. Julian Frontra wonders why Lloyd is suddenly so calm. It's as if he was anticipating this to happen. Lloyd Frontra offers an apology for causing such a commotion, stating that he was merely attempting to restore Her Majesty's honor. Corgidus dismisses the notion, questioning who dares to tarnish Her Majesty's name, and identifies the person as the son of the Lacona family. Corgidus accuses Lloyd of abusing his brother Julian and humiliating him. Lloyd Frontra stands in the back, insisting that Corgidus must have seen it happen. He claims that Julian looked like he had no intention of restraining him, so he assumes Corgidus didn't see it and laughs. Lloyd reflects that it's apparent why Corgidus didn't intervene. The staff of the academy were all recommended by the nobility, and they likely didn't want to lose the trust of high-ranking aristocrats' children. He considers that the students form regional cliques, which will eventually grow up and influence the academy once again. He contemplates that there's no way anyone on the academy staff, including the men present, was unaware of Julian being bullied, but they likely turned a blind eye. Recognizing himself as the son of a poor baron, he concludes that there's no benefit in helping him. Corgidus questions the relevance of his background to Her Majesty. Lloyd Frontra argues that an insult to his brother is an insult to him. He takes out a mirror from his pocket and shows it to Corgidus. They all express surprise, and Corgidus realizes it's a royal guest specially invited by Her Majesty. They bow in front of him, exclaiming "All hail Her Royal Highness." Lloyd states that he believes they understand the situation and takes his leave, walking out. Corgidus thinks Lloyd is an imbecile and considers that the status of a royal guest is only temporary. They may punish Julian later while treating the beaten-up students better. Lloyd Frontra looks at them and smiles, while Corgidus wonders about the unsettling look, as if he's contemplating harm. Lloyd Frontra turns to his brother and asks what he's doing, urging him to come on. Julian agrees and follows him, inquiring about their destination. Lloyd responds that they are heading to the administrator's office. His brother questions why they are going there, and Lloyd asks what he means, questioning why he wouldn't. He explains that he's going to request a leave of absence for Julian. His brother, frustrated, exclaims how much more of his life he must screw up until Lloyd is satisfied, causing Lloyd to stop. Julian expresses concern that he's going to be bullied even more now because of Lloyd and accuses him of hindering his studies, asking why he is doing this to him. Lloyd Frontra responds that soon this place won't be very conducive for studying, and he suggests taking the opportunity to give his mind some rest and get his body in shape. His brother asks what he means by getting his body in shape, and Lloyd explains he has never heard the phrase "all the muscles." Construction work muscles are the best. The scene shifts to Magentano Palace, royal guests' quarters, where Javier advises Julian to trust Master Lloyd's plan, assuring him that it will turn out for the better. Julian retorts, expressing doubt as it involves Lloyd Frontra, whom he considers a brute, and he believes the plan will only get worse. Javier questions if Julian doesn't believe his words, reminding him of the plan to bring down the Gigotitan in Cremo, claiming it was all Lloyd's plan, and he himself delivered the final blow. He explains that he has built roads, opened waterways, developed quarries and mines, and even formed bonds with wild orcs. He emphasizes that he has successfully paid off more than half of the Baron's extensive debts, all thanks to his skills and talents. He earnestly pleads for their trust, asserting that he is the savior of their estate. Lloyd Frontra stands outside the room, eavesdropping on their conversation, and rubs his nose. Julian expresses difficulty in trusting Lloyd, recalling him as a drunken hooligan and human trash. Javier adds that he was unintelligent, uncivilized, and a dirtbag beyond redemption. Julian questions whether someone can truly change like that. Javier denies the possibility, stating that he has convinced himself that it is impossible. According to him, Master Lloyd Frontra might be someone else disguising themselves. Julian Frontra inquires if Javier is suggesting that someone stole Lloyd's body through black magic or something similar. Javier responds that it could be a possibility, considering it's a theory he read in a book. To determine if there was a flow of mana forcing a foreign soul into the body, he secretly investigated the matter. Lloyd Frontra reflects that Javier did that while Julian asked if there was another soul. Javier denies feeling the presence of any unusual mana force and explains that the soul seemed to be naturally connected to the body. He urges them to forget what he just said, dismissing it as wild speculation. Julian agrees, but he notes that Lloyd suddenly changing like this is even more unexpected. Lloyd Frontra contemplates Javier's statement, considering him a silly devil. He thinks there's no way Javier doesn't sense his presence outside the door, and he wonders if Javier is trying to convey suspicion toward him. Before that, it was the first time Julian heard about their family's debts. Initially, he thought it was just him having a hard time with his studies. However, he realizes that Lloyd has been working all this time to pay off their debts, and surprisingly, Lloyd had the most comfortable life among them. Julian acknowledges that he should give Lloyd some credit for saving their estate. The system notifies Julian that his approval rating for Lloyd has increased by 2 points, and he has received 28 bonus RP, but his overall approval rating is still at -59. Lloyd Frontra considers Julian a key character in his RP fountain, and he accepts it. The system notifies that Julian is opening his heart up to Lloyd, but Lloyd is not touched by that. Lloyd thinks to himself, nope, he doesn't know, whatever, go away. Lloyd Frontra opens the door and enters, finding everything ready, so he suggests they go. Julian Frontra asks where they have to go, and Lloyd replies that he told him to train his body. Lloyd considers step 1 in manufacturing modern suspension bridge cables, involving spreading oil-based clay to make a 3 feet wide pizza dough base. The next step is to top the dough with all kinds of dirt and rocks to complete the pizza, and then Bangul eats that pizza. Lloyd thinks the subsequent steps involve expelling, rolling 120 strands together once the metal wire has cooled, and gathering and rolling the strands, with Pipadong assisting in the rolling process. Lloyd believes that everything is ready to manufacture the cables and concludes the tutorial. He emphasizes that this task is the starting point of the entire construction project, stating that if this part is messed up, everything else will be messed up. Julian Frontra expresses concern, stating that not only their estate's debts, but also his future at the academy relies on this task. He questions why he should trust Lloyd with such an important matter. Lloyd responds by stating that he's talking about trust because it's crucial. He believes that someone intelligent and responsible like himself should be in charge, even addressing Julian as a little shit. Julian thinks that Lloyd used the term little shit again, considering it a tad late. Lloyd contemplates the modern suspension bridge, acknowledging it as a fanciful idea with the current era's technical knowledge. He acknowledges that even if he does everything in his power, it would still be impossible. Therefore, he concludes that he needs to borrow the power of a different technology. After a while, the Royal Dwarf Master Craftsman, Corgidus, sits in his room while drinking, refusing Lloyd Frontra before he even speaks. Lloyd responds that Corgidus hasn't heard anything yet. Corgidus asserts that he doesn't want to hear about it and instructs Lloyd to scrawl away. Lloyd thinks to himself that Corgidus is indeed a bull-headed old man, just as described in the novel. He notes that Corgidus doesn't move unless he's interested, even if it's a request from the Queen. To capture his interest, Lloyd reveals that he has prepared a powerful weapon, blueprints for a new bridge over the Major River, specifically a truss design. Corgidus dismisses the human design, stating he has no interest in it. Lloyd apologizes and offers a blueprint, then leaves, expressing that he will entrust these plans to some other blacksmith. Corgidus places his bottle on the table and comments, wait, that design, if he doesn't get the structure rigidity exactly right, he knows what's going to happen. He explains that if the rigidity is off, the bridge will snap and collapse, and those on it will die. He fears being blamed for their deaths, with people shouting from the scaffold if only Corgidus had made the trusses. Corgidus becomes angry and questions if that's a threat. Lloyd laughs and reassures him that it's not a threat, but a plea to a master's conscience. Corgidus insists that Lloyd's face looks like a threat, demanding to see the blueprints. Lloyd hands over all the blueprints, and Corgidus examines them. Corgidus concludes that he's certain of one thing: he's the only person in the kingdom who could make this. He warns Lloyd not to give the blueprints to any other dunce, as it would result in a disaster. He responds that is why he feels threatened. He means to ask for his help. Corgidus inquires if he is still wearing that expression and instructs him to remove it. If he can design something like this, he must have planned it to pique his interest. He responds, expressing disbelief at his actions, and states that he can only rely on his warm-heartedness. Corgidus instructs him to stop that look and agrees to proceed. Lloyd Frontra bows and expresses gratitude, thinking that Julian is continuing work on the wires and that the Royal Workshop has initiated the bridge's truss work. He anticipates that Javier and he will commence work on the suspension towers. After a while, Lloyd Frontra and Javier work at their construction site. He instructs Javier to get ready to blast, and they proceed to blast the ground. A person in a blue dress arrives and commands them to stop the work immediately. They question how they dare defraud Her Highness, steal from the royal treasury, and assert that they will not allow him to get away with this. He asks for clarification, to which the person in the blue dress responds, pleading for him to pass judgment. They highlight that there is already a bridge on the Majna River that has stood for 30 years. Nevertheless, the man is creating unnecessary work to tap into the royal funds. They request him to punish the fraudster and suggest redirecting efforts towards repairing the palace instead. Alicia Termina Magentano declares that each side will state their case, beginning with the Guild and Builders Guild of Magenta City's leader Victor. He asserts that the Majna Bridge, constructed by the previous guild leader, has stood in that spot for 30 years. The support columns are wedge-shaped to slow down the swift currents of the Majna River. He criticizes the notion that the bridge will fall, considering it a clear insult to the guild and a slight to Her Royal Highness, the Queen. Lloyd Frontra thinks yet nope, if that bridge collapses, in the Night of Blood and Iron, there's a scene where the royal army and the rebels face off at the Majna River. He reflects on an event during a massive rainstorm where the bridge collapses, leading to a standstill. However, he refrains from mentioning future events. She instructs him to express his opinion. In response, he states that he would like to inquire something from the official seated beside the guild leader and asks how much they were paid. Another man exclaims how he dared make such false accusations in front of Her Royal Highness. Lloyd Frontra believes that his reaction speaks volumes. It's as if he is displaying signs of being paid off all over his face. He thinks that anyone familiar with Koreans knows what typically occurs when a politician and a businessman meet. Either the politician accepts money from the businessman, or the businessman bribes the politician while seeking favors. In this case, he believes it's the latter, stripping away all business rights and monopolizing the budget. She calls him again, bringing him out of his thoughts, and she asserts that she thought he was a clever man, but he has made a grave mistake by baselessly accusing a royal official. She shouts, "Listen, prepare his judgment at once." They capture him, tie him up, and the Death Warrior is almost killing him. She instructs him to listen well, as he has insulted her and a royal vassal with his lies, and now she will restore her honor. Javier arrives with Pipodong, Haming, and Bangul, grabbing his sword. Alicia Termina Magentano asks him if he has any last words. He replies, exterminate the guilty one's entire bloodline. She asks Victor and the other person if they also agree with this. They bow and affirm that it is the right thing to do. She then declares that she will prove her vassal's innocence, while Javier squeezes his sword to draw it. The other person questions what she is saying, and 4 magicians arrive to perform a magic spell on that person. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and smiles while she instructs them to summon the confession spell. The person pleads for them to wait, but the magicians have already completed their spell, and magical circles appear around him with a bright flash. After a while, that person and Victor find themselves tied up in the middle of the city under worse conditions, with crows flying around their heads. Lloyd Frontra arrives there with Javier and remarks that their families have done no wrong. He explains that he pleaded with the Queen to only go this far, emphasizing his niceness. Lloyd thinks he was a bit annoyed that construction got delayed due to those worthless punks. Alicia Termina Magentano also arrives there and commands to put all of the kingdom's workers on the bridge's construction, making people hail their darling queen. Lloyd observes that the High Wizard used gravitational magic to lighten the weight of the stone blocks and work on the suspension tower, which finished in a flash. He instructs Bangul to get ready for the launch. Bangul holds the rope in his mouth and jumps from a building, and Lloyd tells him to fire. A blast occurs, catching everyone's attention. Pipodong and Bangul become excited by the blast, while 2 soldiers turn the tab again. Lloyd Frontra announces the socket connection complete, and here comes the second cable. Julian Frontra acknowledges Lloyd's incredible abilities, and Javier adds that he is also remarkable. Despite it being his first time engaging in hard labor, Lloyd showed up every day. Javier recalls a time when they were young, and he asked Lloyd to teach him how to use a sword. However, Lloyd nearly hurt himself because the sword was too heavy for him. Now, Javier observes that it doesn't seem to be a problem. Hemming supports a part of the bridge, and Lloyd Frontra mentions that wizards can also perform fire magic. Following his instructions, they execute the magic, and Lloyd places his shovel on the ground, announcing that the construction is complete. The system notifies that the construction of Magenta City's suspension bridge is finished, and a large amount of bonus RP will be awarded for this monumental achievement in construction. His bonus RP increases to 1,050, and his current RP reaches 3,019. He reflects that after saving bit by bit, he is now swimming in RP, feeling content. Alicia Termina Magentano reaches the bridge and declares that it will be named after Lloyd Frontra and his brave knight. She officially names the bridge Lajavi and, using her vested powers, bestows the title of Master Builder onto Lloyd Frontra. Corgitus, standing in the crowd, questions the decision, referring to Lloyd as a runt who made the whole platform but is the only one capable of designing something like this. He acknowledges that once the money for construction starts pouring in, it will likely settle the estate's debts. However, there is still one giant hurdle left. She contemplates how to utilize this man, considering there are numerous ways to put him to use. He reflects that the Queen is currently debating how to employ him, but he absolutely refuses to comply. His dream is to be a rich bum, spending his days eating and sleeping. He decides to stick to the plan. She states that she has a request for him, suggesting they return to the royal palace and talk. He thinks about escaping the Queen's grip while also addressing Julian's academy problem and responds, agreeing to her wishes. He names the plan Operation Double Kill. They all return to the royal palace where Alicia Termina Magentano proclaims that she hereby bestows upon Lloyd Frontra a noble title and an estate befitting his abilities. She contemplates that he is the son of a country baron, and on top of that, he caused the sanction of high-ranking officials like themselves. They cannot be happy about him being given a title and land, and it will be a pain to try and quell their complaints. Lloyd Frontra bows and expresses thanks and praise for Her Majesty's boundless generosity. However, if he may be so bold, he beseeches her for something bigger. She asks what's bigger, and he replies that if Her Majesty deems his request reasonable, then please withdraw the offer of land and title. She tells him to state his request, and she will decide, contemplating what he might want, whether a royal post or a larger fee. Whatever it is, it wouldn't change her desire to have him by her side. He states that what he would like is a thorough cleaning of the Royal Academy. She asks him to explain this. He responds that the Magenta Royal Academy is currently full of corruption, inequality, and despicable behavior. Students focus more on their cliques than their studies and subject students of lower ranks to mental and physical suffering. He mentions that the Academy's educators are aware of this, yet turn a blind eye, more interested in lining their pockets with kickbacks to satisfy their own interests. He adds that the students indulge themselves in the sweetness of power when they should be learning, and they build up social barriers when they should be embracing their aspirations for this world. These behaviors are a far cry from the aims with which the Academy was established. He issues an order to Javier, who takes out a document from his pocket and presents it to the Queen. He states that these are the results of a 4-month investigation that his knight and he have put together, ranging from Academy graduates to handymen who did odd jobs, down to the teachers with a conscience who had left, fed up with the Academy's corruption. He mentions that they have carefully recorded their testimonies and investigated their claims. A royal servant shouts that this lowly man is spewing lies, and another person chimes in, saying that such a thing could not happen at the Royal Academy. She orders those who just opened their traps to be subjected to the confession spell. Magicians arrive and create their magic circles with a bright flash on Academy administrators, and they all confess. After some time, they are all tied up in worse conditions in the middle of the city for punishment. Alicia Termina Magentano reaches the Royal Academy, while an announcement tells that Her Majesty is approaching, and her guards capture the staff of the Academy. She orders the arrest of all the people mentioned on the list, with no exceptions, even those they associate with or have the slightest connection to. She instructs that they should be given lashes according to their crime, relieved of their posts, and have their lands confiscated. She states that they should be prepared to face even execution. One of them claims he has done no wrong, while another one begs for mercy. Another person insists he is being framed, declaring it to be a setup. Lloyd, Frontra, and Javier stand outside the academy, and he smiles while Javier remarks that he seems very pleased about cleaning out the academy. He wonders what he is talking about. His darling queen has completely forgotten he exists. Now he just needs to sneak back to the countryside and enjoy the fruits of his labor, laughing. Kyle comes from behind and says he understands that he is pleased, but must he make that face? He adds that he has a message from Her Royal Highness, stating that he may go when he wishes, but he should be sure to attend tomorrow night's banquet. He agrees to that. Kyle continues, mentioning that she also says his plan to create a diversion with the academy was outstanding, and she respects his wish to live the sweet, lazy life. He thinks that he was always in the palm of her hand. Kyle concludes that is all and walks away. After he goes away, he says that he scared the crap out of him and asks if he couldn't sense that guy approaching. Javier replies not at all and adds that Sir Kyle, the kingdom's top sword master, hiding his presence from a knight of his level would have been very easy. After a while, Julian Frontra is heard saying that Lloyd Frontra beat up Diego Lacona, knowing all this would happen. Lloyd replies well, basically, he planned to wrap up the construction ordered by the queen nicely. He then adds that if she were going to give him a bonus, he would ask her to investigate the academy. He claims to have her trust, a justification for it, and he knew it would work. Lloyd asks his brother what he wants, calling him a little shit. His brother responds that he doesn't have to force himself to call him that anymore because he's his brother. He expresses trust and pride and declares that he's proud of him more than anyone else. Julian is surprised to hear this, and the system notifies him that Julian Frontra now thinks of him as the hero who awoke to face the family's crisis. Resentment towards him has faded, and he now respects and accepts him. The system notifies him once again that his approval rating by Julian has increased by 65 points, and he has reached 910 bonus RP, with his current RP being 3,929. He comments that it was so cringe he's going to vomit. His brother agrees, saying he regrets it too. At night, they attend the royal banquet, where the queen instructs Lloyd Frontra to come and draw near. He complies and approaches her. She questions whether he thought she wouldn't notice he liked that, and remarks that he looks like a mole cricket, standing out even more. He denies it, addressing her as Her Majesty and stating that he did not think so. Javier interjects, expressing awe at Her Highness's insight. The queen then asks if Javier Asrahan agrees, while Lloyd Frontra looks at both of them. Javier confirms, describing him as a mole cricket indeed, to which the queen replies most definitely, a mole cricket. He wonders what has suddenly come over him and why he looks so relieved. She inquires if he did not hear her command to draw near. He bows and apologizes, and she insists on him coming even closer. He stands in front of her face, and she continues to ask him to come even closer. He apologizes again, stating that if he gets any closer, it's not good. She leans in near his ear and mentions that if he ever changes his mind, he should come to see her, and she'll have everything ready for him. She walks away, informing him that the banquet is for him and that he should enjoy himself. He smiles and reflects on what a jackpot this is. He contemplates lounging around, but then considers the possibility of a natural disaster putting the estate in trouble, prompting him to work to keep it going. He becomes more excited, thinking it's like he has acquired a nice little nest egg, and he wants to get back to the estate already with the enormous fee he received from the construction. Now it's time to live his life, and he dances and enjoys food. However, he pauses, realizing there's still the plot point 3 years later regarding the queen turning evil. When that happens, the nest egg and the estate will be in vain. He mentions that the banquet will continue until the moon sets, and he recalls that line, it's from when the queen is poisoned and loses one of her arms. It's the secret code used by those plotting to assassinate her. He wonders why this is happening now, and why is it coming from Sir Kyle when it's not supposed to happen for another 3 years. Alicia Termino Magentano sits in her room and wonders if he has too much to drink. She is certain she has had her usual amount, but acknowledges that she has been working too hard these past few days with the academy, preparing for the floor and the movements of Javier Asrahan, their enemy state. She reflects on Samar Khan assembling an army in his western lands, but according to her spies, it wasn't just a military exercise. She questions whether it's an invasion, deeming it unlikely as, if that were his goal, he would have assembled his men in the north where their borders meet. She thinks marching through that wild terrain is a suicide mission, pondering what exactly he is scheming, and she feels a severe headache. She finds it odd that her body's mana should easily neutralize the effects of this much alcohol. She realizes she can't control her heartbeat and notes that it's becoming hard to breathe. Meanwhile, she considers her mana, realizing she needs to circulate it to neutralize her heart while she bends over the table. She suspects it's poison, but all the food is thoroughly checked. Trying to get up, she calls out if someone is out there and requests anyone to fetch the royal doctor. Sir Kyle opens the door and she looks at him and says thank goodness need, asking for his hand. He responds affirmatively, acknowledging that Her Majesty is right, and he expresses gratitude for being there to help her rest in peace. He then takes out his sword, leaving her looking at him surprisingly. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra informs Javier that there's a problem and suggests they go. They both walk towards the Queen's room, and he asks if Javier isn't going to inquire about what's happening. Javier responds that he also felt a strange mana force and asks what he needs to do. Lloyd instructs him to knock out the Sword Master. Javier acknowledges that he knows he is not kidding, but he pleads with him not to joke. The other person suggests buying them some time, and Javier asks for 1 minute. The person replies within 2 minutes, and they both run quickly. He agrees, saying he'll take it, and urges them to see the dead royal servants. Sir Kyle launches an attack on Alicia Termina Magentano, and she successfully blocks his strike. He commends her, stating it's magnificent. He informs her that she has had a lethal dose of poison, yet she managed to block 3 strikes by his blade. She questions why he is doing this, falls down, and he almost attacks her. However, Javier reaches there in time and stops him with a stick. Sir Kyle then turned his attack towards Javier, who also successfully blocked the strike. Sir Kyle considers that he blocked his sword with a candlestick and questions what in the world is happening. He thinks of a high-frequency mana circle collision. Javier throws him away, and Kyle reflects that he has never seen mana used like that before. They both continue to attack each other repeatedly and eventually defeat each other. Sir Kyle addresses Alicia Termina Magentano as her Royal Wallet Highness, and she asks Lloyd Frontra what he is doing there. He responds, urging her to save the chit-chat for later. He then employs Asrahan's core technique and mana absorption, casting a spell on the Queen to save her life. In the midst of the fight between Javier and Sir Kyle, Javier contemplates the Aura Sword, recognizing that only a Sword Master can conjure it. He decides that once he finishes conjuring it, it'll be all over. He throws a candlestick in the air, spins it, and attacks Kyle. Javier also uses a mana blast for an attack. Kyle acknowledges the ingenuity of the young man and his technique in manipulating mana, but notes that he lacks real-life combat experience. Kyle attacks Javier, and Lloyd Frontra becomes upset, thinking that he's counting on him because if he loses, they're all dead. Javier assesses the wound as shallow, but he acknowledges that he has certainly dealt some damage. Now it's time for his attack, and he runs to engage him. Sir Kyle looks at him, thinking that he's charging at him, a senseless fool who fears nothing. Kyle kicks Javier, who screams Master Pipodong. Pipodong quickly arrives and throws his sword towards Kyle. Javier grabs his sword and candlestick in both hands. Kyle attempts to attack him again, but Javier quickly uses a mana blast, throwing a fire attack on Kyle and tossing him out of the room. Kyle thinks it's unbelievable that he can use that like a cannon. Javier continues to run and attack him, using a mana blast once again, a scattering blast. Kyle thinks to himself, damn it, he is a monster. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra employs his skills to heal the Queen. After some time, she opens her eyes and wonders how it is possible. She observes that he is absorbing his mana, but not only that, he is specifically absorbing the mana that was consumed by the poison. She asks where he acquired such a skill. He replies, please don't talk, he can't concentrate. She apologizes and then wonders if he just scolded her, the Queen. He denies it, suggesting that it appears the poison has affected her hearing. She questions what this is, expressing doubt. He apologizes again and urges her to stay still and rest. He coughs with blood, making her wonder what he is doing, and she asks if he is trying to sacrifice himself to save her. On the other side, Javier attacks Kyle with full force and throws him into the banquet. People become scared and ask what this is as Kyle slides away. Javier walks towards him, thinking he will not get past him here. Kyle believes he's going to defend that one spot to buy some time and orders the soldiers to listen up, stating that this man and his gang have conspired to assassinate the Queen. The soldiers ready their weapons to protect their majesty. Guards run to attack Javier, and he counterattacks, throwing them away. Kyle reflects on each member of the elite guard, noting that he's flinging them away 3 at a time. He thinks he has never heard of such a man in all of history who could do such a thing. If he were to attain Sword Master status, he would easily have the power to destroy a small nation, but he believes that will never happen. Kyle commands the soldiers to step aside, declaring that he is his now, thinking he will die here. He uses his aura sword and throws Javier away. Javier is severely injured, falls, and his clothes tear, leaving him badly hurt. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that the poison absorption is complete, but he also feels weak and vomits poison. Alicia Termina Magentano gets up and states that if they don't do something, he will die. She suggests gathering all the mana into one arm and she will assist him. Javier thinks that she will sever his arm, similar to what she did to herself in the novel, but he refuses to accept losing an arm. He contemplates that it will make shoveling difficult, picks up a fork, shouts Mana Blast, and an explosion occurs, destroying the palace roof from his side. Javier remains on the ground in severe condition, and Kyle walks towards him, pondering what that was. It felt like a huge explosion of mana. He wonders if it could have been Lloyd Frontra. Javier attempts to get up, and Kyle looks at him, thinking that he rises even after being hit by the blow of the aura sword. He contemplates Javier's sword oath and grabs his broken sword, determined to keep that oath. In a flashback, Javier remembers when they both sat down in the woods at their construction site. Lloyd Frontra asks what this is all of a sudden. Javier explains that he is supposed to be his guard, yet he abandons his duties and runs to the Gigotitan, expressing disappointment when he would not join him. Javier mentions that he had wanted to rely on him because, up until that moment, he always had due to his soft attitude. Javier acknowledges that his lack of strength leads to the negligence of his duties, and he believes he is entirely unfit to be a knight. Lloyd Frontra responds that he sees. He was wondering what he was talking about. He advises Javier not to get too worked up about it and mentions that he will still dock his pay for 6 months. Javier questions if he honestly thinks he can negotiate this. Javier suggests 3 months, but Lloyd Frontra asks why he asks. Javier refuses and apologizes, swearing to him as his lord's sword and escort that he will never again abandon his duties. Lloyd Frontra remarks that Javier is playing with the embers while saying it, questioning how he can believe him. Javier asserts that he doesn't have to believe him because he will keep this oath. Lloyd Frontra agrees, saying fine as he wishes. Javier mentions that he is aware that he has risen to the level of the Triple Heart Circle and emphasizes the urgency to become a sword master within the year. Lloyd Frontra responds, saying those are some mighty words, remarking that it's as if he's going to lose 12 pounds this year, really. Javier retorts, stating that just because he says it doesn't mean it will happen. He takes a small stick from the ground and asks about the human limit to how far they can push their mana heart. In theory, they will never surpass that limit, even for hundreds of years. He scratches a circle on the ground and explains how a sword master is able to surpass that limit, suggesting it isn't through simple training, but what he is doing. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that this time Javier would like to do this without his help, and he thinks Javier will not rely on Master Lloyd anymore. He comes back in, and Kyle runs to attack him. He thinks he will become a sword master on his own, and Kyle stabs him. Kyle remarks that he never ceases to amaze him, noting that normally, one's whole body would be torn to shreds and disappear when hit by the aura sword. He questions if Javier gathered all his mana into one spot to strengthen it. He expresses that he would have loved to see more of Javier's little tricks, but now he must die. Javier gathers all his skills and creates a magical circle. He grabs Kyle's hand and attempts to take out his sword. He thinks the mana from the aura is burning his entire body, flowing in through his sword from his hands, from his heart, from his mana heart. He goes back and hits a wall, falling down. Kyle observes that he senses neither breathing nor mana from him, and thinks this has taken up too much of his time. Now he turns to take the queen's head and walks away. Javier gets up again and says he sees now, while Kyle looks at him and shockingly asks what he is. Javier replies that it's the sword master's mana and builds his strong sword. Kyle thinks that that is an aura sword. He has never even heard of such a power like this. Javier attacks him and cuts his arm, causing Kyle to shout in pain and fall down. He orders his soldiers to step forward. Javier asks if they think they can take on this sword master. Alicia Termina Magentano attempts to wake up the unconscious Lloyd Frontra, urging him to open his eyes. She holds his hand and encourages him, mentioning his ability to absorb mana. She insists he should take her mana, as she can't afford to lose such a talented individual. Lloyd Fronta regains consciousness. The system window notifies that he has survived a fatal poisoning, unlocking a new custom mana heart skill option. Lloyd Fronta is puzzled, and the system window further informs him about complete poison resistance, making him immune to all types of poison. Additionally, he gains the ability to supercharge by absorbing large amounts of mana from his surroundings when his mana is depleted. He finds these skills to be super useful and smiles towards Alicia, who, in response, gets annoyed and hits him on the head. He holds his head and asks why she suddenly hit him. She explains that it was not about his actions, but rather his facial expression, prompting him to inquire about what his face ever did. She disregards that aside and asks if he is alright and can stand. He responds, saying he thinks that may be too much for him, contemplating that he needs to hurry and help Javier right now, considering it his only option. The system window notifies that he can absorb large amounts of mana from his surroundings when his mana is depleted. He begins to absorb his mana, and a huge light spreads all around. She gets shocked and asks what this is. His body is covered with mana light, and his supercharged power starts to absorb mana from his surroundings. She contemplates the tremendous absorption powers if his mana is absorbed this quickly. She calls out to him, wondering if he cannot hear her. She acknowledges that he saved her life, took all the mana he needed, and with it, went to help his knight. He continues absorbing the mana from his surroundings, surprising her. He opens his eyes. The system window notifies him about a skill upgrade, revealing that his mana heart skill level has risen to the rank of a low-ranking sword expert. Additionally, he has unlocked a new custom mana heart skill option named Frenzy. It further explains that this Berserker mode can be used against a designated target for 60 seconds. In Berserker mode, strength, stamina, and reflexes are increased by 200%, and this can only be used once a day. He is surprised to see the status window, realizing that his body feels light, indicating that he must be fully charged. He contemplates that he's probably fighting the Swordmaster all on his right now. He urgently tells Alicia Termina Magentano that they must hurry. She feels drained because her mana was absorbed by him. He wonders what happened and acknowledges that this is an annoying skill for others. She mentions that she will ask him for the details later, but apprehending Kyle is their biggest priority right now. She inquires if he could carry her. He puts on her coat and attempts to pick her up, expressing that it would be an honor. He reflects on how their dear queen is so down to earth, deciding to think about how to explain all this later. He carries her on his back and says, "Here they go." He quickly runs from there, thinking, "Wait for him, Javier, he is coming." She contemplates that he demonstrated demonstrable excellence in mana handling, but on his own, he is no match for the Swordmaster Kyle. She believes she must build up his mana again and hopes he can fight at even 1/3 of his usual level. Meanwhile, Javier is surrounded by soldiers. Lloyd Frontra and Alicia Termina Magentano reach out and see him. Javier holds a sword in his hand, lit with magic, and thinks, "What's with this guy? And that is an aura sword." He reflects that he has materialized it into a real sword and realizes he has taken down Kyle. Alicia moves forward and instructs the guards to lower their weapons. She explains that this evening, Commander Kyle of the Royal Guard made an attempt on Javier's life, and these two men braved extreme danger to save him. Javier thinks it's because she is his gravy train. Alicia commands everyone to show respect to these two heroes. She adds that every single person who attended tonight's banquet will be investigated for the security of the royal family, demanding everyone's complete cooperation. Lloyd Frontra asks Javier if he has become a sword master. Javier casually responds with a yes. Lloyd Frontra is surprised and asks how he can be so casual about it. Javier questions why he would think this is out of the ordinary. He explains that he encounters dangerous situations frequently, and this is the only way to fulfill his duty to protect him. Lloyd Frontra sees him and thinks what a relief, saying he supposes Javier is not something ordinary. He reflects that he is glad Javier is safe. The system window notifies that Javier has accomplished yet another stunning achievement tonight, and all of his past accomplishments and achievements have satisfied hidden conditions. Javier sees the system window and wonders what this is now, as it seems to be giving out quite a lot today. The system window notifies that the compliment system is activated, and every achievement he earns leads to an honorary title of praise, each given title coming with its bonus skill. It further notifies that additionally, at midnight of every full moon, a certain amount of compliment points will be awarded. The system window notifies a list of titles such as Snap, Crackle, Pop, Crusher of Bones, Resuscitator of Dead Estates, and He Will Make His Face Resemble an Orc, among others. He wonders what these are, calling them titles and suggesting something cooler like Guardian of Cremo or Hero of Magentano. The system window responds that the titles of praise are named so they are suited to his face. He considers, come out here and say it to his face, comes on. Upon observing the system window, he reflects that when acquiring a title, it is accompanied by a skill, a positive aspect. Let them delve into the details. The system window discloses his identity as Toast, Cremo Lobster, with the title encompassing the entire Cremona region, including Cremo. The active duration of the title spans 120 years, and it yields a CP value of 6. The notification specifies that the powers conferred by the title can be activated within the region for which the commendation was granted for a duration of 24 hours. Moreover, it elucidates that the temporal and spatial parameters can expand or contract contingent upon his actions. Further information in the notification outlines the activation of title powers during combat scenarios where the opponent's mass exceeds his by 10 times or more. In such instances, Iron Stance is invoked, resulting in a twofold increase in damage dealt and a halving of damage received. He contemplates that this constitutes a substantial enhancement, speculating on the prospect of every title invoking such powers. He ponders the utility of CP and its applications while considering the rather unpleasant message box. He acknowledges that the message box might not divulge information, even if he were to request it politely. The notification conveys the intention to disclose information, but suggests a hesitancy, asserting that it might be inadvisable. Given the current circumstances, it deems the likelihood of receiving information improbable, akin to a missed opportunity. Seated in anticipation, he implores for information, urging for details. The message prompts him to persist in his supplication. Javier observes him and perceives the recurring behavior as peculiar. The notification clarifies that he can employ the accumulated CP to defy the laws of physics, thereby attaining absolute power and the ability to summon, with the ending as a spoiler. He is taken aback by the unexpected appearance of system notifications. After a while, Lloyd Frontra sits to relax, and his brother Julian stands nearby. He expresses his exhaustion, citing a lack of sleep due to an ongoing investigation. Julian inquires about their knowledge regarding the perpetrator behind Sir Kyle's predicament. Lloyd tilts his neck back in a gesture of relaxation and conveys their lack of information. He mentions the apprehension of individuals engaged in coded messages with Sir Kyle, noting the ongoing use of a confession spell. However, he reveals a complication: these individuals are shielded by a protection spell, rendering the confession spell ineffective. Lloyd acknowledges that, due to this circumstance, he finds himself confined to the capital, compelled to wait patiently. Reflecting on the desire to conclude the matter swiftly and return home, he notes the lack of details in the book regarding the assassination attempt against the Queen. Anticipating that such information might be covered in the next season, he underscores the temporal discrepancy 3 years earlier than in the book, hinting at the potential for alterations in the future. Concerned about the changing course of events, he acknowledges the risk of rendering his knowledge of future events useless. Nevertheless, he finds solace in the recent acquisition of powers, expressing uncertainty about their utility but recognizing their timely arrival. Julian inquires about Javier's status and whether he is still subject to investigation. Lloyd responds, indicating that the Queen singled out Javier for a separate summons following his attainment of the rank of a sword master. This revelation astonishes Julian, prompting him to question the reason for his surprise. Lloyd clarifies that Javier was instrumental in apprehending Kyle, leveraging his newfound status as a sword master. Julian expresses his previous assumption that Javier received assistance from the Royal Guard. Lloyd challenges this perception, asserting that even 100 guardsmen would be no match for a sword master. Julian, now perplexed, seeks clarification on the implications of this revelation, prompting Lloyd to regard him with a peculiar look. Meanwhile, at the palace, Javier bows before Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. She remarks that recent events have allowed her to witness his unparalleled swordsmanship and the conjuring of a previously unseen aura sword. Noting his awareness of the current vacancy for the position of the captain of the Royal Guard, she issues a command for him to stand by her side and assume the role of captain of the Royal Guard from this moment onward. Meanwhile, Julian inquires about Javier's potential departure. On the other side, Javier requests forgiveness from Her Majesty. Lloyd Frontra comments that he truly does not know Javier at all. On the opposite side of the conversation, Javier identifies himself as Baron Arcos Frontra's knight and implores her understanding of his inability to leave his lord's side. She asserts that she is not asking but ordering him, emphasizing that disobeying her orders amounts to treason, a consequence of which he is well aware. Javier humbly requests one thing: permission to send a farewell message to his Lord Baron. She interprets this as an elegant expression of his preference for death over serving her. Javier appeals to her mercy, and she grants him permission to go, respecting his wishes. He expresses thanks to her and proceeds to leave. After a while, Julian summons Javier and inquires about the outcome of his meeting with the Queen. Javier assures him that he remains a knight dedicated to the Frontra family, bringing joy to Julian. Meanwhile, Alicia Termina Magentano contemplates the Frontra estate and observes that she appears to have encountered challenges with individuals from that region. Simultaneously, Lloyd Frontra reclines on the grass, gazes at the status window, and contemplates exploring the additional skills bestowed by his titles. He peruses the details on the system window and discovers a title-related skill named Snap, Crackle, Pop, and Crusher of Bones, which he acquired for eliminating Newman. This skill grants him unconditional obedience from the subjects of the Frontra estate. Lloyd contemplates altering his appearance to resemble an orc and questions the utility of the orc roar. He identifies Magentano as a suitable candidate to carry him and notes that having Queen Alicia's complete trust will shield him from accusations of treason, ensuring freedom from suspicion. Contemplating the aristocrats who faced repercussions due to his actions, he reassures himself that he remains immune to any consequences they may attempt to impose. Gazing at the bright full moon in the night sky, he recognizes that the designated time is drawing near. The system window informs him that the full moon is illuminating the night, bringing CP rewards for the 5 titles he holds, with the current CP tally standing at 22. Acknowledging this development, he anticipates the next step. The system window presents an option, notifying him that the ending spoiler enables the use of CP to preview the concluding scene of the storyline, with the requirement being 20 CP. It queries whether he wishes to utilize the ending spoiler. Reflecting on his current circumstances, he concludes that his only foreseeable future is one of comfort and contentment. Contemplating the potential downside of gaining excess weight from a cushy lifestyle, he decides to proceed and clicks yes to explore the ending spoiler. He finds himself transported into a dark place, expressing his unease at the eerie atmosphere. In an attempt to gain clarity, he initiates communication with the message box. Surrounded by flames flaring all around, he surveys his surroundings, recognizing the setting as the Frontra estate. However, he is perplexed by the distorted appearance of houses and trees. Encountering numerous lifeless bodies, he questions the nature of this grim scene, pondering the implications of such an ending. Seeking confirmation, he calls out to anyone present and receives a response. Consulting the message box, he seeks assurance regarding the authenticity of this unsettling scenario and whether it signifies a genuine conclusion. In his quest for answers, he runs throughout the scene, questioning if his voice is audible. Witnessing a vision of his future self, he sits down and succumbs to tears while contemplating the fate of the Baron and Baroness. The future Lloyd Frontra expresses regret, apologizing for not being able to protect anyone, and agonizingly questions the nature of this tragic conclusion. As he turned around, a multitude of locusts came into view, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. Javier maneuvers with his sword, launching successive attacks against the locusts. Observing this, Lloyd Frontra wonders if Javier has successfully eliminated the threat. However, a new group of locusts approaches him, prompting a sudden transfer back to the garden. Lloyd calls upon the message box, seeking an explanation for what he witnessed and questioning the inevitability of those events. The message box responds, advising him to consider the potential losses if he chooses to doubt the information provided. Urgently, he runs from the scene, reflecting on the cryptic statement within the spoiler. Recalling the future Lloyd Frontra's regretful words about coming a little earlier determines the urgency of the situation and the need for swift action. Contemplating the locust swarm, he believes he has identified the precise cause and resolves to reach the impending crisis as quickly as possible to address it. Meanwhile, Alicia Termina Magentano writes a letter and inquires about the fate of the entire Cremona region. Lloyd Frontra kneels down in front of her and asserts that it is indeed true. They must mobilize the troops and prepare for this unprecedented calamity. She expresses surprise at the suddenness of this revelation and implores him to provide more information about what will transpire. He elucidates that this is the machination of their adversary nation Asfahan, which is attempting to orchestrate a sequence of these monsters to undermine their strength. He reveals that they are eradicating the monsters in the eastern wilderness, thereby depriving them of their habitat. As a consequence, the monsters migrate westward, propelling another group of monsters in a domino effect. This in turn leads to these creatures spreading havoc in their eastern region. He speculates that, according to the book, this event will occur 3.5 years later. Furthermore, he opines that it should manifest much farther north than their Frontra estate. He contemplates that he is uncertain about why the timing and the details have changed, but there is no time to worry about that. She considers that there was certainly some movement from Asfahan in the eastern wilderness, and it is undoubtedly a possibility. She inquires how he is aware of Asfahan and their suspicious movements. He reflects on his brain's ability to think. She observes that, upon reflection, he has been withholding too much information from her. She asserts that, for her, he seems more suspicious than Asfahan. He licks his lip and discloses that he has some ties, a blood pact in fact, with the Orcs of the Wastelands, specifically the Sand and Steel tribe. They send a carrier pigeon to inform him. Regarding his knowledge of Kyle's assassination attempt, he explains that he and the head of staff were engaged in a peculiar exchange. Upon noticing the suspicious looks they exchanged, he decided to follow them, witnessing the event. He further explains that concerning him absorbing the mana and destroying the surroundings, as she is aware, his guard and knight Javier is a genius with no equal. He states that they have been together since childhood, and he taught him the secret magic of self-defense. Being a genius himself, he possesses a decent command of those skills. She contemplates that it all makes sense, so why does it feel like he is making it all up on the spot? He thinks that she senses he is making this up right now. The system window notifies that the effect of Magentano has been activated. He will be carried by him, possessing Queen Alicia's complete trust. No matter how much others accuse him of treason, he will be free from suspicion. He observes the status screen. She declares that she shall grant him 500 in his direct command, the White Cavalry, and also 50 wizards for support. Since he has knowledge of the enemy's movements, he may have their command. He thinks about how generous it is and expresses his gratitude to Her Majesty. She inquires, asking him to thank her for what, and mentions that he should know more than anyone. She questions whether he thinks that trusting his baseless speculations comes without a price. He acknowledges that, of course, he knows very well that nothing in life is free. If they can successfully halt these monster attacks, he pledges to proclaim to the whole world that the foresight and resolution in this matter were all hers. He aims to restore the honor of the crown that was tarnished by the assassination attempt. She remarks that she has never encountered anyone as suspicious as him, but she appreciates that they understand each other. After a while, he and Javier depart from the location on horseback. Javier mentions that he is certain there is a reason for all this and requests him to take his time and explain. He increases the horse's speed and inquires if he understands. He confirms that yes, he comprehends the gist of what he is saying, so he encourages him to proceed. Lloyd Frontra asserts that they must arrive at the Frontra estate in 5 days, and he expects Javier to understand. He reflects that Javier can now easily overpower the army of a small nation. If they witness dozens of soldiers taken out by a single swipe of the sword, the enemy's morale will plummet. He acknowledges that morale is a critical factor. In this situation, their enemy is not human, lacks morale, and is driven by the pursuit of food. He recognizes that they do not fear death. Hence, Javier alone is not sufficient. Moreover, facing an attack from all around, 360 degrees, the intense firepower from 2 people won't be enough. He orders Pipodong to part ways at this point. Pipodong emerges from his jacket, and he requests Pipodong to meet him at the exact time, counting on him. Pipodong jumps from there and runs. He thinks he has a plan, and he anticipates his money-spinning Frontra estate. They both continue their journey without stopping and reach the top of a mountain. From there, they observe the town with locusts flying toward it. Lloyd Frontra notices the locusts and reflects that the earlier time frame was exceptionally brief. The farmers working in the fields also noticed the locusts, and one farmer inquired about what was happening. Lloyd Frontra calls out to him and urges him to stop standing around. He instructs the farmer to escape into their houses quickly. The farmers see Lloyd Frontra and he gestures, ordering them to bring him a lid for his pot, the largest one they can find. A locust breaks the palace window and enters the palace. Miss Emily sees the locust and asks what that thing is. It moves to attack her, but Marbella Frontra intervenes, attacking it with a chair and killing it. Just then, many locusts enter the palace, surrounding them. Marbella holds Emily's hand and instructs her to follow. They move to run from there, and looking out of the window, witness many locusts flying around. Marbella gets shocked and wonders what on earth is happening. Arcos Frontra arrives with his sword and inquires if she is all right. He suggests heading outside first, joining Sister Bayern and the other soldiers. He opens the door, and they all come out to see locusts devouring everything they find. Meanwhile, a group of locusts follows Bayern, and he runs to save his life. He instructs the soldiers to listen up, stating that they will assemble at the Count's residence and move out. Michael tries to free himself from them, urging them to get away from him. Bayern observes him struggling and looks towards the palace, thinking that all the villagers are in danger, but the Count is Count. He recalls a memory when Arcos Frontra expressed the hope that it would never come to this. However, if the estate were ever to be in peril, please save their people first before him. He believes that a lord and his knights exist purely for their people. Bayern moves to save Michael, attacking the locusts and killing them. He instructs Michael to get behind him. Meanwhile, Arash also attacks the locusts, killing them, and declares that the great orc warriors may face their last day, but they will uphold their oath to their brother's family. An orc warrior moves to attack the locusts. On the other side, Michael and Bayern also attempt to attack and kill them. However, suddenly, a locust comes to attack them, but Bayern saves Michael. They start biting his back. On the other side, many locusts target a poor lady who is trying to save her little child. The locusts overpower her and start biting everyone. An orc warrior attempts to save Miss Emily, but the locusts cover the sky and everything. They start biting the poor lady's hair, and she begins crying. Some locusts attack Bayern. Suddenly, some fire flares spread all over and burn the locusts. Lloyd Frontra arrives and suggests that they should be in a natural history museum. Javier strikes his sword on the lid of the pot, creating a flare. Lloyd Frontra inquires about how they achieved that, expressing excitement at the sound of the pot lid. He continues to hit the lid, attracting the attention of the locusts, who all move toward the sound. Arcos Frontra remarks about the echoing voice just now. Marbella Frontra agrees, confirming that it is indeed their Lloyd Frontra. Lloyd Frontra and Javier run from there, and locusts follow them. He remarks that they are incredibly scary. Javier agrees, stating it's as he said, they are chasing them along a regular trajectory. Lloyd Frontra expresses satisfaction, saying that's good. They will keep gathering them like this. He suggests doing a lap around the estate perimeter. He instructs Javier to hit harder. Javier strikes with full force, and the lid hits him in the face. Lloyd Frontra sees him, noting that it was too hard, and asks why he looks so happy, questioning why he is smiling. Javier moves to hit again, saying here comes the next one. Lloyd Frontra thinks that it was mentioned in the book that the locusts respond to this kind of loud sound, and they are falling for it. He tells Javier that the next one is Lacona, urging him on. Javier wonders if he is planning to help that area too, and is impressed by assisting a neighbor even in such a critical state. The system window notifies him that his approval rating by Javier increased by +3, and he earned 54 RP. Lloyd Frontra thinks he can't lose that water bill. Meanwhile, at the Viscounty of Lacona, locusts attack, destroying everything. Viscount Lacona tries to save himself and asks what these things are. Lloyd Frontra and Javier arrive there. Viscount Lacona sees Lloyd Frontra, who cautions him not to even think about being late with his water bills. Javier hits the lid of the pot, and the locusts start following the sound. Javier remarks that Lloyd Frontra's plan was to take them through buildings and concentrate the swarm even further. Lloyd Frontra denies having a plan. He laughs and admits that he just wanted to be impish, and it felt good. Javier thinks about what's wrong with him. The locusts start following them. Lloyd Frontra states that he thinks he can keep up with the great Lloyd, and Captain Frontra is coming through. Javier advises him to save his strength, mentioning that shouting like that does not help them. Lloyd Frontra remarks that he really does not see the bigger picture, explaining that calling like this lets them know who saved them. He laughs and mentions that he is going to milk this for all it's worth. Javier thinks there's something wrong with him. Lloyd Frontra decides that it's enough, and now they move on to the Merritt's wetlands. Locusts come toward them, and Lloyd Frontra notes that there is another swarm here. Javier moves away and instructs to hold the pot lid above his head at an angle, then fall back. Javier uses his master's sword to attack and cut the locusts. Lloyd Frontra puts the lid on his head to save himself from the locusts' attack and employs magic to eliminate them. They still follow them. Lloyd Frontra remarks that it's good. They gathered them to a single spot and encouraged them to go just a little further. The horse also gets tired. Lloyd Frontra expresses frustration, asking if Javier is exhausted and emphasizing that if he pushes him anymore, they will all be dead meat. He instructs Javier to prepare him back. Javier questions what. Lloyd Frontra jumps on his horse, holds him from the back, and declares that he is his steed now, commanding him to run. Javier jumps from the horse with Lloyd Frontra, and they start running from there. The locusts still follow them. Lloyd Frontra calls Bangle and Hamang. They are full of water and start throwing water toward the locusts. Bangle uses the fire flare to attack and burn the locusts. Lloyd Frontra commands them to spray shot for round 2. Hamang throws the water's second shot at them. He orders them to start round 3. He and Javier use their magic power collectively, attacking and burning the locusts. After killing them, they both feel relaxed. Lloyd Frontra lies down on the ground and remarks that it was tough. Javier agrees, stating that they took care of most of them. However, there are still many left. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that at least a few thousand are left, but assures Javier not to worry. He mentions that the cleanup crew should be arriving right about now. Pipodong arrives with 300 elite warriors from the Sand and Steel tribe, along with 500 soldiers from the White Cavalry and 50 wizards. Lloyd Frontra instructs them to leave the rest to the newcomers as they have another thing to worry about. Javier asks what else is there. Lloyd Frontra explains the monster domino, emphasizing that it never ends with just one wave. A soldier declares that they are cavalry soldiers of the White Cavalry, emphasizing that, for the sake of their great majesty's domain, they must exterminate every last one of them. The soldier takes charge of the other soldiers, and together they attack the locusts, successfully killing them. The Orc tribe also aids in the defeat, eliminating the locusts, and even fries them over a fire before consuming them. Akush eats the locusts and remarks that they are high in protein. Emily arrives and calls an orc warrior over. She hands him a flower and expresses her gratitude for saving her earlier. The orc warrior accepts the flower, and she walks away, leaving him blushing at the gesture. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra's parents run toward him and ask if he is all right. His father grabs him and asks if he's not hurt. He refuses, stating that he's fine as they can see. His father becomes emotional, hugs him, and expresses gratitude, mentioning that he saved all of them when his feeble father couldn't. He apologizes and is grateful. His mother also hugs him and asks why he enjoys saving people so much, and what if he was hurt. He thinks that's not it. It was all for his retirement, and he did it purely for his own benefit. The system notifies him, and he wonders what's so funny. The system again notifies him that he doesn't seem to remember what he said during the ending spoiler. He wonders what it means and what he said. The system notifies him again that, well, if he doesn't remember, let's just leave it. He thinks that's right because there's so much more work to do right now, and they need to get ready for the second wave. The system notifies him that he has received a new title, Round 1 pick by Terminix Pest Control, and the title region is Frontra Barony Lacona Viscounty. The active period of the title is 110 years, and the CP from the title is 2. The system informs him about title powers. Just by looking at them, he can send all bug-type monsters into a state of fear. Once in this state, they will shrivel up and lose their ability to fight. At night, he goes to his construction site and looks around, while the commander of the White Cavalry, Vallardi Blanc, comes from behind and asks why he asked for him. He bows and replies, thanking him for coming. He also expresses gratitude for his crucial role in the plan to wipe out the locusts. Vallardi Blanc says not to say the words if he doesn't mean them, pointing out they were merely in charge of the cleanup. He disagrees, stating that's not it at all. If they were to clean it up all by themselves, it would have taken weeks, but thanks to him and his men, it was done in half a day. Velarde Blanc admits that, to be honest, he was angry at first for a mere engineer to be given command over the esteemed White Cavalry. However, when they arrived, he realized something: the precise time and location of their arrival. All of it was according to his calculations. He further asserts that he is a brilliant strategist, and there is no doubt about that. It cannot have been sheer luck that he saved Her Majesty, but his pride is still wounded. He inquires whether he had sent the wizards back while requesting them to stay and fight and die on the Queen's side, which he deems their honor. He states that he does not like him, and having spoken his truth, now it is his turn. He asks what they want from them. Lloyd Frontra thinks he knew this guy was special. In the novel, he is the commander of the White Cavalry, ordered to carry out a ruthless purge by the Queen who turns evil. He reflects that he fought tooth and nail against Javier, who was trying to protect the people. At that point in time, Javier wasn't a sword master, so he barely managed to beat him. Velarde Blanc inquires if he had said his name was Javier, and if he believes he can trust him with this request, to please stop the Queen. He thinks of it as uncompromising loyalty, noting Javier as a born warrior and a straight shooter, and he believes he won't get through to him if he beats around the bush. His best plan would be that. Lloyd Frontra asks how he would like to fight, proposing that if he wins, the White Cavalry becomes their estate's engineer of crops, and if he loses, he must return immediately to Her Majesty. Velarde Blanc laughs and states that he has him all figured out. Since he has no intention of giving in to such a ludicrous request, he suggests a fight right from the start. However, there is one thing he has missed. Velarde has been given command over the White Cavalry by the Queen, and this is an order. He responds that even if ordered to do so, shoveling dirt would gravely wound the honor of a knight. However, if it were the result of a duel, it would be a rather knightly thing to do. Velarde Blanc asks if he has a weapon and mentions hearing that he punished his estate's traitor with a shovel. Javier replies that he'll be keeping his sword sheathed, so it doesn't matter. Velarde Blanc thinks it's perfect, believing he took the bait and the chances of winning are 0. He considers Javier to have a triple heart circle, but it's just crude power. He believes he's skilled enough to almost kill Javier, the sword whiz, and that he'll never let him get a hit on him. However, as always, Javier has a different, powerful weapon: his personality. Velarde Blanc states that this is a match between a knight and a civilian, so the rules must be somewhat different. If Javier so much as flinches from one of his attacks, he will be the winner. Lloyd Frontra declares it's a deal and utilizes a triple core mana blast, launching an attack on Velarde Blanc. He quickly evades, and the blast travels a great distance, hitting a mountain and causing a volcanic explosion. Observing this, Velarde Blanc becomes frightened and looks back to where Lloyd Frontra fell to the ground. Velarde Blanc laughs at him, contemplating how 500 of the kingdom's strongest in the White Cavalry have been transformed into the Frontra barony's crop engineers. He mentions that they are engaged in construction work with his team the next morning. One warrior, expressing anger, throws his shovel, stating that even though full authority has been given to them, this is not acceptable. He emphasizes that they have devoted their lives to the battlefield, questioning why they must now engage in hard labor. Velarde Blanc insists that this is not merely a result of a simple order, recalling Lloyd Frontra's statement that he would show him something else amazing, that wielding a shovel can be much more honorable than wielding a sword. Velarde Blanc once again thrusts his shovel into the ground and mentions that there is something he wishes to check, urging cooperation. Lloyd Frontra and Javier stand atop a high mountain, observing them. Javier asks if this will truly have an effect on them. Lloyd Frontra responds that the orcs of the wilderness taught him, so he can trust their method, emphasizing it has been tried and true. He assures Javier to wait, stating that this is going to protect his sweet meal ticket. As his soldiers descend from the mountain with ropes, they proceed to build a rock monster. An earthquake shakes everything, causing people to become scared. They believe the entire estate is enveloped in terror, and simultaneously, everyone shares a common feeling, thinking that Master Lloyd Frontra will protect them all. Meanwhile, a huge herd of mastodons moves toward the city. Lloyd Frontra stands on a rock, holding 2 flags, one white and one blue. Velarde Blanc arrives with his warriors, finding it hard to believe what Lloyd Frontra said, but they see a real threat in the form of a massive herd of mastodons. He recalls his meeting with Lloyd Frontra, questioning what evidence he has that makes him so sure. Lloyd Fronta responds by asking if this isn't evidence, and when questioned further, he says it's obvious. Belardi Blanc insists on knowing how it's obvious, to which Lloyd Fronta clarifies that he means in a general sense. Belardi Blanc specifies that he wants to know if what Lloyd Fronta is saying serves as evidence. Returning to the present, he thinks he clearly has a knack for dodging questions, but regardless, he has judged correctly. Now is the time for battle, not doubts. They will match the speed of their charge and take out their front line. He believes that once the herd stops, they will quickly surround them and attack from the outside, one layer at a time, anticipating 10 or perhaps 20 casualties on their side. Oleg expresses that after this battle, he will propose to his sweetheart back home. Another warrior comments that he doesn't say things like that. Oleg repeats his question, asking what's wrong with what he said. Belardi Blanc contemplates that instead of an engagement ring for his lover, the soldier Oleg may leave behind only his glorious lance. He believes there is nothing to fear. This is the fate of their cavalry unit. He then commands white cavalry soldiers to prepare to charge. Meanwhile, Bayerk instructs them to wait, and Belardi Blanc looks at him, addressing him as Sir Bayern, the chief knight of this estate. He asks why Bayern is here without his armor. Bayern replies that Master Lloyd Fronta said he would not need any armor. Belardi Blanc questions this decision, expressing concern as they are going into battle, and wonders if Lord Lloyd has lost his senses. Bayern responds that his lordship has always seemed a little strange, and he's used to it by now. He explains that he came here to decipher Lloyd Fronta's messages. Belardi Blanc inquires about the meaning of deciphering. Bayern asks if he sees Master Lloyd on that white rock. Belardi Blanc confirms that he sees him. Bayern explains that his lordship will soon send a signal. As he observes, Lloyd Fronta waves the flag and gives the signals. Bayern directs the soldiers of the White Cavalry to move to the village's southeastern edge, urging them to move swiftly. Belardi Blanc dismisses the idea as nonsense, stating that Lloyd Fronta is practically asking them to clear the path for the Mastodons. He emphasizes that it is only a matter of time before the Mastodons overcome the earthen ramparts. He checks his current location and attempts to measure the distance to the new location. He observes that Lloyd Fronta seems to want them to attack from the side, but he believes they can't stop this charge with a side attack. Lloyd Fronta responds by saying that if Belardi Blanc keeps arguing, he will report them to Her Majesty. He waves flags repeatedly. He questions if Lloyd Fronta is serious about tattling on them to Her Majesty. Bayern denies this and claims that all of this was predetermined. Lloyd Fronta, perplexed by the situation, thinks it goes against all common sense as he looks at the Mastodons. He believes they are here and waves his flags again, smiling. He reflects on Phase 1 of the plan, blocking the Mastodons' path with a relief image of their natural enemy, the Megalania. Observing the Mastodons charging toward the rock monster, he witnesses them falling down, contemplating Phase 2. Belardi Blanc commands the White Cavalry troops to quickly march forward with much noise and movement. He instructs them to kick up a dirt cloud and bang their lancers together loudly, and they all follow the instructions. Belardi Blanc ponders if they are executing his plan, but confusion sets in as he sees them turning back and roaring. Lloyd Fronta thins the herd of Mastodons, frightened by the Megalania, and now believes they can hear the steps of another Megalania approaching. The Mastodons become scared and run in another direction. Lloyd Fronta thinks that if the herd moves north, they will have succeeded. Belardi Blanc realizes they are on the move, but then realizes that in that direction lies the ditch where they dug up the dirt for the relief image. He reflects on why he had asked them to dig such a long ditch there. Mastodons swiftly run towards the ditch. Lloyd thinks it's Phase 3 of his plan as they all tumble into the ditch. Piporong reaches the edge of the ditch and shouts for the Battle of Salsu, but Piporong doesn't listen. Instead, he throws a lot of water into the ditch, and they all are carried away with the water. Lloyd Fronta throws his flags and strikes a pose of victory while everyone looks at him. The Mastodons attempt to swim, but they struggle, eventually reaching the river and then making their way into the forest. Slowly emerging from the water, they become exhausted. Belardi Blanc observes them and realizes they have truly won without even engaging in a fight. Lloyd Fronta remarks that there is plenty to eat downstream, giving the Mastodons no reason to return to a place with a Megalania. He expresses gratitude for the new canal they have, thanks to the Mastodons. Belardi Blanc questions if Lloyd Fronta had truly planned to use it as a canal like this. Lloyd Frontra denies the exact plan but explains that as they were digging, he thought it could be useful, considering that every time they fought a battle, they would lose at least 5 men. Velarde Blanc goes to the house of warrior Durando, presenting his sword. He mentions that Durando's husband died honorably in battle for his country and people. Velarde Blanc assures that this cavalry regiment and the kingdom of Magentano will forever remember the bravery of Sir Durando. Durando's wife sits on the ground, crying heavily as they bury the dead warriors, evoking strong emotions among the other warriors. Velarde Blanc questions how much time he plans to waste on training now. Despite heavy rain at night, he remains in the graveyard, contemplating valor and honor. Each time they lose a man, these words are repeated, but he finds it nonsense as deep down, they know death doesn't leave behind honor. It only bequeaths hellish days for those left behind. The next morning, at the training ground, a warrior tells Oleg to ensure he invites them to the wedding while grabbing him in his arms. Oleg responds affirmatively, and Velarde Blanc observes them. Javier arrives, expressing concern that these waves of monsters may never end. Lloyd Fronta responds, acknowledging that they will end at some point, but they'll have to deal with dozens more. He mentions that coming up with a large-scale plan like this each time would be too costly for their estate. Meanwhile, he remarks to Javier that he sees his IQ has increased significantly and asks if he would like to guess what he's thinking. Javier responds, stating it's obvious a plan that requires the least amount of work to contain the monster invasion at its source. He acknowledges that it's the right idea and asks about that plan. Javier assumes he already has one in mind. Velarde Blanc declares that the White Cavalry Knights will assist him with his plan. Javier questions what he is saying, as he's not planning to go back to the capital. Velarde Blanc shares his intention to send a letter to ask for Her Majesty's permission. He explains that today he witnessed what real victory is, realizing what an incompetent leader he had been all this time. He kneels in front of him and asks for permission to stay and learn from his wisdom. All his other warriors also kneel alongside him. Lloyd Frontra mentions that he was actually about to throw himself at Velarde Blanc's feet and beg. He asserts that without Velarde Blanc's help, there is no way the plan would work. They all enter the palace, and in the meeting, Lloyd Frontra, Javier, Velarde Blanc, Arcos Frontra, and Marbella take their seats. Lloyd Frontra asks his lord if he remembers when he said he would make a waterway from Lake Capua, and his lord was firmly against it. His father confirms that he remembers. Lloyd Frontra explains that there is a legendary beast at Lake Capua, and King Storma lies asleep in its depths. However, he insisted that the disturbance from the waterway wouldn't be enough to wake him and pressed on with its construction. Lloyd Frontra agrees, stating that this time they really will wake him. His father vehemently objects, and his mother firmly says absolutely not. Velarde Blanc votes yes, raising his hand. Javier affirms that he agrees, and Arcos Frontra questions whether Javier, as his knight and guard, should not object to this. Javier replies, asking for forgiveness from his lord, but asserting that they will not win this argument anyway. His mother remarks on how smart he has become. Lloyd Frontra raises his hand and declares that, as per this democratic process, construction begins now. His father questions what's democratic, who told him, and advises him to hold on. Lloyd Frontra, Javier, Velarde Blanc, and their knights and warriors move forward under the supervision of Lloyd Frontra. Javier asks if Lloyd Frontra intends to awaken King Storma and somehow control him. Lloyd Frontra responds, stating he's not a wizard, and questions if that even sounds possible. He adds that he looked into legends, stories, or any mentions of King Storma or his habits. He mentions that one reference describes King Storma as a giant beast as big as a mountain, but surprisingly, there is no mention of him ever attacking humans. More importantly, he built the lake by creating the dam himself, and it is said that if his habitat is damaged, he will let out a shriek before starting repairs. He explains that this is why he is going to destroy a part of the lake continuously throughout the day and night, fixing it each time only to destroy it again, laughing at the idea. He states that this will scare the monsters coming over the eastern mountains, and he calls his Operation Guard Dog. Javier thinks that Lloyd Frontra is saying he will torment a beast that's sleeping happily, and even Satan wouldn't do this. Javier questions the possibility of Lloyd Frontra's research being wrong and what would happen if King Storma attacked them. Lloyd Frontra responds, stating that Javier is asking the obvious, and as a knight, he needs to defeat King Storma, pointing towards him. Javier notes that King Storma will shriek day and night, considering this as an Operation Guard dog. He thinks he's being treated like a dog. As they all approach the lake, Lloyd Frontra utilizes his survey simulation mode skill to observe everything. He thinks about where to breach without causing a flood and waking King Storma, making various gestures to understand the location and other details. Javier reassures others that although Lloyd Frontra may look a tad strange, he is of sound mind, or at least a bit eccentric, so there's no need to worry. Vallardi Blanc remarks on the maniacal appearance accompanying Lloyd Frontra's extraordinary intelligence, finding it truly remarkable. The legendary beast, King Storma, sees them and thinks that humans have come again. Bubbles appear at the outer layer of the water, and he contemplates forgiving them last time. However, if they dare disturb his slumber again, he will kill them all. Lloyd Frontra hears someone's voice and looks towards the source, where Bayern is laughing. Bayern exclaims to the little rascals, "Get down, stop it," and repeats stop, while laughing and expressing that they are killing him with their cuteness. Upon noticing Lloyd Frontra, Bayern gets up and addresses him as his lord, mentioning he has been meaning to ask him about something. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that Bayern could tell, and Bayern explains that these little ones are the mastodons who were separated from their mothers during the water attack. They seem healthy, so Bayern wants to ask for Lloyd Frontra's permission to raise them. Lloyd Frontra responds, expressing concern that as far as he knows, the bigger they get, the more ferocious they'll become, which could be dangerous. Bayern questions how Lloyd Frontra knows that, but he refuses and insists that it won't be dangerous because they are adorable. Lloyd Frontra explains that raising animals isn't easy and it will be extremely challenging. Bayern continues to deny the difficulty, saying it won't be challenging because they're adorable, pointing towards the mastodons. Meanwhile, he responds with a casual "well, do as he pleases." Bayern lies down again and plays with the mastodons, becoming quite happy. Lloyd Frontra walks away, thinking that Lord Bayern will do a good job with them, and if things go well, perhaps the mastodons could become a great asset for them. He reflects that since there is no guarantee that Operation Guard Dog will work, having even just one more ally, even one more animal on their side, is beneficial. Akush arrives and mentions that the monster Domino might strike their village too. They express regret but explain that they must return to their tribe. Lloyd Frontra thinks it's a shame to lose such a strong ally, but their region is also in danger, and it couldn't be helped. He instructs Officer Greg to gather 5 men and ride with the Sand and Steel tribe. If trouble strikes, they should inform him right away. Officer Greg agrees, and Lloyd thinks that they will be willing to help them for a long, long time. He needs to do everything in his power to keep their army strong. He also reflects that today is the day when the long-awaited operation goes into action. Vallardi Blanc informs him that all preparations are complete. He shouts that today they will awaken an ancient beast, and no one but his men can accomplish such a feat. He mentions the superhuman strength required to carve up and dig out mountains, and his warriors become excited. He addresses the white cavalry, asking who can knock a beast out with a shovel when they bare their vicious teeth. He questions them, asking if they believe in the power of the almighty shovel while waving his hand above his head. They all become emotional, wave their hands in a pose of unity, and affirm that they believe the shovel conquers all, waving their shovels high. Meanwhile, they march forward, and Javier comes in front of them as they repeat the chant, "The shovel conquers all," again and again. The system notifies that Javier truly pitied the white cavalry. Through the use of meticulous simulations, they modified the terrain so that the lake banks would crack without causing a flood, and they started working there. Javier stands at the high mountain and declares that he's ready. Lloyd says okay and asks if Javier sees the spot that he marked. Javier confirms and says he sees it. Then he shouts for Lloyd to fire away, and with just the right amount of force, there will be an explosion. Javier stabs his sword into the mountain and uses Mana's blast, breaking the mountain into pieces. The pieces of the mountain go down with full force, breaking trees in their path. Lloyd Frontra thinks that while it won't be an immediate problem if left unattended, it will be just enough to cause the natural dam to collapse. He lies down and orders everyone else to do the same, instructing them to take cover. He believes that now King Storma has awakened as they all witness his residence mountain breaking into many pieces. Bai Bayong also appears there, and they all look at him. Vallardi Blanc finds it adorable, while Lloyd Frontra thinks he could understand everything that Bai Bayong is shouting. He believes that Bai Bayong is angry, just like with Pipodong, Bengal, and Hamang. Whenever they speak, he can understand them. Lloyd Frontra thinks that whether Bai Beong is a summon or whatever he is, it doesn't matter. If he is a beaver, then Lloyd Frontra is even more sure about this, as the most important thing to a beaver is repairing its dams. Bai Beong moves towards them and says something. Lloyd Frontra thinks he can smell metal and believes that Bai Beong thought he wouldn't see him hiding there. He tries to look at Bai Beong, thinking it's like he's attempting to damage his dam to do something. Lloyd Frontra wonders if Bai Beong really thought he would just fix his dam and go back to sleep. He decides to wipe him out and put an end to his tricks for good, realizing that Bai Beong misread him and botched this. Velarde Blanc crawls towards him and asks what they should do now. He assures Lloyd Frontra that if he gives them the word, they will attack. Velarde Blanc adds not to make that face, as it makes him uncomfortable while making an annoyed expression. In anger, Bai Beong splashes water on them, and they all get up and run back. They float in the water while Javier also jumps in and uses a flare mana blast towards Bai Beong, who splashes water on his fire attack. Javier gets ready to attack him again and thinks he has no choice but to slay him. He jumps to attack him while Lloyd Frontra tells him to wait because he has a plan. Lloyd Frontra thinks that if Bai Beong is a summon, then this will definitely work. Javier attacks Bai Beong and engages him, while Lloyd Frontra secretly approaches him, thinking good job Javier, keep attracting its attention. Bai Beong feels someone's presence, looks behind, and quickly goes underwater, considering that it's extremely sensitive to its surroundings, making it challenging to approach. Javier executes an explosion or a sword behind Bai Beong and escapes from that attack. Javier moves to the back of the lake, thinking that a half-assed attack won't be enough to attract its attention. However, he believes that he'll be able to inflict great damage if he attacks with his full force, contemplating what he should do. Javier shouts Bai Beong's name and Bai Beong responds, asking if he's not his mother, clarifying that he's a male. Javier thinks what a relief that worked. Meanwhile, Bai Beong wonders aloud which part of him resembles a baby octopus and questions why he is suddenly behaving in this manner, emphasizing that he is not that ugly. Lloyd Frontra perches on his head. Bai Beong, addressing Lloyd, questions when he starts sitting on him. Believing he can't be reached due to his short arms, Bai Beong throws Lloyd away, remarking for him to have a tea, thinking it went in, please, and Bai Beong swallows something towards him, thinking it went in. Bai Beong swallows it, expressing satisfaction, saying that's nice. Bai Beong emerges from the water, questioning what is happening and why the world seems to have become so big. He transforms into his real state, but Lloyd Frontra seizes him, proudly claiming that he has caught him. Bai Beong pleads for a moment to be heard, questioning why he is going on a rampage, and then makes a run for it. Urging his soldiers to apprehend Bai Beong, Lloyd Frontra commands get that fellow, as all his soldiers attempt to capture him. Bai Beong exclaims guys, he's counting on him. Pipondong arrives and attempts to intervene, but he is punched, and the assailant remarks on using its fist, questioning if it is a bully in the summoning world. The aggressor notes the fierce temperament and engages in repeated attacks. Humming also shows up, exclaiming frustration at the lack of a fatal hit in their fight. However, Bai Beong quickly steps back, causing Hamming to fall onto Pipondong, who then runs away. Lloyd Frontra arrives, asserting it's not so fast. Bengal leaps in front of Bai Beong, who reflects on King Stroma, a beast born in this land for reasons unknown even to himself. Having spent 500 years simply breathing and sleeping for the first time in his life, King Stroma witnessed the light. Bai Beong gazes at Bengal and blushes. Lloyd Frontra inquires about Mr. Stroma's thoughts and asks if he feels like talking now. Bai Beong responds that if he wants to talk so badly, he guesses he could do that much for him, as he considers himself a gentleman. He thinks the legendary beast, King Stroma, capture is complete and smiles. Meanwhile, at the palace, Bai Beong asks what Lloyd Frontra wants from him. Lloyd Frontra states that his request is simple. Once in the morning and once at night, Bai Beong should yell out his name from across the lake. Bai Beong criticizes him for not knowing the basics of negotiation, stating that when making a request, one should also propose what the requester would gain from it. Lloyd Frontra asks what he can do and asserts that, honestly, he doesn't have anything to give him. However, if Bai Beong did that, everyone there would be much happier. He asks if that needs to be corrected. Bai Beong agrees, saying deal. Lloyd Frontra responds affirmatively, thinking how generous Bai Beong is. He contemplates that Bengal has zero feelings for him despite being of the opposite sex and decides to give him a nickname, Eternal Bachelor King Storma. He thinks that King Storma may be taken advantage of for life, alone and forever single. He then thinks about Bai Byung and Hug and concludes that they are both single. Bai Byung wonders what Lloyd Frontra is doing, labeling him as a human rascal, and questions what's wrong with him. He thinks about why it feels so warm, and he realizes that Lloyd was able to share his heart with King Storma. Lloyd Frontra asks if he can call him Bai Byung from now on, and Bai Byung responds by saying he can do as he pleases. Just then, Officer Greg enters the room, calling for Master Lloyd Frontra. He questions why he is back if he didn't send him to accompany the tribe of Sand and Steel. Officer Greg explains that they met some of the Orc tribes on their way to the estate, and those tribes requested Arash's help. They mentioned that their tribe was under attack by a group of Megalania. Meanwhile, in the tribe of Sand and Steel, Megalania is destroying and attacking everything. An Orc warrior reports that they have broken past the third barricade. Akush instructs everyone not to panic and to maintain the formation. He moves to attack the Megalania, but in return, one of them shoots him back and throws him away. 2 Orc warriors approach him, asking if he is okay. Akush urges them to keep fighting, emphasizing that Orcs never retreat. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra instructs the person to tell Sir Blanc to assemble all the White Cavalry Knights at the village entrance. The person expresses concern that it might be too late for them to go now. Lloyd Frontra reassures him, stating that he will take care of that and urges him to go now. He runs from there, holding Bai Byung's hand with Javier, and emphasizes the need to hurry up, calling it a golden opportunity. The person asks about the opportunity, and Lloyd Frontra reveals it's time for a counterattack to flip over the monster domino. He feeds Bai Byung an almond. The farmer is shocked to see Bai Byung increase in size after eating the almond. Lloyd Frontra and Javier sit on Bai Byung's back, holding him tight as he takes long jumps. Lloyd Frontra encourages him, saying let's go, show his cool side, and steal her heart. They take long jumps, and some workers with shovels come on his back as he jumps repeatedly. On the other side, the Orc warriors try to fight against the Megalania. Bai Byung also reaches there. Akush is shocked and asks what this is. Lloyd Frontra instructs him to burn this into his eyes and spread the word that there's no food even if they travel west. They will become the food. Bai Byung attacks them and throws them away, transforming them back to normal size. Bangul arrives there and expresses happiness for him. Bai Byung blushes upon seeing her. Belardi Blanc places his shovel on his shoulder and expresses gratitude for being called there. However, he notes that it seems like they are not needed this time. Lloyd Frontra laughs and reassures him that he would not have reached such precious human resources like him for nothing, as there's another important task for them starting today. Chief Akush comes near Lloyd Frontra, who asks if he is alright. Akush states that they are no longer in a blood pact anymore. Lloyd Frontra asks what he means. All Orc warriors gather, showcase their bodies, and declare that he has saved them twice. They, the tribe of Sand and Steel, swear their fealty to the Frontra barony. Lloyd Frontra expresses gratitude and asks if, in that case, they shall start their third project, to resuscitate the tribe of Sand and Steel. Lloyd Frontra explains that a while ago Asfahan, a kingdom bordering the east side of the wilderness, burned down the reed field region for a certain strategic purpose. Subsequently, a huge domino-like movement of monsters followed. Among those monsters, there were some from barbaric tribe societies that possessed intelligence, and they were the ones to witness it happen. He describes how 3 apex predators of the Megalania species were rolled up like wasted paper and sent flying away. Lloyd Frontra continues, mentioning that those sentient monsters began to spread what they saw to the other monsters, and word spread that there's a legendary beast the size of a mountain at the end of the west side. He details that it was so big it could touch the clouds, and its tail was the epitome of a god's wrath, as though a swish could cause a typhoon. Its round black eyes looked like they witnessed nothing but an abyss, and its 2 fangs were capable of eating every living thing in the world. The eyes of the demon that was controlling the beast looked like hell itself. Meanwhile, at Asfahan Palace, a soldier kneels down in front of King Samir Khan and requests him to hear him out. He explains that as per their initial plans, the tribe of Sand and Steel, whose forces have been expanding at a frightening pace, abandoned their settlement and migrated over to Magentano's forest. Samir Khan acknowledges the success of their plans and inquires about Magentano's response. The soldier reports that, strangely enough, the tribe of Sand and Steel was able to arrive in Magentano safely and without any issues. Samar Khan expresses disappointment, stating that he wanted to see the flustered faces of those sly Magentano. He tells the soldier that it's alright, he hears him, and he may stand down now. The soldier seeks forgiveness and adds that one more problem has occurred. He explains that the groups of monsters that they have driven out have returned and are currently attacking their border ramparts. Samar Khan reacts in shock, asking what he just said. He reports that they are using all the firepower they have to repel them. However, they seem to have been driven mad due to fear and are showing no signs of slowing down. Samar Khan orders all the soldiers in the vicinity to gather, attack them with fire, and install an even greater fear in them. He acknowledges and says he will get it done. Samar Khan contemplates that having a monster domino strategy backfires on them and wonders if this is Magentano's scheme. He dismisses the possibility, thinking it should be impossible to repel such a large-scale monster movement unless there's a true devil living in the West. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra moves some papers and says, "Alright, please sign here." Meatloaf asks what kind of document this is. Lloyd Frontra explains that it's written there, and if it needs to be clarified, it's a full debt repayment receipt. He adds that the check he's giving covers all the interest accumulated too. They both start closely checking the check and the contract paper. Meatloaf asks what they are doing and tells them to sign it quickly and get lost. After a while, they leave the room and Erox Frontra enters. He sees Lloyd Frontra holding a paper and asks if they really paid off that huge debt. Lloyd Frontra shows the full payment receipt and asks if they shall frame this up. He hugs him, gets emotional, and expresses that he has worked so hard to pay off the mistake that his foolish father made. He apologizes for making him go through all this trouble and admits he doesn't know if he deserves to be his father. Lloyd Frontra asks if he loves him. Erox Frontra wonders if he even needs to ask that and affirms that of course he does love him. Lloyd Frontra then questions if that wouldn't be enough to make him his father. The system window notifies him that he has obtained a new title, number 1 at escaping a mountain of debt. It further mentions that the title region is the entire Cremona region. The active period of the title is forever, and CP from Title 2. The notification also states that the title powers he has gained include the highest level of financial credibility, allowing him to receive investment capital at the lowest interest rates with the most favorable terms. After a while, Lloyd Frontra is walking on the town street and Javier comes to him, informing him that the tribe of Sand and Steel has now relocated and settled in the eastern mountain ranges. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges this and says alright, great job. Javier adds that the White Cavalry is assisting in wrapping up the relocation and Akush is happy that there is tons of food that will help in building muscles. Lloyd Frontra walks away and says alright, he'll take a break too. He reflects that he has managed to move and settle the tribe of Sand and Steel into the eastern mountain ranges. Even if the domino effect comes back for them, they will be able to buy time, and their estate will be safe once he calls for Bai Beong to go on the counter-offensive. He further reflects that since the debt has been fully repaid, he no longer has anything to worry about. He finds it strange that he thought he'd be all excited and jumping all over the place when the debt is repaid, wondering why he is so calm. After a while, he lies down on his bed and recalls a memory of when his father hugged him and cried. He reminisces about his real father, who expressed that Suho is smart and kind, but due to being uneducated and ignorant, he causes him to suffer. His father apologizes, and he becomes emotional, realizing he managed to take care of all the problems here. Overcome with emotion, he apologizes for not being able to help his father in any way. He presses his head against the pillow and continues crying. Javier stands outside his room and hears the sound. He moves from there and thinks he hopes he can cry to his heart's content today because he more than deserves that. The scene shifts to a few days later with people cheering for Master Lloyd Frontra and exclaiming that he is passing through. A person requests him to look over here and Lloyd Frontra, walking with his shovel held by Javier, expresses annoyance, telling them to stop and go work instead. Despite his protest, people waved their hands and cheered, saying he looked over here, hooray. Lloyd Frontra, frustrated, shouts that he said to stop it, and the people remark that Master Lloyd is getting angry. Javier suggests it's okay to act a little arrogant, but Lloyd Frontra questions why he would do that. Javier points out that all these townspeople wouldn't have been able to smile like that if it were not for him. Lloyd Frontra dismisses it, stating he is only doing all this to earn a living and no one would give him money if he acted arrogant. People persist, asking him to scold them, glare at them one more time, and get angry once more. Bayern arrives in a hurry and informs them of a huge trouble. Lloyd Frontra, showing interest, asks what's wrong. Bayern explains that a large number of people are coming from the south. When Lloyd Frontra asks who they are, Bayern clarifies that he does not know for sure, but according to their security troopers, they seem to be refugees. Nicholas arrives with a group of people and inquires if Lloyd Frontra is perhaps the lord of this estate. Lloyd Frontra clarifies that he is his son and asks who Nicholas is. Nicholas explains that they are townspeople of the Sortino barony, located south of this place, and he is Nicholas, the village chief of the Sorti village within that barony. He further shares that his father was the village chief until recently, and while his father tried to protect the barony with the lord till the end, he passed away. Nicholas describes that it all happened quickly. Lloyd Frontra pauses and asks for clarification on what happened, questioning if it was related to monsters. Nicholas confirms, mentioning 2-meter-tall beetles or monsters that looked similar, and several hundred of them swarmed like bees. Javier interjects, noting that it's the monster Domino, realizing the affected area is much larger than they originally thought. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the news he heard about the estates near the wilderness being affected, realizing that the Frontra barony and the Lacona Viscounty were likely the only places not significantly impacted. He considers that normal estates lacking a substantial summon, a white chivalry, or a sword master would struggle to accommodate refugees. Contemplating their options, he reasons that the sea lies to the north, a different country to the south, and Cremo in the west is too distant. The central area becomes their last resort. He wonders about the number of refugees, whether 1,000 or 10,000. All the townspeople kneel down, and Nicholas requests Lloyd Frontra to show kindness to them, even if it's just providing a piece of bread for their children. Javier remarks that he believes the refugees will likely gravitate towards their estate, but he emphasizes the impracticality of accommodating them all due to space constraints. Lloyd Frontra responds positively, expressing enthusiasm about the situation. He inquires about Javier's thoughts. Lloyd Frontra questions the rationality behind Javier's considerations in such circumstances and urges him to contemplate the matter more deeply. He prompts Javier to consider the potential increase in tax revenue if these refugees become part of their estate, which leads Javier to question if Lloyd sees these distressed individuals merely as a source of income. Lloyd Frontra instructs Sir Bayern to assign a portion of their engineers to cooking duties and prepare food for the refugees, to which Sir Bayern agrees. The townspeople express gratitude. Lloyd Frontra indicates his intention to depart and mentions he needs to report the situation to the Baron. Bayern advises Javier not to become too angry. He asserts that what Javier has just said is excessive. In Bayern's opinion, while Master Lloyd might possess the ability to read others like a book, he genuinely does not comprehend what he wants. Bayern believes it would be prudent to observe what Master Lloyd will do for a while longer before getting upset, if necessary. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra sits with the Orcs Frontra and predicts the arrival of more refugees. He inquires about the appropriate course of action and expresses doubt regarding their financial capacity to care for all of them. Lloyd Frontra questions whether he wants to take them in. He acknowledges the imperative to assist those in need, but points out that, with their current food stock, they won't last for more than a few days. Lloyd Frontra questions what he is talking about and asserts that they should have enough resources to feed them all for the time being. After a while, there were tons of wingless locusts. Lloyd Frontra stands in front of them with his parents and states that they have preserved all these to use as compost in the future. They also have tons of them in nearby storage. Orcs Frontra is shocked to see this and comments that feeding locusts to people is a bit unusual. Merbella Frontra sits down, picks up a locust and starts eating. He is surprised to witness this. She mentions that they taste somewhat like prawns, asserting that they shouldn't pose a problem since orc warriors consume them without issues. She acknowledges the slightly gamey smell and suggests addressing it. She asks Lloyd Frontra if he can leave it to her to instruct the cooks. He replies, of course, that's precisely why he brought her here. Meanwhile, the orc warriors establish camps for refugees. Lloyd Frontra and Vaillardi Blanc arrive at the site, with Vaillardi Blanc reporting the completion of the initial round of temporary tents. Lloyd Frontra urges a prompt supply of ingredients, emphasizing the need for a substantial quantity. Michael signals with a white flag, informing that approximately 100 refugees are approaching from the north. Expressing surprise at the speed of their arrival, Lloyd Frontra urges quick action to avoid potential freezing. Podong responds by striking the floor. Bayern issues instructions for the heating system production team to proceed and calls on the cementing team to assist Dame Bangol in 3 shifts. Bangol employs her powers, and Bayern organizes 2 teams in the south and 3 teams in the north, alerting them to the imminent arrival of refugees. Simultaneously, in the kitchen, Murbella Frontra stands holding a book before a group of servants, announcing their intention to transform the locusts into highly nutritious dishes. A lady raises a concern about the strong, gamey smell and seeks guidance on managing it. Murbella reveals that the ancient and legendary recipe book in her possession was written by a dragon chef, detailing the secret she discovered when becoming the Dragon King's chef. She discloses that Lloyd acquired the book after defeating the Dark Sorcerer, leaving the servants in awe of the legendary nature of the recipe book. A lady expresses excitement, mentioning the book's reputation for helping its readers create delicious meals with simple ingredients. Another lady adds that it also contains entertaining jokes, enhancing the reader's immersion during perusal. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra sits atop the mountain, observing the camp and the collaborative efforts of people assisting each other. Contemplating the limited space, he ponders the possibility of expanding the living quarters towards the northern mountain. However, he doubts that such an expansion would be sufficient. While acknowledging their current ability to survive, he grapples with the uncertainty of long-term solutions. Amidst his thoughts, the cry of a child reaches him. In the camp, Rudy embraces his mother, shedding tears as he expresses a longing to return home. His mother, however, informs him that they no longer have a home and emphasizes gratitude for the kind people who have taken them in. Rudy persists in his desire to return to the house his father built, but his mother apologizes and assures him that they will rebuild someday. Lloyd Frontra reminisces about his real-world house, reflecting on the joyous moment when they initially unpacked their belongings after moving in. Both his father and mother wore smiles of happiness during that time. Lloyd acknowledges the constant mention of their house in their conversations and laments that he can no longer witness those smiles. Despite it being a modest and shabby house on the outskirts, it held a special place for him, brimming with the happiest moments of his life. Determined, he reassures those around him not to worry, assuring them that he will have a house again soon because he is present. Just then, Javier comes up behind him. Lloyd looks at him and mentions that they are on the brink of undertaking their most extensive construction project to date. Javier inquires if there is a way to accommodate everyone, to which Lloyd responds affirmatively, stating that there will be more than enough space for that. Placing his shovel on his shoulder, he declares their intention to construct apartments. He reflects that apartments are a common type of building seen in South Korea, and considering their estate's current circumstances, this type of building would be the most effective solution. He recognizes the potential to gain significantly more living spaces with a small amount of land, and managing administration would be simplified as everything would be in one area. He acknowledges that the cost and effort required for construction are reduced through standardization, and having units in all directions optimizes insulation. Utilizing his simulation skills, he contemplates that the final and greatest advantage lies in providing refugees with an environment where they can support themselves. This, in turn, would result in a concentration of population, increased purchasing power, the formation of a business district, and an upsurge in tax revenue. Considering this endeavor as his last job, he envisions stopping work and relishing life to the fullest thereafter. He perceives this as fulfilling humanity's long-cherished desire, transforming into a rich, unemployed individual. Contemplating the management of the estate, he dismisses the idea, deciding to provide Sir Bayern with a substantial amount of money to handle it. He is confident that if Sir Bayern retires, he will successfully groom a proper successor. Feeling dizzy, Sir Bayern is supported by 2 workers as he experiences sudden chills and cold sweats. Michael advises him to rest, acknowledging that he has worked too hard. After a while, Lloyd Frontra gathers a meeting and declares that he will now brief everyone on Frontra Estate's honey apartment construction plan. He emphasizes the importance of paying attention to the documents he has distributed. Javier raises his hand and objects, expressing concern about the name of the building, perceiving it to be filled with ulterior motives. Lloyd advises Javier not to speak unnecessarily in the middle of the meeting and insists on maintaining order. Javier argues that his opinion on the project is justified and requests permission to speak. Lloyd instructs him to wait for permission and questions why he keeps interrupting the meeting. Observing Sir Bayern's appearance, he inquires about his well-being. Sir Bayern explains that he has been having the same dream for a few consecutive days, involving a slave-driving devil making him work until he dies of old age. Lloyd reassures him, stating that such a thing won't happen, and directs everyone to focus on the first document. He introduces Chalu, an old building design found in Fujian, a place in the east, highlighting its simple bedroom and living room configuration passed down through each generation. He explains that in the middle, there would be a plaza with shared facilities such as wells, canteens, and toilet facilities, and he is going to build them in a square shape. He asserts that building a square is much faster than creating a circle. While there are a few things he wanted to highlight in the documents, he admits to leaving out a significant advantage of this plan. He suggests that if they were to erect a steel gate to block the way of the plaza, this place would become an impregnable fortress instantly. Velarde Blanc applauds for his idea, and he invites questions. Javier raises his hand and poses a question regarding the financial aspect. He points out that it is already tough for them to provide enough materials for the tents and asks if he is suggesting to ignore the people due to financial constraints. Javier clarifies that's not what he meant. He insists on a straightforward yes or no, asking if Lloyd is telling him to ignore the people if he is not providing enough funds. Arcos Frontra expresses concern about the money problem. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the sharpness of the question and is impressed. He reassures them that the production costs of the tent ondal and the continuous provision of food are not a cause for concern. They may assume that they already have enough funds for these aspects. He emphasizes that starting a new business always involves pulling in money if one is to get started. After a while, Lloyd Frontra and Javier are riding on horses. Lloyd Frontra asks if Javier is upset and teases him by claiming that he is upset. Even though he is a knight, the estate's knight is upset and won't even look him in the eyes. Javier does not utter a word. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and honestly admits that he is scared. He questions whether he can really pull off such a huge project if it will collapse, and if he can accommodate everyone. He acknowledges that he will be held responsible since he started it, and the one responsible can't waver or show any signs of weakness. He needs to fulfill those conditions if he wants to have everyone's complete trust. The only person in front of whom he does not have to act tough is Javier. Javier asks if that does not mean that he is nothing more than an emotional trash bin for him. Despite giving a cheap smile that bothers Javier, he contemplates the idea of punching him. After a while, at Lacona Viscounty, Lacona Mansion, Diego walks sadly in the corridor and notices Lloyd Frontra and Javier coming from the opposite side. Lloyd Frontra waves his hand and expresses that it's nice to see him. Diego screams upon noticing them, getting scared. He questions how they could go when they haven't met in so long and fears getting kicked out of school. Diego becomes even more scared and covers his face. Lloyd Frontra places his hand on Diego's shoulder and reassures him that there's no need to fear. He adds that he is here to help him return to the academy, though the success of that would depend on how his father acts, said with a hint of anger. After a while, Lloyd Frontra sits with Viscount Locona. He inquires about the potential increase in the price of water. Viscount Locona is asked if he is using difficult-to-understand words, clarifying that he is essentially asking for more money for water. Lloyd Frontra, internally expressing disdain for the Viscount, perceives him as the scum of the earth. Not only did he profit handsomely from selling water, resulting in his son getting expelled from school, but now he also wants to raise the prices. He starts laughing, stands up from his sofa, moves toward the window, and asserts that the Viscount may not understand how things work due to his youthfulness. He points out that the contract clearly states a fixed price for water. Lloyd Frontra takes out a magnifying glass from his jacket and shows the contract paper. He points to the fine print, indicating that the water price mentioned above is subject to change depending on how the supplier feels. Viscount Locona screams and accuses him of being a conman. He claims that someone is attacking him, and he's on the verge of dying. In response, Viscount Locona grabs his collar. Lloyd Frontra calmly urges him to settle down, emphasizing their neighborly ties and the assurance that he wouldn't irrationally raise prices. He asserts that this exchange would be mutually beneficial. However, Lloyd Frontra becomes visibly angered. Lloyd Frontra proceeds to outline 2 key points. Firstly, he mentions the destruction of 70 estates due to the monster domino effect, resulting in a surge of refugees to his side. Despite the influx, he rejected them all, highlighting that if he hadn't, it would have disappointed their queen. Viscount Locona contemplates this and realizes that sparing him is the intended profit. Secondly, Lloyd Frontra expresses genuine concern for Viscount Locona and states that he must convey something important, and if he writes a letter to Her Majesty, there might be a chance for Diego to return to the Academy. He is filled with anger and demands to know how much more he needs to give. Lloyd Frontra, holding his head, questions why he is behaving in such a manner, emphasizing that he is not attempting to extort money like a gangster. He expresses the hope that Viscount Locona will provide a little more money without causing any misunderstandings, ensuring their friendship remains intact. Viscount Locona contemplates the request, thinking that he needs to specify the amount. Meanwhile, Javier stands nearby, listening to the conversation and forming the opinion that Lloyd Frontra possesses a rather unpleasant personality. Lloyd Frontra politely requests Viscount Locona not to feel pressured and inquires about the percentage by which he can increase the price. He assures Viscount Locona that he will be grateful regardless of the decided amount. After contemplating for a while, Viscount Locona hesitates with his words and suggests a 20% increase. Lloyd Frontra's expression changes, and Viscount Locona, feeling uncertain, quickly revises it to 30%. Lloyd Frontra, now showing signs of frustration, bites his lower lip. Viscount Locona, feeling pressured, looks at Javier, who signals him with his fingers. Finally, Viscount Locona shouts that he will increase it by 50%. Lloyd Frontra, displaying another strange expression, makes Viscount wonder why. He queries Javier, confirming whether he instructed him to propose a 50% increase. Javier affirms by showing his fingers and indicating 5 times. In response, he exclaims that a 5-fold increase is outrageous and labels it as daylight robbery. Lloyd questions why he perceives it as 5 times, asserting that a 4-fold increase is sufficient. Upon receiving confirmation, he proceeds to stamp the contract paper. After a while, Lloyd Frontra and Javier emerge from the mansion, walking on the road happily. Viscount Locona sits in his room, closely examining the contract paper. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra asks Javier why he appears so gloomy. Javier responds, stating he feels like a blackmailer. Lloyd Frontra corrects him, asserting that's not how he should express it. He chuckles, emphasizing that he shouldn't feel as though he is on the verge of becoming a blackmailer. He has already become one. He inquires whether Javier assisted him or not, asserting that Javier is now an accomplice and undeniably a blackmailer. Javier gives him a strange expression, declaring that protecting him is the extent of his duties and he will never again assist him in fraud or serve as his construction tool. In response, Lloyd Frontra mentions that in that case, he won't sing him that lullaby anymore. Javier points out that it has been months since he became a sword master, and he can now control all his senses perfectly, rendering lullabies unnecessary. After a while, Javier lies down on his bed and attempts to sleep. He then takes his pillow and approaches Lloyd Frontra, asking him to sing that lullaby. Lloyd Frontra declines, stating it's too troublesome. Javier persists, requesting assistance. He queries whether Lloyd Frontra has heard of sleep hygiene, explaining that it involves establishing a specific routine for sleeping. Once a habit is formed, his body won't be able to sleep without following certain steps. Javier emphasizes his understanding and urges Lloyd Frontra to sing the lullaby. Relenting, Lloyd Frontra sings for him, after which Javier sits on a chair and falls asleep. He relaxes his hands, stating, "All right, if he shall begin today's tasks." He arranges some papers on the table, utilizes his power, and creates sketches for apartments. Reflecting on his luck in knowing how to build ondals, he acknowledges a lack of knowledge on constructing apartments and contemplates his next steps. The message box inquires if he plans to try out all the simulations while building it. He affirms, stating that he intends to use another skill to assist, and his level for attempting until it works is at the maximum level, expressing confidence in his abilities. The scene transitions to the next morning. Lloyd Frontra walks alongside Vallardi Blanc and instructs him to send a message to Cremo, doctors, stonemasons, and carpenters, asking them to mobilize as many as possible. He directs the continuation of the supply of cement materials and the purchase of as much grain and meat as the estate in the west can afford. Presenting a simulation of the apartment, he mentions having 300 refugees this time, stating that taking in any more would be acceptable and they'll figure it out somehow. After some time in his room, he attempts to sketch something with magical power, contemplating the issue at hand. He wonders if the problem lies in the weight and ponders whether he needs to reduce the number of levels. Experiencing nosebleeds, he dismisses the idea, determined not to decrease the level of his honey apartment. His thoughts shift to resident stability, an active economy, and an increase in tax revenue. After a while, he stands with Sir Bayern, placing his shovel on his shoulder. Bayern states, based on calculations, that the only thing they will be able to afford in 4 months' time is the soldiers' overtime pay. He emphasizes the need to scale down the plan to something more realistic or to send part of the refugees to other estates. He reassures Bayern not to worry, asserting that he will ensure ample funding. Bayern is shocked to hear this. Just then, Lloyd Frontra falls down and loses consciousness. All of them are shocked and rush to pick him up, pleading for him to wake up. The scene shifts to the royal capital, Magenta. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano is on the fighting ground, surrounded by soldiers holding crossbows. She grasps her sword and prepares for battle. The chief soldier gives the order to attack, and they all release arrows. She utilizes her sword with a magical aura, breaking all the arrows before they can harm her. Everyone is shocked to witness this. She reflects on her only noticeable improvement being the ability to create aura faster, deeming it pathetic. Recalling Kyle's past attack on her, she resolves not to allow herself to be humiliated like that again. Suddenly, a servant arrives and summons her. She inquires about the matter. The servant informs her that an envoy from the Frontra barony is seeking an audience with her. She wonders if Lloyd Frontra sent that envoy and proceeds to the palace. Javier kneels there, holding a letter, and begins to read. The letter requests Her Majesty to hack this lowly and incapable vassal of hers to pieces. She contemplates the unexpected nature of the message and wonders what trick the sly fellow, Lloyd Frontra, is up to again. Javier is reaching out to the Queen's court, expressing gratitude for Her Majesty's wise judgment. Together, they manage to barely protect their estate. Unfortunately, in line with the message sent by the White Cavalry, the refugees from the 17 estates have lost their living spaces and are all heading towards the Frontra barony. Javier asserts that, in alignment with the mindset of their esteemed empress, who sympathizes with the commoners, he, as a loyal vassal, deems it right to take in and care for the pitiful commoners of their great kingdom. Taking it upon himself to act in accordance with his strong conviction, Javier reads a letter from Lloyd Frontra. Acknowledging an abundance of greats in his statement, he expresses his intention to support the commoners of their great empress. Meanwhile, she wonders if he is being sarcastic. Javier explains that Lloyd Frontra becomes emotional and reveals that, unfortunately, he does not have enough money. She thinks this revelation surprised him, finding it shameless, but she had already suspected he might do this. In fact, she had contemplated sending funds and supplies beforehand. Javier mentions that they'll need approximately 3 times more than what Her Majesty has in mind. She questions why 3 times, thinking he must be out of his mind. Javier reassures her that he is not crazy. She finds this infuriating and decides she will definitely use the aura flick on him the next time she sees him. He informs her of his plan to build unprecedented multi-story residential buildings in the Magenta Kingdom and shows her the blueprint. He explains that he does not intend to construct temporary buildings to accommodate and feed the people, as his plan involves them settling down and earning a living independently. He is confident that this aligns with what their great empress would desire. Lloyd Frontra, however, maintains that he does not have enough money. She commands him to stop reading any further, expressing an understanding of what he's trying to convey. She instructs him to relay to Lloyd Frontra that, despite being the empress, she cannot haphazardly allocate large sums of money. She emphasizes the need for input from financial experts and the approval of the obstinate Elder Council. She asserts that bothering Lloyd Frontra any further will not be beneficial. Javier places that letter on the ground, retrieves another from his pocket, and begins reading. He assures that there wouldn't be any issues with the planned buildings, emphasizing their dual function as a fortress in case the monster domino returns or their eastern enemies attack. He contends that these structures will play a significant role as an invincible shield safeguarding the peace of their kingdom. He envisions constructing a fortress city to defend their eastern borders against potential adversaries. He asserts that everyone who has endorsed this plan will undoubtedly find themselves in a much better position within the kingdom. She reflects on the idea, concluding that there don't seem to be any drawbacks to having a fortress city. Rough calculations suggest the possibility of forming a business district the size of Cremo. She acknowledges the need to strengthen the loyalty of all supporters, recognizing that it will undoubtedly enhance his power. The benefits, she believes, far outweigh the required monetary investment. Javier exclaims bingo just as she asks what he's doing. He responds that he doesn't know either, explaining that the letter instructed him to shout bingo in 5 seconds. She addresses Javier Esrahan, assuring him that the funds will be provided and asks for his patience. She pledges to persuade the remaining individuals. Javier, speaking to himself, expresses the hope that Corgidus will come to their estate, considering it would be truly great. She responds with an exasperated all right, telling him she understands and to stop it. After some time at the construction site, Officer Greg asserts that he won't tolerate anyone slacking off just because Master Lloyd is currently resting. The soldier concurs and reflects on Officer Greg's transformation. Initially perceived as a lazy soldier, Officer Greg consistently participated in extremely dangerous missions and handled difficult and meticulous tasks. The soldier believes Officer Greg took on additional responsibilities, exerted his best effort, and ultimately evolved into a true man. This, he concludes, is the essence of Officer Greg's character. Officer Greg declines a request, stating they have sufficient blankets, and suggests passing them on to the elderly or children. He exits the tent, notices Emily, calls her over, and questions why she isn't adhering to the designated break times, noting that he has been working since morning. She retorts, telling him to mind his own business, and asserts that she will take a break if she needs to. He responds by instructing her to hand it over. She firmly refuses, prompting him to run after her. Meanwhile, an orc warrior arrives with some flowers and experiences heartbreak upon seeing her happily engaged with another person. His friends mock him, stating that he loves a female human, considering orcs as morons but labeling him an even bigger moron. They assert that there's no way a female human would be interested in an orc's ugly face and disgusting muscles, deeming him uglier than average. In frustration, he throws the flowers on the ground and comments on Emily's slow pace before walking away. Emily observes him and recalls her last encounter with the orc warrior. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra opens his eyes and mentions that he had a dream, while the system notifies him, startling him. The system asks about the dream he experienced. Lloyd Frontra dismisses it as just a dream, one that feels ridiculous. Bayern sits nearby and inquires if Master Lloyd is awake and if he is all right. Lloyd Frontra responds, stating that he thinks it's almost time. Bayern questions why he is saying that, to which Lloyd Frontra clarifies that he means the day is approaching when they have to pay salaries. He expresses concern that his money will be gone, and his balance will soon become zero. He coughs, prompting Bayern to quickly get up and approach him. Bayern suggests they could delay the payment a little, and he is confident that everyone will understand. Lloyd Frontra vehemently rejects the idea, stating that it mustn't happen. He emphasizes that they worked hard, looking forward to payday, and asserts that delaying it is not an option. He declares that he would rather die than do that, and closes his eyes again. Bayern is alarmed and calls out to Lloyd while running to fetch the doctor, urging them to get the doctor quickly. Javier arrives at the scene and observes Lloyd, informing others that Master Lloyd Frontra has fainted. Javier adds that he has returned with the money, urging Lloyd to wake up quickly as he takes out money from his bag. The system notifies Javier about a special skill, Financial Heal, and he promptly stands up from the bed, expressing excitement and suggesting they go dig some land. The system further notifies that funds have been obtained to develop Frontra Barony into a city from the kingdom. Bayern reports that Honey Apartment Building 101 is 70% complete, encouraging everyone to hang in there, and they all agree. Lloyd Frontra employs his skill to assess the building's resilience against natural disasters like landslides and typhoons, finding it still intact. He decides it's time for the final test and uses his full force to check against a meteor from outer space. The system interrupts, asking about the nature of this test. Lloyd Frontra responds, expressing excitement, and proceeds to throw a meteor onto the building, laughing. Javier looks at him, questioning why he is being observed like that. Javier comments that he definitely did not think he was a crazy individual. He retorts, confirming that Javier indeed thought of him as such. Javier then informs that Corgidus and the 30 dwarf artisans under him have arrived. He responds with appreciation, thinking about the significance of cement in determining an apartment's durability. He reflects on the complexity and detail required for constructing an apartment, unlike simpler structures such as roads or suspension bridges, emphasizing that a random approach won't suffice. Meanwhile, he proceeds to meet Corgidus and his 30 dwarves, offering greetings. He contemplates that what they currently require is a concrete mixer truck and proceeds to show them the blueprint structure of the mixer. He considers this equipment crucial in the apartment construction project as it prevents the cement from hardening or breaking apart. Corgidus, however, criticizes him as an ill-mannered fellow, questioning if he seriously expects someone who has traveled a long way to work immediately without even offering a bowl of soup. He responds by stating that he did consider how to welcome Corgidus and thought extensively about it, concluding that the best welcome would be a blueprint that he has never seen before. Corgidus acknowledges the idea but questions whether he really needs to smile like a con man. Corgidus adds that he has prepared a proper workplace and proceeds forward, while Lloyd Frontra bows and agrees, stating of course. He thinks that, finally, the long-awaited construction is beginning. He starts digging and instructs him to blast it up, contemplating the foundation work and the operation of the Pipodong-driven concrete mixer truck. Pipodong runs in the wheel of the mixer truck to mix the cement, while orc warriors fold iron rods. He contemplates the preparation of rebar, or the casting filling of cement, stating that he can't pour it all in at once. He advises starting at the edges, pouring where the rebars are connected, and ensuring there isn't any air in it. As the difficulty increases, they plan to use the life-sized crane Bai Beong to transport a tray of cement boxes and tiles to the top of the building. He thinks of encouragement and calls Bangal over. When Bai Beong looks at him, she blushes and becomes happy. Lloyd Frontra stands there with Bayern and expresses confidence in him to complete the task. Bayern replies not a problem. He thinks that since they have become familiar with other tasks, he should start working on the problem of insulation for heating facilities. He contemplates that Honey Apartment's heating system relies on a coal-driven steam kiln, and the central heating room will boil water and discharge steam through pipes. He considers that, after traveling through the pipes, the steam will be released in various places connected to radiators to heat up the rooms. The problem, he notes, is that the higher the levels, the more heat they lose, with the 8th floor experiencing almost zero heating. He reflects on having tried all available insulating materials in simulations, all of which failed. Spending nights researching the issue, he wonders if it's possible to create better insulation materials, and if the novel contains any useful information that could assist in solving the problem. After a while, he sits in his room and writes something, thinking this is the chapter where Javier fought a dragon. He observes the dragon roaring, questioning how a mere and weak human could dare to fight with him. He wonders why every fantasy story contains lines implying human inadequacy. Despite being a sword master, he considers that Javier is still too weak to fight a dragon. Javier takes the full blast of the dragon's breath and remains unfazed as the dragon throws fire on him. This resilience is attributed to Javier wearing armor made from the hardened sap of the Alencia tree, considered the strongest insulating material in this world. They both notice the Alencia tree and move forward. Javier remarks that it's been 2 days since they set out and inquires about how far they are going to get the insulating material. Lloyd Frontra responds that they are heading to the Everglow forest, where the elves live, to extract the Alencia tree's sap. He then asks Javier about his destination. Javier asks if he doesn't know that elves hate humans and are a race that's impossible to negotiate with. Despite being the one who flirted with an elf and received a piece of armor in the novel, he responds, saying alright, go back by herself, then escort Knight. Javier notes that elves are a race that no one has approached in 500 years and questions how he intends to persuade them. He further inquires about what persuading them means, leading to repeated back and forth questioning. He declares that there might be a mistake, stating that he doesn't engage in persuading others. Instead, he plans to steal from them. This revelation prompts Javier to express a desire to beat him to death. Lloyd Frontra and Javier walk into the Everglow forest, and Lloyd mentions that in a few more steps they'll be in the Everglow forest, connected to the elves' forest by a nerve network, so they need to be quiet. Javier sneezes due to little fairy plants touching his nose. Lloyd asks what he just did, and Javier responds, asking if he is a fool and if Lloyd knows what a sneeze is. Lloyd replies that of course he knows, but he's asking why Javier is acting all cool when he's just sneezing, claiming it's a misunderstanding. Javier retorts, stating that everything he does looks cool because he has a handsome face, something Lloyd may never understand. Lloyd thinks to himself, realizing that Javier truly meant what he said. The system notifies Lloyd of a sense of shame with damage plus 99 and laughs. Lloyd thinks to himself to shut up and that he'll really kill Javier. Meanwhile, he asks if he isn't a sword master, and if a sword master can't hold in a sneeze. Javier replies that it's impossible to control certain physiological phenomena. He responds that he can't hold in his bodily functions forever, to which Javier replies, questioning why he would do something that could cause constipation. He taunts that a sword master is so lame that he can't even hold in his bodily functions and laughs. He becomes angry and repeatedly punches Javier, who manages to block all the punches. The system notified that Javier was genuinely happy. He instructs Javier to hold in his sneeze and be quiet. Javier responds, requesting him to be quiet. He explains that they need to reach the center of the forest, where the Alencia tree is nearby, just as a group of elves arrive and point arrows at them. He becomes scared and questions how they realized they were there so quickly. Muera exclaims why the hell wouldn't they realize after he made such a big fuss at the entrance. What an idiot. Javier acknowledges that the situation isn't good. He refuses to comply, stating that things have just progressed faster. An elf announces that they'll fire in 3, counting down and shooting fire arrows at them. In response, they attempt to escape the attacks, and Javier skillfully cuts the arrows with his sword. Muera observes that Javier is a sword master, while Lloyd Frontra runs to evade the arrows. He suggests splitting up as planned and rendezvousing at the Alencia tree in 30 minutes, noting that he'll be easily visible from a high spot. Javier expresses concern, asking if he'll be all right alone. Lloyd Frontra reassures him, stating that he'll be fine as long as he attracts their attention. An elf comments that the ugly man is just a distraction, instructing others to chase after the handsome man. The elves run to attack Javier, who counterattacks in response. Elves jump easily from plants, moving here and there, while Javier contemplates that there isn't much information about elves, but it seems Master Lloyd is right this time as well. He recalls Lloyd Frontra's explanation that elves love plants and use a special type of footwork because they don't want to harm plants. He realizes that it wouldn't be right to attack these innocent elves, so the best course of action is to run as fast as they can while avoiding the attacks. They should be able to do that by leveraging the elves' love for plants. The elves attack him from all sides, and Javier attempts to escape, finding it challenging to dodge the attacks, even though they only come from 2 directions. He tries to hide behind a rock, realizing that they are intentionally driving him somewhere. Lloyd Frontra reaches the Alencia tree, activating his upgraded energizer. He thinks that with this upgrade, he won't get tired for 20 minutes. He starts digging quickly, going underground. Javier looks at him and finds it strange, while Miria thinks she doesn't see the captain who was at the forefront just now. Javier runs towards him and thinks not to tell him that she went to Master Lloyd. He runs quickly into the water, realizing there aren't any plants here that he can use to stop their attacks. He swiftly stabs his sword in the water, effectively blocking all their arrows. Miria asks about the extraordinary power, and another elf remarks that the human could kill them if he really wanted to, instructing everyone to calm down. She points out that while the humans might have a sword master, they have Melika. Javier looks around, trying to understand why they have stopped attacking. A giant elf, Melika, arrives, placing her bow on the ground and aiming her arrow towards Javier. The system notifies him about the dragon hunter bow dragon sniper, and she throws her arrow toward Javier, who attempts to block it with his sword. Javier attempts to block the arrow, finding it challenging, and maneuvers behind while continuing to block. He marvels at the incredible strength, realizing that she is overpowering his aura sword with just arrows and raw strength. Reflecting on Master Lloyd's warning that harming even one elf could lead to all the elves seeking revenge, he acknowledges their killing abilities surpass the orcs. Javier concludes that it's time for him to join forces with Master Lloyd. Contemplating that some elves might have gone after Master Lloyd, he wonders about actions he can take to help Master Lloyd without harming any elves. As arrows rain down towards him, he shouts and utilizes all his powers to block every arrow. Melika throws another arrow at him, and he blocks it, sending it back with his powers. Melika throws yet another arrow, and this time, both arrows block each other. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra gathers Alencia tree roots from underground, contemplating that he'll take one more that's around this size. An elf warrior appears from behind, pointing an arrow towards him, and accusing him of being a devil for cutting the roots of precious plants. Lloyd Frontra calmly replies, requesting their understanding, as he also has many lives depending on him. Miria shouts at him not to move, warning that he'll be pierced full of holes if he does. Lloyd Frontra responds that they can shoot him if they want to, but he'll burn them up slowly. He holds a pot containing a baby plant that sobs, identified by the system as a mandragora he picked along the way. Observing this, they become worried, while he smiles and suggests that if they don't want it to be in pain, they should move backward. They express disbelief, questioning if he's even human, calling him despicable trash and a filthy villain. Lloyd Frontra casually replies, acknowledging their words as compliments, and instructs them to start moving backward now. Miria shouts that he is an ugly freak who isn't popular with women, finding him annoying. She points her fire stick toward Mandragora and orders everyone to move backward, and they comply. One of them suggests calming down, stating that this is the end, and proposing to talk now. Lloyd Frontra becomes irritated, eats Mandragora's leaf, and screams for them to just kill him instead. He feels bad because of his saliva and instructs them to go up and climb up. They agree, saying all right, they are going up. Mandragora tells him to stop doing that and abuses him. They exit the hole, and he also emerges while still holding the leaf in his mouth. He thinks that now that he's outside, Javier should be able to spot him easily, and he should be here now if the other elves see him doing this crazy thing first. An arrow comes from behind, hitting the pot of Mandragora, causing it to fall. Lloyd Frontra believes it's game over for him, but he still holds its leaf in his mouth, preventing it from falling. His saliva covers half of Mandragora's body, irritating it. Miria asks what's wrong, while another elf mentions feeling queasy and lightheaded due to getting nervous just now, witnessing such a horrifying sight. Miria shouts for everyone to hang in there, emphasizing that they mustn't show weakness to a plant murderer like him. She then hears growling sounds from her belly, falls down and mentions feeling unwell inside. Her two partner elves hold her, and one of them encourages her to pull herself together. Lloyd Frontra wonders what's happening and recalls that the elves' eyes looked hollow. He notes the absence of any sounds of birds chirping or animals in such a thick forest, not spotting even a rabbit or an elk. He considers the possibility of the monster domino being present. He observes that all the monsters have moved to the end of the mountain range, leaving the middle Everglow forest empty, and concludes that elves will never harm plants in any way. He contemplates that this indicates elves are strictly carnivorous and wonders how long they have been starving. On the other side, elves continue to attack Javier, and he finds it strange that, with their physical abilities, they shouldn't be this tired already. However, he believes that right now, it should be possible for him to force his way through them. Using his mana powers to attack, he thinks here he goes, while Melika throws another arrow towards him. He worries about Master Lloyd's whereabouts and hopes he is safe, even as he gets injured. Javier runs quickly to save himself, while the squad leader shouts that he has broken past their encirclement, instructing her subordinates to go after him. However, her subordinates are tired, and some fall onto the branches of a tree. One of them informs the squad leader that they can't go on anymore, and another elf mentions being too hungry to move. Frustrated, the squad leader calls Melika, stating that she is the kind-hearted Melika who shares her own portion of meat. Not only that, Melika has decided to fight to the end while continuing to engage with Javier. She pushes him back and attempts to stab him with a giant arrow, but he manages to escape in time, causing her arrow to hit the rock. Javier thinks about the person he needs to protect, his lord's son, while Melika attacks him again, throwing him away. The squad leader instructs everyone to squeeze out every last bit of strength they have and orders them to support Melika with their arrows. Meanwhile, Javier searches for the savior of their barony, determined to protect him. The squad leader describes him as a monster, and Nuera mentions the footwork that took them 100 years to learn, all while many arrows come toward him. Javier says he needs a little more to move forward. Melika points 2 arrows together toward him as he notices the Alencia tree and shouts for Master Lloyd, who he sees cooking something. He asks what happened to him and questions if he just fought a war, observing his worse condition. Master Lloyd addresses the elves, stating that some are overcooked, urging them to eat quickly, and others are not cooked yet, emphasizing that pork has to be cooked until crispy. One elf comments that it is tasty, and Master Lloyd looks at Javier, inviting him to come and take a seat. Javier comes and sits with the elves, introducing himself as their escort knight. When Javier replies that he is not a servant, he refuses. Javier informs them that Muera is the tribe chief, to which Muera says it's nice to meet him. Javier encourages her to be more friendly in her greetings, asking if she's seriously so unfriendly. Muera asks if there's space for one more person, and Javier replies affirmatively. Miria calls for Melika to come over while she hides behind a tree. Miria mentions that she's very starved and asks if she can eat all she wants. Javier responds that they can eat whatever is available, but there's not a lot since they are only packed for traveling. He adds that those with their bows drawn will probably be satisfied with just smelling the food. She eats meat and comments that the male elves who do house chores while waiting for female elves to succeed in their hunts must be really hungry. Muera and another elf become emotional, hugging each other and saying, "Darling, don't cry, hold it in." He inquires about the young elves and wonders how long the elderly elves can hold out. He predicts that they'll probably be the first to starve to death, likely the first to return to Mother Nature without anyone knowing, and they'll simply hold back their tears, becoming emotional. All elves hug each other and become emotional while he proposes making a deal. Muera says they don't make deals with mere humans. He laughs, asking what she is talking about, and says they have already made deals, pointing towards the pot of mandragora. He says that when the elves went backward because of hunger, and now she's talking to him because she's hungry and has eaten meat, if these aren't deals, what are they? He says alright, he'll first tell her what he has to offer. It's survival. She asks what's meant by survival. He says unlimited pork meat and coal for her to cook their meat with, and thinks coal is technically made from trees, so they probably won't like the idea of it, but he'll refrain from telling them this, thinking about information asymmetry. He says all she has been eating are jerkies that have dried up, but she'll now be able to eat sizzling juicy pork. He says he'll provide her with a siak bingo that will help her preserve meat and keep it from spoiling. Muera asks what he wants, and he replies he wants to survive as well. If she doesn't agree to this, all the children on their side will also freeze to death helplessly. He states that they only need the sap of Valencia once a month, just a small portion of it. If she gives them that, no one on their side will die. He also mentions that he will tell her how to extract the sap without hurting the tree. Additionally, he suggests that it would be faster for the elves to transport the meat if they split around 100 elves into two groups. One group would assist in transporting the meat, and the other would help in building their house. He inquires about her thoughts on this idea that could benefit both sides. Melika responds, advising Chief Muera not to agree. She asserts that humans are always full of lies. Recalling her mother's advice, Melika recounts that her mother once lived in a human place known as Gapel on an exchange with them. Due to their short lifespan, humans try to enjoy life as much as they can, which is why they may become greedy, lie, and commit atrocities. Melika believes that Muera should only trust humans if she believes they can become true friends. Returning to the present, she firmly states her refusal, explaining that she will only make deals with a human who is a genuine friend. Chief Muera realizes that it's a tough obstacle to overcome. Lloyd Frontra contemplates the meaning of friendship, reflecting on his past in the other world where he was consistently alone, filthy, unattractive, and impoverished. He recalls joining the traditional building research club driven by a desire to learn, aware that others were mocking him behind his back. He wonders why he always appears so pathetic, lacking even 3001, and laments that his perpetual financial struggles disrupt the atmosphere. Despite these challenges, he grits his teeth and endures the insults, aiming to acquire more knowledge that will eventually lift him out of poverty. He envisions a future where he can utilize this knowledge to improve his circumstances. The story shifts back to his real-world life, and he sits with a friend at the dining table. The friend advises him not to take what others say to heart, as he has better results and is more active in activities. Kim Suho responds with gratitude, and the friend dismisses the need for thanks, asserting it's just facts. He assures that the food will be a pleasant surprise, praising the restaurant's excellent beef. Lloyd Frontra moves a bite toward his mouth and expresses his thanks. The friend encourages him to eat as much as he wants, highlighting that the only meat he can afford is canned tuna. Lloyd Frontra looks at his friend, recalling the condescending eyes and the disgusting smile, feeling a momentary happiness. He reflects on being perceived as a charitable person for feeding what he metaphorically describes as a filthy dog. He tears up, savoring the deliciousness of the charity received. Acknowledging his friend's kindness, Lloyd Frontra asks if he can eat 2 more portions, to which his friend generously suggests 3 more portions. This marks the beginning of their friendship, as Lloyd Frontra realizes that this guy is a good person. The story returns to the world of Lloyd Frontra, where he contemplates that there's nothing extraordinary about friendship, and he decides to express his appreciation by buying beef for his friend. He retrieves a piece of meat from his bag with a clamp, displaying a sticky expression. Muira observes the meat, noting its different color and strange brilliance. Lloyd Frontra moves the beef piece toward them, and as they eat it, they become emotional. Muira expresses her acceptance of his deal. Another elf inquires about approval from the Elder Council, to which Muira humorously suggests feeding them beef. The system window reveals that the elves of the Everglow Forest, who had not engaged in contracts with other tribes for 500 years, have now signed a business agreement with the humans of the Frontra barony. Javier reflects on the simplicity of solving problems with beef and questions his own necessity in the situation. They proceed to the town. An individual spots Lloyd Frontra and inquires about his identity. Another person explains that he previously convinced the orcs, and now the elves are on board. There's speculation that at this rate he might even bring dragons here. The skeptical person questions how he could achieve such a feat. Muira contemplates the prevalence of items made from harming plants, finding it cruel now that she sees it up front. Lloyd Frontra points out the diverse values held by different tribes, races, regions, and small organizations. He emphasizes that cooperation entails compromising on some of those values, and he believes that's where a world benefiting everyone begins. Muira acknowledges understanding this concept intellectually, but expresses hesitation in her heart. Lloyd Frontra agrees, stating that she'll need time, and encourages her to contemplate it slowly while enjoying some beef. She agrees, noting that she thinks she understands it now. After a while, Lloyd Frontra is at the construction site, contemplating the ongoing construction of Honey apartment buildings 101 and 102. One of the concerns he had before leaving for the Everglow Forest was whether these two buildings would be completed before the temperature dropped to sub-zero and the freeze-thawing phenomenon occurred. He reflects on the potential issue of water in the concrete freezing during sub-zero temperatures, leading to melting later, likely when winter is over, and if this occurs, the numerous water droplets inside the concrete could become impurities, resulting in a disaster. He notes that he no longer needs to worry about that now. The elves are efficiently working on the construction site, and Muira suggests finishing the work quickly and enjoying some beef. The others agree in unison. Lloyd Frontra explains that the construction progressed at a much faster pace than expected, thanks to the elves' crazy speed and mobility. Consequently, the first snow of winter marks the completion of Honey apartment buildings 100 and 102. He reflects on beta testing these two buildings throughout winter, aiming to have them ready to accommodate everyone by the next autumn. The crux of the beta test lies in the adiabatic material made from Alencia essence and soybean oil in a 1:100 ratio. A worker paints the pipe, while another reports the completion of installing insulation pipes from floors 1 to 8. Lloyd Frontra approves, instructing them to go down and start up the boiler. The boiler is started, and they all sit inside, experiencing a sense of relaxation. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges it as a great success and instructs everyone to prepare for moving people in. Javier begins to discuss the priority for moving in, but Lloyd Frontra interrupts, mentioning the ongoing snowfall and his current busy state. He decides to talk later and calls Sir Bairn. Lloyd Frontra conveys to Bairn that the priority for moving in should be families with children, followed by the elderly and the sickly. Within these categories, further priority should be given based on their health conditions. Bairn confirms his understanding. Lloyd Frontra adds that those unable to move will be accommodated in the single ondals that were built, emphasizing the importance of ensuring no one goes hungry or cold. He believes that only then will they owe them a significant favor, making it easier to engage them in work. Lloyd Frontra moves with Javier, holding his shovel, and suggests visiting the Baron, as there is still more work to be done in winter. Javier finds him annoying and contemplates hitting him. As he reflects, he realizes that Lloyd Frontra has been acting this way since the day his personality changed, and he can no longer dislike him. He recalls that Lloyd Frontra has even managed to get everyone around him to rely on him. Lloyd Frontra, hearing a trumpet sound, asks if it is not the Empress's royal messenger. His response confirms that it is indeed the Empress's royal messenger. Meanwhile, the royal messenger arrives and Erox Frontra and Merbella Frontra kneel down in front of him. He opens a scroll and expresses amazement at the Frontra barony's initiative and exemplary actions in recent events. Acknowledging their contributions, he issues a royal order promoting the Frontra barony to a county from the moment the order arrives in the Frontra region. Lloyd Frontra echoes the same sentiments. The royal messenger, in turn, kneels down in front of them and extends congratulations. Erox Frontra and Merbella Frontra become emotional. The royal messenger enumerates the Frontra barony's contributions, highlighting their success in halting the large-scale monster invasion from the east as the first accomplishment. The second contribution is acknowledged for protecting refugees from the eastern region who lost their homes, and the third contribution involves rebuilding the eastern region and transforming it into a fortress. Following these achievements, Frontra County will now gain independence from Cremo County, and Lloyd Frontra will be entrusted with the task of rebuilding the east. Additionally, the imperial family committed to providing the budget and materials required for the east's reconstruction over the next 10 years. Furthermore, Frontra County will be exempted from paying taxes to the imperial family for a period of 20 years. Lloyd Frontra raises his hand to cheer for their empress, declaring the empress's long life and acknowledging her exceptional generosity. He reflects on the almost impossible task of manually constructing a huge city in this era, recognizing that the empress is placing a significant bet on their capability to achieve it. He instructs Javier to accompany him to the village, stating that he has something prepared for this moment. He announces that all territories bordering the east, including the Lacuna Viscounty, will now fall under the administration of Frontra County. As Arcos Frontra watches him leave, he becomes emotional, attributing all the positive changes to him. Not only did he rescue them from their debt, but he also elevated their barony to a county, considering him a miraculous figure. Later, they all gather around the queen's statue, dancing, raising cheers for her, and expressing wishes for her long life to unite the world. Lloyd Frontra encourages them to shout louder so that it reaches Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. They collectively repeat their wishes for her long life. The royal messenger observes the scene. After some time, Lloyd Frontra returns to the palace, kneeling in front of Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. He reports that they have been engaging in the same celebration repeatedly. In response, she becomes angry and instructs them not to continue such activities. Meanwhile, Viscount Lacona races the horse swiftly and reaches the barony. He bows down in front of Erox Frontra and asks if he has called for him. Erox Frontra laughs and mentions there is no need to be so formal, emphasizing that he is still not accustomed to being called a count. Viscount Lacona disagrees, asserting that with his everlasting class and outstanding personality, there is no one better suited to be the count than him. Internally, he reflects on the irony of becoming the count, realizing that he had previously made fun of Erox Frontra for being poor at banquets and even mocked and looked down on him multiple times. Despite this, he accepts the situation. He reflects that he just needs to treat Erox Frontra well from now on, despite considering him an incompetent human who is only good at being kind. He believes that by making use of Erox Frontra's kindness, he can somehow survive this situation. Erox Frontra acknowledges that, as Viscount Lacona already knows, with the royal order received, there is a lot to be done for the reconstruction of the East. He expresses gratitude and reverence for the tasks at hand. Erox Frontra acknowledges the shortage of manpower and proceeds to make a request to Viscount Lacona. He responds by saying that he should tell him whatever he needs. Erox Frontra specifies that he is wondering if Viscount Lacona could provide a few engineers. Viscount Lacona assures him that he can and asks about the required quantity. Erox Frontra, expressing concern that too many engineers might be challenging for him to handle, requests him to send as many engineers as he is willing to. He emphasizes that this should be done to the extent that their friendship won't be negatively affected. Viscount Lacona is shocked to hear this. After some time, Viscount Lacona mounts his horse to depart, but suddenly he falls down. Erox Frontra observes the incident from his window and reflects that he has never bullied or threatened anyone in his life, and he feels a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Bayern approaches Lloyd Frontra and informs him that the admission of residents for Honey Apartment Buildings 101 and 102 has been completed. The system window notifies that he has achieved a monumental construction milestone, having overseen the first construction of apartments and successfully occupied them with residents in the Laurasia continent. The bonus RP is 700, and the total RP is 4,783. Lloyd Frontra contemplates that now that he has sown the seeds, it's time to harvest. After a while, on the apartment side, a lady shares a meal with her child, mentioning that the supplies include meat and soft bread. The child expresses gratitude for the food. Her husband sits nearby, and she encourages him to come quickly. Despite her urging to eat more, he is not consuming the food and reflects on his gratitude. Recalling his past as a hardworking farmer supporting his family, he acknowledges his current state of helplessness and dependence on others. He wonders how long he must continue living as an incompetent person. At that moment, Lloyd Frontra arrives. People cheer for him, expressing gratitude and questioning how they can ever repay him for his actions. Lloyd Frontra reassures them not to worry about that, stating that everything has been good. People express profound gratitude, acknowledging that he saved their lives. An old lady steps forward, holds his hand, and requests him to hold her hand before she dies. He pleads with her not to say that, expressing his hope that she lives longer than him. Hugging a boy, he encourages everyone, stating that they can overcome the challenges. He attributes their current situation to the collective efforts of everyone present and declares his love for them all. Lloyd Frontra inquires if they are enjoying their meal. Observing Lloyd Frontra's actions, Javier senses an ulterior motive in his interactions with the refugees. Two workers set the table and placed contract papers on it. Lloyd Frontra announces that it's time for everyone to repay their debts, revealing that he has the labor contracts ready. He emphasizes that nothing is free forever, eliciting shock from the gathered individuals. Javier grapples with a sense of uncertainty regarding what is right or wrong. A refugee steps forward and asks if signing the contract will secure them a job. Lloyd Frontra assures them that indeed, they will receive a salary and overtime pay. However, he clarifies that from the moment they sign the contract and receive their first monthly salary, they will be responsible for purchasing their own food and firewood. He asserts that he doesn't want to live off others and merely rely on goodwill. Therefore, he requests Lloyd Frontra to read the contract to him. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that the terms will be stringent, explaining that their county follows a rather capitalistic approach. The individual inquires about the meaning of capitalistic. A lady steps forward, asking if women can also sign up. Lloyd Frontra assures her that there is no gender discrimination. More people step forward, forming a queue to sign the contract. Someone inquires about the nature of the work, expressing the desire to work for their own living. Another person pleads for a chance to work. Lloyd Frontra discloses that they are embarking on a project aimed at ensuring stable food production and granting individual ownership of land. After a while, he arrives at the farmland, contemplating the terraced farmland development project. The plan involves cutting off a portion of the eastern mountain and utilizing gabions to construct terraced farmland. He considers that using rebars will make the construction process easier. In another scene, Bangul lies unconscious on the bed, and Bai Bayang, along with others, stands nearby. Reflecting on the situation, he realizes that Bangul has overworked herself with the apartment construction. Bai Bayang becomes angry and delivers a kick to his face. He acknowledges that he can't continue to push Bangul so hard and contemplates potential adjustments. The scene transitions to night, and the system window notifies that the summoning of creature gacha and 1 gacha is equivalent to 150 RP. He has contemplated this for a few days, but it appears that this is the only viable way to obtain the required material. The message box declares, "Alright, here it comes. The gacha is turning, and what will appear?" He acknowledges that one only lives once, proceeds to the start button, and points to it. Despite considering the message as somewhat foolish, resembling the speech of a swindler, he recognizes its consistent support from Pipodong, Haming, and Bangul. He reflects on always receiving creatures he genuinely needs, given his substantial RP count. Hence, there is no need for hesitation. The system notes that the RP currently stands at 4,783. Deciding to move forward, he instructs the summoned creature, crucial for constructing the wire mesh for the retaining wall, to emerge. Clicking on the start button, a portal gate materializes in front of him. Despite finding it noisy, he proceeds with the summoning process. The portal gate undergoes an increase in size, prompting him to inquire about its nature. Suddenly, a substantial amount of fire emanates from it, leading to his frustration. The message box categorizes it as a dud, eliciting an inquiry about whether it is not supportive. The response clarifies that it is merely a messenger conveying fixed rules, emphasizing that the system remains impartial. Expressing dissatisfaction with the abrupt business-like tone, he questions the rationale behind the summoned creatures provided, perfectly tailored to his needs. The message box responds with laughter, deeming him a pitiful fool. It suggests that he remains unaware that gambling involves granting novices some wins and subsequently fostering an expectation for more. In response to the accusation of being a total fraud, he faces the threat of being killed. In a retort, the message box challenges his perception, questioning if he believes the world will make life easy for him. It firmly asserts that life is not to be perceived as easy. He is characterized as someone quick to align with the villain's logic. The message box suggests the possibility of something favorable appearing next. Clicking on the start button, an explosion occurs nearby. The message box intervenes, requesting a moment to be heard, asserting the necessity of attempting things thrice. Undeterred, he clicks on the start button once more, choosing to flee the scene alongside Hamming and Pipodong. He questions the wisdom of falling for deception 3 times. Despite his skepticism, the message box contends that he is already being deceived. He lies down, shielding his head, as a colossal creature emerges and advances towards him with hostile intent. Swiftly, he escapes and seeks refuge in Javier's room, where Javier is asleep. Attempting to wake Javier, he responds by going out, attacking, and ultimately dispatching the creature. Lloyd Frontra takes a seat to unwind, and a message box materializes, proclaiming that it was a dud. He acknowledges the message, affirming his awareness of being labeled a lunatic and expressing his decision to abstain from further attempts. The system window informs that the hidden requirement achieved is bankruptcy, and his body and RP have suffered damage due to 3 consecutive duds. To compensate for his losses, he is now afforded the option to select a summoned creature's skill. Contemplating the available skills, he ruminates on a list of skill choices. The message box clarifies that the list comprises the skills that can be chosen. However, he is taken aback to observe the skill set, expressing disbelief at the seemingly useless skills presented. As he scrutinizes the screen, he requests a moment to wait for further consideration. He observes a skill associated with spider webs and contemplates the potential advantages of such webs. Considering the thickness comparable to a mesh, he surmises that it would possess more than 3 times the tensile strength and elasticity of steel. Additionally, it would exhibit resilience against humidity and maintain its sturdiness even when exposed to sunlight for prolonged periods. Satisfied with this realization, he smiles, confident that this skill aligns with his objectives. The message box inquires whether he would like to select this skill and proceed with summoning the creature. The required RP stands at 800, and he currently possesses 4070 RP. Confirming his choice to obtain spiderwebs, he proceeds by pressing the Create button. Subsequently, a portal materializes again in front of him, emitting a substantial light that spreads throughout the vicinity. Javier takes a seat, holding his pillow, and remarks that he believes he had a peculiar dream. A worker, noticing his gaze in that direction, inquires about the nature of his observation. Together, they witness something in the sky, causing astonishment as they discern the presence of an angel. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra rides atop Gigoming and proposes a round around the county. The onlookers enthusiastically cheer for him, referring to him as Sir Lloyd. They acknowledge the summoned creature's ability to fly this time, expressing admiration for Sir Lloyd's greatness. Lloyd Frontra, positioned on the angel and clutching his shovel, reflects on his expectation of a spider, but is pleasantly surprised by the appearance of a parrotbill. Despite this, he recognizes the benefits of the creature being a bird. Observers comment on Master Lloyd flying in the skies, asserting their trust in him. Contemplating various strategies, he envisions an extensive self-promotion campaign as a means to enhance the loyalty of his followers significantly. He believes this would subsequently lead to increased work efficiency and substantial tax payments, considering it a jackpot. Providing details about Gigoming's skills, he explains that its primary skill lies in acquiring spider webs. Additionally, it possesses supplementary skills such as spreading spider webs, creating a nest, and executing ship bombardment. Describing the intricacies of the spider web deployment, he notes that Gigoming can release spider webs through its backpack. In an attempt to assess its durability, he applied a Mana Circle, revealing its remarkable toughness that resulted in only minimal stretching, with the quality deemed perfect. Indicating a direction, he instructs Gigoming to head towards the flat land, intending to create a mesh net using the spider webs. Acknowledging the bird's overall capabilities, he notes its considerable laziness. As Gigoming becomes entangled and teeters on the verge of falling, he questions its destination. Gigoming descends to the ground, causing Lloyd Frontra to lose control and tumble a significant distance away. Expressing frustration, he demands an explanation for Jigoming's actions, to which Jigoming attributes its behavior to excessive laziness. He ponders on how to motivate it to be more productive. The scene shifts to the last night, where Lloyd Frontra sits in proximity to Jigoming. He inquires whether Jigoming knows how to discharge spiderwebs and requests a demonstration of the type of spider web it produces. Lying down, he expresses a lack of concern and questions the purpose of being born for labor and leading a life of toil. Observing this behavior, Lloyd Frontra contemplates the brat's distinct demeanor. Pipodong intervenes, advising to construct infrastructure for society, enhance humanity's quality of life, and reap corresponding rewards and satisfaction. He encourages the creation of a personal mindset, becoming an entity that brings happiness to the world. Jigoming, influenced by Pipodong's words, expresses a willingness to try. Lloyd Frontra reflects that Pipodong's words had a motivating effect, leading to some movement, yet he finds himself in a similar state once again. Pipodong suggests attempting to do a little more together, prompting Jigoming to reflect on his reluctance to exert excessive effort. He questions the necessity of intense labor, contending that the world will progress on its own without their active involvement. Asserting that he summoned Jigoming, he expresses assurance in providing sustenance and care. Lloyd Frontra, feeling increasingly agitated, contemplates the idea of cooking Jigoming. Disapproving of such thoughts, Pipodong intervenes, leading to Jigoming striking him on the head with a tree stick. Despite the incident, Lloyd Frontra acquiesces, acknowledging with a resigned "sure, alright," and offers an almond to Pipodong. After a while, Pipodong undergoes a transformation, growing in size. Attempting to flee, Jigoming's leg is caught by the enlarged Pipodong, who seizes him and endeavors to put him into his mouth. Lloyd Frontra, witnessing this action, is shocked. Pipodong places Jigoming in his mouth, later expelling him and inquiring about the experience, expressing a desire to continue playing. Surprising them, Jigoming states his desire to work. Both Pipodong and Lloyd Frontra respond with a strange expression. Reflecting on the situation, Lloyd Frontra concludes that punishment is effective regardless of time or place. He outlines the plan, with Step 1 involving digging and forming a slope, Step 2 employing Bai Bayang to use a giant sieve to filter out fine sand, and Step 3 requiring Jigoming to lay out spider webs in a mesh formation after the sand has been filtered. Pipodong comments on Jigoming's perceived weakness, leading Lloyd Frontra to emphasize Step 4. Encouragement from the one in charge. He instructs the white cavalry to move in, and they all proceed, each holding shovels. Lloyd Frontra proceeds with Step 5, directing the utilization of sand to cover the spider web mesh, iterating the process until the backfilling is completed. Moving on to Step 6, he emphasizes the need to make the backfilled structure sturdy, fill it on all sides, and pour boulders and gravel into the gabion meticulously. Riding on Jigoming's back to inspect the progress, he notes the completion of the first section and anticipates finishing the entire project before spring arrives. Contemplating the distribution of the construction materials to refugees and expediting apartment construction, he envisions completing everything by the following year, bringing an end to his life of labor. He envisions the prospect of a super-rich, unemployed life awaiting him. Simultaneously, the all-white cavalry utilizes their shovels to dig while Erox, Frontra, and Bayron draft the contract paper. The system window announces the completion of Frontra County's terraced farmland construction, proclaiming Lloyd Frontra to be one of the best civil engineers on the continent. This accomplishment earns him a bonus RP of plus 800, bringing his total RP to 470. Lying on the grass and holding flowers, Lloyd Frontra receives notification of his new title as the leader of those who are tired. The workers also express their happiness, and the system window reveals that the title's region is Frontery Country. Its active period spans 30 years, and it grants 3 CPS. The title's effect will be applied to the designated region for 24 hours, with the potential for an extension, reduction, or change in the time limit based on his actions or those of the region. The title further notes that the effects include a 300% increase in the Northern Mountain Terraced Farmland's chance of getting a great harvest and a 200% increase in the harvest amount. Engaging in a solitary game of chase, he observes that it has become slightly more challenging. Contemplating his next move, he ponders over a dice, expressing uncertainty about what to do. In frustration, he exclaims that the situation is driving him crazy. Javier inquires if he finds it enjoyable, to which he enthusiastically responds affirmatively, stating that it's the best, and he loves the thrill of it. He adds that anything other than working is preferable. Javier notes that it's the first time she has seen him play since that day. He questions what else he has on his agenda. He reassures her that Sir Baron will effectively manage the construction process independently. Reflecting on recent developments, he mentions increasing the soldiers' wages, leading to heightened enthusiasm and smooth progress in their work. The narrative transitions to a real-world life flashback, where his father imparts a valuable lesson. His father emphasizes the importance of remembering that when everything appears to be going well, one should take a moment to scrutinize and question the situation. Lloyd Frontra is reminded to consider whether everything is genuinely okay at least once and to make a conscious effort to do so. Returning to the present, Lloyd Frontra advises Javier to stay up late tonight, as he has some tasks to attend to before singing a lullaby. Javier inquires about his late-night intentions. Lloyd Frontra explains that he needs to verify if everything is truly okay. The system window then notifies that the ending spoiler entails using his CP to preview the concluding scene for this storyline. The required CP for the second use is 40, and it queries whether he would like to use the ending spoiler. Contemplating the cost of becoming a wealthy unemployed individual, Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the necessity of securing a safe future without stumbling blocks. Confirming his decision, he presses the yes button. Lloyd Frontra finds himself transported into the future within a black space. Upon entering a room, he surveys the surroundings, contemplating whether it is his room. In the same space, he observes a future version of himself lying on the bed while Javier performs magic on him. Pondering the nature of Javier's actions, he questions whether it involves massaging his meridian. Witnessing his mana power light up, he becomes alarmed at the intense circulation and expresses concern that his heart might burst. He attempts to communicate with Javier, questioning the purpose of these actions and whether Javier can hear him. Javier continues his magical gestures, placing hands on Lloyd Frontra's chest, but the latter lies on the bed, unconscious and motionless. Lloyd Frontra reflects on his appearance and contemplates an alternate ending where he meets his demise. The future Lloyd Frontra eventually opens his eyes, calling out to Javier, urging him to stop, asserting that he already knows the futility of his efforts, and instructing him to let him live on and endure. In response, Javier starts to tears. Contemplating the instruction to burn what, Lloyd Frontra expresses confusion. Javier takes his hand and reveals that he is not the Count. Javier asserts that he is a hero who safeguarded his second hometown and rescued numerous refugees, intending to present himself to the world in such a manner. The future Lloyd Frontra breathes heavily and succumbs to death. Dipadong, Bangol, Haming and Jigoming cry and subsequently vanish. Shocked by the revelation of his demise, Lloyd Frontra strives to remain composed, urging himself not to panic and to analyze the situation. He reflects on the minimal change in Javier's appearance, deducing that this event is in the near future. Observing that he appears significantly thinner, potentially due to dehydration, he questions the reason behind it. Javier supports him, leading him out of the palace. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the timing of the event, surmising that it occurs in the spring. Witnessing numerous lifeless bodies on the floor, he is shocked and contemplates a massacre, excluding Javier. Observing Javier spreading oil on the bodies and subsequently using a fire stick to burn them, he realizes that he was referring to burning the corpses. In light of this, he speculates that it might be an epidemic. Pondering the possibility of an illness causing this, he acknowledges his lack of knowledge about diseases, acknowledging that he is not a doctor from the other world. Doubting his ability to halt the situation, he wonders if there is anything he can do. Javier addresses him as Master Lloyd, then corrects himself, stating that whoever he is, these were his last words. He expresses the desire that, once his corpse has been completely burned, he wants him to remember the word empty. Lloyd Frontra returns to the present, contemplating the cryptic message, remembered as empty, and questioning the nature of those last words. Pondering why such a cryptic message was delivered, he has a realization. Considering that Lloyd, who just perished, had already experienced the ending spoiler before, he wonders if the message was intended for him as the observer. This leads him to speculate that it might be a hint from Lloyd, who knew about the illness and its resolution. Walking around, he continues to mull over the concepts of empty, epidemic, and the significant number of casualties. Connecting the puzzle pieces in his mind, he concludes that the future version of himself was indeed a genius for leaving such a hint. After a while, Sir Baron inquires if Lloyd Frontra is referring to the people from Cremo. Confirming this, Lloyd Frontra affirms that he indeed needs as many professional corpsmen as possible. Sir Bairn raises concerns about potentially high labor costs. In response, Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the challenge but asserts that Count Cremo will need to provide them. He explains that the people of Cremo are occupied with cultivating their own lands, and both the soldiers and orcs are engaged in apartment construction. The system notifies that title effects are crucial for debt reduction, and Lloyd Frontra has attained the highest level of financial credibility. This achievement allows him to secure investment funds with the least amount of interest and the most favorable conditions. Contemplating the advantages conferred by the title, he acknowledges that, thanks to it, there should not be any major problems, but the thought of being in debt again stings. Bairn inquires about the scale of the construction project he is envisioning. Lloyd Frontra responds, suggesting it might be as extensive as the Honey Apartments, covering the entire Viscounty. He reflects on the formidable foe he faces in epidemic, specifically cholera. Elaborating on the project, he mentions the need for underground tunnels in various directions. Acknowledging his limited medical knowledge, he emphasizes that medical expertise isn't the sole means to combat illnesses. Asserting the necessity for paths for waste disposal, he declares their intention to construct sewers. Reflecting on the cryptic message, "Remember empty," he realizes it was referring to Vienna in Austria. Explaining the historical context of Vienna, Lloyd Frontra details how the city's population experienced an exponential increase during the Industrial Revolution. However, during that period, Vienna lacked proper sewers, leading to the disposal of urine and feces from numerous individuals directly into the Danube River. Typically, such waste would flow with the river, decomposing naturally due to microorganisms. Unfortunately, a sudden cold spell struck the river, resulting in a significant disaster. Lloyd Frontra describes the adverse impact caused by the freezing of the river. The waste, unable to flow freely, alternated between melting and freezing, ultimately leading to rot and polluting the underground water. This environmental degradation was a significant factor in the outbreak of cholera in Vienna. Lloyd Frontra stands on a high mountain, holding his shovel. He surveys the town below and contemplates an exponentially increasing population and the waste that is supposed to be disposed of in the prone river. He contemplates the potential consequences if there is a sudden cold snap that freezes the river sometime this year or the next. He believes their Viscounty will undoubtedly become another Vienna. Grabbing his hair, he solemnly remarks that he always gets more work when things start to relax a little, but he must wait. He reflects on the fact that even if it were a demon and not a sickness that came for them, he would not let anyone or anything thwart his dream of enjoying life. He thinks this even as he sleeps in his bed, confident that not even a demon can hinder his dream. However, he acknowledges that another substantial debt is in the way of that dream. He wishes it were only the salaries of the external laborers that he needed to pay, but when he includes the cost of their accommodations and the expenses related to sending them out to work, it becomes apparent that it is more complex. Holding his collar, he reflects on the corrosive nature of other people's money, the toxin known as other people's money that is consuming him entirely. After a while, an orc warrior observes Emily with Officer Greg, who mentions that he plucked a flower because it looked pretty, but it pales in comparison when put beside her. She laughs and playfully comments on his naughtiness. He recalls the night she arrived in their Viscounty, expressing how he discovered that his heart could become even warmer than the bright and radiant sun in the skies. She laughs again, teasing him for being funny and cringe. He asserts that it would take more than a slap or two to deter him. The orc warrior, still observing them happily together, becomes angry. Another soldier approaches from behind, informing Officer Greg that Sir Bairn is looking for him. Greg acknowledges this, telling the soldier to inform Bairn that he's on his way. Before leaving, he grabs Emily's hand and affectionately calls her his flower-like girl, mentioning that he's heading off to work. She responds, urging him to come back quickly, referring to him as her handsome boy. Officer Greg walks towards Sir Bairn's camp, and an orc warrior calls him from behind, questioning how he could do that. Confused, Officer Greg asks for pardon and inquires about what the orc warrior means. The orc warrior shouts, expressing disbelief at how Officer Greg could do such a thing when he already has Emily. Officer Greg, still puzzled, asks what he is talking about and questions the involvement of someone like Emily. The orc warrior, angered, abuses him and attempts to punch him. However, Officer Greg quickly counterattacks, landing a punch and throwing him away. Officer Greg asserts that a half-assed punch isn't enough to injure him. The Orc warrior acknowledges this, recognizing that Frontra Viscounty soldiers are now capable of controlling the power of mana after numerous hours spent in labor work and training. He reflects on how each one of them is strong enough to take on 10 enemies by themselves, but their strength has mainly been used in laborious tasks like shoveling. They both prepare for a fight, running to attack each other. Bayern arrives and addresses Officer Greg, noting that he's too slow and questioning why he is still there despite being summoned a while back. He wonders if Officer Greg is fooling around while trying to earn his salary. Officer Greg apologizes and follows behind Bayern, with the Orc warrior also trailing them. Bayern mentions that he's going on a work trip and instructs Officer Greg to start packing his luggage. He mobilizes him, expressing trust in him, and questions how he could mess up before even departing. Angered, Officer Greg looks at the Orc warrior. Bayern emphasizes that additional work hours are named so because one is supposed to work during those hours. He adds that he doesn't care about what happens outside those hours. The Orc warrior walks away, and Officer Greg continues to follow Bayern as they reach the stables to prepare his horse. Officer Greg inquires if they are going all the way to Cremo just to call for reinforcements. Bayern agrees and mentions that Master Lloyd said he is planning a large-scale project that will have life and death implications. In response, he states that he doesn't believe there is a need to undertake such a project. The system notifies him that the achievements and compliments he has accumulated are producing a combined effect. Lloyd Frontra sits in his room, observing this notification, and inquires about the nature of this effect. The system informs him that he has punished the traitor of the Viscounty, paid off his debts, and provided a home for the refugees without turning them away. Soldiers walk outside his house, and the system once again notifies him that he faced a significant disaster head-on, emerged victorious, and ensured the safety of citizens and refugees within the Viscounty. The system expresses a desire to repay him for the help he has given them. Lloyd Frontra questions the kind of help and how they plan to repay it. The system explains the combined title effects, activated by people who wish to repay his help. Meanwhile, he hears some voices, looks behind, and stands up to gaze out of the window. He observes people outside saying, "Master Lloyd, please give them work. They'll do anything for him." He responds, assuring them that it's okay even if he doesn't provide salaries, and requests them to help him. They express willingness to work for free, solely for Master Lloyd. They declare their dedication to working for him. In response, he shouts for them to be quiet and shares his perspective, stating that the hardest thing to trust is when people do something for the sake of others. He adds that it's easier to trust when someone is acting for their own benefit. He questions those who claim they don't want salaries, emphasizing that he never gave them anything for free. He asks if they even dream of working without payment. He declares his intention to write up a contract and becomes emotional. The scene shifts to Samarkand, where a pigeon delivers a message to Sultan Samar Khan. He takes the message, reads it, and remarks that the scouts they sent west have reported the following about the village overturned by the monster Domino. The message describes a bizarre bird that splits the heavens, a beast that destroys the earth, a creature capable of swallowing the sea, a snake that devours mountains, and finally, a monster whose roars resonate in the skies. These creatures are all being raised there. The message further details that the workers of the village defeated orcs with their bare hands, and their elderly clerks moved faster than the winds. Additionally, it mentions that even the powerful white cavalry has started wielding shovels instead of spears. Both the elves and orcs are using their strength to construct buildings. He reads that if their non-combatants are this strong, then he can't even begin to imagine how powerful their combatants might be. As he reads the message, he contemplates what is going on in that place. Diego sits on a stone while two soldiers are practicing nearby. He becomes angry, addressing them as lowly individuals, questioning if their lowly minds prevent them from understanding his words. He shouts that they need to put all their strength into their punches and demonstrates with his own. He asks why they are stopping, questioning if they are out of their minds, and if they want to see their wives and children starve to death. One of the soldiers punches the other with full force, causing him to bleed, and Diego laughs, saying that's more like it. Lloyd Frontra expresses his approval, and Diego is startled because of him. Diego replies that he always acts scared when he sees Lloyd and finds it embarrassing. Lloyd looks at the two soldiers practicing and inquires about their identities. Diego responds that they are the lowly servants of his house. Lloyd Frontra remarks that having a hierarchy is great, allowing him to have this kind of fun too. Diego, feeling uneasy, says pardon. Lloyd smiles and expresses his desire to join in and give it a try. Diego rejects the idea, stating that he cannot let him fight like them. Lloyd Frontra questions this, expressing frustration and stating that he is asking Diego to fight, but Diego is not willing. Diego becomes scared but reluctantly agrees, mentioning the red corner and the blue corner. Lloyd Frontra points towards Javier and designates him as the opponent. Javier, acknowledging it as a count's order, accepts the challenge. Diego tries to intervene, asking them to wait and to sheathe their swords. Lloyd Frontra questions why Diego is asking him to stop, suggesting that Diego can grab a sword too, if he feels it's unfair. Diego responds, stating that the sword isn't the problem, and pleads for Lloyd Frontra to let him go. He bows and cries, but Lloyd dismisses his plea, commenting that a sword master is overdoing things. Lloyd suggests fighting and laughs, then proceeds to punch and throw Diego away. He presents a document, mentioning that it's a request for his return to school, instructing Diego to write down the events that occurred today. Diego pleads with him not to write that and questions why Lloyd keeps asking people not to do things. In frustration, Diego asserts his status as the son of a count and resorts to abusive language. A pigeon arrives with Peepodong sitting on it, and Lloyd Frontra notices a document with them. As Lloyd walks away, he instructs the two soldiers to relax and go to Frontra to find Sir Bayern. He informs them that they are residents of that place from today onwards, urging them to work hard. After a while, Viscount Lacona rises from his bed, reflecting on the annoyance of that recurring guy appearing in his dream, making for an irritating start to the day. There's a knock on his door, and someone outside states they have something urgent to tell him. The Viscount, irritated, questions who the impertinent person is daring to knock on his room's door and orders them to leave immediately. The person insists it's urgent and needs immediate attention. Viscount Lacona, angered, grabs his hunter and threatens the individual, asking how a lowlife like them dares to talk back, and if they have forgotten the feel of a whip. He opens the door to find Lloyd Frontra standing there, who greets him with a cheerful, long time no see. The shock causes Viscount to fall down and faint. He, seemingly unfazed, asks Javier if his face is that appalling. Javier responds that it's not the kind that people would feel at ease around. He takes Viscount Lacona outside and points in a direction, informing him that his land starts from over there. He adds that he's going to flatten it all out to build a quarry and instructs the Viscount to take note of that. The Viscount responds, questioning why Lloyd Frontra is suddenly doing this. Annoyed, he asks why Lloyd is acting in such a manner and wonders if they need to spell everything out between them. The Viscount considers that using granite instead of cement for the construction of the sewage routes would be better, as it won't break or destabilize in the far future. Lloyd Frontra agrees and declares it's time to begin constructing a highway that leads from the quarry to their county. He emphasizes that it will be one straight path pointing towards Lacona Mansion. One of the soldiers notes an obstruction right from the start, mentioning that it's one straight path as they destroy the palace to create a direct route. The Viscount is shocked to see this, but Lloyd Frontra reassures him, saying they'll build him another house to live in. Lloyd Frontra adds that they will relocate the workers to his mansion and provide one person to assist with his errands. After a while, he guides them to his camps, where he imprisons them in a tent and assigns an orc warrior to look after them while they both shiver. The orc warrior inquires if they need anything, but they refuse. He reflects that the Apia highway used to transport granite, and the supervision of the quarry construction will be handled by Sir Bayern. He acknowledges that he has surpassed the level of a veteran and reached the level of a maestro. The system notifies him of his levels: design understanding at level 85, design execution at level 90, administration tasks at level 99, and manpower management also at level 99. Bai Bayong consumes numerous trees while contemplating that there was no need to worry about flattening out the mountains for the construction of the quarry. He reasons that there are plenty of monsters in their county who excel at labor work. He observes that the elves are overseeing the apartment construction, relying on their exceptional perception and incredible physical strength, while the people encourage each other. Bai Bayong identifies a potential issue in dealing with the sludge and considers having engineers dig it up with shovels. However, he dismisses the idea, deeming it implausible as they would suffocate from the poisonous gases. He concludes that the best solution would be to incinerate it all with intense heat, akin to how modern technology accomplishes it. He speculates that Javier himself or Bangol could handle that task. He contemplates the craziness of the situation, pondering what might be inside and how they could continue doing that every day. He wonders where he can find a slave familiar with using heat and able to work in the sewers daily, holding his head in thought. After a moment, he gets an idea and exclaims, "Wait, he does know a slave like that." On the other side, Corgetus and his team work on making iron rods. Lloyd, Frontra, and Javier arrive, and Corgetus inquires if he wants him to make armor out of the Alencia tree sap. He questions the need for such armor, asking if they are planning to capture a dragon or something. Lloyd confirms this, pointing towards Javier and stating that he is the one doing it, while Javier looks at him annoyingly. Somewhere deep in the eastern mountain ranges, a dragon sits in a cave and exclaims, "Damn it," he quits. He reflects on the numerous gemstones around him and wonders why he can't refine any. Expressing frustration, he thinks about wanting to get married but laments his perceived lack of skill with his hands, looking at them in disappointment. He considers these cursed hands and believes that he needs to craft something beautiful and delicious to feed his hatchlings, as only then will he be acknowledged as a competent male dragon. He acknowledges his proficiency in crushing things, but acknowledges that this is what female dragons hate the most. Reflecting on the past, he thinks making jewels wasn't this difficult. It used to be as simple as plundering human castles and kidnapping dwarves to do the work for him. He holds a gemstone, using his powers to break and shatter it. Despite this, he thinks that one day, the being known as the Dragon King will marry a human girl and declare the dragon's commandments. He contemplates that all dragons are prohibited from plundering and threatening other races, and they are required to go to a vein of ore and craft their own jewels. Expressing frustration, he criticizes these tyrants for imposing such a rule after accumulating tons of jewels through plundering and threatening. He questions how they dare to act kindly and requests the younger generation to engage in such activities, urging them to grow old quickly and die. Lloyd, Frontra, and Javier arrive, and he mentions that he can totally empathize with those feelings. The dragon looks at him surprisingly. Lloyd, Frontra states that he has seen a lot of the older generation speculating in stocks and earning tons of money, only to then tell the younger generation that speculation is bad. This infuriates the dragon, who questions how a human could come here and asks if he managed to get past the traps he set up. He responds affirmatively, expressing a desire to speak with a great dragon like himself. He informs the dragon Solitas that they temporarily deactivated the traps and proceeds to share a proposal with him. However, the dragon becomes angry, exclaiming "Die," and throws fire on both of them. He declares that he can't get married because of humans, and they should die. Quickly, they close their armor, covering their eyes as well, and he remarks that he knows he won't be able to control his temper. Javier asks about the plan, and he replies, questioning when he has already told him. Javier denies hearing anything of the sort. The dragon continues to throw fire on them as they hide behind a rock. He declares his intention to defeat the dragon. Javier clarifies that defeating the dragon is the end result, not the plan. He urges him to stop joking around and tell him what he needs to do. Javier states that he followed him all the way here because he trusted his plans. He responds, outlining Step 1. He fights, and in Step 2, he defeats the dragon, tapping on the rock for emphasis. Javier wonders if, despite taking his dragon breath, there is some special power in that seemingly stupid-looking armor of his. The dragon expresses frustration and decides to crush them with brute strength. Lloyd, Frontra assures that he can do it, while Javier seriously prepares to fight the dragon. The dragon attacks him, pushing him back. Javier also readies himself to attack the dragon, who becomes increasingly angry and roars. Javier looks at him, realizing that he can actually do it, and runs to attack while Lloyd, Frontra hides behind the rock. He reflects that it's to be expected since he had a hard time in the novel, with Javier ultimately winning. Javier's strength in the novel is just at the level of a newly awakened sword master. Javier continues to fight with the dragon and tries to defeat him. He reflects that he was just a little stronger than the Empress and Kyle, but now he's even stronger than the average sword master. He believes he's a high sword master and that there's no way he'd get hit by the young and weak Solitas. Javier utilizes all his skills to combat the dragon. The dragon ponders, questioning what just happened, as a human seems to have jumped in the air. The dragon jumps high to attack him. Javier thinks it's nice, as with this, he can use the blast to move faster in the air. He attacks the dragon quickly from all sides. Lloyd Frontra observes all this and thinks about whether Javier used what he learned from the elves' footwork to create a mana foothold in the air. He reflects on how a protagonist can really do everything. Javier reaches toward the dragon's head, contemplating that even if it's a young dragon, it remains the strongest species on Earth, and he won't be able to damage it so easily. He utilizes his mana blast power to attack it. Then, employing his aura blast, he throws something with a bright flash toward the dragon. It stabs at the dragon's chest, and waves emanate from the point of impact. The dragon shouts in pain. Javier confidently challenges it, showing his sword. The dragon, in response, asks him to wait a minute. Observing this, Lloyd Frontra wonders how a dragon can be so scared of a human. He speculates that this is what Solitas looks like when she's scared. Lloyd Frontra enters a flashback where he wakes up in his room and a beetle approaches, asking him if he wants to die. Reflecting on the moment, he recalls someone sleeping in the room when a beetle suddenly appeared, attempting to provoke a fight. He responds by using insecticide against it. However, the beetle smiles and begins flying around. The final blow occurs when he grabs a bee catcher to eliminate the beetle. The beetle, now holding a pen, swiftly approaches and stabs his chest with the pen tip, prompting him to shout. Reflecting on the painful experience, he notes that anyone would go crazy facing such a menacing organism charging at them. Returning to the present, he thinks about the kind of menacing existence that Javier represents in Solitas' eyes as Javier prepares to fight the dragon. Observing Javier as he falls, the dragon addresses him, requesting a moment to convey something important. Javier stops, but the dragon abruptly attacks him with force. To their surprise, Javier is not where the attack lands. Seizing the opportunity, Javier reappears from behind, launching an assault with aura mana. He pokes the dragon's back and different parts of its body, causing the dragon to scream in pain while pleading for the attacks to cease. Seeing the events, Lloyd Frontra thinks things are progressing as planned, anticipating Lord Solitas' next move. The dragon retaliates by using smoke breath on them. Lloyd Frontra then recalls a flashback where beetles attacked him from all sides, prompting him to contemplate the inefficacy of insecticide. As the beetles' relentless attacks continue, he runs out of his room and out of his house. Returning to the present in the cave, Lord Solitas arrives, prompting Lloyd Frontra to think he can't find him. Placing 2 fingers at his head, Lloyd Frontra contemplates teleporting during an impending fire attack, and he subsequently falls. Lord Solitas reflects that he set up a teleport detection trap, acknowledging his past foolishness while realizing he is an even bigger fool today. Meanwhile, as Lloyd Frontra approaches him with a smile, he expresses a desire to reintroduce himself as Mighty Dragon Solitas while bowing. Lloyd Frontra states that he is Count Frontra's eldest son. Lord Solitas gets up, questions the situation, denies being a dragon, and asks where he is and why he is there, expressing a strong desire to leave quickly. Javier launches an attack from behind, causing Lord Solitas to shout and fall. He questions the identity of the assailants and the reasons behind their actions. Lloyd Frontra remarks on the expected reaction of a mighty dragon, noting that people typically don't shout Kaya when struck. He expresses a desire to hear the reason behind Lord Solitas' reaction, reiterating that they are present to propose a favorable idea. Despite this, Lord Solitas insists that they should refrain from talking and question why he was attacked. Lloyd Frontra's servant, surprised by Lord Solitas' attempt to kill them, instinctively counterattacks and laughs. In response, Lord Solitas asks what Lloyd Frontra has in mind. Lloyd Frontra, pleased with the current state of affairs, reflects on the foundations they have established. Drawing inspiration from a novel where Solitas displays anger issues while ambushing elves, Lloyd Frontra considers the need for a potent approach when dealing with such a dragon. In a flashback, Lord Solitas recalls an incident involving a furious man overturning a food table and expressing dissatisfaction with the darkness of Jajangmyeon. This memory serves as an example of how most races express anger. The boss arrives on the scene, confirming his status, and addresses the man's complaint about the dish's color. The man demands a new one, but the boss asserts that he doesn't like it and instructs him to make a new dish. Despite the initial resistance, the man eventually relents, declaring the dish delicious and refusing to let others eat it. Lord Solitas reflects that anger can be subdued when individuals face someone stronger than themselves. Although he has successfully calmed down, he acknowledges the challenge of negotiating with a dragon whose pride has been wounded by defeat at the hands of a mere human. In response, Lloyd Frontra, displaying audacity, berates Lord Solidas, questioning how he dared swing his sword at the mighty dragon. Lloyd Frontra continues to insult him, labeling him a lowly bastard. Expressing his frustration, Lloyd Frontra exclaims that Lord Solidas should be grateful for being a very magnanimous dragon. Otherwise, they would have been roasted alive by now. He instructs Lord Solidas, whom he refers to as a lowly bastard, to go all the way over, kneel down, and raise his hands to repent. Reiterating his command, he shouts again, questioning if Lord Solidas is deaf and demanding that he move to the specified location immediately. Subsequently, Lloyd Frontra takes a seat and politely invites Lord Solidas to join him, saying, "Lord Solidas, please have a seat over here." Lord Solidas takes a seat, and Lloyd Frontra positions himself on his knees in front of him, expressing a desire to ask a question. Lord Solidas replies, asking about the nature of the inquiry. Lloyd Frontra straightforwardly inquires if Lord Solidas wishes to get married. Surprised by this revelation, Lord Solidas questions how Lloyd Frontra is privy to such details, including the difficulty in refining jewels properly, eliciting shock from Javier. Puzzled, Lord Solidas wonders how Lloyd Frontra discovered his den in the first place. Lloyd Frontra reassures him that he will arrange his marriage within 10 years. Lord Solidas becomes excited, asking if it will truly happen, and insists on receiving an answer to his initial question. Lloyd Frontra, rather diverted, reiterates his excitement about a sweet love with a female dragon. Lord Solidas, now eager, emphasizes his anticipation but persists in seeking an answer to his original question. Lloyd Frontra responds by describing romantic gestures, urging them to hold front legs tightly, traverse around the Arctic, utilize telepathy for sweet love letters, and form a heart shape with their tails under a star-filled night sky. He wonders if Lord Solidas can feel the love, and blushes in response. Lord Solidas informs him that all he needs to do is sign the document, and he'll arrange the marriage. Handing him a pen and a contract letter, he instructs him to sign and prepare for the wedding. The person responds affirmatively, stating that he only needs to sign at the very end. Lord Solidas points to the designated spot on the letter and inquires where he needs to sign. As he begins to sign, Lloyd Frontra swiftly takes the letter away, expressing concern that there might be something in the Dragon Commandments stipulating consequences for a dragon breaking a contract with humans, possibly facing the wrath of the Dragon King's breath. He suspects that Solidas might have realized the implications and unwittingly made a deal with the devil. On the other side, in the village, a villager remarks to another to look over there as Master Lloyd is returning from his work trip. Lloyd Frontra, Javier, and Lord Solidas walk towards his home. The villager comments that Master Lloyd always brings something crazy with him when he returns, and this time he thinks it might be a dragon, but it seems to be a shabby-looking young man. Another villager adds, "Come on, how could he catch a dragon?" They both laugh, agreeing with each other. Lloyd Frontra overhears the conversation and reflects on the fact that it's not just his dung incinerator, but also the dragon he acquired. Corgidus inquires of the young man whether he is a dragon, to which Lloyd Frontra affirms, stating that the evidence lies in the smoke emanating from his Braedon breath. Lord Solidas expresses his displeasure, referring to Corgidus as a darn con artist. Corgidus questions Solidas about his purported lack of skill in handicrafts, and upon confirmation, Lloyd Frontra explains that, as per the contract, Corgidus is tasked with teaching Solidas how to craft jewels. Additionally, he instructs Solidas to incinerate all the sludge within the excretion facilities daily. Solidas, considering himself a dragon, questions the rationale behind cleaning human feces. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the difficulty Solidas may have in accepting this responsibility and wonders if he can read minds. Lloyd Frontra explains that he applied some pressure to induce him to sign the contract. Otherwise, he would not have agreed, missing the opportunity to learn jewel crafting, which could complicate his prospects for marriage. He chuckles and emphasizes the importance of prioritizing practicality over pride in such matters. Solidas acknowledges Corgidus as his teacher, referring to him as a dwarf, and respectfully bows. Corgidus expresses surprise that a humble dwarf like himself would instruct a powerful dragon. In response, Solidas acknowledges the dragon's strength, but emphasizes his own prowess in craftsmanship, pleading for assistance in improving his cursed hands. Lloyd Frontra reflects on Solidas's adaptability despite any perceived foolishness, recognizing that he is indeed a dragon. Corgidus remarks that if Solidas is expressing agreement, then he cannot possibly refuse, even though he might be a bit tough on him. He wonders if Solidas will manage to handle it. Solidas assures Corgidus that he is prepared, prompting Corgidus to instruct him to stop standing around and bring the necessary materials. Taken aback emotionally, Solidas asks if Corgidus is addressing him. Corgidus questions whether Solidas expects his teacher to do everything for him and urges him to get moving immediately. Solidas runs off, stating that he will do it now. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the positive outcome of the contract, noting that everyone benefits, and Solidas exchanges his pride for the highest level of education in the world. Corgidus, warning against putting too much strength into his actions, rebukes Solidas by hitting his hand with a stick. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the unusual experience of witnessing a dragon being subjected to abuse by Corgidus, who has encountered numerous disadvantageous contracts throughout his life. He contemplates that others probably perceived him as having no choice in the matter. Corgidus once again strikes Solidas and questions whether he is attempting to destroy everything, advising him to consider his actions beforehand. He asserts that acts of violence are not a means of making contracts. True contracts result in mutual benefit for all parties involved, especially as he observes them. Corgidus instructs Solidas to discard the jewels, deeming them as damaged, and questions whether he plans to turn everything into trash. As Solidas tosses all the jewels onto the floor, Corgidus thinks it would be more advantageous to gather the jewels discreetly and profit from them. The system notifies him that he has transformed another tragic fate into a positive outcome. It mentions that the fire dragon Solidas lost his horns in a battle against Javier, suffering fatal injuries before returning to his den, where he met his demise. The system further notifies him that Solidas dies alone in his undiscovered den, turning a tragic fate into a positive one. Meanwhile, he inquires if that's the case, but the novel only depicts him fleeing from his den. Simultaneously, the system alerts him that, were it not for his intervention, the Frontra couple would have vanished from this world, and the Count possesses diverse talents. The system informs him that he is now free from debt, directing all his efforts toward the work he had been unable to do in the past. He experiences happiness as he crafts a wooden statue of himself. The system informs him that he orchestrated these positive outcomes as Julian, originally destined to perish in a foreign land, is now recognized as the top student in his school. Julian receives his school certificate and his fellow students applaud him. The system notes that he played a pivotal role in saving numerous lives, emphasizing that he must earn his own money, to which he responds by requesting money. He humorously adds give him RP then, and a message window retorts that humans are truly hopeless in romance. He counters, stating that romance doesn't put food on the table. He contemplates that what he currently requires is a skill, as the construction of the extensive sewage system is about to commence. He points out that the issue lies with the radius of the estimation skill, and the construction needs to cover the entire county. However, obtaining information from each area and connecting them poses a considerable inconvenience. Despite his level increasing significantly after participating in various projects, he feels that his progress has reached a plateau. The system notifies him of an intermediate design level 6 with a maximum design radius of 729,000 square meters. It also includes skill-exclusive options, floor plan featuring 3D indicators and simulation mode. He reflects that progress stagnated at a certain point, emphasizing the business principle of economizing on what can be saved while sparing no expense for essential needs. He clicks on the Level Up option for Intermediate Design Level 6, requiring 4,070 RP points. He contemplates that increasing the level will significantly expand the estimation radius. The system notifies him of the progression to intermediate design levels 7, 8, 9, and finally 10, resulting in an upgraded skill grade to advanced design. The system further informs him that at advanced design level 1, the maximum design radius is 3,375,000 square meters. He appreciates the value of investing 1,200 RP points into this advancement. The system then alerts him to a new skill-exclusive option called Construction Guidelines. He queries the meaning of construction guidelines. The message window responds, urging him, who has sought ways to reduce his workload, to test this revolutionary system immediately. He expresses skepticism, likening it to home shopping channels selling useless items. The message window suggests trying to access the 3D floor plans he currently has saved. He acknowledges that he will play along and activate the construction guideline while creating a holographic structure of a home. As the hologram of the house expands, he inquires about its purpose. The message window explains that the hologram is visible to him and everyone involved in the project, enabling construction workers to work with precision using the hologram. He realizes that this skill could potentially reduce his workload by at least 50% and decides to test it immediately as he notices a hole in the ground. Javier arrives and asks about the situation. He informs Javier that it is the location he will be digging and promises to provide details later, urging him to begin the task. Javier notices green lights inside the hole and starts digging with his shovel. He agrees with Javier's observation and sits near the hole, attempting to peer inside. He attempts to touch it and asks if he can try digging outside the green light. Javier takes some mud from the edge of the hole, causing the hologram to shift in that direction. The hologram admonishes them, urging them to do a proper job. Javier comments on the hologram being obnoxious, while Lloyd Frontra suggests that he may be too careless with his words, given that's his face. Javier jokes that no one will mess up while working, as they wouldn't want to see that face. Lloyd Frontra asks him to stop making such comments, as it hurts him. Javier inquires about the situation and wonders if Lloyd Frontra is going to claim he's a genius of illusion magic or that the hologram is a stolen magic tool. Lloyd Frontra considers the difficulty of further deception and asks Javier which story sounds more believable. Javier suggests the latter, saying it could be a necklace that looks the part when he goes around. Lloyd Frontra agrees, deciding to go with that story. Javier walks away, stating that he'll stick with that story as well. Lloyd Frontra, acknowledging there aren't many answers he can provide, asks if Javier has any questions. Javier replies that his curiosity isn't the priority at the moment, emphasizing the importance of saving everyone in the county. Lloyd Frontra expresses gratitude for Javier's belief in him and assures him that he will indeed accomplish the task. Bayern announces the commencement of the construction of a substantial sewer system aimed at preventing illnesses for everyone's benefit. Encouraging everyone to join in, he inquires about their motto. In unison, they respond with safety first. Bayern emphasizes the importance of avoiding injuries, even stating a stern consequence for those who fail to adhere to safety protocols during the project. Lloyd Frontra stands with Javier and observes that it seems like they are becoming more enthusiastic by the minute. He wonders what might have caused this transformation. Javier contemplates the situation. He explains that if the sewage and waste within the country are disposed of in the sewer, it will flow through the sewer pipes into the main sewer. While the small sewer pipes can be dug by Piporong alone, the main tunnel requires more effort. He asserts that what is needed is encouragement, heart flutter, and full power. Bai Beung employs his power, and a worker digs a hole with a shovel. At that moment, Lloyd Frontra arrives with a hologram, urging them to continue. The workers are delighted to see him, and the mere sight of an angry Master Lloyd motivates them to work harder. One worker remarks that the face he has is scarier, while another mentions that Lloyd is shouting all sorts of curses, making him jealous. Another worker humorously comments that theirs is ugly. Lloyd Frontra becomes angry, screams, and demands they stop enjoying something that is meant to be a guide. He turns to Javier, expressing his bewilderment at their erratic behavior and wonders what could have prompted them to act in such a manner. The scene transitions to a rainy day, and Lloyd Frontra narrates that after a few heavy downpours of spring rain, the construction of the small sewer proceeded steadily over 3 months. He notes that due to the construction guidelines, the main sewer's construction advanced rapidly and began extending towards the north. After a while, Lloyd Frontra stands on the mountain with Sir Bayern and explains that the main sewer needs to extend past the field over there, where they will be constructing a sludge treatment facility. He expresses concern about the proximity to the place where the mastodons previously attacked and asks if it will be safe. Lloyd Frontra assures that with Bai Beung frequently present, meaning the mastodons won't approach carelessly, they should still exercise caution. He instructs Bayern to advise their people not to agitate mastodons if they encounter them and to stand down quietly. Bayern acknowledges with an understanding. Lloyd Frontra mentions that despite the instructions, not a single mastodon was sighted, and he wonders if it's because Bai Beong was present. Standing there, he faces a tree and initiates a game of red light and green light. Turning back, he invites someone to come over, claims to have caught them, and then playfully falls to the ground, expressing his enjoyment. The message box humorously questions who the true lunatic is in this scenario. When asked what's happening, Lloyd defends it as a form of play and questions if this isn't different from how people usually engage in such activities. Peepodong arrives, observes the scene, and becomes emotional. He inquires why Peepodong appears pitiful and asserts that he is genuinely enjoying himself. Peepodong responds with something indistinct. Lloyd Frontra then questions if Peepodong has observed something peculiar. Meanwhile, a group of workers congregates around a sizable hole. Lloyd Frontra joins them and inquires about the location and the nature of the discovery. Observing a decomposed corpse in the hole, he reflects that judging by its state of decomposition, it hasn't been buried for an extended period, indicating a recent event. Puzzled, he wonders who could have committed such an act, and for what reason. Bai Beong arrives at the scene, glances into the hole, and utters Baibong. Lloyd Frontra detects a peculiar smell and instructs everyone to dig a bit further in that location. The workers descend and commence digging, revealing numerous decomposed corpses. Lloyd Frontra contemplates the unexpected turn of events, realizing that such details were absent from the novel. This unforeseen development has shaken his certainty about the narrative. He contemplates that the only semblance of this occurrence lies in the chapter of Namaran's Barrier, where Javier mastered the blast. Reflecting on the black magic featured in that chapter, he acknowledges its familiarity and urgently instructs everyone to move away from the area. He identifies it as the corpse explosion magic, and as the corpses detonate, panic ensues with people fleeing. A pink magic engulfs the surroundings, prompting Lloyd Frontra to run, anticipating the advancing flames that pose a lethal threat. Determined to protect those under his employ, he formulates a plan, unsure of its efficacy, but he hopes to use the blast's impact to counteract the danger. In the midst of this chaos, Bai Beong positions himself between the black magic and the rest, acting as a barrier to prevent its further spread. Lloyd Frontra falls back, watching the events unfold. Meanwhile, Lord Solitas sits, grinding wood to craft a design. He hears a noise, turns back, ponders if it came from that direction, and senses the presence of necromancer's sorcery and corpse explosion magic. Judging by the explosion, he deduces that the corpse belongs to a creature more significant than a human. Contemplating whether he should aid the con artist who seems to be in trouble, he questions his obligations. Swiftly, Javier moves toward the source of the disturbance. Lord Solitas assumes the con artist will likely manage since the monster is heading in his direction. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra instructs Bai Beong to wake up. A worker points to the side and queries about a strange sight. As Lloyd Frontra attempts to rouse Bai Beong, all the decomposed corpses come to life and start following them. Lloyd Frontra observes them and contemplates the possibility of undead mastodons. He ponders whether they are buried more profoundly than those that exploded and queried the quantity present. The undead mastodons commence moving towards an attack. He grasps the Bai Beong and instructs a retreat, prompting all workers to flee the vicinity. Velarde Blanc asserts to the White Cavalry that today shall mark their final day, emphasizing the imperative nature of the endeavor for Her Majesty, their people, and Frontra County. Lloyd Frontra interjects, advising against the proposed action. He recommends a strategic withdrawal. Lloyd Frontra acquiesces, then shifts his focus to evaluating the terrain and contemplating the behavior of the mastodons. He considers potential strategies for creating distance between them. Turning to Sir Bairn, he inquires about their current location. Sir Bairn confirms they are in the field. Lloyd Frontra clarifies that there is only one. Sir Bairn affirms, prompting Lloyd Frontra to suggest using Peepodong to impede their progress. Peepodong moves towards the undead mastodon, initiating an attack with a Peepodong blow, delivering successive hits and forcefully throwing it away. He proceeds to engage another mastodon, employing Peepodong's elbow strikes, home run kicks, and tosses the adversary aside. Peepodong utilizes Plum Blossom's fist and follows up with Plum Blossom's rampant dance for further attacks. Lloyd Frontra observes Peepodong's actions, pondering the nature of the spectacle before him. Peepodong executes additional kicks and throws against the adversaries. He seizes some undead mastodons, hurling them away. However, the collective retaliation of the undead mastodons overwhelms him, rendering him unconscious. Enraged, Lloyd Frontra expresses his displeasure and verbally rebukes them. Peepodong regains consciousness and resumes the attack against the undead mastodons. Lloyd Frontra arrives with an elephant, positions a sword at its neck, and declares that he possesses one of their offspring, warning that it will become mere meat within 5 seconds. The onlookers acknowledge his presence. He inquires whether they are experiencing a peculiar mix of nervousness and anger, or if he alone perceives it. Urging a swift response, he suggests approaching before he strips off the elephant skin. In response, all the undead creatures roar and advance towards him, confirming his success in capturing their attention. Lifting the elephant onto his shoulders, he commends the quality acting, addressing someone named Pungdong. Reflecting on the situation, he recalls a solitary hint from the novel, a single line suggesting that these creatures, specifically mastodons, do not inherently pose a threat. The novel mentions mastodons exhibit an excessive preoccupation with their offspring. The notion conveyed is one of fighting for their children, even if they were to become undead. The outcome depends on their actions, and currently, the mastodons are not inclined to initiate an attack. Lloyd Frontra deduces that something occurred to reinforce this notion, recalling Sir Bayern's routine of caring for baby mastodons, which prompted daily visits from the adult mastodons. He surmises that these visits were likely motivated by a concern for the well-being of the baby mastodons. He runs alongside Pipodong, who clutches the elephant in his mouth, proposing to traverse the valley and take refuge in the forest at its conclusion. Seating himself on Pipodong, he urges them to proceed, prompting the undead mastodons to trail them. Observing their departure, the workers remark on his recurring role as their savior. After a while, Gigoming perches on a tree, vocalizing a song. Javier arrives, apprehends him, and reveals possession of the red sunflower seeds bestowed by Master Lloyd. Inquiring about the time required to cover 10 kilometers to the north, he seeks information from Gigoming. On the other hand, Lloyd Frontra utters a brief remark, glances backward, and contemplates their pursuit, realizing they are catching up. He employs his shovel to ignite fire flares as a counterattack. In response, they use black magic to retaliate. Acknowledging their overwhelming numbers, he considers the option of discharging a powerful attack, propelling it into the mountain to induce a collapse. He deliberates on the potential consequences. What if the attack fails to eliminate all of them? In his current critical condition, such an outcome could prove fatal. Pipodong embeds a stone and stumbles, but swiftly recovers to resume running. Lloyd Frontra, gazing at the distant mountain, expresses frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it." Lloyd Frontra utilizes his scanning ability to assess the path, but an unexpected descent occurs, leading him to conclude that Pipodong cannot ascend with his weight. Contemplating the situation, he seeks a solution and attempts to compose himself. Reflecting on his acquired skills, past experiences, and the amalgamation of these encounters and his estimated limits, he decides to take action, deeming inactivity a waste of time. Gripping his shovel, he advances towards the undead mastodons, advising Pipodong to stay close to the wall while tightly embracing the baby mastodon. He contemplates his fear of entering a near-death state after utilizing discharge in the mountains. Spinning his shovel, he subsequently wields it to launch magical attacks against the undead mastodons, deeming this strategy as the key to a breakthrough. Activating mountain discharge magic, he unleashes fire flames upon them. The mountain fractures and fire arrows emerge. The intense heat renders his shovel too hot to handle, prompting him to abandon it and take a seat on the floor. The undead mastodons advance towards him for an attack. The system window notifies that the skill's supercharge has been activated. Utilizing supercharge, he emits magical light, causing an explosion that engulfs the undead mastodons, and light radiates in all directions. Pipodong endeavors to safeguard the baby mastodon. The system window notifies that he is indiscriminately absorbing mana from the surroundings. Contemplating the target direction, he decides to face forward and detonate the magic light. Intent on leaving the valley and Pipodong undisturbed, he focuses on absorbing only the mana from the mastodons. The undead mastodons explode in all directions around him. Reflecting on a prior instance where he absorbed the mana of the Empress and everything around him using supercharge, he perceives it as an advancement in his mana heart skill. The narrative shifts to a flashback, wherein Lloyd Frontra instructs Javier to become his bait. Javier, expressing reluctance, implores Lloyd Frontra to reconsider. Disregarding Javier's plea, Lloyd Frontra issues a directive, considering the use of supercharge to charge his mana with the anticipation of leveling up. He regards the lunchbox filled with mana as a requisite offering for his impending level up. In an attempt to unleash fire from his shovel using magic power, he encounters failure and collapses. He once again employs his supercharge power, recognizing that the surroundings are being destroyed. He acknowledges the need to prevent such destruction and focuses solely on absorbing Javier's mana. Javier observes Lloyd Frontra's actions and remarks that they're working. Lloyd Frontra will extract everything from him. The system window displays an error, indicating that this type of mana surpasses what his lowly body can handle. Coughing up blood, he collapses to the ground. Javier approaches, expressing concern for his well-being. Lloyd Fronta responds, suggesting that the webtoon may have depicted the wrong script. Reflecting on the failure, he notes that even then, it was possible to decide on the target and direction. The narrative returns to the present, and he attempts to eliminate the remaining undead mastodons by absorbing their mana power, asserting that all of their mana now belongs to him. The system window informs him that he has surpassed the limit of absorbable mana, leading to the forceful expansion of the mana heart. It notifies him of acquiring a substantial amount of skill experience. Overwhelmed, he coughs up blood, attributing it to the overpowering effects of the undead's rotten mana, which he distinguishes from poison. Recognizing the need for increased rotation and circulation of the awful energy, he contemplates the task at hand. The system screen communicates that the mana heart has sustained damage, and that strong mana has been utilized to heal it. Subsequently, it reports that the mana heart has incurred damage, and strong mana has been employed for its healing, leading to the growth of the mana heart skill. The system notification further states that the mana heart skill has leveled up, emphasizing that it had taken damage, and strong mana has been used to facilitate the healing process for the mana heart. He emits a scream and swiftly maneuvers between Break Mountain. The system window issues a notification indicating a skill rank up. Sword Expert Intermediate Level 1, accompanied by a 600% increase in physical ability. Rising to his feet, he observes the undead mastodons approaching. Another system window notification informs him about a new mana heart skill option that has emerged. Commanding them to kneel down, the system window notifies the availability of the mana heart skill option, Undead Domination. Consequently, all the undead mastodons kneel in submission before him, leaving Peepodong and the baby elephant astonished. Offering an almond to Peepodong, he suggests returning home. The system window communicates his newfound ability to dominate and control any undead with less mana than him. Stepping on them, he proceeds with a commanding walk. Another system window notification specifies that the dominated undead will faithfully follow all his orders to the letter. He observes the status screen, which indicates that the skill Undead Domination will only activate when facing undead. Gazing at the undead mastodons, he witnesses them obediently following him. The status screen notifies that the number of dominated undead is 308, and the remaining time until the end of domination is 40 minutes. As time rapidly decreases, he flees the scene with Peepodong and the baby elephant, screaming while running. The countdown reaches 17 minutes and 16 seconds when, at that moment, time expires. In a protective move, he shields Peepodong and the baby elephant. He cradles them as Gigoming's net web grabs hold of him, lifting all of them up while the gathered undead remain below. Javier, positioned on the back of Gigoming, employs his master sword magic and instructs Gigoming to depart. Gigoming questions the action, and they take flight from the scene. With Javier standing on his back, he employs his magic to attack the undead below. Lloyd Frontra, witnessing this, becomes shocked and frightened. He initiates the collapse of the mountain, causing it to fall upon them, and they unleash black magic all around. Observing this, Lloyd Frontra descends and lands on top of the hill, wearing a smile as he expresses gratitude to Javier for saving him. Javier questions the sincerity of Lloyd Frontra's smile and emphasizes that, as his escort knight, he must remain by his side. Inquiring about what he said and told him, Lloyd Frontra explains that he got angry when Javier mentioned it wouldn't be dangerous, urging him to focus on cutting the rebars instead. Javier reveals that, while riding on Sir Gigoming on the way there, he evacuated all the workers and acted as bait himself. Disputing this, Lloyd Frontra claims he was merely luring the undead into a corner to eliminate them all at once. Javier queries if Lloyd Frontra succeeded in that endeavor, prompting Lloyd Frontra to question why Javier keeps asking questions when he witnessed the entire sequence of events. Javier, frustrated, screams and insists that he wants Lloyd Frontra to be self-aware of his actions. Javier questions what Lloyd Frontra believes will happen to the country if he is absent, emphasizing the potential peril to apartment buildings, sewers, and the inhabitants at large. Stressing the weight of numerous lives on Lloyd Frontra's shoulders, Javier urges him to prioritize self-care. In response, Lloyd Frontra inquires if Javier implies that it's acceptable for others to perish as long as he remains unharmed. Javier clarifies that this is not his intention. He simply implores Lloyd Frontra to avoid putting himself in harm's way. Lloyd Frontra challenges Javier's perspective, questioning what would have transpired if he had refrained from doing so and whether he believes everyone would have been safe from the relentless undead. Javier contends that a progressive retreat, coupled with the defense of the White Cavalry and the strength of the county's soldiers, offered an alternative approach. Lloyd Frontra dismisses this as a mere assumption and queries how Javier can guarantee that no casualties would occur, challenging whether he comprehends the sensation of facing death after exerting maximum effort. Javier maintains that Lloyd Frontra is the most crucial individual in the county, asserting that the county belongs to him and everyone within it is an extension of himself. He inquires who will protect what belongs to him if he does not take on that responsibility. Javier questions if Lloyd Frontra intends to continue exposing himself to perilous situations in the future. Lloyd Frontra affirms that indeed he plans to do so and ensure that he receives adequate compensation for the risks involved. Javier conveys his willingness for Lloyd Frontra to pursue his choices as long as he remains by his side. The system window provides notifications indicating that Javier's cheerfulness has increased by plus 15 points, positive sentiments towards him have risen by plus 23 points, and their relationship has significantly improved, resulting in a bonus RP of plus 270, with a total RP of 3,140. The system further conveys that Javier's opinion of Lloyd Frontra has elevated to someone he needs to protect and someone he respects. It discloses that Javier is now resolute in his determination to willingly sacrifice himself if Lloyd Frontra faces the peril of death. Lloyd Frontra responds, stating that there was no need for Javier to go to such lengths. Javier inquires about what Lloyd Frontra is talking about. Lloyd Frontra responds, suggesting that Javier can feign ignorance if he desires. He questions who Javier believes is behind the Mastodons and ponders if this could be retaliation from Asfahan due to the reversal of the monster domino against them. Lloyd Frontra contends that, based on his knowledge, Asfahan lacks a necromancer capable of orchestrating such a feat. Reflecting on the information mentioned in the novel, he asserts that Asfahan typically engages in physical combat, making it unlikely for them to resort to tactics like this, with the only reference to black magic being Namaran's barrier. Deciding to halt all ongoing work temporarily, Lloyd Frontra proposes a search for clues. Javier acknowledges the directive with an understanding. Lloyd Frontra reflects on Namaran's barrier, contemplating the chapter related to that location. He believes he has a rough sense of the situation, but recognizes the need for concrete evidence to hold accountable those responsible for the destruction of his assets. After a while, the workers commence digging into the hole and extracting mud from it using buckets. Lloyd Frontra and Javier stand up to observe the ongoing activities. Javier remarks that it feels like searching for a needle in the desert. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the challenge, affirming that they must continue the process since construction cannot proceed with potential hazards in place. He is confident that what they seek is somewhere in the vicinity, specifically the medium of sorcery used for black magic. At that moment, a worker approaches, addressing Master Lloyd Frontra and informing him that Count Cremo has arrived from the west. Lloyd Frontra questions the unexpected visit, asking why Count Cremo is present at this moment. After a while, inside the palace, Count Cremo sits with his daughter in front of Lloyd Frontra and his parents, expressing his desire for Lloyd Frontra to marry his daughter. Lloyd Frontra apologizes, stating that she is not the type he typically goes for. Count Cremo responds that Lloyd Frontra is not the type his daughter usually goes for either and reiterates his request for them to marry. Lloyd Frontra finds the proposal abrupt, to which Count Cremo explains that he dislikes beating around the bush and thought long and hard after Lloyd Frontra left. He considered whether there could be a better person than him as his son-in-law, but noted Lloyd Frontra's sudden rise to fame. Count Cremo expresses impatience, stating that there are many nobles eager to connect with the Frontra family. He inquires about a suitable date for the wedding. Lloyd Frontra urges Count Cremo to calm down, reassuring him that no one else has proposed marriage to him. Erox Frontra calls him, and he responds affirmatively. Erox Frontra presents numerous letters explaining that he had kept them and intended to show them later due to his busy schedule. Count Cremo dismisses the letters as insincere, suggesting that those who were interested should have visited as he did. He announced that the marriage ceremony would take place at the Frontra estate and proposed slowing down the process. He suggests slowing things down a little and expresses sincere gratitude for Count Cremo's high regard. He, however, asks for forgiveness, explaining that he cannot comply with Count Cremo's request. Count Cremo, at the age of 27 and still a bachelor, acknowledges that people may wonder if he has any significant flaws since he is still single. He requests the freedom to be a bit blunt. Javier struggles to contain his laughter. He intervenes, instructing Javier to stop moving around and questioning the source of amusement. Count Cremo queries if the laughter stems from the belief that the Cremo family cannot measure up to him. He denies this, gesturing to the surroundings as evidence to the contrary. Upon hearing this, Christine becomes saddened and expresses her willingness to do anything gladly for the sake of the Cremo family's advancement and stability, even going so far as to sacrifice her own well-being. Lloyd Frontra, however, contemplates that she might be getting married to the Demon King. Observing Javier's mana enveloping his body, Lloyd Frontra inquires if he is employing mana to restrain himself and earnestly implores him to stop. Arox Frontra interjects, expressing his desire to convey something meaningful. He asserts that while family obligations are crucial, he believes that the thoughts of those directly involved also hold significance. He holds Marbella Frontra's hand and expresses his belief that spending the entirety of one's life with someone is impossible without love. Arox Frontra emphasizes that, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, he hopes Lloyd Frontra will respect both of their wishes. Christine starts crying and Count Cremo, placing his hand on her shoulder, acknowledges that he nearly caused her sadness for the sake of their family's status. She declares her love for him and embraces him. Count Cremo inquires if she is genuinely that happy. He stands to leave with his daughter and expresses admiration for the people of the Frontra family, noting that he has learned a great lesson today. He suggests living with love, a sentiment echoed by Arox and Marbella. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra sits on the sofa and reflects on the happiness of not being married to Count Cremo, finding solace in the fact that even his own parents agree with this outcome. Observing Javier sitting aside and controlling his mana, Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that Javier did not laugh in the end, expressing gratitude for his earnest efforts, even more desperate than when facing the Gigotitan. In the end, Lloyd Frontra explains that rejections were sent for all political marriage requests due to potential dangers on the political front. They did not want to cause any woman misery in such arrangements. After a while, a man in a blue dress appeared in front of Queen Alicia Termina Mogentano and remarked that it seemed that was the reason the Frontra family rejected all marriage requests. Queen Alicia Termina Mogentano says she expected as much. Even if the Frontras had accepted the request, the lady in question would probably have rejected it. She laughs and comments that Lloyd Frontra looks just like a potato after all. Concerned about his well-being, the man asks if he is all right and suggests calling the imperial doctor. She reassures him, saying it's okay and nothing serious. She then requests boiled whole potatoes for dinner tonight, and he agrees. She reflects that in any case, she should keep an eye on whom the Frontras will choose, considering they are poised to become the most vital family in the countryside. She inquires about the letter they sent to Isfahan. He informs her that those impudent individuals insist they have nothing to do with the monster domino, causing a huge ruckus instead of issuing an apology. He perceives this as an apparent provocation against the Magenta Kingdom. Frustrated, she expresses her disdain for the old weasel and decides to wait until she holds up her sword. She declares that they will form an envoy delegation shortly and send them to Isfahan. She further states that all forms of letters will be restricted until that happens, and she speculates that he will include a potato in the envoy delegation. After a while, in Frontra's palace, Sir Bayern places a goat head on the table and mentions they found this at the incident site in the north, believing it's significantly related to the incident. The Frontra's family is having food at the table, and Lloyd Frontra asks if it's a goat head. Upon observing a design on the goat head, he recognizes the pattern from the novel's illustration. Realizing that the pattern corresponds to the kingdom with the Empress turning dark, he discovers something not mentioned in the book before. The Empress is turning dark, and the Nameran's barrier incident is undoubtedly closely related. He reflects on the significant changes since he got involved in this world. The Empress didn't turn dark, and the cause for the Nameran's barrier incident ceased to exist as well. He contemplates that the incident was only made possible by the refugees of the monster domino seeking refuge in Nameran, but those individuals are attempting something not in the novel. Realizing that he must prepare against this unforeseen development to safeguard his dream of a relaxed life, he identifies the dark sorcerer Canavard, who deployed Nameran's barrier and led everyone toward death, as the biggest suspect. Instructing Byron to resume construction quickly, he emphasizes the need for its completion before he undertakes other work. Byron acknowledges his command. Marbella Frontra inquires why he plans to leave for work when he hasn't been resting much lately. Erox Frontra asks about his destination. He explains that he is going to Namaran as he has some business there. With unwavering belief, he aims to find evidence and confront the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to Frontra County, approximately 10 kilometers to the north. There is a sludge disposal plant, and Lloyd Frontra instructs Pipodong to open the lid, which he promptly does. Lloyd Frontra bows in front of Solidas and states that he will be counting on him. Solidas agrees, stands on the edge of the sludge, performs a magic spell, and thinks come on up, Thesis, as he transforms into a dragon once again. He observes him and contemplates that the world will eventually learn of the story of a dragon who willingly utilizes his powers. The dragon hurls fire into the sludge with full force, purifying the water. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the notion that, for the sake of humanity's hygiene, the legend of the Thesis annihilating dragon, Solidas, will be known. Solidas replies, "Don't tell anyone about it," questioning what this is all about. Lloyd Frontra responds, asking if it isn't cool, a Thesis annihilating dragon. Solidas questions if he's serious, stating that he has zero sense in naming things. Meanwhile, it couldn't be helped that he was a science major, and the system notified that all science majors worldwide had expressed this approval. He successfully established the first collective waste system for the Laurasia continent, and thanks to him, the concept of public health is beginning to take shape. The system notifies him that he should choose between the red tissue or the blue tissue for a new title. He believes the title's effect is a 0% chance of infectious diseases occurring in his county, and he can effectively block diseases from entering the county. He believes he can now live with peace of mind. When Javier inquires about his plans to depart for Namaran, he responds that he would like to leave as soon as possible. He reflects on the idea that leaving without making any plans and gaining nothing would be a waste of traveling expenses. He contemplates that this place might harbor a villain, even though he claims it lacks credibility unless there's a decent excuse. Javier says, "Master Lloyd, look over there. What's all that?" as he observes numerous carriages. Lloyd replies, expressing a sense of foreboding about the recently rejected marriage proposals. He approaches his father, who explains that all the suitors sent their daughters, hoping that seeing them in person might change Lloyd's mind. Unable to refuse, he provided accommodations for them. His father shows him a card, indicating that he made number cards for the sequence of ladies who will be meeting him. Lloyd questions if his father is perhaps excited right now, but his father denies it. He simply expresses his desire for Lloyd to marry the person he loves, adding that, at his age, he should already have grandchildren. He reassures Lloyd that the whole continent is wondering if something is wrong with his eldest son, but he insists that he's fine. The system notifies Udid Nukrantara is his new title name. He feels excited because it's been a while since someone made fun of him. He guesses that there are ladies queuing up to marry him. As he reflects, he decides to think it over carefully. It's not really the ladies, but their fathers, old men, are queuing up to be related to him, indicating that he's loved by older men. A servant enters and informs him that the First Lady is entering. A girl enters the room, and Lloyd Frontra greets her, saying nice to meet her, Miss Customer, though he means Miss. She looks at Javier and questions why the servant is sitting down while he's standing up. Lloyd Frontra responds, stating that it's because he's Lloyd. Perplexed, she asks what he is saying, to which he replies that he's Lloyd, bids her goodbye, and she exits. After a while, another girl enters as the servant announces the arrival of the second lady. Lloyd greets her, and she repeats her desire to marry him. She questions why the servant is sitting while he is standing. Lloyd reiterates that it's because he's Lloyd, bids her goodbye, and she leaves, visibly upset. Javier expresses his boredom, and Lloyd apologizes, stating that he is adept at understanding reality. The servant announces the entrance of the third lady, and Lloyd greets her as well. As he looks at her, he realizes she seems familiar. Reflecting on the illustration of the Iron Blood Knight, he recognizes her as Siluria Namaran, the eldest daughter of Count Namaran. Lloyd is taken aback, thinking that Siluria, who had been dating Javier, was expected to be a fixed heroine. However, he recalls that she sacrificed her life to protect the people of Namaran, leading Javier to experience heartbreak and shed tears at her untimely demise. He reflects that the readers became agitated in the comments afterward, deeming it too harsh. People questioned why everyone Javier loved and cherished met unfortunate ends. Many readers were drawn to this novel because the protagonist consistently experienced sadness and loneliness, setting it apart from other novels. She acknowledges that she knew it was disrespectful, but she came due to her father's persistence. She notes that he looks much better than she had heard. Lloyd apologizes, clarifying that he is Lloyd, not the person behind him. She responds, asking for pardon, but she is addressing him. She points out that the person behind him is the renowned swordmaster, Sir Javier Asrahan. Both Lloyd and Javier express surprise. She takes a seat in front of them and observes that it seems Javier has been troubled by marriage matters, suggesting that he must be too busy to think about marriage now. Javier queries how she knows that. She mentions that she observed it on her way here, noticing the construction of buildings she had never seen before and the development of clean roads in all directions. She remarks that he must be busy supervising all of that, given that she knows his goals. She indicates her intention to take her leave and rises from her seat. He refuses, requesting her to wait a minute, expressing his desire to talk to her for a while. He inquires if Nameran is currently facing any difficulties, such as a sudden influx of people. She complies, sits back down, and questions how he knows about it. He explains that around 4,000 refugees arrived in Nameran due to losing their homes in monster attacks, and according to his knowledge, someone brought them to Nameran. He curses internally, realizing that the barrier of Nameran is a spell designed to drain the life force of the people within it. The barrier was activated because the refugees fulfilled the required number of people for the activation of Canavero's magic. He reflects that despite efforts to gather everyone into their county, there were still refugees who reached Nameran, aligning with Cannavaro's plans as per the novel. He contemplates the grim outcome. If his plans proceed, thousands of Nameran's people will be sacrificed as offerings, and the Hell Knight, a harbinger of death, will be summoned. Considering the story's setting, he acknowledges that not even a high sword master can defeat a Hell Knight, as its existence is nearly equivalent to that of a god. This realization means he cannot prevent the annihilation of the entire area, and the situation is far worse than his initial concerns. Lloyd Frontra prepares for a work trip, and Javier approaches with a bucket filled with love letters. Lloyd questions why Javier isn't getting ready for the trip and what he has in the bucket. Javier responds that they are letters given to him by the ladies, and he plans to put them in his room first. Lloyd inquires about the content of the letters, and Javier casually mentions they are, of course, love letters. Javier comments that Lloyd didn't receive any, and Lloyd agrees. Javier places the bucket on the ground, takes out one letter, and offers it to Lloyd with a smile. Lloyd questions why Javier would give him something that belongs to him and urges him to get prepared quickly. Lady Siluria waits and walks away as Javier places the letter on the ground. After some time, they all sit in a carriage and head to Nameran. She inquires of Siluria Nameran whether she is a civil engineer. He confirms, stating there are a few types, and he will decide which to use after assessing the situation. She asks how he is aware of all the circumstances in their county. He explains that he simply inferred it from information gathered from others, given that Nameran is a city constructed on steep terrain, and it's natural for the sides to erode gradually. She expresses her gratitude for meeting him, even though they didn't marry as her father desired. He reassures her that he is pleased they can address the concerns that have plagued their family for generations. He considers the situation perfect, providing an opportunity to investigate Cannavaro and also earn some money through construction. He anticipates that this work trip will be productive, assuring others to wait for him as he plans to demonstrate the meaning of the phrase, "the first to strike wins." She observes Mr. Cannavaro, a business owner, using his own money to assist 400 refugees and consistently taking a prominent role in helping others even with small gestures. He gazes at a man selling bread, notices the logo on his shirt, and identifies him. Filled with anger, he considers him a hypocritical individual and vows to crush him like a crushed aluminum can, grinding his teeth in frustration. Count Nameran acknowledges that he must be tired from the long journey, praising the noble demeanor he exudes, foreseeing the Nameran family reaching even greater heights. He laughs as he approaches Javier, expressing the sentiment that, in light of the occasion, they should discuss a suitable day for the wedding. She responds, "Father, that's the bodyguard, Sir Javier, and Lord Lloyd is the person beside him." Count Nameran questions what she is saying, expressing confusion about the contrasting demeanor of the person on the left, overflowing with nobility, and the one on the right, who appears lacking in several aspects. She calls him rude and questions how a count like himself cannot recognize the true essence of a person. She acknowledges that Lord Lloyd may seem lacking in some aspects, but he is very wise and capable, emphasizing that he is not present for marriage matters. Her father wonders why Lord Lloyd is there, and she explains that he is there to help resolve the issue of their county's sidelands crumbling. Her father expresses relief, mentioning that he feared being embarrassed by his son-in-law's appearance. She addresses her father, expressing that his words are hurtful and inquiring if he can imagine the suffering Lord Lloyd may have endured receiving such treatment over time. She questions if Lord Lloyd is genuinely capable of stabilizing the slopes. Affirming her belief in his abilities, she suggests that they will provide the necessary manpower and materials, and he only needs to supervise the process. Her father raises concerns about the potential cost and the stability of the slopes. She reassures him, stating that if stabilization proves unsuccessful, she will compensate Lord Lloyd with 3 times the money spent on construction. Intrigued, her father looks at Lord Lloyd and requests details about the construction. Lord Lloyd, in anger, grabs Javier by the neck with his shovel. Confused and concerned, her father questions their actions, expressing a lack of understanding. They retire to their rooms for some rest that night. After some time, Lloyd Frontra inquires if Javier also observed the demon pattern on the shoulder of the individual in question. Javier confirms and specifies that it was a goat head. Lloyd declares that he will monitor Canavero. If they can establish that the pattern is linked to black magic and report the incident to Count Namaran, they can apprehend them all at once without taking direct action. Javier acknowledges his understanding of the plan. Lloyd questions why Javier looks so cheerful when discussing a serious matter. Javier apologizes, explaining that he was recalling the recent comment made by Count Namaran about him lacking in several aspects. Enraged, Lloyd attempts to punch Javier repeatedly, but Javier manages to evade every attack. The following morning, Lloyd Frontra ventures into the city and notices a gathering of people at a certain location. A person announces that everyone is free to choose anything, emphasizing that each piece is worth 200 copper, encouraging them to select whatever they desire. Observing this, Lloyd thinks, damn it, that pattern is being sold in the market, as he notices shirts with the particular pattern being offered for sale. Realizing the potential complications this presents, he becomes concerned. Javier addresses him as Master Lloyd, and he inquires if Javier found anything suspicious. Javier denies finding anything noteworthy, stating that all he observed was the individual sincerely helping the refugees. Javier adds that he intended to investigate the person's residence, but found it protected by an expensive magical lock. Although it would be easy to destroy it, he refrained from doing so, fearing immediate discovery. Javier explains that the pattern is meant to signify a wandering minstrel, as that individual is currently quite popular. He mentions that large cities are selling clothes featuring that pattern. He contemplates the necessity of finding the wandering minstrel and inquires about the process. However, he realizes that searching for the minstrel may jeopardize everything if Namaran's barrier is deployed in the meantime. Considering the lack of details in the novel regarding the magic used for the barrier, he acknowledges the difficulty in finding and preemptively stopping it. He ponders whether entrusting Javier to deal with the barrier is the only option despite the potential risk to Siluria's life. The thought of someone he knows dying is something he wishes to avoid. Recalling the term Grandmaster from the novel, he recognizes it as an entity surpassing even a sword master in power, a being capable of instantly eliminating the barrier and the Hell Knight. However, lacking knowledge of the theory, he acknowledges the impossibility of training Javier to become one. Javier suggests looking into Canavero, suspecting hidden secrets due to the powerful lock in use. Lloyd raises concerns about the risk of getting caught while breaking the lock. Javier reassures him, asserting that he has a reliable method to enter and guarantees success. Lloyd is urged to trust him and wait for him at their current location. Lloyd Frontra considers the necessity of anchors to prevent the slopes from collapsing, planning to drive them deep into the ground to fortify the terrain. He originally intended to use the shape of a wedge lock bolt. However, the challenge lies in the need for more technology to create an intricate helix. He dispatches a messenger pigeon carrying a message. He decides to send the blueprint to Corgitus first, realizing it will take some time to reach him. During this period, he anticipates that Corgitus will scrutinize and study the terrain. Lloyd steps outside and observes 2 people conversing while walking. One of them asks if the other also saw the new beauty at the distribution station. The other confirms, stating that everyone rushed over to catch a glimpse of her face. The first person exclaims about her exceptional body, and the second person agrees, noting that her physique is indeed attractive. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra eavesdrops on their conversation, questioning why they would discuss such matters in the middle of the street for everyone to hear. He learns about a beauty running a distribution station in Cannavaro, a detail not present in the novel, considering it might be one of the variables that he should investigate. Observing the crowd gathered to see the beauty, he decides to check it out. As he maneuvers through the crowded place, he apologizes and tries to move forward. People in the crowd express admiration for the beauty's body. To his surprise, he spots Javier transformed into a girl and selling something. Recognizing Javier, he uses sign language to convey his respect for Javier's preferences. Javier responds in sign language, clarifying that it's not a fetish but a part of his operation. Lloyd looks at him once more before walking away. Javier gazes at Cannavaro, who whispers about the progress of the preparations. The vegetable seller responds that they completed all of them last night, and then Cannavaro walks away. After a while, Lloyd Frontra reaches a high mountain and attempts to climb it. He plans to inspect the expected rupture line first, but he notices a skeleton's head there. He wonders what the bone is and questions if someone died there in the middle of the construction work. He dismisses the idea, realizing it has been recently buried, and examines the skeleton's details with his powers. Looking around, he wonders where the body is and why only the skull is visible. He discovers another skeleton's head and thinks there is one more over there. All three of them are buried 50 centimeters into the ground as he measures the distance through his skills. He ponders if it could be a deliberate occurrence, as the distance between each skull is exactly the same, suggesting they have been buried around the peak. On the other side, Cannavaro and his team members gather for a meeting, and he commends everyone, expressing satisfaction with their efforts. He asserts that their grand plans will unfold as scheduled. Lloyd Frontra observes dark magical waves emanating from the skull and realizes that black magic has been cast on the skull. This black magic is what will activate Namuran's barrier. On the other side, Cannavaro wickedly smiles and declares their actions are for the descent of the Hell Knight. Lloyd Frontra becomes enraged, stating that their plans are jeopardized. He absorbs the skull's powers and purifies them, noting the successful purification of one skull. He holds the purified skull in his hands and contemplates its significance. A gemstone emerges from the skull, leading him to believe that the skulls served as containers, and this gemstone appears to be the actual item for the sorcery. Holding it, he questions whether it is some jewel and proceeds to scan it. He ponders what this is as he notices an estimated value of 5 million for the jewel. He calculates that it is equivalent to Sir Bayern's annual salary. Wondering if the other buried skulls also have such jewels, he begins digging. Amused, he laughs and exclaims at the unexpected windfall, finding money in the places he excavates. The message window points out his heightened excitement, remarking on his focus being more on obtaining money than preventing the barrier's deployment. He dismisses the notion of the barrier, declaring it as money, free money. The message window responds with information about a skill level up, specifically the Asrahan Core Technique Triple Circle Level 3. He calculates a total of 30 and concludes that he now possesses the power of 30 Bayerns. As he fills a bag with jewels, he realizes it cannot contain the wealth. Delighted, he contemplates having enough money to make 30 Bayerns his slaves. He remembers that Bayern often coughs excessively, prompting him to say, "Please rest for some time. He's overworking himself." He exclaims, "Damn, that was so satisfying," and decides to raise Bayern's salary a little, planning to make him work for 20 years. In doing so, he believes Bayern will accomplish the equivalent of 30 years' worth of work during that time, and he chuckles at the idea. Moving to another skull, he questions how it ended up being used for such sorcery, pondering whether it met a natural death or was a result of murder. Regardless of the circumstances, he expresses gratitude for the blessings, bowing in front of the skull. Holding it in his hand, he promises to take it to a place filled with sunlight, hoping it can now rest in peace. He proceeds to gather all the skulls in a bag. Lloyd Frontra and Javier sit in their room at night, and Javier explains the reason he was dressed in a particular way. However, Lloyd refuses, claiming he already knows it all. He asserts that all humans are diverse, and not everyone can be understood because everyone has their own preferences. Lloyd adds that he understands Javier's unique preferences. Javier mentions that the entire city is aware he is a knight from a foreign land and needs to disguise himself to gather more details. Lloyd reassures him, stating that he already knows everything. Curious, Lloyd asks when Javier discovered his preferences, prompting Javier to shout that it's not the case. Confused, Lloyd questions why Javier is getting angry and whether having such preferences is bad. He wonders if Javier is looking down on everyone in the world who shares that preference. In response, Javier says that, regardless, he managed to enter the mansion on an errand while working at the distribution point. Meanwhile, he responds, "Is that so? Did he find anything beneath the mansion? There was another door that led underground." Javier explains that initially when he observed Cannavaro, he believed there could be no one kinder and more diligent than him. He continues, stating that's why he considered it a mistake to suspect Cannavaro. However, upon discovering hidden layers of doors, he acknowledges that his instincts were right this time. Javier asserts that he will obtain the evidence no matter what he has to do. He replies, "All right, this is why he should trust his words and be proud of his preferences." Javier insists that he is trying to convey that's not the case. On the other side, Cannavaro angrily declares that all the Nectanium has disappeared. One of his team members reports that someone took every single one of them, while another mentions that this development has spoiled their grand plans. Cannavaro contemplates whether someone knew of his plans, but dismisses the idea, thinking that if that were the case, they would have come after him. He taps his hand on the table in frustration, realizing it might have been discovered by coincidence. An old man expresses his anger, questioning what Cannavaro plans to do, emphasizing that everyone gathered there because he assured them nothing would go wrong with the plan. Another person, with a scarred face, mentions that they invested a considerable amount of money based on his promise that the Dark Sorcerers would recreate the world, urging him to take responsibility for the situation. Cannavaro attempts to calm them down, urging them not to worry. He claims to have a plan and mentions that Nectanium serves as a substitute item for emergency situations. He reassures them that if everyone cooperates just this last time, the descent of the Hell Knight will proceed as planned. After a while, a water bucket falls on Javier, prompting another girl to exclaim, "Goodness, Miss Javier, what happened to him?" Javier explains that his hand just slipped. The girl suggests that Javier should go and change his clothes in the guest room that Sir Cannavaro has in his mansion, adding that all the men are staring at her. Javier agrees and says all right, while the men look at him and comment on her impressive body. Javier reaches the guest room and requests the guard to open the gate. The guard, impressed by her body, responds with admiration. Javier enters the guest house and changes clothes, thinking that he should be able to move around with ease now. To control his mana and fully hide his presence, he decides to let go. He jumps out of the window, moves forward stealthily, thinks about the door leading to basement level 2, and wonders how he can open that door. He gazes at Cannavaro and performs a magic spell, creating circles at the lock of the door, and successfully opens it. Javier considers that it's a different lock compared to the main gate, and it can only be opened by a certain sequence of mana. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra examines the bag of jewels and wonders if this is really all, speculating that there might be more buried in another location. He contemplates the possibility of activating Namoran's barrier with those jewels and resolves not to let it happen, deciding to search for more free money. The message window advises against using them for black magic tools, but Lloyd sees it as an opportunity for free money. Cannavaro enters the room, and Javier watches him closely. Javier follows behind and checks the room's lock. Using his magical circle magic, he believes it's definitely something like this and successfully unlocks the door. He enters as well and descends the stairs, encountering a long hallway where an undead charges towards him with the intent to attack. Javier counterattacks, delivering a punch that creates a hole in the undead's body, but it has no effect. The undead retaliates with a punch of its own, leading Javier to realize that it's not a normal undead. It operates on a completely different level compared to the ones he encountered in the valley. Seeing numerous undead approaching, he quickly retrieves small fork-like knives from his pocket and skillfully employs his abilities, confirming his suspicions about Cannavaro. Javier prepares to confront the undead, while behind them, a bald person stands at another gate, enters, and closes the door. Javier thinks the person looks like someone words could work on. He attacks the undead, slicing them into numerous pieces and breaking the wall in the process. He enters the room where the bald person went and throws him aside. The bald person pleads for mercy, and Javier mentions he has a question. He puts his foot on the person's leg, breaking it, causing him to cry out in pain. Javier warns that if there's even a moment's hesitation in the reply, the other leg will suffer the same fate. He asks about Cannavaro's schemes in this place. The bald person responds that he doesn't know the details, he's just following orders as an undertaker hired by Mr. Fall Cannavaro. He explains that he processes the corpses brought by Cannavaro through chemical means and is suddenly instructed to guard the place. Javier inquires about the source of the corpses, causing the bald person to become scared. The person explains that the corpses come from the trading post, where they send the bodies of refugees who died from illnesses. Javier remembers his plan to move his father to the trading post for treatment, feeling grateful for the potential improvement in his father's health. She expresses her thanks with a bow, and Javier thinks about the corpses, the skulls with jewels that Master Lloyd Frontra discovered, and all the undead he has cut down. Javier questions whether the bald person found it strange that the trading post kept sending corpses here. He declares the person an accomplice, breaking the person's other leg. Javier moves quickly, anticipating the discovery of their underground room. He considers the urgency of informing Master Lloyd and devising a countermeasure against their actions. After a while, Javier arrives home and calls Master Lloyd, realizing he has no time to waste searching for him. He takes his sword and quickly heads out, determining that he must make a decision and take action. He decides to attack Cannavaro by himself, thinking about Cannavaro and the others who discussed things he couldn't understand, speculating that they were all from the trading post. Believing the trading post to be their base, he breaks a window to enter and looks around, finding it empty. He concludes that the trading post, once filled with people, is now vacant, making him suspect that they have initiated some undisclosed activity. Entering a room, he encounters a black magic cloud, feeling a sudden weakness as if his strength is draining rapidly. Puzzled by the situation, he goes outside and observes a black magic cloud shield enveloping the entire city. His sword also loses its powers, and he realizes that mana is rapidly being drained from everyone. People collapse to the ground, and he worries about Master Lloyd, fearing for his safety. Siluria Namaran looks out of a window, witnessing people dying. She rushes to go outside, unsure of what is happening but determined to help. The person with a scar on their face stands outside the city, casting a magic spell and believing that the Nectanium and the spell given by Cannavaro are effective. They anticipate the descent of the Hell Knight upon the city, leading to the world becoming theirs. Despite this conviction, the person wonders about the mysterious identity of the guy involved in these events. Lloyd Frontra approached him and suggested that he ask a question. Upon looking around, he observed approximately 30 people dressed similarly to himself, and wondered if they were engaging in a ritual for rain or some other purpose. Despite this, he continued with his magic spell. Growing frustrated, Lloyd Frontra inquired why his question was being ignored. He questioned whether he was currently being treated as if he were invisible. The thought crossed his mind that he might have scared the individual, considering how unattractive he appeared. He reasoned that he mustn't move at this moment, as any slight movement of his mouth could ruin everything. As he walked away, Lloyd Frontra decided to treat him as an invisible person and determined to see how long he could feign ignorance. While attempting to strike the person with a scar using his shovel, it unexpectedly turned, resulting in a crack. Undeterred, the person with the scar smiled, prompting him to realize that the magical protection of steel cast by Cannavaro was in effect, rendering a mere shovel ineffective. Realizing the situation, he unleashed his powers, attacking with fire and causing the person with the scar to become frightened. Lloyd Frontra examines his shovel. The person with the scar considers how foolish it is, noting that the magic's defense power is absolute, and Lloyd won't even be able to scratch it. The person comments that Lloyd seems quite confident, but must be in a lot of pain at the moment. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the person acknowledges that things are not going according to plan and emphasizes the need to remain calm. Moving his hand towards his badge, the person contemplates whether absorbing mana, as he did last time, would be effective. As he starts to absorb mana, his hand begins to burn. He questions whether Lloyd will not move or cannot move, pondering the potential consequences of the barrier if he does. Engaging in deep thought, he formulates a plan. Lloyd Frontra interrupts, stating that there's no need to reply because he intends to test it out regardless. The black magic spell begins to spread all around. Meanwhile, at Namaran Town Hall, Mr. Cannavaro walks into the hall, causing many people to fall to the floor unconscious. A person catches his foot and pleads for help. Mr. Kaya Cannavaro dismissively calls him vermin and kicks him in the mouth. He notices a statue in front of him and declares that the statue of the fallen angel will become a gate for the Hell Knight's descent. He then cuts his finger and points his blood on the statue. Simultaneously, Lloyd Frontra throws mud around and announces that preparations are complete. He digs a hole around the person with a scar and creates a makeshift table for him to stand on. The person with the scar starts sweating due to fear. Lloyd Frontra approaches, making different voices to intensify the scare tactics. The mud table breaks and he falls down, causing his mana to start exploding, and he screams no. Eventually, he becomes unconscious. Lloyd Frontra takes the badge from his shirt and reflects on how this seems to be quite a complex and elaborate spell, realizing that it backfires as soon as the user moves in such a case. He observes the surroundings, noting the palace covered with a black magic spell, and thinks nice. Meanwhile, Mr. Cannavaro stands near the statue, contemplating who it is. Despite insufficient mana, he must finish the summoning right away. He reads some spells. Siluria Namaran arrives and asks what on earth he is trying to do. He looks at her and considers whether a magic charm that blocks the loss of mana is the reason she can walk normally within the barrier. He employs his fire magic, hurling it towards her, and asserts that it's still useless. She, in turn, employs her powers and halts the fire using her fire magic. Growing irritated, he sees her and gathers all his fire magic power, declaring punishment of the fire god. She attacks him with fire, but he deploys a protection shield to defend himself. An explosion occurs, spreading black dust. She approaches him and demands an explanation, asking what he is attempting to do there. He responds by uttering some spells. Shocked by his actions, she inquires further. He continues by saying, "Descend upon them, Hell Knight." The statue begins to break. She looks at him in disbelief, asking if he is a Hell Knight. He takes his sword and moves to attack. Javier also arrives with his master's sword, attacking and shattering the statue. Mr. Cannavaro is shocked to witness this turn of events. Cannavaro attacks Javier, but Javier counterattacks and cuts his hand. A bright flash emanates from the statue's eye, capturing Javier's attention as an explosion ensues. Everyone takes cover to shield themselves from the statue's fragments. Siluria Namaran utilizes her skill as Earth God's shield, effectively protecting the people of her city. Javier grips his sword and prepares for another attack. Cannavaro, now frightened, declares that it's all over, referring to Javier as vermin. He predicts that everyone present will burn to death and have their limbs ripped apart at the hands of the Hell Knight. He laughs maniacally as a demonic hand materializes behind him, summoning a giant monster wielding a huge sword. Cannavaro looks at Javier and wonders what's happening. He questions the whereabouts of the Warhorse of Hell and why Javier doesn't have any legs. Javier curses, pondering whether there was not enough mana due to Namaran's barrier disappearing, and speculates if rushing the summoning in that state caused the issue. He contemplates the possibility of defeating the Hell Knight, even though it's not in its complete form. Xerixius inquires what the summoner desires. Cannavaro accuses the silver-haired man of daring to point his sword towards him. Xerixius charges to attack Javier with his sword, while Javier attempts to stop the onslaught. He realizes that the impact reverberates throughout all his bones, rendering the full-body strengthening achieved through a mix of aura and mana useless. Xerixius forcefully pushes him back and launches another attack, but Siluria Namaran uses her skill to counter Xerixius, while Javier steps back from the ongoing assault. Xerixius questions who dares to intervene and charges Siluria Namaran. Observing this, Javier becomes infuriated, channels all his mana force, and launches a powerful attack on Xerixius just as he is about to strike Siluria Namaran. She becomes frightened and closes her eyes, and Javier successfully cuts off his head, causing him to collapse on the ground. Javier gazes at the lifeless body of Xerixius, which transforms into ashes. Cannavaro expresses disbelief, stating that it's impossible. Javier points his sword towards him and acknowledges Siluria, thanking her for his victory. He requests her to move everyone to a place where they can rest. She agrees, saying she'll attend to it. Arcos Frontra urges Javier to help support the others if he has any strength left and suggests moving to the Count's mansion quickly. He emphasizes the need to hurry up. Javier asserts that they will discuss the details of the incident in the palace, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances, he won't be able to evade execution. Cannavaro retorts, claiming he knows nothing and referring to Javier as a brat, asserting that he doesn't understand the significance of an existence from hell. Meanwhile, the monster reappears from the ashes, once again wielding his sword. Cannavaro laughs, stating that no matter how many times Javier cuts him down, it's useless because the great Hell Knight is undying. Xerixius admits that he thought Javier was strong in their initial clash, expressing surprise at discovering his true strength. He apologizes for underestimating Javier's abilities and not paying enough attention. Identifying himself as Xerixius, the first corps captain serving the ruler of Hell, he suggests that they now decide the true victor in this situation. Javier identifies himself as Javier Asrahan, a knight of Frontra, and declares his intention to send Xerixius back to where he came from. They both prepare for the impending fight. Xerixius swiftly runs and closes the distance to Javier, catching him off guard, and Javier becomes frightened unexpectedly. They engage in a battle, each attempting to defeat the other, while Xerixius expresses his surprise and finds the situation entertaining. Xerixius initiates an attack on Javier, who successfully blocks the assault and throws him away. Undeterred, Xerixius charges once more to attack Javier, and they engage in repeated exchanges. Javier contemplates the situation, noting that Xerixius' sword technique lacks finesse. Despite merely swinging his sword around, it proves challenging for Javier to dodge, prompting him to search for an opening to counterattack. In an attempt to create such an opportunity, Javier throws his dagger towards Xerixius, who promptly catches it. Javier reflects on the limitations imposed by his injured legs, realizing that, despite various potential movements, being on the ground leaves him with only one option. Xerixius disappears, leading Javier to ponder where he might reappear. Aware of the need to anticipate and prepare for Xerixius' movements, Javier readies himself for the next encounter. Meanwhile, Xerixius' sword emerges from the ground, and he resurfaces. However, Javier, having spotted him in time, counterattacks, commanding him to die. Swiftly, Xerixius seizes Javier's leg, causing him to lose balance. Javier wonders if Xerixius is attempting to fling him, considering using mana reinforcement, but the flowing mana from Xerixius seems to block his own. He throws Javier to the ground, lifts him again, and repeats the action, prompting Javier to shout in pain. Xerixius remarks that it has been enjoyable, acknowledging Javier's honorable name and expressing the intention to remember it. He raises his sword, suggesting they fight again in hell, nearly stabbing Javier. Lloyd Frontra arrives, addressing him as Skeleton Head, and commands him to stop. Lloyd informs him that, based on what he knows, the Skeleton Head must return to hell if his summoner dies. Lloyd points his shovel towards Cannavaro, warning him to move away from his knight on the count of 3, or he'll decapitate Cannavaro. He screams in fear. He contemplates the identity of the intimidating individual before him, noting the terrifying appearance and the absence of bluffing. He acknowledges the potential threat, recognizing the otherworldly feeling emanating from the mysterious figure. Xerixius inquires about the newcomer's origin, questioning if he is from hell based on his appearance and manner of speech. Lloyd Frontra initiates a countdown, pressing his shovel against Xerixius' neck. In response, Xerixius unleashes a powerful magic spell, prompting Lloyd to swiftly dodge, resulting in the spell hitting Cannavaro instead. He remarks that as long as Cannavaro is still breathing, everything is acceptable. Even in the event of his death, he claims it would take only 40 minutes to perform a reverse summon, allowing him to easily devastate the city. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the failure of his strategy and contemplates his next move. Meanwhile, Javier rises once again, attempting to attack Xerixius from behind. However, he senses his presence and hurls him away. Observing the situation, Lloyd Frontra realizes that Javier is already groggy. He shouts at Javier to fight, instructing him to stay down and emphasizing that it's an order. Lloyd calls out to Xerixius from behind as he moves towards Javier. Javier believes that with Lloyd's arrival, victory is now possible, and he is determined to achieve it no matter what. Lloyd Frontra addresses him, verbally abusing him while utilizing his mana fire powers to launch an attack. Xerixius, however, blocks the attack and redirects it back towards Lloyd. Reacting swiftly, Lloyd sidesteps, causing an explosion behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Xerixius readies his sword to attack. Unexpectedly, Lloyd Frontra comes from behind and tightly grabs him. He warns Lloyd, calling him a fool, and explains the consequences of touching a being from hell. He asserts that the mana tainted with darkness will contaminate Lloyd's heart, leading to his demise. In response, Lloyd Frontra expresses his acknowledgement, deeming it quite frightening. Nevertheless, he states that he has already purified the black mana multiple times. Xerixius is perplexed, wondering about Lloyd's identity. A message window informs him that the mana flowing from the Hell Knight has temporarily strengthened his mana heart. The message continues, stating that, although he is still not a match for the Hell Knight, at this very moment, the Hell Knight won't be able to ignore him. Another message window notifies him that the special Lloyd human lock has been activated, prompting Lloyd to tighten his grip even further and laugh. Lloyd Frontra maintains his grip on Xerixius as Xerixius attempts to hit him with his face and toss him away. However, Lloyd swiftly seizes Xerixius's legs, throws him to the ground, and then tightens his hold on Xerixius's neck, laughing loudly. As Javier prepares to attack again, Xerixius questions if he needs to remember something. Observing this, Xerixius thinks that Javier has already recovered from the earlier damage and realizes he needs to block the imminent attack. Javier strikes Xerixius's chest, causing him to shout in pain and step back quickly. Despite the attack, Lloyd Frontra still maintains his grip on Xerixius. Seeing Javier running towards them for another attack, Xerixius wonders why Javier is still clinging to him, given that he is currently teleporting. Lloyd Frontra questions why Xerixius has his armor and sword with him, advising him to discard them and criticizing him for finding faults. Javier runs in for another attack, and Lloyd Frontra, observing the situation, notes that Javier is moving faster than ever before, but still struggles to match the mobility provided by teleportation. Approaching his limits and attempting to purify the blackish mana, Lloyd Frontra frets about the possibility of losing at this rate and contemplates his next move. A message window prompts him to activate Messenger Contract Clause 37, Paragraph 1. Puzzled by the sudden request, he receives a notification indicating that the request has been approved. The system further informs him that under Clause 37, Paragraph 1, the messenger is capable of providing personal advice to the individual in charge of it. Another notification suggests sing Kim Suho. If he sings, he'll be able to win. Confused by the idea of singing, Javier charges to attack with his magical circle spell. In response, Lloyd Frontra begins to sing, "Is someone who was born to be loved." Perplexed by the unconventional approach, he describes the sensation as akin to someone scratching his brain with an iron nail. He reflects, concluding that his singing is indeed just normal, and he simply cannot sing well despite being loved. Xerixius shouts for him to stop singing. Undeterred, Lloyd Frontra continues to sing, choosing to sing about having peace like river water. He observes that it seems to be working, as demons are evidently weak against him. Confused, Javier puts his hands over his ears. Reflecting on his own singing abilities, Lloyd Frontra realizes that even his parents, who were always kind to him, had asked him never to sing in front of others. Recalling a singing class practical test where he sang only one note of O Sol Mio, he remembers his music teacher lifting the organ and throwing it at him, insisting that he should skip class if he didn't want to participate. Recalling his time in the army, he remembers joining a church service that distributed chocolate pies and involved him singing. During one service, the pastor declared the appearance of a demon and threw holy water at him. Reflecting on the notion that no skills in this world are useless, even being tone deaf is considered beneficial, he continues singing about surging love. In response, Xerixius attacks, commanding him to die and go to hell, labeling him a demon. Meanwhile, Javier uses magical circles around his ears while listening to Lloyd's song expressing surging love. Despite Xerixius's attempts to throw him away, Javier remains close and charges to attack. Lloyd Frontra releases his grip on Xerixius, causing him to fall to the ground. Lloyd exclaims hallelujah, and at that moment, Javier quickly stabs Xerixius using an aura blast, resulting in the destruction of everything around them. Lloyd Frontra breathes heavily, and Javier appears tired as well. He comments that he won't utter phrases like "did they get rid of him?" since, in his experience, the other person always manages to survive. Javier asserts that it's not over and urges everyone to closely observe the mana in their vicinity. They notice Xerixius's shadow and his mana waves around them. Javier requests everyone to stand back. Despite the warning, Lloyd Frontra smiles and reassures him that it's fine, stating that Xerixius won't survive. He questions if Javier is serious about making such a statement after witnessing the recent blast going through Xerixius's head. Lloyd Frontra adds that he is willing to bet that the vote for his survival is already lost. Lloyd Frontra retrieves his shovel from the ground and proposes a bet. If he survives, he'll serve as Lloyd's subordinate for a year. If he doesn't survive, Xerixius must dress up as Javiella when they return to their country. Javier agrees, urging Lloyd to stop approaching. The bet is on, and Javier launches 3 constructive blasts, attacking Xerixius with his skills. Observing the situation, Javier wonders if Xerixius is absorbing the Hell Knight's mana. He asserts that there's no way he can handle absorbing such immense mana. He coughs and vomits blood, contemplating whether his plan worked. Despite the overwhelming amount and strength of the mana, he considers it the only available solution and wonders who will emerge victorious in the end. Employing his skill once more with full force, Xerixius laughs, suggesting that Javier can likely sense his impending defeat. Meanwhile, Xerixius falls to a lower position, bleeding. Javier and Siluria approach him, placing their hands on his back, and jointly attempt to heal him. Siluria employs her skill, the Blessing of Life, and they work together to provide complete healing. Absorbing Xerixius's mana, Lloyd Frontra declares their victory, prompting Xerixius to express his frustration with insults. As Lloyd successfully absorbs him, he announces the completion of the exorcism and then faints. Seeing this, Siluria addresses Sir Lloyd, expressing concern, while Javier reassures her not to worry, explaining that it's a form of victory ceremony that Lloyd always performs. Dismissing Javier's nonchalant attitude, Siluria insists that, as his escort knight, he should always be concerned, even if it has happened multiple times before. Although Javier claims to be worried, Siluria remarks that he doesn't appear worried at all and instructs him to quickly assist Lloyd. The system notifies him that he has defeated Xerixius, the core commander of Hell, and the King of Hell is amazed by this incredible feat, expressing a desire for him. He reflects on Canavero's arrest and transportation to prison by knights sent by the kingdom. 2 members of the Dark Sorcerer's party were captured, and the rest of the matter will be handled by the Queen. More significantly, he considers the major issue. The construction can't progress due to the barrier, leading to a loss of strength among the workers. Reflecting on the situation, he regrets not having anticipated this problem and arranged for workers from their own county when the anchor spell was cast. However, he acknowledges the need to find a solution and earn money without speaking negatively. Upon waking up after being unconscious for a few days, he is certain that he has gained some incredible skills. The system informs him that, due to absorbing a part of his power, the option Undead Domination within his mana skill has been upgraded into an individual skill. He questions whether the various limitations and requirements of the undead skill have been deleted, realizing that if he possesses the undead, he could potentially have free labor. With a smile, he considers this development as an awesome jackpot. The message window then notifies him of gaining a new title, Demon-Possessed Atrocious Singer, presented as a compliment. He reacts skeptically, questioning the sincerity of the compliment and pondering the practicality of the new skill. He wonders if it's merely a pleasant-sounding feature, or if it possesses actual utility. Reflecting on what would be more beneficial, he contemplates having a power related to hell, imagining the manifestation of hell mana from his eyes as he looks in the mirror. He remarks on how big and cool his eye appears, relishing the sight. Simultaneously, someone knocks at his door, prompting him to turn and face the door. Inquiring about the visitor's identity, he proceeds to the door and repeats the question, wondering why there is no response. Upon opening the door, he is surprised to find numerous undeads standing outside. Puzzled, he asks who they are, prompting them to attempt an answer. Upon closer inspection, he finds their appearance unsettling and comments on the grossness of their eyes. One of the undead apologizes and presents a card explaining that they are ghosts who lost their bodies due to hell sorcery. They were wandering around when they sensed a power that could grant them a physical form, leading them to come to his location. Observing them with his Hell Mana eye, he considers the possibility. They affirm that it's correct and express gratitude towards him, acknowledging that thanks to him, they have acquired new bodies. They convey their appreciation once again, stating that meeting him in person has confirmed that he is the one who pacified their vengeful spirits. Recalling that he buried all the skulls he found on the mountain and prayed for them, they reveal that they lack memories of their past lives and have no purpose. They fear that if they disperse and wander aimlessly, they might eventually be exorcised. To demonstrate their sincerity, they all bow down in front of him and earnestly request him to take them in, offering a chance to repay his kindness. In response, he forewarns them of the significant amount of work he'll be assigning and inquires about the need for a salary. They assert that being spirits, they have no need for money. He inquires about what they need for sustenance, and they respond that they don't possess a digestive system. When he asks about a place for them to live, they suggest providing them with a 10 cubic meter coffin. Smiling, he agrees, declaring them as members of Frontra County's workers, specifically the Skeleton Worker Squad. They express their gratitude, and he laughs, reveling in the realization of the free labor he has always dreamed of. Excitement fills the air, with both him and the newly enlisted Skeleton Workers Squad sharing in the thrill. Meanwhile, Javier looks at him with annoyance, thinking that he no longer cares about what he does. He hugs Bengal and settles down to sleep in a chair. Lloyd Frontra elucidates the unparalleled work capabilities of the Ghost Skeleton Worker Squad, emphasizing their ceaseless productivity, lack of fatigue, absence of sleep, disinterest in food, and the notable fact that they don't require wages. He recounts an incident where Count Namaran, having regained his energy, fainted upon visiting the construction site. Lloyd Frontra, emanating light from his eye, proudly declares these workers as labor spirits, underscoring his identity as a skilled summoner. He challenges anyone who doubts this ability, pointing out the distinctive eye that becomes visible when he opens it widely. Count Namaran expresses skepticism, noting the rarity of a genius summoner and highlighting that he has never encountered an instance of eyes shining in such a manner. Lloyd Frontra responds by questioning why someone like Miss Siluria can be recognized as a magic genius while he is not, and why fires can emanate from her eyes, but not from his. He issues an apology. Lloyd Frontra reflects that lies can be acceptable as long as they cause no harm, expressing a lack of concern about their morality. The message box alerts that this line of thinking appears perilous. Winter arrives, bringing with it the falling snow, and the completed anchors have arrived, marking the final stage of the slope stabilization construction of Namaran just before its completion. Javier sits atop the mountain, feeling the snow, and a memory surfaces where Miss Siluria once touched his hand. Examining his hand, he is interrupted as Miss Siluria approaches from behind, addressing him. He inquires about the progress of the construction, suggesting that detailed reports should be discussed with Master Lloyd. However, she clarifies that her purpose is to see him. He questions the reason for her visit and what she requires. She explains her stagnation in mana utilization, and witnessing his ability to control mana freely, she believes that learning this method could enhance her magic. He agrees to teach her everything he knows, eliciting joy from her. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra turns back to observe the interaction. Sometime later, he reflects on a memory where Miss Siluria lies unconscious in his hands. He contemplates that revenge was sought upon him for killing the monster, and he believes that anyone who seeks his help should leave. Frustrated, he curses and labels Javier as a cursed mana individual, convinced that he is destined to have no companions. He resigns himself to fighting alone repeatedly until exhaustion takes over and he succumbs to death. Determined not to let anyone into his heart, he acknowledges that his heart could lead others to their demise, attributing his boundless strength to a fate imposed upon him. Subsequently, Lloyd Frontra announces the flawless completion of the slope construction, assuring that regular maintenance will eliminate any concerns. He expresses gratitude for the construction payment, which surpasses the initial agreement. Count Namaran responds by stating that it's insufficient, asserting that there is more to be done. He instructs everyone to acknowledge their territory's benefactor, and the crowd collectively rises with a slogan of appreciation. He believes he has earned a substantial amount of money, is highly excited, and will indeed be able to indulge in leisure activities upon his return. Count Namaran suggests one more thing for the last time, asking how about becoming his son-in-law and inheriting Namaran. He firmly declines, stating that he is destined to be the king of his territory. He bows down and requests forgiveness for repeatedly rejecting the proposal, emphasizing that he is the heir of the Frontra family and Namaran already possesses an exceptional heir. He mentions the individual who will soon become the continent's greatest mage, Miss Siluria. He states that they will now take their leave. Count Namaran expresses gratitude, emphasizing that he won't forget the help for the rest of his life. Miss Siluria and Javier make eye contact with affection. Lloyd Frontra calls Javier, who responds affirmatively. Lloyd Frontra suggests that he stay here, assuring him of a higher salary and more excellent prospects for success in life. Javier inquires if he has lost his mind after absorbing poisonous mana, stating that they were already peculiar to begin with. Lloyd Frontra questions what he just said. Javier asserts that he is a knight of the Frontra family and will remain so for the rest of his life until he dies. Lloyd Frontra poses a hypothetical scenario, asking what if he commanded him to do so. Javier declares that he won't comply and requests execution. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the stubbornness and suggests they depart. After a while, Orc Frontra informs Marbella that Lloyd Frontra is back and suggests they go meet him outside. They both run toward the door and see Lloyd Frontra approaching with many headless skeletons. Lloyd Frontra explains that these entities are known as the spirits of labor, summoned through his summon magic. Orc Frontra expresses acceptance, indicating that he is not surprised by what Lloyd has brought back, but inquires about Javier. He observes Javier standing there in a girl's costume. Javier reflects that he agreed to that foolish bet while he was out of sorts. Lloyd Frontra points at Javier and states that if that individual survives, he will serve as his subordinate for a year. If he does not survive, then he is to dress up as Javiella when they return to their country, and Lloyd asks how that sounds. Orc Frontra hugs and mentions that it must have been hard for him to stay inside the closet all this while. Javier insists that's not what this is. Orc reassures him, stating it's okay and not a bad thing. He is just a little different. Javier once again asserts that's not what this is. Lloyd Frontra laughs at him, hugs his parents, and thinks he is so happy to have come back home with peace of heart. The workers unload the items from the cart. He contemplates having a substantial amount of money that will allow him to do nothing but play for the rest of his life, finally achieving a state of idleness. Suddenly, the royal messenger arrives and announces the royal order. He states that Lloyd Frontra is ordered to be a part of the special envoy departing to Isfahan. Lloyd Frontra exclaims, "What?" The messenger clarifies that he is to leave immediately. Soldiers dress him and hold him, initiating the process of dragging him away. After a while, the caravan of the Queen passes through their way. Lloyd Frontra sits sadly inside the cart. Javier places his hand on his head and advises him not to cry, stating it's too ugly. Lloyd asks how he is supposed not to cry. Delegation Captain Count Ventura inquires why he looks so upset when he has just received an honorable mission from the Queen. Lloyd expresses that he feels so honored that his tears cannot stop flowing, and he wonders why he would go there. He questions why she sent him there. He wishes to go home. He hates her. The scene shifts to a flashback. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano asks the reason why she chose Lloyd Frontra to be in the delegation. Count Ventura agrees, acknowledging that while Lloyd contributed significantly in the aftermath of the losses incurred due to the monsters, he is unsure how that would make him an excellent diplomatic official. He expresses his query due to his lack of wisdom. She clarifies that being a diplomatic official has nothing to do with that. Count Ventura asks why she would choose him. She assures him of one thing: from the moment he receives the order to become an envoy, he will cry and create a huge fuss. She explains that this is because his dream of living a carefree life in a quiet corner of the kingdom will be destroyed. She adds that the report she received regarding the Namoran incident stated that the Knights of Namarana had defeated the Hell Knight. She asserts that Lloyd and his escort knight simply gathered information and provided it to them, considering it nonsense. Even if the summon was incomplete, it's not an entity that mere knights can defeat. She is confident that Lloyd and his knight were the ones who beat it, and must have asked Count Namoran to keep their actual involvement a secret. She suggests that Count Namoran might have just written a line because he could not do that, describing Lloyd as the kind of man who is not interested in success or fame. He simply wants to indulge in leisure activities. She concludes that's why she is certain he will definitely bring back results, as he easily bears grudges and is a materialistic person who's constantly charming. He wonders if she's complimenting him or insulting him. She advises that even if he looks like he's about to die, they should leave him be, and he'll understand eventually after weighing out the pros and cons. She predicts that he will realize that Samarkand has something he wants. The scene shifts back to the present. Lloyd Frontra continues to cry. Count Ventura observes that he doesn't seem like someone who understands anything, and he can't bring himself to like this man who is so materialistic, only desiring money and ignoring honor. Meanwhile, a soldier kneels down in front of Samarkand and respectfully addresses him as the great and all-powerful Sultan. He informs Samarkand that Magentano's delegation will soon arrive at the place. Samarkand instructs him to ensure that they receive the treatment they deserve. After a while, Count Ventura arrives at the palace and inquires if there isn't a mistake here. They are the envoys of Magentano. He questions if they are genuinely suggesting that this is their accommodation and whether it's acceptable to be this disrespectful to diplomatic officials. A well-dressed man responds that there's no mistake, they simply followed the orders of the all-powerful Samar Khan. Count Ventura asserts that they will see Samar Khan immediately and then bring them to him. He informs him that Samar Khan is currently busy with state matters, so he won't be able to grant them an audience. Count Ventura asks how long they need to wait in such a place. He replies that he's not sure, but at least 6 months. Count Ventura exclaims, asking what nonsense that is. He presents him with a necklace and explains that if he dislikes the accommodations, he can use this Padishira to find better lodging. As long as he possesses this Padishir in Isfahan, he will receive the blessings and grace of the all-powerful Samar Khan. Count Ventura questions if he is treating the envoys of the Magentano kingdom like beggars. The man clarifies that he seems to misunderstand. It's an honor for him to be bestowed with this Padishir. He throws the necklace on the floor and leaves, bidding them to have a good rest. Count Ventura becomes enraged, verbally abuses them, and asserts that they have gone too far in insulting their kingdom, essentially declaring it an act of war. The royal messenger inquires about what they should do. Count Ventura informs him that he has sent a letter back to their kingdom, requesting them to send a large delegation here. They must let the surrounding countries know about this fact to exert pressure on them. He mentions that he hasn't seen the young master of Frontra around anywhere for a while now. Count Ventura advises not to pay any attention to him, emphasizing that what's more important now is the whereabouts of the Padishir that was on the ground just now. He asks where it went. After a while, a poor little girl holding a basket pleads, "Please buy some torches." They light up very quickly. A man becomes angry and retorts, "Don't get in his way, beggar." She sits in a corner, starts crying, and laments that she was not able to sell torches again today. She doesn't know where she should hide and sleep tonight. Lloyd Frontra arrives and asks if she is looking for a place to sleep. He offers to help her and invites her to come with him. After a while, Lloyd Frontra is walking with a little girl in the market. She states that this inn is the most expensive inn in the capital, and she cannot let him, someone she is meeting for the first time, do this for her. He laughs and informs her that she is mistaken. This inn is his, and he has just bought it. He shows her the papers and states that this is the title deed. She should sign here and take it. She inquires about his identity. He shows her the Padishir necklace and states that he is someone who has been blessed with the grace of the all-powerful Samar Khan. Displaying the Padishir, he announces that he will be treating everyone to the most expensive meal in this restaurant, with him footing the bill. A person is shocked to see the Padishir and remarks that it is the Padishir that can buy anything. Another person mentions that it is their first time visiting it. Lloyd Frontra instructs them to call all their family members, relatives, and neighbors. Tonight, there shall be no hunger in this city. Everyone becomes excited. He emphasizes that they have the blessing of the all-powerful Samar Khan. He goes to a shop and asks if this is the most expensive silk in this city. The shopkeeper responds that no, this is the most expensive silk in the whole world. He points out and specifies that in that case exclude those and give him everything else. After a while, he goes to the seaside. A healthy man asks if he wants to borrow a personal sailing boat. He shows Padishir, points to a big ship, and states that no, he wants to buy it, and he will buy all the perfumes and condiments that are in this market. Please prepare to fill 6 of his sailing boats fully. He mentions that they will pass through Cremo and get to Frontra. All the other shopkeepers also display their items and request him to buy them too. A person asks if he does not need the sword. Lloyd Frontra replies, "Okay, please line up, and for the grace of the Samar Khan, reach everyone." Just then, the soldiers arrive there, point at Lloyd Frontra, and say, "There he is, catch him." They apprehend Lloyd Frontra and Javer, tie them with rope, place swords on their necks, and present them in front of King Samar Khan. He inquires if he is the person who spent a whole year's worth of the palace's budget. Lloyd Frontra identifies himself as Arcos Frontra's son, Lloyd Frontra, and he pays his respects to the great and all-powerful Samar Khan. He looks at him and reflects that this is Lloyd Frontra who flipped the monster domino. This is what he was after. He realizes that Lloyd Frontra did all that so that he could meet him. He looks at him and thinks he needs to prevent a war from happening, as the border that their territory relies on will become a battlefield. He considers that if a war starts, the first person they will face is him, and even if the kingdom mobilizes its entire army to destroy the Frontra territory, he can't guarantee they will win. He ponders the unpredictable attack power and acknowledges that he does not know what secret operations might be underway. He contemplates whether he should kill him now. However, he sees Javier and decides against it, realizing that there's a bomb inside the palace. Even if he defeats this swordmaster, the capital city might turn to ash. Lloyd Frontra thinks deeply, considering that there might be another choice for the great Sultan Samar Khan besides talking. Samar Khan thinks, how dare he threaten him? He commands him to let him go. Lloyd Frontra believes he has won. He asks if he likes it. Lloyd Frontra inquires about what he is talking about. Samar Khan clarifies that he is referring to Potasher and asks if it feels great to use it as he pleases. Lloyd Frontra raises his hands, bends down, and exclaims Hora to the great Sultan, expressing his enthusiasm. He wonders what's happening to him and feels flustered because he can sense his sincerity. Lloyd Frontra concludes that it's because he is sincere and sincerely thanks him. He reflects that this situation is similar to a memory he has, where a president handed him a card before a meeting, suggesting it would make him feel better. He ponders what he can do but use it, realizing that luxury and money are the best remedies. He concludes that if money can't buy happiness, it's because one does not have enough money. Samar Khan asks if he is not afraid of Magentano's suspicions and mentions that he accepted to lead the nation's escort, even bowing his head in thanks. He questions if Lloyd Frontra is not worried. Lloyd Frontra responds that no, he is not. Samar Khan thinks to himself, how can he be so arrogant, replying without even considering it. Lloyd Frontra explains that it's because the money that the Magentano kingdom gave him is more than what His Grace, the Sultan, offered him. He suggests that this implies if he were to receive more money, he might betray the king. Lloyd Frontra confirms this and privately wonders if he is crazy to think his eyes are quivering because he can't read him. He mentions that if he were to serve the Sultan merely because he succumbed to the temptation of money, he is concerned that the Sultan would question his loyalty. Samar Khan laughs and thinks to himself how dare this person play him, and then agrees, stating that he will hear what he has to say. He admires his audacity, realizing that he wants to integrate him into his circle. Lloyd Frontra internally celebrates a small victory and inquires if the great Sultan desires war. He questions what he would do in such a scenario. Lloyd Frontra speculates whether it is because he wants to suppress foreign enemies after the drought led to a rise in unstable power. He assures that if so, he will end the drought and promises to allow the Sultan to communicate with Magentano's delegation. Samar Khan expresses interest and asks for more details. Lloyd Frontra then presents him with some papers, signaling another triumph. After a while, Lloyd Frontra sits at the table with Javier, holding papers, and asks if he saw the Sultan's face when he wrote the contract. He laughs and remarks that the Sultan seemed to be sweating. Javier agrees, commenting that it's an unbelievable amount, and Lloyd Frontra is going to go down in history for being the first to outmaneuver a Sultan. Lloyd Frontra questions what he means by screwing him over and argues that this deal is much cheaper than war. He explains that the areas of Isfahan are gradually becoming impoverished due to drought, and Samarkand is not actively aiding them. Eventually, the whole area united and revolted. He reflects on the order of events in this world, particularly in this situation, being completely different from the novel. He concludes that if a war breaks out before the rebellion, it will result in a significant loss. He believes that the best choice right now is to mitigate the danger. Meanwhile, Samar Khan stands on the rooftop, and his daughter, Sarajard, approaches him and asks if he called for her. He informs her that he will assign her a mission. Tomorrow, a man named Lloyd Frontra will head to Kandahar, and she will be his escort and make him hers, no matter what. She acknowledges his command and agrees to follow it. The scene shifts to the next day as Sarajard approaches Lloyd Frontra, holding his camel rope. She introduces herself as Sarajard, who will be escorting him. She will be in his care. He politely excuses himself, stating that he already has an escort knight. She persists, affirming that she will be in his care. Lloyd Frontra perceives her as stubborn and wonders if she is here to monitor him. He recalls her name and reflects on her identity as Isfahan's princess, questioning why a princess would be going to a construction site. She demonstrates her determination and reiterates that she will be in his care. He observes her unexpected chic pose, but is perplexed by the intensity in her eyes, sensing hostility. He interprets her actions as a message to win his affection. However, he doubts Sarajard's affection towards him. He speculates that Samarkand desires him to become his son-in-law and dismisses the notion of receiving affectionate letters from the older man. Lloyd Frontra explains that the solution to solving the drought is Kanat. It's similar to the trench that was used in the Furcia kingdom, and the stream of hot water from the desert ground will evaporate before it reaches the city. He states that's why they need to make the tunnel deep underground, and in the desert, dozens of kilometers from the city, there is a clean water source made from perpetual snow, and that's what they are going to use. Meanwhile, in the heart of Kandahar's central city, Kandara, Lloyd Frontra lies down on the bed and says he finally gets to rest. He thinks he wants to sleep today, but it's so freaking burdensome. He recalls Sarajard's poses and thinks like those eyes, she makes him feel like she will slice his stomach open and then take all his guts and intestines out. He gets up and sees Sarajard making poses and asks if they can talk for a bit. He suggests first that she stand comfortably. He asks why it feels like she is ready to chop his neck off. She responds that it's a natural pose. He agrees and says yes, he understands. Let's compromise. He thinks about Sarajard, the youngest of the 4 princesses of the desert, whom Samarkand treasures the most. She is a swordsman who earned the title of sword expert at a young age. He acknowledges that the desert princesses are concealed, and no one outside the palace knows their identity. He decides that he should feign ignorance of her identity, and that he needs to thwart her seduction plan no matter what. He asks if she shouldn't also rest during the night. She responds that Samarkand ordered her to guard him. Day or night, she must stay next to him. He insists that he doesn't need an additional guard day and night. He points to Javier and asks if she sees that guy over there, just staring at him. He clarifies that, as he has said, he's his escort guard, a swordmaster. He states that he is a high sword master at that. 10 people like Miss Sarajard know he would rather have him than 50 of her. He clarifies that he doesn't need her. That's what he is saying. She gets angry and takes out her sword. He observes that she got angry and pulled out her sword, and he is scared and trembling. He gestures, instructing her to slice quickly and then report to Samarkand. He states that if he were to slice off the neck of the person he was supposed to guard, then Samarkand would say, "This man who couldn't even become a swordmaster managed to ruin their mission. How amazing." He explains that as a reward, Samarkand would put his head on a picket with a message written on it, mocking his inability to become a swordmaster, emphasizing that he wouldn't be able to achieve it even if he were reborn 50 times. She punches him in the face. He protests, reminding her that she's hitting the person she's supposed to guard, and calls out to Javier for help, asking him what he's doing. Javier responds by asking if he's having fun. She continues to beat him and declares him the worst trash before leaving the room. He lies on the bed with a swollen face and remarks that the plan was successful. Javier asks if he wants to get beaten up by a beautiful lady and comments that his taste is quite strange. He denies it, stating that getting beaten up was not part of the plan, and asks why Javier did not protect him. Javier apologizes, acknowledging that he deserved it, so he did not intervene. He questions the expression on his face, wondering if he is genuinely reflecting or just displaying his excellent acting skills. Javier speculates that Miss Sarajard was trying to seduce him and asks for the reason for provoking her so much. He states that first, he does not like the heat and the cold. If he ends up living here because he got involved with a Sveihan, it will be the worst scenario. Therefore, he needs her to completely give up on her mission. He questions if, with her considerable swordsmanship skill, there isn't something much more important that she needs to do instead of seducing a man. Meanwhile, Sarajard is practicing her sword outside. After finishing it, she moves inside and asks where he is sneaking off. Lloyd Frontra explains that they are preparing for construction, and mobility is critical. Therefore, if they have a rookie with them, they will lose speed. She assures him that she won't get in his way, so she will follow him. He responds that it's not as easy as she thinks since she is not a swordmaster. She tries to attack him again, but he casts some spells to stop her. She wonders what kind of magic that is. He continued his spell, and she thought it might be a sleeping spell, but she couldn't fall asleep now. He repeats the spell, and she falls asleep there, lying on the floor. He thinks that for those who have Swordmaster Syndrome, this is the best way. He turns to Javier and asks if he can take her, but he is also sleeping there. He questions why he is sleeping and remarks that he really wants to be funny. After a while, Lloyd Frontra walks down the street with Javier, placing his shovel on his shoulder. The people look at him strangely and stare. Javier remarks that the stares they are getting are not great. Lloyd Frontra agrees, stating that they are city folks who are not taking care of the dying countryside, but are living their best life in the capital. He explains that this project is not just large, they need the cooperation of the people here, but currently it's useless. He adds that it's not like they need to worry since gaining their collaboration is so easy. He then calls Pipodong, Bangol, Hameng and Jigoming. He instructs Javier, Pipodong and Bangol to go to the city center and build an intake station. Pipodong and Bangol run toward the city. He announces that Jigoming and Hameng are coming with him to the perpetual snowfield 40 kilometers south. He sits on Jigoming and starts flying, saying, "Let's go." Hameng uses his one-shot power to absorb the water, and Jigoming holds him with his spider net. On the other side, Bangol and Pipodong dig a well between the city, and Hameng pours all the water into it. The people there are happy to see the water and exclaim that there is water in the square. They all take their buckets and approach the well. Just then, Lloyd Frontra arrives and asks if they are happy or overjoyed. He wonders if he did something good and asserts that he did it, urging them to be grateful and to let everyone know about it. Lloyd Frontra addresses a crowd, asserting that he is the one who brought water from the very distant mountains. He states his name and requests that they remember him. The crowd becomes angry, and one person admonishes him to stop showing off, resorting to verbal abuse. Lloyd declares his intention to exploit them for a mere gulp of water, and in response, they hurl stones at him. Unfazed, he laughs and inquires if they are now full of energy, attributing their condition to him and laughing again. Despite their protests that he is not being hit, they find him annoying. Lloyd believes they won't easily let go of their resentful grudges, especially as he observes a person in a green dress. Acknowledging the stubborn individuals who have yet to touch the water, he plans to appeal to them little by little persistently. Meanwhile, people arrive at the well and remark that the water is filled to the top again. Another person wonders if it tops up every day. In response, it is stated that indeed Lloyd Frontra ensures this, committing to filling it up with water without skipping a day. The belief is that he will continue this practice until all men, women, children, and the elderly are on his side, and he laughs loudly. The onlookers comment that this situation is like a boomerang curved ball, and though he was close, he didn't get hit by it. Lloyd plans to bombard them with advertisements similar to brainwashing. During the night, a family enjoys their dinner, and their baby girl drinks water, expressing amazement at being able to drink as much water as she likes. She considers it like a dream, while Lloyd Frontra appears inside their house from the window. The baby girl notices him, and he points towards the water, stating that he provides it. The family finds this annoying, and it's sinking in. The people get irritated and annoyed by the person in the city informing them that the water is Lloyd, and this idea begins to sink in. He wanders in the city and once again encounters the person in the green dress, who removes their scarf, revealing long, shiny hair. They both gaze at each other and share a smile. After a while, he arrives at the water umbrella and proclaims that the water is Lloyd. He screams so loudly that he declares himself as Lloyd Tur. Javier asks if he performed group hypnosis, to which he responds that it's called continuous and diverse marketing. He asserts that water is good, and water is Lloyd, concluding that Lloyd is good. He suggests it for headaches, toothaches, or period pain. The message window confirms that it's Devoran. He replies, well, something like that, while Javier observes him and reflects on his loneliness. The message window questions why he said that, and he explains that he said it for himself. Nonetheless, he states that since the groundwork is done, people should line up, as he is recruiting workers for groundwater construction. Meanwhile, he arranges the table for negotiating contracts with people for groundwater construction. A person approaches and politely asks to excuse him, Sir Lloyd Tur, if meals are provided. He responds, please don't worry about that. Food from all over the nation is coming here, as he displays a shiny pendant and mentions reporting to the almighty Samarkand. He presents the Padishar record detailing what Lloyd Frontra used on the way to Kandahar, while Samarkand reads a lengthy message sent by Lloyd. Samarkand becomes angry and verbally abuses him. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra and Javier sit on Jigoming and fly. Lloyd reflects that, as expected, he can't see it, indicating it's deeper than 5 meters. He considers that employing the citizens won't matter, and that digging a 35-kilometer waterway will take too long. He concludes that what he needs now are the rebel organization's tunnels to escape the suppression of religious people from hundreds of years ago used by the rebel forces. Lloyd thinks there's only one way to find these tunnels. Meanwhile, they arrive at the palace, where Sarajard directs her sword toward Javier, stating that she'll repeat herself, "Please move aside." Javier, positioned by the door, apologizes, explaining that the young master desires solitude for the night. She argues that there is a power shift, a rebellion, and it's perilous to leave Sir Lloyd alone, while he sits in his room contemplating something. Javier agrees, acknowledging the potential danger, but asserts that the young master insisted he would be fine. As he speaks, robbers discreetly enter his room through the window. Sarajard emphasizes the need for an escort guard to prepare for unforeseen situations, expressing concern that unexpected danger might befall Sir Lloyd. Javier rejects the suggestion, affirming the young master's judgment. Sarajard remarks that he is an adamant person, and then attempts to skillfully bypass him. She attacks Javier, who calmly blocks her assault with his sword and remains standing unperturbed. Javier acknowledges her talent, stating that no one could overlook her current skill. In response, she becomes angry and repeatedly attacks him. However, he calmly blocks all her assaults and advises her not to forcibly increase her mana, as humans can't store more mana than a certain amount. He further explains that she should oscillate the mana particles quickly, emphasizing that the energy generated from these vibrations is crucial to becoming a sword master. She declares that she has no intention of learning from him. Javier reveals that the young master, Lloyd, requested him to attempt turning her into a sword master. Meanwhile, the robbers kidnap Lloyd Frontra from inside the room, tying him up on a chair and covering his face. They form a circle around him. Termes questions Lloyd Tur, the person who came from the capital, asking about his intentions in their city. Lloyd breathes heavily and requests them to uncover his face. They comply, revealing his face. Lloyd reflects on the situation, finding it strange that although they are the ones who kidnapped him, it feels like they are the ones who got kidnapped. Lloyd Frontra states that if they want to know why he came, they'll need to first hear the details of the situation that brought him there. He mentions that his hands are in an uncomfortable position and asks if they can please be released first. Termes warns him not to attempt anything foolish. Lloyd responds, questioning what tricks he could pull in this situation, emphasizing that they are all elite warriors daring to revolt against Samarkand. He acknowledges that a person like him would only get his head cut off if he tried to resist. Termes inquires if he already figured out that they are the rebel forces and asks if he predicted their arrival. Lloyd smiles and replies that considering the commotion caused by the person taking orders from Samarkand, he assumed they all would be a little bothered by that. He contemplates that Termes will likely die attempting to stage a revolt, and this event will lead to all the regions in Esfahan coming together for a massive revolt in response to his death. Termes instructs his subordinate to release Lloyd's hands, emphasizing that he's from the capital. However, Termes reiterates that they can kill him if he acts suspiciously. As he opens Lloyd's hands, Lloyd expresses gratitude, stating that he is kind, and he believes he will be blessed. He tells him to shut up. Termes thinks that, despite being an agent of Samarkand, he does owe Lloyd a debt, and it's acceptable to show him some kindness. Termes reflects on sitting near his child on her deathbed, where she apologized for being weak. He recalls telling Similda to forgive him and regrets sharing the water they barely managed to gather, thinking he should have given it to Lloyd instead. Termes hears voices as people shout that water is available in the city plaza, where a huge beast is drawing water. His daughter also gets up to drink water. Returning to the present, Lloyd Frontra is now free from ropes and stands in front of Termes. Termes warns him again not to do anything foolish because, even though he released Lloyd's hands, he'll cut him down. Annoyed, Lloyd Frontra looks at him. Termes observes Lloyd's suspicious expression and orders his men to get him, and they all run to attack him. Lloyd calmly stands there and begins narrating a story from 2 years and 6 months ago. He recounts how the family in charge of the Frontra barony, a small territory on the eastern border of the Magentano kingdom, was at risk of ruin due to great debt. He describes the feeling as if the skies were going to fall, the earth was going to split, and everything looked hopeless, with only darkness in front of their eyes. He proceeds to share his life history, detailing how he defeated monsters, constructed different cities, and so on. He narrates that, at that moment, he turned around, and there was a gigantic lobster. Javier initiated a fight with Lyle using his sword, and Kyle's sword struck right into Javier's shoulder. They all sit down to enjoy his stories with popcorn. He mentions the awakening of the sword master, creating excitement, and playfully scares them. Termis's popcorn fell down, and he questioned how the conversation shifted from the original topic. Lloyd responds, asking them to wait as it gets interesting from that point. Another person complains, asking why he is disrupting the flow. Termis shouts, calling him a fool, stating that they are rebel forces putting their lives at risk and don't have time to listen to stories. Lloyd Frontra continues, describing thousands of locusts as big as dogs that dyed the sky black, laughing loudly and frightening them all. He narrates that, at that moment, Captain Frontra appeared while seated on the Gigoming with Termis. Termis inquires about his destination, and Captain Frontra responds, asking if they weren't going to meet his queen together. Termis questions how things ended up like this and admits he doesn't even remember the context. Captain Frontra suggests that he might have to start over again, going back 2 years. Termis refuses and pleads for him to stop already. Captain Frontra insists that, to conclude, he needs the underground hideout of the rebel forces to create a waterway. If Termis hands over the hideout, the Magentano Kingdom will allow all of them to seek asylum and provide protection. He asks if Termis remembers now, and Termis confirms that he did say that. Captain Frontra requests Termis's trust, promising to obtain asylum for the rebel forces and all their families. They arrive at the palace of Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, who has tied a person in a magical circle for confession. The person, Lord Targa, starts coughing and vomiting blood, confessing that they are the Black Wizards. The Queen instructs her wizards to stop, stating that it's enough for today. She thinks about Targa and realizes she'll have to find that individual. A guard arrives, informing her that Lloyd Frontra is waiting to seek an audience with her. She wonders why he is there when he's supposed to be at Isfahan. Lloyd Frontra and Termis enter the court, bowing and greeting the Queen. She agrees to write up a document for Termis, his comrades, and their families, granting them asylum in the kingdom. Lloyd Frontra expresses his gratitude for her generosity, and Termis ponders how she agreed so easily. He wonders if he will indeed meet the Queen directly and obtain a document of approval, questioning who this man truly is. The Queen remarks that he is employing methods beyond her expectations, but she is pleased as he diligently executes her orders. He modestly replies that he doesn't deserve such praise. She emphasizes that those who are competent always work themselves to the bone to ensure citizens can lead peaceful lives. The Queen informs him about progress in the interrogation of Cannavaro, mentioning that there will be some work for him soon. She instructs him to cooperate when the time comes. He responds that he would be honored to do so, bowing in front of her. She comments that his face really seems to say otherwise, and he responds, explaining that it's just because he's tired from flying for 10 days straight. She questions if he wants to see her that badly, asserting that he's not a petty and selfish man who would feign ignorance even though she missed him. As she walks towards him, she comes closer and grabs his face, asking him to come looking for her only when he needs her. He thinks to himself, realizing that the greatest obstacle in his peaceful and luxurious retirement plan is the Queen. Sarajard becomes tired and sits down to rest, while Javier remains standing by the door. After some time, she gets up and announces that she's finished resting and suggests they start again. They resume their activities. Javier wonders how long he'll have to continue doing this, and when that jerk will return. She unleashes her full mana powers to attack him, but he swiftly blocks her attack. Javier reflects that she is still unstable, but she's on the verge of becoming a sword master. Lloyd Frontra arrives and opens the door, trapping Javier behind it. He waves his hand and announces his return. As her mana powers stab through the door, tearing his clothes, Javier looks at him in shock, expressing concern that someone could have been killed. Lloyd asks whom he means, himself or Lloyd. She questions his identity, while Javier asks what she has been doing since escaping from him. He walks towards her while she pleads for him to stop. After a while, she lies down and falls asleep. He apologizes for being too preoccupied with explaining all the details. He suggests to Javier that they start the construction. However, Javier also lies down and begins to snore. He remarks that he expected this reaction from Javier, but it works too well for him. The first step is to venture outside. He runs while contemplating the labyrinth-like underground tunnel and measures it. Thanks to the map provided by Termis, the process goes smoothly. The second step is to confirm the location and identify areas that need to be opened or blocked for the direct waterway. The third step involves blocking off paths other than the waterway route during the day. At night, Javier will use controlled blasts to clear the paths. Javier stabs the mountain and unleashes his mana blast. As he does so, he reflects that he wants to expedite this process. If they aren't cautious, the underground tunnel could collapse, marking the long-awaited Step 4. Addressing his undead warriors, he praises their punctuality. Termis inquires about their identity, to which Javier explains that when he visited Magentano, he sent a letter back home to bring some workers from there. These workers are essential for completing the construction. The undead warriors express their fondness for him, addressing him as master. He instructs them to listen carefully, noting the significant volume of water on the other side of the wall. He asks them to consider what would happen if he were to strike another blow into the wall. They respond that they believe they would be swept away instantly due to the immense water pressure. Affirming their response, he mentions how ancient people risked their lives to construct kanats. Correcting himself, he states that they didn't just risk their lives, they sacrificed them. Among the laborers, the eldest one steps forward. Corgitus also joins them and begins digging. He declares his willingness to sacrifice his life to complete the opening of the waterway. Meanwhile, Corgitus strikes the rock, causing it to break and release water. He immerses himself in it and declares that for the sake of their neighbors and descendants, they will continue to live, emphasizing that there is no sacrifice, beauty, or nobility in their actions. He points towards, asserting that honor will belong to him. Surprised, Tords looks at him while the undead holds the bag in which Corgitus sits. Expressing gratitude, he assures them that he won't forget this act and pledges to remember it always. Tords stands up and runs towards him, urging him to wait and questioning why he needs to do this when he has the ghosts. In response, he asks what Tords just said, branding himself as a cold-blooded bastard, and expresses his desire for the dead to experience death once more. Tords points out that he has a sword master, asking if he can't handle it. He explains that he only has one set of clothes and cannot afford to get them wet. The message window declares damn, he'd even have Satan himself step down for him. He ponders what's wrong with that, as he believes he's just giving meaning to that beggar's life. The message window further notifies that he's even scarier because he actually means those words. In his room, King of Hell Halkeros sits and attends to some work. He chuckles and remarks that the upper messengers sure are enjoying their show, adding let's see just how far this goes. Lloyd Frontra reports that after a long time of bickering, the leader of the Ghost Skeleton Worker Squad, Turtleneck, took it upon himself to finish the work. The undead and all other members engage in the construction work of the tunnel, and they begin to channel water into it, with a few undead floating in the water. The people become happy to see water and store it in their containers. They say it's water. An endless supply of water is gushing forth. They pour water on themselves happily and drink it. Termis's daughter also fills her bowl with water and says, "Please have it. It's water that he made." Lloyd Frontra sits near her, puts his hand on her head, and thanks her. He says he'll enjoy it while taking the bowl from her. She asks why he is walking around without a shirt. He smiles and says that he doesn't want to waste money buying clothes. He reflects on how the central waterway in Kandara was established, along with its connections to the small villages around it, all around the time the whole project reached completion. The system notifies him that he has acquired a new, highly praised, high-ranking person who wears underwear. He wonders about the nature of this praise and whether it's mocking him, but the system assures him that being a high-ranking person is an excellent thing. He decides he doesn't need that, he just wants an awesome-sounding title. As he observes the status screen, he thinks about how he saved a city from a long-term drought. He notes that the effects of this praise area with hot weather have 100% increased resistance against dehydration. He concludes that it's not like he has much business in other desirable locations. Meanwhile, he contemplates that he's going to chill and relax from now on, realizing that this effect won't be helpful to him. Termis calls out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts, and asks if he's done preparing for the long journey ahead of them. Termis kneels down and expresses that he has saved countless people, stopped a war and a drought, and even facilitated their asylum. As a result, they would like to swear their eternal loyalty to the Frontra County. The entire tribe kneels in front of Lloyd Frontra. He responds, reassuring them that there's no need to go so far as to swear their loyalty. He suggests they need to work hard within the territory. However, he acknowledges to himself that he did all of that for his own gains anyway, but repeatedly hearing people thanking him makes him feel guilty. The system notifies him that friendliness has increased. Termis and his comrades express their respect and gratitude to him, and his friendliness increases bonus RP by 50. The system notifies him that from now on Termis and his comrades will have increased friendliness towards the people of Frontra County, and his RP reaches 2832. He thinks, yes, this is it. He doesn't feel bad about getting rewards like this. What a perfect reward. Similder remarks to her father that this guy's face looks weird. Termis responds that his face might look like that, but he's still an incredible person. He observes the skeleton workers squad leading Termis's party as they head towards Frontra County. As they depart, he waves his hand to them, feeling like things have ended peacefully. The scene shifts to Isfahan's capital Ahinsha, where Samarkand declares that Lloyd Frontra has become his man as he kneels in front of him with Javier by his side. He jests, asking for forgiveness from the great Samarkand, but expressing a preference for slimmer types. Samarkand questions if Lloyd does not understand what he's saying or if he is merely feigning ignorance. He must have realized that Sarajard is his daughter and asks if it is not his liking. Lloyd Frontra responds that the feelings of Lady Sarajard are more critical than those of this lowly servant. He privately thinks he doesn't want to be under Samarkand's control, disliking both his face and his actions, and would prefer him to cut his head off. Samarkand interrupts, putting an end to that matter for now. Since Lloyd has kept his promise, it's now his turn to reciprocate. He adds that he will meet with Majanatano's delegation right away to hear them out. He expresses gratitude for Samarkand's generosity and reflects that it took a long time just to convince him to do so. He walks out with Javier. Samarkand watches him leave and thinks about Lloyd Frontra, how he always gets what he wants, making him admirable. He also smiles behind him. During a royal meeting, Count Venture considers how Lloyd Frontra managed to persuade Samarkand to sit at the negotiation table, recognizing the tremendous opportunity created. He resolves not to let it go to waste. Samarkand apologizes for the mistake that caused significant losses to the Magentano kingdom. Count Venture notes Samarkand's unusual apology and thinks that the arrogant Samarkand apologized first. Samarkand promises to compensate for the losses caused by the monster domino. Furthermore, he pledges to assign a special task force to oversee such matters to prevent them from happening again. He assures that he'll keep the Magentano kingdom updated on its progress and promises to pay double compensation if such an incident occurs again. Count Venture thinks this isn't something to be happy about. What on earth is he going to ask of them? He says he'd like to express his thanks for their generosity and says he'll pass on his intentions to their queen. Samarkand says in return he'd like to have Lloyd Frontra come along as well, and Count Venture sees him at the door half naked. He asks what he said, while Count Venture responds that's what he said, and says he's sure the queen will be happy. They have obtained a lot out of the negotiations, and he's confident that he'll be able to do well no matter where he is while showing some gestures. He replies don't worry, he did great, and says that's perfect. Samarkand thinks about what he should ask him to do first, and thinks they'll start with road maintenance and expanding the waterway. Hygiene facilities are urgent as well, and they need to build a more enormous castle and more prominent buildings. A person with a white cap enters, bows, and pays his respects to Samarkand, addressing him as wise and omnipotent. Samarkand questions why he didn't ask him to bring Lloyd Frontra along and why he is alone. The person explains that Lloyd went out, stating he'd get rid of the sandworm near the city. Samarkand is surprised and asks what he means by getting rid of the sandworm. The scene shifts to Lloyd Frontra, who reaches the desert and observes a sandworm. He thinks to himself, desert devourer sandworm, it feeds on insects and cactus thorns. He starts digging and unleashes a mana blast, shouting Pipodong. It's his turn as Pipodong arrives and attacks the sandworms. He calls for Javier to finish it, and Javier draws his sword and joins the attack. He asks the persistent bastard if he's still alive while he cuts the sandworm and points his shovel, commanding the sandworm to die. They both attack the sandworm, proclaiming they will kill it for Samarkand, and he laughs. Samarkand and his subordinates arrive, and Samarkand suggests asking them to take that crazy bastard back with them, a sentiment with which his subordinate agrees. Afterward, they return to the palace and Samarkand sits in his room, contemplating the consequences of keeping such a whack job near him. He worries that the whole country may fall into chaos. He reaffirms his decision, believing he made the right choice. Since he's the one who had a change of heart, he can't retract the terms he mentioned. However, he wonders how to cover up the deficit using Potta Shire. He questions why Lloyd used so much money for the construction. He realizes that he has been losing tons of money from the very start. Suddenly, a warrior enters his room and informs Samarkand that there's big trouble. Samarkand inquires about the issue, and the warrior explains that the man has taken the Pata Shire with him. Shortly after, another person with a white cap enters and announces that they have a big problem. Samarkand once again asks for clarification. The person with the white cap responds that Lady Surjard has run away. She left a letter stating that she had things to learn from him and asked them not to look for her. Samarkand puts his head on the table, feeling emotional, and expresses his frustration with abuse. Arcos, Frontra, and Marbella wake up, and Arcos looks out from the window, thinking that today is a peaceful day in Frontra County. He finds it a little strange that it's by Bayung instead of Cock-a-doodle-doo, but it's still a good place. Emily enters and informs them that they have a letter from Master Julian. They read the letter, in which Julian tells them that he graduated second in his class as one of the top scorers and has been honored with the opportunity to work in the capital. He expresses his intention to return home and stay there until he receives the official appointment letter. He tells his parents that he misses them so much and shares that his brother is also doing well. Julian promises to try to become a reliable son like his brother. Both Arcos and Marbella become emotional after reading the letter. Marbella asks Arcos about Julian, and he reassures her, saying that Julian is already a dependable son, and that they're very proud of such happiness. Meanwhile, Bayern arrives and announces that the items Master Lloyd sent back from Asfahan have arrived. They both step out and behold numerous gifts and treasures. Marbella opens one box of treasure and exclaims her goodness. They're all costly luxury items. A delivery person asks him to sign a receipt, presenting him with the document. He agrees and signs it. Marbella takes out a necklace and admires the pretty jewels, suggesting they can sell them at a high price to vain nobles. She smiles as he agrees, proposing they sell them at a high price. He reflects that Marbella seems to have become a little strange, but he remains a pleased man. Some farmers spot them and greet them, expressing their gratitude. They wave back and say they didn't do much, wishing them a great day ahead. He reflects on his happiness that there are only good people within their county, including good orcs, as orc warriors arrive. After a while, Officer Greg and an orc warrior confront each other, and the warrior attacks him. Arcos and Marbella become worried upon seeing this. Officer Greg, with a severe expression, expresses his desire to fight and pushes the orc warrior. The warrior retaliates, but Officer Greg swiftly dodges the attack and throws him to the ground, initiating a dance. The orc warrior gets up and rechallenges him, and other orc warriors join in the dance. Both groups dance skillfully in front of Arcos and Marbella Frontra, pleasing them. Arcos thinks they're a little weird, but they're all good people, including both humans and orcs and other good living organisms. What a pickle. The undead also greets Lloyd Frontra's parents. Good morning. Arcos reflects on the peaceful coexistence of inorganic and organic matter in the county, feeling happy. Meanwhile, they observe Lord Solida's throwing fire into a well, finding it a little strange, but interpreting it as part of morning prayers. They then witness many people bowing down in front of Lloyd Frontra's statue and praying for his long life. He finds it very strange, but things continue to get stranger. Nevertheless, he believes there can't be anyone happier than him in this world. The people become ecstatic and excitedly announce that Master Lloyd is back. Both his parents look at him and share in his happiness. His father gazes at him, thinking their son is the strangest, while Lloyd takes out treasure boxes from his carriage. Marbella remarks that he's a peculiar son, but she's happy, and they both go to meet him, embracing him warmly. Lloyd expresses that he'll be even more pleased when he calls his father's father instead of Count. His father grasps him by the shoulders and asks why he isn't wearing any clothes. Lloyd responds that it's because they have a lot of clothes at home. The scene shifts to Queen Alicia Magentano's palace, where Count Venture arrives and informs her that the negotiation mentioned earlier has been agreed upon via documents, and they have also received Samarkand's magic thumbprint. She expresses surprise at this development and asks if he is the one who led the negotiation. He becomes apprehensive and confirms it. She inquires whether this is what Lloyd Frontra instructed him to say and what he believes is necessary for their people to live comfortable lives. He responds that he believes a mighty throne and well-balanced diplomacy are necessary. She asserts that they just need to work with those who are competent in their bones and grind them until the bones turn into powder. He bows and acknowledges her words as reasonable, silently thinking that Sir Lloyd may consider himself dead. She reflects that despite the successful negotiation, Esfahan remains a long-time enemy of Magentano. She reflects on the necessity of establishing a mutually beneficial relationship filled with trust and ponders what actions they need to take to make it happen. Meanwhile, Sarajard stands outside the city, confident that Lloyd Frontra is there. She resolves to confront him and acquire what she needs. Spotting Arcos Frontra engaged in gardening, she approaches him from behind. Startled, he inquires about her identity. She introduces herself as Sarajard, explaining that she hails from the distant Esfahan in the east and is the daughter of Samarkand. Arcos Frontra quickly rises and questions her presence as the daughter of Samarkand and her purpose for being there. She reveals her intention to find Lloyd Frontra. Surprised, Arcos asks why she is seeking his son. She confesses that she can only find peace when he is around. Shocked, Arcos considers her statement the most absurd thing he has heard thus far. Lloyd Frontra lies down at the edge of a mountain and opens his eyes, questioning his surroundings as he notices the darkness. Suddenly, a fire monster appears before him. The fire monster greets him, addressing him not as Lloyd Frontra, but as Kim Suho. Lloyd Frontra gazes at the creature, contemplating whether this encounter is merely a dream, yet it feels remarkably real. He inquires about the identity of the fire monster. The monster introduces himself as Helcaros, the one who comprehends the essence of everything, the ruler of Hellfire and the king of Hell. Lloyd Frontra stands up and bows, acknowledging Helcaros' immense power. He muses on the possibility that this dream might be a result of the messengers teasing about the king of Hell. Helcaros chuckles, noting Lloyd's lack of fear in his presence, and questions whether he believes this to be a mere dream. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra asserts that regardless of whether this scenario is a dream or not, he doesn't perceive any intention of harm from Helcaros, especially considering his introduction. He expresses that there's no need for fear. Helcaros responds, saying his fondness for Lloyd Frontra and suggesting that he would fit well in Hell. Lloyd Frontra queries if that's intended as a compliment and shares his dream of living in a small town with abundant wealth. Helcaros remarks that for such a trivial dream, Lloyd Frontra's reaction was so appalling that even a demon knight would cower in fear, and the music played was more dreadful than Purgatory's screams. Lloyd Frontra wonders if Helcaros descended just to insult him. Helcaros continues, claiming that Lloyd Frontra possesses the capability to make those souls in hell who have fallen into its embrace desperately beg for a second death. He considers why Helcaros is being so harsh. After all, he's just an ordinary person. Though to outsiders he might appear as some great demon king or the 12th supreme swordsman of a demon tribe. Helcaros addresses Kim Suho, asking if he will accompany him to hell and use his talent to his heart's content. As he attempts to capture Kim Suho, demonic strings emerge from the ground and ensnare him completely. The message window notifies him not to scare him so severely, which causes him to tremble and shout. Helcaros questions if he's being too intrusive, while the message window suggests that he could be worse and asks if he wants to test him. Helcaros concedes, agreeing to abide by the rules, and breaks his demonic strings. After a while, Lloyd Frontra wakes up in bed, sweating, and gets up, feeling his face burning hot. He wonders if that wasn't a dream, who he was talking to at the end, and asks himself what nosy and rule mean, and what on earth that was. Javier knocks at the door and asks if he can enter. Lloyd replies, "Yeah, sure, come in." Javier joins and asks why he's sweating so much. Lloyd gets out of bed, explaining that he guesses he got a little too hot while sleeping, and asks why Javier is there. Javier replies that they have a guest who came from far away. Lloyd responds, "Is that so?" They both go out. Javier asks if he's going to wait to ask who it is. Lloyd declines, saying he's not asking. He looks at Sarajard and asks if it's Sarajard. Javier confirms and asks if Lloyd knew she'd be coming. Lloyd affirms and says there's no way she wouldn't come, mentioning that she already knows how good his lullaby is. He remarks that quitting sleeping lullabies is very difficult, acknowledging that she wants him to record his lullaby into the magic crystal. She confirms that this is indeed the reason for her visit. Arcos Frontra reflects that she was referring to the lullaby, feeling somewhat relieved that it's only that, but also feeling a sense of sadness. Lloyd Frontra inquires about what's free, and she responds that she will pay him. He counters that he already has plenty of money, placing some documents on the table in front of her. He explains that if she signs the contract, he will give her what she wants. Javier notes that Lloyd had already prepared a contract in advance. Lloyd details the terms of the contract, serving in Frontra County for 5 years in exchange for receiving the lullaby after that period. She protests, deeming it ridiculous. He retorts that she doesn't have to agree if she doesn't want to, emphasizing that he is not the one in need and does not particularly care about it either. He mentions that he could become a sword master if he sleeps well and trains hard, but he quickly dismisses it as none of his business. Javier wonders how far Lloyd had planned ahead when he asked him to teach her before singing the lullaby, questioning if it was all just to obtain free labor. The message window notifies him that this is why a devil appeared in his dreams, asking to become friends. Lloyd reflects on his actions, realizing that he gives out money, helps people sleep, provides others with salaries, and assists with upgrades, essentially acting like an angel. However, the message window suggests that despite these acts, Lloyd is considered petty and underhanded by some. Lloyd thinks he can't hear her and repeats that he can't listen to her. Sarajard accuses Lloyd of pursuing this outcome from the beginning while Lloyd covers his ears, insisting he can't hear her well. In frustration, she crumples the documents, calling him trash, and storms out angrily. She thinks about what a vile, cheap, and underhanded person he is, contemplating that compared to letting him have his way, it might be better to become a sword master, even if it means signing that contract. She believes that only then will her father acknowledge her. Looking around, she wonders where she is and realizes that she needs to find the pathways. While doing so, she notices Julian Frontra sitting there sadly. Julian sits on a rock, and Sarajard sees him hidden behind a tree. She wonders who would be in such a place. She observes that he looks frail and weak, like an herbivore that could get devoured at any time. Meanwhile, some soldiers try to remove the big rock, and one soldier remarks that this won't work. The rock is not budging at all. Sir Knight expresses concern, stating that this is really bad, and asks what they should do. Julian steps forward and requests help. Sir Knight refuses, saying that he can't let him do that, as allowing such an important person as himself to get dirty doing menial work like this is unacceptable. Julian insists that there are times when the situation is more important than whether he gets dirty or not, and he can't allow everyone to have a hard time because of him. Sir Knight asserts that it is their duty to escort him, a talent of the Academy, back to his hometown, and they will make this work somehow, so please rest and wait for them. Julian removed his shirt, and they were shocked to see his body. Sarajard is also surprised to see him. He joins the soldiers, begins to push the rock, and instructs them to go with all their strength. She considers that if he is returning from the capital, he must be Lloyd's younger brother, but he appears markedly different from that individual. Julian attempts to push the rock, but fails to move it, stating, "This won't do. Let's dig the area around the boulder with a shovel bit by bit." A soldier inquires about the shovel, to which he responds affirmatively, having seen it before. He asserts that there is nothing a shovel cannot accomplish. Sarajard approaches him and remarks, "That's a good idea, but that will take the whole day." She asserts that she will clear it for him. Julian is surprised to see her. She advances, draws her sword, and contemplates that if she assists here, she should be able to gain more advantage in her negotiations with Lloyd. She strikes the rock with her sword, causing it to break into small parts. They are all shocked to witness this. She sheathes her sword. Julian expresses gratitude and inquires about her identity. She introduces herself as Sarajard from Isfahan in the east, currently residing at the Frontra estate. Meanwhile, an orc warrior, Mr. Kuga, observes Miss Emily approaching from the market, holding a vegetable basket. She walks past him and remarks that she hasn't seen him around lately. He passes by without uttering a word, reminiscing about Miss Emily. The scene shifts to a flashback where Miss Emily hangs the clothes after washing, and Mr. Kermit Kuga approaches her, inquiring if she loves Sergeant Greg. She affirms, stating that he is the most important person to her in the world. Mr. Kuga becomes angry, recalling instances of Miss Emily spending time with Sergeant Greg and his friends, mocking him. He concludes that this was a love that was not destined to succeed from the beginning, and there is no need to hurt her by uttering unnecessary words. She calls out to him, but he departs without saying anything. After a while, Miss Emily sits in a room with Sergeant Greg, who is sketching. He remarks that she seems on the verge of drowning the world with her sighs and inquires if something has happened. She asks if people would consider it strange if a female human confesses love to an orc warrior. He questions the absurdity of her statement and warns that if her family were to discover this, they would likely ostracize her and cause her harm. Mr. Kenokaga interjects, asking how he could treat Emily in such a manner. Meanwhile, Arcos Frontra sits at the dining table with his family and Sarajard. He cries and expresses that he cannot stop his tears, unable to believe just how well both of his sons have grown up. Lloyd Frontra remarks that he has become too drunk. Sarajard reflects on why he is so happy. His eldest son is a diplomat, and his youngest son is one of the best talents in the kingdom. She recalls a memory where Samar Khan suggests to her to demonstrate what she is capable of either by seducing a man or by becoming a swordmaster and showing him something of which he can be proud. Julian asserts that once he receives his appointment from the capital, he will work even harder and become someone he can be even more proud of. Arcos Frontra reassures him, asking what he is referring to. Julian explains that he is simply happy to have achieved his desires and feels free to return home if things become too challenging, expressing contentment even with just the two of them together. Sarajard also becomes emotional, rises from her seat, and states that she will excuse herself first. Lloyd Frontra inquires about their next negotiation. As she approaches the door, Sarajard dismisses the topic. Lloyd asks if he sounds overly blunt. Lloyd Frontra observes Julian and ponders over his expression. After a while, Lloyd Frontra glimpses Sarajard through the window as she packs her bags and prepares to depart. Julian approaches her and says something. Lloyd Frontra observes the interaction and contemplates the significance of the situation, considering it a vast and unexpected turn of events. Julian inquires about her late-night departure, questioning if she is leaving the estate. She denies it, stating that she was merely going for a short stroll. Julian understands, expressing his initial shock at seeing her with such a large bag, which led him to assume she was leaving. She clarifies that the bag contains all her meal boxes. Julian cautions her about the potential negative impact of consuming too many late-night snacks on her sleep. She assures him that she plans to eat most of them, indicating that they are primarily tools for picnics, and reflects on the lameness of her excuses. Julian expresses his relief, mentioning that something seemed amiss during dinner, causing him genuine worry. She reassures him of her well-being and considers staying for a few more days. Lloyd Frontra smiles devilishly. Just then, Javier approaches from behind, startling him. Lloyd reacts with fear and exclaims, "What the heck?" Javier explains that Lloyd scared him with his expression. Lloyd inquires about the matter. Javier stands there holding his pillow and remarks that it's time for Lloyd's lullaby, but since Lloyd didn't show up, Javier comes to find him. Javier questions why Lloyd is making such a scary face while observing a beautiful couple in love. Lloyd asks how Javier knew they had fallen in love. Javier responds that he could tell by watching them closely. Lloyd asks if it's necessary to observe closely to discern that, and remarks that he has seen numerous people, especially women, who look at him like that when they're in love. Javier sarcastically remarks that Lloyd has never experienced that before and adds that he's not surprised. He encourages Lloyd to hang in there. Lloyd Frontra considers himself to be incredibly obnoxious in times like this. Javier asserts that regardless of how jealous he may feel, he won't assist Lloyd in sabotaging Master Julian's love. Lloyd questions if he is genuinely such a horrible person and reflects on Javier's tendency to swiftly appear whenever there's an opportunity to criticize him. Javier declares that he will be the one to facilitate Julian's love and proclaims himself as the Cupid of love from that moment onward. He reflects on realizing this when he meets the Queen, acknowledging that it's due to the skills and future information provided by the messenger that he has gained numerous enemies. He recalls the memory of Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, stating that he will have to keep working until even the power of his ground bones goes up in flames, as that's what is necessary for the people's lives to be at peace. He ponders that he will genuinely be exploited until he is dead at this rate. He needs to find a way out, and the two of them will be the key to achieving it. The scene shifts to Bai Bayong swimming and enjoying the water. On the other side, Sergeant Greg approaches Kuga and asks if he is Kuga. Kuga advises him not to pick a fight, expressing his desire to avoid quarrels. Sergeant Greg reaches into his shirt, retrieves a paper plane, tosses it at Kuga, and questions who says he will allow that to happen. The paper plane hits Kuga on the head. Sergeant Greg instructs Kuga to come to the location specified in the letter that evening, stating his dislike for vague conclusions. Mr. Kuga opens the letter and asserts that an orc warrior never backs down from a fight initiated by someone else. However, he acknowledges that he just did. Mr. Kuga admits to changing his mind. Meanwhile, Julian sits on a chair, contemplating as he continues to think about her hair more beautiful than silk, her eyes resembling pearls, and the hidden sadness in her heart masked by her strong demeanor. He ponders if this is what people refer to as love. Lloyd Frontra approaches him and whispers, calling it love. Julian questions what Lloyd has been doing since just now, remarking that it seems like Lloyd is reading his mind or something. Lloyd Frontra responds that he simply had a feeling that this might be the case for Julian and asks if he was mistaken. He displays peculiar expressions. Lloyd Frontra affectionately refers to Julian as his precious, sweet brother. Julian recoils, finding it distasteful, and asks what is going on. Lloyd Frontra explains that he plans to record his lullaby and give it to Lady Sarajar the following day, implying that she will likely return to her country upon receiving it. He exits the room, yelling that she will probably leave. On the other side, Sergeant Greg stands with some soldiers and declares that when Kuga appears, he wants all of him too. Just then, Kuga arrives with some orc warriors and addresses the human soldiers, questioning if this was not supposed to be a one-on-one confrontation and accusing them of cowardice. Sergeant Greg laughs and expresses his satisfaction at catching Kuga, suggesting that they settle the relationship between humans and orcs now. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra sees Lady Sarajar and waves toward her. She punches him in the face. He remarks that he has not said anything yet though. She apologizes, stating that it was a reflex. He lies on the floor with a broken face and expresses that Julian is brilliant, so he will probably receive his appointment soon. This might happen tomorrow, and then he will leave this place. On the other side, Julian sits and thinks that she's leaving. Sarajar also sits in her room and feels that she can't ever see him again. He moves toward her room and feels that he doesn't want that now. She also moves toward his room and thinks that she must tell him. She has to. Lloyd Frontra sits in his room and assumes that these things are happening. Meanwhile, Kuga stands in the garden and feels some rustling behind him. Julian stands outside her room and thinks that if he does not tell her his feelings, he will regret it. At the same time, Sarajar also stands outside his room and feels that if she does not tell him her feelings, she will regret it for the rest of her life. On the other side, Miss Emily approaches Kuga and asks what he is doing here, mentioning that she came because her brother asked her to. Sergeant Greg suggests they go, and his soldiers and orc warriors move to attack each other. The scene shifts to the Black Mage Targa's ancient castle, where Alicia Termina Magentano arrives with her army, raises her hand, and commands a full assault. The soldiers launch arrows toward the castle, and she employs magic to set it ablaze. The Black Mages counterattack with their own magic. A mage inquires about how they learned of this place. Another mage orders them to cease their attack and protect Sir Targa. They engage in battle with the soldiers. Suddenly, a giant monster appears. The soldiers are shocked and inquire about the nature of the beast. The mage leader orders them to invoke the punishment of the fire god. Flames engulf the surroundings, and the monster advances to attack the soldiers. Alicia Termina Magentano orders an immediate retreat, instructing everyone to evacuate the castle. The monster screams. She inquires about the well-being of the first attack squad. A person reports that they have 5 injured, and the mage squad has 1 wounded member. Another person directs all commanders to assemble and await Her Majesty's orders. Someone interjects, noting that the Queen is nowhere to be seen. Alicia approaches the monster with her sword and prepares to attack it with magical power. She strikes her sword against the floor, causing it to break, and the creature begins to fall. She utilizes poison magic and believes it is crafted through sorcery, yet she remains undeterred as her body has been trained to withstand poison over time. She proceeds to enter the castle and opens the door. Inside, she encounters a man dressed in red who becomes angry with her. She questions if he is Targa. He confirms with a blink of his eyes. She demands to know how he dares to plot a rebellion against their kingdom and declares her intention to execute him immediately. As she moves forward to attack him, she severs his neck from his body. He collapses and she believes it is over. However, she suddenly experiences pain in her eye, covers it with her hand, and wonders what just happened. Meanwhile, Julian and Sarajar are getting married, and Arcos Frontra becomes emotional upon witnessing this. Everyone appears happy for them. Lloyd Frontra makes strange faces. Javier notices him and asks if he can't simply go home, suggesting that he is spoiling a joyous occasion. Lloyd Frontra asks what he has done wrong, insisting that he is merely expressing his happiness. Javier responds that he does not understand, reminding him that this marriage was supposed to prevent the queen from using him like a slave. Lloyd Frontra counters, suggesting that he should think carefully. He is now someone who is essential in both countries. He asserts that while he is a citizen of Magentano, he is also family with Samar Khan. Javier inquires if Samar Khan does not hate him. Lloyd Frontra responds that he is not an idiot and suggests that Samar Khan probably realized that Lloyd was only pretending with the sandworm, indicating that Samar Khan still wants Lloyd Frontra to join him. Lloyd Frontra asserts that if the queen attempts to use him like a slave, he will discreetly align himself with Samar Khan. Javier acknowledges and understands his intentions and then urges him to go home. He questions if that is all Javier has to say after hearing his grand plans. He reflects that although he still cannot openly defy the Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, he will gain the power to leverage his relationship with Samar Khan as a valuable bargaining chip. After a while, Samar Khan receives Julian and Sarajard's marriage photo. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra expresses his happiness for his beloved brother and Sarajard. He envisions a place devoid of succession struggles and the constant pressure imposed by his father throughout his life. Miss Emily approaches and encourages them to throw the bouquet with all their strength. Sarajard throws the bouquet forcefully and it lands in Lord Solidas' hand. Julian and Sarajard depart, holding each other's hand. Lloyd Frontra watches them and reflects on how Sarajard died in the novel, while protecting Samar Khan from the rebels. He acknowledges that this feeling is immensely satisfying, even though it doesn't bring him any financial gain. Just then, a message box appears in front of him, notifying him that he has saved yet another person from another unfortunate death. He thinks he knows that too and wonders why it is stating the obvious. The message box notifies him that the number of fates he has saved is increasing, starting from 1 and quickly reaching 23,513,442. He wonders why the number is so significant and thought it would only be a few hundred people. The message box states that as a result of saving more than 20,000 people, he will be given additional DP dungeon points. If he consumes 50,000 DP, he will be able to gain a skill that exceeds the ending spoiler and gain the right to use World's Strongest. The notification states that World's Strongest allows him to use the world's top-tier power for 30 seconds. He thinks that it's way too short and wonders what he can do in 30 seconds. Moreover, he believes it's not the strongest in the world, just top tier. He contemplates that although he doubts it would happen, if he does need to fight with the strongest being in the world, he will surely lose. The message box notifies him that in order to use this skill, he must give up on all support provided by the messenger. This means all the skills, summons, and ending spoilers will no longer be available for usage. He thinks to himself that he should forget it. He won't ever need this. The message box asks what's wrong, questioning if he doesn't want to part with it. He thinks not at all, as without his skills, everything will go downhill. Just then, Mr. Karen Count Ventura comes up behind him and calls out to him. He commends him on the officiating. Count Ventura expresses gratitude, stating that thanks to him, Asfehan and Magentano had recently entered into a peace contract. Now they are no longer just allies but brother countries. He laughs and remarks that he didn't do much. He was merely the one who facilitated the negotiation, and his younger brother is the one who's getting married. Count Ventura bows down and asks for forgiveness for belittling him in his thoughts, acknowledging him as a true hero. He responds by saying that there's no need to apologize and that he can knock him as much as he wants. He admits to being super materialistic, really petty, and snobbish. He thinks not to make himself sound great. He doesn't want to be in the spotlight, nor does he care about being the hero. He just wants to be average. Count Ventura says it's useless for him to hide, as the queen has guessed what happened. He agrees but mentions it's just a guess. Count Ventura praises his humility. He requests him to listen to what he is saying. Count Ventura continues, stating that as he might have already expected, the reason the queen sent him there to officiate is also to summon him to the capital. He thinks to himself, there it is, time to act sick. He coughs and mentions that he has been coughing lately, feeling a bit sick and needing to recuperate in Asfehan. Count Ventura informs him that the queen wants to meet him. He reflects on how she only looks for him when she needs him, but feigns ignorance when he wants to meet her. He recalls her holding his face and saying that he is not that selfish and petty. After a while, Lloyd Frontra sadly sits in a cart with Javier, and after some time, they reach the palace. He goes and kneels down in front of Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. She remarks that she is incredibly relieved that he arrived promptly without any delays. She jests that had he ignored her summons, she might have been inclined to charge into his county due to a broken heart. She speculates that he would likely flee to Isfahan if that were the case, a thought that saddens her deeply. He interprets her words as a veiled warning not to overstep boundaries and to maintain a harmonious relationship without any issues. He expresses his utmost respect, assuring her that he would never dare to ignore her summons. He hopes that she will provide him with her instructions. He contemplates that she may be lenient with him at the moment, and if he navigates the situation carefully and negotiates skillfully, he may avoid being exploited for labor. The queen rises from her seat and announces that she has something to show him, instructing him to follow her. After a while, Lloyd Frontra is shocked to see a dragon and wonders what these dragon bones are for. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano explains that they discovered the bones while subjugating the black mages, indicating that the mages were attempting to use them for a ritual. Lloyd Frontra recalls reading in a novel that various magic tools can be crafted from dragon bones, causing him to feel intrigued. The queen proposes that by utilizing these bones, they can showcase the strength of the Magentano kingdom to the world. She suggests creating a vast garden behind the castle and placing a statue of Lloyd Frontra alongside the dragon bones at its center, symbolizing the kingdom's victory over a dragon. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the opportunity to leverage Kim Suho's social skills in this endeavor. He bows down and expresses gratitude for entrusting him with such a monumental task, conveying that he feels greatly honored. She inquires about his statement, to which he clarifies that he is thanking her. She asserts that he is not, but he insists that as a token of his gratitude, he will waive the construction charges this time. Surprised, she questions if he has any additional requests. He proposes that, as a reward for undertaking the task, he be granted immunity from labor work for 10 years. She seeks clarification, prompting him to realize he is walking a fine line. He backtracks slightly, suggesting that if she deems his initial request excessive, perhaps she could offer him a single dragon tailbone as a compromise. She hits him on the head and, after whacking him once, expresses generosity by taking the tailbone and suggesting a replacement. He kneels down and offers to endure 1,000 whacks or even be stepped on. She declines, instructing him to leave immediately, deeming him filthy. He thinks to himself that while he's been promised an incredible reward and spared from exploitation, he still harbors a desire to earn money without working for it. He wishes to obtain money effortlessly, through play or other means, regardless of the effort required. After a while, Viscount Nord enters Lloyd Frontra's room and asks if he is Lloyd. Lloyd confirms his identity. Viscount Nord introduces himself as an expert garden designer and expresses a desire to discuss work. He thinks to himself that he is just a young kid compared to him, an artisan who was born a commoner and spent over 30 years building up his skills and reputation. He believes that the quality of his work differs significantly from that of someone like Viscount Nord, who had it easy being born into nobility. Despite this, he acknowledges that they will be working together this time around. Lloyd Frontra asks what he means and states that he is just a kid who got lucky, lacking substantial knowledge or experience. He rests his head on the table and questions how he could dare to consider working alongside a respected Viscount like himself. He expresses a desire to learn from Viscount Nord and considers it an honor to realize his own shortcomings. Viscount Nord acknowledges Lloyd's sentiment, thinking that the kid knows his stuff. The scene shifts to the next day. Viscount Nord presents a blueprint and asks Lloyd Frontra how he finds it. Lloyd expresses amazement, asking if it's possible to execute all the details within a day. Viscount Nord confidently affirms it is feasible and mentions he has already completed it within a day. Lloyd points to a part of the blueprint, praising Viscount Nord as a genius, and inquires about the possibility of another section. Viscount Nord assures him it's achievable, stating he finished all aspects. Lloyd sarcastically agrees, commenting that Viscount Nord would only mess things up if he intervened. Viscount Nord suggests he'll commence the surveying and requests Lloyd to leave so as not to hinder his progress. Lloyd acknowledges the request, affirming he'll keep that in mind. He walks away, muttering about Viscount Nord's genius. Lloyd Frontra strolls over to a swing, reclines on it, and thinks to himself that it's a jackpot. One should always be vigilant for free opportunities. He reflects that it's due to hardworking and competent individuals like the Viscount that he can enjoy himself while still making money. Meanwhile, the dragon bones in the palace begin to glow, and the soul of Targa, within the dragon bone in a luminous form, declares that he hasn't given up on Alicia Magentano and vows to seek revenge by killing her. After a while, Viscount Nord stands alongside Lloyd Frontra and describes a serene vision, a tranquil state of nature. He explains that in this place there exists an unseen order and beauty. Viscount Nord questions why humans yearn for the power of gods, asserting that it's because only gods possess the ability to create and craft something out of nothingness. He asks if Lloyd Frontra doesn't believe that's the closest one can be to a god and expresses his own awe as he builds his beautiful garden, feeling akin to a deity. Lloyd Frontra thinks to himself that he truly admires this old man's passion for his work. He's genuinely a fantastic person. He thinks he has to make sure he takes even more from him. Viscount Nord says he is going to a meeting with the other people involved in this construction since Lloyd Frontra is unaware of so much, and he can just sit out on this meeting. Lloyd Frontra bows down and says he is so embarrassed of himself that he will work on himself endlessly, so that he can become someone who's worthy of a seat in that meeting. He sees him leaving from there and says there's no way he will just be sitting on his hands here. He gathers Pipodong, Bengal, Hamang, Jigoming, and Bai Beong and suggests they have a party. He jokes that a wild Bai Beong has appeared and tells Pipodong to use a thunderbolt. Pipodong playfully attacks Bai Beong, causing him to wince in pain. Meanwhile, Javier rushes over. He throws nuts at Bai Beong and claims him as his own. Pipodong accidentally hits Lloyd Frontra, who exclaims that Pipodong has rebelled against him. Despite this, he finds the situation incredibly amusing, reveling in the idea of earning money without working. Just then, Javier announces that the Queen has arrived, leaving Lloyd Frontra shocked. After a while, he sets up a table, places many papers on it, and starts pretending to work. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano arrives and sees him. He notices her, kneels down, and pays his respects to the rightful owner of the land. She remarks that even he finds his actions pretty fake if he doesn't. She questions whether he's been merely playing instead of working. Then she asks if he believes Viscount Nord is foolish and implies that climbing from being a commoner to a Viscount isn't achievable solely by performing well. He considers whether to inform him. The scene shifts to a flashback where Viscount Nord kneels down in front of Queen Alicia Termina Magentano and expresses that he has something to report to her. She instructs him to speak. He explains the dragon statue made of bones that was built before her statue in the middle of the garden and the boat that was constructed to appreciate its splendor. He mentions that he has given a lot of thought to how they should be created. However, due to the difference in water level between the start and end points, the speed is too fast, and he does not have any solutions for this at the moment. She inquires if he wants to abolish that idea. He responds negatively, stating that the young man known as Lloyd Frontra has proposed a solution. He suggests they create a step before the starting point and install a valve door at the end of that step. He explains that once the boat is in, they will close the rear valve door and lower the water level by removing water. Once the water level is the same, they will open the front valve door and allow the boat to depart. He adds that other than this problem, they were also able to resolve a great deal of other issues with his help. Every time a problem is resolved, he would simply refer to himself as an ignorant fool who was just speaking his thoughts out loud. He recalls Lloyd Frontra saying that as to whether it's actually feasible, only someone as wise and experienced as he will be able to decide on that. Viscount Nord acknowledges that he resolved the problems with his abundance of knowledge and talents, but passed the credit over to him. He mentions that he has given up on his desire to just play around while gaining profits and is putting in the effort to aid in the construction. He adds that he would say that he is indeed the role model of a competent person. The story returns to the present. Lloyd Frontra thinks about what kind of excuse he should give. She's not going to label him a traitor to the kingdom if she is. She raises his head and tells him to lower that ass of his before she kicks it. He gets up. She expresses her satisfaction with what he has done and tells him to keep up the good work before leaving. He is surprised to hear these comments. He tells Javier that he guesses she did not catch onto his fooling around. He says it seems he is clueless in situations like this. Javier asks what he means. Lloyd says it's nothing. Please enjoy playing around. Lloyd Frontra explains that as autumn passes by and winter covers everything with snow, the massive garden's construction continues without end, and he too does not rest at all. He says since he does not know when he'll be able to play like this again, spring comes and the garden is completed with its magnificent highlight. The scene shifts to a party where many people gather. A person remarks that she's the Queen of Magentano. She definitely has an extraordinary air around her that sets her apart from everyone else. The Magentano Kingdom is the strongest country in the world, and the country would like to build friendly relations. Lloyd Frontra eats meat. Noticing him, he thinks he knew it. The reason why she wanted to make such a grand garden was to show off that the Magentano Kingdom is filled with materials and money to the public, and he guesses the neighboring countries will be bowing their heads to her. He notices Javier and asks why he is not eating anything. Javier says there's something about this that he does not like. He asks if it is too lavish. Javier says no, not that. It's more like he is thinking that Master Lloyd is really unlucky. He gets angry, grabs his shirt, and asks why he is suddenly picking a fight out of nowhere, what it is, and what he does not like. Javier says that's not what he means and asks if he remembers Cremo and the suspension bridge. He asserts that every time there has been a banquet after he has done something, a massive incident has always occurred, and if something does happen again, then it is confirmed that he is really unlucky. Lloyd Frontra asks if he is talking, as if that is going to happen. Just then, the Dargon bone breaks and grabs everyone's attention. Viscount Nord is shocked to see it. Lloyd Frontra thinks there is no way. He has tried everything using his simulation skill, but it has never collapsed. Javier pushes him back and says to prepare to run away. He thinks Javier is bringing up the topic of running away first. He is not supposed to make that face full of fear. He wonders what the hell is happening with the bones. A black magic spell comes out from the Dargon bones and starts spreading all around. In the Dargon bones, Targa's soul awakens and controls it. He sees Queen Alicia Termina Magentano's statue and thinks that right before she cut off his head, he transferred his soul into these bones, and now he has completely descended. He screams and attacks the statue, destroying it. Everyone is shocked to see this. He assembles his black magic power, and everyone is ready to fight with swords. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano screams and says to get away unless he wants to die helplessly. She thinks this monster contains enough mana to cover the skies, and only sword masters and above can stop it. She moves forward to attack him with her sword, but he hits her with a claw, throws her away, and destroys things there. He observes his moves and wonders if it is because he is still not used to this body and can't move very quickly yet. He reflects that it does not matter, considering these humans are akin to ants to him at this point. She rises and concludes that brute strength won't defeat such a monster, prompting her to summon Lloyd Frontra. She determines to find an alternative solution. Lloyd Frontra swiftly departs from the scene, surprising her with his action. He considers the possibility that Javier might be Javier Asrehan and contacts Asrehan. Javier joins him, and they all run to save their lives. While running, Javier remarks that he won't receive payment for his work if they keep fleeing. Lloyd Frontra calls him a money-obsessed lunatic and questions if money is the only thing he can think about. He insists their priority is staying alive. All Javier talks about is money, which irritates him. Javier stops abruptly. Lloyd Frontra inquires why he halted. Javier explains that if they neglect such matters, their country will eventually suffer, emphasizing the need to protect their resources. Lloyd Frontra continues running, stating that the creature possesses more than 100 times his mana, advising Javier to give up and keep running. However, Javier asserts that his resolve won't falter, urging Lloyd Frontra to continue fleeing while he confronts the creature, even if it means sacrificing himself. Targa employs his magic to attack, hurling Queen Alicia Termina Magentano aside. He launches another magic ball at her, but she evades it. Just then, Javier arrives and attacks him from the side with sword master powers. He turns to face Javier and throws a black magic ball at him. He considers Javier an annoying fly. Although the attacks are not precise, Javier would die if hit once. Javier hits the magic ball with his sword and sends it back towards him. It strikes Targa's head, and he realizes he is getting used to this body, now having complete control over it. He prepares to launch another attack. Javier attempts to save Queen Alicia Termina Magentano by shielding her, but Targa throws fire toward them. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra holds Bai Bayong, offers him an almond, and sits on Gigoming. He informs Bai Beong that he has chosen him and thrown him. Bai Beong consumes the almond, increases in size, employs a megaton press, attacks Targa, and defeats her. Lloyd Frontra seizes Queen Alicia Termina Magentano's hand to rescue her. Targa observes Bai Beong and ponders its identity. They all mount Gigoming to flee and confront Targa. Lloyd Frontra directs Gigoming, proclaiming now is the time for a fecal bombardment. Gigoming hesitates, citing the presence of onlookers. Peapodong questions the potential implications for Bengal if such a statement were made and urges Gigoming to proceed. Gigoming initiates the fecal bombardment, which descends upon Targa. She inquires of Lloyd Frontra if he has devised a plan. He implores for forgiveness, asserting that this endeavor is all or nothing. He announces his intention to offer the object to someone even mightier than it and summons the Dragon King. He contemplates the Dragon King described in the novel, who is depicted as a knight of iron blood and a benevolent dragon that maintains order among dragons and harbors affection for humans. Targa advances to confront them. He reflects that a Dragon King akin to himself would not remain passive while the zombie lizard wreaks havoc. He recalls that Gapel is the area where he resides. He inquires of Queen Alicia Termina about the distance to Gapel. She queries about Gapel and remarks that reaching that location will require a day's travel even at their current pace and wonders why he asks. Suddenly, Gigoming positions itself between Targa's jaws but swiftly maneuvers to shield everyone. Lloyd Frontra observes the speed of this action, considering it remarkable for such a massive creature, and acknowledges the necessity of evading such a pursuit for an entire day. Javier inquires about the potential for resolution upon reaching Gapel. He asserts with certainty that they must indeed get there. Javier employs the Aura Blast to assault Targa's bones, but realizes it is futile. He redirects his attack towards Targa's wings, successfully incapacitating them. Targa descends. Lloyd Frontra commends Javier for his effective action, encouraging him to persist. Targa ponders how he dares to employ such petty tricks. Lloyd Frontra requests Alicia to lend him the sword. She questions who Alicia is. He responds that they don't have time. She should just hand it over. She attempts to say something, but he insists on the sword. Reluctantly, she agrees and passes her sword to him. He explains that they will strike at a trajectory where Targa cannot dodge simultaneously. He and Javier attack him, channeling the power of their swords. She is shocked to witness this. Their combined power strikes Targa's dragon bones, but fails to affect him. Lloyd Frontra demands to know what is happening and if Targa is growing stronger. Suddenly, something happens to Lloyd Frontra, causing him to fall unconscious. She grabs him and instructs Javier to assist in lifting his upper body. Together, they support him, and he regains consciousness, questioning their actions. Lloyd Frontra, frightened by the sight of the dragon bones, is struck on the back and urged to follow orders by shouting blast. He screams loudly, and the blast affects the dragon's bones. She acknowledges his success, remarking on the usefulness of his face. Targa reflects on Lloyd Frontra's past achievements, including curing Magentano's poisoning, repelling an army of mastodons, and defeating the Hell Knight. Lloyd Frontra reflects on how frightened he was, noting that his heart almost dropped even though he does not have one, and wonders how anyone on Earth could possess such a hideous face. Nonetheless, he considers this situation advantageous and plans to exact revenge on both of his enemies simultaneously. She repeatedly slaps Lloyd Frontra on the back to prompt him to blast. He responds that it didn't work. She expresses disbelief, suggesting covering its eyes with mana, and questions if it hates the sight of his face so much. Lloyd Frontra inquires why she keeps using his face. Javier requests covering her ears with mana and instructing Lloyd to use the screams of hell. Lloyd Frontra remarks that it's just his singing. Javier dismisses the comment, urging him to proceed. Lloyd Frontra screams. She complains that it's persisting despite covering her eyes and ears while chasing after them. Targa inquires how it's catching up. She concludes that the tactic is no longer effective. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges his mistake, realizing that his plan to use the Dragon King is a complete failure, and admits that they have no choice but to defeat it. He wonders if the creature even has a weakness, and if such a monstrous entity could have one. She suggests taking the tailbone and replacing it with something else. He realizes that it does have a weakness. Gigoming swiftly flies away from the area, leaving the dragon bones behind. Targa observes that he is growing stronger over time, having relinquished his humanity and transcended into a being that surpasses nature. Targa is on the verge of catching them. Lloyd Frontra commands Gigoming to use the spiderweb flares, and Gigoming deploys the spiderweb. He complains that all they do is cause him trouble. Suddenly, they disappear, and Targa begins to search for them, wondering where they went. Meanwhile, they all converge upon Targa, and Queen and Javier leap down to attack him with swords. Lloyd Frontra identifies the fourth tailbone from the pelvis. Javier attacks it with sword master powers, proclaiming the discovery of the fake tailbone made from granite. He reflects that even though the tailbone might be affected, it is likely strengthened by the dragon's power, but they have two sword masters on their side. She reminds Lloyd Frontra that he had previously informed her that the bone was made from the bones of an emperor whale. He apologizes, stating that rational skimping of materials and efforts is always correct. She attacks his tailbone and breaks it. Lloyd Frontra joyfully remarks that it's just like this moment. The scene shifts to Lloyd Frontra lying down on the bed to relax, with Javier standing nearby. He remarks that they were out for a really long time. Javier inquires when he is going to put on some clothes and comments that with his face and current attire, the unpleasantness seems to have increased tenfold. He retorts to stop insulting his face, mentioning that it's more infuriating when he does it. Javier smiles and apologizes, promising to be more careful. He questions why he looks so happy, reminding him that he told him to stop it. Javier sets his clothes aside and asks when he is going to address the Countess and Count as mother and father. He contemplates what an unexpected question. Javier explains that even though he desires to address them as his parents, he doesn't feel qualified to do so. He is capable of doing that, yet he addresses them by their titles. He wonders what he is supposed to do since they are not his real parents. Calling them that would be deceiving them. Javier apologizes, admitting he got emotional when mentioning the words mother and father and said something unnecessary. He bids Lloyd Frontra to have a good rest. Lloyd Frontra reflects on losing his own mother and father and asks if Javier remembers what his parents were like. Javier questions if he's asking because he's genuinely curious about them. He confirms, expressing genuine curiosity about Javier's parents. The scene shifts as they all fight with Targa's soul inside the dragon bones. Targa hits the ground and curses, feeling his balance falter. Pipodong jumps on his face, and Lloyd and Queen also arrive. Lloyd Frontra employs the maximum output blast, launching an attack with fire flames. Targa wonders where the idiot is aiming. Meanwhile, Javier is utilizing his powers in conjunction with Lloyd's. Lloyd uses the supercharged powers and attacks Targa. The system window notifies that his mana heart skill has leveled up, indicating that his ability to purify the poisonous mana of the undead has grown exponentially. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano also moves to attack him with her sword, striking him and breaking his bones. He screams in pain. Lloyd Frontra believes it's working, and they will emerge victorious. The system window notifies that a new skill option has appeared. Half human, half dragon, indicating that he has absorbed a significant amount of dragon mana and the qualities of a dragon have been added to his mana heart. It further notifies that the dragons he encounters will be interested in him. Javier, Lloyd Frontra, and Queen Alicia Termina Magentano collectively attack him. The scene shifts back to the present, and Lloyd Frontra asks if it is strange for him to ask questions like that. Javier responds affirmatively, stating that it is unusual because he does not seem to be the type to be interested in other people. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges this, admitting that he doesn't really know why he was curious either, and it's not like he is his friend. The scene shifts back to the fight where they cut the dragon's tailbone. Lloyd Frontra and Javier attack him, but he hits Javier, causing Lloyd Frontra to sit down and cover his head. He looks back and sees Javier spitting out blood. Targa moves to run and attacks, throwing Javier and Pipodong away, causing his tailbones to come back and stick to his body. He also attempts to attack Lloyd Frontra by placing a claw on him, prompting Lloyd Frontra to call for Javier's help. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano arrives, saving him, and encourages him to pull himself together and find a solution as he always has. She reminds him that the kingdom will fall without him and urges him to find a way to save Javier as he saved her. He reflects that he doesn't know how, as Javier's mana disappeared completely in an instant, and he lacks the ability to heal someone from that. Meanwhile, Javier finds himself submerged in water with his broken sword and realizes he needs to gather his mana. He will expand it and collide it into each other. His aura signals that this is the end for him. However, he believes he needs to save himself. On the other side, she holds Lloyd Frontra on his back and runs from there to rescue him, with Targa following them. He regrets not using his CP to see the ending spoiler and not gathering tons of RP to grow stronger. Nonetheless, he knows he needs to save Javier. He has to do it, and he will do it. He requests her to please let him jump off her back. She asks what. He jumps from her back, determined to save his friend. He plunges into the water, extends his hand toward Javier, and resolves to save his friend. He holds out his hand and instructs Javier to absorb his mana. Javier begins absorbing his mana. Outside the water, Targa attacks Alicia with a magic ball, but Piporung hits him in the face, distracting him. Meanwhile, underwater, Javier tries to pull himself and notices something off with Master Lloyd's mana. He wonders if this is even mana. It looks like mana, but it's otherworldly and completely different. It's as if it's outside the rules of this world. Gigoming attempts a shit bombardment on Targa, but it doesn't affect him, and he counterattacks. Javier continues absorbing Lloyd's mana and realizes he can't control it. Bengal moves to attack him and distract him, while Queen Alicia Termina Magentano moves to attack him with a sword. She identifies his weak spot and thinks it's the worst timing, but he attacks her and throws her away. On the other side, Javier apologizes, realizing that he has taken on the appearance of Master Lloyd, and his mana is something he cannot understand. He regrets not being able to remain by his side. Lloyd Frontra's face fills with water, and upon seeing it, Javier screams. The system window notifies him that Javier, after seeing that hellish face of his, has come to understand what's outside of causality. Queen Alicia is about to fall, but Gigoming arrives and saves her from falling. The system window notifies that Javier is controlling the mana of the upper world that he absorbed from him, and Javier's body has disregarded some parts of causality. Piporung, Bengal, Haming, and Gigoming are scared and angry at Targa. Targa attacks them with a magic ball. On the other side, the system window notifies Lloyd that every cell in Javier's body is now functioning as a mana heart. Javier explodes with mana powers, and wings pop out from his body as he emerges from the water while holding Lloyd Frontra. Everyone is shocked to see his angel wings. Lloyd spits out the water. Targa realizes he did not see him coming, but suddenly, he appears in front of him. Javier puts him down, takes his sword, and attacks the dragon bones, turning them into dust. Lloyd Frontra sees this and realizes that Javier did it. He has become the strongest human being mentioned in the Knight of Iron Blood, the Grandmaster. He approaches Javier and informs him that he will be in charge of all the cutting tasks from now on. He expresses gratitude for Javier's survival, and Javier reciprocates the sentiment. All his pets become emotional and hug him. The system window notifies him that the number of fates he has saved is 23,513,442, and the number starts increasing quickly. It informs him that the number of fates he has kept is now 31,145,782. It also notifies that the number of lives that it would have directly caused damage to is below that number. He ponders why he received that many more points than a bonus, considering that if the zombie lizard had lived, it would have killed more than 10 million people. The system notifies that among the people he saved, there is one who would create a sturdy business. The jobs created at that person's business would keep a family that would have starved to death. When the child of that family grows up into an adult, he will save someone who falls into the water, and that person is a doctor. It notifies that the doctor creates an incredible medicine, and the chain of effects from all of these has been taken into consideration and added to him as DP. A life that he saves does not affect that person alone. He thinks if 1 DP can be converted into 1,000 gold, he will become a very happy man. The message box says forget it. Just then, Javier calls him and informs him that he heard the bone dragon did not die, suggesting they need to do something about it. He observes that it's already starting to move and asks if he should cut it down further. Lloyd Frontra disagrees, stating no. The system window notifies that Undead Domination Level 2 has been achieved. He suggests letting it revive quickly. The system window indicates that the things he can dominate are zombie monsters and ghosts. He mentions he has many places where he can put it to good use. The system clarifies that the things he can dominate include zombie monsters, ghosts, and bone dragons. The dragon bones start to revive, and they observe it. It fully revives. The system window notifies that the parasitic soul within the bone dragon's bones has rejected the undead domination and asks if he would like to purge the parasitic soul. Lloyd Frontra responds, of course he does. The system window notifies that his mind has transferred into the dragon's skull to defeat the king of black mages, Targa, and obtain the bones. He reflects that he moved his soul into the bone dragon's body right before he got killed by the queen. He looks back and sees Targa kneeling there. The system window notifies about Targa's details and indicates low blood pressure, dyslexia, preference for marinated meat and salty food, single status, never dated before, and a habit of blocking one nostril when trying to get rid of boogers. He thinks it's too much information, and he is not curious about any of that at all. Targa reveals that he has possessed cursed mana from birth, and the people in his village would discriminate against his family and bully them. His mother called him a demon, stating that he ruined her life and was her life's greatest regret, but he still loved her. As Targa tries to continue, Lloyd Frontra interrupts and punches him in the face, saying so what? The system window notifies that he has succeeded in purifying the parasitic soul. He transfers back to the queen and Javier. The dragon bones scream. The system window informs that the bone dragon is now under undead domination. His baby soul comes near him and enters his body through his nose. The system window notifies him to please say hi to the bone dragon that has obtained a new ego, and the words he says to it will determine his relationship with it. He says he is its father. The dragon bones attack him with a magic ball. They all prepare to attack him back. Lloyd Frontra wonders if he will fail at gaslighting it. The dragon bones create a heart with magic, and her wings say, "Dad." Lloyd Frontra pats him and says he will give him a name. He states that he is not anything like a zombie, a cursed existence, and he is a proud being even among dragons. He decides to name him Yang Yang. Javier and Queen Alicia Termina Magentano think it's lame. The message box also notifies that it's lame. He thinks to himself, shut up. He can't help that he majored in natural sciences. The message box warns him not to dare belittle natural sciences majors. He thinks about his precious baby, realizing it will only take him 1 second to split a mountain now. His dear Yang Yang is a treasure, his greatest heavy machinery. She looks at Javier and thinks he has probably reached the level of the Grandmaster, which is a legendary existence that can even cut down gods. Yang Yang, what a lame name, she thinks. She contemplates a power that can destroy a whole nation on its own. Lloyd Frontra, a man who could destroy the entire world in just one morning, is now out of his hands. The scene shifts to Queen Alicia Termina Magentano standing in front of her people. She acknowledges that her rash actions caused significant worry and assumes sole responsibility for the consequences. She credits Lloyd for preventing casualties in a massive disaster, although he attempts to dissuade her from mentioning his name through gestures and pleas. She reflects on the irony of the most powerful individual in the world being someone with aspirations of wealth and rural living, as well as an irritating personality. Queen Alicia publicly attributes the successful outcome to Lloyd Frontra, prompting the gathered crowd to express their joy. In a playful gesture, she teases him by sticking out her tongue. After a while, Lloyd Frontra remarks nice. He mentions that the queen has promised to pay him 2 billion gold for restoration work, and he feels empowered as if he could face a dragon now. Javier sits nearby, holding his pillow, and asks if Lloyd has forgotten that they all nearly died. Lloyd responds that the keyword is almost, everyone survived, and that's what truly matters. He asserts that he can do much more than nearly pass the time now. He can live life like an emperor. Javier inquires if Lloyd considers himself akin to a god. Lloyd dismisses the idea, expressing doubt. If he were a god, he quips, he wouldn't have a face like his own. Lloyd Frontra grimaces and expresses his desire to leave. Javier inquires about the whereabouts of the real Lloyd Frontra, questioning if he is deceased. Lloyd responds that he doesn't know. Upon awakening, he finds himself inhabiting this body. Javier probes further, asking if Lloyd intentionally took over the body of the real Lloyd Frontra. Lloyd confirms, saying yes. Javier reclines on the sofa and requests Lloyd to sing a lullaby. Lloyd acknowledges the request and questions whether Javier believes everything he has said. Javier observes that Lloyd wears an annoyingly shameless expression when lying, but when telling the truth, he appears vulnerable somewhere. Just then, there is a knock at the door, followed by a voice announcing their entrance. Lloyd Frontra inquires about the visitor's identity and questions whether they entered without prior notice. Javier remarks that he senses no mana from him and concludes that they are not living beings. He introduces themselves as Dragon Antiques, or more precisely, a messenger of Antiques and the original soul of the bone dragon that Lloyd defeated. Lloyd Frontra asks the reason for their visit. He responds nonchalantly, stating that they aren't surprised. Lloyd Frontra questions whether there's a reason to be surprised. He clarifies, mentioning Lloyd's earlier acknowledgement of their dragon nature, but then dismisses the thought, suggesting they forget about it. He declares, invoking the name of a great dragon, that he commands Lloyd to immediately go to hell and rescue the true soul of Antiques. Lloyd Frontra reclines and states that he does not want to comply, bidding farewell. Emotionally, he urges him to wait, pleading with him not to act in such a manner, and asks if he cannot assist him, adding a please. Lloyd Frontra questions his persistence and reiterates that he will not undertake the task. He offers to grant Lloyd membership in the Dragon King's circle if he rescues the soul. Lloyd Frontra remarks on his shrewdness in business and requests to hear the benefits of such membership. The scene shifts 5 hours ago to where soldiers are working on the canal's restoration. They are trying to remove heavy trees from the canal and are urged to pick up the pace on the canal's restoration. It is said that they will send a separate group to deal with the destroyed parts of the forest. They all work diligently while Lloyd Frontra sits calmly and drinks coconut water. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano approaches him from behind and calls out to him. He admits he was caught and explains that he was just resting for a little while. She questions why he isn't keeping watch and remarks that a Grandmaster like him can't even detect someone coming nearby while drinking something. What a messed up situation. He quickly bows in front of her as she states he's a supervisor. It's not his job to move the logs himself. He agrees and says that's correct. He was just collecting his thoughts back there. She asks why he said he was caught. He attempts to say something while she instructs his soldier to leave them alone, and he agrees and walks away. She beckons him to come closer, stating she has something to tell him but needs to whisper. She attempts to use her blast powers, but she finds herself unable to do so and begins to tremble. She acknowledges the sensational feeling but quickly dismisses it, realizing that if she were to become his enemy, her kingdom would be destroyed. She can't simply slap his buttocks just because she's the queen. However, she realizes it looks so tempting for a spanking that she does it without realizing it. Lloyd Frontra addresses her as Her Highness, expressing his willingness to accept any punishment if he has done something wrong. Javier chimes in, stating he would gladly accept having his buttocks hit, knowing he was a pervert. He retorts that he's not a jerk, that was just an idiomatic expression, she shouldn't put words in his mouth. The message window notifies him that a natural science student is using an idiomatic expression. He reflects that natural science students know things like that too. She inquires where he sent the bone dragon and expresses concern about the potential commotion if someone were to see it. He reassures her that he has already considered that and orders her to hide in a faraway land where no humans visit. She remarks that it listens to him like a dog and points out that he has a Grandmaster and a bone dragon, asking if he's not aware that he has the strongest forces in the world within his county. He responds that he understands her concerns, addresses her as Her Highness, and states that power is necessary to maintain peace and stability. He states that he would be crazy to try and use them for himself, emphasizing that he's simply someone under her care and will forever be a citizen of hers. She expresses gratitude towards him, and he reciprocates by thanking her for her gracious words. Afterward, she returns to her palace and contemplates the concept of controlling a strong power, realizing that he is much stronger than he appears. She feels increasingly weak and collapses, prompting her soldiers to rush to her aid. She reflects on the poison she was exposed to in Targa's castle and realizes she is unable to detoxify it. After a while, Lloyd Frontra notices a notification indicating that the number of fates he has saved is DP 31,145,782, but suddenly the numbers start dropping. He wonders what's happening, why it's suddenly decreasing, as the number of fates reaches 18,124,392. He realizes that the lives he saved are dying, with more than 10 million people facing death. He reflects that the dragon is also a character that didn't appear in the novel at all, indicating that unexpected dangers will continue to arise. Queen Alicia lies on her bed, and her demonic eye asserts that Lloyd is a dangerous person who needs to be killed immediately, fearing he will come after her life. She disagrees, stating he isn't that kind of person. However, her demonic eye insists that he must be killed, and she must be the one to do it. She retrieves her sword and leaves the room. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra sits with Dragon Mister, who explains how his life ended and how the King of Hell captured his soul. Dragon Mr. continues, mentioning that because Lloyd has a heart similar to a dragon's, he was pondering. Lloyd interrupts, telling Dragon Mr. to stop, and says he's not curious about his situation at all. Dragon Mr. apologizes but insists on motivating him. Lloyd responds that he's not motivated by his situation, but by the terms Dragon Mr. will offer him, asking about the benefits he'll receive, while Javier looks at him annoyingly. Dragon Mr. suggests that if he obtains the Dragon King membership, he will have the opportunity to share in the riches of the Dragon King, which are close to being infinite. Intrigued, he responds, "Wow, that sounds good. What else?" Just then, Queen Alicia arrives at their door. Dragon Mr. urges him not to miss the chance to gain such a special privilege, explaining that with the membership, he will receive an extra life and be able to revive on the spot if he dies. Sensing someone's presence outside the door, Javier draws his sword while Lloyd remarks, "Nice, that's exactly what he needs right now." But how does he know that what he said is true? Dragon Mr. asserts that he's a dragon. He doesn't lie. Unconvinced, he decides to dismiss the idea and seek help elsewhere. However, Dragon Mr. interjects, asking what he needs to do for him to earn his trust. Javier quickly opens the door and steps outside, scanning his surroundings. He looks towards the figure and inquires about the issue. Javier responds that it's nothing. He thinks he is being too sensitive. He muses on how lame it is for a Grandmaster to hide somewhere and wonders what on earth she was thinking. He then asks if there's a possibility of receiving magic from Dragon Mr. that would guarantee his escape from hell, along with making a vow of the soul, stating that his soul will be erased for eternity if he fails to keep his promise. Dragon Mr. questions how he knows about the vow of the soul, mentioning that it's something only dragons are aware of. Javier retorts, questioning if that's what's important right now, and demands to know whether Dragon Mr. will agree to it or not. He warns that if Dragon Mr. takes too long to decide, he'll go to sleep. Dragon Mr. responds, saying to wait, and then agrees. He raises his hand and solemnly states the vow. He vows that if he fails to keep his promise, his soul shall be erased for eternity. He inquires if that's all, and Dragon Mr. apologizes, stating there aren't any special effects for this. He responds, mentioning that it's been bothering him since just now, questioning whether his hair and beard are actually tentacles, and why they are constantly moving despite there being no wind in the room. Dragon Mr. explains that it's because he's a dragon. He questions the connection between being a dragon and his moving hair and beard. Dragon Mr. then proceeds to draw a pattern on Lloyd's hand and explains that this is the escape magic. He instructs Lloyd to clasp his hands tightly together and shout, "Commandments of time and space, break the taboo and show him where he must go." If he does this, a gate will open for him to escape back into this world. Dragon Mr. adds that the incantation might not sound too powerful, but if he thinks of someone who knows him, a gate will open in the vicinity of that person. He becomes excited, closes his hand, and exclaims, "Great, okay then." He asks if they will head to hell to get him that extra life and suggests to Javier that he let go while Dragon Mr. opens a portal. Javier expresses concern, stating that it's hell, and suggests they should consider his opinion on this. He looks at him in confusion and tells him that he needs to go wherever he tells him to. He jumps into the portal and says, "Let's go." Javier thinks to himself that he doesn't believe he's being paid enough for this job and also jumps into the portal. At that moment, all of Hell's alarms begin to alert every demon, and Hellkaros also receives a warning notification. He thinks to himself that a human has dared to infiltrate Hell, and the demons already know what happened between that human and the Hell Knight, and they all have the same thought. Wow, the great singer of Hell is here to host a concert. A baby soul is scared and emerges from a hole, spotting some demons walking nearby. One of them remarks, "Well, and it looks like they have an escaped soul." They capture the baby soul and inquire how he dares attempt to defy their rule and flee. The demon threatens to chew him up and marinate him in sauce for a day to turn him into sweet and sour pork. Baby soul, frightened, hopes someone will save him. Lloyd Frontra arrives and tries to communicate with them, but they ignore him. He then shouts, demanding they answer his question. The baby soul looks at him, finding him terrifying. The demon comments that even if Lloyd Frontra is a great singer, he's merely a human, just as Lloyd Frontra hits him with his shovel, causing the demon to fall asleep. The other demon confronts him, questioning how he could suddenly strike his friend out of nowhere, noting his friend's crooked chin, and demands an apology. Javier asks him if he is worried about his friend right now, noting what a kind-hearted demon he seems to be. The demon retorts, asking what he even knows about him, instructing him to stop talking nonsense and asserting that he's truly cold-hearted and evil. Javier refuses, insisting that he is indeed a kind-hearted demon and speculating that his mother must have raised him with lots of love. Javier suggests that his mother might have told him something along the lines of becoming a good demon who cares for those around him. He imagines she must have hugged him daily, affirming that he is a lovely child who loves others. The demon begins to shiver and becomes emotional. Javier suggests that her words must have been like a blessing to him, endlessly boosting his self-confidence, and that he must have grown to be such a kind-hearted demon by learning from his good mother. He cries and refuses, while Javier again asks if this is what his mother said to him when he got angry, emphasizing that the feeling he has is also a part of him, so he should be sure to protect those emotions. He refuses and says his mom didn't do that, while Javier expresses hope that he'll be nice to his mother. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra looks at them, and the demon shouts to take them back right now, calling him mean. Lloyd tells Javier that he went a little overboard there, to which Javier replies, asking what he means. Lloyd remarks that Javier is super talented at tearing a demon apart, but even so, there are certain boundaries he shouldn't cross. The demon asks what just happened, and Javier attacks him as well with his shovel, throwing him away. The other demon approaches Javier, hugs him, and cries profusely. Lloyd Frontra again runs to attack him, while the demon cries and says his mom said she was glad he was born, and she said that he was her happiness. The demon says to ask him anything he wants, and he'll answer everything, then sits in front of him. Lloyd Frontra remarks that it's great. It looks like he's finally ready to answer. The demon responds that Lloyd never gave him a chance to answer though. Lloyd Frontra asks if he would have answered if he hadn't beaten him up, while the other demon continues to hug Javier. The demon replies to Lloyd, stating that no, he wouldn't have answered, and he finds this man acting in unexpected ways like it's nothing, which makes him respect him. He then asks the first question, revealing an object, and asks if it's a smartphone while showing him the phone. The demon responds saying no, it's the spirit phone. Lloyd Frontra asks why the phone is giving weird replies. The demon explains that the spirit phone doesn't have a search function, and he can't find any information on hell. Even if he does find something, 40% of it is lies while he looks at his spirit phone. He responds, stating that if 40% of it is real information, that's already way better than the human world. The demon asks, surprised, if he saw through his lie, to which he replies that demons are just full of lies. He then asks his second question, where's the castle of the King of Hell? The demon responds that he already told him the castle is in the west and questions why he is heading to the east. He retorts that it's because the demon lied, calling him a little liar, and asks if he's happy that he's swearing at him, remarking on his behavior. He then demands that the demon tell him everything he knows about the King of Hell and about hell itself, stating that he'll berate him with swear words when they reach the castle. The demon remarks that it sounds really tempting. Then, the demon asks, by the way, since he's a human, how is he fine within the high heat flames of hell? He responds that he'll be the one to ask questions and make comments that are a little hurtful. Suddenly, the message window notifies him that the title effect has been activated. The veteran is now wearing only panties in the western country and gains 100 resistance to dehydration in all high heat areas. He asks if that is the Hell Castle, while the demon refuses. He replies, alright, they're here, as they fly there on Gigotitan. He tells Javier, let's go, and says it is time to fight the King of Hell. Javier responds, sir, he's a great singer, while a demon arrives and mentions that he said he would berate him with swear words when they got there. He responds that he doesn't want that, so the demon should get lost. The demon remarks, well, that really made him start falling in love, while the other demon waves his hand to say goodbye to Javier. They both walk towards the Castle of Hell, where two guards see them and ask what's that. Not only did they walk into hell themselves, but they're also acting all confident, if are they nuts, as they look at them. They come to Lloyd, who looks at them and says that scared him, while he also scares them. They all run and sit, turning their faces toward the walls. He laughs and remarks that hell is such an easy place, while Javier also chimes in, advising them to be careful as they don't know what might appear. The guard captain of the King of Hell introduces himself as Heliximus, the guard captain of the King of Hell's office and the 2nd Brigade's general. Lloyd Frontra questions how dare he stand in the way of his mission, and Javier attacks him repeatedly. He comments, "Wow, what a series of careful beatings," and opens the door where Helcaros sits at his table, writing something. He thinks to himself that he knew it, that it wasn't a dream. He ponders what he briefly saw within the flames and is now certain. Lloyd Frontra enters and states that he, a human, pays his respects to the King of Hell, bowing in front of him. Helcaros asks why he has come now of all times, instructing him not to disturb him as he's busy. Lloyd responds that he wants to get off work, and Helcaros stops writing, asking why he's stating the obvious, questioning if he can help him achieve it. Lloyd Frontra considers some of the things he learned through the Spirit Phone, 670,000 years, and thinks that is the number of years that the King of Hell has worked without a single break. He reflects on how the previous King of Hell worked for 35 billion years without a break, fell into depression, and took his own life. He believes that the current King of Hell also knows that he'll end up following the same path as his predecessor. Helcaros asks how he will allow him to live a life where he can clock off on time. He responds that it's his business secret. Helcaros asks if he dares to negotiate with the King of Hell and says he knows he is crazy, but this is going a little overboard. He replies, "Please feel free to execute him now if he dislikes him," adding that then he can continue to work for the next 35 billion years. Meanwhile, he considers that there's no guarantee that Javier will be able to protect him here, especially against the King of Hell, a being that possesses an unfathomable amount of power. He believes there's one piece of information that he's counting on. The Spirit Phone had lots of content that were criticizing the King of Hell. He thinks the King of Hell would ignore the laws and make his own judgments as he pleased. He sees a message on the Spirit Phone that it's shocking news that the current King of Hell has broken the laws of Hell and executed a soul, leading to the decision to take down the King of Hell. However, he realizes there isn't any solid evidence that means the King of Hell is actually someone who strictly executes laws. He decides to bet that he's an above-the-board and honest employee. After a while, Helcaros calls him, asking what Kim Suho wants. He believes he has gained the upper hand in this negotiation, understanding that the one who's more desperate is the loser. He bows and says he wants the soul of Antiques, which he has detained there, to be freed. Helcaros asks if he's referring to this, showing him a baby dragon captured in a magical bowl. He explains that he only keeps it for his own entertainment, so it isn't of great value to him. He then asks, all right, now that he has shown him what he wants to see, isn't it time for him to give him an answer and inquire how he will help him knock off work? Lloyd Frontra responds that he will set up an expressway. He thinks that while the crazy workload is a problem, there's a bigger issue for the King of Hell. He believes that after being judged by the King of Hell, the souls are escorted to the gate of reincarnation. He also believes that the demons would then transport those souls in carts, but due to the messed up terrain of Hell, the routes keep changing. He thinks that the demons are too stupid to find a new route on their own, while he sees some demons who throw souls into the fire. He reflects that in the end, the King of Hell has to keep updating the new routes in real time, which is the core reason he's unable to knock off work. He believes that if they build an expressway to transport those souls, then the King of Hell's workload can be reduced exponentially. He thinks that just by handing over Antiques, he'll be able to knock off work and enjoy a sweet and relaxing time. Helcaros says he'll write up the contract and proceed with his idea. He thinks, nice, Dragon King membership, here he comes, and Helcaros says he has used up a full minute just to talk to him. Helcaros explains that if the reincarnation of microorganisms and bacteria is delayed, it could cause a great extinction of all living things. Helcaros mentions that he doesn't have the time to plan manpower and material supplies for him and states that demons who want to work are already transporting souls. He adds that he can do whatever he wants with the idiots that are left and send some documents to him. Meanwhile, he responds that he's an expert when it comes to delegating tasks, and he just needs one announcement from him on the Spirit Phone and it'll all be resolved. He grabs the documents, and they both teleport to another location. He exclaims, wow, the King of Hell's power is incredible. He marvels at how the king is able to teleport them with just the wave of a finger and remarks that it's the gate of reincarnation. It looks like a black hole as he gazes at the gate. He adds that it would be the end of him if he got too close to it. Javier asks if his name is Kim Suho, or whatever his name is, to tell him his plans. Lloyd Frontra thinks that Javier already knows that he's not Lloyd Frontra, and he can't tell what he's thinking. Javier says as he explained to the King of Hell just now that they'll be making a road with iron and asks if iron would be able to last above the lava. He responds that he'd only suggest it if it were possible, while he receives a message on his spirit phone about the concert of the great singer of Hell, Lloyd Frontra, which is located at the ends of Hell and is scheduled for 5 hours from now. A demon says, "Take a look at this. He's really holding a concert. It's so exciting." Another demon remarks that he can't believe he'll be hearing the rumored singing of Hell in person and suggests they go quickly. Yet another demon adds that his heart is racing quickly. He looks at them and thinks that if he dares to mess up his pitch or miss a beat, they'll drag him all the way down since he's supposed to be better than them. They request him to sing for them again and again, but he replies that he's not going to sing. They respond that they came all the way there just to hear him sing and ask why he isn't singing. He replies because he doesn't feel like it. One of the demons says he can feel his blood pressure rising and abuses him. Another demon threatens to kill him if he doesn't come down, and they ask him to keep his promise. He says, "Javier, it's his turn now." Javier asks if he thinks promises need to be kept. They assert that, of course, promises are meant to be kept. He agrees, saying they're right and should keep his promise, while Javier remarks that they all must have been taught some manners at home. They retract their words, telling him not to keep his promise and say to wait a minute, as they don't know what to do anymore. He laughs and calls them idiots, saying it's so easy to make fools out of them. The demon says he can't take this anymore and orders to bring him down. He starts dancing, laughs, and says come on up if he thinks he can. They complain that it's infuriating, driving them nuts, and plead for someone to do something about him, feeling frustrated. He thinks, gets angry, goes crazy, and lets every single vessel within his body be filled with hatred for him. He believes that when that happens, all of them will become his unpaid slaves. Gigotitan arrives, and Lloyd Frontra says if they hate what they see, then they should try catching him while all the demons get angry and threaten to kill him. Flames fire up more, and Lloyd Frontra sits on Gigotitan and flies away. He says come on, bring it on, while they ask if he thinks they can't cross that and tell him to wait right there. They run, and with the help of a pole, they try to come out. He throws a stone toward them, hitting that demon and throwing him into the fire, but he saves himself as he falls on a rock. That demon and all his other team members are scared. He looks at them and says what a shame and thinks that the demon is really going to kill him, while he lies down there calmly and sees the Archdemon's civic center. A demon announces there that everyone, they are demon, and how can they let him do this to them? They have to kill him. This means war, and he shouts, "Lava Centipede Squad, take charge." Many lava centipedes run towards him to attack, and the system notifies him that they're creatures of hell that possess lava-resistant scales, and they generally move in straight lines, so they're used for charging. The demon sits on a centipede and instructs the others to follow him. He gives instructions to them, and they notice his chair is empty now, asking where he has gone. The lava centipedes start smelling something and run so fast, while the demons ask what's wrong, what's happening to them. They see the centipedes and notice that they seem to be smelling something. They ask them to stop moving while they run towards a cave. The demons quickly descend, and they enter the cave where Gigotitan takes a bath. Lloyd Frontra and Javier sit near him, with Javier sharpening his sword. Lloyd Frontra looks at the lava centipedes and says they caught on the scent of chicken broth. He throws some blocks toward them, and the demon seems at these while he counts numbers. Javier attacks that demon and kills him, and all the other lava centipedes also try to enter the cave. The demons order them to go back and retreat, asking what's this and what's happening inside, and they say Javier and Lloyd Frontra are murderers and cry for help. Lloyd Frontra arranges the blocks in a line and says now 32,435 free materials obtained. He thinks the operation to bait the centipedes with chicken broth is a success, and they all bow in front of him. He says he has also obtained a workforce and laughs. He says let's dig some ground, his free laborers. Helcaros looks at his screen and thinks that the guy gathered information about him and the creatures of hell, and he knew all of that in advance before he came up with the railroad idea. He was only thinking of capturing him to use him as an advisor. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra is contemplating whether he can delegate his job to someone else while he observes all the demons digging there. He thinks, of course, there's no way the demons would perform their work obediently. They would likely attempt to escape the public CCTV and incite a riot. Meanwhile, Javier captures a demon by its horn and drags it along with him, causing fear among the others who witness it. They all shout, demanding their freedom and rights. Javier asserts that it's the right thing to do, resorting to abusive language, which prompts the others to cover their mouths in shock. However, he also realizes that there are limits to the effectiveness of such violent methods. All the demons continue to work, carrying bags to another location. One of them struggles with a heavy bag and falls down, prompting another demon to inquire if he is all right. Lloyd Frontra arrives and extends a hand to the fallen demon, saying, "Here, take his hand." The demon accepts the gesture, but Lloyd crushes his hand, causing the demon to scream in pain. He approaches him, telling him to get up quickly and work, advising him not to act weak, noting that he can clearly see all his muscles. He mentions that he only helped that guy for 5 seconds before slacking off. Grasping his horns, he insists that he wants him to carry 5 times what he's currently carrying. The demons begin to cry and hug each other, declaring him a villain, trash, and the most terrible person in the world. They believe this is why they can't help but fall in love with him, seeing him as the role model for all demons from whom they need to learn. As he walks away, he believes he has successfully won over the demons' hearts. Later, he instructs them to repeat after him, emphasizing safety, while a baby demon hides, contemplating the voice he hears from somewhere. He remarks that there's no safety for demons like them and continues on his way. He adds that of course there won't be any breaks either, stating they can rest after they're dead. The baby demon becomes angry and questions why that bastard is here. The scene shifts to a few years ago in Frontra territory. There, he contemplates one day randomly losing his body. His body feels cold, and his soul looks at his body, wondering who that bastard is. He shouts at the figure, demanding his body back and hurling insults. He attempts to attack his body, but a shield appears to stop him. Confused, he asks how this happened and questions the identity of the figure, whether they are a wizard or a demon. His body responds, irritating him with its tone, stating that he already knows this message. He wonders if the figure is just some crazy bastard and notices a Grim Reaper, which frightens him. Javier also arrives at the scene. The Grim Reaper inquires about the situation, addressing him as chief and explaining that he is out on a business trip due to a report from the soul sensor. However, he notes that the soul's color is strange red. The Grim Reaper further states that the soul is not registered as scheduled for death, which is unusual. He attempts to intervene, urging everyone to calm down for the time being. The Grim Reaper remarks that the case is currently peculiar. He doesn't know if it's an error on their end or if there's something else going on, so they need to look into it. He ponders what the hell. This person's visual and tone of voice don't fit at all. The Grim Reaper then returns, requesting them to wait there for a moment while they sort things out. He reflects on how he spent his time, neither alive nor dead, around the bastard who stole his body for a few years. He observes his body shivering as he walks with Javier. Entering inside, he sees the imposter working and realizes that the imposter is different from him. He reflects on how he blamed his poor parents and territory, resting his head on the bar table. He acknowledges that he chose a path that worsened every day, but he never rested, continuously moving forward. Eventually, he managed to pay off the family's debt, and the gazes of his mother and father when they looked at him had completely changed. He observes the imposter using bizarre magic and summoning, noting how they manipulate Pipodong. He wonders if he has a skill like that. The Grim Reaper returns and questions if they think the imposter would still drink alcohol every day if they didn't possess such superpowers. He further wonders if they would work as hard as he does with that ability. Apologizing for eavesdropping, the Grim Reaper finds the situation strange and chuckles, mentioning that there's no precedent for his case. However, since he's a soul, it doesn't seem like he should remain in this world. He suggests meeting with the King of Hell for consultation. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the imposter who stole his body, finding the experience painful. He believes the imposter helped him realize everything he should be ashamed of. He recalls the King of Hell stating that there was no relevant legislation and taking no specific measures. He realizes he couldn't reincarnate or vanish from a life where he had to navigate hell while evading the eyes of evil demons. The scene shifts back to the present, where a baby soul is seated behind the rocks, observing Lloyd. It contemplates that he shouldn't be there while he rides Jemung and flies away. Lloyd Frontra surveys his surroundings, noting the messy topography. He considers going around, realizing he needs flat land like this. He calculates the distance, 110 kilometers, finding it a bit long but necessary, knowing there are those who aren't eating or resting. He estimates there are 30,000 demons unable to eat or rest, and he can end their suffering soon. He decides to check for any dangerous ground. Suddenly, Baby Soul arrives and kicks him away. Lloyd Frontra, startled, demands to know who the intruder is, but he is interrupted as the Baby Soul strikes him again, causing him to cough. He is abused, and Hamming arrives, creating a barrier around the baby's soul, who demands to be let go. Bangul joins them, and Hamming throws Baby Soul toward Bangul. Lloyd Frontra, puzzled, inquires about the newcomer while Bangul brings Baby Soul before him, privately thinking he's rather unsightly. As Lloyd sits nearby, he requests a moment and, upon closer inspection, recognizes him, questioning if he is Lloyd Frontra. Baby Soul confirms he is indeed Lloyd Frontra, the one whose body he stole, realizing he was in hell. Lloyd Frontra asks how he ended up in hell so quickly after stealing his body, expressing surprise that he didn't take responsibility. This triggers an emotional response from the Baby Soul, who mentions his mother and father finally accepting him and laments their sadness, urging him to return. Lloyd Frontra attempts to calm him down and offer an explanation. The Baby Soul, enraged, rejects the notion of calming down, hurling abuse, and receiving a punch from Hamming. He remarks that now he's finally prepared to listen and suggests resolving everything through conversation. The Baby Soul, still under attack, questions the concept of conversation, accusing him of being a gangster, a body thief, and a beastly figure. Bangul captures him, and Hamming continues to beat him. He explains that he didn't arrive there by dying, but rather made a contract with the King of Hell to undertake construction work. He emphasizes that he didn't intend to take over his body. It was a surprise to find himself in it upon awakening. The Baby Soul challenges his identity, asking who he really is. He responds that he is a shy young man named Kim So-hoo who studied civil engineering in South Korea. He asks if Baby Soul believes him, stating he can't provide any further information. Regardless, he asserts that his presence has brought about positive changes in his territory. Javier interjects, reminding him of his earlier plea to take responsibility and questioning why he should, considering the improvements since he entered his body. He expresses gratitude but admits he can't express it himself. As he ponders, he senses Kim So-hoo's presence and realizes he's communicating with the true young master, Lloyd. The Baby Soul laments that if it weren't for him, he could have lived a good life, now reduced to a wandering spirit. He insists that he must take responsibility for this situation. In response, he agrees to address the issue, suggesting they go their separate ways since he gains nothing from helping him. He bids farewell and begins to walk away. Baby Soul pleads for him to wait, questioning if he has no conscience, but Hamming and Bangul continue to beat him and throw him aside. Recognizing the Baby Soul as the true offspring of the aforementioned two, he returns and seizes him, asking what he needs to do to stop his incessant complaining. He retorts that it's for him to ponder. The Baby Soul queries why he was treated that way, and he explains it was because he called him an imposter. Baby Soul argues that it was the truth. He counters that in Korea, one gets punished for speaking the truth and advises him to remain silent until the construction is completed, promising to assist him afterward. Meanwhile, Baby Soul demands to know who gave permission to imprison him, but he silences him and tucks him into his pocket, instructing him to remain quiet. He contemplates the ambitious construction project spanning 110 kilometers, eager to complete it swiftly to quiet the Baby Soul's protests. He plans out the stages, first completing the roadbed, then using pyroclastic rocks for Stage 2, followed by laying out rail ties made from centipede legs for Stage 3. Stage 4 involves laying the rails crafted from centipede shells processed by Javier, and Stage 5 is compressing the rails, calling Pipodong to start jumping on them. He acknowledges that while this construction method may not be the most advanced, it will result in a shaky and dusty surface, possibly inducing nausea when riding on it, though he dismisses this concern. He informs Javier that he will conduct an inspection round to ensure proper supervision. Javier acknowledges his instructions. He ponders the nature of this imposter, acknowledging their history of productivity, but noting that they've been tirelessly working for over a month without rest. He wonders when they will take time to relax and enjoy themselves, questioning if this is their usual lifestyle. Recalling Grim Reaper's words about the imposter's superpowers, he wonders if they had such abilities, would they still choose to work so diligently, or would they indulge in alcohol and leisure activities instead? He concludes that the imposter is cheap, petty, and likely to flee at the first sign of trouble. Irritated by the incessant noise, he realizes he hasn't slept for 20,000 years and wonders who is causing the disturbance. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he triggers a volcanic eruption, causing Dunkleoz to emerge and demand that the noise cease so he can sleep. He becomes scared and wonders why something always appears when working on construction. Dunkleoz expresses frustration, stating he tried to tolerate it, but this is too much, questioning if that's what's causing all the commotion. The demons scatter and warn others, shouting that it's Dunkleoz and advising them to run away. He questions why Dunkleoz is awake already when it's supposed to be asleep for another 10,000 years. They observe Lloyd and comment on how quickly the human is running, criticizing him as selfish and hurling abuse. Dunkleoz inquires if Lloyd is the source of the disturbance, suggesting it might quiet down if he stomps on him. However, Lloyd swiftly evades the attack. Dunkleoz continues to abuse him, remarking that in life, things can get noisy, questioning why Lloyd would cause trouble when he could simply endure it. Offended, Dunkleoz demands to know if Lloyd is accusing him of being in the wrong. The demons become excited and praise him, stating that no human should be able to be so shameless, but he was able to do it. Dunkleoz declares, "All right then, let's see which one of them dies today," and rushes to attack him while he calls for Javier. Javier arrives within a second, but he remains still there. He then orders Javier to cut him up, prompting Javier to reply honestly, stating he thinks it would be right for them to apologize this time round, because they are the ones causing the inconvenience after all. He asks what is meant by inconvenience and shouts that he is the one being inconvenienced here, claiming he is the only one being considerate too. Dunkleoz attacks him while he taps his feet on the floor in anger, breaking a rock where demons are standing, causing them to fall into the lava and cry for help. He also almost falls into the lava, but Javier grabs him, and they both fly on Jijemong, though he falls down on a mountain. Javier flies towards him and attacks him again and again, causing him to divide into many parts. While Javier looks at him, he gathers again and returns to his real state, asking if Javier just hit him. He looks at Javier and realizes that Javier's attack didn't work on him. Dunkleoz inhales deeply before unleashing a torrent of fire at Lloyd, who responds by instructing Javier to cease his actions. Javier approaches quickly, looking at Lloyd with a smile. Lloyd warns him not to get carried away in his attempts at humor as Javier attempts to block the fire attack. With his shiny wings, Javier soars through the air, launching a continuous assault that causes Dunkleoz to swirl like liquid before reappearing. Dunkleoz claims to be invincible and questions why he is being attacked, having been on Lloyd's side merely a minute ago. Javier explains that he is serving as Lloyd's guard. Furthermore, if Dunkleoz continues on a rampage, the demons could be harmed. Dunkleoz insists that he will not harm the demons and demands that Javier back off, labeling him as a man of principle. He questions who the real victim and villain are in this situation, accusing Javier of being an unscrupulous meanie, deceiving him while simultaneously claiming to protect him. Javier contemplates this for a moment before Lloyd queries why he is actually listening to Dunkleoz. A baby soul tucked in Lloyd's pocket urges him to run, calling him a fool for thinking he can defeat Dunkleoz and insisting he needs to stay alive to help. Lloyd pushes the baby soul back into his pocket, retorting that running is only what he does after exhausting all other options. The baby soul reflects on whether Lloyd had actually been the first to flee earlier. Lloyd then tells him to watch closely, calling him a little lush, and claims that what he's about to see is the product of relentless hard work. The baby soul, unimpressed, thinks that Lloyd's attempts to act cool won't change his opinion. Lloyd steps forward to face Dunkleoz. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain, Draggy appears, shivering from the cold. He wonders when his father will call for him, recalling Lloyd's instructions to wait where no one would see him at the northwesternmost point of the world. Draggy, feeling bored and missing his father, waits patiently. As Dunkleoz prepares to strike Lloyd, Javier intervenes, blocking the attack with his sword. Lloyd raises his hand, displaying a symbol of a figure, and commands, "Break the laws of time and space and guide him where he needs to go." On the other side, Draggy notices a similar symbol and eagerly demands it to show him his father. As he begins to teleport, he remarks with amusement that the special effects are terrible. He becomes excited, exclaiming that he can smell his father nearby. Dunkleoz also spots the portal, questioning its appearance and remarking on the intense cold. His body begins to crack from the chill, prompting him to curse and decide to retreat, muttering that he will let it go this time. He starts fleeing, vowing that Lloyd should just wait. Lloyd, however, laughs and apologizes, declaring that he doesn't do rematches, then calls Draggy to come through the portal. Draggy emerges, excitedly calling out to Lloyd as his father. Lloyd asks if Draggy has been cold and gestures toward Dunkleo's, suggesting that his toasty hand warmer is making a run for it. Draggy leaps onto Dunkleo's, enveloping him entirely, exclaiming that it's a hug, warm and cozy, while simultaneously freezing him. Pleased, he marvels at how cool it is. Watching this, Lloyd instructs Draggy to step back, then shatters Dunkleo's frozen body with his shovel. The demons observe this and realize that Dunkleo's, the mightiest being in hell, has fallen. He has truly been defeated by Lloyd. Lloyd tells the baby soul in his pocket to watch closely, saying that this is the result of unwavering hard work. Peeking out, the baby soul reflects on his own life and wonders what he has to show for it. Reluctantly, he admits to himself that Lloyd is indeed an extraordinary individual. Dunkleo's rises once again, declaring himself the immortal Dunkleo's with a roar. This time, however, he has shrunk to a tiny creature. He warns Lloyd to just wait. Given 1,000,000 years, he will grow enormous and crush him. Lloyd laughs, pointing out that by then, he will already be long dead, and asks what Dunkleo's plans to do about that. Enraged, Dunkleo's hurls insults at Lloyd, who only laughs harder. Lloyd then taunts him further, inviting him to fight if he is truly angry, calling him Peanut as he sits down beside him. Terrified, Dunkleo's scurries away. The baby soul in Lloyd's pocket watches him leave and reconsiders, thinking that perhaps Lloyd isn't so impressive after all. He's just human garbage. Lloyd remains seated when a system notification informs him that he has received a new title, Can't Feel His Hands or Toes. Another notification reports that all areas of hell are now below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, with the title's active period lasting 120 years. The title grants 6 CP, bringing his total CP to 1142. The system assures him that he will no longer suffer from hypothermia in the freezing cold. As Lloyd reads through all the system windows, he muses that having this power can't hurt. He supposes he no longer needs to worry about feeling hot or cold. When he turns, he finds all the demons kneeling before him. Curious, he asks what they want. One of the demons responds that he is the biggest human scumbag in the entire world, which they admire immensely, and this has led them to serve him. The demon goes on to say that, beyond mere admiration, they now respect him as Hell's greatest singer and the one who defeated the mighty Dunkleo's. They pledge to obey his every command. Lloyd stands, gripping his shovel, ready for whatever comes next. Lloyd smiles, remarking that they're all unbelievably pathetic for eagerly volunteering to be his slaves. The demon, however, feel a rush of excitement, marveling at how refreshing it is to hear such disdain from someone they respect. Just as Lloyd prepares to leave, one of the demons calls out to him, addressing him as Master Singer and mentioning a problem. Lloyd sighs in irritation, asking what it is this time. The demon gestures toward Draggy's portal, explaining that the frigid air blowing from it is causing discomfort for all living creatures in hell and could even harm the local ecosystem. He suggests that the portal should probably be closed. Lloyd, baffled, asks if that's indeed the portal, wondering aloud what cold air the demon is referring to as he shakes his head. He questions what wind is and where it's supposedly coming from. The demon insists that he's talking about the freezing cold wind that everyone saw him unleash, pointing out that Lloyd's own clothes are currently fluttering in the breeze as they speak. Lloyd turns dismissively, saying he knows nothing about that and orders the demons to get moving, calling them useless slaves as he walks away. One of the demons thinks that Lloyd has completely brushed them off. It's his fault, yet he's pretending nothing happened, with no intention of closing the portal. Despite this, the demon marvels at how they can't help but love such an audacious human. When Lloyd finally closes the portal, they all feel a wave of relief and joy. With the demon's unwavering loyalty secured, Lloyd contemplates beginning the final phase of construction, glancing at his hand. The baby soul in his pocket looks up at him, wondering if he plans to dive right back into construction without sparing a thought for helping him. Reaching a lava flow, Lloyd remarks that if they can cross through here, they'll cut construction time by 2 days. Suddenly, Draggy appears, surprising Lloyd, who quickly instructs him to handle the lava. Draggy uses his cold attack to solidify the lava, Leaving Bangol, Baibong, Henning, and Peepotong in stunned silence, Lloyd directs Draggy to lay down the roadbed and fetch some rocks, which Draggy promptly does. Then Lloyd tells him to bore through a nearby mountain. Once Draggy completes the task, Lloyd praises him, patting him affectionately. The others watch this display with irritation as Peepotong spits something out in annoyance. Meanwhile, Draggy, exhausted, sits at the edge of a mountain to take a break. Peepotong calls out to him, mocking his smugness over doing a bit of work and reminding him that experience is what truly matters here as they all close in around Draggy, who lies down beside them. The group jumps onto Draggy, who nods happily as they all slide across his icy back, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Draggy flies high, carrying them as they cheer, and they excitedly declare that Draggy is now officially part of Peepotong's crew. Together, they soar through various parts of hell, laughing and having a grand time. Watching this, Lloyd remarks that Draggy seems to be quite sociable. The baby soul pops out of Lloyd's pocket, accusing him of pulling a fast one. Lloyd, puzzled, asks what he means. The baby soul shouts in frustration, reminding Lloyd that he promised to help him but has done nothing except focus on his construction project, insinuating that Lloyd might be planning to abandon him. Lloyd sits down nearby, casually asking what the creature would do if he were planning to leave. The baby soul yelps, his eyes stinging from Lloyd's proximity, and demands that he move his face away. Lloyd smirks, saying this is his mug, the very face that causes the ladies to line up, though mostly to run out the door as quickly as they can. The baby soul retorts that they say a person's face reflects their soul, and if that's true, then Lloyd's face must be truly terrifying. They both lean in, staring into each other's eyes, only to pull back in mutual disgust, each muttering that they can't stand the other. Lloyd sighs, saying that as the baby soul can surely see, he's incredibly busy right now. Besides, he doesn't even know how to help him, so he's not sure why the baby soul is suddenly pressing him about it. The baby soul yells, reminding him that it's Lloyd's responsibility to figure it out. He accuses Lloyd of ruining his life, his family, and even his estate, taking everything from him. Lloyd winces at the creature's loud voice, growing more irritated. Calmly, Lloyd responds that he doesn't actually owe him anything and adds that, if not for him, the baby soul would have succumbed to alcohol poisoning long ago. He continues, saying that the creature's father, mother, and brother, Julian, were all fated to die, and that he saved them all. He points out that instead of complaining, he should be hearing gratitude. The baby soul retorts that it's nonsense, questioning who in their right mind would believe that. Just then, the King of Hell arrives and states firmly that everything Lloyd says is true. He continues, addressing Lloyd directly, proclaiming that he has never been the source of anyone's happiness and was fated to be a worthless, pathetic soul. Lloyd studies him, wondering just how much the king truly knows. He then bowed before the King of Hell, asking if he could inquire about how he came to exist in this world. He wonders if the king happens to have any insight on the matter. The king ponders for a moment before asking if Lloyd truly has no clue. He notes that the messenger from the higher world has certainly taken Lloyd's side and questions whether they failed to inform him of anything. Intrigued, Lloyd considers whether the king knows the messenger personally. Lloyd reflects on the higher world, recalling when he had given Javier his mana. The messenger had mentioned it in connection to the higher world. The King of Hell interrupts him, stating that he did not come to discuss that topic. He notes that once the railroad is completed, Lloyd will likely have plenty of free time as he observes the demons working diligently on the project. The king acknowledges that thanks to this effort, he can also spare some time and has been watching the construction closely. He comments that track maintenance does not appear particularly challenging. However, he expresses concern about the train cars, mentioning that it will take some time to dismantle one and study it. He admits to feeling tired from work and suggests that if he could devise some sort of manual for their maintenance, it would be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Lloyd suddenly has an idea and smirks. He bows before the king and assures him that he will indeed prepare a service manual for everything. The King of Hell regards him with interest, asking what Lloyd desires in return. Lloyd responds that he wants access to the reincarnation portal, but only if it comes with transfer rights. The baby soul stares at Lloyd in surprise as the King of Hell assures him that there are no restrictions on the portal rights. Lloyd is free to give them away as he pleases, even to that red smurf. Hearing this, the baby soul becomes emotional, clutching Lloyd's leg. Lloyd looks down and asks if he's finally happy, calling him a bothersome kid. Meanwhile, demons are struggling to push a rail, exhausted from the heavy work. One of them groans, complaining about how difficult the task is. Lloyd approaches him, remarking that he looks a bit pale and asking why he isn't taking a break. The demon, surprised, asks if he may actually take a break, to which Lloyd replies with a smirk, of course, calling him a worthless cog before promptly kicking him out of the rail. The other demons watch in shock as Lloyd says that if anyone else is feeling tired, they should raise their hand. He will gladly make things easier for them. In response, the demons silently start paddling even faster. The injured demon, lying on the ground, mutters that although Lloyd treated him like trash, he somehow made his heart flutter, realizing that with Lloyd, everyone benefits in the end. The baby soul, reading over a paper, calls Lloyd a fraud and asks if he's truly giving this to him. Lloyd responds that it's already in his hands, so why question it? As the baby soul continues reading, he thanks Lloyd, who waves it off, saying not to be so dramatic. He adds that he's just getting rid of an ugly little nuisance, claiming he doesn't want to see that grotesque face in his dreams. With a smirk, Lloyd playfully punches him, and the baby soul laughs, asking if his mother and father are well. Lloyd replies that his mother is busy studying cooking and learning how to manage a business, while his father has taken up sculpting again. The baby soul then asks about Julian, and Lloyd explains that Julian married the youngest princess of Isfahan and now lives with her in the capital. He adds, noticing the creature's surprised expression, that there's more. His father is no longer an earl but a count. The baby soul, astonished, asks if Lloyd was behind all of this. Lloyd shrugs, saying it was never really his intention, it just happened that way. The baby soul, emotional, says he remembers Javier. When his father first brought Javier home, he couldn't believe someone like him could actually exist. He describes Javier as upright, honest, and charming, everything he himself could never be, which is why he ended up bullying him. He then asks Lloyd to pass on a message to tell Javier he's sorry for breaking his training sword and that he actually wanted to be friends. He adds that he's also sorry to his mother and father. As they speak, a portal door appears nearby. They both leap down from the train, and the baby soul wistfully says that if he's lucky enough to be reborn as a human someday, at which point, Lloyd interrupts by kicking him away. The baby soul shouts, asking why Lloyd kicked him and hurling a few insults his way. Lloyd replies that he's had enough of the creature's pathetic whining and tells him to get lost. The baby soul, recovering, snaps back that Lloyd should just wait until he's reborn. He's going to live his best life. He vows to work 1,000,000 times harder than Lloyd ever has, to become someone so remarkable that the entire world will be grateful he was born. His voice choked with emotion. Lloyd looks at baby soul, smiles, and says go ahead, give it a try, it's pretty tough. The creature gives a final look before disappearing into the portal. Watching him go, Lloyd murmurs to himself that the mission is complete. Now it's time to collect his payment after all that construction. Moments later, Draghi arrives, squeaking happily. Soon after, Lloyd and Javier make their way to the King of Hell's chamber, where the king snaps his fingers to create a magical circle. As promised, he declares that Anticus's soul has been freed. Lloyd considers that his task here is finished, yet he wonders about his membership in the Dragon King's Club. The King of Hell explains that time flows differently here compared to the human world. Only about 5 hours have passed there. He assures Lloyd that the skeleton dragon will return on its own through the portal to the northernmost point, so he will transport both Lloyd and his knight back himself. The king adds that his generosity ends here and says he looks forward to their next encounter. With a snap, the King of Hell initiates their teleportation, but as Lloyd tries to protest, saying he has no desire to see him again, they both vanish to another location. Lloyd questions why the King of Hell would say something so ominous. He has no intention of returning to Hell. Javier asks why, observing that Lloyd seemed more at ease down there. Lloyd scoffs, calling it the pot, calling the kettle black, adding that Javier clearly enjoyed trash talking the demons. Javier, somewhat defensive, insists he only said polite things to them. Lloyd challenges him to be honest, suggesting Javier knows better. Deciding to drop it, Lloyd mutters about his promised membership to the Dragon King's Club, speculating if he's been conned. Just then, Javier exclaims, "Master Lloyd, over here." They turn to the window, spotting a pair of gleaming eyes staring back at them. A massive black creature looms closer, and they stare in shock as Lloyd asks in disbelief what on earth that monstrous figure could be. Lloyd tries to calm himself, wondering what this creature could be. If it's the Dragon King, he thinks, it would make sense since dragons can shape-shift. However, something feels off, and he questions if this really could be the Dragon King. The black creature growls at them, then suddenly transforms into a cat-like figure and mews Kolong. Lloyd is baffled and wonders why the creature would choose such a strange form. The cat repeats, Kolong Kolong, further confusing him. Lloyd thinks he might be trying to communicate, but suspects that if the creature has a bald spot on its stomach, it must be seriously stressed, not at all like the Dragon King he imagined. Just then, Pipodong arrives and starts conversing with a little cat, which again chirps, Kolong. Lloyd, sensing a potential breakthrough, asks Pipodong if he can understand the creature. What did he say? Did he mention why he's here? Pipodong states that he is speaking another language, so he does not understand when Lloyd asks why he appears to be having a great conversation. Cat again exclaims Kolong Kolong while wiggling, and Lloyd inquires if he wants them to climb onto his back. Cat repeats Kolong Kolong, and Lloyd asks if he has, by chance, been sent by the Dragon King. Cat nods his head with a smiling face, leading Lloyd to think that the dragon has indeed kept his end of the bargain, providing him with a bonus life and an enormous fortune. Here it comes. As Cat flies away, Lloyd and Javier climb onto his back. Lloyd reflects on how fast Cat is flying. It feels like a casual stroll in the park for this balding lion. At this speed, he will become uglier than he has ever been before. He then thinks, wait, hold on, that means... He turns to Javier, who calmly enjoys the ride. Lloyd asks him why he looks so handsome at that moment, questioning what kind of face he possesses. Javier replies that if Lloyd does not know, good-looking people look fabulous no matter what. It is the law of immutability. Lloyd counters that is not what that law means, expressing his frustration by stating that this situation is rigged. They arrive at the Magentano Kingdom in the Gaefel region, where they walk down a long hallway. Lloyd reflects that just down there lies the true knight of blood and iron, the strongest being to ever exist, the Dragon King. They reach the edge of a mountain and are astonished to see a vast amount of treasure, prompting Lloyd to feel surprised and greedy as he exclaims that they are freaking loaded. Javier questions whether it is not surprising that such a place exists below ground, to which Lloyd responds that he means, why not? He notices someone sitting among the hoard of treasure and declares that there he is. They approach him, and Lloyd addresses him as the Great Dragon King, who irritably glances at them and complains that his hand has fallen asleep. The Dragon King then lies down on his couch and exhales, while Lloyd thinks he just saw him glance their way. It is evident that someone is standing before him, seeking an endorsement from his club. Lloyd observes that the Dragon King ignores them and returns to sleep, easily identifying him as the lazy, couch potato type. He considers that the Dragon King is strong and filthy rich, allowing him to do whatever he pleases. The Dragon King closes his eyes and enjoys his sleep as Lloyd sits near him, fanning him with a large leaf. The Dragon King opens his eyes and wonders what is happening. All those who have come seeking membership until now have been extraordinarily powerful human beings. He recalls when some guards arrived and shouted that while he may be the Dragon King, it was unacceptable for him to be so rude. He thinks that is why those proud individuals often become riled up when he does not give them his full attention. Yet here is this man fanning him, and he wonders if Lloyd is trying to ingratiate himself. As Lloyd wipes the sweat from his brow, the Dragon King realizes that no, he truly is trying his best to fan him happily. The Dragon King appreciates this gesture as a token of gratitude, while Lloyd continues to use the leaf as a fan. The Dragon King thinks he will sleep very, very well and drifts off into a sound sleep. Lloyd laughs and declares that stage 1 of his plan is a success. Now it is time for the next stage. Javier advises him that it would be wise to refrain from doing anything rash, sensing that the Dragon King is as strong as the King of Hell. As Lloyd walks away, he grabs a golden glass and pours some water from a nearby pool into it. Javier asks what on earth he is doing. Lloyd laughs and replies that he is fetching water for the Dragon King when he wakes up. He reflects that a being who disrespects others while wielding money and power, showing no concern for how it affects others, is someone he is willing to risk his life to get close to. Lloyd takes a drink of the water while Javier observes him, realizing that he is being serious. Lloyd begins wearing rings and a crown when Javier asks why he is doing this. He replies that he dares to appear before such a great and wealthy man. He claims that to breathe the same air as him is a privilege, arguing that all they poor people do is waste good air and produce carbon dioxide, which is not right when one sits on a couch. He pretends to act poor, saying he is sorry for not knowing who the Dragon King is and asks to be flogged until the Dragon King is satisfied. He then resumes his act as a rich man, throwing gold coins and insisting that the Dragon King should take this and become wealthy, declaring that he is a lowly fool. He pretends to be poor again, exclaiming that it hurts his lord, while immediately switching back to his rich persona, stating that the road to wealth does not come without pain, calling himself a future rich fool. He acts poor once more, stating that he willingly accepts this pain and requests even more as he showers gold coins around him. He calls attention to himself, saying to look at this beggar and to take as much as he wants until he can take no more, throwing a gold stick toward Javier. Lloyd expresses that all these riches make him incredibly happy, prompting him to dance. Javier thinks this is a bad sign, as it is starting to look fun. Suddenly, Lloyd feels something and throws all his accessories away, exclaiming that he is hungry and that a wealthy man must never feel hunger. Javier reflects that Lloyd has the mindset of a typical poor man when he takes a plant out of his bag and comments on how amazing this place is, stating that he simply digs, and something pops out from the ground. Peepodong arrives with some food, and Lloyd inquires about what is in the pot. When Peepodong opens it, Lloyd exclaims that it is kimchi and questions whether he is in heaven. He begins to eat when Javier moves closer and observes that it does not seem like the Dragon King will wake up anytime soon. He asks Lloyd how long he plans to keep this up. Lloyd responds that he intends to do it forever. Javier considers that he really could sustain this forever and then some, but eventually they will need to return to the estate, as there are several matters he needs to manage there. Lloyd states that of course they will return, but he cannot give up his membership in the Dragon King Club, believing that opportunities come to those who are patient. Just then, the Dragon King hears some noise and wakes up. He thinks about how long he has been asleep and how many days have passed. He reflects on being Verkis, the Dragon King, recalling that one day, a small girl was suddenly transported here from another world. He considers how to articulate it, realizing that he gradually developed feelings for her, and that explaining everything is a hassle. Nevertheless, they ended up getting married. End of story. As he tries to get up, his hand trembles, and he remembers that she told him before she left on a trip that he must contact her every morning as soon as he wakes up. A system appears with a flash, and the Dragon King acknowledges that he can still call her. It is better late than never. However, she blocks his call. He wonders what is happening, realizing that she has rejected his call and that he is in big trouble. She must be extremely mad, and he anticipates receiving quite an earful when she returns. On the other side, the lady expresses that she is very, very upset because he never implemented the benefits of the Dragon King Club that he promised he would. She adds that even though she asked him to call her, he has not done so, and she is so worried about him that she cannot sleep at night. The Dragon King thinks she sounds just like a nightingale chirp, 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 and he wishes she would keep going. However, he quickly realizes that she will be very angry, and he should try to please her. He decides he will teleport to her right away, but then he thinks that is too much work. Just then, Lloyd approaches and asks if something is bothering the Dragon King. The Dragon King opens his eyes and responds that Lloyd scared him, questioning whether he is some monster from hell as Lloyd bows in front of him. In the background, lava bursts forth, but Lloyd does not pay attention to it. He addresses the Dragon King, expressing that it seems something is bothering him and offering his assistance. The Dragon King responds with surprise, noting that Lloyd appears super obsessed and that he almost killed him just now. Lloyd replies that the Dragon King made him expend energy unnecessarily by alarming him and causing him to jump, stating that this must be a crime punishable by death. The Dragon King thinks he really likes this guy. How does he know him so well? Meanwhile, Lloyd reflects that this is a secret sales tactic, considering what makes the product he wants to sell attractive, and contemplates his customers' needs. He realizes that these concerns are actually at the bottom of the priority list. What truly matters is whether the customer likes the person selling the item. As the Dragon King looks at him, Lloyd transforms, adopting a cunning expression like a fox, and the Dragon King concedes that he would like to hear what is on his mind. Lloyd enthusiastically affirms that he will do whatever he can to help him. The Dragon King asks Lloyd if he does not have a girlfriend, and upon seeing his face, comments that there is no way he could have won, and that he has definitely never been married. The Dragon King questions how an unpopular man like Lloyd could understand the problems of a married man. Lloyd responds that while he may be unpopular with women, he was once a child who observed his mother and father at home. He adds that it seems the Dragon King is having trouble with his wife, explaining that whenever his parents fight, he always acts as the mediator. The Dragon King reflects that perhaps he should trust Lloyd just this once, conceding that the girl he means is indeed his wife. Lloyd tells the Dragon King to wait, suggesting that moving his lips and tongue might be too strenuous. He proposes to guess the problem, instructing the Dragon King to respond with either an "uh-huh" or an "uh-uh" as he notices the Dragon King blush. The Dragon King thinks to himself that this guy is really good. He has officially secured second place in his heart. He realizes that he cannot allow the Dragon King to strain his lips by having to explain his situation. He thinks it is time for some profiling, noting that the world's laziest husband has not seen his wife in a whole month. He considers that if this woman is willing to marry a dragon like him, she must be extremely warm-hearted, with no children and plenty of money. Lloyd comments that she must have left home for some reason and observes that Mrs. Dragon King did not ask him to do anything extremely degrading, such as housework. He wonders why a husband would do such a thing in his own home, concluding that she probably only asked him to call her every morning when he woke up for his health. He then inquires whether he forgot to do that, to which the Dragon King responds with an "uh-huh." Lloyd thinks this is remarkable. The Dragon King only has to grunt to provide an answer. Lloyd asks if he is worried about making up for this slip-up, and the Dragon King again responds with an "uh-huh." Lloyd further asks if the Dragon King is wondering what he can say to calm her down, noting that going to see her would be too much work, but he is afraid she will hate him. The Dragon King continues to respond with "uh-huh" for each of Lloyd's comments. Lloyd asserts that all of this can be resolved easily with one simple task as he slides his hand. The Dragon King gets up and asks how, while a cat observes him excitedly, declaring that the Dragon King has sat up, his body at a 15-degree angle. Lloyd raises his hand and explains that it is simple. He should come to lie down in the Frontra estate, where he will gradually warm Mrs. Dragon King's heart. At the Frontra estate, Bayern calls out to the laborers, urging them to hurry as they need to complete the repairs by morning. He instructs them to repeat after him, "safety first," which they all echo back. He thinks to himself that he is utterly exhausted. Muera approached with an updated list, explaining that they would need more apartments than initially planned. Bayern agrees, stating they should plan for another site. Just then, Greg arrives and informs him that the contracts for underfloor heating systems in the southern estate have been signed. Bayern replies that it's good news and says he will assemble a field team, instructing Greg to gather everyone. Another worker arrives, informing him of a leak in a smith's terraced fields. Bayern assures him that he will be there shortly, but before he can move, he is informed of additional issues. A bathroom in one of the residences is backed up. Pests have been found in the reclaimed lands, and sediment has accumulated in the sewers. To each issue, Bayern calmly responds that he will handle it. Finally, a young woman rushes up to him, reporting that Viscount Lacona is refusing to pay his water bill. Bayern decides he will address the matter personally, though he feels dizzy. He reminds himself that his name is Bayern, age 57, and that he serves as the Knight Commander of the Frontra estate, handling a little bit of everything. Mounting his horse, he rides off to meet the Viscount. Upon arrival, the Viscount greets him with indignation, exclaiming how much longer he must tolerate such conditions, insisting he will not pay the water bill. He goes on, accusing Bayern of corruption and exploitation, threatening to bring the matter before the kingdom's legal council. Bayern, feeling lightheaded, remains silent. The Viscount continues, sneering at Bayern for coming to demand payment, asking if Bayern even understands whom he is dealing with. In response, Bayern quietly pulls a gleaming cubic device from his pocket. The Viscount, irritated by Bayern's refusal to leave, threatens to drag him out and scoffs as Bayern refers to the device as a mini-construction guideline. Bayern activates the cubic, which prompts the Viscount to scoff further, saying Bayern should inform Lloyd Fellow that he is not afraid of him. Meanwhile, Lloyd, observing through his own cubic, asks the Viscount what the issue is this time. The Viscount falls down, trembling, and declares he will provide the money. Bayern asks Lloyd when he will return and reflects that whenever Lloyd leaves the estate, the middle-aged man inches closer to death, no matter how much he offers to pay him. He considers that there is simply no way his body can endure this work any longer. As soon as Bayern quickly rides his horse toward Frontra's estate, the Viscount exclaims that Master Lloyd has returned. On the way, Bayern encounters Lloyd, who is carrying the Dragon King on his shoulder along with his couch. Bayern dismounts, approaches Lloyd, and, bowing before him, says he has been awaiting his arrival, pleading to grant this old knight his first and last request. He respectfully admits the work has become overwhelming and expresses his desire to resign. Lloyd responds with a casual denial, asking how much more Bayern wants, to which Bayern replies that he has amassed enough wealth and, even with millions more coins, his body cannot endure the strain. He humbly requests to be allowed to retire. Lloyd smiles as he passes by, but Bayern calls him Master Lloyd once more. Lloyd responds that starting today, Bayern's annual salary will be 3 billion gold. Bayern, realizing this may have indeed been about money, declares he won't let him down. The entire estate rejoices at Lloyd's return. As Lloyd sees his family and friends greeting him enthusiastically, he waves back, contemplating the warmth of the moment and realizing this place has truly become his home. He brings the Dragon King into a palace and tells him that each morning he will wake him up and call for the girl, or rather, his wife. Dragon King then asks if doing this will make up for not contacting her for a month. Lloyd replies that it certainly won't, to which Dragon King accuses him of deception, claiming he had trusted him. Lloyd assures him that this isn't about hiding his mistake. Instead, it's crucial for him to make a fresh start. He promises to call her every day without fail until she returns from her trip, showing her that he is now a genuinely devoted man. The Dragon King smirks and, moments later, begins snoring. Lloyd takes the opportunity to ask about the Dragon King Club membership. The Dragon King, irritated, tells him he's annoying, gestures for him to come closer, and shakily pulls out a pen. With an unsteady hand, he marks something on the back of Lloyd's neck, muttering that it's a bit crooked, but will have to do. When Lloyd asks what it is, the Dragon King replies it's his bonus life, making him an official member of the Dragon King Club, then congratulates him and promptly falls back asleep. As Lloyd and Javier step outside, Lloyd whispers that it's done. It's finally all done. When Javier inquires what he means, Lloyd explains that he is now the richest man on the continent of Laurasia and plans to have Bayern, who is also resting soundly, handle anything that may arise. He notes with satisfaction that his guard knight has ascended to the rank of Grandmaster. He has the Dragon King as his patron, and with an extra life granted, he is truly invincible. Lloyd declares that today marks the beginning of his leisurely life, imagining that nothing could possibly interfere with it. Javier then expresses his gratitude, prompting Lloyd to ask why. Javier explains that he recently heard many things in the village. Bayern has sent his 2 children to the capital for their studies, something they could never have afforded before, as they were once too busy struggling for food to even consider education. Javier mentions an official named Greg, who has shown great talent with machines and is now using his free time to create things. Others have taken up drawing, music, and other pursuits. Each has found a dream, whereas, in the estate's days of poverty, everyone had only one dream: to avoid starvation. He calls Lloyd Suho Kim and tells him, who walks beside him, that he has given the people so many dreams. But Lloyd, turning thoughtful, asks what Javier truly thinks of him, revealing his own doubts. He is, after all, a fraud who stole the body of his lord's son. He wonders if Javier has never been suspicious of him. Javier remarks that he is grateful to have come to this world, leaving Lloyd momentarily surprised. Suddenly, they both detect a strange odor, feeling a wave of disgust. At that moment, the system window appears, notifying Lloyd that the number of people he has saved stands at 18,124,392. Observing this, Lloyd thinks to himself that the moment he has been waiting for has arrived, anticipating he will feel better once his DP recovers. However, his relief turns to shock as, right before his eyes, the number begins to drop by 1, then quickly plummets. He stares at the screen in disbelief as, within moments, the count reaches 0. The scene shifts to a celebration festival, where everyone is enjoying themselves. Greg calls out to Javier, noting he does not see Lloyd and asking if he has spotted him. Javier is transported back to a flashback where he asks Lloyd what is wrong. Lloyd replies that he has just remembered something urgent he needs to attend to and instructs Javier not to follow him as he walks away. Javier protests, stating that his homecoming party will start soon, to which Lloyd ominously replies that there may never be another party again. The scene transitions back to the present at the festival, where Javier is immersed in the music and expresses his belief that Lloyd has gone to do what he must in order to ensure there will be many more parties in the future. Meanwhile, Lloyd runs away, exclaiming that this is the ending spoiler. At that moment, the system notifies him that the ending spoiler uses his CP to catch a glimpse of the ending scene for this storyline. Another notification informs him that the CP required for a third glimpse is 80, while his current CP stands at 192. Another notification appears, asking Lloyd if he would like to use the ending spoiler. He immediately thinks that, of course, he wants to see it. Lloyd arrives in a blank space filled with darkness, where he calls out to Suho, expressing his hope that Suho is observing this moment. He reassures him that there is no need to worry, as this is not the future that will actually come to pass. As Suho approaches, Lloyd explains that this scenario is merely one of the bad endings he could face if he foolishly neglects to view the ending spoiler. He emphasizes that if he does not take action after seeing this very ending will indeed occur. He reflects on the day he saw his DP drop to 0, noting that every day that followed was so peaceful, with nothing occurring until, about 3 years later, everything changed. Lloyd recalls a meeting with the Count and Countess, who were enjoying a leisurely horse ride. Meanwhile, at the festival, elves play music while the Count and Countess dance, celebrating the vibrant atmosphere around them. Lloyd recalls that it was an ordinary day. The two had set out for their usual ride when suddenly, Piporong cut across their path, startling them and causing them to stop their horses. As Lloyd calls out their excellency, the Count falls from his horse. Suho, shocked, thinks to himself that this cannot be happening. Lloyd reflects that this incident occurred about a month prior, noting how the Countess never left the side of the Count's coffin. Just as he had mentioned, she truly never left. Suho, in disbelief, shouts that this is ridiculous and accuses Lloyd of lying. He insists that he saved both of them, affirming that they are perfectly fine and living a happy life. Lloyd, feeling disoriented, admits he did not attend Julian's funeral. He explains that while Scheherazade had briefly left to teach a class on sword fighting, someone had come looking for Julian. It was a robbery, plain and simple, and he recounts how Scheherazade had gone mad when she remembered that someone had stabbed the Count. Lloyd explains that Scheherazade insisted on volunteering to fight in a small regional war, running onto the battlefield alone, seemingly devoid of any will to live. He reflects that this was not surprising. Their dear queen eventually became a tyrant, and one day, she lost one of her arms. After that, as he had read in a book, Terms and his family were assassinated by another faction in Isfahan. He recounts that Sir Blanc followed Queen Alicia's unreasonable orders and met his demise, while Arash, who had left their estate, died in a hunting accident. Melika succumbed to dehydration from being unable to eat anything, and Solitas retreated once again into the dungeon. Suho interrupts, insisting that Lloyd stop talking. Lloyd laughs, asking if Suho does not want him to continue, as every single person met a tragic fate. Enraged, Suho charges at him, looking around for a messenger and demanding to know where he is, commanding them to turn this off. Lloyd states that now that he has witnessed this ending, he should realize that he cannot simply stop it all. Suddenly, he chokes and vomits blood, collapsing onto the table. He reflects on how he has lost everything, feeling powerless to change the outcome. Suho races back to his estate, consumed by the fear of losing everything again. He resolutely declares that he refuses to suffer such a loss for a second time, vowing that he will not stand by and allow this to happen. Draggy splashes in the water, enjoying a bath with Baibong, who cheerfully announces that it is morning and time to rise and shine, reminding him to call for Mrs. Dragon King. Meanwhile, Lloyd wakes up unexpectedly, startled by a loud noise. Dragon King, still disoriented, asks what that was, claiming he has never heard such a terrible sound in his life. Lloyd laughs, proclaiming that his ability to wake people is out of this world and insists it is time to get up and call for the missus. Dragon King acknowledges this and attempts to call her, but she cuts the call once again. He sighs and declares that, regardless, today's homework is complete and wishes everyone a good day. Lloyd bids Dragon King to sleep well as he walks away, while Dragon King promptly falls back asleep. Lloyd's thoughts drift to the potential accidents that may befall those around him. On the other side, Piporung calls out to Baibong as he joins them in their water bath. Shortly thereafter, Lloyd returns to Dragon King, contemplating the truth that no matter how hard he tries to prevent calamities before they happen, he cannot stop them. He realizes he needs to find the root cause of such supernatural problems. Perhaps the Dragon King holds the answers he seeks. Dragon King expresses that Mrs. Dragon King is really angry with him, to which Lloyd responds by asking for a moment of his attention. Dragon King replies that this is nice and drifts off to sleep. Lloyd thinks to himself that he knew it. This sleepyhead, who finds even breathing to be a chore, will never answer him. Nevertheless, he reminds himself that he is Suho Kim, the man who tamed the Dragon King, and laughed at the thought. He declares that his majesty is actually from another dimension, but Dragon King merely responds that if that is the case, he should go back to sleep. Lloyd insists that he has saved those around him from an unfortunate fate, and Dragon King retorts that this is very nice of him, but it is a shame. Lloyd points out that they are still destined to face that same fate and die. The next day, when Dragon King wakes up, he finds it strange that he should have heard a sound horrifying enough to wake the dead in every dimension by now. He looks over to see Lloyd sitting in a chair in front of him, fast asleep. The Dragon King asks Lloyd what he is doing and why he didn't wake him. Lloyd, with a smile, replies that he forgot, claiming he forgot to wake up for the past 10 days. The Dragon King becomes shocked and starts to sweat, asking for clarification on what Lloyd just said. Lloyd chuckles, assuring him he is just kidding, but adds that it could very well happen if the Dragon King does not listen to his questions in their entirety. The Dragon King retorts that there are limits to how much slack he can cut someone and questions whether Lloyd understands how easy it would be for him to wipe out Lloyd and his entire clan. In response, Lloyd kneels down in front of him and acknowledges that he is well aware of the enormous risk that comes with threatening the Dragon King. He then poses a thought-provoking question. What would the Dragon King risk by not listening to him? Lloyd continues, explaining that while the Dragon King could cut off his arms and legs and burn the village to the ground, he would ultimately have to find someone else to wake him up. He paints a humorous picture of the Dragon King having to get off the sofa, imagining the hassle of going down to the human village and searching for someone who rises at a decent hour. Lloyd describes how his legs grow heavy, and the bottoms of his feet begin to burn, lamenting that he is losing precious sleeping time. The Dragon King tells him to stop. Lloyd responds that he has finally found someone to wake him up, but that fool sleeps in later than he does. Dragon King interjects once more, insisting that Lloyd stop. Lloyd then explains that he will get rid of him and go down to the village again, noting that he checks the village every morning to see if anyone wakes up easily. Dragon King shouts again for him to stop, prompting Lloyd to complain about how much of a pain this is. The Dragon King interjects, saying enough and pleading for Lloyd to make it stop. He acknowledges that he has more to lose than Lloyd does, conceding that Suho Kim has won. Lloyd reflects on this victory and wonders if the fates he has altered are returning to their original course, to which he receives confirmation. Meanwhile, Javier, feeling underappreciated, grabs his sword as he overhears their conversation. The Dragon King explains that this is how fate works. It is like a bowstring. Curious, Lloyd asks what a bowstring is. The Dragon King demonstrates this concept, explaining that no matter how far he pulls the bowstring or tries to manipulate it, it always returns to its original state and resists any changes even more than before. He describes this as the enforced fate phenomenon, likening it to a rule that can never be broken. Lloyd inquires if there is no way to stop it. The Dragon King responds by asking if Lloyd did not understand the meaning of never, asserting that no one can do anything about it, not him, not the King of Hell, and not even the Archangel. The Dragon King then asks Lloyd if he has ever played a game. Lloyd bows down in front of him and replies affirmatively. The Dragon King continues, stating that even if the game is open world, he still operates within the confines of the game's programming. He explains that this world is also a game within a game. He describes it as a simulation within a simulation, another dimension. Lloyd, however, poses the question of whether there could be a secret option, a way to discover it. The Dragon King responds with a bemused tone, suggesting that he and his entire family may simply be a line of code, and he admits that this does not bother him. Lloyd asserts that because he feels everyone is alive, their existence matters, even if they are merely bits of code. He declares his determination to save everyone. Outside, Javier continues to stand, while the Dragon King marvels at Lloyd's incredible tenacity, referring to him as the Jewel of Truth. Shocked, Lloyd looks at the Dragon King as he explains that it is a legendary gem said to answer any question and may provide the answer Lloyd is seeking, particularly regarding how to counter the enforcement of fate. Lloyd rises and politely asks if he may pose one more question. The Dragon King interjects, urging him not to, revealing that the gem is located in the Mermaid Kingdom and wishing him a nice trip. Lloyd expresses his gratitude, stating that the skeleton core will be in charge of waking him up each morning. He then turns to leave, calling out to Javier and inviting him to accompany him to the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd and Javier fly on Gigotitan, and Javier asks if it wouldn't have been easier to request the Dragon King to transport them directly to the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd lies down and responds that Javier truly lacks common sense. The Dragon King could eliminate them in an instant with the flick of his pinky. He emphasizes the need to be cautious about how much they disturb him, adding that he already has all the leads he needs to reach the Mermaid Kingdom. Upon their arrival in Cremo, the city of commerce, Lloyd reflects that, according to the novel, the Mermaid Kingdom is said to be hidden in the roughest seas, which would imply that it lies in the northern sea of Laurasia. He notes that this area is popular with whaling boats that depart from Cremo Harbor, determining that if they wish to find the Mermaid Kingdom, they should begin their search here. As they observe the harbor, a person calls out for others to move their ship, stating that if he cannot see, he is blocked in. The individual mentions pottery from Isfahan, noting that they have too much stock, which has resulted in lower prices. Lloyd looks around and thinks to himself that this place has become significantly busier since the last time they were here. Lloyd reflects that, in the novel, the city becomes desolate after the Gigotitan incident, with Count Cremo falling into despair after healing Javier. Child beggars litter the streets, and the place is overrun with vagrants. However, as he observes people enjoying themselves around the city, he realizes he has contributed to this happiness. He had believed this place would thrive, but seeing it in person frustrates him. Trembling, he thinks he should have asked for more money and becomes emotional, prompting Javier to think to himself that he knew it. Lloyd truly is a warm-hearted man. Lloyd acknowledges that this success is all thanks to him, and he regrets not asking for a commission, even just 2% or perhaps 1%. Suddenly, Count Cremo rushes toward him, exclaiming that it has been ages since they last met. He calls Lloyd their hero, Cremo's savior, and adds that Lloyd is still his type, laughing as he embraces him. Lloyd retorts that he sees Count Cremo still isn't his type either, clarifying that he has come because he has a favor to ask. In response, Count Cremo lifts him high into the air. Count Cremo and Lloyd enter and sit together, with Count Cremo expressing his desire for Lloyd to find a whaling boat that can take him to the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd acknowledges that he knows he is asking a lot, but he assures him that he has his reasons. In response, Count Cremo clarifies that it is not an issue of reluctance. He knows of one extremely talented captain who is, unfortunately, infamous for being a pathological liar. Count Cremo explains that whenever the captain is drunk, he claims to have traveled to the Mermaid Kingdom in his youth. He adds that if Lloyd does not mind dealing with someone a bit eccentric, he will introduce them. Lloyd thinks to himself that this arrangement is working out perfectly and finds it surprisingly easy, clenching his fist in determination. After a while, they arrive at the harbor, where Lloyd inquires how the captain had been invited to the Mermaid Kingdom. The ship captain responds by singing, explaining that the mermaids determine whether someone is an ally or a foe based on their singing. Lloyd, taken aback, asks what the captain just said, while Javier shakes his head in disbelief. Lloyd inquires if there is no other way to gain entry, asking if he could sing instead. The ship captain replies that if that were the case, only his fine-looking companion would receive an invitation, not Lloyd. In response, Lloyd admits that he is not a very good singer, prompting Javier to remark that this is an understatement. Lloyd silences him with a pointed look. The ship captain chuckles, explaining that he doesn't quite get it. He recounts how, when he was younger, he fell into the sea while gazing out at it. The boat did not realize he had gone overboard, leaving him behind. It was at that moment that the mermaids appeared. He recalls feeling terrified. Their size instilled such fear in him that it felt as if they could tear his head off as easily as one might pluck an apple from a tree. He then shares a memory of something his grandfather had told him. If he sang to the mermaids, they could determine whether he was an invader or not. He asks Lloyd how he thinks his singing turned out as he reflects on the incident when he fell into the sea, surrounded by mermaids, and began to sing. The ship captain describes his singing as resembling a horrifying banshee scream. At first, the mermaids grimaced, seemingly unable to endure it, but then they began to smile. He explains that the mermaids do not listen for rhythm or tone. Instead, they pay attention to the truth of one's heart. As Lloyd thinks about his family, friends and employees, he then turns to the ship captain and states that he will hire him and his ship, instructing him to take them to the Mermaid Kingdom. He reflects on how, in the beginning, he was solely focused on making a great deal of money for himself. However, the ship captain responds that it cannot be done at the moment since it is not the whaling season. Lloyd realizes that he no longer cares about the money and hands the ship captain a bag of gold. The captain accepts it with a smile, indicating that they will depart in 10 minutes. After the allotted time, they all board the ship, and the captain announces their readiness to set sail. Lloyd stands at the bow, contemplating his choice not to ride Gigoming or Draggy, opting instead to sail for a month to reach their destination. Lloyd contemplates that the mermaids might perceive them as a threat. This thought highlights his desperation. All these individuals were originally destined for sorrow, yet by chance, he had given them the gift of happiness. The ship captain remarks that the mermaids have likely surrounded their boat already and are particularly vigilant about protecting themselves from intruders. Lloyd glances at Javier, who nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the captain's words. Peering over the edge of the boat, they observe thousands of mermaids below the surface. Lloyd takes a deep breath, determined to defend the happiness of his people at any cost. He implores the great mermaids for their assistance and begins to sing. As the mermaids emerge from the water to hear his song, Javier listens intently and reflects that this is the essence of Suho Kim. However, the mermaids find his loud voice unbearable. Their ears begin to bleed in response to the cacophony. In a furious reaction, they launch arrows at the sail to disable it. Lloyd nearly tumbles into the water, but manages to grasp the side of the boat for support. The ship captain witnesses this and declares that it is a declaration of war, signaling a full-scale attack as all the mermaids rain arrows down upon them. Lloyd shouts for the ship captain to turn the boat around, urging everyone to flee and escape. He insists that the captain had previously assured him that singing from the heart would work. The ship captain struggles to maneuver the vessel and asks what is wrong with Lloyd, expressing frustration that he told him to sing, not to recite a curse. Lloyd's anger escalates as Javier attempts to deflect arrows with his sword. He questions whether it is truly Javier's sincere wish to invade the Mermaid Kingdom and expresses his disbelief. Lloyd asserts that he does not share that intention and implores Javier to stop mocking him and take action. He emphasizes the need to avoid attacking the mermaids, asking for just enough time to turn the boat around and escape. Javier leaps into the air, declaring that such a task is easier said than done, and unfurls his magical wings. All the mermaids fix their gaze upon him, and the leader mermaid commands the others to cease their attacks. She points toward Javier, and, to Lloyd's shock, the mermaids express their admiration by forming hearts with their hands. The leader then announces that he may enter. Overwhelmed by the scene, Lloyd begins to cry and thinks, for crying out loud, to hell with all of them. Javier soars toward the mermaids and inquires if he may enter, to which the leader mermaid confirms that they all allow him into the Mermaid Kingdom. She gestures with love, flipping her hair back, and asks if their acceptance is due to his appearance. Javier smugly acknowledges this, stating that he suspected as much. Lloyd, witnessing the exchange, thinks it is time for crying out loud. Javier reminds the leader that he has heard their people judge sincerity by one song. The leader mermaid replies that this applies to those who impress them with music, but Javier has captivated them with his looks, so he need not do anything further. She gazes at him and blushes, reinforcing her point. Javier agrees that it makes sense, and Lloyd reflects on his dislike for him, questioning how this insufferable scoundrel became the protagonist of the novel. Javier then approaches Lloyd, explaining that his face has prevented the devastation that his song almost caused. Lloyd concedes and tells Javier to get down here. He then greets the leader mermaid, introducing himself as the knight's employer, Lloyd Frontra. However, she does not respond to him. Lloyd reflects on how quickly the mermaid's attitude has shifted, noting their open disgust toward those they consider unattractive. He decides to overlook this, recognizing the need to win their favor, and expresses his eternal gratitude to the Mermaid Kingdom for their invitation. The leader mermaid responds with annoyance, indicating that she does not mean to him when Javier realizes that he anticipated this outcome. Javier recognizes that Suho Kim always manages to pull off difficult situations, discovering their weaknesses, seizing opportunities, negotiating, and taking control. He then asks the leader mermaid if he may request a favor, to which she replies with indifference, "Why not?" Meanwhile, Lloyd becomes increasingly frustrated, questioning whether the salty sea air is responsible for his dry eyes as he attempts to discreetly wipe away his tears. Javier observes Lloyd's expression and thinks that it signifies he must work hard in life. He silently wishes him good luck, Master Lloyd. The leader mermaid approaches their boat, presenting Javier with a necklace that will allow him to breathe underwater. She explains that it also prevents the effects of water pressure and temperature as she fastens it around his neck. Then, she tosses a second necklace toward Lloyd, who contemplates that regardless of his emotions, he has been invited to the Mermaid Kingdom, making his feelings of sorrow irrelevant. With that, they both leap into the water alongside the mermaids. Lloyd thinks that as long as he can find the Jewel of Truth, he can save his entire estate. They dive deeper into the sea, where they soon notice a bright light illuminating the underwater expanse. Curious about the source of the light at such depths, he quickly swims toward it and is stunned to find a giant octopus. He realizes that while he knows monsters tend to grow larger, this one appears to be the size of a city. Lloyd asks the leader mermaid about the octopus, and she replies that it serves as the protector of their mermaid kingdom, having been with them for a very, very long time. The leader mermaid indicates that the giant octopus is in the palace and informs them that they must greet the mermaid king. They all enter the palace, where Aliel welcomes both Javier and Lloyd with a playful remark about fair and ugly humans. Javier and Lloyd bow respectfully before Aliel, who introduces herself as the king of the mermaids. Lloyd leans over to Javier and suggests that he should ask Aliel to lend them the Jewel of Truth. Javier retorts that he is only responsible for appearances and that the talking is Lloyd's job. Lloyd protests that he has no speaking rights here. Aliel laughs and reassures him not to worry, calling him Ugly One. She explains that she does not discriminate, stating that even if he has a horrible face like his, she would merely turn her head away when he speaks. Lloyd feels that this definitely amounts to discrimination, and is a particularly ruthless kind at that. He introduces himself, stating that he, Lloyd Frontra, has come seeking the Jewel of Truth and asks if she would kindly lend it to them. Aliel laughs even louder at his request and gives him a strange look, explaining that if the jewel actually existed, she would freely allow him to borrow it. She adds that the Jewel of Truth is merely a story from the ages of myth. Lloyd asks Aliel to clarify her statement, and she responds that the Jewel of Truth is practically a legend. She questions whether he has come all this way, believing it still exists. Lloyd insists that the Dragon King mentioned it was located in the Mermaid Kingdom. Aliel scoffs at the mention of the Dragon King, referring to him as a worthless couch potato whose intelligence matches his appearance. She remarks that he would never explain something properly to someone like Lloyd. Lloyd grumbles internally about the stupid Dragon King, expressing his frustration. Aliel notes his determination to find the jewel and suggests that he ask the protector of their city, the octopus, who has been around since the Age of Myths. Lloyd is shocked by this revelation and inquires whether the octopus can speak. Aliel responds that if there is indeed an octopus that can talk, then Lloyd must be a fool. Irritated, Lloyd seeks confirmation of his understanding. He asks if the Jewel of Truth actually existed during the Age of Myths and is not just a made-up story. Aliel admits that her predecessor claimed it existed, but no one from their generation has ever seen it. Lloyd considers this information and realizes that the probability of its existence is not zero. Lloyd bows again, requesting permission from Aliel to ask Her Royal Highness for one more favor. She inquires about the nature of his request, and he thinks that even if there is only a 0.1% chance, he must try to find the Jewel of Truth. He pleads for her permission to conduct a search for the jewel, assuring her that if he finds it, there will be no loss for her. Inwardly, he reflects on his fixation on goals, which he considers to be his speciality. Aliel contemplates his request and concedes that it doesn't matter. His presence allows her to admire the fair one's face a bit more. Lloyd thinks this is a nice sentiment, but Aliel quickly shifts the topic, stating that they cannot assist him at the moment because they are facing a bigger problem. Curious, Lloyd asks what sort of problem they are dealing with. Aliel explains that not too long ago, a hell gate opened above their waters. The mention of the portal jogs Lloyd's memory, recalling the one he had opened. Aliel elaborates that the heat from hell is severely affecting the North Pole, and if this continues, all the glaciers will melt. She expresses her frustration, stating that if she could find the fiend responsible for opening such a gate, she would kill them. Lloyd declares that the worst thing in the world is a truly terrible person, expressing his horror at the thought. Javier gives him an annoyed look, prompting Aliel to mention that she even saw a bone dragon frequenting that gate. She warns that whoever opened it is clearly a villain who rivals the demons of hell. In gratitude for being allowed to search for the Jewel of Truth, Lloyd promises to find that person and offer their neck to him. Javier glances at him, thinking that Lloyd's boldness exceeds that of a Grandmaster. They both exit the palace and survey their surroundings. Lloyd enthusiastically suggests they begin their search for the Jewel of Truth. When Javier asks what their next step will be, Lloyd responds that they will gather every bit of information they can find. He explains that sometimes the most unsophisticated method is the fastest. Javier clarifies that he was referring to the Hell Gate, but Lloyd insists they must focus on finding the jewel first for the Count, the Countess, and everyone else. As they move forward, Javier flutters with determination, realizing that everything he has ever done has been for a reason. He acknowledges that he must find that jewel as well. But before anything else, the Hell Gate needs to be closed. Lloyd urges the Jewel of Truth to wait for them as they advance in their quest. At night, Queen Alicia sits alone in her darkened bedroom, staring up at the moon as her body begins to transform from the effects of the poison. She reflects on the blood of her family and siblings that she has split, all to secure her place on the throne. She resolves not to lose it to this poison. Suddenly, her hand muscles tense painfully, locking into immobility as the poison swiftly spreads through her hand and arm. The intense pain forces her to the floor, where she clutches her poisoned hand, breathing heavily through her tears. After a few moments, she tries to move her hand as the poison's effects slowly begin to subside. Watching her hand, she thinks, "Good, it moved." The poison is now concentrated in her arm. She resolves to cut it off, telling herself that an arm is nothing if it means keeping her throne. Pondering this, she finds it strange, if her mind had already been lost, why would she still feel like herself? Resting her face against her knees, she realizes how much she misses that potato head at a time like this. Meanwhile, Lloyd spots a group of mermaids and approaches one, remarking that he senses a strong energy coming from her and asking if she believes in the Jewel of Truth. Startled, she exclaims that he scared her, admitting she thought a sea cucumber was speaking to her. She adds that if she ever did believe in the jewel, meeting him has made her doubt it. Javier steps in, gently remarking that he senses strong energy from her as well, and asks if she believes in the Jewel of Truth. She shrugs, saying she doesn't put much stock in that old tale, but then pauses, reconsidering. She admits she may know something, though not about the jewel itself, but about a nutcase who has been searching for it. Quickly, she assures Javier that she doesn't mean him, the handsome fellow, when she says nutcase. Another mermaid nearby whispers in her ear, giggling that a handsome nutcase actually sounds rather appealing. The mermaid laughs, saying she wouldn't mind meeting one herself. Then, she adds that if he heads in a certain direction or, better yet, follows her, she'll take him to the house of that mermaid rumored to be seeking the jewel. Javier glances back at Lloyd with a sympathetic smile, apologizing for inadvertently hurting his feelings. Lloyd's heart sinks as he tries to brush off Javier's concern, insisting he's fine and doesn't know what Javier is talking about. Javier, undeterred, points out that Lloyd is tearing up. Lloyd protests, arguing that they're underwater, so it's absurd to think he could cry. Javier raises an eyebrow and simply replies that, regardless, Lloyd's eyes seem wet. Lloyd sighs, asking him to kindly drop the subject. They proceed to the mermaid's house, where a mermaid named Rotorua greets them with eager excitement. He asks if they're truly interested in the Jewel of Truth and suggests they join him on his search. Suddenly, a system notification appears. Lloyd has unlocked an approval rating from the young mermaid Rotorua, marking his approval rating at 16, with his current RP now totaling 2482. Lloyd, trying to keep his distance, clarifies that he's not agreeing to join the quest just yet. They're merely curious about how much Rotorua actually knows about the jewel. Internally, he wonders why he unlocked an approval rating with Rotorua so quickly, as those ratings usually only appear once someone officially joins his ranks. Rotorua explains that his family has been pursuing the Jewel of Truth for generations, enduring ridicule but steadfastly continuing their excavations. He reveals that the jewel was indeed part of the ocean until the Second Age of Myths, an era that knew only spring and summer. He describes the Jewel of Truth as the legendary giver of answers to any question, tied to the hero Atlantido. Lloyd, listening with growing intrigue, notes Rotorua's enthusiasm, realizing that with a dedicated jewel enthusiast, the search might progress swiftly. However, Rotorua continues, stating that around 10,000 years ago, at the close of the Great Tribal War, the Jewel of Truth was destroyed, crumbling into nothing. Lloyd, taken aback, presses him for clarification, asking if it truly shattered into fragments and disappeared. Rotorua nods, explaining that most merfolk remain unaware, but the Jewel of Truth was actually a structure, a grand building intricately designed with mana woven into every brick and pillar. It was this magical architecture that endowed the jewel with the ability to think and answer questions. As Lloyd absorbs this information, he reflects that the Jewel of Truth was essentially a massive, mana-powered AI, functioning much like a computer but reliant on magic rather than electricity. Yet, with its destruction, he wonders if anything can still be salvaged. Rotorua explains that is why he is determined to locate the jewel, as the blueprint of the jewel should be hidden there. Lloyd considers that the Jewel of Truth, which had once appeared as an elusive cloud, is now taking on a tangible form, prompting him to pursue this lead. He inquires where Rotorua has been excavating, and as they move along, Rotorua spots an elderly mermaid and points him out to Javier and Lloyd. He comments that the old mermaid is just like his grandfather, who neglects his swim training to dig holes instead. The old mermaid, overhearing, retorts that this neglect is why Rotorua is so lanky and proceeds to demonstrate some exercises. Rotorua dismisses him, insisting that it is none of his concern, and tells the elder to buzz off. He adds that all the old mermaid ever talks about is muscles, muscles, and more muscles. He questions whether the elder knows why all merfolk over the age of 40 develop arthritis. It is because they overexert themselves, bulking up while neglecting their inner health. Growing frustrated, Rotorua leaps toward the old mermaid, declaring that he has lived long enough and has had enough of the incessant chatter, urging him to move on to the other side. Rotorua massages the old mermaid's shoulders, and the elder sighs contentedly, saying it feels like heaven before dozing off. Rotorua walks away, muttering that they always treat him as if he's foolish. Lloyd, curious, asks why, if Rotorua's family has been excavating for generations, they haven't yet found the jewel. Rotorua replies that it's because the North Sea is vast. He points out some holes he's dug nearby and pulls out a map, explaining that it's his exploration map. There are hundreds more just like it. Proudly, he adds that he's been meticulous in his efforts. Lloyd observes Rotorua's progress skeptically, thinking that if he continues at this rate, he won't uncover anything until merfolk evolves and grows wings. He considers whether digging up the entire area is really their only option but realizes that measuring is pointless due to 10,000 years of accumulated sediment. Using Javier's power to sweep the ocean floor is also out of the question, as it risks scattering any potential clues. Likewise, summoning Piporong is impossible underwater, and calling upon Draghi would incite conflict with the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd realizes he'll need to rely on a large workforce for the excavation, wishing he could harness the formidable strength of the merfolk. When he sees Rotorua digging again, he decides to enlist help and calls Javier over. Although he knows it may bruise Javier's pride, he feels it's the only option, so he suggests that Javier charm the merfolk into helping with the excavation. Just then, the leader mermaid overhears and responds, saying that, unfortunately, they only dedicate their time to building muscles by swimming. Lloyd watches Javier's reaction, laughing at his defeated expression. Mockingly, he remarks that for someone so confident, His face doesn't seem all that impressive, letting out a chuckle. But inwardly, Lloyd is frustrated his plan has failed, and the idea of excavating such a vast area by themselves is maddening. He wonders how long it would take, knowing he has only 3 years before disaster strikes. Time is running out, and he's desperate for a solution. Javier, noticing the warmth in the area, mentions it to Lloyd, who explains that it's a hydrothermal vent. Magma heats water deep below, which then spews out here. Rotorua, nearby, comments on how merfolk over 40 tend to suffer from arthritis due to their strenuous swimming routines and motions toward some small underwater mountains where the hot water flows out. Seeing this, Lloyd's eyes light up with inspiration. He realizes he could turn this spot into a sauna. Smiling, he tells Javier they're going to build an underwater sauna right here. With such an enticing attraction, he thinks, he could easily recruit the merfolk to help with the excavation. The scene shifts to a flashback in which Suho Kim rises and contemplates that manual labor pays better than he had anticipated. Yet he still does not earn much. He puts on his tracksuit and steps outside, realizing that there is no work again today due to the rain. He reflects on the numerous reasons that could lead to work being cancelled. As he presses his shoulder, he notes the persistent ache and considers that his physical condition is also a contributing factor. With his exams completed, he wonders if he should simply take the day to relax. At that moment, Pal arrives and greets him, asking why he appears so miserable. Suho Kim feels irritated and walks toward him, while Pal teasingly inquires if he is not busy and suggests they go to the sauna together. Suho Kim asks why they should go to the sauna, to which Pal replies that it is raining and suggests that if Suho is not achy from all the construction work, they should soothe those muscles. Suho Kim responds that he does not have money for the sauna, prompting Pal to smirk and say he knows Suho is broke. Suho looks at Pal as he mentions that he is working at the sauna today and offers to let Suho hang out there for free. Suho expresses surprise, questioning why Pal is working when his family is well off. Pal smirks and explains that the sauna is one of his mother's shops, and he agrees to help her starting today. Suho thinks to himself that Pal is quite the punk. Pal then declares that there has been enough chit-chat and suggests they leave. Suho reflects that it is purely coincidental he starts working at a sauna on the very day he finishes his exams. Pal reminds him that his shoulder is getting wet and positions his umbrella over Suho's head. Suho muses that by sheer dumb luck, he finds himself here at the time he usually departs for work, pondering if he is being foolish. Pal suddenly says to wait, and if Suho cannot even afford an umbrella, he should take this one on his way home, laughing as he hands it over. Suho thinks that Pal is an angel as they arrive at the sauna, enjoying a bath and eating boiled eggs with juice together. Suho thinks that the sauna is a heavenly place, soothing every stiff muscle and tendon. He relishes the invigorating feeling of improved blood circulation as if he has become one with the flow of the mysterious universe, feeling like a star in the galaxy. The scene shifts back to Lloyd and Javier as they walk into the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd observes that there is plenty of demand, noting the numerous merfolk with achy joints and throbbing muscles. He reasons that it is no wonder they suffer from these ailments, given how much they swim in the intense water pressure of the deep sea. Lloyd has meticulously planned everything from start to finish and intends to call it the Great Mermaid Hall when he considers capturing some mermaids in a net. Rotorua inquires about what a sauna is, and Lloyd explains that it is an indoor heat therapy facility. When asked if that is correct, Lloyd confirms, stating that there is no better facility for merfolk than one that treats their muscle aches and joint pains. Rotorua then questions what this has to do with excavating for the Jewel of Truth. Lloyd responds that it is ideal for recruiting a workforce, as the area is too vast for just the 3 of them to dig. Rotorua expresses uncertainty about Lloyd's plan, suggesting it may be difficult because merfolk is afraid of heat therapy. When Lloyd asks what he means by that, Rotorua refers to the hot chimneys on the ocean floor. He recounts that recently, several merfolk were enticed by the heat and went to soak, but tragically, they ended up dead. He explains that they somehow lost consciousness and were swept into the heat, resulting in them being completely cooked. This is why it is illegal for merfolk to approach those chimneys. Lloyd considers that the water from the hydrothermal vents likely contains heavy metals, which would explain their fears. Nevertheless, he insists that those hot chimneys will solve all their problems. He resolves to begin the production of the sauna, stating that the first step is to lay the foundation for the facility. As they move forward, Lloyd designates a location for the sauna. Javier questions whether the hydrothermal vents are not too far away from their chosen site. Lloyd asks whether they need to be far from the hydrothermal vents, emphasizing that safety comes first. He reviews the construction guidelines and checks his 3D blueprints, instructing Javier to dig according to these specifications while he goes to fetch the building materials. Javier draws his sword and begins digging. Observing this, Lloyd finds it strange that Javier is doing exactly as instructed without questioning him. He wonders if he should be asking Javier more about their situation. Javier inquires about what kind of questions Lloyd has in mind. Lloyd responds with examples, such as why they are searching for the Jewel of Truth, what will happen if they fail to find it, and how Javier knows these outcomes will occur. Javier urges him to go fetch the materials, asserting that if they do not hurry, something terrible will happen to their estate. Lloyd walks out, thanking him sincerely while Javier looks at him. As he steps outside, Lloyd sneezes from the dust and reflects that step 2 involves gathering the materials. He reaffirms that the hydrothermal vents will indeed solve all their problems, insisting that he is not just saying this. Lloyd jumps from the mountain, thinking that the creatures living near the hydrothermal vents will provide all the materials needed for the construction project, particularly the giant tube worms. He outlines step 2, which involves collecting the fluid they secrete to be used as an adhesive and finish for the project while attempting to retrieve the tubes. Step 2 continues with gathering the outer tubes to be used as pipes when, suddenly, tube worms spray water at him with full pressure. He envisions step 3 as assembling the pipes and connecting them to the vents, followed by step 4, which involves running the pipes through every room and applying the finishing touches. Next, he thinks about adjusting the flow in the pipes to control the temperature of each room. Raising his hand, he announces the most important part: the themed rooms, the Emerald Room, the Coral Room, and the Guilty Pleasure Room. After completing everything, he excitedly declares that it is all done, marking the establishment of the first branch of the fantasy world sauna chain. Rotorua arrives, enjoying the steam bath, and Lloyd asks him, as their first customer, what his initial impression of the place is. Rotorua replies that the results are clear. Just then, Javier questions Lloyd about whether he is starting a sauna business and if he truly needs more money. Lloyd dismisses the notion, stating that he will not be accepting money for this endeavor, but will accept something else instead. Javier thinks he knows where this is heading, feeling a sense of sympathy for the poor merfolk. The scene shifts to the still ocean, illuminated by the light of the moon, where an eagle soars above. Suddenly, Rodita leaps out of the water, reaching high toward the moon, startling the eagle in the process. She seizes the bird, squawking as other mermaids gather nearby to praise her. They exclaim that Rodita has set a new record, and with tail muscles like hers, she could grab the moon. She squawks at the eagle again, causing water to spray from its mouth. Rodita reflects on the days when muscle piled on each time she worked out, remembering herself as the strongest belle in town. Now, however, she feels the weight of age settling in, recalling her past strength. She notes that her shoulders are acting up again, and pain radiates through her body as she punches her shoulder in frustration. Her husband approaches and gently admonishes her to quiet down. Rodita asks what he said, and he comments that he wants to be somewhere quiet forever. Her husband adds that he thinks her hearing is deteriorating as well. Rodita declares that she is heading off for a workout, prompting her husband to caution her against overexertion. He advises that she should only exercise 3 times a day as he does. She retorts that relaxing is killing her soul and swims away, contemplating that she knows she should probably give up exercising. Yet, she reflects that she has lived her entire life this way, feeling unable to stop now. Rodita thinks that life would be more enjoyable if she had fewer aches and pains when she hears some noise and decides to check it out. Lloyd announces there that everyone is invited to their grand opening event, offering free admission for all merfolk suffering from painful joints and muscles. He assures them that this sauna is different from the dangerous heat chimneys. He invites them to soothe their muscles in their safety-certified sauna. Rodita contemplates his words, realizing that she can safely heat and soothe her muscles. Lloyd continues to welcome everyone, emphasizing that the sauna is completely free. The other mermaids swim eagerly toward the sauna. However, Rodita recalls hearing that humans are the most sly of creatures and questions whether she can really trust that it is free. especially given Lloyd's suspiciously wide smile. She thinks he looks like a regular con man, but then she remembers that he is with a good-looking man, which reassures her that he could never do anything evil. She reasons that there is really no reason to scam someone with a sauna. Even if it were a scam, she decides to give it a try. Once inside, she enjoys the sauna bath, feeling rejuvenated and youthful. After spending some time there, she returns home, quickly opening the door and urging her husband to join her at the sauna, mentioning that there is free admission for a week. She recalls Lloyd saying that she brought her husband along this time, encouraging her to enjoy her stay and get plenty of rest. When they both return to the sauna, Lloyd thanks them for visiting 5 days in a row, noting how bright-eyed and bushy-tailed they both look. Rodita mentions that she and her husband have been working out together, and their routine has become more vigorous than before. Lloyd claps his hands in delight, expressing his happiness upon hearing the good news, and asks what could have possibly caused such a change. Everyone feels excited and happy about the sauna, and Lloyd thanks them sincerely, stating that their happiness is his happiness. He encourages them to return the next day and the day after that. The following day, Rodita arrives at the sauna only to find the door closed. She sees Lloyd sitting in front of the entrance and asks why the sauna is closed today. Lloyd explains that the special event period has ended, and from now on, access is restricted to members only. He hands her an application form to sign up. Rodita wonders what this means, considering that it seems all they need to do is sign up to use the sauna. She takes the contract and begins to read it. The first point states that the sauna is for members only, and non-members are not allowed admission or use of the facilities. The second point specifies that usage is limited to 12 hours per day per member. Rodita thinks that 12 hours seems reasonable. Lloyd reads the third point of the contract, stating that each member must pay a set usage fee each time they use the facilities. However, this fee will not be paid in money but in labor. He explains that the amount of labor required is half the time spent in the sauna each day. For instance, if a member uses the sauna for 6 hours, then 3 hours of labor are required. Furthermore, he mentions that the labor must be completed within 48 hours of using the sauna. If a member fails to fulfill their labor requirement for one session, access to the sauna will be denied for 10 days. For 2 unworked sessions, access will be denied for 30 days. And for 3 unworked sessions, membership will be revoked. Rodita's anger boils over as she grabs Lloyd by the collar and demands to know why he is doing this. She calls him a piece of sea trash and accuses him of daring to exploit proud mermaids. She asserts that they lived just fine without his silly sauna and declares that they simply will not go, labeling him a pathetic conman. Other mermaids chime in, agreeing with Rodita's sentiments, and one of them punches Lloyd away in solidarity. Lloyd replies that he cannot force her to join when Javier asks if his plan has failed. In response, Lloyd provocatively asks if she lived fine without his lullaby before. This infuriates Rodita even more as she pounds her fist against her chest, exclaiming that the darned scoundrel was up to no good, insisting that he must think they are fools. She reflects that humans manage just fine without cigarettes. Lloyd calmly places all the contracts back on the table. Rodita continues her tirade, thinking about how they were also perfectly fine without online video sites and video games. As Lloyd sits back in his chair, she beats her chest in frustration, thinking about how that was true until they had a taste of those things. Finally, she demands an application form, calling him sea trash. Lloyd hands her a contract, responding that she is the one who chose to sign up. Okay. After some time, they all sign the contracts and make their way into the sauna. Rodita's watch, adorned with a starfish, begins to twinkle, signaling the passage of time. However, once her time is up, the starfish flickers and appears to die. Suddenly, Lloyd bursts through the door, announcing that numbers 4, 12, and 13 have reached the end of their allotted time. He informs Rodita that he will see her tomorrow at the excavation site. Frustrated, Rodita thinks she can't stand that man any longer and resolves not to play into his hands again. She decides that today will be her last day at the sauna. After a while, they arrive at the construction site, where Lloyd greets them, introducing himself as Lloyd Frontra, the site manager. He instructs everyone to commence digging. As the mermaids begin their work, Rodita quickly grows tired. Her whole body aches, and she thinks she needs to get these knots out. Eventually, she and Lloyd return to the sauna, where he welcomes her again, introducing himself as Lloyd Frontra, the sauna manager this time. He encourages her to enjoy her stay and hands her a stay band before she heads back to the sauna to indulge in another relaxing bath. The next day, Lloyd arrives at the construction site and greets the mermaids, promising to see them later at the sauna. This pattern continues daily, but one day, Radita begins to feel that something is wrong. She realizes he is completely manipulating her, and she needs to break this vicious cycle. Despite her frustration, she hesitates to give it up because all the other mermaids are committed to their digging work. Rotoria observes Lloyd, who smiles as he looks at the mermaids, and he thinks that the man is nothing short of a demon, transforming them all into his slaves. He wonders if Lloyd has indeed sold his people to the devil. Just then, Lloyd asks Rotoria if he feels like he has sold his people to the devil, leaving Rotoria shocked by the remark. Lloyd insists that they never forced anyone to do this work, but Rotoria simply smiles and remains silent. Lloyd reflects on how it has only been a month since the merfolk's tremendous efforts began, and he notices the significant decrease in sediment on the sea floor, his eyes shining with satisfaction. He then calls for all the mermaids to stop their work, instructing them to gather around a square-shaped area before sliding down into it. As Lloyd examines the ground after the digging, he sees some designed blocks and announces that this is the spot of the Jewel of Truth. The other mermaids are equally shocked by the revelation. Lloyd feels a surge of nervousness. What if it were just a legend? What if they never found it? What if he couldn't stop, and all the bad things began to unfold around him? Lloyd attempts to maintain his composure and says they should try to find the blueprints. Rotoria, overwhelmed with emotion, responds that it really exists. He never thought it actually would. Lloyd, confused, asks what they should do now. Rotoria, still in disbelief, swims away, mentioning that according to his great-great-grandfather, they need to find the center of the jewel. He adds that the blueprints are stored in the magic storage facility, and there should be some kind of keyhole. They continue digging and soon discover a keyhole. Rotoria exclaims that it definitely looks like a keyhole. Lloyd, however, hesitates, asking where the key is if this is indeed a keyhole. As Rotoria approaches to inspect it, he feels something strange and remarks that the keyhole should indicate where the key is, wondering what is happening. Suddenly, the protector octopus begins to move, and they all look up at it. Lloyd thinks about how the keyhole is supposed to reveal the location of the key and questions if it might be inside the octopus's stomach. As the protective octopus moves towards the mermaid kingdom, all the mermaids emerge from their homes, including Aliel, who comes out of the palace. Aliel warns everyone that if they fall to the ground, they are doomed and calls for an evacuation of the kingdom. Rodita, relieved, notes that thankfully, most of the citizens had been called outside the kingdom by the human visitor. Aliel, puzzled, asks what she means, suggesting that perhaps he was actually a good guy after all. Lloyd questions whether the situation is because of him, and Javier responds clearly, prompting Lloyd to express his hope that he would say otherwise. Javier insists that he will take care of the Mermaid Kingdom and declares his intent to find the key for the sake of the estate he wishes to protect, grabbing Lloyd by the collar. Lloyd watches as Javier opens his wings and flies upward. Aliel calls after them, trying to stop them, and attempts to emerge herself but finds she cannot. She presses against the wall, determined to break free. Suddenly, Javier reappears and assists her. Seeing him, Aliel exclaims that they are so grateful to both him and Lloyd. Javier responds that she is quite welcome as Lloyd prepares to head out to find the key, thinking to himself that Javier has been infected with shamelessness. Meanwhile, the octopus opened its mouth wide, letting tears out of its eyes, after which the monster pressed its tentacles to its face. The protagonist looked at the monster in confusion, thinking that these were the symptoms, and he was sure of them. The protagonist was floating under a huge suffering octopus. Lloyd noted that he was suffering from constipation. The huge octopus began to wave its tentacles. Then it waved its paw. From a strong push, the protagonist was thrown to the side. The enraged octopus began to wave its tentacles. Xavier and Ariel were pushing the underwater city. Splashes of water rose above the ice floes. The protagonist bared his teeth, covering his face with his hands. He noted that for a start, if they did not cure his indigestion, they could not do anything else, noting that he once had indigestion too, wondering how he recovered then. Lloyd added that mom and dad that time. The protagonist remembered how his father leaned over him. He looked at his son worriedly, asking that he had quite a severe indigestion. Lloyd was lying on the bed and said that he wanted to puke, but nothing came out. His father noted that he should wait a little as he needed to do something and he would feel better right away. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking slightly exhausted. Then he turned his gaze to the side when his father said to give him his finger. The man began to wave a knife, saying that he needed to prick his finger. The guy looked at his father in bewilderment, saying that he decided not to prick him, but to stab him. The man smiled widely, taking the needle in his hand. He noted that he was just joking. The protagonist noted that he found time to joke. The main character winced in pain. The man noted that his blood was very dark. The guy looked at the ceiling dejectedly, sighing heavily. The man asked how he felt and if he was feeling better. Lloyd said that he did not know and the feeling is if both better, but at the same time not. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and then burped. The father smiled widely, asking what was better for him. Lloyd noted that it was hard for him to say. The woman looked at her husband in bewilderment, asking why he did not watch TV, noting that they say on it that it does not help. The man said that it helped him a lot when he was younger. The mother approached her son, telling her husband to step aside, because in such moments it is necessary for all the harmfulness to come out of him, and then he will feel better. The protagonist closed his eyes when his mother put her hand on his stomach. The woman smiled widely, asking that he trusted her. Lloyd opened his eyes slightly, looking at the woman. The protagonist's mother swung her fist. Lloyd asked what she was going to do. The mother's fist approached the protagonist's body. Then she hit her hand, which was lying on Lloyd's stomach, with all her strength. The main character's eyes widened. Then he pressed his lips together and puffed out his cheeks. A beautiful rainbow was visible above the sea. A huge monster was puffing out its cheeks, waving its tentacles. The young master swam up to the monster's face. He wondered what made him feel so much better that time and whether it would help the octopus. The master bared his teeth and frowned, wondering if such methods were even legal and whether they would work. The master remembered his smiling mother. The woman asked him how he felt and that she simply had magical hands, noting that he was studying natural sciences, and in order to understand whether something works or not, he must try everything on himself. The master looked away with a serious look, his mouth wide open. He called out to the swordsman. The knight gritted his teeth, pushing the underwater city. Lloyd stated to use the aura on the tips of the octopus's tentacles, but not too hard so as not to pierce them. Xavier nervously clenched his teeth, saying that he was too busy right now. The underwater city continued to fall to the ground. Ladida swam up to the city, resting her hands on it. She looked ahead furiously, shouting at her people to prepare a charge. The mermaids began to swim towards the huge sphere. The old woman said to use the stamina from their training and the usual relaxation from going to the sauna. The mermaids stopped the city with their own strength. Then they pushed off from the water, lifting it up. Xavier spread his wings. Then he soared above the city on them. The knight flew towards the huge monster. A white aura emanated from the swordsman. The blue-haired boy swung his blade, using the explosion skill. He directed the aura threads towards the octopus. The huge monster continued to wave its tentacles in pain. The threads attached themselves to the tips of the tentacles. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Then it slightly opened its mouth and burped. The young gentleman looked at the monster with a confident look, noting that in a normal situation, for a better effect, they would have to tie up its tentacles and then pierce them. But now this would be enough, noting that whether it was frightened by pain or not, but he managed to burp, which meant that stage 1 was complete. The young gentleman opened his mouth wide, saying that now was the final blow. The master took his hand with the shovel behind his back. Huge animals appeared behind him, puffing out their cheeks. The master looked ahead with concern, telling the guys that since they were not sitting in his bosom now, their effect did not spread and they needed to quickly finish it off completely. Hippo spread his arms to the sides, puffing out his cheeks and stomach. Teapot pounced on Hippo, after which a stream of water shot out of the hippopotamus's mouth. The animals curled up into a ball, heading towards the octopus. The huge monster watched what was happening. Then he closed his eyes. The octopus waved his tentacle, beating off the little animals. The main character was lying on the belly of the little animal. Then he swung his shovel, using the explosion skill. The explosion threw the guys to the side of the monster. The young gentleman bared his teeth and widened his eyes. The little animals curled up into a ball, approaching the body of the monster. The guys struck the body of the octopus. The monster widened its eyes. Then he opened his mouth, when bubbles began to appear from it. The bubbles began to spread into the sea. A certain figure began to be visible behind them. Xavier began to reach for the seahorse figure. Then he grabbed it. The young gentleman smiled happily and clenched his hand into a fist, noting that they had succeeded. The octopus swam above the city with a relieved look. The system notified that he had received a new title, the Doctor of the Sea Village. The effects of the title: he can breathe freely underwater, and he has access to the special skill punch in the stomach. The huge monster turned his attention to the side, after which he suddenly rushed towards the underwater city. A system window appeared with a description of the special skill punch in the stomach. He can punch any living creature in the stomach underwater and with this blow make them empty the contents of their stomach. The huge octopus again covered the underwater city with its tentacles. The mermaids began to joyfully rejoice, raising their fists up. The main character was contentedly holding a figurine of a seahorse in his hand, saying that it certainly looked like a key for a well. The main character turned his attention to the Queen of the Tritons when she called out to him. Ariel looked at the young master with a slight grin, noting that upon closer inspection he had a manly face. The master looked at the girl in surprise. Ariel smiled widely, stating that he was the one who made them stronger and even protected their home. The queen beamed with joy, raising her hands up. The system announced that a new race was discovered. The ancient octopus and the sea people accepted him as a true friend. He received bonus RP. The amount of RP is 2565. The master watched in surprise. The system announced that even though the problems initially started because of him, the young master smirked slightly, raising his palm. The system noted that he had no conscience at all. Lloyd asked what was wrong. The system noted that he meant that he acted as if he did not feel guilty at all. The protagonist asked what he said, noting that he really did not understand what he was talking about. Ladita took the protagonist's hand with a wide smile. Lloyd noted that in any case, this time everything could have really turned out worse. The system asked what he suddenly spoke about. The young master noted that he did not know what to do, and he could only try the different methods that his mother and father taught him, and he was sincerely grateful to them. A system window appeared in front of the master's face. The system noted that if he thought so, then he was sure that his parents would be much more grateful to him, asking if he agreed. The main character looked at the system with bewilderment. He stood motionless in front of the system window, noting that he had gone to hell, asking if he could not say such things when he was in a good mood. The brown-haired man pressed his lips, noting that they were already dead, asking how they could be grateful to him. The system stated that he must be really angry. The boy stated that he was, because his words immediately made him regret that he could not do more for them. The master stood with his back, saying that he would not look back. After which he headed to the keyhole, thinking that he should focus on protecting his current family. Lloyd placed the seahorse statue into the keyhole, after which a bright light appeared from the keyhole. A diagram of a building appeared in front of the guys. The brown-haired man looked at the diagram in confusion, wondering what else it was. The diagram showed a stone building. The main character noted that it looked exactly like the Goguryeo tombs. The young master imagined an image of a tomb. He noted that it was a structure that narrowed towards the top in order to withstand a certain weight of one type of pyramid. The system notified him to scan the plan and save the information about Adipoa, the Pearl of Truth. The master flashed his gaze, using the scanning skill, after which he looked at the system window, noting that he needed to look. Lloyd's eyes widened in confusion. A system window appeared with a list of key materials. Lloyd wondered what it was that they still needed to collect materials. The system announced that it was the first key material, asking if he was ready to watch the Toranga recordings. The protagonist began to point his finger from side to side while the guys watched him. Rodalua asked the swordsman what he was doing and that he had gone crazy. Xavier noted that he had left the roof a long time ago and there was nothing left to leave with. The protagonist looked at the glowing system window with irritation, after which he smirked slightly, saying that he thought it was completely over there. The master turned his back to the keyhole, telling the swordsman that they had little time and needed to go. Xavier asked where they were heading this time. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown, saying that they were going to the Magentano Palace and the Toranga first key material was there. The weather was clear above the palace. Alicia sat at the table in the office. The queen looked down with a sad look, after which the veins began to diverge from her eye. The queen sat motionless on the chair, breathing heavily. The red-haired girl began to pull the glove off her hand. Swollen veins were visible on her hand. The girl wondered how much more she needed to collect, after which she clenched her hand into a fist, noting that she should not become weak since there was still a little left, and she could do it because she was the queen, the strongest person in this kingdom. Her Highness turned her attention to the door. The assistant said that he would like to report on the progress of trade negotiations with the southern countries. Her Highness said that he could speak. The man stood opposite the queen slightly, leaning over. He said that they had colluded and ignored any of their proposals, and since then their requests have only become crazier. Alicia looked warily at the table. The aide said that other countries were also beginning to put forward unacceptable conditions. Alicia wondered if that was the reason. The red-haired girl imagined the image of the bone dragon. She noted that the banquet they had held to demonstrate Magentano's independence, their reputation had suffered due to the incident with the bone dragon. The girl leaned slightly towards the table, thinking that even though they had said that the bone dragon had been defeated, they believed that they were lying since they could not provide its remains. The queen narrowed her displeased gaze, thinking that in such a situation, some of the nobles might begin to doubt her worthiness, and political squabbles could lead to a fall in their authority on the world stage. Her Highness began to scribble on the paper with a pen. She noted that she could not understand what she could do about it, wondering if they could overcome the crisis. The queen's hand trembled in pain. She thought that she couldn't be weak because she was the queen, and the queen couldn't show weakness. The assistant told Her Highness that Lloyd was requesting an audience. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. After that, she abruptly ran down the corridor. Palace workers were passing by in the corridor. A dim light illuminated the room. Black silhouettes of people were visible in the distance. The queen looked ahead in surprise, noting that this was an annoying person. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in confusion. The red-haired girl noted that he was the one who managed to escape from her grip and the one who did whatever he wanted. The red-haired girl threw herself into the guy's arms, noting that he was the one she needed so much. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in shock. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise at her actions. The silhouettes of the guys were hiding behind the bright sunlight. Lloyd asked her ladyship what she was doing. The red-haired girl looked ahead in shock as the protagonist called her. The young master and the swordsman bowed before the queen. Alicia approached the brown-haired man, asking what he had just said. The protagonist noted that he had simply greeted her, but she had not responded, so he spoke to her again. The protagonist looked at the queen, wondering why she was so out of breath, adding that he doubted she was there to see him. Her Highness looked at the protagonist in surprise, after which she closed her eyes and shook her head in displeasure. Xavier looked at Her Highness with a terrifying look, after which he turned his gaze to the young master. Then he looked back at Her Highness. The queen looked away, embarrassed. The swordsman widened his eyes in bewilderment. He wondered what it was, adding that it was even more incredible than if someone said that the protagonist would become an archangel. Her ladyship crossed her arms over her chest, asking what they wanted from her. The protagonist asked to forgive him. He looked at the girl with a serious look, saying that he would like to dig up a couple of columns under the castle. Alicia raised her eyebrows in confusion. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that in return. Alicia looked at the young master in shock when he said that he would quickly resolve all the problems with the countries that surrounded her. The protagonist looked at the system window with a thoughtful look. He noted that the plan of the Pearl of Truth Adipoa, when he clicked on the first key material of Toranga, a screen with information opened for him. The young master looked at the system window in surprise. The protagonist imagined how the mermaids fought with another race. He noted that the great war between races that took place in mythical times was also known as the War for the Possession of Adipoa. A mermaid was swimming near the pyramid, spreading her arms out to the sides. The main character noted that at the most critical moment, one of the mermaids asked Adipoa a question. Perhaps it was a question about how to win the battle. Many arrows flew to the side. The arrows destroyed the walls of the pyramid. Lloyd noted that the Titans, who were larger than trees, destroyed the pearl. The shattered walls began to fall to the ground. Lloyd noted that different races began to drag away the fragments of the pearl like trophies. A huge Titan carried stone blocks on his shoulder. The young master noted that some Titan carried a Toranga onto dry land. The main character imagined how the warriors raised their weapons up. The master noted that while the Titan was building a kingdom and ruling people, an uprising occurred, which lured him out of hiding. The master imagined the huge blocks standing in the dug hole. He noted that back then, the humans began to build their own castle, and they used the Toranga that the Titan had taken out as the foundation of the castle. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The young master noted that right now, Tayura was located under Magentano Castle. There were tables set with food outside. The two men looked at each other in confusion. The brunette said that he had no idea what the Queen of Magentano was thinking. The old man noted that he agreed with him. The queen was sitting on the throne, holding a blade in front of her. The man noted that last time, she tried to intimidate them by throwing a banquet, but completely disgraced herself when the bone dragon caused a ruckus. Her Highness looked at the people with a confident look. The brunette noted that she looked so confident, asking what she thought that she could deceive them with her confident behavior. The protagonist looked back at the man. The old man asked that they defeated the bone dragon on their own, noting that the level of lies and bluff had reached imperial heights. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He told Yang Yang to come to him. The people raised their heads up. The brunette watched what was happening in horror. A black silhouette of a dragon appeared in the air. The man looked at the dragon in shock, pointing his finger at it. Yang Yang was approaching the ground. The man shouted that it was a bone dragon. The huge dragon landed on the ground with a crash. The people began to run away in panic. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that the bone dragon seemed a little strange. The man looked back in bewilderment. Yang Yang bowed his head to Her Highness. Then he opened his mouth. The huge dragon looked at the queen with a wide smile. The people watched what was happening intently. Her Highness began to extend her hand. She placed her palm on the dragon's face. The people stood motionless, watching what was happening. The man looked at the old man in horror, told him to return to their country and tell them about this and to order them to agree to all the conditions put forward by the Kingdom of Magentano, adding that he should tell them that they have the power that can completely destroy the world if they want to. Alicia kept her palm on the dragon's mouth. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest at the moment when all the people bowed before Her Majesty. The people shouted that they expressed their respect to her, calling her the Great Queen of Magentano. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in surprise. The queen looked at the people with a serious look, saying that in the name of Magentano she proclaims, Lloyd, who made the bone dragon swear allegiance to Magentano, will be given the right of the most respected person. The people looked at the surprised protagonist in shock. The man wondered what this young man had earned so much respect for. The boy wondered what he had become, the owner of a title that essentially put him on the same level as the royal family. The young master widened his eyes in bewilderment. He thought that she had already given him permission to dismantle the castle brick by brick, wondering why he had to go so far. The red-haired girl turned her attention to the protagonist, after which she slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled. Xavier stood behind the protagonist, looking at the queen with a terrifying look. A full moon was visible above the castle. The young master narrowed his eyes at the night, asking that the queen had called him. The swordsman approached the door, saying that she said that she lacked training, and this was a good moment since he also wanted to ask her something. The protagonist asked what he wanted to know from her. The swordsman looked at the master warily, asking that he didn't feel anything from the queen. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in bewilderment, saying that there was such a thing, something like that she was a queen. The main character with a serious look saw the guy off, noting that he was just saying just in case, so that he checked her left hand and maybe something was wrong with it. Xavier said that he would do, asking that he was going somewhere. The young master thoughtfully looked away. Then he looked at the knight, saying that since he had come all the way there, he wanted to visit his brother. Xavier narrowed his gaze, saying about his brother. The night sky stretched over the city. Sarazad and Julian were standing in the courtyard of the estate. The princess told him to straighten his back, and in this pose, it would be difficult for him to repel the attack. The long-haired girl suddenly appeared behind the guy. The brunette flashed her red gaze. Julian looked at the girl in fear. The brunette kissed the guy on the cheek, saying that he had lost again. The guy closed his eyes in embarrassment, saying that she was very mean, after which he kissed her hand, saying that she had been caught. Sarazad fell to her knees, clutching her forehead with her hand. She said that she was no longer able to fight. Julian asked how she was and that he had won. The protagonist watched what was happening from behind the wall with a stony expression. Sarazad said that this was an ambush on top of an ambush. Julian noted that he would also respond to her attack. The protagonist looked away in displeasure, spitting on the ground. He thought that he would definitely live a better life, which he could not afford as a dirty, terrible, and lonely brother, and only aroused pity, adding that he would not get underfoot. The protagonist turned his back to the estate, leaving from there. Julian asked the girl that it was not easy for her to demonstrate the technique of wielding a sword today. The young master turned his gaze to the side. Sarazad said that it was very difficult, but all her fatigue disappeared as soon as she saw his face. The guys were kneeling, pressing their foreheads to each other. The young master imagined the image of his dead younger brother. The master remembered the dead body, Sarazad. The guys smiled happily, pressing themselves to each other. The protagonist looked behind him with a serious look, noting that he will continue to live a happy life because he will give all his strength so that everything remains as it is now. The young master walked along the dark street. The stranger whispered that this scoundrel, and it was all because of him, all because of this scoundrel in the academy. A man in a black robe appeared behind the young gentleman. The man said that if only he hadn't done this. The brunette slightly opened his mouth, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. The protagonist looked back in bewilderment. The stranger attacked the protagonist with a blade. A group of royal cadets walks down the hallway in the academy when one of them notices Worthrode Thanas, the most powerful figure at the Royal Academy, and realizes he is the leader of the group. A cadet with yellow hair points to a red-haired cadet and remarks that this is the punk who came in first this time around. Worthrode, observing the red-haired cadet, thinks to himself that this cadet is a natural-born genius at magic, possessing a brilliant mind, and is even the son of Duke Thanas. Yet, somehow, he had taken first place over him. As they pass near Julian, Worthrode sneers, saying he doesn't want to see him around the academy anymore. If he does remain, he should only be there if he is broken and humiliated. Worthrode warns Julian that if he looks perfectly fine the next time he sees him, his family will bear the consequences. Another cadet, visibly shaken, nods in shock, while Worthrode recalls that everyone at the academy, students, teachers, even the principal, bowed before him in deference. The scene shifts to the palace, where, in the court, Alicia announces that Duke Thanas and his son have been found guilty of corruption and other illegal activities at the Royal Academy. She declares that for these crimes, which disgrace the name of Magentano, she, Alicia Termina Magentano, hereby strips their family of all titles and assets. Worthroad thinks back to that moment, realizing it was the turning point where everything began to unravel. Soon after, a guard binds him to a tree, accusing him of destroying everything his family built over thousands of years. The guard tells him that he must now face the consequences of his actions, adding that he should be grateful it ends with his death, before plunging a blade into him. Worthroad reflects that if he hadn't been exceptionally gifted in magic, he would have died then and there. Instead, he channels his mana to loosen the ropes, freeing himself and retrieves a sword before walking away. He thinks about the power and wealth that are now lost to him, leaving him with nothing but one thing that remains, burning fiercely within him: revenge. On the other side, Lloyd glances back just as Worthroad lunges to attack him. Lloyd deftly blocks the strike and asks what Worthroad is doing. In one swift motion, he swings his hand and lands a punch on Worthroad's face, sending him sliding backwards. Lloyd inquires who he is, stating that if he refuses to answer, it is fine. He isn't curious. He further comments that Worthroad was expelled from the academy for being trouble, and it's quite obvious that someone of his age is trying to kill him. Worthroad struggles to get back on his feet and shouts for Lloyd to die, launching several magical spears at him. Lloyd skillfully blocks each attack and expresses surprise at Worthroad's strength. He notes that while Worthroad appears to be an intermediate-level sword expert, there is something unexpected about him. Was that blood magic he used? Lloyd muses that no character utilizing blood magic had appeared in the novel. Worthroad, filled with rage, calls Lloyd a demon and mocks him, questioning whether he considers himself a hero or a meritorious subject. Worthroad laughs derisively, asserting that he knows Lloyd's kind. To him, Lloyd is merely a wretched villain, a petty, disgusting piece of trash. He claims that Lloyd will betray his people at any moment and that he will kill anyone who does not serve his interests. On the other side, Javier approaches Alicia, who asks what he thinks of Lloyd. She responds that Lloyd is undoubtedly a very talented individual and adds that she would like him at her side, without elaborating further. Javier then inquires if that is the only reason she wants him with her. Alicia asks if she needs another reason and comments that Javier is acting strangely today. She admits that she honestly has no idea what he is implying when he asks if she has someone by her side. She expresses her confusion over his question, stating that she does not understand what he means. Javier explains that he believes even the strongest warrior and hunter need a home to return to, a place to rest their weary body. In that home, he suggests, they need someone who waits for them and holds them as they sleep. Meanwhile, Lloyd continues to beat Worthroad mercilessly and asks what he is rambling on about. Worthroad, struggling, responds that he only needs 30 more punches before he is heading to prison, calling Lloyd a loser. He questions whether Lloyd even knows why he is running around, working so hard. He admits that not much usually gets under his skin, but today is different. He counts that only 12 punches remain, no, 13, he corrects himself, pausing to consider if that is accurate. Worthroad grins and says to start over at 29, but as he does, blood sprays into the air and transforms into a monstrous creature. Lloyd glances at Worthroad, remarking that the creature is even uglier than he is, just as the blood monster lunges at him. Meanwhile, Javier draws his sword, and Alicia follows suit, preparing for their practice session. Alicia questions what Javier is staring at, reminding him that they are in the middle of a match. Javier looks away, apologizes, and then flies off to help Lloyd. Lloyd finds himself in pain as the blood monster ensnares him completely, wrapping around his neck and causing him to scream in agony. Just then, Javier arrives and slashes at the blood monster, forcing it away. Worthroad, witnessing this turn of events, is left in shock. Worthroad's leg and arm are severely injured by his blood monster after sustaining slashes, causing him to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Lloyd attempts to flee, but Javier grabs him and flies away, depositing him on a rooftop. Worthroad crawls towards his other hand, trying to reach for his dragger, but as Javier approaches him again, Worthroad activates his magical powers, bites himself, and transforms into the blood monster, disappearing in the process. Javier arrives at the spot where Worthroad had been and sees only blood on the floor, thinking that he has completely vanished. Lloyd clutches his neck, bewildered, wondering what that was and who uses such magic as he descends to join Javier. In a separate location, Worthroad's blood splashes onto another destroyed area, and he materializes there. Meanwhile, Lloyd tells Javier that Worthroad is definitely one of the bullies who had been expelled from the academy, but he has no understanding of the magic that requires such a copious amount of blood. On the other side, Worthroad crawls forward, clutching his injured hand as he declares that he will kill them. Javier tells Lloyd that he should have beheaded Worthroad immediately. Lloyd waves his hand in annoyance, stating that it is fine, as he never expected Worthroad to run away like that. Worthroad, sitting against a broken wall, vows that he will never forgive those scoundrels while attempting to heal his arm with magic. Meanwhile, Lloyd acknowledges that Worthroad may be out for revenge, but their Grandmaster will always be there to swoop in and save him, ensuring that Worthroad will not be able to touch him. Worthroad, in a fit of rage, shouts that he will kill them all. At that moment, the system notifies Lloyd that the number of people he has saved is 0, and then it alerts him again that the number of saved individuals is now -1. Lloyd struggles to comprehend this information, wondering if his arrival in this universe has resulted in someone's death. After a while, Lloyd and Javier arrive at the palace, surrounded by a multitude of guards, which makes them feel cramped. Lloyd informs Alicia that he needs to begin construction, but he cannot do so with this level of security in place. Alicia explains that this level of security is standard when someone is after the kingdom's most meritorious subject. She instructs the guards to kill anyone who approaches Lloyd, to which one guard responds affirmatively. However, Alicia quickly realizes that this approach may cause more problems than it solves. Lloyd interjects, noting that Javier is present and is more effective than 1,000,000 troops. Alicia concedes that this is true and agrees to investigate the blood magic as well. Lloyd expresses his gratitude, but internally, he feels anxious about what Worthroad is planning and who may die because of him. He is already concerned about numerous other issues. He thinks that if he can prevent fate from following its original path, he may be able to resolve the entire situation. For now, he knows he needs to focus on acquiring the Toranga. Lloyd declares that it is time to get to work, thinking that he can resolve this issue if he hurries, but only if he moves quickly. He knows that the Toranga serves as one of the underground foundation pillars supporting the royal palace. He realizes that all he needs to do is dig down and extract it. However, he acknowledges that the House of Peers would never agree to such a ludicrous construction project. Thus, he reflects that Queen Alicia has slightly misled them by referring to it as restoration work for the palace's foundation. This tactic minimizes potential damage to the palace, but he knows he cannot excavate a path like this openly. He contemplates the risks involved, understanding that one wrong move could lead to significant trouble. In modern times, he would typically reinforce the ground before undertaking such work. At that moment, someone arrives and announces that the materials have arrived, prompting Lloyd and Javier to turn and look. Lloyd exclaims that it has finally come and thinks of the ground freezing technique, a construction method that strengthens the earth by freezing the moisture in the soil. He recalls that there exists an artifact known as the Heart of Winter, a powerful tool found in the Night of Blood and Iron, capable of achieving this effect. He reflects that the Heart of Winter is one of the 3 divine objects of Magentano, reputed to contain the winters of the entire world. He recalls that this powerful weapon was bestowed upon the royal family long ago by the ice dragon Tyrannus. In the book, there is a pivotal scene where Queen Alicia, after turning evil, uses it to freeze the opposing army. He acknowledges that, of course, to wield such a formidable artifact, he would require the House of Peers' approval. Fortunately, thanks to Her Majesty's use of some bribery, they received the necessary endorsement. Long live Queen Alicia. He contemplates that once he is able to harness the heart and freeze the ground solidly, he can safely extract the Toranga. However, he realizes he will also need to create a support block to replace it. At that moment, Siluria arrives, and Javier notices her as she waves her hand in greeting. Lloyd comments that she is a brilliant mage, making it unsurprising that she is entrusted with one of the kingdom's divine objects. Lloyd urges Javier to go and speak with Siluria, knowing he has missed her. Javier protests that he does not understand. Lloyd explains that he has a keen eye for such matters. He can discern if someone likes another person with just a single glance. He boasts that his infatuation radar boasts a 100% accuracy rate. Javier thinks that this skill does not seem to apply when it involves the user, though. Javier then expresses concern that someone is targeting him and wonders why Lloyd would abandon him. letting out a sigh. Lloyd reassures him that he can also deal with the blood magic user. He simply needs to be cautious of the summons. Lloyd instructs Podong, outlining the steps for their plan. He begins with Step 1. Dig a vertical tunnel and insert the rebars and concrete. Step 2 involves establishing an underground freezing chamber. Finally, he explains that Step 3 requires the palace's most skilled mages to control the Heart of Winter, inserting the freezing lances connected to the heart into the ground and initiating the freezing process. Lloyd continues with Step 4, instructing them to dig a tunnel through the ceiling. Podong works quickly, and both Javier and Lloyd watch as he digs. Some laborers gather the mud that spills from the hole, prompting Javier to comment that the project is progressing faster than usual. Lloyd agrees, noting that, like anything else, the faster the work is completed, the better. He feels the pressure of time ticking away and realizes he needs to finish quickly. He considers that he could retrieve the Turanga even faster using a different method, but slaps his face in frustration, causing Javier to glance at him curiously. Lloyd instructs them to get the rebar team ready and to start the concrete coating. Meanwhile, a group of hooded individuals gathers around a pillar, performing a ritual. Suddenly, a blood clot slips under the door and begins to rise into the air behind Siluria, transforming into Worthroad. The scene shifts a few days earlier to Duke Toscano, the leader of the House of Peers, who sits in his room with an associate. The associate expresses frustration, noting that the son of a country lord has suddenly risen through the ranks due to sheer luck, now holding the title of the kingdom's most meritorious subject. Toscano responds that allowing such a man to achieve success is dangerous, as several noble families have already fallen out of favor because of him. The associate agrees, stating that the queen fully supports this individual, leaving them with no choice but to comply. However, he expresses uncertainty about how to deal with someone who wields one of the kingdom's divine items. Toscano declares that they must find his weakness and bring him down. Not only that, but they must devise a way to eliminate both him and his protector, Alicia, in one decisive move. After the meeting, the associate departs, leaving Toscano to ponder his situation. Although he has expressed concerns, he realizes that Lloyd's achievements continue to multiply, making it nearly impossible to assassinate him due to his nightly guard. Suddenly, Worthroad arrives, greeting Toscano with a casual remark about how long it has been since they last met. Toscano is startled and asks who Worthroad is. He introduces himself as Worthroad, the third son of the former Duke of Thanas, and politely inquires about his well-being. Toscano quickly rises and expresses disbelief at his survival, to which Worthroad cryptically responds that he is not entirely sure how to describe his current state. Noticing his unease, Worthroad suggests that if his worries involve the instigator, Lloyd Frontra, he might be able to offer assistance. He hints that Lloyd appears to be planning something at the royal palace and asks if Toscano can provide more information about it. Toscano responds that the current work is simply repair work on the palace, adding that Lloyd has even borrowed the Heart of Winter for the project. Worthroad, intrigued, asks about the Heart of Winter and smirks, suggesting that if Toscano does him this one favor, by telling one of his men to drop his blood at the construction site, then he will ensure that the world knows Lloyd is pure evil and should never have been born, letting out a laugh. The scene shifts to the construction site, where one of the workers calls out to Lloyd, saying he has something to share. Lloyd asks what it is, inquiring whether the worker is unhappy with his job. The worker quickly replies that it is not that at all. Rather, thanks to Lloyd's diplomatic efforts with Isfahan, his wife has learned the art of Isfahan pottery, which had always been her dream. He continues by expressing his gratitude, chuckling as he speaks. Another worker adds that he has saved a considerable amount of money while working on Lloyd's construction projects, thanking him profusely. He mentions that his son has begun studying civil engineering, stating that he wants to be just like Lloyd. Lloyd feels good after hearing all the gratitude and suggests that if they are so appreciative, each of them should give him 1,000 gold coins. They comply and hand over the money. Javier observes this and comments that Lloyd is now extorting his workers as the system notifies him that he has robbed them. Lloyd pauses, genuinely surprised, as he had not expected them to give him any money. Javier remarks that they are, indeed, extraordinarily corrupt officials. Lloyd reassures them that he will return the money, insisting that he is rich and does not need their funds. Meanwhile, two guards stand outside, with one mentioning that the next shift seems to be running late and instructing the other to fetch them. The second guard agrees and walks away, only to take out the vial of Worthroad's blood and spread it on the gate. The scene shifts again as Worthroad's blood slides into the room, transforming into a human shape. He laughs menacingly, startling Siluria, who lets out a scream. Outside, Javier hears a noise and looks back as he walks alongside Lloyd, who asks what is wrong and why he appears startled. Javier senses a presence and replies that it is him. Inside, a masked figure demands to know who he is, prompting the others to point their magical circles toward him and unleash a torrent of fire. Worthroad charges forward to attack them while Lloyd orders Javier to protect the Heart of Winter. Javier quickly runs toward the room. Siluria attempts to create a force field to block Worthroad's attack, but it proves ineffective. He captures her and shatters the barrier surrounding the Heart of Winter. At that moment, Javier arrives just in time and mutters in frustration. He sees the Heart of Winter in peril as all the masked men rush toward it. Looking around, he thinks about where Worthroad has gone, wondering if he has already disappeared. Someone calls out to Siluria, who remains frozen in place. Javier glances at her and thinks about Lloyd's instructions to stay put. Lloyd urges him to block the Heart of Winter from that position, but Javier attempts to speak, only for Lloyd to cut him off, insisting that he trusts him. Javier leaps forward to shield the Heart of Winter, feeling the immense power radiating from it. He realizes that this is the power of a high-ranking dragon and understands he cannot hold on much longer. The system notifies that tidal powers have been invoked, rendering Javier unable to feel his hands or toes, ensuring he will not suffer from hypothermia in the freezing cold. Meanwhile, Lloyd rushes toward the room, thinking that he is fine, but those inside will not be able to withstand this for much longer. He acknowledges that he is not a warrior of justice, nor is he the type willing to give everything to save others. However, he feels compelled to return their 1,000 gold. Suddenly, Worthroad appears behind him, charging forward to attack. He stabs Lloyd and declares that he will face his true self. Lloyd exclaims in disbelief as the poison from Worthroad's dagger begins to spread rapidly through his body. At this moment, his imagination takes over, and he envisions Suho, who urges him to stop wasting time. Suho insists that if he were to destroy the entire place, it would take less than a day to gather all the materials he needs. He chuckles, knowing they possess that kind of power. Javier continues to struggle to block the Heart of Winter, but he finds himself unable to do so as the masked men around him begin to freeze. Siluria commands them to ignite, channeling her powers to assist Javier. He thinks he can endure the cold a bit longer, thanks to Lady Siluria, but he questions the point of merely holding this power at bay when he should also be protecting Suho. Outside, Worthroad stabs Lloyd with his poisonous dagger and boasts about the ancient dark magic he wields, describing it as the curse of all-consuming darkness. He explains that if there is even a speck of darkness within a person, the curse will multiply repeatedly until it completely overtakes their mind. Worthroad scoffs at the idea of people admiring someone like Lloyd, whom he deems corrupt and reckless, capable of destroying everything. He declares that Lloyd must reveal his true self and perish under the weight of the world's hatred. Meanwhile, Suho teleports to a blank space where Lloyd questions how much time he wasted in the Mermaid Kingdom, criticizing the foolish sauna idea that took too long. Suho wonders why he even bothered trying to coax them into helping him when there was a faster way. As Suho stands up, he sees an octopus turning upside down. Lloyd remarks that if Suho had simply hopped on Draghi, the journey would have taken less than a day. He emphasizes that he doesn't need the king's permission when Draghi arrives and unleashes an icy attack on the Mermaid Kingdom, asserting that terror serves as an excellent method of communication. At that moment, Suho witnesses Javier pointing his sword at Radita, leaving him shocked by the scene unfolding before him. He asks if he truly believes that Javier could not have taken her on and questions how long it would have taken to subdue the merfolk. Suho sees all the mermaids tied up with chains and responds that it might take an hour, though he would estimate a maximum of 2 hours. He notes that the Taranga is all he needs to get rid of the palace as he envisions a reversed world. He laments that if only he had not delayed, the Aotearoa could have been completed by now. Suho inquires about what he is talking about, expressing disbelief that he could do such a thing since it would hurt many people and bring them sadness. Lloyd dismisses these concerns, stating that they are not family. He insists that there is a clear difference in worth between complete strangers and his loved ones, declaring that he does not want to lose them all over again. Suho is confronted with photos of the deceased Count and Countess, leaving him bewildered and unable to comprehend what is happening. Lloyd suggests they go save the ones they love, becoming emotional as he reaches out his hand towards Suho, who steps closer and hugs him. Suho asks if Lloyd is scared, reassuring him that it is okay and that they do not need to resort to drastic measures to achieve their goals because they are truly capable. He smirks and disappears, leaving Lloyd standing there, affirming that they are indeed capable. The scene shifts back to where cold air swirls around Lloyd and Worthrode, enveloping Lloyd in icy waves as Worthrode continues to taunt him about the supposed rot within. Lloyd grabs Worthrode's collar and asserts that what he sees is what he gets, delivering a punch that breaks Worthrode's teeth while shouting at him. Meanwhile, Alicia receives news of the unfolding situation and rushes to the scene with several guards, asking how long it has been. A guard responds that it has been about 5 minutes, noting that the cold is severe enough that merely approaching the hole could result in frostbite, especially with the cold waves emanating from the heart of winter. Alicia jumps into the construction site, contemplating that Lloyd is more competent than 1,000 subjects combined and that she cannot afford to lose him. She observes some individuals already frozen and calls out for Javier, who responds, indicating that Lloyd is inside. Realizing that the old Duke of Thanos' son is behind this chaos, she watches as someone emerges from the freezing air, revealing Lloyd as he rescues some of the laborers. The scene shifts to another side where Suho sits with several individuals gathered around a fire. One of them greets Suho, remarking that he thought Suho would quit. Suho responds that quitting is not an option for him. Another person laughs and points out that the work must not be too difficult if Suho hasn't considered running away yet. Suho admits that he does not have the luxury of quitting, to which the other person replies that none of them do. He affectionately calls Suho a really good kid and gives him a hug. Suho expresses his gratitude, reflecting on how everyone at the construction site liked this man, who always wore a smile and brightened the mood. He worked diligently to send money back to his family. However, Suho's thoughts turn somber as he recalls that the man has never been able to walk again. The reason for the incident was clear to Suho. All the safety equipment had been worn out garbage. He reflects on the lack of accountability, thinking about how no one had taken responsibility for it when a laborer fell and was injured. Instinctively, Suho and the other laborers rush to help the fallen worker. Suho reflects on how both the construction company and the developers have passed the buck. He observes as an ambulance is called and the injured laborer is taken to the hospital. He wonders why no one is willing to take responsibility for the incident. People become passionate about their rights when it benefits them, yet they turn a blind eye when it comes time to fulfill their duties. He contemplates what he would do in a similar situation, acknowledging that if such an event occurred at his own construction site, he might also consider running away. The scene shifts to Lloyd, who emerges from the freezing environment, carrying a laborer on his shoulders. Alicia sees him and rushes to assist, wrapping her gown around him as she hugs him. She notes that he barely has any mana left, realizing he must have given all his energy to help the workers. Concerned for his well-being, she thinks about how he is enduring the cold with so little protection. Alicia informs him that there are 8 more workers further in, and Javier is in danger. She insists that they must go, but Lloyd insists on helping the workers first, stating that they also need assistance. She states that they should trust his queen and jumps out as the people see her and announce that the queen has come out. She places Lloyd on the floor and turns to go back when a guard asks where she is going now. She jumps back inside and instructs them to take care of Lloyd first, to bring him some blankets, questioning how he was able to endure the cold while a guard covers Lloyd with a blanket. Lloyd thinks that he was relying on that title skill to help him, believing himself immune to hypothermia. However, the skill is ineffective if his actual body freezes. He reflects on how warm it feels and wishes he could finally rest. Inside, Alicia observes Pipadang, who wraps his hand around some labor and secures it. Outside, the sun emerges as a guard announces that 2 more workers are out, urging someone to please stop the queen. Meanwhile, Lloyd thinks that Queen Alicia is truly remarkable, as expected from a sword master. Javier is managing to hold back the cold, and he feels that everything will turn out well. She brings out 2 more workers, and a guard rushes toward her, stating that Queen Alicia has done more than enough and questioning why she would put herself in danger for some lowly workers. She replies with silence, asserting that if it were all of them inside, they would not still ask her to stop. Lloyd overhears her and closes his eyes, thinking that it is time to relax and dream of his sweet life on the estate, where she occasionally manages some matters while joking with Javier. Outside, Javier hugs Siluria as a guard announces that the last person is out. Queen Alicia also retrieves Peepodong, insisting that there are still people in the freezing chamber, prompting everyone to come out. Suddenly, the heart of winter bursts forth from its chamber, shocking them all, and Alicia thinks about what in the world is happening. A cold breeze spreads throughout the kingdom, and everything starts to freeze, making people feel as though their bodies are freezing. Draggy also roars and launches an icy attack at them. Alicia runs to save her people, commanding the evacuation of all citizens and instructing anyone who is an intermediate sword expert or above to help move the injured. Lloyd also gets up when she looks at him, telling him not to come this way and to run away. He uses his mana, stating that he will not lose anything of himself, while the system notifies that Rapid Charge has been activated. She runs toward him, trying to stop him and saying that it is too much for a human to absorb, but Lloyd persists and absorbs the heart of winter. She looks around as the cold breezes slowly disappear, the sun emerges, and Lloyd freezes. Javier continues to hold Siluria when she surveys the surroundings and notes that the heart of winter has vanished. Alicia asks if everyone is okay and urges them to hurry and rescue those still inside when a guard reports that everyone is safe. An elderly man inquires about how they survived the cold. He states that he clearly remembers his whole body turning to ice and thinking he was dead. But then, all of a sudden, the cold left him as if something had taken away all the chill. Javier also emerges with Siluria, and they notice Lloyd's freezing body and walk toward him. Alicia grabs Lloyd's hand and informs Javier that his heart is still beating. She instructs him to move Lloyd carefully and asks if he can melt him with his mana. Some laborers rush toward Lloyd to take him inside, where Javier ties him up with ropes. Lloyd thinks that he is incredibly cold and wonders what happened to him and why he is tied up like this. The Bud of Winter arrives and explains that this is the materialization of his heart. The only thing that can move right now is his heart, and he is still alive because of it, so he should be thankful as Lloyd attempts to see him. Lloyd exclaims in surprise that it is a butt monster, while the Bud of Winter shouts that he is the Heart of Winter, pointing out that he is a heart and blue, then turns his face to the other side. Lloyd responds that he now looks even more like a butt and asks why the Bud of Winter is inside his body. The Bud of Winter expresses his frustration at Lloyd's stubbornness, insisting that he is truly trying to make his point, and that he absorbed him, which is why he is here. He clarifies that he actually allowed himself to be absorbed into Lloyd's body and finds it ridiculous, stating that he cannot believe Lloyd attempted to absorb him, the Heart of Winter, which took all of the great dragon Tyrannus's power 100 days to create. He asserts that even if Lloyd had tried to absorb him until he exploded, he would have barely managed to acquire 1,000th of his power. However, he senses a special power within Lloyd, explaining that it is because Lloyd possesses a heart resembling a dragon's. As Lloyd transforms into a dragon, he considers one of his skill options half-man, half-dragon and realizes that the Bud of Winter seems fond of him, much like the old dragon Anticus. The Bud of Winter states that was not all. Lloyd did not hesitate for even a second to sacrifice himself for others, which he found truly astonishing. He expresses his curiosity about where a human like Lloyd would ultimately end up. Lloyd asks what the Bud of Winter means by sacrificing himself for others, insisting that it is ridiculous and that he simply does not want to get yelled at later. The Bud of Winter replies that this reason is sufficient for him, declaring that it is enough before beginning to sprinkle around and enter Lloyd's body. The system notifies him that he has become one with the divine item from the dragons, the Heart of Winter, and that a new skill has emerged under the influence of a great force that freezes everything. Another notification reveals that he has gained a special skill to freeze time. After a while, Lloyd opens his eyes in his bed and wonders what is meant by freezing time, remarking that it sounds incredibly cool. The system notifies him again that the flow of time can be stopped, and that the freezer of time can designate which area to exclude from the effect at that moment. The system notifies him again that the boundary of the area is determined by the total amount of mana the freezer possesses, and time in the excluded area will pass normally. He realizes that time can be frozen for up to 1 year. If the freezer of time leaves the excluded area, time will begin to flow again. This means it is indeed possible to freeze time and build at lightning speed. The system notifies him that all he thinks about is construction, and Lloyd considers how incredibly useful this will be in case things go wrong, even if an unfortunate fate seems imminent. He reflects that he can freeze time and attempt another approach to prevent it. But he acknowledges one significant problem. He has been slacking lately in building up his RP and needs to focus on that. The system informs him that the RP needed for the skill is 3000, while his current RP stands at 2665. He thinks he possesses the greatest secret weapon ever, yet he faces this pressing issue head-on. Javier arrives to meet Lloyd and calls him Suho, but Lloyd quickly places his hand over his mouth to quiet him, as Alicia is also present. She is sleeping while sitting in a chair. Lloyd tells Javier to listen carefully, explaining that he now possesses a divine item of the kingdom, something akin to stealing an atomic bomb from a powerful nation. Javier asks what he means by atomic, to which Lloyd replies that it doesn't matter, just know that it is lethal. Lloyd suggests they leave, but Javier questions what that will solve, pointing out that they will become enemies of the kingdom and asking how he plans to handle the fallout. Lloyd assures him that he has everything planned out and asks if he has ever failed him before. Javier replies that he can tell from Lloyd's eyes that he has already failed, just as Alicia wakes up and says that it is too late to run. Lloyd bows in front of her and greets her, stating that taking possession of the Heart of Winter was never his intention, but this is what happened. She interrupts him, saying that raising that butt of his won't solve anything. Alicia says that she thinks she knows what happened. The issue is that even though someone else caused the incident, Lloyd was the borrower and the one responsible for the Heart of Winter. Lloyd thinks about the stupid blood magic fool, blaming him entirely for the situation, and asks what happened to him. Alicia explains that his name was Worthrode, the son of a former duke. He was frozen by the cold but remained alive, so he was captured and then burned to death. Lloyd acknowledges that Worthrode was a vile man but recalls seeing him turn to ashes. He says that the most important thing right now is that he is safe. Lloyd blushes upon hearing this and wonders why his heart is beating so strangely, suspecting that it is because of the Butt of Winter. The Butt of Winter interrupts, declaring that he is a heart, not a butt. The system notifies him that anyone with eyes can see he is a butt. The Butt of Winter retorts angrily, demanding to know who the system is and telling it to shut up. Lloyd thinks that he has had enough and that the Butt of Winter is driving him crazy. Alicia adds that one regret is that they couldn't learn more about the blood magic Worthrode used. They had tried torturing him, but he would recover immediately, and confession magic didn't work on him. She expresses her desire to learn more about that dangerous magic. Lloyd recalls hearing something from Worthrode when he stabbed him in the side with a purple mana-laced knife. He explains that he was temporarily infected with something called the Curse of All-Consumed Darkness, which transported him to a bloodshot, dream-like place where another version of himself would speak. As Alicia sits near him, she interrupts, telling him to wait and instructs him to tell her everything he knows. She removes her glove to reveal her poisonous hand. Alicia walks down the hallway and reaches a door, opening it to find herself teleported into a blank space where she confronts her past incidents. She sees a younger version of herself, little Alicia, who kills some people while still holding a sword that drips with blood. Little Alicia insists that she had no choice, claiming her brothers were going to kill her. She states that their mother and father's deaths were also orchestrated by her brothers, who had always been kind to her. It was all a lie, and she warns not to trust anyone as Alicia gazes at the shadow of a happy family on the ground. Little Alicia declares that she must kill before she is killed, referencing Lloyd Frontra, acknowledging the danger he poses. She questions what Alicia means by trusting someone again, asserting that if she is serious, she knows he will betray her. Little Alicia argues that if Alicia believes people truly respect her just because they call her a wise queen, she is mistaken. The whole world could turn against her at any moment. She advocates for fighting and killing to control them all through fear, stating that this way, no one will dare to betray them. Alicia quickly hugs her, expressing that she should not look so angry as she is sad and scared. She reassures little Alicia that it is okay to be weak sometimes. Little Alicia, feeling emotional and comforted, disappears, leaving Alicia alone and visibly upset. She returns to her room and, after a while, lies down on her bed, gazing at her hand, which looks noticeably better now. She recalls a recent conversation with Lloyd, where he explained that he wasn't entirely sure how he had managed to overcome his struggles but had simply accepted them. When she asked what he meant by accepting it, he clarified that he recognized people sometimes have dark thoughts and that everyone is weak at times. Ignoring these truths, he said, would only lead to an illness of the heart. When she questioned him about this illness of the heart, wondering if he was knowledgeable in mental health as well, he replied that it was a disease more terrifying than people might imagine, adding that he had only researched it a bit. Reflecting on his words, she considers acceptance as the best approach. Emerging from her flashback, she looks at her hand once more and softly says she is indebted to him again before drifting off to sleep. The next day, Toscano arrives at Queen Alicia's court with several others, announcing the commencement of Lloyd Frontra's trial. He requests that all members of the House of Peers participate in the proceedings. As he considers the outcome, Toscano reflects that, despite Worthroad's death, his scheme has succeeded, and he chuckles to himself. Another individual with gray hair remarks that, even with the Queen's efforts to protect Lloyd Frontra, this incident alone will be sufficient to bring about his ruin. Toscano agrees, pointing out that Lloyd failed to safeguard the kingdom's divine item and ultimately lost it. Though Lloyd may be a meritorious subject, Toscano predicts that, at a minimum, Lloyd's family will be stripped of their rank. Standing in the center of the court, Lloyd faces Queen Alicia as she formally declares, according to the sacred laws of the Great Magentano Kingdom, that the trial of Lloyd Frontra will now begin. She acknowledges that this trial is convened at the legitimate request of the House of Peers, which will serve as the jury and present his alleged crimes. Inwardly, she thinks to herself, asking for Lloyd's forgiveness. Despite her authority as queen, she cannot ignore the law. She resolved, however, to do everything in her power to secure an exemption from capital punishment for him. Meanwhile, Javier informs Siluria of the trial, and she is shocked to hear the accusations, exclaiming that it's absurd, someone else caused the Heart of Winter to explode, and Master Lloyd saved the entire city. Javier acknowledges this, but points out that Lloyd was still the one who brought forth the Heart of Winter, and failed to prevent the culprit's actions. She protests that this reasoning is far too stretched, but he reassures her, urging her not to worry, Lloyd will be fine. When she questions how to note the House of Peers' animosity toward Lloyd, Javier responds simply, stating that Lloyd assured him he would be fine. In the courtroom, Toscano addresses Lloyd, stating that the defendant, Lloyd Frontra, had the audacity to request the kingdom's divine item. The House of Peers and Her Majesty had only granted this request out of their immense grace and trust in him. Toscano pauses, then sharply questions if Lloyd dares to rummage through anything in this sacred courtroom. In response, Lloyd pulls out a vial of blood, the same vial Toscano had once handed to a guard. Toscano's face drains of color as he recognizes the vial and recalls his own instructions to the guard, directing him to scatter the contents before the chamber of the Heart of Winter, promising the soldier a handsome reward. Toscano wonders how Lloyd managed to retrieve the vial from the chaos, but his musings are interrupted when Lloyd smirks and lifts the bottle for everyone to see. Toscano recalls a conversation where Lloyd, walking through the hallway with Javier, had shared his suspicions. Lloyd had noted that the chamber was impenetrable, and Worthroad couldn't have simply walked in. Perhaps he had teleported there through his own blood, meaning someone within the palace had helped open the way. Lloyd had further speculated that if they could find evidence of this conspiracy, the trial could be overturned, suggesting it was likely a member of the House of Peers. He had then summoned his allies Podong, Hamung, Baibong, and Bengal, ordering them to search the palace for any incriminating proof. Returning to the present, Toscano trembles as Lloyd shakes the vial in front of him, intensifying his fear. Toscano stammers, accusing Lloyd of betraying their trust and claiming responsibility for the Heart of Winter. Lloyd calls for the guard involved in the vial's placement, who recalls bowing before Lloyd and admitting he never expected such an event to unfold. He was willing to help Lloyd since Lloyd had saved his life. Trembling, Toscano tries to regain control, acknowledging that, despite any accusations, Lloyd's reputation as a living legend and loyal servant to the kingdom still shines unmistakably. Toscano quickly pivots, praising Lloyd in an exaggerated tone, calling the Lloyd-Javi Bridge just one of many improvements Lloyd has made to enhance city transit, declaring him a hero for thwarting an assassination attempt on their queen. As he speaks, the other jury members exchange uncertain glances, baffled by Toscano's sudden shift in demeanor. Undeterred, Toscano continues, extolling Lloyd's accomplishments, the creation of his renowned garden, the subjugation of the Bone Dragon, and his unwavering defense of their kingdom. Even Queen Alicia watches Toscano with growing suspicion, unable to comprehend his abrupt admiration for Lloyd. Toscano then declares that the entire world witnessed the Bone Dragon kneel to the might of the Magentano kingdom, making their kingdom the strongest in the world. Meanwhile, Lloyd begins dancing in delight, thinking that Toscano has finally learned the lesson about what happens when someone tries to undermine him. Overcome with emotion, Toscano dramatically proclaims Lloyd Frontra to be a hero among heroes, solidifying Lloyd's newfound stature. The next morning, Lloyd and his team resume construction. Reflecting on the outcome of his trial, he thinks he's fortunate to be let off relatively lightly, thanks to his status as a hero of the kingdom. However, he knows his record can't simply be wiped clean, and to atone for his mismanagement, he resolves to respond promptly whenever the Queen calls for him, especially for any future construction projects. As he watches Baibong pull on a rope to carefully lower large stone blocks into the excavation pit, he calls out a reminder to be cautious and take things slowly, encouraging him to hold on just a bit longer. While grateful for the lenient terms of his reprieve, Lloyd worries about his limited time to complete his objectives. At that moment, Baibong lifts a massive block with effort, positioning it precisely. The system chimes in, notifying him that 12 blocks of Terenga, a core material of the Aotearoa project, have been successfully procured. For this historic achievement of excavating the legendary material, the system awards him with a bonus RP. Lloyd stares in surprise at the system window, as it notifies him of an additional 2,000 bonus RP, bringing his total to 4,655. Thrilled, he thinks this is incredible. With this amount, he could freeze time if he ever finds himself in a tight situation. And with Queen Alicia now freed from her curse, he clenches his fist in satisfaction. Reflecting on recent events, he realizes he's averted a significant disaster, and, with a glimmer of hope, checks to see if the number of lives saved has changed. However, the system reports a count of -1, indicating it won't be so simple to shift his fate. Undeterred, he smiles, reassured that he's inching closer to understanding the answer. Soon after, he arrives to meet Queen Alicia. She gives him a wry smile, calling him a terrible man, and asks if he's planning to leave again now that he's finished the task he came for. Bowing respectfully, he apologizes for his seeming disloyalty, explaining that he must tend to a pressing matter with no time to lose. She pauses and asks if his work truly holds greater importance than staying by his queen's side. With a steady nod, he confirms it. After a moment of contemplation, Alicia nods and says that she'll wait for him to return. Lloyd blushes again, feeling his heart flutter as Queen Alicia's words echo in his mind. He thinks to himself, could the strange feelings he's been experiencing really be caused by the presence of the Bud of Winter? He wonders if the knucklehead genuinely doesn't realize his influence. Afterwards, Lloyd and Javier ride on Draghi, who holds a net of large blocks in his mouth. As they reach the ocean, Lloyd orders Draghi to drop the blocks into the water, and Draghi obediently does so. Lloyd nods with satisfaction, saying that if they place the blocks here, they should end up right next to the Mermaid Kingdom. He turns to Javier, asking if he'd given Siluria a proper farewell, to which Javier responds with a hesitant yes, though Lloyd teases him, suggesting they didn't discuss anything else. Javier, a bit defensive, asks what he means by that. Lloyd smirks, noting that Javier is clearly interested in Siluria, and claims to be a love guru, able to spot these things instantly. Inwardly, though, he admits that Javier might be the only one who doesn't see it. If he's kidding himself, he might be the most clueless person here. Javier recalls the moment when Siluria shyly admitted that one day after she becomes a full-fledged Grand Mage and he completes his duties, she will confess her love to him. Lost in thought, he's startled when Lloyd teases him about blushing, accusing him of hearing something sweet from her. Javier, a bit defensive, questions if Lloyd isn't actually rooting for them. Lloyd smirks, replying that their romance makes him a bit jealous and, frankly, sick with envy. Javier, brushing off the comment, redirects the conversation, asking where they're headed next. Lloyd explains that their next destination is the southern grasslands to find another essential material. Javier prompted Lloyd to elaborate, confirming that it's the southern grasslands where the biker-like centaurs reside. Lloyd thinks back to the Great Tribal War when Tapo, the second core material, was passed around until it finally fell into the centaurs' hands. He tells Javier that if they track down the centaurs, they might uncover clues leading to Tapo's current location. After a while, they arrive at the vast grasslands, where Javier expresses concern about the difficulty of searching for the centaurs on foot. Lloyd agrees, noting that riding draggy might spook them and that the centaurs would likely find them first. Suddenly, Javier spots some smoke rising in the distance and hears the sound of horses. As they approach the source of the smoke, a voice calls out, demanding to know who they are and warning them that they dare not trespass on centaur lands. Lloyd glances at the approaching figures and thinks they appear quite different from what he had imagined, noting the unusual character design. The centaurs, half horse and half human, quickly close in on Javier and Lloyd and create weird sounds in excitement. Before introducing himself, Lloyd asks about the strange sound effects they are making. One of the centaurs retorts, questioning what he means by strange effects, explaining that humans also have silly sounds, like Haya. Lloyd is taken aback by the absurdity of their character design, but decides to bow respectfully before them, stating that he has come to meet the wisest of the great centaurs to inquire about something important despite their horse-like honking. A centaur questions what Lloyd means by wanting to meet the chief, insisting that a two-footed beast like him wouldn't dare. In response, Lloyd challenges the centaur, asking what having 2 or 4 feet has to do with anything, confidently claiming that he's probably faster anyway and that he has every right to meet the chief. The centaurs are taken aback and then burst into laughter, one of them exclaiming that this human punk just challenged him to a race, causing all the centaurs to join in on the laughter. The centaur steps closer, pressing his long hair bun against Lloyd's forehead, and lays down the rules. He states that the person being challenged gets to set the finish line, and the first one to reach it gets whatever they want. Lloyd smirks, agreeing to the rules and saying he knows his people's customs. Javier, a bit concerned, asks if he will be doing the race instead of Lloyd. Lloyd refuses, states that he will be racing himself instead of him, and points out that it would be problematic if he were not allowed to enter the centaur's territory, like what happened at the Mermaid Kingdom. He adds that if he wins as his employer, Javier can accompany him inside. Javier expresses doubt, noting that he has heard that centaurs can run at speeds that rival even those of sword masters. Nevertheless, Lloyd remains confident, determined to prove himself to the centaurs and secure an audience with their chief. Lloyd acknowledges that running will be tough, but he will not be running in the usual way. The centaur declares that the finish line is the rock, 650 feet away, and taunts Lloyd, stating he will demonstrate just how limited the human body truly is. He asks if Lloyd is ready, and both competitors take their positions at the starting point. The other centaurs cheer excitedly, making vroom sounds in anticipation. One of them uses a slingshot to signal the start of the race and tells them to go. The race begins, and the centaurs immediately surge forward with impressive speed. Javier watches them, noticing that the centaurs are moving far faster than Lloyd, who is trailing behind. He realizes that Lloyd will not win by talking his way through it. However, Lloyd pulls out his shovel and channels his mana, using a blast that propels him toward the rock. He slides into it, crashing into the stone with a loud thud. The centaurs are left in stunned silence as Lloyd stands up and laughs, declaring that he is faster. They look at him in disbelief, thinking he must be the legendary light-speed roadrunner. Lloyd Frontra laughs, declaring that he has won, and asks if he will now be taken to his chief. The centaur responds negatively. Lloyd questions why not, and he accuses him of being a big, fat cheater, insisting that he must win by running. Lloyd becomes angry, asserting that his customs dictate that whoever is the fastest wins, regardless of the method used. He calls him a jerk, accusing him of making excuses and referring to him as a rockabilly reject. The centaur thinks that Lloyd is scared. Just then, Charanin arrives and calls out to the captain. She admonishes them, stating that their behavior is unbecoming. The centaur is shocked to see her. Charanin explains that their tradition states that the fastest takes all and points out that the word run is nowhere to be found in that tradition. The centaur lowers his head. She addresses Lloyd, calling him a witty guy, and instructs him to follow her, assuring him that she will take him to the chief. Lloyd laughs, holding his head in his hands, and reflects that this is how it all begins. Later, Lloyd and Javier walk behind her through the green fields. Javier expresses that he feels rather proud of himself. Lloyd inquires what he can say, acknowledging that he is considered quite attractive in these parts. He explains that centaur women prefer fast men. If they have 2 suitors for marriage, they will choose the faster of the 2, and Cherinin seems to have a particular interest in him. Javier disagrees, insisting that she definitely does not. Lloyd then asks if Javier is jealous, noting that it is to be expected since he is always so smug about his appearance. Just then, Cherinin kicks him and pushes him away, stating that while he may be quick, his face should at least be average looking. He lies on the ground in shock as Javier approaches him, pointing out that the look in her eyes does not indicate any interest in him. Lloyd questions how he can determine that from just one look. He states that he has observed the look on many women's faces who were in love with him, so he knows very well what it signifies. Cherinin interrupts, expressing that she has had enough of all this talk about speed and muttering that speed is not everything. After a while, she points out the camps, indicating that the large tent at the far end belongs to the chief, who is named Cherokee and happens to be her father. They are surprised to hear this. Later, inside the tent, Cherokee welcomes the speedy human whom his daughter approves of and questions Lloyd about why he is staring at him in such a manner. Lloyd responds that it is nothing significant. He was merely wondering what on earth is up with this character design and these outfits. He inquires about the character design and the outfits. Lloyd states that he, the human Lloyd Frontra, has come in search of the Topo, the stones that once formed part of the staircase of Aotearoa, known as the Jewel of Truth, long ago. He inquires if, by chance, there is someone who possesses any knowledge about them. He points to the stones on his beard, indicating that they are just sitting over there. Lloyd is shocked to hear this and pleads for them to be given to him. Cherokee notes that he sees his boldness as quick as his speed and admits that while they possess the stones, they have no real use for them. However, he explains that it is their people's tradition to watch over them, so they are not something that can be handed over so easily. Lloyd reflects that it will be difficult to persuade the centaurs to part with the stones. Cherinin stands aside, questioning the point of honoring a tradition that she considers useless. She insists that he should just give them the stones, pointing out that they have come all this way. Cherokee replies that there she goes again, being civil and kind, and says he wants her to get out there, run around, and toughen up a bit. He thinks to himself that both the character setup and the child-rearing style here are appalling. She responds, reminding him that he knows the legend of the Lightspeed Roadrunner, suggesting that Lloyd might just be the one. Lloyd remarks that he has heard them mention that term before, so it was not just a passing comment, and he asks what the Lightspeed Roadrunner is. She explains that it is a story passed down for generations, foretelling that one day, a human who moves at the speed of light will come to them, destined to solve the centaur's issue with speed. Cherokee remarks that he understands that if Lloyd truly is the Lightspeed Roadrunner, he might solve their dilemma of no longer being able to break their all-time speed records. If he can do that, Cherokee will gladly hand over all the Topo he possesses. Lloyd reflects, wondering how they can desire to go even faster when they are already so swift. He questions how such a feat could be possible. The scene shifts to a dark, red moon night. In a ruined setting, a poison-filled tub rests on a step made of skeletons, with a severed human arm floating in the poison. The arm begins twitching, and suddenly, a human form regenerates from it. A monstrous figure emerges from the tub with a splash of poison, screaming as he lands on the floor. Cursing in frustration, he spits out blood, fuming at his failure, thinking that even ancient dark magic could not succeed against Lloyd. He lies on the floor, contemplating his situation, thinking that now, having been resurrected into this ghastly form, he feels limited in what he can do. He is still not strong enough. Helcaros appears, telling him to look at himself and reminding him that this is why he advised from the beginning that all he needed to do was summon him to the world of the living. Helcaros declares that he will kill Lloyd Frontra and explains that this is why he provided the location of Targa Castle and aided him in learning the ancient, forgotten dark magic. Helcaros continues, saying he understands his desire for revenge, but questions if he does not realize that Lloyd is no easy target. He remarks that matters would be much simpler if he could simply walk into the land of the living. However, according to the laws of the universe, he may not physically cross the boundary of hell. Therefore, he asks him once again to gather the necessary items and summon him, promising that he will deliver his revenge and seize his soul. He vows that he will make him his eternal servant, bound to him as a slave for all time. He declares, swearing to aid him as the king of hell. Meanwhile, Lloyd sits, holding his face, and admits he has no idea how he is going to resolve this. He asks Javier whether he should teach the centaurs the Israhan core technique so they can fly with a mana blast attack. Javier responds, reminding him that they both know the centaurs would never accept that approach. Centaurs only wish to get faster at running. He also suggests they should question whether making the centaurs even faster is truly in their best interest. Javier explains that he has witnessed innocent children and adults being injured everywhere. They are the casualties of these speed battles. Lloyd considers this, recalling how Cherinin mentioned yesterday that even minor disagreements often escalate into running races, especially when competing for the favor of a female centaur. In these instances, they begin sprinting wildly in all directions, creating pure chaos and disorder. He recalls Cherinin's words about how everyone fixates on speed, and speed as if speed were everything. He reflects on the legend of the light-speed roadrunner, supposedly destined to solve their problem with speed, wondering if, by solving the problem, they genuinely only want him to make them go faster. Meanwhile, Comanche approaches Cherinin, holding a bouquet of flowers, and asks her to finally accept his marriage proposal. She turns away, avoiding him. Comanche remarks, laughing, that there she goes again, pretending not to like him. He boasts that he is Comanche, the champion of the centaurs, and insists that all the ladies would love to be with him, certain she feels the same. Confidently, he asks if he is right, then grabs her hand, urging her to drop the innocent act and join him for an exhilarating date in the wildflower fields. She kicks him and firmly tells him to keep his hands off, calling him a sleazeball. She adds that she already warned him that reckless, arrogant types like him, who rely solely on their speed, are the worst. He scoffs, insisting that speed is everything, and asks what more he could possibly need. He mentions that even Cherokee believes he is a suitable match for her and questions why she keeps rejecting him, suggesting that Cherokee might not tolerate her treating him this way if he knew. He grabs both her hands, urging her to be a good girl and marry him, the future chief of the tribe. At that moment, Schumacher grasps his shoulder from behind and tells him to stop, reminding him that she has already made it clear she does not like him. She is stunned to see Schumacher standing there. Nearby, someone laughs, mocking Schumacher and asking if that sloth is trying to interfere again, remarking that he never seems to give up. Comanche asks if he hears that, pointing out the sound of everyone laughing at him, and reminds him that he has beaten him 8 times already. He taunts, asking if he understands that someone as slow as him has no right to speak. Pointing to Cherinin, he remarks that even she has given up trying to defend him. Laughing, he mocks Schumacher, calling him a perpetual loser who constantly meddles in others' affairs. Lloyd, standing nearby, feels a surge of anger at their laughter, thinking he dislikes this situation immensely. After a while, Cherinin stands beside Schumacher and quietly apologizes for earlier, explaining that if she had tried to defend him, they would have ended up racing again, and he would have lost. Schumacher responds, apologizing in turn, admitting that he is slow and has no real say in anything, and that Cherokee would never approve of him. She asks why he considers himself slow, insisting that she knows he is not. He is fast, the fastest one out there. He replies that he has never won a single race. She tells him she does not care about that and declares that she intends to marry him, asking who cares about her father's approval. She says she loves him. Shocked, he responds with a firm no, leaving her stunned. He explains that no one would bless a marriage with someone who always loses, and although he despises Comanche, she should be with a fast man, someone she can proudly call hers. He walks away, and she begins to cry, covering her face with her hands. Just then, Lloyd approaches and gently asks if he may inquire what has happened. Startled, she explains through tears that Schumacher is fast. He really is. Lloyd nods, assuring her that he believes it, that Schumacher is indeed overwhelmingly fast. She questions how he could know this, pointing out that he has never seen him run. He replies that he just has a feeling. He has that look. He thinks that even if this wasn't a plot point from the book, he understands what the author, the Knight of Blood and Iron, intended. Why else would he have given him the name Schumacher? She explains that while Schumacher may indeed be fast, the centaurs only care about how much they win, not about personal records. He asks if that means Schumacher is unable to run at his full potential in these races, or if he gets nervous. She responds that nerves aren't the issue and adds that today's incident happened once before, a few months ago, when, following tradition, the two held an impromptu race. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Schumacher and Comanche prepare to start a race. A person tosses a stone into the air, signaling them to go. Suddenly, a child ran in front of Schumacher, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Chernin was shocked to witness this, while Comanche did not stop and collided with the child. Returning to the present, she explains that Schumacher was hurt, but the child was injured even more severely. This, she says, is what always happens. Schumacher is warm-hearted, and his need to ensure everyone's safety comes before his desire to win a race or marry her. Lloyd asks, with so many injured centaurs, has no one protested against the races, remarking that surely those who do not need to race would not be fans of them. She replies that no, centaurs will risk their lives for tradition, believing it must be upheld at all costs. She, frowning, questions what kind of tradition that is, to which she then responds that it is a terrible one. He reassures her not to be too discouraged, adding that there must be a reason they hold on to it. She asks what an outsider like him would know about their traditions and why they would follow one like that. He responds that they are mindless fools, then inquires if he has happened to read her mind. He excuses his questioning and asks how she ranks in terms of speed. She replies that she is second. Her father held the first rank, but when he retired, that brute Comanche took over. He observes that, except for the chief, everyone must listen to her and rubs his chin thoughtfully. She affirms that this is correct but adds that it depends. If she were to ban all running, her father or Comanche could override that order. He asks her to please do him this one favor, gather all of her people in one spot, and he will put an end to this terrible tradition, making Schumacher the champion of the tribe. After a while, Javier stands outside the tent and inquires what Lloyd is doing, his lord. Lloyd sits on a wooden block and replies that he is waiting for the first piece of his plan. Just then, Lloyd sees the green-haired man approaching and remarks that he looks perfect. He rises, begins to stroll, and accidentally bumps into him. The green-haired man asks what his problem is. Lloyd attempts to leave without saying anything, but the man becomes angry, demanding that he come over, calling him a punk, and suggesting they race, with the loser facing 300 bucking kicks. Lloyd asks if he is truly challenging a lowly human like himself to a race. He insists that, according to centaur tradition, he cannot refuse, so they should go right now. A crowd gathers around them, chanting for him to do it. Lloyd grins and remarks that, seriously, he supposes he has no choice and must follow his people's tradition. The green-haired man declares that since he issued the challenge, he will set the finish line, and he chooses the tree at the end of the village up ahead. Lloyd agrees. Chernin notices Lloyd and wonders what he is doing, recalling that he previously mentioned he would need to lay a foundation, the catalyst for the change they want, before gathering all the centaurs together. The green-haired man remarks that he heard Lloyd is the light-speed roadrunner or something and can fly with magic, but he insists this is strictly a running race. Lloyd points out that he only has 2 legs, while the man has 4, calling it unfair. He counters by asking if he thinks flying is fair. Lloyd then proposes that he will ride something with 4 legs as well. He tells him to do whatever he wants, claiming it makes no difference since the centaur is the fastest 4-legged creature. With that, he signals the start of the race. After a while, Lloyd rides on Peepodong as the green-haired man watches and exclaims that it's enormous. Lloyd replies that perhaps he went a bit overboard, admitting he had intended to ride something else, but tradition prevents them from changing the rules now. A person throws a stone to signal the start, shouting for them to go. They begin running. One spectator comments that it's neck and neck, while others cheer, urging them to pass each other and go faster. Another person points out that the path is narrowing, and that the first to enter that section will be the winner. Suddenly, Peepodong bumps into the green-haired man, sending him flying. Due to the high speed, Lloyd also loses his balance and nearly falls backward. causing the crowd to gasp as he hurtles toward them. He ends up falling on a young boy. A person declares it a draw, noting that both participants have fainted. Javier observes the scene and thinks it seems Lloyd was trying to achieve something by winning the race, yet he failed, of all people. Suho Kim. A purple-haired woman rushes to the little boy, asking if he's alright, calling him her poor baby, and urging him to pull himself together. Lloyd lies unconscious on the ground. Later, in a tent, the little boy attempts to eat with trembling hands. His mother, distressed, tries to comfort him, asking what they are supposed to do, lamenting that he has been like this since the afternoon, and blaming the tradition for their child's condition. The boy's father, holding a newspaper, warns her to mind her words, reminding her that this is how they all grew up. She grows angry, questioning how he can say that when their child is suffering, emphasizing that it's not just his body that's in pain. He responds that there's nothing they can do, it's tradition. Meanwhile, Roland stands outside a tent. The scene shifts to next morning while people start talking, seeing a banner outside tent. A person asks what's going on, and says he wonder why Cherinin called them all here. The other asks what that is. A person reads banner that a talk with the Lightspeed Roadrunner, is their speed really okay as it is? Later, Lloyd stands before the crowd and urges them to listen, asking if everyone can please take a seat. He announces that today's lecture, presented by the Lightspeed Roadrunner, is about to begin. He recalls the race from the previous day, acknowledging that he wasn't very fast, but suggests they pretend to listen, even if only for a moment. He begins by saying he bets they all find it absurd that someone like him would be lecturing them about speed. Then, raising a finger, he states that, in his view, they are the ones being absurd. He calls them brainless speed demons and adds that they all refuse to compromise, clinging to an utterly ridiculous tradition. He then questions what they are all doing each day, injuring family and neighbors, causing vandalism, and damaging property. He finally asks if they can truly call themselves a civilized society. He explains that just yesterday, while walking down the street, he was forced into a running race entirely against his will, all because of their tradition. As a result, a child was traumatized in an accident, a harm from which he may never recover. One person interjects, saying that this is simply how things have always been. Every centaur has endured injuries, but they must bear it for the sake of tradition and speed. Another person challenges him, questioning what an outsider could possibly understand and stating that no one there is complaining, so he should leave. However, the boy's mother steps forward, declaring she has a major issue with it. She calls them barbarians and demands to know what they plan to do for her son, urging them to look at her child. Someone mutters if she has lost her senses, while another insists that their people have upheld this tradition for tens of thousands of years. People begin to call for her banishment. The little boy's father speaks up, asserting that they should be honest with themselves. They are barbarians. He questions whether anyone is truly comfortable with the situation and if no one has any complaints. A woman with red hair expresses her agreement, admitting that she also despises this tradition, as her child's arm has yet to heal. Another man declares that he is fed up with it, revealing that his mother was also injured and insisting that this tradition must be stopped immediately. A person in the crowd demands to know how anyone can dare speak ill of the pride of the centaurs. Another individual mentions his own injury, pointing out that he is still limping, and advocates for the abandonment of this harmful practice, opposing the notion of speed supremacy. Someone else calls for the expulsion of all the traitors. Lloyd and the little boy exchange thumbs-up gestures. A person suggests opening a new era and eliminating the old tradition. Javier feels shocked and contemplates whether this was part of Lloyd's plan. Lloyd recalls a memory in which he holds money and asks the little boy if he needs some funds, wanting to perform a little skit with him. The little boy laughs and responds that he is rather expensive. Lloyd realizes that this is a battle of public opinion. The people begin to fight. One individual advocates for the ban on all races, expressing disbelief that another person belongs among them. Another individual retorts, suggesting that the first person should try getting hit for once. The first individual insists that they have all experienced being struck during a race. One person accuses another of being a traitor to the tribe, while the latter hopes that this tribe of gangsters will ultimately lead itself to ruin. Lloyd silently sits in his chair, Another individual calls for the execution of anyone who disagrees with the tribe's ethos, demanding the removal of the traitors. The narrator describes the ultra-conservative party, the ultra-progressive party, and the ultra-money-hungry party. One person questions who needs this stinking tribe and calls for its dissolution. Some individuals urge for the elimination of the traitors, while others advocate for the disbandment of the tribe. Cheranin asks Lloyd what he is thinking and why he has pitted them against each other. Lloyd responds, asking when he ever did such a thing, saying that he only mentioned things were dangerous, and that an accident had occurred. Javier thinks to himself that Lloyd started this fight. He is certain of it. Javier then asks what all the racket is about. They hear the sound of someone approaching. Lloyd stands up, thinking that, finally, someone has arrived. Cherakin enters. Lloyd notes that the boss has arrived. Cherakin remarks that he said he would solve the tribe's speed problem and demands to know what Lloyd thinks he is doing. Lloyd replies that he is trying his best to address the issue, but it appears that the tribe's opinion is divided. As a result, things have become challenging. Half the tribe wants to retain the ability to run freely at any time and place, while the other half wishes to abandon that tradition. He explains that, after careful consideration, he has devised a plan. First, speed limits will be established, banning full-speed dashing within the village and prohibiting impromptu races. One person protests, calling the idea ridiculous and accusing him of being clearly biased. Another person questions who he thinks he is and if he believes he can do whatever he wants. Lloyd raises 2 fingers and announces the second part of his plan. He will construct a giant racetrack solely for running, where all races will be confined. He urges them to consider it a dedicated space for running, free from obstacles, where runners might even break all-time speed records due to the favorable conditions. He adds that, with such a place, accidents and related injuries will disappear, new records will be set, and their speed problem will finally be resolved. He decides that he will take Topo now. The crowd begins to cheer, expressing their approval. One person argues that he cannot be serious, questioning if they look like they need a silly racetrack. Cherakin dismisses this, stating that the one thing that has ensured the survival of their centaur race is their instinct to dash in a split second, no matter the circumstances. This tradition has protected them since the Great Tribal War, and he believes they cannot abandon it now. Lloyd then asks if they are currently in the midst of a Great Tribal War. He adds that this proposal is out of respect for their history and their ancestors. Another person addresses Chief Cherakin, agreeing with Lloyd, and asserts that they must change and prevent future accidents. Cheranin tells her father that, even if he opposes it, she will proceed with it and approve the racetrack construction. A person suggests that the crowd should applaud Cheranin. The people respond with cheers of hip hip hooray. Another individual inquires about what he is talking about and remarks that he had run his races at the track earlier. Cherakin asks if she has heard that and claims that she is tearing their people apart. She insists that it cannot be helped. An individual urges Chief Cherakin to simply expel that human from the village and approve the construction of the track. The other person questions Chief Cherakin about why he is paying attention to that individual. Cherakin states that, due to Lloyd, their tribe has reached a point of no return. He will not cease until he obtains his track. Lloyd asserts that if he agrees to its construction, he will begin immediately. Cherakin replies that, very well, he, Chief Cherakin, challenges him, the light-speed roadrunner, to a race. If he wins, Lloyd must leave the village immediately and glare at him. Lloyd smirks and declares that if he wins, he will construct that racetrack. Later, Lloyd changes his attire and prepares to race. Javier states that there are to be no mana blasts and no riding on Master Peepoding, affirming that he has agreed to all of Lloyd's terms. He questions what clever trick he has up his sleeve. Lloyd responds that he has none and that he intends simply to run. Javier mentions that he has heard Cherakin has won every race he has run, all 380 of them, and he believes that he has no chance of winning. He explains that this race involves stopping at a halfway point before running back, and as the one being challenged, Lloyd may choose where that point is. Lloyd selects the northern border of the Magnetano Kingdom, noting that the round trip is a grueling 373 miles. He adds that this is precisely why he chose it, as it places a human like him at an advantage. After a while, Cherakin and Lloyd stand at the starting line for the race while the crowd cheers for them. A person instructs everyone to get ready while Lloyd leans to take his position. The narrator observes that everyone considers humans to be weak creatures, weaker than the smaller chimpanzee, and there is hardly a mammal slower than a human. However, humans possess far more strength than people realize. A person throws a stone to signal the start and calls for them to go. Cherokee starts running swiftly while Lloyd remains standing at the starting line, then slowly begins to run. The crowd standing aside starts laughing. A green-haired man points at Lloyd and asks what is happening, noting that the race is already over. Another person remarks that there is little to say about those two-legged beasts, adding that they surely do suck. Lloyd reflects on how the physically inferior human has outperformed all other predators and developed an entire civilization for one reason. It is because they are intelligent. Cherokee runs rapidly toward the endpoint, and he considers that, secondly, it is due to their superior long-distance running ability. Lloyd runs with full power, contemplating that while humans cannot match the explosive speed of a four-legged creature, they can conserve energy by standing upright on 2 feet. Instead of fur, they have developed sweat glands to regulate body heat. He reflects that this is the body of the strongest predator in Earth's history, as humans are capable of hunting their prey to the ends of the earth. But of Winter questions why his inner monologue is so detailed, wondering if he is experiencing a heat stroke. The status window advises leaving him alone, noting that his thoughts are always somewhat chaotic. Lloyd responds that they are the ones causing the chaos, questioning what they think they are doing in his mind. He notices that Cherokee is sitting beside a rock and realizes that the 308-time consecutive champion has exhausted himself from the very beginning. He laughs, acknowledging that he knew this would happen when he agreed to the race. Cherokee also notices him. Lloyd considers this unexpected, as he had not anticipated Cherokee to appear so relaxed. Cherokee remarks that this long distance is challenging, stating that centaurs can run very fast but tire quickly, asking if that is why Lloyd chose the long distance. He acknowledges that this choice is wise, very wise, but adds that there is one thing he did not take into account: his remarkable recovery ability. Lloyd is shocked to hear this. He runs away, saying he will see him later. Lloyd thinks that this situation does not look good and decides to calm himself. He just needs to maintain his pace, slow and steady, and continue running. Cherokee spots him and flicks his 2 fingers from his head, then accelerates. Lloyd thinks that this is not good. He is going to lose. He reflects on whether he should use that Energizer skill or perhaps run a bit more and then use some latent mana to propel himself. He shakes his head, thinking that if he does that, he might trip right at the finish line. This is a race of pace and stamina. Later, the sun begins to shine, and Lloyd becomes very tired as he reaches the northern border of the Magnetano Kingdom, where he sees Cherokee standing in front of the gate. Cherokee expresses that he wanted to say goodbye before leaving, but notes that Lloyd made him wait too long, prompting him to start running back again. Lloyd taps on the castle gate and also begins to run back, thinking that the monster has forgotten that this is not the way to achieve anything, let alone that stadium. He wonders how he can obtain that topo. He resolves that he will steal it, as he is not obligated to solve these people's problems. He recalls Schumacher and then remembers Cherokee mentioning that if only their tribe's traditions had been a little different, or if only he had been born in another place, another world, Schumacher would have achieved so much more. He attempts to increase his speed, reminding himself to remain slow and steady. On the other side, Cherokee also becomes tired, covered in sweat, and sits on a rock, exhaling heavily. The day shifts into night, and Lloyd continues running, reminding himself to remain slow and steady as he leaves Cherokee behind. Cherokee quickly stands up and resumes running. Lloyd is fully covered in sweat and exhausted. The sun shines once again while Cherokee runs among beautiful flowers. Suddenly, he stumbles and falls to the ground. He attempts to rise, laughs, and thinks that he is not as fit as he once was. He has no energy left to recover, as if his old bones are telling him it is time to step down. He stands up, imagines Cherokee standing with Schumacher, and begins to run again. He thinks about Cherokee, aware of whom she truly loves, but despite being her father, he cannot forsake this tradition. This outdated tradition has protected them, and they will continue to uphold it until someone comes along to tell them to put it to rest. Just then, Lloyd appears behind him. He screams loudly, thinking to prove to Lloyd that he is the one who can prevail. On the other side, the crowd standing at the finish line begins to murmur. A little boy points and exclaims to look over there. Cheranin and Schumacher are shocked to see Cherokon and Lloyd running equally toward the finish line. They both utilize their full power to secure victory. A person comments that the chief is in the lead, as he knew he would be. Javier observes Lloyd and thinks that he has no mana left, yet he always finds a way to win. When his mana hits 0, he suddenly explodes with more energy. The status window notifies him of a skill and asks if he would like to use the Energizer skill. Lloyd repeats that he will maintain a slow and steady pace. The status window asks if he is listening. He reiterates that he will remain slow and steady as he continues running. Lloyd thinks that he is exhausted and wonders why that old man has not collapsed yet. Just then, Cherokon stumbles and falls to the ground. Lloyd continues running at speed and sees Cherokon get up again and start running. Lloyd thinks that Cherokon should fall down already. Cherokon, meanwhile, is determined to win and beat him. Suddenly, Lloyd splashes his foot in the water and enters an unconscious state, feeling incredibly heavy as he realizes he has reached his limit. The scene shifts to his real life, where blood drips onto a pallet from Suho Kim's nose. A yellow-haired man sits in front of him, smirking while holding a handkerchief, and asks seriously if he is not only broke but also weak. He approaches, wipes Suho's nose, and advises him to lean back, stating that if he dies from blood loss, he will not get paid for all the hard work he did on the construction site. Suho instructs him to stop, stating that he will handle it himself, and apologizes. He goes back, sits in his chair, and asks what the issue is. Suho explains that he is enjoying a nice meal at his own expense while bleeding all over it. He notes that he has always found it strange and questions whether he might be too hard on himself. Suho asks in what way he believes that is true. He mentions that he receives top grades, is bright, and is extremely hardworking. Given all that, he should have a very high self-esteem. Yet, oddly enough, he is always ill at ease, as if he is from another world and struggling to adjust to this one. He points out that this is a common trope in animation. Perhaps in another world, he is a great hero. But now he finds himself troubled by air pollution, noise, and various other issues. Suho states that he has always been a bit quiet. He dampens a handkerchief with water, places it on his mouth, and informs him that he can no longer buy him dinner. He explains that his mom and dad ran a scam with a politician and got caught this time. They are currently on trial and will likely be convicted, smirking as he speaks. He mentions that in a few days, he will have nothing to his name and points to his face, noting that he has seen this look on his parents' faces since he was a baby. He describes himself as a natural-born idiot and adds that without money, there is no reason for him to continue hanging out with him. Suho asks what he is talking about, asserting that he is his only friend and that he knows this, pointing out how much he has done for him. He explains that friendship is about give and take and asks what he has to gain by sticking with him, questioning whether he understands why he has been following him around. He states that it is because he is so incredibly cool. He is in a tough spot yet does not give up. He notes that he is a spoiled rich kid who always gets what he wants, asserting that if he were ever in his position, he knows he would likely end up dead. He asks him to explain how he can become strong like him. Suho responds that he is not strong. He simply does what he must, taking things day by day, studying and working. He acknowledges this, saying that he will just wait. He adds that when he feels he has become an amazing person like him, he will bring him back here and buy him everything on the menu, urging him to power through it. He emphasizes that slow and steady is the way to go. Suddenly, Lloyd screams and emerges from the unconscious world. Javier is shocked to see him. Lloyd runs with all his might, contemplating the source of this willpower. He knows he has always worked through difficult challenges, but this is the first time he has not relied on using a strange power. He wonders if this mental strength is something an ordinary human being can possess. He had always believed it did not matter who he was as long as he saved the estate. But now he wants to understand what kind of life he led in his world. Cherokon and the others are also astonished to see him. Cherokon and Lloyd approach the finish line as Lloyd increases his speed. Later, he lies on the ground while Javier sits near him. He asks if he won. Javier looks toward Cherokon, who lies on the floor away from the finish line, and confirms that, yes, he won again. He takes Lloyd's hand and says he should help him up. Cherokee announces that everyone should listen as they are ushering in a new era for their tribe. They all cheer. Lloyd thinks that everything has gone according to plan. Now they just need to build the racetrack, obtain the topo, head home, and they will be finished. Javier observes him and expresses that, based on how he looks now, he does not believe everything went as planned. However, he is curious about one thing and asks why Lloyd did not use one of his mysterious powers, noting that he could have won easily in the end. Lloyd notices Cherokee speaking to his daughter, Cherinin, and reflects that the old man put everything into that race, which would have felt like cheating. The system window notifies him that using the mana heart is already considered cheating. He replies that it was a passive skill and questions what more is wanted from him. Javier bows down and states that they should begin construction, promising to do his best at whatever is asked of him. Master Lloyd. Lloyd inquires about this behavior, asking if Javier is now acting more respectfully toward him. Javier responds that Lloyd deserves respect and thinks he will protect this man, Suho Kim, at all costs, even if it means laying down his life for him. After a while, Javier and Lloyd kneel in front of Cherokee and state that they need to get started on the racetrack. However, construction will take nearly a year, and he is hard-pressed for time. Therefore, he proposes using his special gift to stop time everywhere except in this region. He explains that he is from another world, and that upon arriving in this world, he acquired several special abilities, making it somewhat difficult for his people to leave the grasslands. Javier observes him and thinks that stopping time sounds plausible, but he is surprised that Suho has revealed his secrets to the chief. Cherokee responds that they should do whatever is necessary, and he thinks that the chief is more surprising than he expected. After a while, Lloyd stands with his shovel resting on his shoulder alongside Javier on the ground and calls for the skill box. The system window notifies him that freezing time summons the power of the essence of winter nestled within his heart, and it requires 3000 RP for the skill. His current RP is 4655, and the system asks if he wishes to use the skill to freeze time. He confirms his intention to freeze time and slams the window shut. The system window then notifies him that the power of the essence of winter has been unleashed. The essence materializes and asserts that it is not a mere essence, but rather something greater. Lloyd screams and sees the river. An inventory space pops out like a balloon on the ground, and he points to it, exclaiming that it has appeared. Javier remarks that it was anticlimactic. Lloyd agrees and suggests that they check it out. He approaches, observes the objects frozen inside, and states that it seems to have worked. Javier comments that he appears to be disappointed by the poor visual effects. He remarks that this is life. There is no need to be flashy, he supposes. He lifts his shovel and emphasizes that what is important is completing the work quickly, declaring that it is time to start construction. Javier flies in, striking his sword against the ground, and a brighter light spreads all around. The narrator explains that Step 1 involves the Grandmaster grade bulldozer flattening the lot. Step 2 entails the Grandmaster grade worker leveling the ground. Step 3 consists of the Grandmaster grade soil compactor compacting the dirt, and Step 4 requires the one-man Grandmaster grade trade union to request negotiations. Javier approaches Lloyd while he rests on a chair and expresses that something feels odd. He wonders why it seems like he is doing everything. Lloyd responds by questioning why Javier, who had just stated that he deserved respect and would do anything for him, is suddenly changing his tune. He asks what has gotten into him and why he is behaving so strangely. Javier becomes angry. The narrator explains that negotiations broke down, prompting the need to bring in Hamming to help expedite the process and complete Step 3. Step 5 involves Bengal creating rebars in concrete. Lloyd thinks that now, in Step 6, they need to install the rebars. However, the narrator notes that this project requires continuously reinforced concrete pavement or CRCP. This technique is ideal for the hot and dry conditions of the grasslands and provides a longer lifespan compared to other pavement types. Lloyd considers that the dimensions of these rebars must be precise, they cannot warp, and the fasteners must be strong. He realizes that he will need the Centaur's help, as all of these rebars must be laid down by hand. Unfortunately, at that moment, Centaur men also participate in the construction. An orange-haired man attempts to pick up a rod, but states that he cannot reach it. The blue-haired man complains that his back hurts, while the yellow-haired man remarks that standing up and down is very difficult. Lloyd thinks that they are completely useless and realizes that there is no other choice, so he reclines back in his chair. The narrator explains that the Grandmaster will have to undertake the tasks himself. Step 7 involves Grandmaster grade concrete. Step 8 consists of Grandmaster grade curing. Step 9 pertains to Grandmaster grade sand. And the final step is the application of Grandmaster grade finishes. Later, Lloyd observes the completion of the project and remarks that a project of this scale has been accomplished in only 7 months. He asks Javier what he thinks, suggesting that it is amazing and noting that it only took 7 months, which is extraordinary, right? Javier becomes angry and begins to leave. The system window notifies that Javier has exhibited a highly visible level of anger towards him. Lloyd watches him depart with a smile. After a while, Cherokee welcomes everyone to the inaugural race at the Centaur Stadium, introducing this brand new racetrack along with the new no impromptu race rule and village speed limit. He acknowledges that some may welcome these changes while others may not. However, to those who do not, he states that they need to accept his rules. He announces that the winner of this historic first race will win the right to propose to his beautiful, sweet, adorable, and lovely daughter, Cherokee. Cherokee protests, urging him to stop. He expresses disbelief, noting that she looks even more radiant when filled with anger, referring to racer number 1, Comanche, and race number 2, Schumacher. A bystander remarks that Comanche should not think this is a boring race. Another person suggests that he is scraping the bottom of the barrel again. The first person laughs and bets that he will become the historic first loser. Comanche teases Schumacher, mentioning that he saw him practicing in the grasslands and acknowledging that he is quite fast. He adds that Schumacher did not run at full speed in the village to avoid a collision, right? However, Comanche admits that he was not the only one limiting his speed. He did not feel the need to run at full speed against the village slowpokes, asserting that no matter how the world changes, losers will always lose. Lloyd states that it is time to stop the trash talk and inquire if they are ready. Both Comanche and Schumacher position themselves at the starting line. He fires the signal and instructs them to go. They begin running at full speed, leaving the crowd stunned. Schumacher quickly reaches the finish line, turns to see Comanche, and apologizes, stating that he must run and will see him later. Comanche stands silently, stunned. Schumacher swiftly approaches Cherokee and asks if she will marry him. She becomes emotional, hugs him, and tells him that he is late and a dummy. She asks if everyone saw that, declaring that this man right here is her man. They both look toward Lloyd with smiles. The scene shifts to night, where the little boy sits silently in his tent. His father states that they have no other choice and suggests they should divorce. His mother agrees, saying she cannot think of a better way to settle the matter. After a while, on the racetrack, someone announces the last race of the day, titled His Darling Wife, Will She Come Back to Him? The little boy's mother and father stand at the starting line. A person throws a stone and shouts for them to go. Lloyd stands among the spectators and questions the nature of that title. Cherokee explains that he was on break, and, therefore, does not know, but it is an extremely popular trend among them these days. Everyone has become addicted to the thrill of high-speed races on the track, and people are inventing trivial reasons to hold these races, with the most common reason being divorcing and then remarrying. She states that accidents are no longer an issue, and everyone loves the track, but she questions what he will do about the high divorce rate. She reflects on all the beings she has encountered and concludes that the centaurs are the most irrational. She moves a piece of paper toward him and inquires what it is. She informs him that he has solved their people's speed problem and presents a map to the topo's location, as promised. He quickly grabs it and insists that he did nothing. She may consider him shameless, but he will accept it. She acknowledges that he possesses the world's most impudent face, but asserts that she is the shameless one, and that he has given her so much. She expresses her gratitude. He bows and replies that it is his pleasure, noting that he did it out of his own selfish needs. The system window notifies him that the tribe has opened up. He has left a lasting mark on the safety and advancement of the centaurs, awarding him a bonus of 100 RP, bringing his current RP to 1755. Javier observes him and reflects that Suho Kim always acts in accordance with his own needs. However, the outcomes of his actions consistently benefit many. This is somewhat different from the honorable heroes in the stories he heard as a child. Yet he believes that Suho Kim is the hero of this world. Later, Cheranen, and Schumacher bid farewell to Javier and Lloyd. Subsequently, Lloyd walks through the fields with Javier following closely behind. He notices Javier teleporting and quickly turns around. Javier inquires about what is happening. Lloyd dismisses it, saying it is nothing, then quickly adds that it is nothing, never mind. He holds his head and contemplates whether it is a hallucination caused by exhaustion or perhaps a form of neurosis. Later, they stand at the edge, and Lloyd states that this is the boundary of the time bubble. He believes he should unfreeze time now. The system window notifies that the time freeze has ended. The pop-up balloon near the riverside disappears with a notification that reads poof. Lloyd asks if this is serious, expressing his disbelief that this is all there is to it, and he finds it utterly ridiculous. Javier tells him that he should already be accustomed to such occurrences. Suddenly, Lloyd feels a sharp pain in his heart and kneels down, clutching his chest. Javier calls out to him as Master Lloyd. Lloyd contemplates what just happened, realizing his heart felt frozen for a moment. He then asks telepathically to the butt of winter what that sensation was. The butt replies that it was the cold air, powerful enough to freeze time and space, moving through him. It adds that he may not have felt it when he left, but when he reabsorbs it, he will experience the cold. Lloyd questions what is happening, calls him Tush of Winter, and whether this is truly acceptable. He expresses that he does not believe it is a problem at the moment. Lloyd comments that referring to it as the backside of winter seems too nonchalant. He wonders what would happen if he were to freeze time again. He responds that he honestly does not know, as he was not the one who created him. Lloyd then calls him the butthole of winter, asking what it is that he does know. He acknowledges that it is a good question and suggests they agree on referring to him as the butt of winter, as the term butthole of winter genuinely irks him. Lloyd asks if this is really important at that moment and tells him to leave, labeling him the hemorrhoid of winter. He replies that leaving is the easy part, but it would also involve ripping his heart out in the process, which could kill him. Lloyd states that if he must carry the heart of winter around to utilize the time freeze skill, does that imply there is no way to remove it when he no longer desires it? He responds that for more details, he can inquire with the one who is on his way there. Javier bends down and says that something is approaching. Lloyd asks what it is, and Javier replies that he is not sure, but he does not believe he is a match for it. At that moment, Tyrannus arrives, and both of them are stunned by his appearance. Lloyd, shocked, thinks to himself, the dragon shrouded in ice, the creator of the butthole of winter, Tyrannus. The butt of winter chimes in, reminding him to use the correct name, butt of winter. Tyrannus looks at them and asks if it was he who devoured the heart of winter and used it to freeze time across the entire world, declaring that he will take it back now. Lloyd quickly denies it, claiming it was not him. Javier looks at Lloyd, surprised. Tyrannus pauses, seeming doubtful, and asks if he is certain. Lloyd affirms, adding that it appears he has come all this way for nothing. Lloyd starts to turn away, saying good luck on Tyrannus's search and wishing him a good day. Tyrannus stops, replying that he sees it was not Lloyd, then asks, did he really think he would fall for that? Lloyd and Javier immediately kneel before him. Lloyd, sweating, asks what exactly Tyrannus is looking for. Tyrannus replies that he seeks the heart of winter. Lloyd says he misheard and thought he was searching for the heart of Whitaker, then admits that yes, he does indeed possess the heart of winter. Whispering to himself, he realizes his ruse did not work. Javier, shocked, thinks to himself, did he seriously believe that excuse would fool a dragon? Tyrannus glares, explaining that the heart of winter was a gift to Mikhail, founder of the Magentano kingdom. He accuses Lloyd of consuming it, noting that Lloyd does not appear to be of royal blood. With no other assumption, he believes Lloyd must have stolen it. Lloyd insists that he is no thief and claims that, while he may lack royal blood, he is still of royal status, having married into the royal family. Tyrannus narrows his eyes and asks which royal family member he is referring to. Lloyd confidently replies, Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. Tyrannus declares that he will confirm this with her immediately. Lloyd responds, please, by all means. As Tyrannus swiftly flies off, Lloyd and Javier rise to their knees. Lloyd, now realizing the potential consequences, mutters what he has done and wonders what will happen next. After a while, Alicia stands on terrace and refers to Great Tyrannus, the dragon god and founder of this kingdom, asking what he said. Tyrannus inquires if it is true that she is married to the one who consumed the Heart of Winter. She is stunned to hear this. She recalls the ancient tales of a dragon god who aided King Mikhail in the founding myth of the Magentano kingdom. And now that very dragon, Tyrannus, stands before her. She wonders if it is a prophecy, a threat to the kingdom, or something related to the Heart of Winter. Tyrannus addresses her as a descendant of his friend Mikhail and asks if it is true she is married to the one who consumed the Heart of Winter. She replies, "Great Tyrannus, dragon god and founder of this kingdom. What did he say?" He repeats the question, asking if she is indeed married to the one who consumed the Heart of Winter. She is stunned to hear this. Tyrannus then declares that he knew Lloyd had lied to him. Startled, she realizes that Lloyd must have consumed the Heart of Winter. Tyrannus is furious that Lloyd claimed they were married and that he obtained the heart through her. She quickly adds that they were secretly married, so she was merely surprised that Tyrannus knew of it. Tyrannus asks if they were truly married in secret, questioning why she would choose to do so. She replies that she felt embarrassed. He presses, embarrassed of what? She explains that she feared if her people and neighboring kingdoms saw her blush as she gazed lovingly upon her prince consort, they might start calling her the bashful, blushing Magentano. Tyrannus considers this and, oddly enough, finds it plausible. She then states that she gave the Heart of Winter to Lloyd, and that he did not steal it. Laughing, Tyrannus says he believes her and vanishes. She thinks to herself that man had better brace himself for the next time they meet. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Javier sit on the grass when Tyrannus reappears before them, declaring, "So it is true." Lloyd smiles, relieved, thinking he is saved, as he had genuinely feared for his life. Lloyd thinks to himself, "Wow, an unbelievable, incredible job, Her Majesty. He's her eternal servant now, ready to do anything she asks. He's saved." Tyrannus then declares that he will remove the Heart of Winter from Lloyd quickly and painlessly. Though fascinated by the fact that Lloyd carries a dragon's heart, Tyrannus explains that Lloyd is a threat to the world's order, possessing the power to devour the Heart of Winter and stop time itself. He decides to reclaim it. The bud of winter begins to emerge from Lloyd's chest, causing him to scream in agony. Javier starts to draw his sword, but Lloyd, writhing on the ground, commands him to stop. Turning to Tyrannus, Lloyd groans in pain and says he'll regret killing him. Tyrannus pauses and asks why he would regret it. Lloyd thinks his plan might actually work. He suspected the dragon might listen to humans, which puts him at an advantage. He then claims that he is a member of the Dragon King's club. Tyrannus, taken aback, repeats, "A club member, really?" Lloyd insists it's true and invites him to verify. Tyrannus stares intently and asks if it's true that the Dragon King himself vouched for Lloyd. Lloyd thinks, did he really just refer to the Dragon King as that guy? How typical, he muses. This dragon, nearly the strongest being in the universe, seems unconcerned. If Javier attempts to attack him, he will be killed instantly. Lloyd then replies that if Tyrannus kills him, it will only lead to trouble with the Dragon King. Tyrannus raises an eyebrow and remarks that he sees, so Lloyd is threatening him now. He adds that he's willing to face trouble with that guy if it serves the order of the world. Lloyd, keeping a calm expression, asks if he truly appears to be threatening him, and he explains that he has already accepted his own death. He simply doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for anyone in his absence. Thus, he would like to propose a way to handle this matter that would avoid any conflict with the Dragon King. Tyrannus considers this and says it wouldn't hurt to hear him out if such a solution is possible. He explains that it involves making a bet with him. If he wins, he will simply send him on his way, but if he loses, he may reclaim the Heart of Winter. Naturally, he will lose, but if he dies due to the bet's outcome, the Dragon King will be unable to intervene. He asserts that the bet is fair and proposes this. What if he hits him with a single punch? If he vomits from that punch, he wins. He adds that, of course, such an outcome is impossible, but at least he can die as the man who struck the great Tyrannus, a victory of its own, and begins to sob. Tyrannus responds, saying, "Very well," noting that this arrangement eases his conscience about killing an innocent man like him. Gathering his hands in front of him, he thanks him for granting this poor, dying man's wish and asks if he may, for one more favor. Tyrannus remarks that he is rather annoying and asks what he wants. Lloyd replies that he has loved water since childhood, and it has been his dream to be buried at sea. He wishes his final moments to be in water. Tyrannus responds that he may have his wish and urges him to hurry. He instructs him to follow, mentioning that there is a small river nearby. Javier and he start moving, with Tyrannus following them. Javier whispers, questioning what kind of bet this is, knowing that he cannot possibly win. He trudges along, crying, while Javier thinks he must find a way to stop this and get them out of there. Later, Tyrannus splashes into the river and declares that he is ready. Lloyd also stands in the water and announces that he is ready. He quickly moves to attack Tyrannus while a system window notifies him that the special skill gut shot has been activated. Tyrannus responds with amusement, stating that it is a nice, funny human, and he will ensure that he is remembered for a very long time as the great man who punched the dragon god Tyrannus, only to vomit in the process. The system window informs that a single hit to the gut will cause any living creature in water to fully empty its stomach contents. Lloyd asks what this means, questioning whether he has won. Tyrannus reflects that he had been whiling away the hours in his lonely lair, as always, when time suddenly stopped. This sensation feels like the power of the Heart of Winter. He wonders who could possibly amplify its power in such a way. He thinks the source seems to be coming from that direction. But then he realizes that the Heart of Winter resides within a human. He questions what kind of person can both contain the Heart of Winter and wield the power to freeze time. He knows nothing of this human or their intentions, and he perceives this as dangerous. He contemplates that once time begins moving again, he will fly toward him, but now he finds himself vomiting from the impact of the punch. Lloyd asks what just happened and how he managed to win, expressing that this is quite strange. He vomits, transforms into human form, and inquires how this can be. Lloyd asks seriously how this occurred, stating that this is a miracle and demanding to know what transpired. He confirms that he won the bet, right, and asks if this means he gets to live. Tyrannus sighs, wipes his face, and acknowledges that, yes, a dragon keeps its promises, leaving him with no choice. He thinks to himself that he is grateful, as he was somewhat worried. However, his skills function exactly as stated, provided they are in the water to some degree. The system window notifies that a single hit to the gut will cause any living creature in water to fully empty its stomach contents. Tyrannus states that this is, however, a one-time deal. If he ever does anything to disrupt the order of this world, the consequences will follow. Lloyd bows down and assures him that he need not fear, as he does not possess the guts to take such actions. He continues, remarking that he is not only shameless and sly, but he also harbors strange powers that defy logic. He contemplates whether he should simply send Tyrannus on his way like this. If he were truly evil, he is certain his son would understand what he is doing, and would never have agreed to let him join his club. Despite this, even though he is allowing him to leave now, he still has reservations. Lloyd asks if Verkis, the Dragon King, is truly his son. Tyrannus confirms that yes, Verkis is indeed his son. Stunned by this revelation, Lloyd moves forward, grasps his hand, and expresses sympathy, remarking on how difficult it must have been for him all this time. Tyrannus, uncomfortable, questions what he is doing and tells him to let go, finding it unsettling. Lloyd responds that he must have endured so much and begins rubbing his hand. Annoyed, Tyrannus insists that he stop, protesting that he's getting it all over him. Lloyd observes the calluses on his hands, sensing the hardships he has faced. He replies that nothing is truly difficult for the great Tyrannus, but tears begin to trickle down his face. He wipes them away, puzzled, and wonders aloud why he is crying. Lloyd reassures him, encouraging him to let it all out, saying that he understands, despite being lazy, selfish, violent, and stronger than him, he has suffered for thousands of years. Tyrannus begins to cry and embraces Lloyd, confessing that no one has ever spoken such words to him before. That punk, no, that darn dragon, only wanted him to act like a proper dragon despite all the indignities he has endured. He admits that the only ones who ever tamed him were his wife and his daughter, who once loved him dearly but now speaks only of her sister-in-law. His struggles feel meaningless. They all enjoy themselves without sparing a thought for him. He sees himself as nothing more than a lonely old dragon, unappreciated by his family. Lloyd gently reassures him, saying that his family is able to enjoy life precisely because of all the hard work he has done for them. He cries, still holding on to him, while Lloyd smirks inwardly, thinking that the great Tyrannus, who once viewed him as a threat, is now entirely subdued. From a distance, Javier observes them and wonders whether he is truly right in seeing him as the hero of this world or if he might be an evil man. He considers that he cannot necessarily label what he did as evil, but he feels uncertain about his judgment. Later, they all lie on the grass while Tyrannus laughs, remarking on how embarrassing it is for a dragon to be seen bawling in the arms of a human. Lloyd laughs as well, noting that it seems empathy transcends race. Tyrannus then asks if he is indeed called Lloyd Frontra. Lloyd confirms this. Tyrannus explains that Lloyd will soon die, as the Heart of Winter will gradually freeze his heart and, in time, take his life. Through telepathy, Lloyd tells the Bud of Winter that he is an assassin who entered his heart with the intent to kill him. The Bud of Winter responds in shock, saying there is no way he could have known, as he entered Lloyd's heart to save him, reminding him, besides, he is the Bud of Winter. He instructs him to shut it, calling him the Winter Diarrhea, and asks Tyrannus if there is no other way, adding that he cannot die yet. Tyrannus explains that as his heart gradually freezes, he must thaw it by absorbing the strength of fire, the Eye of Summer, to halt the process. Lloyd contemplates, noting that this artifact is also a sacred object of the kingdom, and wondering if this means further indebtedness to the queen. He then asks how much time remains before his heart freezes entirely. Tyrannus replies that he has at least 5 years, at most 10. Lloyd, with a serious tone, remarks that this is sufficient time. He only needs to resolve everything before then. Tyrannus considers Lloyd's remarkable resilience, finding himself continually impressed. Verkis, the Heart of Winter, all must have recognized this strength in him. Tyrannus then inquires what it is that he seeks to resolve. Lloyd replies that it's a rather long story. He urges him to share everything, assuring that if it is not too difficult, he will assist him. He explains that to prevent the prophecy of a terrible future he saw in a dream from coming true, he is searching for the components of the Aotearoa. He already possesses 2 of these components, the Horaki and the Takapuna. Lloyd, shocked to hear this, replies that it may be impudent but asks if he might have those. He responds that he found them lying around the ruins of an old demon's castle and was merely using them as pillows so he may take them. Lloyd, overjoyed, thinks what incredible luck this is, as there are 5 core parts, and he had been growing anxious about finding them all. He reflects on having obtained 4 of the components quickly. Now, only the last one, the Kyora, remains. Tyrannus mentions that Verkis holds the Kyora, explaining that he was conducting research on interdimensional travel and had been sending various objects to different locations. Verkis told him that he had sent the Kyora somewhere else. Lloyd curses that dragon, frustrated that it had to be sent to another dimension, and asks where exactly Verkis sent it. He replies that, indeed, it was sent to Seoul. After a while, the narrator states that on a high mountaintop at the edge of the southern grasslands, he has finally acquired the Topo. The system window notifies him that he has received the legendary core material Topo, granting a bonus of 2200 RP. With Tyrannus's assistance, the Topo is instantly transported to the Mermaid Kingdom. As for the remaining 2 materials, they proceed to his lair to collect the Horaki and the Takapuna. The system window notifies him that he has received the legendary core material Horaki, along with a bonus of 2400 RP, and that he has received the legendary core material Takapuna, which provides a bonus of 2600 RP, bringing his current total to 8955 RP. Tyrannus then asks Lloyd if he would like him to move these materials to the Mermaid Kingdom as well. He responds that he cannot accept any more assistance from his lord, as he has already received so much help and feels indebted to him. Tyrannus remarks that it was not particularly difficult after all. He states that he will not trouble him further, only asking that he watches over this lowly human on his journey. Tyrannus inquires whether he will be okay, noting that he will need Verkis' assistance to obtain the Kyora, as convincing him to act will not be easy. Lloyd responds that such challenges are his specialty. Tyrannus, taken aback, acknowledges this with surprise, reflecting that if Lloyd can compel even him to bend to his will, he is indeed a formidable force. How terrifying that is. Lloyd calls for Draghi, instructing him to come over. At that moment, the dragon Draghi arrives. Tyrannus, stunned by the sight, wonders how Lloyd can even control a bone dragon. His peculiar abilities know no bounds. This man possesses the power to transform the entire world into a pile of rubble if he so desires, yet he demonstrates such remarkable self-control. He acknowledges that Lloyd's goal of restoring the course of fate is not an easy one. Even the mighty Verkis is no match for it. Nevertheless, he believes that Lloyd will fulfill the duty he has set for himself. Lloyd smiles and departs, taking a seat on Draghi. Later, Javier inquires whether Verkis will transport them to another dimension, suggesting that he may find it too bothersome to do so. Lloyd responds that he has everything figured out, noting that lazy individuals tend to create their own weaknesses, and he laughs. Javier asks if Soul is master his home. Lloyd questions what makes him think that. Javier explains that the moment he heard the word soul, his entire expression changed. He then mentions that his home is now Frontra, expressing that he misses it and wonders how everyone is doing. Meanwhile, some soldiers stand observing a town from a distance. Prince Eddie declares that this is the place, the village said to contain a mountain of treasure. A one-eyed man explains that he was once the third prince of the far-off southern kingdom of Arios, but after a failed rebellion, he has become the leader of a group of bandits. He believes that once he captures this village, he can establish the new country he has always dreamed of. Eddie then urges his comrades to move forward, instructing them to raise the place and behead the Lord, while ordering Unit 1 to set all the houses ablaze. They quickly move forward, wielding fire sticks to initiate their attack. Just then, orc warriors appear in front of them. A soldier exclaims that there are orcs, countless numbers of them. Another soldier calls for a retreat, urging everyone to fall back. Later, a soldier kneels in front of Eddie, who asks in disbelief why there are orcs roaming around a countryside village. The soldier replies that he does not know, but they are simply hanging around. Eddie dismisses this concern and commands Unit 2 to head into the northern woods and infiltrate the manor house. Meanwhile, elves sit cooking in the northern woods. A group of soldiers approaches, and one soldier accidentally steps on a flower. Moira asks whether he has just stepped on a flower and begins to confront them. Later, another soldier kneels in front of Eddie, who inquires why there are elves grilling meat in the village's forest. The soldier admits that he does not know, but the meat looks delicious. Eddie states that they cannot turn back now and commands all troops to attack. They all move toward the town to launch their assault. On the other side, Kuga enters the room of a brown-haired boy and announces that a group of knife-wielding bandits is invading the estate. He is painting, responds that they are knife-wielding bandits, and expresses disbelief, stating that he already knew that. Kuga remarks that human language is quite difficult. He calls him a liar, noting that he speaks very well around Emily. He then asks Kuga to clarify who is invading. Kuga reiterates that it is a group of bandits. He is surprised, inquires if that is true, and looks at his drawing, saying it is sweet and that it is time to test it out. Later, he fires a rocket toward Eddie's army. Eddie sees it approaching his head, and then it explodes. The soldiers begin to flee the area. The brown-haired individual comments that it flew right past them. Korjadua, standing beside him, remarks that it is still better than last time, and that he will continue to assist him. Eddie declares that he is Eddie, Prince of the Abyss, and will not retreat against demons. The one-eyed man states that he will remain by Eddie's side until the end, addressing him as His Highness. Korjadua encourages the dragon boy, who is all thumbs, to send those foes packing. Solitas questions why he must be the one. The brown-haired boy expresses surprise, asking if he is a dragon, admitting that he had no idea, and wondering who knew. Korjadua urges him to hurry so they can begin their lesson. Solitas transforms into a dragon and unleashes fire upon Eddie and his soldiers, who start running for their lives. After a while, Eddie walks near the river, declaring that he is the Prince of the Abyss and that one day, he will gather his forces to destroy this demonic estate. Just then, he notices Draghi flying above him. The villager and his wife are equally shocked to see the dragon and wonder why it is in their village. Lloyd sits on Draghi and asks Eddie what he just said, questioning whether he wishes to die, calling him a punk. The villager relaxes upon seeing Lloyd. Eddie slumps to the ground, unconscious. The narrator notes that from that moment on, the bandits would refer to the Frontra estate as the demon's domain. Lloyd dismounts from the dragon and states that it is time to open the portal to Soul. He moves forward with Javier. Meanwhile, the Dragon King, Verkis, lies on the castle sofa, peacefully asleep. Meanwhile, some headless skeletons walk through the hallway, playing various musical instruments. They enter Verkis' room and play loud music continuously. Verkis remains asleep on the sofa. A servant outside the castle becomes disturbed by the noise. Verkis opens his eyes and demands silence, using his powers to attempt to destroy the skeletons. Just then, Lloyd enters the room, and a bone falls onto his shoes. He responds by using his powers and singing at full volume. Verkis gets up, covers his ears, and screams in anger. Lloyd inquires whether he has been well, dear Dragon King. He is stunned to see him, replies that he is fine until he walks in and opens that distorted black hole he calls a mouth to release that cursed sound. Lloyd then asks if he has been enjoying the skeleton corpse's wake-up service. Verkis states that every morning, like clockwork, they arrive, making a racket while waiting. He reflects that he never called his beloved. He simply went back to sleep his god. He screams and declares that because he departed and did not adequately fulfill his responsibilities, he has not contacted his wife in months. He feels as if he is dead. Lloyd inquires what he means, but Verkis only promises to do everything within his power to awaken him. He does not recall pledging to assist him in reaching Mrs. Dragon Queen. He remarks that contacting her is something he can only manage himself and laughs. Verkis writhes and exclaims in frustration, questioning what he should do and asserting that he is doomed. He asks what is wrong with him, urging himself to come on. Lloyd asks how about this. He then asks if he has a plan. Lloyd states that he should inform the missus that he has been busy, explaining that he had to apprehend a bad guy. This individual, originating from another dimension, had been using strange powers to traverse the world and commit various misdeeds. Since he could not bear to merely observe these actions, he, the noble Dragon King, pursued him relentlessly, day and night, and ultimately captured him. He points to himself and declares that the bad guy is, indeed, him. Verkis expresses her delight upon hearing this and exclaims that it is perfect, as she will likely commend him for his efforts. He agrees, adding that he can even chain the bad guy and drag him to her, envisioning the ideal performance as a villain and laughing. Javier stands behind him, reflecting that it is not an act. He truly is a bad guy, having lied everywhere he goes. He observes Verkis, who has a broad smile on her face. Verkis inquires about what he wants from her this time. Lloyd bows and expresses gratitude to her, requesting assistance in locating the Kyora in Seoul. She asks for clarification, and he responds affirmatively, recalling that the Kyora is the material from the Jewel of Truth, which he indeed sent to Seoul. Lloyd reflects that he was aware the Jewel of Truth had been broken into pieces, and the fact that he never mentioned this truly irritates him. He informs her that he will send him there, but not to its exact location. He can only provide something to aid him in the search. He begins to search through his pocket, retrieving a small dog and stating that this is a tracker dog. He explains that he has input the Kyora's magical pattern into the device, which will guide him on the way. Lloyd inquires whether dragons do not care for design or theatrics. He states that he does not know about the others, but since he possesses a good-looking face, he does not care much about anything else. He retrieves a rod from his sleeve and mentions that it is the Take Anywhere rod. He asks why it appears to be stuck. Lloyd thinks this is quite disappointing. He extracts the rod, swirls it, and commands it to take him to Seoul. Lloyd believes that this is interdimensional travel, and he should at least perform as the old dragon did when opening the gate to hell. He drops the rod and exclaims boop as a portal gate opens on the floor. Lloyd feels a sense of disappointment. Javier places a hand on his shoulder, asking if he is not accustomed to this by now. Lloyd steps onto the portal and states that, regardless, they should proceed. Verkis explains that this magic will transport them there and back. If they stand on the swirling transport circle in the other world, it will return them to this world. They begin to move through the transport gate. Verkis asks Lloyd if his home is in Seoul. He responds with confusion. Verkis clarifies that his physical body is likely sleeping peacefully in that world and warns him not to even think about attempting to find it. If they come too close to one another, a catastrophic error will likely occur, potentially destroying everything. Lloyd acknowledges this, and they both teleport to a street in Seoul. Javier surveys his surroundings, thinking that this is Suho Kim's home, and if he attempts to stay here, He will do everything possible to bring him back with him. He notices his hand and reflects that this is strange. His mana is completely depleted, and he wonders if he cannot use it in this world. Here it begins to make noises while Lloyd urges Javier to proceed, indicating that they need to head in that direction. He agrees, thinking that this situation is awkward, as a dangerous circumstance could arise while he starts following Lloyd. Suddenly, he notices a brighter light shining on him and wonders what this air is. It feels similar to the air in hell. Lloyd suggests that they should get some clothes first, as they will attract too much attention looking like this. He responds, stating that his mana is depleted, and if they get into trouble, they will be in a difficult position. Lloyd reassures him, saying not to worry, as nothing like that will happen here, and moves forward. The narrator explains that the last core material of Aotearoa, Kyora, is a mysterious substance reputed to change shape in order to blend in with its surroundings. Somewhere in Seoul, the Kyora has transformed itself. Lloyd attempts to retrieve some clothes from a trash bin, shows them to Javier, and states that there is something they can wear after all. Although they are somewhat smelly, they will suffice. Javier examines him, contemplating whether he is all right now, as he had appeared quite unwell before. At that moment, a police officer points at them and exclaims that they are committing theft and should put down the items. Lloyd whispers to Javier to hurry, reminding him to keep watch. Javier apologizes. The police officer asks who they are, suggesting that they might be foreigners or cosplayers, and insists that he can explain everything at the station. Lloyd questions the officer, asserting that there has been a misunderstanding, and that they work for a collection company. He questions why their workers would dress in cosplay outfits and rummage through that container, suggesting that they should simply call them and inquire. Lloyd responds that it is hot outside and acknowledges that he is working very hard. It is not much, but he retrieves some gold stones from his pocket, stating that he can use this to buy himself an ice cream and perhaps a new car. The officer produces handcuffs, declaring that the ugly cosplayer is under arrest for bribery. Lloyd flings the gold stones away. He expressed that it is such a waste. Lloyd begins to run, telling Javier to do the same, as his face is also considered ugly here. Javier asks if that is a problem. The officer bends down to pick up the gold stones, biting one to verify its authenticity, and exclaims that there is no way he will accept this. He became a police officer to achieve his noble dream and cannot believe he has failed this test. He clenches the stones in his fist, stating that Lloyd has forced him to compromise his principles, and he will atone for this by placing them both in jail. He will just wait, an ugly cosplayer and good-looking foreigner. At that moment, another officer spots Javier and Lloyd, exclaiming that an ugly cosplayer is on the run and asserting that he has found him. Lloyd urges him to stop recognizing them so quickly. A long-haired officer pursues them and echoes that he has found an ugly cosplayer. Lloyd reacts in disbelief, questioning what is happening, insisting that he did not even see his face. He adds that the back of his head is ugly. After a while, Javier and Lloyd reached a street where they could hide. Javier inquired whether they could not have purchased clothes with that gold. Lloyd explained that they do not accept anything but cash here, otherwise they would waste time getting it appraised. He suggested that they should return to the portal and put their belongings away. He opened a pouch, stating that they would move when it became dark, as even in different clothes, they would still stand out. Javier observed him exhaling heavily and remarked that even without mana, he should not feel this exhausted, asking if he was unwell. Lloyd responded that he was not. It was merely the bad air, and they should change their clothes. After a while, they changed their clothes, and here it has made a noise to indicate the direction. Javier remarked that it seemed to be pointing them in that direction. Lloyd observed that it led to the Ensol Tower, expressing disbelief that they would need to take the entire tower. Just then, a man dressed in brown appeared behind them, speaking through a wiki-talkie, stating that he didn't know anything about cosplay outfits, but had found a guy with an ugly head. The two of them quickly ran away. He shouted for them to stop. On the other side, Lloyd cursed, realizing they couldn't take the normal route to the tower and would have to climb the mountain path instead. Javier asked, somewhat exasperated, what else he must do to mask his ugliness. Lloyd asked if he thought he knew, adding that the fact he was seriously asking him only irritated him more. After a while, they both stood in the forest, exhaling deeply. Javier asked if Lloyd was alright and if he would like to rest for a moment. Lloyd replied that he, Lloyd Frontra, could handle such trivial situations, but then knelt down, clutching his chest. He expressed his apologies, admitting that he could not maintain the charade any longer. Javier inquired if his heart was giving him trouble. Lloyd reflected on how pathetic he felt. Javier reassured him that he simply had not looked like his usual self since they entered this world. Lloyd countered that this was indeed his usual self. When he lived in this world, he always felt scared and like an outsider. He mentioned that he had been all right when his mother and father were alive, but after they succumbed to a disease of the mind, his condition worsened. He says that it has been a while since he was here, and he is still adjusting to the pain. When he first met Javier at the Frontra estate, it was such a shock that he had no time to think about anything. But over time, he noticed that he had completely changed. It felt as if this world had truly become his own. He was so confident, capable of pushing through anything. However, this is who he really is, someone with nothing to his name, nobody, and filled only with emotional pain. Javier asks if, when he lived in this world, he blamed himself for all those things. Did he blame himself so much that he ended up stuck, just as he is now? Lloyd admits that he truly wanted to give up, but he could not. Everyone criticized him, and his parents had been scammed out of a large sum of money before taking their own lives. He explains that people would ask how his parents could leave their child all alone, but none of them understand just how terrifying that illness can be. They spoke ill of his parents, who were truly amazing individuals, and he wanted to demonstrate this to the world. Thus, he knew he could not stop. He asserts that he did everything he could. He studied, worked hard, and fulfilled his obligations, believing he needed to exemplify how well they had raised him. Javier counters that he has done nothing wrong and inquires who has given him that cross to bear. He contends that he did keep himself accountable. Otherwise, he would truly have nothing. Javier rises and states that he worries for no reason. Whether they are in Seoul or in Laurasia, in his eyes, he is the same person. He walks away, asserting that whether he is making a fuss with his ugly, terrifying face or has tears streaming down a scared face, ultimately, he is someone who fulfills his duties. Lloyd wipes his tears, calls out to Javier, and tells him that he is the one who leads the way, punk. After a while, here it is barks while Lloyd states that this confirms it is the Kyora. He holds a lock and questions whether it belongs to one of these locks. Here it is barks again. Lloyd concludes that it is official. The railing is indeed the Kyora, considering that it likely fell in this area during the tower's construction. He thinks that since it was next to another railing, it has changed to resemble it. He muses that the sleepy-headed Dragon King needs to improve his coordination, landing here of all places. Javier inquires why so many items are hanging from it. Lloyd explains that these are love locks or something similar, indicating that this is the Soul End Tower, a popular tourist attraction where couples come to attach one of these locks to the railing while pledging their eternal love for each other. Javier expresses concern that this will pose a problem, noting that it will be difficult to remove the railing with so many people around. He suggests that they should find a place to hide until later tonight. He expresses uncertainty about what to do and gazes around, recalling childhood memories with his parents. Holding a lock, he remarks that these are not merely locks but memories and promises, explaining that when he misses someone deeply, he comes here, hoping he might unexpectedly encounter them. After a while, they sit on a bench, observing the people engaged in conversation. Javier remarks that he is glad they came here. Lloyd asks why, and Javier replies that he was curious about what kind of person he was in this place. Lloyd responds that he thought it did not matter who he was as long as he saved the Frontra estate. Javier agrees, stating that it does not matter. He is simply curious and making small talk. He acknowledges that it is indeed a business relationship and suggests maintaining boundaries. He reflects that, after all, he is also human. He does not wish to erase others' memories just because he needs something. The joy and fluttering excitement people experience when hanging a lock, the desire to stay together forever, and the memories they want to revisit are things he understands. He calls for Javier, who responds, "Yes, Master Lloyd." Removing his mask, he declares that he has ceased to be human. Javier observes him, wondering why he seems suddenly so angry, realizing that he should have anticipated this unpredictability. Lloyd strides forward, instructing Javier to help remove the abomination. Javier complies, thinking that this commanding demeanor suits him well. Pushing through the crowd, he commands them to clear the way, announcing that they need to inspect the railing. They both attempt to lift the railing and uproot it. Lloyd questions why so many locks would be placed on it, commenting that it complicates inspection. He adds that once the railing eventually breaks down, he will run up here to remove the locks, intending to make the process easier by getting rid of them now. Just then, police officers appear before them, and a red-haired officer questions if he is now pretending to work for a railing company. He declares that the wrath of justice rises against evil, demanding they surrender to the thunder of retribution. The officers each draw a taser and target Javier and Lloyd. Javier swiftly evades and counterattacks. Bystanders are shocked by the scene, with one person asking who the railing thief might be. Nearby girls start taking his photos. He thinks he looks impressive, and soon after, they post them online. After a while, Lloyd and Javier walk down the street, holding on to the railing. A police officer calls for them to surrender, pointing out that the entire country's social media is tracking them, and the officers remain in pursuit. Javier asks if Lloyd wants him to handle them, but Lloyd says to leave them alone, noting that with all their sword and construction training, they're faster. They pick up their pace, with Lloyd urging Javier to run faster. The red-haired officer remarks on their speed, while the green-haired officer observes that they seem familiar with the area. He checks his phone, assuring his colleagues that a quick search for a hot railing thief will reveal their location immediately, noting they're currently in Gwanghwamun. The purple-haired officer, looking around, comments that they were here just a moment ago. He adds that they've nearly caught them, as there's nowhere nearby to hide. Meanwhile, Javier and Lloyd are changing their clothes when Javier calls out to him. Lloyd asks what it is. Javier asks if it isn't a shame for him to be leaving his home like this, offering to buy him some time if he wants. Lloyd declines, saying he has already seen his family. He mentions there is a friend he would like to see, but he is simply waiting for the day he feels ready to face him again. Meanwhile, a worker says, Gi Yong, when he is finished with that task, come to help him over here. Gi Yong smirks and replies that if he wants his help that badly, he will be over soon. The worker comments that Gi Yong is indeed diligent, but wonders aloud about the odd look on his face. At the same time, a man in a brown shirt calls out, Mr. Police Officer, there are thieves stripping things over here. His wife pulls him aside and says, honey, she told him those men were innocent. The red-haired officer thanks the man, calling him a brave citizen, and orders the criminals to surrender. The officers are shocked to see a teleport swirl appear on the floor beside a note reading, thank them for their service. One officer, bewildered, asks who on earth those men were. Meanwhile, Javier and Lloyd arrive at the castle and sit on the floor. Lloyd shivers, then laughs loudly, declaring that it is finally over, as he has gathered all the necessary materials. Javier is stunned by his reaction. The system window notifies him that he has obtained the Kyora and has gathered all the core materials for the Aoteros, awarding him a bonus of 2800 RP, bringing his current total to 11,755 RP. He exclaims that now, to reverse the fate of the world, they are going to knock this out of the park. Worthroad stands at the edge of a mountain, surveying the surroundings. He walks toward a cave, aware that in order to summon the King of Hell into this world, a clear and specific wish must be held. Depending on that wish, certain items are required. If the wish involves the death of a particular individual, the body of someone who harbored immense resentment toward the intended victim must be obtained. According to the King of Hell, the bones of such a person are said to be located within the dungeon. There, he discovers a broken skeleton. He reflects that the man once studied ancient dark magic in a desperate attempt to save his family, only to meet a wretched end at the hands of Lloyd Frontra. A vision appears before him. The skeleton warrior bows before Lloyd, while Javier steps forward and strikes him down. Worthroad grasps the skull of the skeleton and utters the name Lupulin. He then asks whether he wishes to know how the man who reduced them to such a state is currently living. He reveals that thousands revere, trust, and follow that man. Everything that should have belonged to the talented like Lupulin and himself has been taken away. He was fortunate to have a powerful knight by his side and to win the trust of the queen. It is unjust that they were left in such ruin. He has manipulated fate so thoroughly that reclaiming what once belonged to them has become nearly impossible. Yet, instead of recovering what was lost, they can ensure his downfall. Lifting Lupulin's head high into the air, he declares that they shall make the entire world turn against him, and that he shall suffer a wretched, unforgivable death. He creates a magical circle to absorb the powers of Lupulin and thinks that the vessel is now prepared for the second essential component, a large influx of terror to fill it. By terror, he means war. To incite war, the queen must be driven to madness. With that thought, he decides to head to the Magentano Palace and walks away. Meanwhile, Lloyd breaks a lock from a bridge and sarcastically asks if it is supposed to be a token of eternal love. He scoffs at the idea, declaring that he will destroy them all and reduce them to dust, laughing maniacally. If he cannot have it, none of them can. He begins breaking every lock, proclaiming the end of relationships, declaring breakups for couples, and bidding farewell to Myung and Hyacian with mockery. Javier follows suit, also breaking locks, and remarks that Lloyd currently resembles the world's most notorious villain. He asks if Lloyd is even aware of how he looks. Lloyd denies the accusation and claims to be the embodiment of equality, determined to make everyone equally single because he himself is single. He proceeds to destroy the remaining locks and even the grill, then sits down and says everything is done. He adds that he should have brought more locks to break. Javier then asks what his actual goal is. Suddenly, a radiant light appears, prompting them to shield their faces. A box materializes in midair. Lloyd sees it and immediately identifies it as the Kyora, reaching out and seizing it. The system window notifies that the legendary core material Kyora has received and his bonus RP has reached 2800. Another notification appears, stating that his current RP has reached 11,755. A final message congratulates him, confirming that all the necessary materials for the Aotearoa have been gathered. Lloyd grows frustrated and says it is time to move on to the next stage. He begins walking away, declaring that they are heading to the Mermaid Kingdom to finally piece everything together. Javier looks at him and thinks that Lloyd could allow himself to celebrate a little longer. But then again, this is exactly who he is, and it is precisely why he is capable of saving everyone. After some time, they make their way toward the Mermaid Kingdom. Along the way, Lloyd turns to Javier and asks whether they have not been through a great deal. He lists their accomplishments, constructing the suspension bridge in the capital, building a railroad through hell, creating the Siak Bingo for the Orcs, designing a desert Kennet, developing the sauna for the Mermaid Kingdom, and laying out a racetrack in the grasslands. He sighs deeply and wonders aloud why they have created so many wonderful things for others. Javier reminds him that it was all for the sake of the Aotearoa. Though it may seem disappointing to build the Aotearoa in this location, they had made a promise to the Mermaid Kingdom. If that promise exists, then nothing can be changed. Lloyd disagrees. He insists that there is something they can do. They can take the Aotearoa and construct it within their own estate instead. Javier looks at him with suspicion, prompting Lloyd to ask why he is being looked at that way and whether he has ever done anything truly evil to anyone. He pauses and admits that perhaps he has once, or maybe twice, or was it 3 times? Possibly 4. They arrive at the royal court of the Mermaid Kingdom, where the queen greets them and remarks that her gallant, albeit unfortunate-looking, friend has truly gathered all the materials required for the Jewel of Truth. Lloyd and Javier bow respectfully before her as she graciously offers their full support, stating that if he needs anything for its construction, it shall be granted. The kingdom's facilities are to be placed entirely at his disposal, and he is encouraged to begin at once. Lloyd thanked her sincerely, promising that he would devote himself fully to the construction. He declares that he will restore the glory once enjoyed by the Mermaid Kingdom during the mythical age. Tears begin to fall from his face as he speaks. The queen notices and gently asks why he weeps so sorrowfully. He quickly wipes his face and apologizes, saying he is behaving disgracefully, and that it is nothing, truly nothing. She questions what he means by nothing, reminding him that he is their friend and their hero. Whatever the problem may be, they will support him, so he must speak openly. Lloyd hesitates and then admits that he feels immense sorrow over having to build the Jewel of Truth here in the Mermaid Kingdom. The queen asks what he means by that. She insists that the Jewel of Truth was always destined to be constructed on their land. He clarifies that it is not the location itself that saddens him. Rather, it is the consequence that follows. Once the Jewel of Truth is completed, he fears that those blinded by greed will attempt to seize it for their own purposes. War will inevitably follow. and when he thinks of the pain and suffering that this beautiful, peaceful land may be forced to endure, the sorrow becomes overwhelming. Javier turns to look at him, confused by the sudden emotional shift. Lloyd states that a promise is a promise, and the construction must begin at once. The Queen interrupts, asking him to wait a moment. She questions whether the Jewel of Truth must truly be built there. He responds that it does not, so long as the location contains water at least 230 feet deep, that the jewel can be constructed anywhere. The Queen considers this and remarks that perhaps building it elsewhere might be a wiser decision. Lloyd conceals a satisfied smile while Javier casts a suspicious glance at him. Soon after, they leave the palace. Lloyd announces that the jewel will be constructed on their own estate, and that the Mermaid Kingdom will have full access to it at any time. He remarks that everything has worked out well and admits he had been deeply concerned for the Mermaid Kingdom's safety. He has not lied in the slightest. He merely conveyed the truth, even if his intentions may not have been entirely pure. When Javier looks at him, Lloyd asks whether that gaze implies judgment. Javier denies it and says that all parties involved have reached a satisfactory outcome, and in the end, that is all that matters. Lloyd observes that Javier has finally grown more pragmatic and asks if he has at last seen the light. They clap each other on the back in mutual approval. Javier then brings up the matter of the Hell Gate. Lloyd replies that he will consult the Jewel of Truth to find out how it can be closed, and the two of them walk away together. Lloyd and Javier arrive at Lake Capua. Lloyd announces that this is Lake Capua, the perfect location to construct the Jewel of Truth. It is both deep and wide enough to meet the requirements. He calls out, asking for the lake's blessing, addressing it as the owner of the waters, and requests permission to build there. He summons Baibong, then removes his shirt and shoes, declaring that he is going to survey the lakebed himself. With that, he dives into the water. As he examines the lake's bottom, he observes the terrain and the patterns across the floor. He notes that it is ideal, the area is spacious, the ground is level, and the foundation appears solid and stable. He activates simulation mode in his mind, recalling that the Jewel of Truth is said to release an immense amount of energy when formulating an answer. He wants to see how powerful that reaction might become. Suddenly, he realizes that the energy being generated is far stronger than he had anticipated. A vision flashes before him, and a tornado forms at the lake's center and bursts forth in a violent explosion. The shockwave erupts from the lake, sending a destructive surge of water toward the nearby city. The tornado completely devastates the area. Meanwhile, Javier, Bengal, Baibong, Heneng, and Piporong wait anxiously by the shore. After some time, Lloyd finally emerges from the water. Javier walks toward him and asks if something has gone wrong. Lloyd shouts in exasperation, demanding to know when he will finally get his long-awaited retirement. He tells Javier that he is on vacation until further notice, explaining that he has some things he needs to sort out. He puts his clothes back on and begins walking away. He mutters that it seems unless he is fighting, he is of no use at all. Javier follows him quietly, thinking about how much this place has changed. Only a few years ago, it had been a poor, empty village with almost nothing to its name. Javier watches as Bairn greets his children warmly, while Arash sits peacefully with Melika in the garden. He reflects that all the children now study in the capital and receive proper education at advanced institutions. Though orcs and elves have vastly different temperaments, none of that seems to matter here in Frontra. Elsewhere, Kujer apologizes to Emily and Oink, saying that she has changed so much because of him. Emily reassures him, saying she truly enjoys their weight training dates. She has grown so strong that now she only needs to wring the bedding once for it to dry completely. As she starts running, Kujer calls after her, telling her to wait and catch her. He chases after her, laughing, and says that she is cheating. Javier observes them, too, finding it all slightly unfamiliar. He thinks he just needs time to adjust, and after all, weight training might not be so bad. Meanwhile, two workers cheerfully admire the massive statue of Lloyd, proudly announcing that it is finally complete. A boy, having sculpted a dragon, exclaims with excitement that he has done it. He has made a dragon. Corgitus, unimpressed, grumbles that he was convinced it was just a pile of slime. Javier sees everyone living happily and thinks that all of them are realizing their dreams, being well fed, and reaping the rewards of their labor. As he walks through the streets, he notices how everyone is enjoying life in this bright, beautiful place. But he wonders about himself. When will he truly step out and live his own life? Meanwhile, Lloyd sits alone in the library, immersed in books. In another room, Marbella sits with Arcos. She expresses her concern, saying that Lloyd has finally returned home, yet he shuts himself away in the library. Arcos agrees, noting that they have not even held a proper homecoming for him. She adds that she never got the chance to ask what had kept him so busy. His face looked far too serious. Arcos admits he feels the same. They cannot bring themselves to question him. Not only has their once reckless son pulled himself together, but he has also become the estate's hero. Yet, at times, he says, it feels as though. She finishes his thought, saying he seems like someone else. He nods and says she feels it, too. She continues, explaining that Lloyd never calls them mother or father. His speech, behavior, and even the expressions on his face all changed suddenly on that day. He stands and says he guesses that's what getting his act together means, that he has become a new person. He opens the cupboard and says he thinks it's time to give Lloyd this. It might even brighten his mood a little. He reveals a coat. She asks if that is the Frontra family coat. He confirms it is. He explains that he had planned to give it to Lloyd when he became lord of the estate, but he has more than earned that honor already. He adds that he once begged and pleaded for this coat, so Lloyd will definitely be happy to see it. At that moment, Lloyd quickly puts on the coat and walks out of the library, thinking he is a genius. He decides to build downstream on the Fronta River. If he constructs a gravitational dam, it will prevent any flooding. He realizes he needs to go immediately and run a simulation. Marbella and Arcos arrive, and Arcos holds the coat, saying that Lloyd has finally emerged from the library. She says she knows he is busy, so she will get straight to the point. She has a gift for him. Lloyd asks what the gift is. Arcos replies that it is a present for him, a coat. Lloyd exclaims that it is a cool jacket and thanks them. He adds that he is truly grateful, but a little busy right now and will try it on later. Arcos asks Lloyd if he remembers that he used to see his grandfather wearing the coat and how his grandfather would always remark on how amazing it looked on him and how much he wanted it. Lloyd acknowledges this, expressing surprise that he remembers, and thanks them before running away. Arcos and Marbella watch him as he leaves. Arcos calls out to Lloyd, saying he has never met his grandfather. After a while, Javier encounters Arcos and Marbella tending the garden. Arcos greets Javier with a good morning, and Javier returns the greeting. Marbella asks if he is enjoying his vacation. Javier admits that he has nothing to do, and his mind feels unsettled. She asks what he means, noting how much he has accomplished so far and how difficult it must have been. Arcos adds that both he and Marbella are very curious about where Javier has been traveling all this time and wonders if he would mind sharing. Javier replies that it is difficult to say exactly at the moment, but once he figures out how to explain, he will. Arcos accepts this but requests at least a little cooperation and asks if Javier knows where Lloyd is right now. Javier answers that Master Lloyd is currently at the Fronta River. Arcos clarifies that he means the real Lloyd, their son if he is still alive. Javier asks what she means. Marbella asks if he knows about the Frontra family coat and how Lloyd longed for it. She says he could not remember the coat at all. Arcos explains that he wanted to be sure, so he asked Lloyd if he remembered seeing his grandfather wearing it. Lloyd said he remembered but gave a vague answer. He adds that both Marbella and he have noticed something different about Lloyd since then. The day after, he became more sincere in his actions, his work, and his expression, but none of them seemed like their son. He says he has been with him every day since, and as a sword master with extraordinary senses, Javier must have noticed it too. He continues that the man is working hard for their estate and is not ungrateful for their help. However, they cannot help but worry about their real son. He asks Javier to tell them the truth, whether Lloyd is still alive. Javier thinks that the real Master Lloyd is dead. He was apparently reincarnated, but there is no way to know in which time or form. To the Count and Countess, he is as good as dead. He thinks he may have been a lousy dirtbag, but he was still their son enough for someone to have his son's soul forcibly expelled from his body. He thinks that if they ever learn of this, both they and Suho will lose their minds, but lying to them is not appropriate. He asks forgiveness for having hidden this from them all this time. He reveals that the truth is Master Lloyd has sustained partial brain damage, causing his personality and memories to be fragmented. Both Marbella and Arcos are shocked to hear this. Marbella asks what he means, and Arcos requests an explanation of its significance. Javier explains that, as they both know well, he despised Master Lloyd. The reason was that after they took him in, Lloyd teased and tortured him at every opportunity. He even broke the wooden sword they had given him. Marbella asks if he understands what that means. Arcos replies that it is perfectly understandable and expresses his sympathy. Javier says he has nothing to apologize for. But then, one day, he was ordered to search for Master Lloyd, who had disappeared late that night. Raising his finger at Arcos, he recalls that on his way to the bar, a thought crossed his mind, which he blurted out. Why must he watch over that piece of human garbage? It was infuriating, and with that, he ran away. They both ask in shock what he means by having thought that. Javier explains that he grew up enduring Lloyd's ridicule and asks if it is natural for him to become somewhat cranky. They both become emotional and think they understand now, realizing they had no idea. Javier then recalls a flashback in which he follows Lloyd, who screams that he does not need some stinking twerp like him, and that his face irritates him. Javier says he found him on the way, and, as usual, Lloyd went off on him until a switch flipped when Lloyd said get on home. He asked whether Lloyd had a home and then saw him later in some ditch. Javier says that is when he saw Red and hit Lloyd in the back of the head with the sheath of his sword before punching him. Marbella and Arcos are shocked to hear this. Javier says he thought to himself, what is he doing, and shook Lloyd awake. He recalls Lloyd's head being injured and admits that his memory is a bit foggy. But he definitely remembers being a bad person. He says that starting tomorrow, he will become a good man. Javier sits before him and says that is a great idea, his lord, but he will kill him if he ever tells his lordship about him hitting him. Lloyd replies that he will not tell anyone. Javier then emerges from his imagination and says that is what happened, drawing his sword. He declares that he will take his own life in repentance for the crime of beating his master's son and attempts to stab himself. Marbella and Arcos quickly seize his arms to stop him. Arcos asks what he is doing, assuring him that he has done nothing wrong. Marbella agrees, saying he turned Lloyd around. Arcos adds that he did a great thing and thanks him. Suddenly, Lloyd arrives with urgent news, and they all turn toward him. Arcos asks what it is. Lloyd says it may take some time and suggests they go inside to talk. They follow him into the house. Before entering, Lloyd looks back at Javier, acknowledges how much he has grown, and gives him a thumbs up. Javier returns the gesture and quietly whispers that he learned from the best. He asks them not to be alarmed by what he is about to reveal. For some time, he has been haunted by dreams of the people of this estate dying. When he consulted the Dragon King, who was resting in the adjacent room, about these visions, he was told they were premonitions. The Dragon King said he could find a way to prevent them if the Jewel of Truth were constructed, and when asked how, he explained that to build the jewel, a dam must be erected downstream along the river. Arcos responds that if it must be done, then he should proceed. Marbella remarks that he does not seem very surprised, and that after hearing earlier shocking news, nothing seems outlandish anymore. Arcos adds that they have noticed he has been working towards something for the estate, but wishes he would not bear the burden alone, and would allow them to assist him. Lloyd replies that as long as the two of them are well, that is all the help he requires. He steps outside and addresses everyone, announcing the start of a mage project unprecedented in the history of the continent. He refrains from giving details, but assures them that if they succeed, all will be safe and urges them to trust him. At that moment, a system notification appears, stating that all acquired titles have been combined to form a new effect. Another window announces the titles Snap, Crackle, Pop, Crusher of Bones, and Resuscitator of the Dead Estate. The system then notifies once more that the first round pick has been made by Terminix Pest Control and Debt Eraser at 3000. The system window further notifies them about the leader of the Weary, known as the Toilet Ghost. Once again, the system announces the linked title effect called Complete Trust. Lloyd thinks to himself that all this effort will surely benefit him and declares Team 1 of the combined Dam and Jewel of the Truth construction project as the engineering core. He instructs them to demonstrate what they have learned from building the Undal rooms, digging, leveling, and scooping. He commands Team 2, the White Shovel Cavalry, to focus on filling, moving, and packing, emphasizing shoveling above all else. He directs Team 3, the eternally energized Skeleton Corps, who respond that they will work overtime, labor through the night, and forego all breaks. Team 4, the Heavy Equipment Operators PPO, Bang, Ha, Bayung, and GGO are ordered into action. Team 5, the Multi-Tribal Tech Support and Resource Acquisition Team, and Team 6, responsible for all other demanding tasks, are also assigned their roles. Javier asks why Lloyd is the only one on the last team. Lloyd replies that this team performs all the other hard work for their sweet home and commands the commencement of construction, with everyone agreeing to his orders. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Realm, Executive Office Building 1, where Level 1 Seraph and Executive Administrative Officer Gabriel review some documents. He asked what was written about the illegal construction of the Owl. Raphael replies that it refers to illegal construction in the Earth Realm, specifically the construction of the Aotearoa. Gabriel comments on the brightness of the room, saying he cannot see clearly, then suddenly realizes it is the Jewel of Truth. He warns that if they build it, war and chaos will erupt once again. Raphael states that they had already been aware of the gathering of materials after learning about it from the Dragon King, Verkis. Gabriel curses the lizard and questions why he would do that, but acknowledges that constructing the jewel is not an easy task. Raphael explains that they have been monitoring the situation until now, but it appears that construction is not entirely impossible. All that remains is for Gabriel to sign the order, after which demolition will begin immediately. Lloyd shouts for everyone to listen, admitting that it may be hard to believe, but he can stop time. He declares that starting immediately, he will freeze time for a year to complete this project. The crowd looks at him with doubt. He thinks to himself that he expected their disbelief, but they will be astonished if time suddenly freezes before construction begins. The system window notifies that the combined title effect, Complete Trust, has been activated. A group of people become emotional and begin crying bitterly. One of them declares Lloyd the best. They all echo that Lloyd is the best, praising his control over his summons and even the Bone Dragon. The crowd starts shouting Lloyd is the best. Lloyd becomes excited and encourages them, wondering if they are truly all right. The system window notifies that 3000 RP have been used to freeze time. A freezing circle appears around the city. Lloyd's heart also feels half frozen. He walks through the woods with Javier and feels a sharp pain in his chest. Javier asks if he is all right. Lloyd replies no, he is not. He is desperate to see the Jewel of Truth. He reflects that a multitude of sophisticated calculations have gone into designing the dam far beyond his abilities. But after several rounds of simulation edits, he has achieved the perfect design. By creating waterways that avoid the area surrounding the Jewel of Truth, construction on the dam can begin in earnest. Due to technological limitations, Lloyd modeled it after the Tibai Dam in Spain, a legendary medieval structure that still performs its original function. Simultaneously, they will also build the Jewel of Truth. This will be completed quickly. Soon, all their hard work will be rewarded. The Dragon King contacts Lloyd telepathically, calling him ugly in an awful voice. Lloyd irritably asks if that voice belongs to the Dragon King. The Dragon King confirms and urges him to come quickly, declaring it a dire emergency that may prevent the Jewel of Truth from being built. Lloyd immediately runs toward the Dragon King's chamber while Javier watches him in shock. Within seconds, Lloyd arrives in front of the Dragon King, who complains about a stiff neck and asks Lloyd to massage it. Lloyd reminds him that he said it was an emergency and that the Jewel of Truth might not be built. The Dragon King insists that his stiff neck is indeed an emergency, warning that if Lloyd does not massage it, he might become angry enough to destroy everything. Lloyd becomes angry and curses at the Dragon King. He activates his mana and asks if the Dragon King said his neck was stiff, then approaches him. The Dragon King urges him to hurry up. Lloyd thinks he will massage it so hard that the Dragon King will scream. He forms a mana ball and grabs the Dragon King's neck firmly. He wonders how the Dragon King dares to summon him when he is so busy. Pressing harder, he thinks he might kill him. The Dragon King does not feel the attack and asks what Lloyd is doing. He instructs him not to just touch his neck, but to start massaging it properly. Lloyd thinks the Dragon King is playing the old dragon card. Fine, then he will become the monster that eats and screams for breakfast. Bon appetit. He applies more power to the Dragon King's neck. The Dragon King complains that this sucks and that Lloyd is terrible at massaging. He expresses his disappointment. Lloyd finds it irritating and thinks the Dragon King is the first person ever to get under his skin. The system window notifies that a new skill has been unlocked. Lloyd wonders what it is. The system reveals his new skill, Absolute Ugliness. Another window notifies that whether laughing, crying, or angry, his face looks unbelievably hideous, causing anyone who sees it to turn away and mutter, "Ugh, that face." He wonders what kind of skill that is. He had been handsome in his previous life in the other world. The system window confirms this, but adds that it no longer matters. He is here now with that face. The Dragon King calls Lloyd, who responds with yes. The Dragon King asks what would happen if he deftly dealt with fate using the Jewel of Truth. Lloyd asks what he means by then what. The Dragon King inquires what he will do with the Jewel of Truth. Lloyd replies that it is obvious he will destroy it. He explains that keeping the jewel around will only cause headaches and obstruct his dream of living a carefree, idle life. The Dragon King mutters, "Ugh, that face," and turns toward Lloyd. Lloyd thinks it is all because of that darn dragon. The Dragon King believes Lloyd definitely will not use the Jewel of Truth for evil, because this kid truly longs for the life of a bum. The Dragon King says he may go now and is done with him. Lloyd feels low and asks what he means, but the Dragon King is not done making him scream. The system window notifies that Lloyd has pushed his mana heart to its limit. He becomes tired and thinks enough already. What kind of damage is he trying to cause now? The system window notifies that his mana heart level has increased, and he is now a level 1 advanced sword expert. Lloyd asks what is meant by expert. The system window notifies a passive option called Sword Master Syndrome, which heightens all of their senses to an extreme degree. The Dragon King asks what is wrong and whether he is okay. Lloyd hears the question repeatedly and becomes frustrated, covering his ears and saying his ears hurt. The Dragon King asks if there is earwax rustling around in his ear. He replies no, it is the expert syndrome. The Dragon King congratulates him, saying that he is wonderful. Lloyd's hearing becomes extremely sensitive. He hears every sound in his surroundings, such as chirping, buzzing, grunting, rustling, and beeping. He covers his ears and thinks, darn it, and there is still so much construction left to do. This is why he had not tried to obtain the Sword Master status. Should he use some RP to raise his mana heart level? No, he decides to keep it in case he needs the RP to stop fate. Javier arrives and asks if he is experiencing Sword Master Syndrome. Lloyd screams at him to be quiet and not to speak. Javier advises him to throw himself into the silence, to focus on the end of that sharpened, piercing sense, to follow its direction, grasp it, and embrace it until he finds true silence within himself. Lloyd tries to stop him, but blood spurts from his ears, and he collapses. Javier laughs and wishes him good luck. Lloyd says that expression is supposed to be encouraging, and that he is going to get him. He looks back at Javier and notices his eyesight, and he can see every blemish on Javier's face. Lloyd protests that he has none and accuses him of making that infuriating pose, telling him to stop. After a while, Javier takes him to a room where Lloyd meditates. He thinks Javier had some fun teasing him, but as someone who understands this pain, Javier stayed up all night with him and helped train his senses. Fast forward a few months, and the completion of the dam and the Jewel of Truth soon approaches. Afterward, they both arrive at the construction site, where Javier asks if he is all right. He means regarding the Sword Master Syndrome since he seems quite stable here. Lloyd suddenly realizes he has completely forgotten and apologizes loudly, saying he did not mean to, but if he thinks about it, it is all part of the training. Lloyd tells him to shut up, claiming he is enjoying this if he is not. Javier clarifies that he misunderstood him, and that he is genuinely worried about him. He means it. Lloyd responds with a reluctant yes, admitting that Javier does seem to be enjoying this quite a bit. He warns Javier to wait and see how much he enjoys punishing. Suddenly, he hears some music and asks what it is and where the angelic sound is coming from. He sees someone appearing in the sunlight and tries to get a better look, asking if it is a person. He notices the giant wings of the figure descending toward him. Raphael arrives and introduces himself as the Heavenly Realm Government Administrator and Chief Construction Inspector of the Earth Realm. He states that he is here to deliver an official order. Lloyd thinks that if this is an angel, he has a bad feeling about it. Raphael opens a book and announces the official order. The builder, Lloyd Frontra, must immediately cease construction on the illegal structure, the Aotearoa, and begin its complete demolition. Lloyd asks what he means by that. Everyone becomes surprised to see Raphael. Raphael commands that by the will of heaven, The Aotearoa must be demolished at once. Lloyd asks him to wait and questions what he is talking about. He doubts whether Raphael is real, or even an angel, and demands proof. Raphael asks if he is not Lloyd Frontra. He points to his wings and questions why Lloyd still refuses to believe him. Lloyd points toward Javier and says that this man also has wings. Does that make him an angel? Raphael acknowledges that Javier does have an angelic face. Lloyd insists that regardless of whether it is the will of heaven or not, he cannot simply believe him. He has endured great trouble to get this far and doubts that he will just say yes and obey. Raphael raises his hand, and a giant hammer descends from the sky into his grasp. He twists it, creating a magical circle above his head. Raphael asks if he believes him now. Bairn sees this in shock and declares that it is the golden sledgehammer of conviction, just as described in the sacred texts. Everyone becomes surprised and agrees that Raphael really is an angel. Raphael says no, this is the multipurpose administrative sledgehammer. Lloyd thinks he must be real, and those details are authentic. He asks why building the Aotearoa is illegal, noting that it does not collapse easily and that this is their land. Raphael explains that the Jewel of Truth, or Aotearoa, is an unusual artifact that transcends this universe and reveals all divine plans. Someone once desired it, and at 6 m on December 6th, year 307 of the Age of Myths, the Great Tribal War began. 4,370,000 people died, and 27,820,000 were injured. The damage was estimated at around 40,072,009,400,000,000. Because of this, the Aotearoa has been designated an illegal structure. If Lloyd does not carry out its immediate demolition, it will be done by force. Raphael closes his book. Lloyd becomes irritated and shouts that this is unacceptable, questioning what kind of dictatorship this is. Raphael responds that all objections may be made through prayer. If the prayer is pure and true, it will be forwarded to the claims department. Lloyd asks what he is saying, finding the system astonishing. Raphael replies that heaven is kind and seeks to ease the troubles of the earth. Lloyd thinks he will act immediately, kneels down, and begins to pray. He prays, asking to borrow the power of the Aotearoa to protect those dear to him. He does not want to lose anyone close again and pleads for his short, humble prayer to be heard. Gabriel speaks to Raphael on the phone, and Raphael responds that he wishes for everyone gathered on the estate to live lives filled with happiness and beautiful memories. Gabriel notes that he seems very sincere. Raphael states that everyone must be safe, so his beautiful, peaceful retirement is denied. Gabriel says it is denied. Lloyd asks why, and Raphael replies that his intentions are not pure and commands the demolition of the structure. Lloyd refuses. Raphael says very well, raises his hammer, and declares that he will demolish it himself. He flies toward the dam to carry out the demolition. Lloyd refuses. Javier quickly flies toward the dam and surrounds it with his mana to protect it from Raphael's attack. Javier blocks the assault while Raphael counters fiercely. Lloyd covers his ears due to the overwhelming noise and curses the Sword Master Syndrome for heightening all sounds. Javier announces himself as Javier Esrahan, a knight of Frontra country, and demands that Raphael leave as an intruder on their estate. If he refuses, Javier vows to eliminate him. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon runs toward the construction site, thinking he has come out after sensing an immense amount of mana. It really is an angel. He recalls that his mother always said angels are strict enforcers of rules and regulations, no matter what. He looks at Raphael and considers that if he is here with that sledgehammer, he could tear this entire place down, preventing him from getting married. He thinks that if he teams up with the Grandmaster, perhaps they can take the angel down. The Dragon King arrives and commands them to stop, warning that it will only make things worse. The Red Dragon is shocked and looks back at him. The Dragon King explains that heaven, hell, and dragons, if any one of them were to come remotely close to harming another, that is when the Great Wars begin. In that case, this planet would be doomed. Local violations, invasions, or minor damages must be ignored for the world to continue living in peace. The Red Dragon asks who he is. On the other side, Lloyd orders everyone to get back and stay as far away as possible. Raphael addresses Grandmaster Javier, warning him that if he does not step aside, he will be charged with obstruction of official duties. Javier replies that it seems they both have duties they must fulfill. Raphael runs toward Javier to launch an attack, while Javier moves to the side to evade it. Lloyd observes this and thinks that Javier is incredible, believing it to be an instant victory. Javier attempts to strike Raphael from behind, but Raphael blocks the attack with his magical circle. The two continue exchanging attacks. Raphael warns that it is not too late to give up and submit to the divine laws. Lloyd urges Javier to use a joint attack, covering his ears as Javier glares down at him and activates his mana to strike. Javier covers his ears while Raphael looks at Lloyd. Lloyd takes a deep breath and begins to sing Chibella, but he cannot continue and collapses. Javier looks at him in shock. Lloyd says that he cannot stand his own voice and covers his ears. He thinks the Sword Master syndrome has amplified the sound, making even his own voice intolerable. Javier thinks that is unfortunate. Raphael asks what that was, describing it as the screech of an ancient demon. Javier attempts to attack Raphael from behind again, but Raphael blocks the attack once more. He counterattacks Javier with his hammer. Javier steps back and escapes, planning to strike through a gap in the halo using his lightning speed. Raphael says it is useless. The halo is an absolute divine grace and continues to protect him. Raphael declares that as long as Lloyd's soul remains pure and righteous, the halo will guard him for all eternity. He attacks Javier, who tries to dodge but fails, and Raphael pushes him away. Javier thinks that if this continues, the Jewel of Truth will be lost. Raphael moves toward him to attack again. Javier attempts to block but cannot, and Raphael demolishes the dam. Javier falls unconscious. Raphael also descends near him and looks at him. He says he will forgive him for his actions, so he begs him not to get up again and walks away. Javier secretly opens his eyes and looks at him. Raphael says he thought he told him not to get up. Javier throws mud at him, and Raphael calls him a dirty idiot. Gabriel says that Raphael is cursing and receives 10 demerits, a partial penalty for his actions. Javier asks if cursing is a penalty and remarks that Raphael is not so pure after all. Lloyd wonders what Javier is doing and thinks no one knew he was so bold. Javier strikes Raphael's head with his sword. Raphael screams but counterattacks. Javier escapes the attack. Lloyd thinks they are evenly matched now. Both continue to compete with continuous attacks. Lloyd thinks no, even if they compete, both Javier and Raphael are injured in the combat but continue fighting. Lloyd shouts for them to stop and kneels. They both cease and look at him. Lloyd becomes emotional and asks if Raphael is hurting his friend. Raphael asks if then he will demolish the Jewel of Truth. Lloyd says only if Raphael promises him one thing. Lloyd explains that if the Jewel of Truth is not built and their destined fate is not reversed, all the beautiful people of his estate will be terribly sad and unhappy. He does not care what happens to himself, so he pleads to let his people be happy. Everyone hears the conversation and becomes emotional. Lloyd says to Raphael that he can even take his life. Raphael says he is sorry, but he cannot help him with that. Lloyd bows his head and says if that is the case, then they are finished here. Numerous system windows appear before him, notifying the approval of bonus RP distributed to everyone's accounts. One system window notifies that his current RP has reached 2671, confirming that he has acquired the necessary amount of RP. It asks whether he would like to upgrade to Sword Master, requiring 26,000 RP to proceed. As he weeps bitterly, his expression suddenly shifts. He smiles chillily and says yes. Raphael becomes stunned. Lloyd begins to transform and declares that his song must now be heard. Javier wonders if he truly qualifies as a sword master. Raphael warns him not to become a sinner by interfering with the work of heaven, stating that he can sense Javier's power is equal to that of his Grandmaster companion. However, the strength of a sword master holds no weight against him. He begins to sing. Javier immediately covers his ears. The Dragon King senses something unusual while the red dragon glances back at him in concern. Meanwhile, Lloyd continues to sing, even as he hears the chirping of birds and the gentle ripple of fish. As his singing continues, fish leap from the water and waves of his voice drift through the air, spreading in all directions. Everyone instinctively covers their ears when the system window notifies that his approval rating has been decreased. Screams erupt from all sides as the notification repeatedly informs them that his approval rating is being lowered further. Birds fall from the sky due to the impact of Lloyd's singing, and fish float unconscious across the surface of the river. Even Raphael begins to suffer as blood trickles from his nose. Gabriel exclaims in frustration, cursing 480 demerits, and announces that the limit of 300 has been exceeded. As a result, Raphael's powers are stripped from him for the duration of the punishment period. Raphael stands in shock as his wings and hammers vanish, and the magical circle above his head is pulled down, disappearing with a faint shimmer. Lloyd places his shovel on his shoulder, and Javier grips his sword. They both stand before Raphael. Raphael removes his glasses and politely requests them to calm down and speak rationally. Lloyd ignores the request and strikes him in the face with his shovel, sending him toward Javier. Javier hits him back in Lloyd's direction, and Lloyd strikes him again. Together, they beat him severely until he becomes unconscious. After some time, they bring him back to their home and bandage his wounds. When he regains consciousness, he asks where he is. Lloyd, seated nearby, responds that he is finally awake. He admits he feared he might never wake up and explains that he has been nursing him through the night. Raphael asks what happened, as he remembers being on his way to dismantle the jewel. Lloyd explains that he does not believe Raphael is a bad person. Rather, they each have different perspectives on what defines evil. He does not think anyone is truly evil. Raphael reflects on that statement, wondering if it holds truth, especially as he recalls how brutally he has been beaten by Lloyd and Javier. Suddenly, Javier bursts through the door. Lloyd asks what the matter is now. Javier advances toward Raphael and declares that they must kill this man, ordering Lloyd to step aside. Lloyd quickly restrains him and urges him to stop, insisting that this man is an angel. Startled, Raphael rises in fear. Lloyd shoves Javier out of the room and shuts the door. He remarks that Javier is far too hot-tempered and that managing his violent nature is exhausting, then laughs to himself. He remembers the moment when they had beaten Raphael mercilessly and mutters that he is surely dead meat now. Javier tries to stop him, reminding him that Raphael is an angel. He begins to question what truly happened. Overcome with emotion, Raphael bows before Lloyd and thanks him, acknowledging that he is a good person. Lloyd shrugs and says it was nothing at all. He believes it aligns perfectly with the way angels are described in the book, so innocent that it borders on naivete. This will be easy, he thinks and laughs quietly. He brings up the punishment period, asking what happened to Raphael during that time. Raphael explains that all his angelic powers are lost, and he is barred from returning to the heavenly realm. However, he is still able to contact the higher realm using a device, which he now reveals as a phone. Lloyd asks if it is a smartphone. Raphael corrects him, stating it is an intelligent calling apparatus. He adds that both heaven and hell are notoriously poor at naming things. Lloyd then questions him, asking if he intends to destroy the jewel again once the punishment period ends. Raphael answers that such matters are decided by heaven. He must obey the commands issued to him, as it is deemed necessary for maintaining peace and order in the mortal realm. It is considered unavoidable. Lloyd reflects on that and asks whether it truly serves the good of the mortal realm, or if it is simply heaven imposing its will upon them, helpless mortals who know nothing. He addresses Raphael directly, stating he is certain Raphael followed his orders from beginning to end, believing it was the right and noble thing to do. But then he asks, what about those who stand on the other side? Has Raphael ever heard their stories? Has he ever placed himself in their position, even for a moment? He explains that heaven exists to ease the burdens of the mortal realm, but then questions what happens to those whose suffering is increased by heaven's decisions. Raphael lowers his head and admits that he is right. The voices of mortals have not been heard by him. Lloyd then asks why he does not take this opportunity while residing at their estate to learn more about the world. Raphael cautiously inquires if he may truly do that, adding that he hopes he is not being a burden. Lloyd assures him that he is welcome, although he remarks with mock regret that Raphael might find it burdensome and inconsiderate of him, as he pulls out a stack of documents from his pocket. He tells Raphael that if he signs the contract and agrees to perform a few small favors, he is permitted to stay for as long as he likes. Raphael signs the contract without hesitation. Watching this, Lloyd thinks it is excellent. Several problems can be solved at once. Raphael can be used to obtain the Summer's Eye from Queen Alicia, which will prevent his heart from freezing. After a while, Baibong rides a draggy down into the river. At the same time, Raphael rises from bed, puts on his shirt, adjusts his glasses, and neatly fixes his hair. He rushes outside, where birds are chirping around him, and other animals begin to gather. He greets them warmly, Mr. Deer, Miss Rabbit, Mr. Squirrel, Mr. Sparrow, and once again, their song fills the bright morning sky with a cheerful melody. A sparrow perches on his shoulder and chirps. He asks if that is its song, then admits he feels a little embarrassed but believes he must offer something in return. He begins to sing alongside them, and all the animals delight in his voice. Even the people around begin to enjoy it. An elderly man remarks that every morning, the angel's song warms their hearts. A woman wonders how it can be so completely different from Master Lloyd's singing. Another villager says that though Raphael was once their enemy, he has now become everyone's daily dose of joy. A fourth person repeats the question, how can it be so different from Master Lloyd's singing? Bayern joins in, echoing the same question, and then turns to Lloyd. He asks if Master Lloyd has been listening. He apologizes for his frankness, but says that Lloyd's singing a few days ago has been so dreadful that the townspeople are still haunted by nightmares. They are being purified at the moment, so their reaction is only to be expected. Lloyd responds that he knows Bayern is an honest man, but asks if he would kindly remain silent. That Raphael fellow is starting to get on his nerves. Javier observes that it appears Lloyd is jealous. Everyone adores Raphael. Angels are clearly preferred to the moaning of demons in the depths of hell. Lloyd protests, questioning why people continue to describe him as some kind of hellspawn. He reminds them that it was the angel who attacked them first, and he knows it. Javier calmly replies that Raphael has already won over everyone's hearts. He points to the scene where birds and animals alike are seen enjoying Raphael's singing. Lloyd mutters that they are all traitors. Javier asks if Lloyd despises him that much. Why not simply drive him out? Lloyd answers that they have already signed a contract, and there is much to gain from him. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Lloyd sits with Raphael and explains that there are two main things he needs from him. First, Lloyd says he wants to be informed in advance of Heaven's plans concerning the Jewel of Truth. Raphael replies that it is not a problem with the intelligent calling apparatus. He is able to relay any updates from the heavenly realm swiftly and precisely. The all-new intelligent calling apparatus is expected to elevate his earthly experience to an entirely new level. Lloyd remarks that it seems as though he has been destined to be a salesman. Next, there is something he needs to confirm. He asks whether it can be proven that he still qualifies as an angel, even during this period of punishment. Raphael inquires if the evidence provided is sufficient. He responds that he undoubtedly appears angelic if that appearance has not already been stripped from him. Raphael explains that while his powers have been deactivated, his angelic appearance has been retained. Lloyd acknowledges this and states that he is about to reveal his plan, and the other must do his utmost to follow through. The scene returns to the present, where Lloyd explains that Heaven is currently engaged in deliberations regarding their confrontation. Since the discussions involve senior angels, the process is expected to take some time. Before those talks conclude, they must act swiftly, ask the jewel a question, and destroy it so that all parties are satisfied. Lloyd mentions that construction is expected to be completed within a few hours. Javier follows him and admits that although it is a random comment, given their work-related discussion, he prefers Lloyd's singing to Raphael's. Lloyd responds that the comment is indeed unexpected and questions what on earth he is talking about. Javier describes his singing as absolutely wretched, comparing it to a catastrophic tsunami crashing down, followed by the curses and screams of hellish demons. Lloyd remarks that he is quite the poet today and suggests he should publish a book. Javier admits that this is precisely why he hates singing. Every time he sings, he feels embarrassed and ashamed. Yet, he sings as loudly as he can. Lloyd turns back to look at him. Javier explains that he sets aside his shame to save others, and if there were one song that could be considered the noblest of them all, it would be his. Lloyd asks if he is out of his mind. Javier replies that, of course, he cannot stand listening to it. Even the thought of it makes him grimace. Frustrated, Lloyd walks away and sarcastically thanks him for the insult, saying it makes him feel better. After a while, Lloyd summons Gigoming and instructs him to drop the Kyora. Gigoming follows the instructions and places it in the designated spot. Water begins to drip from it. The system window notifies that the construction of the Jewel of Truth, the Aotearoa, has been completed. Another window announces that he has received a large amount of RP for this legendary achievement of 8,500 RP points. Lloyd orders the floodgates to be opened. They comply, and water begins to cascade down through the gates. The system window notifies that the construction of Laurasia's first concrete dam, the Frontra Dam, has been completed, awarding him 1500 RP. Another notification updates his current RP to a total of 1071. Water spreads everywhere as Lloyd jumps into it. He notices a truth jewel beneath the surface and thinks that, finally, it is time to get his answer. Suddenly, he hears music followed by a voice greeting him with a casual howdy. The voice identifies itself as the Aotearoa, a machine that only tells the truth and then laughs. Lloyd reflects that the author of A Night of Blood and Iron must be a terrible writer. The Aotearoa asks what is on his mind, but warns that the answer is not free. Lloyd must first reveal a secret of his own. Lloyd inquires what qualifies as a secret. The Aotearoa replies that it must be a secret known only to him. Lloyd suspects that Javier might know about his identity, so this approach will not work, especially as Javier also jumps into the water. He wonders whether any secret truly counts, and then explains that after wiping himself when using the restroom, he rolls more paper into a thin point, digs deep, swirls 5 times to the left, then 5 times to the right, and repeats the process 3 times. A bright light emerges from the Aotearoa, which then sends a notification announcing a message from the Jewel of Truth. Lloyd states that after wiping when going number 2, he rolls the paper into a thin point, digs deep, swirls 5 times to the left, 5 times to the right, and repeats this process 3 times. Lloyd is shocked to see this notification. Javier asks just how deep they are talking about. Lloyd tells him not to ask, and to pretend he did not hear anything, then questions why he is here anyway. Javier replies that he mentioned the shockwave generated when it answers is strong, and he was worried. Lloyd wonders what is wrong with him today, noting that he is acting like a man facing death. The Aotearoa then asks Lloyd to share what he would like to know. Lloyd explains that he has come from another universe and has done much, saving those destined to die or live lives of unhappiness. But fate continuously tries to reverse all his efforts and restore the original, terrible destiny. He asks how he can prevent this from happening. Powerful mono waves spread around them as Lloyd covered himself. The Aotearoa explains that this is a special space reserved for the conversation between just the two of them, and only Lloyd can hear the answer to his question. Lloyd notices that its tone has changed. The Aotearoa explains that the original Lloyd was supposed to have died, yet he remains alive. He also usurped the role of the hero in this story, a role that was destined for Javier. This universe is attempting to restore everyone's fate by killing Lloyd and returning Javier to his rightful position. However, because of this, Lloyd, the universe cannot determine the story's true hero, resulting in a critical error. Fate is spiraling out of control in an effort to revert to the original storyline by eliminating all other possibilities. The storyline must be reset to bring peace to this universe and to regain control. To accomplish this, there must be a clear hero. Between Lloyd and Javier, one must die to reset the storyline. Beyond this, no other solution exists. Lloyd struggles to breathe when Javier asks what is happening and urges him to breathe. Lloyd reflects on how he has worked tirelessly and clung to the hope that things would improve. Javier shouts for him to breathe, asking if it is his heart causing trouble if his heart is unwell. Lloyd tells himself to hold on a little longer, and that everything is going to get better. Javier asks if it is his mana flow, but it appears to be fine. He implores Lloyd to wake up. Lloyd thinks to himself, "Come on, just a little more." He screams louder. Javier presses Lloyd's heart and urges him to breathe. Lloyd thinks that he has 2 lives. What will happen if he dies once? What if he goes to Soul and ceases to exist here? The Aotearoa explains that doing so will trigger the hero's reincarnation event, which does not count as a death. Lloyd's heart begins to freeze rapidly as he wonders why it is freezing so quickly. As a swordmaster, he believes he should be able to stop this with his mana. The Heart of Winter declares that this is a mental illness. Once the symptoms appear, nothing can be done. The Aotearoa repeats that either Lloyd or Javier must die. The Heart of Winter enters Lloyd's mouth, and the Aotearoa says that is all. After a while, Javier brings Lloyd back home. Lloyd screams in pain. He wonders what the messenger's intentions are. Did he bring him here only to torture him? Who is he? No, who are they all? He reflects that those mightier than the kings of heaven and hell are toying with them as if they were mere puppets. Are they all laughing as they watch this simulation? The Heart of Winter tells him to forgive. Lloyd thinks that if they are enjoying this, Soho fails everywhere he goes. He reflects that no matter where he is placed, he always has a miserable life. There is no chance, and nothing can stop him. He will get what he wants, and he is Lloyd Frontra. Meanwhile, Arcos and Marbella arrive at the door, only to find Javier blocking their way. Arcos asks if Lloyd is still feeling unwell. Javier confirms that he is, explaining that Lloyd has overexerted himself for too long. Marbella inquires whether Lloyd has found a way to prevent the doom that threatens their estate. Javier assures her that he has, which is why he is currently resting in preparation. Arcos nods in understanding and asks Javier to take good care of him before they both walk away. Javier enters the room and calls out to Lloyd, admitting that he does not know the answer the Jewel of Truth gave him, but he believes in Lloyd. He believes that Lloyd will find a solution, and he must stay alive to do so. After a moment of contemplation, Javier declares that he will help Lloyd rise again, and then walks away. He wonders if he can do what must be done, answering himself affirmatively, knowing that he already holds the key. He recalls having seen it countless times as Lloyd's voice follows him, declaring that he is Lloyd Frontra. Meanwhile, Raphael feeds grass to an elephant and mentions that he was just about to call Javier. He informs him of a development. The Heavenly Realm plans to summon Lloyd Frontra for a meeting. Javier asks when Lloyd will arrive. Raphael replies that he is unsure, as meetings with the senior angels tend to take a while. Javier then places some candles and creates a cross on the wall. Raphael asks what Javier is doing. Javier replies that he is praying, explaining that if the prayer is pure and true, it will be submitted to the claims department. Javier prays desperately, asking dear God for more time and pleading to be called to him immediately, right this second. Gabriel receives this persistent message and responds that it is from an obnoxious customer, but because he is pure and true, they cannot ignore him. He interjects, pointing out that Javier is not the builder of the jewel and that there is no reason to summon him. Javier insists that he will take his place now. Gabriel puts the phone away from his ear, irritated by the loud voice, and remarks that he can read the thoughts of a heavenly being who is highly intelligent but equally annoying. Javier notices a portal appearing above and says that it was easy before adding "let's go." Raphael asks what he is saying and whether he is going to. Javier asks what is wrong and if the transportation spell is only for one person. Raphael replies that it is not that, but if he goes to the heavenly realm, he will be reprimanded for cursing and admits that, to be honest, he is a bit scared. Raphael then asks why he must come along when Javier can simply carry him on his shoulder. Javier responds that he signed a contract and agreed to help retrieve the Eye of Summer. They are going to get the Eye of Summer. Javier jumps into the portal and arrives before Gabriel, who comments that Javier is quite a stubborn man, but acknowledges that they know he is decent and honorable. Javier asks whether those who are decent and honorable are unable to file a complaint, suggesting that it sounds as if anyone who complains is considered undignified. A voice warns through Gabriel's magical ring that his previous statement could be interpreted as demeaning to the complainants. Gabriel agrees and says he must apologize. He then explains that there has been a major misunderstanding. If his people truly understood how dangerous the Jewel of Truth is, he would as well. Javier concurs, stating that they agree the Jewel of Truth should never have been built and that they fully support Heaven's decision to demolish it. Gabriel asks what this means. Does Javier intend to demolish the Jewel of Truth? Javier confirms that he will, but only under certain conditions. Gabriel asks what these conditions are. Javier replies that first, he must ask a question. When did Gabriel first learn that they were building the Jewel of Truth? Gabriel replies that they suspected it during the Heart of Winter incident and then received confirmation when construction began. Javier slams his hand on the table in anger and demands why Gabriel waited until after the jewel was built to inform them. Why did he not warn them beforehand not to build it? Was it to surprise them and then destroy their hopes and dreams? Gabriel denies this, insisting that they did not believe anyone would actually gather all the materials and complete the construction. Javier responds that he understands that Gabriel thought, let them try, and they would complain once something serious happened. Gabriel thinks to himself that Javier can read his deepest and darkest thoughts. Javier then asks if that is correct. Gabriel feels anger welling inside him and knows he cannot lie. Javier explains that his request is a protective measure to account for all the opportunity costs wasted due to the dereliction of heavenly duties. He asks that the demolition of the jewel be delayed until after fate has been reversed. Gabriel replies that such a delay is impossible. Javier counters that heaven's actions have caused severe damage to humans, yet they are disregarded. He questions how the same heaven that is supposed to alleviate Earth's troubles can ignore this. Gabriel concedes but insists that excellent care must be taken of the building until then. Javier expresses his deep gratitude for Gabriel's profound understanding. Gabriel reflects that he cannot lie to this man. The angel Gabriel, blessed with the eye of truth, senses Javier's genuine gratitude radiating from him, and there is not a trace of wickedness in his heart. Javier then demands a second announcement be made to the Queen of Magentano through Raphael, declaring that Lloyd must be granted the Eye of Summer before he walks away. Gabriel grows angry and shouts, accusing Javier of greed and reminding him that he has already been compensated for the time and energy he spent. Javier asks what Gabriel means, explaining that the previous compensation was a safeguard for opportunity costs, but what he is requesting now is compensation for actual damage. He adds that due to the conflict with the heavenly realm, he has spent many nights lying awake in utter terror and demands compensation for his mental distress. Gabriel thinks Javier plans to fleece them for everything they have and is far more wicked than he appears. Then he realizes Javier was truthful about his suffering. If he truly endured that much pain, Gabriel has no choice but to compensate him. He studies Javier's face and wonders what expression that is, recalling that he had once considered bringing Javier to heaven after his death. But now this complainant seems to be truly one from hell. The scene shifts to Lloyd's house as Emily arrives and knocks at the door. Lloyd invites her to come in. Emily enters and apologizes, acknowledging that she knows he is resting. He stands and assures her it is fine, asking what the matter is. She hands him a letter and explains it is a wedding invitation, Cougar, and she is getting married. She adds that the invitation is specially for him, for it was thanks to him that they met. Lloyd opens the invitation and reads it. She expresses that he has filled the estate with immense joy, and they are deeply grateful. Lloyd thanks her for saying that and apologizes to everyone. She says she will fetch him a new comforter. He insists on opening the door for her and rises from the bed. She requests that he remain in bed, but he insists it is all right. He thinks that all he ever wanted was for everyone to remain happy. He opens the door as she leaves, congratulates her on her marriage, and closes the door. He reflects that there is nothing he can do for them now. His mind recalls the message that either Lloyd or Javier must die. He refuses to accept it, believing the hero never dies. Feeling his heart freezing, he lies down on the floor and considers holding on, wondering if the side character could die instead. The system window rejects this thought, stating that his wish has not yet been fulfilled. It appears again, notifying him that he must live, for nothing can be accomplished if he dies. The system window then dissolves, its essence spreading throughout his entire body. Meanwhile, the king looks out of the window and sees numerous octopuses in the river. The barriers before him begin to crack. At the same time, Samar Khan demands to know who dares to attack his land. His secretary reports that a group of heathens claiming to act in the name of God appears to be responsible. They are setting fires randomly across the royal complex, and the defenders are struggling to respond. Giant monsters attack Lloyd's territory, and everyone tries to stop them. The elves raise their arrows, and one asks where all these beasts come from. Another remark is that this will once again cause the forest animals to disappear. A messenger reports to Alicia that another monster migration has occurred for unknown reasons, possibly linked to the resurfacing of the Gigotitan, or even the reformation of the Isfahan rebels. She wonders what is happening and why these strange incidents are occurring all at once. Javier arrives riding a draggy and throws a huge package down. Someone informs Alicia that this is Lloyd's knight, Javier, who requests an audience with her. She contemplates for a moment before asking why Javier has arrived without Lloyd. Javier approaches and greets the Queen of Magentano, the rightful ruler of the land. She asks what scheme he is devising this time. Javier asks for clarification. She replies nothing and inquires what this is about. He explains that they have a large stockpile of reinforced steel rebars on their estate and have been considering how to utilize them. He says they would like to present these as military supplies. She thinks she had been hoping to truly torment Lloyd for orchestrating that marriage stunt. Suddenly, she asks what is happening as a portal appears before her, and Raphael descends. Everyone is shocked to see him, and she asks if he is an angel. Raphael introduces her as the ruler of the Magentano kingdom, Alicia Termina Magentano, and announces that he has come to deliver a message from heaven. He says she must give Lloyd the Eye of Summer and step back. Still in shock, she thinks this is sudden and suspicious, believing it to be a trick orchestrated by Lloyd, convinced he is up to no good again. She shouts at Javier to tell her the truth about the announcement. He becomes scared and sweats heavily, wondering if this was truly Lloyd's doing. Toscano confirms it is a message from heaven and instructs them to prepare the Eye of Summer. Another person asks why they would comply, pointing out that without the Heart of Winter, they will have nothing to protect themselves. A third person adds that the angel was stuttering. He heard it clearly and is definitely a fake. Someone else objects, saying that he saw the angel's wings and heard his voice echo. If he is not an angel, then what is he? Another remark is that even if he is an angel, this could threaten the peace of their kingdom, insisting that the divine revelation was a lie intended to bring their kingdom down. He asks if they have not read the Great Book, which states that an angel cannot lie. Javier then enters a flashback in which Gabriel asks him if he is requesting the heavenly realm to lie, explaining that angels cannot lie and, therefore, cannot accept his request. Javier replies that Gabriel does not understand, he never asked him to lie. Gabriel insists otherwise, but Javier clarifies that he is not asking him to claim the revelation is for the kingdom's prosperity or to avoid a curse. He only wants him to demand that she give it to him so no one is deceived. Javier returns to the present as people continue to chatter about him. He thinks to himself that this was exactly as he had planned, and the only thing left now is truly Her Majesty. After a while, Alicia asks Javier to tell her truthfully whether that revelation was Lloyd's doing. Javier confirms that it is. She responds that it was quick and asks if he is done acting. He explains that he only pretended to be surprised to avoid the suspicion of the counselors, admitting that his poor acting skills could never deceive Her Majesty. She remarks that his empty flattery sounds very much like Lloyd's and is relieved he did not imitate Lloyd's infamous posture. He replies that such a step would be too far, and he refuses to do that. She agrees, calling it a terrible sight. He suggests that may have been Master Lloyd's plan, but insists the angel was real. She affirms her certainty. He inquires if she harbors any doubt. She says Lloyd can deceive anyone, even the dragon god. Deceiving her would be nothing. She urges them to return to the matter at hand and asks why he needs the Eye of Summer. He answers that Master Lloyd is dying. Meanwhile, Marbella arrives with Emily in Lloyd's room. Emily says she has brought his meal. He thanks her and asks her to leave it there. She replied that she needed to take back the dishes from yesterday's meal. He tells her it is okay, he will bring them down later as he is busy right now. Marbella nods to Emily, who places the food tray in front of the door. She says she will leave it there, and if he needs anything at all, he should not hesitate to ask. He responds with gratitude, thanking her warmly. They both walk away while he opens the door and carries the food tray inside. He has already placed all the other food trays there. Meanwhile, Alicia asks what the enforced fate phenomenon is. Javier confirms it and explains that Verkis, the Dragon King and son of the dragon god Tyrannus, informed them. He further explains that everything Master Lloyd has prevented is rapidly returning to its original fate, and to stop it, they need the Jewel of Truth. She reflects on the attacks by the Gigotitan swarm, the Isfahan rebels, and everything Lloyd stopped, wondering if it will all truly revert to its original fate. At the same time, Lloyd sits in his dark room with all his pets, sitting on his shirt and looking sad. Peepotong squeezes his face, and a system window appears displaying pictures of Arcos and Marbella. Lloyd places them all on the floor and apologizes, saying he is too tired for a walk. They try to wake him up, and Lloyd finally responds, saying he understands that it is wrong to keep them all locked up in this stuffy room with him. He gets up, walks out, and says this is the top floor, where only the Count's quarters are located. They all run with him. He hears Marbella say she does not believe he is simply trying to figure something out. It is clear that he is unwell. Lloyd recognizes the Countess's voice, and although he has dulled his sword master's senses, he can still hear them from this distance. She says she is sure he has noticed it as well. Javier may have said he is just resting, but they both know he is a terrible liar. Arcos agrees, recalling that he lied before, too, mentioning that he said Lloyd changed after being struck on the head. He adds that they both know it was all a lie to protect the person inhabiting Lloyd's form. If Javier is going this far to help him, it is because that man is truly working hard for their sake. Marbella concurs, saying he is not a bad person, and urges them to wait just a little longer until he recovers and prevents the misfortunes plaguing the estate. She is certain he will be the first to tell them the truth. Arcos affirms this certainty. Lloyd overhears the entire conversation and quickly runs toward his room, begins cleaning, and thinks he must live. He starts eating and resolves that he must live so he can proudly tell them the truth. Meanwhile, Alicia says she understands the entire situation and sees why he followed the angel's revelation. He would never convince the counselors with some absurd story. She says the problem is that the revelation has divided the council, and she does not know how to resolve that issue. Javier says there is only one person who can solve it. She replies that the heart of winter is killing him. Not only that, but he is currently in a weakened state, and the only one who can stop the reversed fate phenomenon is Lloyd Frontra. She says they must get him back on his feet and have him prevent these events from unfolding in the kingdom. She adds that putting skilled people to work is her specialty. Meanwhile, Lloyd meditates and thinks that first, he must address his anxiety. How should he do that? That is right, they say not to isolate themselves, to accept any and all help offered, and to thank everyone for their assistance. He also thinks he should do small tasks that can be completed immediately, such as cleaning his room and taking a bath. After that, he needs to come up with a plan. He thinks about where to start. First, he must survive. He needs to survive and find a way to face this fate. Although he has a plan to obtain the Eye of Summer, he is held back by constant pangs of doubt. He knows he must overcome them if he is to get back on his feet. Meanwhile, Alicia and Javier arrive at Lloyd's residence while riding on Draghi. After a while, Javier goes to meet Arcos and Marbella and says that an important visitor has arrived, asking if they would please join him outside to greet them. Arcos replies, of course, wondering who it could be, noting that this is likely their first meeting. Alicia arrives and introduces herself as Alicia Termina Magentano, betrothed to their son, Lloyd. Both Arcos and Marbella are shocked to hear this. Arcos bows before her, addressing her as Her Majesty, while Marbella also bows and says it is an honor. Alicia tells them there is no need for such formalities since they will be family soon, after all, and asks, "Isn't that right, her darling prince consort?" Lloyd sees this from the window and becomes shocked, asking, "What is this?" They all sit together while Lloyd also joins them. Alicia takes a sip of tea and says the tea is delicious, asking where it was sourced from. Mother. Marbella is shocked to hear this and insists she did not steal the tea, swearing on it. Arcos tells Marbella to compose herself, warning that the queen might get the wrong idea. He then jokingly claims that he was the one who stole it and asks to be killed. Marbella asks Arcos if he actually stole it. Lloyd asks both of them to calm down and tells Alicia that he will explain everything very clearly. She asks if, by explaining everything, he means the whole affair where he pretended to be married to his queen. Arcos and Marbella are shocked to hear this and wonder what she means by being married to her, and then both suddenly faint. Lloyd calls them back and asks them to listen. He admits that he did say they were married. He looks behind Javier, thinking why on earth he would bring Alicia here, and silently asks for help. Javier says nothing and looks away. Lloyd stammers nervously. Alicia tells him she will stop joking and reassures him not to worry because she will tell him the truth. She explains that their son has taken possession of a divine item under complex circumstances. This item was bestowed upon the Magentano family by their founding dragon, the dragon god Tyrannus. She continues that Tyrannus happened to encounter Lloyd and inquired how he had come into possession of the item since he is not part of the royal family. She reveals that Lloyd lied, claiming he was married to her and, therefore, also of royal blood. Arcos and Marbella are shocked and become overwhelmed, realizing this is a far greater problem than they had anticipated. She states that since he deceived the Dragon King, he must face the consequences of his actions. Arcos acknowledges that death alone would not suffice to atone for these actions, yet insists that Lloyd, this young man, is his precious son. He bows before her while Lloyd is stunned by everything he hears. Arcos pleads that she punish him instead. Lloyd is bewildered by what he is hearing. Marbella also bows and implores her to take their lives and forgive their son. Lloyd contemplates their words and tells them to wait, insisting that he is not their true son. He affirms that these two have done nothing wrong and that this mess is his alone. Arcos tells them to step aside, declaring that parents must take responsibility for their child's actions. Lloyd asks what he means, insisting that he is not even their son. Alicia observes that he has regained his strength and mentions that she had heard he had lost all will to live. As she suspected, he is the type of person who pushes himself to the limit when a task demands it. Lloyd looks at her with surprise when she explains that when she says he must face the consequences, she does not mean giving up his life, as that would be terribly inefficient. She clarifies that she means the lie about their marriage and suggests that they turn it into the truth. He is shocked by this proposal, and she flicks his forehead to bring him back to his senses. She urges him to marry her and become her prince consort, promising to push his abilities to their limits for the good of their kingdom and herself. Arcos and Marbella are equally shocked by this revelation. Lloyd declines politely, but she asks if that is not a bit too curt. He replies that he really does not like the sound of it. She inquires why, and he answers that it is because she works people to the bone. She acknowledges this, saying she knew it would happen, and suggests that they settle the matter this way. She explains that the angel has delivered a revelation demanding that he be bestowed with the Eye of Summer, and that he must stop the fighting between the factions for and against it. Lloyd asks what she means and wonders what a revelation is, noting that although there was a revelation, he had no part in it. He glances at Javier, who quickly looks away. Lloyd reflects that he has hit rock bottom because he cannot see a way forward. He thought he had to find a way to get everything done somehow, but now he realizes how foolish that was. He does not have to do this alone. A system window appears with a creepy smile as Lloyd thinks of Arcos, Marbella, Alicia, Javier, and his pets as his family belonging to him. He reassures Alicia silently that he, Lloyd Frontra, will put an end to the chaos. He considers that if he cannot find a solution himself, they will find one together when he goes out with Alicia and Javier. He resolves that first things first, he must obtain the Eye of Summer. He will begin by reducing any risks caused by himself and will protect them, his mother and father, as he looks back at both of them. Alicia also looks back at them, and they falter under her gaze. She bows and says they will see them again. They look at her questioningly before all mounting their dragons. Meanwhile, some people hold a meeting where one of them asks what would happen if they ignore the revelation and the kingdom is cursed. Another reply that the angel would have mentioned was that if it were true, a third would have said the problem lies in the angel not mentioning it. One asks if the other wants to ruin the country. The reply comes that he could ask the same of him. Then he throws a person onto the table and says to take this. Someone says that Lloyd is always causing problems, and that, indeed, nothing will be solved without him. They all shout and fight among themselves as Lloyd opens the door and enters. Everyone looks at him in shock. Lloyd asks if they called for him. Lloyd sits on a chair before them as a flash is directed at him. The leader announces that the emergency debate in the House of Peers will now begin regarding the issue of acting upon the angel's revelation. Another interjects to excuse Count Altz of the opposing side, who may ask to raise his hand. Altz points out that the Eye of Summer has been omitted from the title of the meeting. Leader corrects, stating that the emergency debate in the House of Peers will now begin on the issue of acting upon the angel's revelation, the Eye of Summer. Lawrence shouts, questioning if this is a joke. Leader responds that Count Lawrence of the supporting side must first raise his hand before speaking. Lawrence raises his hand and asks for permission to speak. When granted, he asks why time is wasted on trivial matters and insists they debate something more important. He demands that the term great be added to the emergency debate in the House of Peers. The leader responded that the emergency debate in the House of Peers would now begin. Lawrence questions why the title is being decided before the debate itself. The reply comes that the emergency debate in the Great House of Peers will now commence. Lawrence asks whether he does not understand the gravity of the situation. Another person shouts that it is indeed a great emergency. Lawrence retorts by asking if the debate seems minor to him and accuses him of rudeness. Another voice argues that the phrase great debate does not fit either. The first person shouts for them to stop quibbling, insisting that a great emergency sounds worse. The next person states that he opposes the opposition to this opposition. Another declares that he opposes that comment. Yet another also opposes the opposition to it. The leader of the meeting calls for calm, explaining that the issue at hand is how to phrase the handling of the Eye of Summer in the meeting's title. Someone asks if he dares insult the kingdom. The other asks when exactly he insulted it. Lloyd thinks this atmosphere feels a lot like home, making persuasion easier. The leader then announces the commencement of the extremely dire emergency supreme debate in the great royal house of peers regarding the angel's revelation, instructing them to grant the young meritorious servant Lloyd the divine gift, the Eye of Summer, and dedicating time to a polite but stern discussion on whether they should follow the angel's instructions. Toscano shouts that if an angel has declared it, they must follow his orders. The leader reminds him that permission to speak must be asked for, but Toscano dismissively says that whoever is loudest gets to speak. Toscano repeats that if an angel has declared it, they must obey his orders. He says it is the will of heaven, and they should gladly bestow the divine gift upon Lloyd. Others shout at him, while one accuses him of attempting to hand the country over to their enemies. Another comment is that it seems they have found themselves psychic. A third insists he must have been bribed and calls for an investigation, if that is not the case. A fourth demands to know how they can trust Lloyd. Someone shouts at Lloyd, suggesting that Queen Alicia bestows the Eye of Summer upon him, and asks whether he can guarantee that he will not use it for evil. Lloyd responds that as the Queen's loyal subject, he would never misuse it. They question how they can trust him. Lloyd explains that if, while it is in his possession, a neighboring kingdom were to underestimate them and attempt to invade, their kingdom would be ravaged by war. He says he could never accept such a risk. Alt stands and acknowledges that the young man makes a lot of sense, concluding that they have reached a decision and suggesting they go home. Another person also rises, asking what is for dinner, proposes duck, and wonders what others think. Lloyd says that if they disobey the angel's revelation and misfortune befalls the kingdom, then he cannot refuse the divine gift. Someone asks where he stands on the matter. Another says exactly that they should simply accept the divine gift. A third asks if he thinks these divine gifts are mere toys. The fourth person asks what he said and warns him to watch his tone. Lloyd replies that the situation is agonizing, dead if he accepts and dead if he refuses. They all begin arguing again. Lloyd shouts for them to wait, saying he has just thought of a solution. They all stop and look at him. Lloyd explains that no one knows what will happen if they disobey the angel, but one thing will definitely be negatively affected once the Eye of Summer is lost: their kingdom's influence and power. He continues that if the kingdom possesses a weapon comparable to the Eye of Summer, there will be no risk to the kingdom while he holds it. Lawrence asks what weapon he suggests. Lloyd puts his fingers in his nose and says the Pantara Range, the mountain range covering the Magentano Kingdom's southwestern border. He explains that with its razor-sharp peaks stretching along the entire range, no one can cross it by foot. Those in the west must go around it and pass through several countries to trade with them, which costs a considerable sum. To secure these trade routes, they remain at the mercy of these smaller nations. But what if, just perhaps, a direct route through the Pantara Range were created to Magentano? He says they would become the trading hub for countries to their east and west, and the toll revenue alone would be unimaginable. Someone remarks that he is speaking of the honor of their kingdom. Another asks how he dares to sully it with one of his business schemes. Lloyd says there is just one problem, though: managing this trade route will involve a tremendous amount of work. It will require coordination among many businesses and demand a huge budget, but he is confident that they will all have to share the burden among themselves. They all look at him in shock. The leader raises his hand and declares that the House of Peers vote is unanimous. Lloyd will open a trade route through the Pantara Range, banging the table with his hammer. Another person says that if he succeeds, they will gladly bestow upon him the Eye of Summer. Lloyd walks down the hallway with Javier, laughing and saying that it was far too easy. Javier comments that Lloyd is skilled at construction, but even more skilled at politics. Lloyd replies that politics is not difficult. It was an everyday occurrence back home, where politicians fight each other until they see an opportunity for profit, at which point they suddenly become best friends. Javier observes that managing royal funds grants someone considerable power, which directly relates to money. Lloyd agrees and adds that those people do not care about the kingdom's honor or fate. To them, it is all about the money. After a while, he arrives in front of Alicia and Bose. She says that she has heard the Lord's opinions, agrees with their decision, and has approved the construction. He thanks her while she expresses curiosity about two things. First, she asks if it is truly possible to cross the Pantara Range, given that their ancestors have tried every method imaginable. She explains that stairs failed due to the harsh climate, and every attempt to dig tunnels resulted in collapse. She adds that even if a path were created, no one could traverse it on foot. He replies that therein lies the key. It would be crossed by train, using a crossing loop track and a switchback railway system. He describes how the British, enamored with tea, discovered highland regions ideal for cultivation, and created a railway system to traverse the steep and dangerous mountainsides. He explains that the train travels along a slope track until it reaches a switch, then changes tracks and continues upward in the opposite direction. Alicia comments that he always comes up with some mind-boggling construction idea, so she is certain this train will be no different. She then asks if it will be safe to construct the railway on the sharp mountain peaks. He replied that since that section would be difficult, he would select the flattest area of the summit as the crossing site. She accepts this and moves to her second question. The peak of the mountain range is considered the land of demons, so she asks how he plans to pass through it. He assures her that he has it all figured out. After a while, Lloyd and Javier ride on Draghi when Lloyd asks if he knows anything about demons. Javier says he only knows what he has heard from legends and admits that his knowledge is no greater than anyone else's. Lloyd replies that this is exactly what he wants to know. Javier explains that long ago, demons and their descendants lived on the peaks of the Pantara Range, their land surrounded by icy pillars that no one could enter. He adds that demons come in many ghastly, terrifying forms and that they eat people, among other things. Lloyd thinks that if that is all, he has read about it by flipping through some books in this world, though this part was not mentioned in The Night of Blood and Iron. Javier points toward a distant location, and Lloyd says he cannot miss it. They look in that direction and see a tornado swirling, which Lloyd identifies as Kredos, the land of demons. Javier comments that it does not look easy to enter and asks what method Lloyd has in mind. Lloyd asks if it is not obvious to invade it. Javier thinks Lloyd is truly a terrible person, but since they know nothing about the demons, there is no other choice but to face them head-on. Regardless, he thinks they have beaten demons and fought angels before. Demons cannot scare them. He tells Draghi to fire away. Draghi moves swiftly toward the tornado. Lloyd remarks that when he thinks of the land of demons, he imagines it to be dark and dreary, but this place is beautiful. Javier warns Lloyd that there are demons nearby when he spots someone on the ground. They both become startled to see a woman hugging her child. The woman sees them and cries out that they are human, expressing fear. Lloyd pleads with her not to cry, joking that she is making him look like the villain. They both begin running while Lloyd shouts that he said to wait and wants to ask her something, questioning why she keeps running away. Javier wonders if Lloyd really does not understand as he notices a person approaching them armed to attack. Javier quickly draws his sword and knocks the attacker away with a single strike. Lloyd asks what that was, and Javier replies that it was an adult demon launching an attack. A demon working in the field sees Draghi, and Lloyd jumps down, telling the demon to listen carefully and that he did not come here to fight. More demons arrive and attack Lloyd from behind. Javier spots them just in time and incapacitates them all. One demon declares that they serve the Demon Queen and protect these lands, identifying themselves as the 8 demonic kings. Lloyd remarks that there are usually 4 heavenly kings, 8 of which are too many, and that he cannot even see 2 of them in the back. One demon explains that the greater their number, the easier it is to protect the land. Lloyd responds that he guesses so, but something still seems off, asking why they all carry farming tools. The demon replies that he does not need to be told and commands him to leave immediately, calling him an evil human. Lloyd asks who they are calling evil when he is the one with those evil-looking horns. Javier thinks there is much he could say, but he chooses to refrain. Lloyd says forget it, he is not here to fight them all and wants to discuss something instead, requesting to be taken to their leader. Another demon asks what there is to discuss and points to the children, accusing Lloyd of harming them. Lloyd denies doing anything and asks the children to tell the truth about what he did to them. They all shout that he is a wicked man and should be captured just as Lloyd begins to sing. Blood flows from their noses and ears at the sound. Lloyd instructs Javier to stop them, and Javier strikes their heads, rendering them unconscious. Lloyd then asks if they can please talk now. A child starts crying and calls for Lethos, trying to wake her elders. She pleads with Nino, Uncle Shuwold, and everyone else to stop sleeping and get up immediately. She says they promised to take her strawberry picking today and calls them liars, big fat liars. Lloyd asks what he has done and says the demons must be good. They are not evil and become emotional. Javier says his lord has been the evil one all along. The child continues crying and asks why humans are evil and why they do this to them, despising and attacking them at first sight. She explains that this is why they hide here and cannot leave. She questions why the humans must come here and bother them. Lloyd thinks he now understands what is wrong. It seems that, for one reason or another, they fear humans and live hidden up here. He reflects that with these 8 demonic kings dressed as farmers tending to the fields, they sustain themselves from the land, and thus, the saying that demons eat people is merely a rumor. The demon queen then arrives and declares that it is not a rumor. They do eat people. She introduces herself as Demon Queen Artanis, the 5th leader of the descendants of the demons. Lloyd wonders if the Demon Queen can read minds. Javier advises him to remain on guard, explaining that she hides immeasurable power. The child addresses Her Majesty and complains that the humans are cruel and should be punished for striking the 8 demonic kings. Lloyd admits that he knows this sounds like an excuse, but insists that it is indeed an excuse. She smiles and refuses to accept it, explaining that those men merely put the demonic kings to sleep for a while, and that they are truly not here to fight. She adds that it seems he wishes to pass through their lands and suggests continuing the discussion at the castle. As they move toward the Dark Palace, Lloyd wonders whether it is true that demons eat people, considering what they are. He thinks that if even Javier is nervous, then conquering humans should be easy for them, so their hiding must indicate something else. Something does not add up. She imagines he has many questions and asks him to look over there. When he asks where his gaze falls upon a mountain-like monster, and he asks what it is, finding it terrifying. She explains that it is a statue of Kratos, the demon king who lived thousands of years ago. She confirms that the demons did eat humans, and when none could be found, they resorted to eating each other. She adds that they lived on barren land and suffered from starvation, which led them to invade human lands and try to use humans as food. She explains that King Kratos ordered a stop to the practice and commanded them to begin farming instead. Since then, they have lived off this land. She adds that the area inside the Arctic force field is more spacious than it appears from the outside, but food production remains tight. She confirms that the trade route he wishes to create must pass through their lands. When they reach the palace and have some snacks, she explains that it would be possible if they disable the Arctic force field. However, if that happens, their people's foundations would be lost. At this moment, they cannot allow him to pass through. Lloyd finds this strange and points out that she said food supplies were tight. He suggests that if she left for a larger place, she could produce more, and her population would grow. Wouldn't that be a good thing? She responds that there is no need for leading questions. As she mentioned, their ancestors ate humans, they are frightening demons, and they also look intimidating. She adds that this further frightens humans, causing them to lash out in violence. Even when the demons were friendly, it always ended in fighting. She concludes that, of course, they have never attacked humans, following King Kratos' orders, but they can do nothing about the fear humans feel. She explains that this is retribution for their past sins and that they accept this fate for having eaten humans. Until the day their seeds no longer sprout on this soil, they are destined to spend their days inside this force field. She pleads for help to break free from it, addressing him as a hero from another world. He replies that although he may be from another world, he is no hero, he is a greedy man who desires her land for a trade route. Lloyd then asks what she thinks. If demons were able to live safely outside this land, would she bring down the force field and give them her lands? She answers affirmatively. He considers the idea of releasing the fearsome demons into the world to eliminate future conflicts between them and humans upon meeting, and he grits his teeth. He tells her that he sees she has read his mind and instructs her to start packing her things, for everything has been arranged. Artanis says she understands what he is saying, hero, but it remains to be seen whether his plan will actually succeed. Lloyd asks her to excuse him and addresses her as Artanis the 8th. She corrects him, saying she is the 5th. He acknowledges the mistake and apologizes, explaining that he had confused her with the 8 demonic kings. She assures him that it is all right, as the numbers sound similar. He inquires how deeply she can read a person's thoughts. She clarifies that it is not exactly reading thoughts, but more like seeing the near future. If she observes someone, she can foresee their actions and decisions as if she has already witnessed their conversation. She adds that in the distant past, Kratos used this ability to observe the sky, watching its movements to plan their harvests. Lloyd comments that it functioned as a weather forecast, wondering what Demon King would invest all his skill points in farming. He reasons that if the same skill could be used to read the weather, it could also be applied to reading a person. Lloyd then asks how far into the future her forecasts extend. She replies that, unfortunately, it is not as far as he might think. If she watches something intently without blinking, she can see a little farther. But for humans, even after observing them for more than 5 minutes, 24 hours is the maximum future she can foresee. Lloyd says wait. Then she can see events like accidents and asks if she can see someone who might die in an accident. She says if he is asking because of the enforced fate phenomenon, then her power can only assist with minor, isolated misfortunes. He thinks he sees a glimmer of hope, and he can at least help save those closest to him from fate before finding a permanent solution. She replies that this is a conversation best held after he has helped free her people, otherwise, she would be forcing everyone to leave like a dictator. She explains that if she did that, the demons would be overwhelmed with anxiety. So he must take one of them as a representative and prove that there is a world where demons can live peacefully outside the force field. They go out to inspect the crops when a child hugs Artanis. Lloyd sits beside her and asks if he scared her earlier. He admits he was in a bit of a hurry. He then says, "Anyway, kiddo, let's go see a cool place to move to," smiling. The child becomes even more frightened and begins to cry, saying she does not want to go, and refuses to leave. Javier asks why he keeps scaring the child and calls him mean. Lloyd asks what he has done. He insists he has done nothing wrong. Javier sits beside the child and asks if she would like to see the outside world with them. She blushes and nods in agreement. Lloyd feels slightly annoyed by this. They ride on Draggy when Artani says the child's name is Leela. Leela sleeps in her lap, and she explains that of all the demon children, Leela is the most afraid of humans. She mentions that she has heard of demons sometimes entering the human world. Lloyd replies that since there was no proof, he had assumed it was merely a rumor. She corrects him, saying it is not a rumor, demons can freely pass through the force field. She experiences a flashback where baby demons venture onto human land and see people happily spending time with their families. She recalls being told by grown-ups that humans are frightening, and she should stay away. But she wonders why since they appear so kind. She watches human children happily playing together until a ball strikes one child, causing her to laugh loudly. She also observes humans suffering in winter from food shortages and their children crying from hunger. She tries to bring them some vegetables, but they become scared and shout that she is a demon. Everyone hides in their houses as the family head chases after her to kill her. She becomes frightened and begins to run away, quickening her pace as someone attacks her, shouting that the demon is escaping. She runs into the forest while someone shouts that she is so fast, what a monster, and orders her to stop the demon. They warn that if she is not caught, she may return with more of her kind. They say she went that way, and some people move toward the forest carrying fire sticks to find her. They demand to know what she tried to do to their family and command them to kill her because demons eat humans. They capture her while she is terrified and shout to kill her. But suddenly, she transforms into a fearsome demon and yells at them. They all become frightened as she remembers King Kratos' words, "No matter what happens, demons must never harm a human." She quickly climbs the mountain to escape while they shout that she is running away, ordering to catch and kill her. She cries as she climbs higher up the mountain. The scene shifts back to the present, where Lloyd becomes emotional and says he has heard enough. To be honest, it is a story he has heard countless times before. He declares that it is time to put those stories to rest here at the Frontra estate. They arrive and walk toward the estate. Leela clings tightly to Artanis, looking around nervously, thinking about the human village and feeling scared. Lloyd sees Arash and remarks that it has been a while, asking how he has been. Arash replies that he and Melika have been hanging out and that he has gotten too ripped. Oink, he thinks he needs to do some cutting. Leela is surprised to see this and asks Artanis why demons are walking around the human village. Artanis replies that those are not demons but orcs. Leela wonders what the difference is. On their way, they also see skeleton warriors who hold up a signboard to Lloyd, indicating they have been waiting for him and that they love him. Lloyd responds affectionately, saying the guys are too much and that there is no problem waking the Dragon King. Leela feels a little scared to see them when a red dragon flies overhead, saying that he is late for clearing up the poop. Leela calls out to Lloyd, asking if it seems he is a demon king too, which would explain his face. Lloyd looks back at her and asks what is wrong with his face. Meanwhile, two people arrive, and one of them states that Lloyd has returned. Lloyd asks why they are both dressed up. The person responds by saying that there is a wedding. Isn't that why he has come back? Lloyd asks, a wedding. Then recalls Emily's wedding and agrees. Leela observes them all and thinks they appear to be real humans. The man glances at Artanis and Leela, then comments on their horns, asking if they are demons. Artanis confirms, and the man simply nods and walks away. As he walks, he asks his friend if he knows that there is a type of mantis that resembles a flower. The other person reacts in disbelief, insisting he must be joking and refusing to believe such a bug exists. They arrive at the venue just as someone notices Lloyd and exclaims that Master Lloyd has arrived. The man informs him that the ceremony is about to begin. He explains that he has been so busy serving food that he didn't notice Lloyd's arrival, then laughs. An old man approaches Leela and, admiring her appearance, asks where she is from. She replies that she is from the Pantara range, Kritos. The man remarks that she must be descended from demons, then jokes that someone should slap his butt and call him Charlie, laughing heartily. A child notices Leela and says he has never seen her before. She looks to be their age. He points toward her, and his friend responds that she's perfect. The boy then asks Leela if she knows how to play soccer. His friend explains that Master Lloyd taught them that it's great fun, and then walks over to Lloyd to ask if they may play with her, as they don't have enough players. Lloyd says she should not be asking him, she ought to ask Leela. The kid turns to Leela, insisting that she will play with them and urging her to hurry up and answer. His friend adds that they do not like wasting time. Leela hesitates and says she has horns and oddly colored skin. Another girl scoffs and tells her to stop trying to act special around here, and such traits are so common that no one even bats an eye. She says it is time to stop with the nonsense and demands to know whether Leela will join them or not. Leela looks at Artanis and asks her to let go of her hand. Then, she runs off with the other kids, smiling. Artanis watches her, and Lloyd quietly remarks that demons will be demons, and even he cannot be entirely certain this will work. Artanis, however, refuses to doubt and replies that she is certain. Just then, Leela transforms into her demon form, kicks the ball with immense strength, and strikes the tower, causing part of it to collapse. The other children freeze in fear. Artanis calmly states that the village Lloyd has created here is one that no longer carries the hate and prejudice that once plagued the world. Leela embraces those words. One of the kids excitedly declares that she is incredible. She is their star player. Another child exclaims in awe that the horned girl has a powerful kick. Leela becomes emotional upon hearing their praise. Artanis smiles and says she believes they will be fine here. She kneels and asks Lloyd to lead their people as the new demon king. Lloyd, confused, asks what she means by that. At that moment, Artanis activates her mana and transfers it to him. Lloyd is surprised to witness this. While the system window notifies him of a special achievement, Artanis V has officially instated him as the Demon King. Another window appears and notifies him that this skill is activated through his powers as the Demon King, not by the system. Lloyd laughs loudly as his newly gained, powerful mana spreads around him. The system window notifies him again that, through the power of the Demon King, he has received the skill he is, without a doubt, the Demon King. He feels horns emerging on his forehead and wonders what they are and how he is meant to use them. The system window notifies that he clearly resembles the Demon King. It certainly appears so. He thinks that must be it. Javier remarks that there is no need to worry. He does not look much different from before. Lloyd notices that wings have also appeared, and as people witness this, they begin to praise him. One person exclaims in awe that Master Lloyd is now the Demon King. Another question is whether he hadn't already been one, commenting that nothing seems to have really changed. Lloyd shouts in confusion, asking how everyone could have seen him. Artanis responds by asking if he truly did not know, calling such ignorance ridiculous. Lloyd admits that he does not deserve the title of Demon King, claiming he is not powerful enough and could never defeat her in combat. She replies that power is not merely about strength, it is about being suited for the role. The system window notifies that all demons are required to obey the Demon King's commands, even if those commands involve grueling labor. Lloyd declares that they might as well test out what this Demon King business truly entails. After some time, they all arrive at Emily's wedding ceremony, which is a joyous occasion for her mother. Everyone applauds the couple, and Javier remarks to Lloyd that his horns are retractable. Lloyd replies that they are, thankfully, and then turns his attention to the couple. He recalls a scene from the beginning of the Night of Blood and Iron. He quietly whispers that Count Cremo once asked Javier what had happened to the servants of the fallen Frontra family. Javier responds that Emily is fated to become a slave. Lloyd notes that Javier had hesitated before answering that every last servant had been sold into slavery. Lloyd then tells Javier to go with him so they can handle it quickly. Javier agrees and begins to follow. They both mount Draghi, and as they ride, Lloyd reflects on the estate. After Leela and Artanis mention it, the demons immediately pack their belongings and prepare for relocation. He thinks about the artifact hidden in the basement of the Demon King's castle, an object called Tibinhug, which sustains the force field. He has no idea where the name originates. Meanwhile, Artanis touches the artifact. Tibong responds by saying its own name, and a torrent of water bursts forth like a tornado. Lloyd mutters that these cheap special effects clearly indicate a dragon's involvement. He is certain of it. Artanis explains that she is giving him the Tibinhug, which can summon Arctic winds for him anytime and anywhere. He accepts it, and thinks that he already knows the perfect use for it. Soon after, Lloyd returns and addresses all the demons. He commands them to listen effectively immediately before relocating to the Fronta estate. They will all work on establishing the trade route here for 1 year. He thinks she is not using her prediction ability. He hears that demons can adapt to functioning with minimal food supplies, and even the weakest among them is said to be as strong a fighter as an orc. He believes there is no way this workforce should be wasted. A demon hesitantly addresses Artanis, saying that Lady Artanis V had called him kind, and yet, he is the Demon King, seriously. Lloyd reflects that with 3,000 demon workers now under his command, construction on the trade route is about to begin. Lloyd thinks he wants to freeze time immediately and begin construction. But if the work is to last for about a year, some preparation must be done first, specifically, building a small village to house and feed the thousands of workers. Since time is to be frozen, he realizes food provisions will also need to be stocked in advance, and he walks away to handle it. He declares it is morphin time for Lloyd, the Demon King, to activate his Demon King powers. He admits to himself that he had been debating when to use this ability, but he looks so unbelievably cool doing it. Javier addresses him as Master Lloyd and tells him never to do that again, saying it is too embarrassing. Lloyd asks if it really bothers him that much. Javier responds that it does, he is not a child. Lloyd remarks that Javier has never spoken to him like that before, so he must have truly hated it, and apologizes, though he insists Javier wouldn't understand. He explains that the words demon or Demon King add dramatic weight, making the act seem powerful and impressive. He adds that surely, even Artanis, whatever title she holds, must agree. He apologizes again, recognizing that he shares Javier's embarrassment, yet inwardly, he refuses to abandon this withering perseverance. He shouts for the demons to listen to him, but they remain silent. Surprised, he demands an answer, asking if they do not see his horns and wings that he is the Demon King. They respond irritably with a chorus of yeah, they know. Lloyd asks if demons are always this poor at listening. Artanis also ignores him, prompting him to say hello and reminding her that he is right there. Realizing he is being overlooked, he concedes that he won't do it anymore. She admits that they cannot really be called good listeners. Long ago, the Demon King was chosen by whoever was the strongest demon. Power, however, comes from being worthy of the role. She explains that this is the absolute demon principle established by the great King Kratos. Since she acknowledges him as the current Demon King, The others will follow his orders as well. However, she warns that they will carry out these orders with displeased expressions. He thinks he will not get any good work from them this way. He must show them that his orders have a reason behind them. But that will take time. He asks if he will defeat the strongest demon among them and if they will then listen to him. She replies that, unfortunately, King Kratos forbade physical dueling between demons. However, there is one form of dueling that King Kratos deemed acceptable. It requires extraordinary intuition, instantaneous judgment, lightning-fast speed and reflexes, and hawk-like vision to track every movement. She explains that this duel can only be won if he possesses all of these skills. The duel is called rock, paper, scissors. The shooter drops one. He thinks that is the Korean version of the game and wonders whether the author of the Knight of Blood and Iron is a weirdo, or if it is King Kratos himself. He agrees, saying that if it gets everyone on board, he is in, and as for the rest, he does not want to work with anyone who is unwilling to cooperate. He promises that they will be glad they worked on this project. However, he acknowledges that convincing them will take time, so for now, he challenges them to a duel. If he wins, they must carry out the work willingly. He calls for the strongest demon among them to step forward and offers a prayer for the soon-to-be fallen Demon King's authority. They all tap the ground with their shovels, repeatedly chanting rock, paper, and scissors. Leela, standing with her mother, becomes emotional and pleads for her mother to stop, insisting the Demon King is a good man. Her mother replies that this is a sacred duel, and they have no choice but to watch. One of the demons moves forward while the others continue shouting rock, paper, scissors. Javier asks what kind of duel this is. Artanis explains that he must first understand the basic rules. The fist, or rock, represents the hammer that can shake the earth. The two fingers, or scissors, represent the guillotine that can slice the heavens. The open palm, or paper, is like a sheet of cloth. He asks why the paper is the weakest. She replies that King Kratos designed it that way. The hammer smashes the guillotine slices the cloth, and the cloth renders the hammer useless. She continues that each shooter chooses 2 of the 3 weapons, one in each hand while chanting rock, paper, scissors. Then, following the chant, the shooter drops one, and each shooter must drop one weapon, leaving the other as their final choice. The winner is decided based on the last weapon remaining. Javier thinks this sounds like a neighborhood kids game, but this dueling style clearly reveals who is the strongest. He reflects that each participant is at the level of a sword master, capable of sensing even the slightest change in their opponent's movements or breathing. While all demons continue shouting rock, paper, scissors, he wonders what trick Suho will use to win this time. She shouts for the shooters to prepare themselves, chanting rock, paper, scissors, while Lloyd and the other demon ready their attacks. Javier thinks to himself that the distribution of weapons shows strength. Lloyd is choosing 2 guillotines or scissors, but that combination will either result in a loss or a tie. He wonders if Lloyd does not understand the rules and asks why. Lloyd commands to shoot and charges at the demon while showing scissors. The demon exclaims in shock, asking what kind of face that is, leaving everyone stunned by Lloyd's attack. Lloyd demands to know which weapon the demon will drop as the demon falls to his knees. Lloyd thinks that was definitely cheating. Artanis explains that the legend speaks of a warrior who would win before the weapons are dropped, identifying him as Master Lloyd. Lloyd wonders what kind of legend that is. The demon commands all demons to kneel, and they bow down before Lloyd. Lloyd transforms once more into the Demon King and orders the mountain base to be cut into terraces, commanding it as the Demon King. Javier thinks to himself that he told Lloyd not to do that. After a while, Lloyd, Javier, and Artanis ride the draggy as Lloyd reflects on what Queen Alicia told him. Everything he has been involved in is returning to its original state. He realizes the enforced fate phenomenon is progressing faster than when he last checked the ending spoiler, and the future is changing because he is acting differently. He feels concerned about the Queen turning evil but notes that no sign of that has appeared yet. The fated misfortune could strike at any moment Julian, his mother, his father, his family, and the entire Frontra estate. He understands that even if something happens to them before the provision system is established, he will not be able to freeze time. He recalls thinking that he would not be able to save anyone, but now he can since he possesses a security camera aimed at the future. He credits Artanis the something's forecasting ability as they return to the Frontra estate. He introduces Artanis to his parents as the previous demon queen, Artanis the somethingth, mentioning that he met her before at Emily's wedding. Marbella comments that Artanis is so beautiful, she had thought demons could only look scary. Arcos admits he did find those horns magnificent back then, realizing it was because she was the demon queen. Artanis thanks them, surprised that no one appears astonished by their presence. Lloyd explains that, as he mentioned before, the enforced fate phenomenon is approaching, and he is working to address the root problem. However, if anything happens before then, all efforts will be in vain. He says he has brought Artanis the something here to monitor his fate every day. For efficiency, he has also invited Julian and Scheherazade to come to the estate, while Queen Alicia will promptly inform him of any other issues. He steps outside and shouts that they should get started. First, he will appoint his top engineering corps members to lead the demon construction team. Then, he will have Officer Greg and Corgetus accompany them to resolve any mechanical problems. Since there will be extensive physical labor, he is calling in the muscular orc leaders. Cougar insists that he wants to join as well. Lloyd replies that Cougar is on his honeymoon and tells him to stop bothering them and go bother his new wife instead. Demons arrive soon after. Lloyd observes that there are 8 of them, each possessing power equivalent to a sword master. He thinks that the groundwork will be completed in half a day. With such a diverse variety of monsters present, the houses rise quickly. He watches as the demons carry out construction work efficiently. Lloyd states that all of this will be completed in less than a month, attributing it to the power of the great demons, and then activates his powers. Javier comments on how embarrassing it is and wonders what is wrong with him. After a while, Lloyd and Javier ride on Gigoming. Lloyd surveys the surroundings and thinks it is excellent. The surveys of the routes have been completed. Tomorrow, he plans to freeze time and begin work on the railway. Javier addresses them as his lord and lady, announcing that he will now perform today's fate check. He will stare at Lloyd for 5 minutes without blinking, starting immediately. Meanwhile, Artanis sits with Arcos and Marbella, and they all quietly stare at each other. Artanis is startled, blushes, and exclaims how sweet it is that the two seem deeply in love. Both Arcos and Marbella shyly cover their faces and run out of the room just as Julian arrives. Artanis requests that Master Julian and Lady Scheherazade be sent in. They both arrive and sit before her. Artanis covers her face and comments that they also seem deeply in love. Both Julian and Scheherazade blush and cover their faces as well. On the other side, Lloyd commends everyone, stating that the village where they will be living for the next year is complete. He acknowledges that each house is different and that the village is an absolute mess, but despite this, they all come together to finish the work. He urges them to work toward this common goal for a better life. He adds that, of course, he had to exclude the elves since they are destroying some of the natural surroundings, then laughs and remarks that such things happen sometimes. He announces that the real work has begun and tells everyone to get ready. He tells Javier that he is going to head up the mountain to perform a final check before freezing time, instructing him to take Bengal and prepare some rebars. Bengal jumps onto Javier as Javier asks if Lloyd is going alone. Lloyd replies affirmatively, downplaying the danger by saying he is a sword master equipped with the Song of Hell and that the abominable snowman is no match for him. Lloyd summons Draghi and thanks him, telling him that his work as a postman is done, and that he will head into town, where he will now be working on constellations. He thinks that Artanis V has sent a report confirming that his family is safe today and for the next 24 hours as he reads the letter. He says perfect and feels relieved. He is teaching the townspeople the demon's way of farming, and everyone is kind and open-minded. He thinks he has received word from Draghi about the 8 demonic kings. They tell him the children are happy, as they have always wanted to experience the world, and now they are. He thinks everyone is happy thanks to him and wishes them happiness as well. The system window notifies that the tribe has opened up, confirming that he has fulfilled the wish of the remaining demon descendants, and it adds 100 bonus points. He says he is already having tons of fun and activates freeze time. The system window notifies that a time freeze has begun, using 3000 RP, leaving his current RP at 7171. His heart begins freezing again, and he falls to the ground, struggling to help himself. He thinks he needs to hurry. This is happening faster than he expected. The Heart of Winter apologizes, but Lloyd thinks it is fine. He knows the heart did not mean for this to happen. Besides, thanks to it, he can freeze time and have a fighting chance against the enforced fate phenomenon. He thinks he is a lucky Lloyd, everything is good right now, but it is a bit chilly. He wonders where this blizzard has come from. Time is frozen, but has the storm grown stronger? He realizes he cannot move. His heart hurts too much. Trying to get up, he thinks of Javier. He has got to call Javier if he lets off just a little mana. Alicia arrives and covers him with a jacket. He wonders who she is, if it is Javier, and calls him an idiot, thinking about what he would do without him. He decides to rest for a little while. She carries him on her shoulder and takes him with her. Meanwhile, Bangle transforms into a giant and trembles as Javier looks at him, realizing that nothing good can be accomplished in this weather, least of all making rebars. He thinks Suho became unstable immediately after the time freeze dome appeared. It must have been due to his heart freezing up. He thinks that if it were up to him, he would run up there this very second to ensure Suho is safe. He asks what the ice dome is. Meanwhile, Alicia arrives and says it seems she cannot leave. Javier bows and greets her, explaining that the dome freezes all the time outside of it. She asks what time it is, and Javier replies that Lloyd created it. She inquires if she can leave, but Javier tells her, unfortunately, Her Majesty, she is trapped inside. She says he has some nerve to say that. She asks for how long. He answers until construction is complete, which is about 1 year. He reassures her that time does not pass at all outside the dome, so she can think of it as a short vacation. She calls this ridiculous and asks if Lloyd is now trying to become some kind of demon king. She then notices some demons working there. Javier asks if she will allow him to explain, but she replies to forget it and says she will ask Lloyd for the details. She inquires where he is. Javier says Lloyd went up the mountain to survey the construction route, and the snowstorm is intensifying by the minute. She decides to go up there and find him. Javier senses strong mana near unstable mana and thinks Her Majesty has found Suho, so he will not disturb them. Meanwhile, Lloyd opens his eyes, looks around, and thinks he is in a cave. He guesses there must have been one nearby, thankfully. He notices he is wearing warm clothes and wonders where they came from, questioning if they were in his kit. The fur cloak looks expensive. He turns and asks Javier where the clothes came from, then notices Alicia lying down and shivering. Shocked to see her, he quickly covers her with his coat, adds her jacket, and quietly moves away. He thinks he cannot be indebted to the queen, or she will give him more work. He needs to hurry and call Draghi or Javier. Suddenly, he feels pain in his heart again, sits down, and thinks that if he moves even somewhat quickly, his heart will freeze. She arrives and says he looks terrible. She tells him to come over while he bows and calls her the one true ruler of the realm. She says he is starting to sound like a broken record and orders him to come closer. He crawls toward her as she tells him to hurry up, then instructs him to lie down, patting her lap to show him where. He lies down straight on the ground. She asks if he is mocking her. He replies with a pardon, no, she told him to lie down. She says she wants him to rest his head here, pointing to her thighs. Confused, he hesitates as she angrily grabs his head, places it on her thigh, presses his chest, and uses her mana to heal him. He feels the queen's mana entering his body, but knows that to control it, he must master the Asrahan core technique. She says she realized something while sparring with Javier. Both he and Javier use the same kind of mana as others, but theirs is amplified. The secret is that they absorb and use external mana. He thinks she learned the Asrahan core technique all on her own. Queen Alicia is extraordinary. He remembers how he used to throw up whenever he absorbed Javier's mana. He thinks other people's mana is too weak to be of any use, while she asks if he is feeling a little better. He replies yes, and she says she is glad to hear it. He looks at her, blushes, and crawls away, but she grabs his face again and pulls him back. She asks him to stay still. He asks if it was not him who told her that sometimes they all need to take a nice, relaxing break. He thinks this is not relaxing at all, it is really uncomfortable, and he asks what brings Her Majesty here. She says she wanted to see him. He laughs and replies have he, Lloyd Frontra, ever messed up a job she has given him? There is absolutely nothing wrong with their construction site. He means the snowstorm is pretty strong. She asks if he really does not understand or is pretending not to understand. He is clearly bright, astute, and exceptionally talented. She says that when a lady personally asks for his hand in marriage, he is oblivious to the fact that she is being sincere. He becomes confused and wonders who asked for his hand. He then recalls when she said to marry her and become her prince consort. He thinks no way that was real. It was not a ploy to make him do all sorts of work for her. He realizes that is exactly what she meant. There is no way she was trying to imply anything else. Suddenly, the cave begins to tremble, and they both look up as she asks if they are causing earthquakes now. He thinks about this earthquake as well. Now he understands what is happening. With the snowstorm intensifying and the recent earthquake, a shift in mana has clearly occurred. He concludes this is the work of someone trying to interfere. He asks how they dare to meddle with his project. While she thinks he is quick to notice the tampering, he is truly someone she can rely on. He replies that despite losing time on construction because of this, he will recover it tenfold and thinks if only he could change that stern expression on his face. Shimmering waves appear as an old man arrives and introduces himself as Pantarsa, the spirit king of the Pantara range. He reflects that the mountains and he has coexisted for a long time to protect this place from humans, shaping the terrain to be harsh and inhospitable. He recalls that long ago when a demon horde came to this land, he did not mind because their guardian dragon created a subspace within an ice wall where they lived peacefully. However, he thinks these men are different. He points to Javier, showing an image from his memory, and then to Lloyd, saying this man looks exactly the same in real life. He realizes they have removed the demons from their subspace and brought in their own allies. Lloyd tells Javier that the area is too steep and orders him to flatten it. He attacks them with fire while Javier blocks the attack with mana. Pantarsa asks who these fiends are and thinks they have hacked up the entire mountain base and mercilessly cut down all the trees. He calls them devils, wreaking havoc on his land. The scene shifts to the other side, where he comes in front of Alicia, and she notices the snowstorm growing stronger by the minute and decides to go up there to find him. She orders the guards to split up and search for Lloyd, while Pantarsa thinks that these wicked people must be driven out of here. He activates a freezing blizzard that blows fiercely, attacking them. Greg becomes shocked by the attack and shouts that the snowstorm is too intense. He commands all work to halt immediately and urges everyone to hurry, insisting they cannot allow the snow to pile up. Fear spreads among them all. Pantarsa laughs and declares it is useless. They are pathetic fools whose physical bodies cannot withstand the bitter cold. The others play with snow and enjoy themselves, prompting Pantarsa to glare and ask if they are truly enjoying themselves. Arash shouts that this is extremely cold weather training and finds it exciting, and all the other orcs join in. Greg asks if demons do not feel cold. A demon refuses and says that all demons who could not endure the cold died long ago, laughing. Greg wonders if that is sad, to which the demon replies that history is always somewhat sad. Pantarsa considers that not only the orcs and demons, but even the weaker humans possess an enormous amount of mana. He realizes it will not be easy to eliminate them all at once and decides he had better take out their leader. Pantarsa moves toward the cave, thinking that if Lloyd is hiding there, it will not save him, and attacks the cave. Lloyd and Alicia emerge just as Pantarsa mutters that there he is, the evil mastermind, and wishes that the piercing cold wind may cut him to pieces. Alicia says that a snowstorm of this magnitude indicates it is not caused by a wizard. Lloyd responds that it is not the work of a dragon either. If they truly intended to attack, they would not resort to such trivial tactics. She observes faint mana energy attempting to conceal its presence, accompanied by the manipulation of nature through blizzards and earthquakes. Lloyd smirked and asked what a spirit was, while Pantarsa thought that it was impressive but suspects Lloyd had likely realized something by now. He concludes there is no way to harm him, physical attacks and even mana prove ineffective. They are useless against him. Pantarsa dashes through the snow, but Lloyd begins to sing. Alicia covers her ears and sits down, while Pantarsa also feels disturbed by the singing, falls, and covers his ears as well. Lloyd asks if it is him who is meddling with his construction. He wonders what kind of sorcery it is since he is pure mana and nothing can harm him. Lloyd explains that it was not a physical attack. Pantarsa collapsed because his voice offended him. Pantarsa admits that Lloyd is truly offensive. Lloyd then asks why he is interfering with their construction project and what the problem is as he approaches him. Pantarsa asks if he really does not understand, stating that all humans ever do is destroy nature. and he will not allow the mountain range to be destroyed. Lloyd attacks him and throws him into the air, while Pantarsa remarks that it was a fairly strong mana attack, but being hit feels like being struck with a cotton swab. Lloyd unleashes his mana to attack again, and Pantarsa pleads, anything but that. Alicia steps forward and slaps Lloyd, urging him not to continue and to consider those around him. She warns that if she has to hear that cursed demonic scream one more time, she will never want to look at him again. He becomes emotional, and she apologizes, saying she did not mean it well. She did mean it, but only a little. Pantarsa declares that playtime is over and attacks them, shouting that he is the mountain range and the mountain range is him. He says he did not want to kill Lloyd, but was left with no choice. Lloyd acknowledges that when someone threatens him, they inadvertently face an even greater threat. Javier arrives and attacks Pantarsa from behind while Lloyd laughs loudly, commanding nature to bow before man. He laughs heartily until Alicia looks at him, and he thinks she must have lost her mind to be interested in him of all men in this world. Javier attacks Pantarsa again, and Pantarsa thinks that it really hurts. Strong mana usually cannot harm him like this. There is no way. Javier must be a Grandmaster. Javier continues attacking relentlessly as Pantarsa tries to dodge, pleading for him to stop and avoid certain spots. He calls Javier a little demon and apologizes, begging him to cease. Javier still points his sword at him, but Pantarsa insists that it is enough. He has no mana left after all the hits, and being so small, there is nowhere else to strike. Javier sheaths his sword and pats Pantarsa's head with the blade. Lloyd moves forward and stops Javier, urging him to go easy, saying Pantarsa is not going to fight back, and questioning what he is doing. Lloyd adds that violence does not solve anything. Alicia watches them and thinks he only says that after Pantarsa has been properly beaten. Meanwhile, Lloyd tells Javier to move aside and gestures to shoo him away. He carries Pantarsa, who transforms into a tiny form, and asks if he is all right. Javier moves toward Pantarsa again to attack, but Lloyd shouts for him to stop and asks why he is so mean. Alicia thinks Pantarsa can see right through them and knows they are on the same side. Pantarsa becomes emotional and thanks Lloyd for saving him. She wonders if Pantarsa is under mind control. Lloyd is definitely a villain, but Javier, when did he become like this? Lloyd has tainted him. They are both thugs. She sees mana spreading through both their bodies and thinks the whole lot of them are thugs. Lloyd puts Pantarsa back on the ground and says, okay, now let's talk. Why was he interrupting his construction? Pantarsa replies that it is the mountain range. He cannot allow him to destroy nature. Lloyd smiles and says he understands. Then, if they promise to care for nature while building, would that be acceptable? Pantarsa replies that he does not have a problem with that. But when humans say they will develop nature, Lloyd agrees that humans are mighty creatures. While other beings adapt to changes in nature, humans seek to alter nature to suit their own needs. He says that the power to destroy nature should be used instead to protect and preserve it, and he promises to make this mountain range more beautiful. She listens to this with surprise and thinks he has already quelled the spirit. Does he really need to do more work for it? Pantarsa asks if he could make the climate of this range a bit warmer. That would be a great help. Pantarsa smiles and says of course, so long as it does not greatly disturb any nearby habitats. She thinks she does not know him well. He is interesting because his thoughts remain unclear. He thinks the first step is to carve out the range, cutting out and enlarging the tiny ravine while Draghi uses his mana to assist. He considers the importance of firming and leveling the track's path as the workers carry out their construction tasks. He then thinks of step 2, developing the switchback rail system. Thanks to the knowledge of Officer Greg, his mechanical science genius, and Corgitus, the plans are complete. He declares step 3, manufacturing the railcars. Since he has seen how they were made in hell, this presents no problem. He recalls Artanis saying that the demons believe the act of working for their food is the most sacred of all, as all demons labor diligently. Lloyd thinks demons are leaders in power. They are strong yet require little sustenance, and they are absolutely remarkable. He states that step 4 is to create a beautiful landscape to revive nature. They have taken some plants from the mountain base to make it look fuller, and since the demons possess more knowledge in this area, he will leave that task to them. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his chest and clutches it. Alicia asks if he is all right, suggesting that since construction is taking longer than anticipated, Perhaps it would be better to compromise and simply complete the project. He agrees, but a light suddenly appears, and he quickly steps back to avoid it. He asserts that he must cultivate the land, while she asks if he means even if it kills him. He replies that if he does not, he will regret it. If this desolate-looking mountain range becomes a beautiful trade route, it could become a popular travel destination, and he laughs. Lloyd laughs and asks how much profit he expects to make from just one little inn. She says that he is building all of this with her funds, but he believes the profits will be his. Lloyd thinks for a moment, then bows before her and says that while securing their position as a hegemonic nation and trade center of the continent, they can also expand into tourism, making the kingdom immensely wealthy. He asks if he may please build just one tiny little building, glancing at her secretly. She tells him to be as greedy as he likes since it always benefits others anyway. He becomes excited, thinking how sweet it would be to have a small line of funding for his retirement, using the estate's proceeds to finance the larger projects, with this as his spending money. The system window notifies him to consider how big his dream really is. He thinks that, at the very least, he wants to be as rich as Mansa Musa. The system window responds that this is indeed a very big dream. Meanwhile, the demon brings the train to the station, and upon seeing this, he shouts that the train has arrived and orders to hit the switchback lever. They follow the instructions, and the train moves backward while Leela looks out of the window. Some other demons are also seated inside. Pantarsa arrives there and is surprised to see the construction underway. At that moment, a system window pops up, announcing that he has freed the imprisoned demons and opened a trade route that will change the continent's history. Another system window appears, revealing his new title, CLR Master, Clear Level Renovate. As a result of this title, a new special skill has been created. A third window notifies him about the skill called Boing. From now on, he, the icon of freedom everywhere, can jump powerfully without any resistance or disturbance. Lloyd wonders what this means, questioning why a sword master would need such a skill. The system window notifies that the CP is awarded monthly for this skill, granting 8 CPS, and his current CP total is 1648. He thinks he has saved up a considerable amount of CP and considers whether it is time for another spoiler. The system window then notifies the number of people he has saved, but DP shows as -1. He thinks never mind, nothing has changed. He is finally able to track and see faces clearly. This is the phenomenon of enforced fate. After a while, Lloyd sits peacefully and meditates, attempting to use his mana to heal his heart. But he cannot and eventually loses consciousness. Alicia arrives quickly, catches him, and tells him to rest, assuring him that she will protect him. They summon Draghi, and as Alicia carries Lloyd on her shoulders, she says they must go save the royal consort. The next morning, Lloyd wakes up at his home, where Alicia is seated beside him and asks if he is awake. She uses her mana to heal him. As he rises, he apologizes for his poor manners. She tells him to forget it, stating that those who are unwell should rest. Although she would prefer to allow him more time to recover, she explains that they must proceed with the ceremony without delay. She informs him that a conferment ceremony is to be held for the Eye of Summer. After some time, she steps outside and addresses her citizens, declaring that she stands before them to announce the remarkable accomplishments of their meritorious servant, Lloyd Frontra. She states that Lloyd has successfully opened a path through the previously inaccessible Pantaro range, thereby connecting the entire world to the Magentano kingdom. She proclaims that Magentano is not only poised to become the global center of trade, but it can now proudly declare itself the most powerful nation, having achieved this strength through peaceful means. In recognition of this extraordinary feat, she confers the Eye of Summer upon their nation's distinguished servant, Lloyd. Privately, she reflects that if her hands leave his body even for a moment, his condition deteriorates almost immediately. Yet, by law, the ceremony must be carried out. The magicians bring a massive box before her, sealed with a magical circle, while Lloyd feels as though his heart freezes completely. A system window appears, urgently displaying a fragmented warning. No, don't do something. Several fragments of the Heart of Winter attempt to jumpstart his heart, urging it to keep moving, but the attempt fails. At that moment, Toscano arrives and loudly declares that the sacred and historic ceremony for the presentation of the Eye of Summer is about to begin. Lloyd feels utterly weak and tries to walk, but his steps falter. The system window provides another notification. though the words appear incoherent and scattered. As he collapses, Alicia sees this and immediately calls for Javier. Javier flies into the air, and together with Alicia, they strike the box, slicing it into two halves. The Eye of Summer is released. Toscano demands to know what she is doing while the gathered citizens watch the scene unfold in stunned silence. Javier approaches the Eye of Summer to retrieve it, but it burns him slightly upon contact. Alicia rushes to Lloyd, pulling him close, her thoughts overwhelmed by the absurdity of risking so much for the sake of one person. Yet, despite it all, she holds on to her belief in him. She believes he can still fix everything. She tries to wake him, thinking with desperation that he must rise and resolve this, just as he always has. She tells Lloyd to absorb her mana as she sits on his chest and channels her energy into him, determined to awaken him. She resolves to inject all of her mana at once. In response, his eyes snap open the moment the system window displays a notification, Supercharge. Immediately, he activates his own mana to gain control over the Eye of Summer, a task Javier also attempts but fails to accomplish. Everyone around them becomes terrified and falls to the ground as Lloyd pours his entire mana into absorbing the Eye of Summer, completing the process within seconds. The overwhelming surge of energy renders Javier unconscious, and Alicia also collapses beside him. The rest of the witnesses remain frozen in shock at the astonishing sight, while Lloyd lies calmly on the ground. A system window confirms that the Eye of Summer has been successfully absorbed. Within Lloyd's body, the Eye of Summer encounters the Heart of Winter, and the two forces merge. Together, they generate a powerful mana that fully warms his heart. The system window notifies that the Heart of Winter and the Eye of Summer have now fused and reside permanently within his heart. He opens his eyes in shock as the system window once again notifies him that he has been repaid for all his sacrifices and unwavering faith in others, and that the mutual trust he has cultivated has awakened a miraculous power. The system further notifies that all of his past actions have converged to manifest a unique power skill, which is now designated as Baptism by the Demon King. It adds that this power may be granted to only one person per day, and the baptized individual will retain its effects for 24 hours. He wonders about the nature of the effect, and the system informs him that one of the baptized person's unique skills will be amplified to its ultimate form. He contemplates the implications of a true amplification, for instance, if he were to baptize Javier's Grandmaster's abilities. The system then confirms that Javier currently stands at an entry-level Grandmaster, and if baptized, he will ascend to a max-level Grandmaster, wielding power capable of slaying a god. He gazes at the injured Javier, considers for a moment, then smiles and swiftly flips himself upright. Alicia watches in astonishment as he rises and addresses the crowd, asking whether they witnessed it. Their Majesty has orchestrated the most spectacular performance. He proclaims that now, not only they but the entire world will recognize that with this trade route, Magentano has become the richest nation on Earth, and not even an army with the strength of a dragon can bring them harm. He shouts with excitement, and the citizens erupt in praise around him. Javier regains consciousness and looks at him, while Alicia also gazes at him with pride. Lloyd turns to look at them both and smiles. The scene shifts to the southwest of the Magentano Kingdom, beyond the Pantara Range. In the barbarian village of Veneto, a little girl arrives at her home holding a bundle of flowers. She calls out to her mother, announcing that she has gathered a bunch of dried flowers and made a bouquet. Her head is gently patted by her mother, who tells her what a lovely thing she has created. The girl smiles until the door bursts open. Her father storms inside, demanding to know what nonsense is going on. Both the girl and her mother are startled. Her mother gasps and addresses him as the girl's father. He yells that a warrior is not meant to create pretty things. The man, Dolphlin, chief of the Veneto tribe, kicks the bouquet aside in disdain. He scolds his wife, questioning how she can stand by when something is clearly wrong with their child, although he no longer wishes to speak with her. She responds coldly, saying that he will speak whatever he wishes to say regardless. He roars that it is not about what he wishes to say, but what must be said, that the people of Veneto survive by fighting and taking, and only strength can protect them. Turning to his daughter, he calls her by the name Lunta and asks if she intends to continue making pretty things. Lunta lowers her head and apologizes. He declares that the men of Veneto do not cower. Once again, she murmurs an apology. He responds that he cannot hear her while she continues to apologize. As punishment, he declares that she must apologize to the ancestors for 1 hour. He sits in silence while Lunta bows repeatedly in remorse, and then he asks for some beer. She pours it for him while he reflects bitterly that his wife never smiles at him, and even Lunta holds resentment toward him, but he must endure it. She places a jar on the table in front of him, while he tells himself that kindness and tenderness are not what keep them alive. After a while, he steps outside and addresses the warriors of Veneto, announcing that it is time to hunt. The warriors begin to dance and sing as they move forward. Dolphlin joins in, chanting that they are the descendants of exiled warriors, and calls for the porters to bring them their rations. He proclaims that they stake their lives to earn a meal, that they are the lawless ones on this barren land, this far-flung territory near the Pantara range, and beyond that lies their true home, the Magentano kingdom. He invokes the fury and bitterness of their exiled ancestors, declaring that one day, they will cross that range to avenge them. As he speaks, he points toward the Pantara range. He vows that they will traverse that rugged barrier once more and catches sight of a path winding through the distant peaks. At night, a meeting is held, during which Dolphlund asks Uga if he believes the Magentano people have built a path. He mentions having seen long wagon-like structures and even a large settlement. Uga replies that it has been quiet for several days, and no soldiers have been seen. He does not believe they have come to invade. Dolphlund responds that it is irrelevant. 70% of their ancestors are said to have perished while crossing the Pantara range, so he could never have imagined anyone crossing that treacherous mountain again. Yet now, it appears possible. Preparations are made with his warriors, and he declares that this is an invasion. The enemy must be killed, everything must be seized, and then they shall cross the mountain. Suddenly, Lloyd arrives with Javier and one other person. Dolphlund sees them and demands to know who they are. Magentano soldiers, perhaps, but notes that they are not wearing uniforms, and there are only 3 of them. One warrior suggests that they might be here to negotiate. Dolphlund calls them fools and states that the people of Veneto do not negotiate, they fight. He then commands that their heads be severed first before advancing any further. Lloyd shouts at them to stop, and they all become frightened. Dolphlund thinks to himself that it is terrifying. Lloyd asks what is happening and why they are approaching with their swords drawn. He urges them to talk things out like civilized people. Dolphlund reminds himself that as a warrior of Veneto, he should not be afraid. Yet he feels overwhelming fear, wondering if Lloyd is even human. He compares himself to the horned warrior beside him, who now seems almost normal in comparison. He recalls shouting at his family, ordering them to stop trembling because the men of Veneto do not quiver. He insists that the men of Veneto solve their problems with force, as only strength can protect them. He declares that they are the bitter descendants of the exiled tribe and commands them to take charge. They all attack Lloyd together, but he knocks them all out with a single blow. Afterward, Lloyd sits calmly while Dolphlund kneels before him. Lloyd asks why he was forced to use violence, explaining that he is a pacifist. He advises Dolphlund to leave them alone and live quietly in their little village. He says to do that, and they will not bother them anymore. Dolphlund replies that the men of Veneto only stop fighting when someone dies, and they will return 10, even 100 times, to avenge their ancestors. Lloyd responds by asking if he has not seen how strong they are, and that they could annihilate them in a heartbeat. He shouts that they would rather die than submit to him, Uga, or Chaka. Lloyd sighs, saying that nothing is getting through to them, and commands them to forget it and release the prisoners. Javier looks at him and warns that they will create a huge problem if released. Lloyd asks what they can do. They would die before they ever stop resisting. He admits that, as a pacifist, using force to solve things does not feel right. Javier suggests detaining them. Lloyd counters that it would be an abuse of power, considering they likely have wives and children at home who need to be fed. He questions what would happen if they detained all of them here and had to feed them. Javier agrees that it would be difficult. They then enter a house where Javier looks out the window and comments that they will need a force to drive them away every time they return. Lloyd objects, saying there is no way he would waste money on such labor. In fact, he believes this situation works out well. Queen Alicia was worried about the enormous costs incurred at the start of the project. He explains that they were seeking ways to reduce expenses, but thanks to these events, they can now save some money. Javier asks what he means. Lloyd laughs heartily and says he knows how to deal with things in an extremely pacifist way, as all the men of Veneto bow before him.
We were too obvious with our attempts to attack previously. This time round, we shall ambush them at night. It just so happens that there are kids that are out playing at this time instead of sleeping. They're bad children, so we're going to take them hostage.
Be quiet. If you scream, you'll get flicked 100 times.
What do? We can't attack humans.
Well, the Demon King said this before.
There are two types of humans in this world. Humans that need to be beat up a little, and humans that need to be beat up a lot.
What do? Even their children are that strong.
We are merciless and violent warriors. We will resort to any means to win. It's been a few days since we've gone hunting or plundering. My wife and Lunta must be hungry too. This is the violent Ventara boar. Where did this come from?
It was caught.
By Wu.
Who else?
Hunting and plundering is the job of a man. You just need to look after our child and manage the household chores.
That's only applies when we're not starving.
That looks like a full carriage. Let's go. We're going to have a feast today. I came to the wrong house.
The Magentano Kingdom will be providing protection to all merchants with demons as their bodyguards. From now on, none of your plundering attempts will succeed anymore.
However, but there's something else, you know. This horse carriage is filled with all kinds of rations, and there's a way you can easily get them. Would you believe me if I told you that? Don't believe me? Look, I'll show it to you now. Here's some money.
Are you trying to buy us with money? We, the people of Veneto, are a tribe of warriors. We don't care about money.
Okay, I'll give you some money. Now, you give me back the money. All right, the carriage horse is now yours. Have a good feast with your family members tonight. Ha ha.
Ha. I accepted them for my wife and Lunta's sake, but my pride as a warrior doesn't allow me to accept charities like that. I'll hunt starting tomorrow. Was there such a monster in this area?
PPO. People always end up injured when you go out on hunts, huh? Weaker prey don't have much meat to eat, but it's hard to kill the meatier prey, isn't it? You can now rest easy. Something magical is about to happen to you. Okay, I'll give you money. Now, you give me back the money. There you go, tons of meat right at your feet.
We must hunt with our own hand the next time.
Chieftain.
What is it, Wooga?
It is just, I was wondering, why not just get food from the scary-looking man? We tried so hard to ambush them to hunt, but it didn't work.
Those weakling, we have the blood of warrior, the pride of warrior.
I'm relieved that you don't get hurt so often anymore.
So you want to keep buying the ration with our money, right?
That's right.
I'll need you to promise me few things as a long-term partner then. Thud please, SIGN. Here we're a financial partner of whole world. We are Frontra Financing.
He presents a contract and asks Dolphlund to sign, stating that they are a worldwide financial partner and that this is Frontra Cash. Dolphlund asks what all this is about. Lloyd replies that it is a contract and advises him to read the terms very carefully before making any decision. Dolphlund glances at the papers and admits that he cannot read. Lloyd then offers to read it aloud for him. He explains that the terms and conditions laid out in the contract stipulate the rights and obligations between the lender and the borrower, specifically concerning the terms of a short and medium-term Frontra cash loan. He continues that upon the initiation of this agreement, all money previously received will be added to the principal, and will begin accruing interest jointly. Lloyd states that a repayment period of up to 1 year is available, and that if Dolphlund wishes to pay off the balance early, he may do so at any time. The interest rate is 30% per month, and failure to make a payment may result in consequences. If the balance is paid off within 3 days of signing the agreement, the cancellation fee will be waived. Additionally, a special long-term loan is available at any time. He adds that when a payment becomes overdue, the interest rate will increase to 45%. Then he summarizes in a somewhat dismissive manner, explaining that if this happens, then that will occur. This applies when that happens. This is one thing, but that is another, and that works in such a way. He then asks if Dolphlund has caught all that. Dolphlund replies that he has, but not entirely. Lloyd responds that it is good and instructs him to write "he understand," just as it is written here, pointing toward the signature box. He takes Dolphlund's hand and urges him to sign here, here, and here. Dolphlund admits that he does not know how to write his own name. Lloyd asks if he said his name was Dolphlund and reassures him that this will suffice as his signature while guiding him to sign all the papers. Lloyd declares that the contract is signed and that the money is now his, handing him a bag full of coins. Dolphlund opens the bag, surprised to see so many coins, and remarks that with this money, he can buy any food he needs from his village. Lloyd confirms this, adding that he can buy things to eat, wear, or play with anything he desires. He emphasizes that as long as Dolphlund does not kill or steal anything, he can have whatever he wants. Dolphlund recalls his wife saying she is glad he does not come home injured nowadays. He also remembers scolding his daughter, telling her he cannot believe how terrible she is at hunting, and questioning how she will ever feed herself. He then comes out of his thoughts, stands up, thanks Lloyd, and walks out, saying that he will put the money to good use. Lloyd replies that there is no need to mention it. Dolphlund brings food to his village, and when others ask if he really bought the food with the money Lloyd gave him, he confirms that he did. He adds that now, even the weak will no longer be forced to hunt. Another person expresses interest in obtaining a loan as well, followed by others who also say they need loans. Dolphlund suggests they all go together. They line up in front of Lloyd's house to apply for loans. Lloyd grants them the loans, and they become excited to receive the funds. Lloyd laughs loudly just as Javier arrives and asks whether Lloyd thinks he has gone too far this time, insisting that this is too much. Lloyd responds by saying that he did not force anyone to do anything and that he did not put a knife to their throats. He asks if he lied to them, pointing out that they all came of their own free will, and questions why he should be seen as the bad guy. Javier concedes that Lloyd might be right. Lloyd thinks Javier is too far gone to be saved. Meanwhile, a system window notifies Lloyd that it may not be his place to say this, addressing him as Suho and also as Lloyd. The system window notifies again that Lloyd has witnessed how high-interest loans destroy people's lives. Lloyd replies that he is not the one borrowing, he is merely the lender. At that moment, the system window displays an evil notification. Elsewhere, Helkeros observes 2 system windows before him. Looking at the evil notification, he says that it represents Lloyd's evil deed count. Turning to the other window, he says it shows Lloyd's good deed count. On the other hand, Lloyd arrives at Dolphlund's home and asks if anyone is there. He opens the door, and Dolphlund asks what Lloyd is doing here. Lloyd replies that he has come to collect the loan payment and shows him the documents. Dolphlund asks what payment he means. Lloyd explains that since he borrowed money, he now needs to repay it. Dolphlund questions whether he must really pay it back. Lloyd states that everything is clearly outlined in the contract. He borrowed 10 million gold, divided by 12, which is 833,000 gold plus 30% interest, totaling 1,082,900 gold. Dolphlund becomes shocked upon hearing this and asks if that is what it all means, calling it a complete scam and accusing Lloyd of being a thief. Lloyd refuses the accusation and summons his demonic guards, saying, "Boys, let's make his life difficult." Dolphlund becomes frightened when he sees them and starts running while the demons pursue him. His wife and Lunta also become alarmed at the sight. Meanwhile, the demons clean and perform all the household chores swiftly. Dolphlund is surprised to see their old, beat-up house now sparkling and looking like new. His wife is equally amazed and remarks that it now seems the roof will no longer leak. Lunta touches the floor and notes that it is warm. Lloyd enters and asks if Dolphlund has seen that. He adds that if it takes the demons this long to fix everything, he can only imagine how long it will take them to tear it all down. Dolphlund thinks no, and these monsters redecorate other people's houses without permission. If he gets angry, he might destroy it all, but where would he get the money? He shouts for more money, promising to pay it back. His wife calls him honey, places her hand on his shoulder, and then slaps him, urging him to snap out of it. She pulls his hair and tells Lloyd that they will find a way to pay him, pleading for a few more days. Lloyd asks what she means if he plans to plunder some distant country. She replies no, their days of dangerous hunting and thievery are over. No one is bullied anymore for failing to hunt or fight. Life is more peaceful now, and they will not return to their old ways. Lloyd says good. While she promises to help and drags her husband by the hair, Lloyd says he will give everyone in her village a job. If she works, the interest rate will be reduced to 0.5%, and the repayment period will be extended to 10 years. He adds that he will teach her the skills needed for the job. If she is not good at it, he will teach her something else. There are countless ways she can make a living. They will find something at which she excels. He says welcome to the civilized world, gesturing toward the outside. Meanwhile, Helcaros observes that Lloyd's good deeds are increasing rapidly. He thinks those who achieve over 100 million good deeds are automatically taken to heaven upon death and cannot be brought to hell. He declares that he will not let them take his slave and orders Worthrode, who stands on a mountain in front of the Frontra estate, to hurry.
The chapter begins with a mesmerizing sunrise as golden rays illuminate the sky. The entire tribe gathers in one place, watching something with keen interest. Among them, a particular tribe member stands out. He is dressed in a tie, but without a proper shirt. He adjusts his tie with one hand while flexing his muscles and holding a bag in his left hand. Soon, we realize that all the tribe members have adopted the same look, each wearing a tie and carrying a bag on their left hand. They start moving together in synchronized steps, performing a rhythmic dance. Their movements are precise, first lowering themselves, then shifting toward the right leg, moving their left leg from behind, and beginning a dance sequence that resembles a ritual. The steps transition into a running position, one hand raised, while the other clutches a bangled right hand. Their movements flow like an elegant yet powerful performance. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the tribe's warriors, who are hammering a massive nail into place while chanting a work song. We are warriors.
True hunters, no losing, no death, just an easy day's work. But as the afternoon passes, I start to feel a little tired. I just want to rest. Shall I make it easy for you forever? As darkness falls, it tells me loud and clear, prepare to clock out. Bidding farewell to a weary, exhausted day, I close the door with a thud. The savory scent, the scent of family, it pulls me back home.
As he enters his home, the familiar, comforting scent of food welcomes him. The warmth of family fills the air. He smiles and announces his arrival. Honey, Fronta, I'm home. His wife and daughter turn toward him with bright smiles. His daughter excitedly runs up to him, holding something in her hands. Father, look at this. I made another one today. Lloyd looks at her creation and laughs heartily. It's even better than yesterday. Ha ha. A song begins playing.
The book in my child, crafted blooms in my heart. The kiss of my life paints the flower field in golden light. No losing, no death, just the fulfillment of hard work. No losing, no death, just the fulfillment of hard work.
His wife then speaks up. I'm going to start working too, from tomorrow. If we both work, things will be even more comfortable. Slightly concerned, asks, Are you sure? It's tougher than you think. She smirks and responds confidently. Tougher than hunting? Heh. At this moment, in this scene, Lloyd reflects on his past and his current situation. It begins with him feeling sad as he observes a moment that reminds him of his childhood. He recalls the times when his father used to come home from work, and his face shows the sadness of losing those moments. He questions what his parents used to bring home, and this memory leads him to reflect on the sweet scent of their old home, damp and musty, yet familiar and comforting. As he continues, there's a sense of regret for not doing anything when he lost his parents. However, as his thoughts shift to his new parents, Lloyd's mood changes. He reminds himself that they are still here and that he has not given up on them. He calls out to Yong, who is his dragon companion and close friend. Javier, another character in this scene, asks Lloyd if he is looking for a new way to resist the restoration of fate. This indicates that Lloyd is on a mission to change his future. Lloyd answers with confidence, saying that although he has a new goal in mind, there's something important he must first resolve, a problem that needs to be set right. The scene opens with a massive portal tearing through the sky, leading straight to the Arctic Hellgate, a passage connecting this world to a fiery, infernal realm. Lloyd and Javier ride atop their dragon, soaring through the skies toward the portal. As they approach, Lloyd comments on the overwhelming heat radiating from the Hellgate. As expected, the heat is overwhelming. However, Lloyd confidently pulls out an object and exclaims, "That's why I brought this." T-Bone hugged to cool it down. Ugh. He then dips his fingers into the mouth of a small monster, causing it to gag and its eyes to roll back in discomfort. After finishing whatever he was doing, he throws the creature into the ocean using a special power. Instantly, a massive vortex forms, creating an enormous whirlpool that generates cold winds. As the temperature shifts, Lloyd grins. Okay, now that's refreshing. Turning to Javier, he speaks with determination. I've never stopped thinking, not even for a moment, how to seal the heat of that Hellgate. Javier, watching Lloyd intently, thinks to himself, I knew it. You only pretended not to care. But you're someone who always takes responsibility. Lloyd, his expression darkening with frustration, clenches his fists and growls. Those damn demons, opening Hellgates like it's nothing. What would I have done if I hadn't gotten the T-Bone hug? Javier looks at Lloyd for a moment before responding. However, his words carry a deeper meaning. That Hellgate's young master. Before he can finish, Lloyd quickly interrupts, brushing the statement aside. Next, we begin full-scale surveillance of the restoration of fate. Javier, still determined to speak his mind, tries again. The one who opened the Hellgate. But Lloyd doesn't let him finish. Instead, he speaks with a knowing expression. There are ways. He contemplates to himself before arriving at a powerful conclusion. And that is, the Demon King's baptism. The one chosen for amplification through the Demon King's baptism. Just then, a new figure enters the scene, a demon princess, who speaks with an authoritative tone. By the summons of the Demon King, Lloyd now stands transformed, dark horns protruding from his forehead, black wings unfurling behind him. The air crackles with power as he initiates the ceremony. Demon King's baptism. A system notification appears. IT activates even without shouting, but Lloyd, completely unfazed, smirks and declares, I don't care. This just feels better. More system notifications flood in. The winter heart dwelling in your chest, and the summer eyes within you. Another notification follows. They manifest the power of fusion and amplification. As Lloyd unleashes his ability, powerful winds swirl around him. Another notification appears. A new option is added to Artanis V's foresight ability, Blood Vision. The Demon Queen opens her eyes, signaling the completion of the baptism. A new system message appears. Option added, Wide Area Blood Vision. Another notification explains its effect. If Artanis V has visited a location before or met a person before, they can now be monitored in real time, no matter where they are. Lloyd, grinning and baring his teeth, thinks to himself, perfect. Now, we see Lloyd's dragon soaring through the sky. With newfound confidence, he gives his next command. Now, target every location I've been to, and every person I've encountered. A system notification confirms his request. Targeting Roy Habicot. Another notification follows. Targeting King Magentanot. As Lloyd thinks to himself, he contemplates his next move. Damn, do I have to ride Yong for this? But Yong's mobility is crucial. Just then, something unexpected happens. Lloyd notices the Demon Queen preparing to unleash her power. Her clothes transform into wings, and she takes a stance similar to that of a sprinter at the starting line. Then, whoosh, she launches into the sky at an incredible speed, leaving Lloyd completely stunned. Whoa! A system notification appears. Artanis V now observes all targets. Another notification follows as the Demon Queen continues soaring upward. Now, we can oversee the restoration of fate in real time. Lloyd exhales slowly, a serious expression on his face. Then, with a confident grin, he declares, "All set. Let's see who wins this fight." Javier watches Lloyd with intrigue before commenting, "Young master, your actions are truly interesting." Lloyd, caught off guard, responds, "Huh." Javier continues, analyzing Lloyd's tactics. "You could have crushed the demon with sheer power, but instead, you chose the difficult path, even securing their supply lines. And now, Artanis, who has become an ally, is an indispensable asset." Lloyd smirks as he listens, then replies, "That's just how it is. It's not that I'm kind and refuse to use force. It's just that feeding them is more beneficial. Just like now." Javier sighs, watching Artanis in awe. "Artanis is so incredible. I'm actually a little jealous." Lloyd raises an eyebrow. "Huh." Javier turns toward Lloyd, his expression firm. "Whatever you need, just say the word. If it's to stop the restoration of fate, I'll do anything." Lloyd, grinning, reassures him, "Don't worry. You're always the first one I put to work." As Lloyd gazes into the distance, he thinks to himself, stopping the immediate restoration while addressing its root cause. How will this plan unfold? Time to check the ending spoilers. The scene opens in Lloyd's house. The room is dimly lit, and Lloyd sits on his bed, staring at the glowing system window before him. The number of fates you saved, -1. His expression darkens. That annoying -1 still hasn't disappeared. No matter how much power he's obtained, no matter how many battles he's won, even with Artanis V's wide-area blood vision. In the end, that one person will still die because of me, Lloyd mutters under his breath. He clenches his fists, frustration evident in his tense posture. And it means I still haven't found a way to stop the fate restoration phenomenon. A heavy silence fills the room as he continues thinking. If things continue like this, where will the story end? I need to check. I need to find a clue. As if responding to his determination, another system window appears before him. Would you like to view the ending spoiler? Phase 4. Required CP, 160. Yes. Current CP, 1,648. Lloyd doesn't hesitate. He lifts his finger and clicks yes. "Let's go," he says. The next moment, Lloyd finds himself standing in a dark, endless void. There is nothing, just an infinite abyss stretching in every direction. He scoffs. "Humph. This damn ending spoiler," he mutters. "I've already seen plenty of shocking things. Nothing scares me anymore." But as the future begins to unfold, his confidence shatters in an instant. A massive explosion erupts before him. Buildings crumble as if they were mere toys, collapsing into dust. The sky is filled with flames, and the entire territory is under attack. Lloyd's heart pounds. His throat goes dry as his eyes widen in horror. What the? Through the smoke and destruction, he struggles to make sense of what's happening. Are we under attack? But our territory can't be overpowered like this. Then he sees them. Shadowy figures. Monstrous creatures unlike anything he's encountered before. A horrifying realization strikes him. What are those things? They're stronger than our territory? No way. Hordes of these nightmarish beings move with terrifying precision, spreading chaos and destruction. Monsters roaming in hordes like that. Did those strange monsters even appear in the novel? His breathing grows uneven. What the hell is going on? Then, a sudden force crashes from above. A blinding light cuts through the battlefield. Something, or someone, falls from the sky like a shooting star. Lloyd's eyes dart upward. Through the dust and flames, he finally sees him. Javier. But before he can do anything, Javier crashes into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Without a second thought, Lloyd runs toward him. Javier loses? The Grandmaster himself? No. Even the Demon King's baptism didn't work. His mind races. The one who attacked the territory was stronger than a Grandmaster. Stronger than even the Demon King's most powerful technique. Where in this world would something like that even exist? As the terrifying thought settles in, a single name comes to his mind. His voice trembles as he whispers. There is one. Lloyd turns his gaze toward Javier, who lies on the ground, his body covered in deep wounds, bruises littering his skin, his breathing ragged. Javier had fought until the very end, but even his strength wasn't enough. Lloyd clenches his fists, his eyes darting back to the battlefield. Floating above them, shrouded in an ominous aura, was a single figure, the Hell King. The Hell King hovers in the air, arms crossed behind his back, his piercing gaze locked onto Javier's battered form. Then he speaks. His voice is calm, yet absolute. Impressive. Lloyd feels the weight of that word, a mocking acknowledgement. You managed to wound someone who could be called a god. Javier grits his teeth, struggling to stand, forcing himself up despite the unbearable pain. The Hell King watches him with intrigue. Do you still intend to fight? Javier, struggling to breathe, gathers what little strength he has left. His body is battered, barely able to move, yet his eyes remain sharp, full of determination. Through gritted teeth, he forces out his final words. Young master, I can't take you. Lloyd's eyes widen in confusion. Take you? What does that mean? He thinks, his mind racing. Before he can process it, the Hell King moves. Floating ominously in the air, he descends upon Javier with terrifying speed. Then, without warning, he kicks him brutally, sending him crashing into the ground with a sickening force. The impact shakes the earth, dust and debris flying in all directions. Lloyd stares in horror, his body frozen. Fear grips him like never before. Sweat drips down his face as he watches the scene unfold. The Hell King stands tall, his foot pressed firmly against Javier's face, pinning him to the ground. Javier, barely clinging to consciousness, forces his eyes open. He looks up at the enemy towering above him. And then, the Hell King speaks. His voice is calm, cold, absolute. You've worked hard. A pause. Rest in peace. Javier stood battered and barely holding himself together. His body was covered in wounds, his breathing ragged. In front of him, the Hell King raised his hand, preparing to strike. A final, decisive blow that would end Javier's life. Lloyd watched, frozen in terror. His heart pounded in his chest, and his mind screamed in denial. Javier dies? No way. He's the main character. But reality didn't care for his disbelief. A system window suddenly appeared before him. The number of fates you saved. Lloyd could feel fear gripping his entire body. His hands trembled as he took a step back. The realization was sinking in. This was real, and there was no way to stop it. Just as the Hell King was about to unleash his power, a loud voice echoed through the battlefield. Stop! The force of the voice was overwhelming. Lloyd turned around, his eyes widening in shock. Walking toward the Hell King was himself. Or rather, his future self. The future Lloyd approached the Hell King, his steps heavy with despair. And then, without hesitation, he fell to his knees before the monstrous entity. His voice was broken, trembling with desperation. I surrender. I will surrender. So please, my friend, please don't kill anyone else. Tears streamed down his face like an endless river flowing from the mountains. His entire body shook as he bowed his head to the ground. His voice cracked with sorrow as he pleaded. Please, please. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lloyd, the one witnessing this, felt his heart clench. His future self, a man who had been through everything, was begging. The future Lloyd lifted his tear-streaked face and spoke once more, his voice barely above a whisper. Please, my friends, my family, save them. For the first time, the Hell King hesitated. He lowered his hand, sighing as he stared at the broken man before him. What's going on here? He muttered. Instead of striking Javier, he turned and walked toward the future Lloyd, his gaze unreadable. You did nothing wrong, the Hell King said. Javier, despite his injuries, struggled to speak. No, he rasped. But before he could say another word, the Hell King merely lifted his left hand and swung it, effortlessly decapitating the future Lloyd in a single motion. Lloyd's head flew through the air, blood spraying as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The present Lloyd stood there, paralyzed, his breath caught in his throat. Then, a voice echoed, one not of any living being, but of the narrator itself. And so, the world, with only one protagonist left, regained stability. Lloyd's eyes widened in horror. A voice? The narrator's voice continued, indifferent and absolute. Iron-blooded night resets and starts anew. Please look forward to it. Lloyd was suddenly surrounded by black space, waiting for the vision to end. But this time it didn't. Panic began creeping in. It's not over. Normally, by now, I'd be back to reality. Once again, the narrator's voice rang out. Epilogue. Lloyd turned his gaze, only to see a horrifying sight. His future self's soul captured in hell, bound by unseen forces. His eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. The narrator's voice delivered the final verdict. Lloyd Frontera was captured by the Hell King. The vision became clearer. The Hell King sat upon his throne, watching over his captive. Lloyd's soul hung above him, suspended like a prisoner for eternity, and worked diligently as Hell's loyal strategist. For all eternity. Lloyd clenched his fists, rage boiling inside him. His voice roared through the void. Hell King, you were the final villain. As the chapter begins, we see a dragon soaring through the sky. Riding on its back are Lloyd and Javier. Javier turns to Lloyd and asks, "Where are you going in such a hurry all of a sudden? Do you have some business in the Mermaid Kingdom, or something?" Lloyd replies firmly, "You'll understand when we get there. But before that, there's something I must make absolutely clear. No matter what happens, do not draw your sword. No matter what." The scene shifts. A massive tornado swirls above the ocean, but the dragon flies through it effortlessly. Soon, they arrive at the gates of hell. As they pass through, Lloyd's expression turns serious. They land near the Demon King's domain. As they enter, the Demon King greets them calmly. "Welcome. I thought it was about time you arrived." Lloyd's expression sharpens as he locks eyes with the Demon King. The two stand there, silently staring at one another for a few tense seconds. Then the Demon King speaks. "May I ask the first question?" Lloyd nods. "By all means." The Demon King sits on his throne while Lloyd and Javier stand before him. "Knowing full well that I desire your death, what courage led you to come see me in person?" Javier clenches his fists, whispering to himself. "Death? Kim Suho's death." Lloyd answers confidently. "I'm not some great person with the courage to face death head-on. I'm sure killing me would be easy for the King of Hell, and tricking me into coming here with lies would be just as simple. But hell and the human realm are bound by strict laws. I was confident there was a rule, one that would prevent you from using my soul however you want, even if I died here in hell. For example, something like the complete obliteration of the soul." Javier thinks to himself in shock. The King of Hell wants to use Kim Suho's soul, and he's willing to kill him for it. The Demon King claps slowly. "Remarkable. Both your judgment and your confidence to believe in it. That's exactly why I want you." Lloyd smirks. "But isn't the age gap between us a little too wide?" The Demon King chuckles. "And that kind of nerve is exactly what made me fall for you. Now then, isn't it time you resolved your own curiosity?" Lloyd asks. "I'm human. That means one day I'll die? So why go through all the trouble of descending into the human realm just to kill me? Waiting for me to die of old age must feel like the blink of an eye to you." The Demon King responds. "Of course, it would be easier to wait for your natural death. But again, it's the rules of this world that get in the way. I expected you to commit cruel acts to build Aotearoa, but you didn't. Every step you've taken has been positive. Almost everyone you've met has ended up living better, happier lives. You've accumulated too much merit. And when someone gathers enough merit, their soul automatically becomes the property of heaven upon death. That's not what I want." Lloyd narrows his eyes. "So you're planning to kill me before I can accumulate more merit?" The Demon King remains silent. Lloyd continues. "From what I know, the King of Hell can't just enter the human realm at will. How exactly do you intend to cross over?" The Demon King replies coldly. "That's where my kindness must end. I'm sorry, as you've probably guessed. I'm not exactly a great person either." Lloyd shakes his head. "You don't need to apologize. I'll figure it out on my own." The Demon King sighs. "You really do have a strong will to live. From now on, you'll be fighting against the restoration phenomenon of fate until your final breath, all while I'm after your soul. The peaceful retirement you once dreamed of is already gone." He leans forward. "What meaning could a life like that possibly hold, that you struggle so hard to protect it?" Lloyd remains silent. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he responds. "Struggling until the very last moment. That's what gives my life meaning." The Demon King smiles. "I'll cheer you on for that." Scene change. We now see the demon Artanis flying high above a peaceful landscape. Below, centaurs, mermaids, and other beings rest peacefully. Suddenly, She spots blood near the royal palace. The scene zooms in. An assassin is sneaking toward the sleeping queen. The assassin attacks while laughing, but the queen wakes up just in time, grabs her weapon, and strikes. If I had neglected my training, that would have been the end of me. She slices the assassin down, but the body dissolves into blood. She gasps. A fake. Suddenly, a green mist spreads. It's poison. She coughs and mutters to herself. This is the same poison from before, but it's even stronger this time. Scenes shift again. Now we see the queen, who is a woman, facing a younger version of herself. Her curse is returning. She whispers. The restoration phenomenon of fate. The child version stares at her, one eye glowing red, trembling. This is strange, very strange. I definitely overcame this curse. The queen clutches her head. So in the end, you truly intend to drive me mad. But then she smiles gently and looks at the child version of herself. Don't worry, because now he's with me. Suddenly, we see Lloyd standing by the window. He's arrived, just in time to save her. The queen lies unconscious on the bed, her breathing faint and shallow. Sitting beside her, Lloyd checks her pulse with a serious look on his face. Around them, the others stand in quiet concern. Looking at her pale face, Lloyd mutters to himself. Rushing here was fine. But the real problem is curing this curse. His thoughts trail deeper as he adds. The queen is crucial for my sweet future. If she can build a stable nation, I'll be able to live an easy, lazy life. That's the dream. Suddenly, Lloyd turns to Artanis. Lord Artanis. That blood clump thing that attacked Her Majesty. Can we track it? Artanis shakes her head gently. I'm sorry. Once it merges into blood, it's impossible to trace with the naked eye. But I do know what magic it used. Her expression darkens. It's black magic, ancient and vile. Maleficarum, cursed spells left behind by an evil god. The queen's condition, it's one of them. This curse amplifies the weak parts of the heart, feeding it evil until the victim is driven mad. But then, she adds hopefully, there is a cure. A curse is just corrupted mana. If we can find the cursed mana scattered throughout her body and purify it one by one, we can save her. Lloyd's eyes light up. Then, can we just inject my mana? Or Javier's? But Artanis shakes her head again. Javier's mana won't work. The cursed mana has fused with Her Majesty's heart. If any unfamiliar mana enters, her body will instinctively reject it, out of fear or doubt. Then she looks at Lloyd meaningfully. Only someone she trusts completely, someone who supports her unconditionally, someone she loves, their mana might be accepted. Lloyd freezes, then starts to sweat. Don't tell me. I have to make the queen fall in love with me. That's impossible. Javier and Artanis stare at him, bewildered. Artanis tries to speak. Demon King, you do know that Her Majesty. But Javier cuts her off with a firm tone. Yes, it won't be easy. But Her Majesty deeply trusts the young master. So you should do it. Artanis tries again. Wait, Lord Javier. Her Majesty sees him as. Javier interrupts again. She trusts him. That's enough. It'll work. Lloyd stands tall, taking a deep breath. All right then. I'll trust that and give it a try. Artanis gives him a worried look. Demon King, you're not an idiot. You must realize by now. But Javier sighs and mutters. When it comes to this stuff, I'm the dumbest fool alive. Let's move on. Lloyd shifts into command mode. Lord Artanis, keep monitoring the Queen's restoration progress. Javier, everyone in the territory, stay on 5-minute standby. Be ready to jump in at a moment's notice. His thoughts are focused now. We still have to catch that blood-covered freak. But first, Her Majesty. He kneels beside the Queen, clenching his fists. Let's do this. The treatment begins. As Lloyd injects his mana, he sees them, writhing, corrupted wisps inside her. There's so many. He mutters to himself. Stay calm. One at a time. Take them down one at a time. He begins targeting the cursed mana clusters. Double annihilation. One curse takes 1 unit of my mana. This is gonna take forever. Meanwhile, the Queen's body tenses, fighting alongside him. Lloyd whispers. She's fighting too. Even if we can't cure her yet, we have to get through this stage. Let's do this, together. With renewed resolve, he sends a powerful wave of mana through her. Inside her consciousness, a younger version of the Queen runs frantically through a dark forest. Vile, Twisted branches of the curse chase her, wrapping around her ankles, her arms, trying to choke her. She screams, as someone, save me. Please. Suddenly, a voice pierces the chaos. Don't be scared. Hang in there. I'm coming. It's Lloyd. Hearing him, the young queen grits her teeth. With a cry, she slashes at the branches with her small sword, cutting through them with fierce determination. But more keep coming, tangling around her, pulling her down. She gets overwhelmed, trapped between dozens of cursed tendrils. Still, she doesn't give up. With all her strength, she pushes, creating a gap. And through that gap, a hand reaches for her. Lloyd's hand. He shouts with her. 1, 2, 3. And just like that, he pulls her free. The young queen blinks in surprise, then smiles warmly at him, her savior. She jumps toward him. Back in reality, the queen gasps and slowly opens her eyes. Her vision clears, and the first thing she sees is Lloyd, passed out beside her, still holding her hand tightly. His face shows signs of exhaustion, drained completely of mana. She looks at him quietly and rests her forehead gently against his. Meanwhile, flying back on the dragon, Javier looks out into the sky and says, Her Majesty's mana, it's awakened. Something like that. He trails off with a small smile. Is that what they call a partner? As the chapter begins, 2 royal maids quietly approach the queen's chambers. One of them gently knocks and asks, Your Majesty, did you cough? There's no response. They pause for a moment, exchanging uneasy glances. The maid tries again, her voice a bit more anxious. Your Majesty? Just then, a nearby guard speaks up. Strange, she's never slept in this late before. The guards begin to sense something's wrong. One of them steps forward, tense. If there's no answer after calling 2 more times, we're going in. The other guard nods. We didn't hear a single sound all night. Even when the divine dragon came, there was no movement. Someone with top-tier mana may have broken in. They call again. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. No reply. One guard announces. Forgive the intrusion, but I'll enter for Her Majesty's safety. They kick the door open, only to freeze in utter shock. Inside, they find Lloyd and the Queen peacefully sleeping next to each other. Sweat forms on the guards' faces. Then one of them yells out, You scoundrel! Another grabs Lloyd by the collar, and in no time, they tie him up with rope. The scene shifts to a royal courtroom. Judges and ministers are shouting in fury. Burn him at the stake. Before Lloyd can process what's happening, he finds himself tied to a burning post. Eyes wide, he screams, What the? At least hear me out before roasting someone. The crowd isn't listening. They shout, Look at that wicked face. He's finally showing his true colors. Lloyd pleads, Please, summon Her Majesty. But someone yells back, She's still sleeping. Shut up and turn to ash, you shameless dog. Lloyd panics. This is a misunderstanding. One person in the crowd jeers. Did he just say, oh yeah? What kind of lunatic is this? Lloyd looks around the courtroom until he spots Javier. His heart lifts. Javier, I knew you'd come when I'm in danger. But Javier is just lying back, laughing. Lloyd's expression drops. Ugh, that punk is enjoying this. He turns to Lord Artanis in his mind. Lord Artanis, you're watching this, right? Save me. But Artanis is laughing too. Lloyd stares at the crowd in disbelief. Why is no one worried when I'm in danger? Just then, a system window pops up. With a sword master, demon king, and one of the world's strongest armies, why would anyone worry? Lloyd snaps. Just worry a little. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes. What in the world is going on? Lloyd instantly perks up. That voice. It's the Queen. She marches in and demands. Where is Lord Lloyd? Lloyd, still tied up, yells. Your Majesty. Here. Over here. The Queen spots him tied to the cross and bursts out laughing. A single tear of disappointment rolls down Lloyd's cheek. Later, the scene changes. The Queen stands before the ministers and citizens. First, I apologize for alarming my vassals and for the delayed explanation, she says calmly. However, even if your actions were justified, I think it was rash not to wait for me. Lloyd watches carefully, thinking to himself, what excuse is she going to use now? I've got nothing. Then the Queen reveals her arm. A strange, dark mark is spreading across it. I am sick, she declares. Gasps fill the court. What is that? I've never seen wounds like that before. Lloyd is stunned. Huh? She's revealing everything. The Queen explains. Last night, when my condition became critical, I urgently summoned Lloyd Frontera. He knew the method and treated me through the night. It required great mana, and we both collapsed from exhaustion. She holds out her wounded arm. If Lloyd Frontera's treatment is not continuously applied, my condition will rapidly worsen. Lloyd watches, eyes softening. If she's not trying to act strong, showing it directly is the clearest method. That's our Queen, all right. She then formally addresses him. Lloyd Frontera. Yes, Your Majesty. How long will it take for a full recovery? About a month, Lloyd replies. I will make sure you're fully cured by then. The method, she asks. Using my mana, I must continuously remove the root of the disease as it spreads. Suddenly, the Queen groans in pain. Ugh, Your Majesty. Lloyd rushes forward. Lloyd Frontera, she says, holding out her arm. Come closer. Lloyd gently begins the treatment, and slowly, the dark poison fades from her skin. The entire court watches in silence, stunned. The Queen then declares, as you've all just witnessed, the only one who can save me is Lloyd Frontera, and there is only one method. Therefore, I, Magentano, hereby declare that for the next month, I will accompany Lloyd Frontera 24 hours a day for treatment. Lloyd thinks to himself, I was wondering how to convince these uptight ministers, but Our Majesty handled it perfectly. Now I can focus on the treatment. One hesitant minister steps forward. Your Majesty, I would never object to what's best for your health, but according to the laws of the Magentano Kingdom. Before he can finish, the Queen cuts in. Of course, I shall follow them. All the ministers go pale. Gee, good heavens. I can't believe this is real. The Queen raises her voice. We have work to do. Dismissed, everyone. She turns to Lloyd and commands. Seize him. Lloyd, confused, replies. Yes, Your Majesty. He thinks. The kingdom's laws and rules? What do they mean? As he reaches for her hand, the Queen suddenly grips his tightly and declares. Got him properly. Lloyd blushes, a little embarrassed. Scene shifts again. Gossip is spreading like wildfire. Hey, did you hear the rumor? Of course. Lord Lloyd is treating Her Majesty and will be with her every day for a whole month. Another whispers. Wait, doesn't that mean he's entering the royal chambers too? Someone recalls. In the royal code, it says, anyone who shares the royal chamber with the king must marry the king. No exceptions. As dawn broke over the kingdom, a soft glow filtered into the royal chamber. Queen Magentano slowly stirred awake, still beside Lloyd, their hands clasped together, his mana quietly continuing the overnight treatment. Lloyd's expression was serious as he concentrated. Lloyd, thinking aloud. So, there were still more hiding here. You're all dead now. His mana flared up, striking at the virus-like particles attacking the Queen's body. But some of the pathogens darted away, narrowly dodging. Lloyd, gritting his teeth. Not gonna let that happen. Back in the real world, Lloyd's face twisted through all kinds of strange expressions. Intense focus, creepy smiles, even goofy looks. The Queen glanced at him and internally shivered. Queen thinking, what's with that face, you? Then a knock interrupted them. Attendant, outside. Your Majesty, the House of Nobles has submitted the budget proposal. Queen, casually. Good work. As she released Lloyd's hand to take the document, his mana connection broke, and the virus particles mockingly scattered. Lloyd, alarmed. Your Majesty, if you keep letting go of my hand, the treatment. Queen, teasingly. Do you like holding my hand that much? Lloyd froze, sweating nervously. Lloyd. And no, that's not what I meant. Queen, smirking. So you don't like holding my hand? Lloyd, panicking. Wait. Queen, grinning. So you do like it? You like my hand? Lloyd. No. I like it. Queen, playfully. How rude. Lloyd, confused. Huh? No, I don't. Queen. You don't like it? How rude. Lloyd, on the verge of mental collapse. Boo. But. Queen, thinking. This is too fun. He flinches no matter which way I tease him. A system window popped up in Lloyd's mind. System. Honestly, it's like your intelligence drops during these moments. What kind of illness is this? Lloyd. Burp, burp, burp. System. Hello. Lloyd. Idiot. Queen, smiling gently. Well, I get it. If I let go, your treatment gets disrupted, right? Lloyd, nodding, still sweating. BUP. Without another word, the queen pulled out a strip of fabric. Queen, grab the other end. On 3, we pull together. 1, 2, 3. Together, they tied their hands tightly. Queen, smiling. Now, we can't be separated, even if we try. Lloyd's cheeks turned slightly pink. As he looked at her, a memory hit him when the queen had once proposed. Marry me, and become the royal consort. Lloyd, thinking, flustered. Ugh, what a dumb thought. Of course she sees me as consort, because I'm capable. Not because. No way. I'm escaping this loyal prime minister life. System. But what if she truly loves you? Lloyd. Boo. System, laughing. Huh. Lloyd. Whatever. Focus. He resumed attacking the virus particles. But just then, attendant, outside. Your Majesty, it's time for training. Queen. I'm on my way. Lloyd. Huh. Scene change. The queen was now sparring in training gear. Lloyd, still tied to her, was flung and dragged around like a rag doll. Lloyd, groaning. Whyy. Then came more duties. Audiences, signatures, inspections, speeches, more training, and Lloyd, still attached, could barely keep his feet under him. That night, while the queen was taking a bath, Lloyd sat turned away, still tied to her wrist. He finally spoke up. Lloyd. Your Majesty. Queen. Speak. Lloyd. You need to reduce your workload. Your recovery is being delayed. Queen, firmly. I wish I could, but I can't. Lloyd. But why? You have so many ministers. Why must you do everything yourself? Queen. No. If I let others handle it, mistakes happen, and then delays follow. Lloyd. Even so, your health matters more now. Please rest, at least a little. Queen. If I rest, the people suffer. If I endure the hardship, they can rest easier. Lloyd, softly. But still. Queen, cutting him off. Enough. I cannot rest. She untied her hand. Queen. I'll release your arm for a moment. I need to get dressed. Lloyd, thinking. A textbook workaholic, and too sharp for any tricks. What should I do? Then, a spark of an idea. He smiled. Lloyd. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold. Queen, sternly. I said I cannot rest. Lloyd. That's not what I meant. Queen. Then what is it? Lloyd. I believe I could do it better. Queen, startled. Do what better? Lloyd. The duties of the king, your Majesty. Queen, completely stunned. What did you say? Lloyd, confidently. If I were the king, I think I could handle everything far more efficiently. You really think you could handle royal duties better than me? Lloyd, confidently. Yes, your Majesty. Watching you work, I thought. I could do that. The queen stays silent, then frowns. Queen, annoyed. You're already exhausted just from tagging along, and you think you're ready? Lloyd, making a face. Well, if the coachman drives poorly, of course the passenger gets motion sickness. Queen is sharp. It's only been 1 day. You haven't even seen a tenth of what I do. Lloyd, grinning wide. Sure, I saw a lot of different kinds of work. But they all looked kinda like whoosh. Easy stuff. The queen, fuming, punches Lloyd in the face repeatedly. Lloyd is swaying. This lowly servant cannot resist Her Majesty's overwhelming might. I take back everything I said. I'm weak. Of course I can't work like Your Majesty can. Queen, sighs. Good. Then stick with me for a week. Try handling it for real. Lloyd, face swollen. No need for a whole week. Just treat me as king for 3 minutes. You'll witness something amazing. Queen, dragging him. Fine. You've got 3 minutes. Let's see how far your bluff goes. Lloyd snaps into full king mode. You knave. How dare you lift your head before the king? Thou at once. Queen, enraged. He's seriously pushing it. Lloyd. Are you going to beat me into submission again? So you admit you're a king who rules with fists alone? The queen freezes, biting her lip. Lloyd, sweating. Oof. I'm alive. Thought she'd punch me for real. He pushes his luck. Lloyd. Kneel. Queen, in disbelief. What? Lloyd. What? You dare question the king? Queen, hesitating. Huh. Lloyd, firm. Kneel. Listen well to your king's command. Alicia Tamina Magentana will hand over her duties to her vassals and focus on recovery, as you yourself said. Queen shouts. I said that topic is off limits. Lloyd, dramatic. Aya. The king's words were interrupted. Treason. Queen, defeated. I get it. I understand. I'll obey. Lloyd calmly. You can't help but do things yourself because the best results always came from your hands. That experience made you unable to stop working. But I understand. It all comes from your love for the people. You're important. You're the greatest monarch in this kingdom's history. But if you collapse under the curse, it all ends. If you can't act, the kingdom falls. Resting your body, that's not laziness. That's effort too. Even if problems arise, we can fix them later. So stop. Focus on healing. If you're truly the great King Magentano, you can do this. The queen stares at him in silence, then lowers her head. Queen, softly. I will obey. My king's command. Lloyd, relieved. Phew. Thank goodness she's not a complete workaholic. Looks like she accepted my version of a kingly answer. All right, Magentano. First, let's allocate more budget to Frontera County. Queen. But, Your Majesty. Lloyd, mock serious. Interrupting the king again, are we? Queen smirks. I'm not interrupting. Because, your 3 minutes are up, Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd freezes. The queen is still kneeling. Lloyd slowly gets up, and so does she. Then, whack. She punches him again. Queen, grinning. Didn't you say you'd prove you were more capable as a king? So, what exactly did you prove? Lloyd bowing. How could a lowly servant like me handle your majesty's duties? It was all a bluff. She punches him again, but this time, with a small smile. Queen quietly. I know, Lloyd. You said whatever you could, just to shake me out of my tunnel vision. Tonight. I've come to like you even more. A few days pass. Lloyd kneels before the queen. Lloyd smiling. Congratulations on your full recovery. She smiles back. A system window appears. New title, The King's Consort. Lloyd thinking, horrified. Ugh. I hate that title. If I marry my workaholic queen, I'll be slave number 1. Another system message. Title effect. If you're in danger, Queen Magentano will sense it and rush to your side. Lloyd grumbling. Okay, not bad. Let's just change the name. System. Nope. No takebacks. We like this one. Lloyd narrating. After the queen's treatment ended, I returned to Frontera. Time to clean up the small messes of the last 2 months. And find a way to nullify the restoration of fate. But first, there's the Demon King's invasion. He can't enter this world freely. He needs a ritual, just like the Hell Knight did. If we seal that, we stop him. And for that, I need answers. Lloyd dives beneath the ocean. Lloyd. Time to ask the Gem of Truth. But then, Lloyd panicked. What's going on? No way. A fracture. I ran simulations. It was supposed to last for thousands of years. Even the Gem of Truth is being erased. Everything I built. Everything I've done in this world. Suddenly, Lord Artani's shouting. Demon King, the facilities you built across the world. They're all fracturing at once. Some of them are already. Our chapter opens with a booming voice. Lloyd, shouting with urgency. Bibiong. The summon explodes into existence, its massive form immediately plugging up the unstable ground caused by the effects of fate's restoration. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, sharp, commanding. Lord Artanis, appearing with a grim face, yells. Demon King. At the Loiha Bridge, a crack has formed. Lloyd, eyes sharp with focus, commands swiftly. Contact the Queen. Have her block all travel immediately. Once this spot is sealed, I'll head there myself. The scene shifts rapidly to Port City Cremo. Chaos reigns. The air is thick with panic. People shouting in terror. Evacuate. Evacuate now. Monsters rampage through the streets, leaving destruction in their wake. But just as things grow dire, the tides shift, literally. A legion of mermaids surges from the ocean, slicing through the invading beasts with elegance and force. Cut to Javier, reporting in. Javier, steady but tired. We stopped the Gigotitan's assault thanks to the Mermaid Kingdom's help. Lloyd, without missing a beat. Good. What about the ice prison? Javier nods. Sir Byron is currently handling repairs. Lloyd, voice hardening with tension. Tell Julian to never leave Lady Sarazad's side. Increase the demon guard around the Count's mansion. Lloyd's face is a mask of determination, but the weight on his shoulders is visible. Javier says nothing. He just watches, knowing full well how heavy Lloyd's burden is. We shift again to Frontera territory. The land is choked with sand, buildings half swallowed by the dunes. A man shouts orders amidst the chaos, trying to bring structure to the madness. Foreman, barking at his team. Team B, stop dragging your feet. Once you finish the insulation, move to road repairs. The mines are short on workers. Pests have shown up in the reclaimed fields. Get on it. Suddenly, 3 mysterious women appear nearby. One looks around with a faint smile. Woman in white, softly observing. Somehow, everyone seems really busy. Woman in red, calmly. Human lives are short. They have no choice but to live them busily. She then gazes toward a large building and smiles gently. Woman in red, warmly. Our sleepyhead son is over there. A demon guard notices them and approaches suspiciously. Demon, stepping forward. Wait. This area is off limits. But before he can finish his sentence, the red-dressed woman gestures with a flick of her finger. In an instant, all nearby demons are launched away, helplessly crashing into the distance. Woman in white, a little concerned. Mother, I think they were kind at heart. The red-dressed woman shrugs dismissively. That doesn't matter. Isn't this faster than explaining everything? Suddenly, Artanis and Javier appear on the scene, weapons drawn, tension thick in the air. But the red-dressed woman frowns, clearly annoyed. Red-dressed woman, scoffing. Ugh, why are all these flies swarming? Her daughter, calmly holding her back. Mother, hold still. Then, the Dragon King, Verkis, emerges from the clouds, and his eyes instantly lock onto the woman in white. Verkis, beaming with warmth. Kiddo, woman in white, smiling with soft affection. My lord, you've contacted me every single day since that day. Mother forgave you too. We came together to bring you back. Verkis, teasingly. Oh, is that so? My evil mother-in-law's the one who blocked my calls. His wife, sighing softly. You shouldn't say such things. Red-dressed woman, gritting her teeth with rage. I swear, I might just burn that thing. But she calms herself, straightening up with a regal air. Red-dressed woman, firmly. We finished our world tour. Now it's time to go home. Verkis nods, but pauses thoughtfully. Oh, wait. There's someone I need to meet first. Meanwhile, Lloyd is busy with hard labor, his clothes muddy, sweat glistening on his brow, as he shovels endlessly. A deep voice breaks the silence from behind him. Verkis, casually seated nearby, smiling. You've been working hard. Lloyd, not stopping his work, mutters. It's manageable. Verkis, getting serious. Didn't the Gem of Truth tell you how to stop the restoration of fate? Lloyd says nothing. His silence speaks volumes. Verkis studies him for a moment, then sighs. Verkis, so you didn't like the answer. You already know how bad this'll get, right? Blocking problems one by one like this. How long can you keep it up? For the rest of your life? Lloyd, calmly but firmly. Yes. Verkis chuckles, impressed. Didn't even hesitate. Geez. He stands, brushing off his coat. Verkis, anything I can help with? I actually like you, you know. Lloyd, shaking his head slightly. There's nothing more I can do for you, so I can't really ask for anything either. Verkis, pausing for a second, then smiling softly. If it were something I could help with, you would have already blackmailed me into it. I'm heading home now. Got good rest while I was here. Hang in there. I'm rooting for you. As the Dragon King takes his leave, Lloyd gazes at the horizon, thoughts racing. Lloyd, thinking to himself, dragons, hell, and the heavens. If all that power collides head-on, it'll be worse than any war between races. The Demon King's invasion. If I handle it myself, I can minimize the damage. I must find a way to defeat the Demon King or stop his descent entirely. Determined, he knows what must come next. Lloyd, quietly to himself. To find that out, I need to repair the Gem of Truth first. Back at Frontra, as Lloyd walks through the halls deep in thought, Javier rushes over, eyes burning with urgency. Javier, seriously. Young master. Lord Verkis is right. At this rate, we can't hold out or prepare for the Demon King's invasion. We need to resolve at least one of the two. Please tell me, what did the Gem of Truth reveal? The method to stop the restoration of fate. Lloyd hesitates. Javier, trying to lighten the mood, forces a grin. I told you before, it said it didn't know. Completely useless, right? But his eyes remain dead serious. Please, tell me. Lloyd, finally turning, says quietly. I told you. It said, I don't know. Javier, not backing down. No, that wasn't the real answer. Lloyd snaps. Stop it. Javier raises his voice. Tell me. Lloyd, voice shaking with emotion. I said stop, you brat. The workers nearby pause, stunned by the outburst. Javier, voice breaking. I'm sorry. I overstepped. Lloyd turns away, but his face is trembling. Tears stream silently down his cheeks as he whispers. Lloyd, to himself. I'm sorry. How could I say it? That one of us has to die. Beneath the ocean's shimmering surface, we find Lloyd face to face with the fractured jewel of truth. His eyes narrowed in thought, calculating every possibility. Lloyd thought silently, analyzing the artifact. This is a material that can't be obtained anymore. There's no way to repair it using conventional methods. Would compression work? Determined, he raised his hand and activated his ability. Lloyd murmured. Simulation mode. The system reacted. A visual overlay formed around the gem. He frowned. Ugh, it'll break at this rate. But what if I slowly release mana into it, so that it gradually seals shut? Then, his eyes lit up with realization. He gasped softly. Oh, it'll work. It'll take time, but it can be repaired. But just as hope bloomed, a sudden system window interrupted his thoughts. System notification voice. Due to slight structural changes, there may be cases where normal operation isn't possible. Lloyd gritted his teeth, frustrated. TCH, there's still so much I need to figure out. But whatever. I still have to fix it. He straightened up, focusing again. We'll need to delicately release a consistent amount of mana at a precise angle to compress it. Only two people can do this, me and Javier. Suddenly, a memory from the previous chapter surfaced. Lloyd's angry voice echoed in his head. Who's your friend, you arrogant bastard? And Javier's quiet, apologetic response followed. I apologize. I overstepped. Guilt twisted inside him. Lloyd groaned and slammed his forehead against the jewel of truth. He berated himself, smacking the gem repeatedly. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. I'm so full of myself, geez. Why couldn't I just let it slide like I usually do? He hit it again. I actually did something awkward and frustrating for once. Idiot Lloyd. Then, pain. He winced and clutched his head. UGH, it freaking hurts. I thought it wouldn't hurt since it's Soma. Another memory broke through. Javier's voice shouting in his mind. Stop trying to shoulder it alone. We need to face it together. Back to present, reflective tone. Lloyd whispered to himself, his voice low and humbled. Yeah, maybe I've been thinking about this all wrong. His gaze softened. Javier, he's the real hero. The real protagonist. He clenched his fist. He's the one who resolves the crisis, who saves everyone. His thoughts raced with desperate hope. If only this damn restoration phenomenon of fate would stop. I could focus on earning merits before the king of hell arrives. Then everything could be resolved perfectly. Maybe, just maybe, I could change the ending. And then, system window, calm prompt voice. Would you like to view the ending spoiler? Lloyd paused and nodded. Yes. Future timeline, calm but tense tone. The future played out before him. Inside a quiet room, future Lloyd sat alone on a bed, his face troubled but composed. He looked around, murmuring to himself. What is this? The territory is intact. As expected, telling Javier the truth changed something. Suddenly, a voice came from beyond the door. Javier called gently. It's Javier. You had something to discuss. Future Lloyd replied without hesitation. Yeah, come in. Javier stepped into the room. Lloyd glanced at him awkwardly. Hey, are you angry? Javier tilted his head. Why are you suddenly asking that? Lloyd scratched the back of his head. Well, I did yell at you yesterday. Basically told you we weren't friends. Internally, Lloyd was shocked. Huh? What the? It's the next day already. The ending is tomorrow? Javier stood silently for a moment before speaking calmly. If it's frustrating enough for you to say that, then I understand. Lloyd looked away, then cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, about what you asked yesterday. The method the Jewel of Truth revealed to stop the restoration phenomenon of fate. He paused, confused. Huh? I am. Javier blinked. Huh? I am. Lloyd's eyes widened slightly. I still haven't told him yet. He took a breath and spoke. I'm from another world, but I'm also a protagonist. Javier nodded. I see. Lloyd explained further, voice grim. which means having two protagonists in one world makes everything go haywire. So apparently, one of us has to die for the phenomenon to stop. He clenched his jaw. Obviously, I'm not doing something that stupid. But I think. Future scene, sudden panic and shock. In the future room, Javier drew his sword. Both Lloyds stared in horror as he stepped forward. Javier spoke, determined. Once the phenomenon stops, earn your merits quickly. Without hesitation, he drove the sword through his own chest. Both Lloyds screamed. Future Lloyd shouted in horror, running forward. No, you idiot. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Pull that out now. But Javier smiled gently. Please take good care of this world. Protagonist. And just like that, he began to glow and vanished completely. Not a trace remained. Future Lloyd dropped to his knees, trembling. Then, with a heart-wrenching cry, he screamed out in despair, his tears falling heavily onto the floor. Back in the present, Javier stood behind Lloyd. He called out softly, Master Lloyd. Lloyd remained lost in thought. Yeah, you were always like this. Master Lloyd. But Lloyd didn't respond. His mind was still echoing with Javier's selflessness. He clenched his fist. Because that's the kind of person you are. I absolutely can't let you die. Then, forcing a grin on his face, Lloyd finally turned. He joked, trying to lighten the mood. Javier, you're not sulking just because I got mad earlier, right? People get cranky when they're tired. So try to understand, okay? Think. You need to find the solution, one step at a time. Javier paused, deadpan. That's not really the kind of thing that the person who just yelled at someone should say, though. Lloyd smirked. But I'm the superior here, so I can say it, right? Shift in tone, urgency returns. Javier straightened. More importantly, Artanis has detected an abnormality in Namarin. Unidentified dark mana is rising near the makeshift stakes vicinity. Lloyd raised an eyebrow. Summoning a Hell Knight this time? He pondered quickly. Should we rush in and stop the black magic? No. Even if a Hell Knight is summoned, it's not really that much of a threat. Then he smiled. A mischievous grin full of cunning. Wait, this might be an unexpected opportunity. Javier blinked. What? What do you mean? Lloyd flashed a full-toothed grin, his eyes glinting. Starting now, we're kidnapping the Hell Knight. And scene opens in the fiery depths of hell. A fearsome armored warrior stands tall beneath a sky of eternal fire. With a voice that rumbles like thunder, he declares with pride, My name is Gigotitan, valiant captain of the guards stationed at the King of Hell's office. His eyes blaze with fury as he clenches his fists. I remember, when those damn intruders came. The Singer of Hell and his bodyguard. Bastards. How dare they? I still haven't forgotten what they did. His mind spirals back. Back to a time when he was just a rookie Hell Knight. Fumbling. Unsure. Still learning the ropes. Damn it, where's the instant coffee? His voice trembles. If I mess this up again, the senior knights will scream at me. From behind, another knight speaks in a cool tone. You're moving slowly because you're nervous. Victory belongs to those who enjoy the moment. The name echoes in his ears. Gigotitan. Gigotitan sniffles, tears welling in his eyes. His old friend, kind, strong, and always there for him. Then he hears that familiar voice again. Whoever finds the instant coffee first wins. And I already know where it is. Isn't that cheating? Gigotitan had laughed back then. Still smiling at the memory, he whispered softly. Without him, I wouldn't have become a proper Hell Knight. But that warmth fades fast as another memory flashes. Gigotitan had stood tall. Hey, I'm being summoned to the human world. Gigotitan panicked. Wait, be careful out there. But his friend just smirked. Humph, what's there to be careful about? Remember, the one who enjoys it is the one who wins. And just as he finished those words, half his body vanished. Summoned away. Only half. And that half was devoured. Tears rolled down Gigotitan's cheeks. That bastard. The Singer of Hell. His voice trembles with rage and grief. He lets out a thunderous roar. I am Gigotitan, captain of the Hell Guard and commander of the 2nd Legion. I'll avenge you, Gigotitan. I'll complete this mission, joyfully, just like you taught me. Collision, suddenly, we shift to the other past where Javier slams into Gigotitan's mid-swing, disrupting his attack. The Hell Knight crashes hard. His pride shattered. I was utterly destroyed. I cried bitterly. His voice quivers. But behind those words is resolve. After that, I trained like hell. I got stronger. I endured torment. I enjoyed it. He raises his sword toward the sky. Now, I've been summoned again. To the human world. His face twists with determination. Singer of Hell. You and your thug bodyguard. I've evolved. I'm not the same Gigoleximus you knew. The blade of the Super Hell Knight is coming for you. Cut to Lloyd and Javier riding on a dragon high above Namarin. Javier's eyes scan the land below. Even without a summoner, the black magic is active. Lloyd narrows his eyes, calm but focused. Of course, the restoration phenomenon of fate will rewrite destiny even if it breaks narrative coherence. Javier frowns. Summoning a Hell Knight requires life force. Even if we evacuated Namarin, something's fueling the ritual. Lloyd nods. Rodents. Wild ones. Count Namarin mentioned they've been multiplying. Their life force is being drained. He smirks. Fate's trying to force this event, but I'm going to hijack it. A massive explosion erupts. Smoke billows, and from it emerges Gigoleximus. He roars, pointing his sword. Now it's payback time. But standing right before him, Lloyd, holding a shovel. Gigoleximus stumbles. Holy crap. You scared me. How are you already here? Lloyd shrugs with an innocent grin. Coincidence. Perfect. Then prepare to die. Gigoleximus charges in fury. Lloyd pulls a face. Oh no, I'm so scared. But bam. Javier appears, and within seconds, starts beating Gigoleximus into the dirt. Gigoleximus is stunned, bleeding, trembling, thinking, I trained in hell and enjoyed every second, but they enjoy this more than me. He sobs softly. I'm sorry, Gigolexius. Lloyd walks over. Hey, Hell Knight, you okay? Huh. Gigoleximus barely lifts his head. Lloyd leans in. You rushed in too fast. My guard here might have overreacted just a little. He turns, barking at Javier. You little brat. Control your temper. You violent dopamine junkie. Then he turns back to Gigoleximus with a sweet smile. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, you're safe. Gigoleximus tries to stand. Shut it. You're the enemy of my senior, Gigolexius. Bam. Javier punches him again. Lloyd flails dramatically. Stop. Why are you like this? Please. Then to Gigoleximus. I'm sorry. What can I offer you? I don't have much. But maybe, would you forgive me if I gave you a great job? Gigoleximus spits. Nonsense. I'm a servant of hell. I don't need another job. Lloyd tilts his head. Wait, really? Is hell a no-side job zone? Can I see your employment contract? Contract. Gigoleximus blinks. We don't use things like that. Lloyd gasps like he's been stabbed. No contract. No way. That can't be true. He leans closer. What about your salary? Salary? Nothing. Working hours? All day. Days off? None. Hazard pay? What's that? Lloyd breaks down. The king of hell is a tyrant. How could he exploit you like this? Suddenly, a memory resurfaces in Gigoleximus' mind. He recalls Gigolexius' words. Sometimes, I wonder, is this really how life should be? Huh. Gigoleximus had asked back then. Gigolexius sighed. We work ourselves to death. For what? Is this exploitation? Back then, Gigoleximus couldn't even pronounce the word. Exploit? Gigolexius just gave him a friendly knock. Forget it. Pretend you didn't hear. Back in the present, Lloyd's voice cracks with emotion. You know it too, don't you? I fought Gigolexius, and I won. I absorbed his soul. His voice softens. But I didn't feel guilt. He was just doing his duty, and I was doing mine. I believe Gigolexius would have understood. His fists clench. But he lived a life of endless exploitation, forced labor, and in the end, he died in a battle he never wanted. Lloyd pounds his chest. Yes, Gigolexius is dead, but he lives on in here, inside my heart. He raises his voice, tears streaming. And the exploitation you're suffering now, Gigolexius and I, we will put an end to it. Gigoleximus is sobbing now, moved, broken. With a trembling voice, he speaks. Show me the employment contract. And with that, Lloyd's signature creepy grin stretches across his face, echoing off the burning walls of hell. He begins to laugh. Yes. Soaring high above the land, wind howling, the dragon's wings slicing through clouds. On the back of a massive dragon, we see three figures braving the skies. Lloyd, Javier, and the newly recruited Hell Knight. Gigoleximus. With disbelief still etched on his face, Gigoleximus mutters under his breath. A job offer, for 10 million gold a month. Only 4 working days a week, and just 2 patrol rounds per day? Is that really all I have to do? Lloyd responds casually, flashing that confident, mischievous smile. Yep. You've seen the contract. No mistakes there. But don't forget the final clause. He leans in with a glint in his eyes. Good communication. His tone softens, but a hint of danger lingers. Please remember that part. Gigoleximus's mind starts to whirl. Good communication? If violated, Lloyd Frontera will be upset and go silent. He gulps. It doesn't sound too scary, but is this really okay? He casts a wary glance downward. The King of Hell, he's coming to the human world soon. If he finds me here, I'm finished. I've got to find a way to escape before that happens. Lloyd's voice cuts through his thoughts like a blade. Hey, by the way, I've got a few questions. Startled, Gigoleximus turns. Huh? What is it? Lloyd, smiling too sweetly, asks. When exactly is the King of Hell planning to invade our territory? Gigoleximus freezes. I don't know. Lloyd's smile fades. His voice turns cold. Come on now. Then suddenly, his eyes sharpen, and his tone becomes deadly serious. You do know, don't you? You signed that contract because you knew the best time to run away, right? Gigoleximus's heart pounds as Lloyd's expression grows colder. Come on, tell me, when and how are they going to appear? Sweat drips down his armored brow. His voice trembles. I said I don't know. Internally, he panics. If I spill that information, the King of Hell will chase me to the ends of hell itself. Lloyd sighs deeply, turning his back. Communication really is hard. Suddenly, Javier stands up. No words, just presence. A blade gleams in his hand. Gigoleximus's eyes widen in terror. Whoa, what's going on? What's with the sword? Your employee's lost his mind. Say something. But Lloyd doesn't respond. Doesn't even glance back. Gigoleximus's thoughts spiral. That clause, that communication clause. This is what it meant. Panicked, he blurts out. The solar eclipse. They'll offer a sacrifice during the eclipse. Lloyd pauses, then turns around, smiling like a fox who's just caught the rabbit. Did you just say a sacrifice? His voice lowers, playful, but razor sharp. What's the sacrifice? Oh, I'm so curious. Gigoleximus gulps hard, trembling under Javier's looming shadow. It's fear. A massive amount of fear, concentrated in the corpse of someone who held a deep grudge against you. That's what they'll offer. And with it, the King of Hell will manifest in this world. Lloyd's eyes glint with victory. I've got a clue now. He grins. All right, let's communicate just a little more. Gigoleximus silently screams inside. Damn it. I think I signed a deal with a literal demon. Lloyd's inner thoughts. Thanks to good communication, I got my hands on some very precious intel. That blood-drenched lunatic has been gathering fear under the King of Hell's orders. He was likely trying to corrupt the Queen for that very purpose. We talked more, but even Gigoleximus didn't seem to know any other method to harvest fear. Then, Gigoleximus speaks up again, nervously. The monsters we saw, they're probably fragments of the evil god. He continues. Recently, the King of Hell stole countless souls that were meant to pass through the gate of reincarnation. If those souls get absorbed by the ancient evil god's flesh at the bottom of hell, that's how those monsters are created. Lloyd narrows his eyes. They're preparing stronger forces. He asks, how many are coming? Gigoleximus quickly answers, I don't know. It's not like the King of Hell gives me progress reports. But as Javier raises his sword again, Gigoleximus panics. But I do know a weakness. Lloyd, thinking tactically. We've gathered enough intel. Time to begin preparations for the upcoming battle. But there's another critical task we must pursue. Restoring the truth jewel. Preventing the manifestation of the King of Hell entirely. That would be the best outcome. We can't rush it. It's delicate. We'll move slowly. A little progress each day. Lloyd speaks up, breaking the moment. All right, let's call it here for today. But Javier furrows his brow. Something feels odd. Lloyd turns, curious. What is it? Javier's voice is calm, but thoughtful. It's about Gigoleximus. We got the info through intimidation, but you still insisted on getting a contract signed. What? Lloyd answers without hesitation. Intimidation? What are you talking about? He grins. That was just communication. Javier falls silent. But in his mind, a question lingers. Was the contract just Lloyd's last thread of conscience? Or was it a form of liability protection? He's still hard to read. Lloyd, as cheery as ever, exclaims, "Anyway, let's go get some holy water." Scene opens, calm, a little awkward tension in the air. Inside a quiet chamber lit with gentle light, two very unlikely companions sit side by side. On one side, the mighty Hell Knight Gigotitan. On the other, the serene and dignified angel, Raphael. Neither speaks at first. They sit in silence. Awkward, stiff, uncertain. Finally, Raphael turns his head slightly and speaks, his voice gentle and formal. "Hello there. I'm Raphael. I'm an angel." Gigotitan quickly straightens his posture, responding in a flustered tone. "Ah, yes, Gigotitan here. Pleased to meet you." Raphael smiles as if recognizing an old memory. "Oh, weren't you the one who replied to my letter about 300 years ago?" Gigotitan blinks, then chuckles nervously. "Ah, yes, that's me. Sorry for the trouble back then. I, kinda ended up swearing a lot since I became a demon, but I didn't really mean it." Raphael lowers his head slightly, his voice apologetic. "And I called you things like damned hellspawn and whatnot, didn't I?" He lets out a soft sigh. "That was just due to our opposing positions. We should be more understanding of each other. You've probably had it rough too. Being born into this world with no clue, suddenly told to do the work of a demon. And it's not like the pay is good either." Gigotitan looks at him, surprised. "Raphael, you too." He chuckles softly. "I thought you'd be really stiff. But you're surprisingly kind." Huh. The tension melts. They both smile at each other, genuinely. And then, they fist bump. The angel and the demon, united by mutual suffering. Suddenly, the door swings open. Lloyd walks in, all smiles. "You two seem to be getting along well." Raphael laughs lightly. "Haha. Well, heaven and hell are just doing the jobs assigned to us." He shrugs. "We're not really enemies, like people think." Lloyd nods, smiling knowingly. "Exactly. And I also understand that this current conspiracy isn't the work of hell as a whole, but rather a personal and very selfish move by the king of hell himself." Raphael pauses, confused. "Pardon? What do you mean by that?" After Lloyd calmly lays out all the details, the corruption, the sacrifices, the twisted plans of the king of hell, Raphael's eyes widen in horror. "I see. So the king of hell is preparing such atrocities." He clenches his fist. "I'll report this to my superiors right away. Since it's clearly an act of invasion, Archangel Gabriel will surely issue a firm warning." Lloyd narrows his eyes, voice low. "How likely is it that the warning will actually do anything?" Raphael falls silent. His expression answers clearly. Lloyd sighs. "So we shouldn't expect too much, huh?" But Raphael straightens up, determined. I'll still do my absolute best. I like you, and this territory. I want to help in any way I can." Lloyd grins. "Oh really? Then let me help you help us." He leans in slightly. "Raphael, please shed some tears. It's the only way to weaken the fragments of the evil god." Raphael hesitates, then speaks softly. "Indeed, if they're touched by an angel's tears, their power weakens." He sighs, regretful. "But sorry, angels don't cry easily. In fact, I haven't seen a crying angel in thousands of years." Lloyd's smile stretches wider. "Oh, that's not true. I can make an angel cry." Raphael blinks. "Huh? How?" Suddenly, without warning, Lloyd whips a handful of sand from his clenched fist straight into Raphael's eyes. "Like this." Raphael lets out a loud, dramatic cry. "Oh, I see." A surprise sand attack makes one cry. His eyes stream with tears as he continues wailing. "I'm glad I could help." Lloyd, ever the opportunist, pulls out a vial and starts collecting the tears. "Come on now. Stop squirming. You're spilling all your tears on the ground." Still crying, Raphael gasps. "I'm sorry. I'm still inexperienced." Off to the side, Gigotitan watches the bizarre scene in stunned silence. He thinks to himself, "What the? He's totally tamed. Am I going to end up like him too?" The realization hits him like a bolt. Lloyd Frontra might be more dangerous than even the king of hell. That high above in the serene realm of heaven, Golden clouds swirled lazily around pearlescent spires. A gentle chime echoed as a celestial being, dressed in crisp robes and wearing a troubled frown, spoke calmly into a divine communicator. Gabriel, right? I've gathered some information myself, so I know a little about the situation. His voice was measured, but firm. Strictly speaking, what Hell is trying to do isn't technically an act of invasion. Cut to Raphael, outraged. His brows furrowed in disbelief as he raised his voice. What? How can that not be considered an invasion? They're crossing into the human realm. They're trying to recruit, stealing away talented individuals. Gabriel sighed, almost pitying the chaos. The King of Hell isn't soft-hearted. Just like us angels grant mortals their wishes, Hell can grant wishes too. And if the one who wished first was a man named Worthrod, a pause, then technically, Hell is simply answering his plea. Fulfilling a desperate desire, it doesn't violate the cosmic laws. Gabriel, stakes rising. If we were to declare war on the King of Hell now, he continued, we'd only be giving him the justification to interfere with heaven's affairs. The chaos that would follow, can you even imagine it? Scene shift, Raphael sighs deeply. The line disconnected. Silence fell. Just as I feared, Raphael muttered. I must inform Lord Lloyd of this. Back in the mortal realm, Lloyd Frontra was at it again. This time, armed with a determined squint and a closed fist hiding. What else? A pinch of sand. Why'd you close your eyes? Lloyd barked in irritation. Are you refusing to cooperate? Raphael, flustered and panicking. Cook. I'm sorry. I'm still an angel, you know? I've got reflexes. I can't fall for the same trick twice. Javier enters, calm but ominous. Without a word, Javier approached. He gently reached for Raphael's glasses. Excuse me. Please understand, he said, voice polite, but cold. Raphael, trembling. W8, what are you doing? Lloyd suddenly shouts, stopping him. Hey, Javier. What were you about to do to this angel? He stepped in dramatically, pointing like a parent catching a misbehaving child. Do you think the ends justify the means now? You're going to be the top demon in hell at this rate. Javier, shaken. He froze. Since when did I start becoming like this? He looked down at his own hands, silently horrified. Lloyd turns to Raphael with concern. Are you okay? That could have gone really badly. Raphael, softly. Thank you. Then he looked down, grimacing at himself. Come to think of it, even if it's for the sake of the territory, I've done some things I should feel guilty about. Even Kim Suho would be shocked by how far my moral compass has strayed. But then slip. Lloyd accidentally pokes Raphael again. Oops. My bad. Javier gasps. Raphael starts rolling on the floor in pain. That hurts. Lloyd, sarcastic tone. Oh, that must really hurt. Go on. Let it all out. Raphael, crying in frustration. Damn it. I'm so used to the pain in my eyes. I can't even cry anymore. Lloyd groaning. Ugh, this is annoying. Seriously. Raphael, exhausted, seated on the ground. Joy. Lloyd, puzzled. What? Raphael, explaining gently. I've heard that angels shed the richest, purest tears through joy and laughter. But angels like us, buried in formality, responsibility, and duties, we rarely get to feel emotional highs. There's certainly nothing laugh-worthy in our everyday lives. Lloyd's inner monologue, thinking hard. So, he's saying it has to be something so funny it makes him cry? That's way too hard for someone like me. An extreme major from the science department. Suddenly, a system window pops up with a ping. Why do you always look for a chance to diss science majors? Lloyd snaps back. It's not an insult, it's a fact. I've never heard of a funny science major in my life. He begins to spiral. Something humorous, something funny. But the only jokes I know are the awful dad jokes my professors used to make back in college. Can Lloyd Frontra, the man who weaponized labor laws, now weaponize comedy itself to make an angel cry? As Lloyd stood there, squinting his eyes, deep in thought, he knew he had only one shot left. If tears wouldn't fall from pain, then maybe, just maybe, they could fall from laughter. With great determination and an awkward blush creeping across his cheeks, he looked at Raphael and said, Lloyd, hesitating, embarrassed but trying hard to sell it. Why do you get sleepy when you sit in a chair? Raphael, confused and suspicious. Huh? Why that question? All of a sudden. Lloyd, bracing himself. What do you think the reason is? Why do people get sleepy when they sit in a chair? Raphael, tilting his head. I guess because your head is lower when sitting than standing? Lloyd, blushing furiously, whispering through clenched teeth. Because you were seated? Dead silence. Even the system popped up, stunned. System pop-up voice, flat. Hey. Lloyd, awkward, stammering. Come on. Because sat and didn't sleep. They sound similar. Then suddenly, whap. Raphael slapped his own thigh, eyes wide, and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Raphael, cackling like crazy. Pwahaha. Oh, I see. A chair joke. Seated. I get it. Lloyd's eyes widened. He saw it. A drop. A sparkling, holy, concentrated tear falling fast. He dove with all his might. Lloyd, lunging. And lo. I'm not letting this one hit the ground. He caught it midair. Success. Lloyd, grinning. Time for another one. Lloyd, delivering with dramatic flair. What happens when a logical person hits a steel plate? Ta-dang. Ta-dang. Raphael was dying with laughter. Tears streamed down his cheeks like a river. Lloyd, firing one more. What's the most fragile window in the world? Smash asterisk. Lloyd, thinking confidently. High concentration, angel tears. At this rate, I'll fill the whole jar. Equals. As Raphael rolled in fits of divine laughter, Lloyd focused his mind. Lloyd, internal monologue. I've cracked the restoration phenomenon of fate. The pattern is set. Now I'll deploy standby teams at the reset points. Minimize my own movements. Maximize our control. They also learned something else from Raphael. Merit points. But Lloyd's actions. They were just damage control. Not worthy of reward. This path was blocked, for now. Lloyd, thinking to himself. I should ask the truth jewel directly. Either how to stop the King of Hell from manifesting, or how to fight and win. Later that night, Raphael lay in bed, eyes red from laughing too hard. Lloyd stood by him with one last joke. Lloyd quietly, when a radish cries. Emotionless. But no more tears would fall. Raphael could only sigh and turn away. Lloyd, softly looking at the full jar in his hands. This is it, huh? Javier, voice calm and practical. Is that amount really enough to defeat the evil god fragments? Lloyd, thoughtful but confident. Probably not. But I've figured out how to make this small amount. Tip the scales in our favor. 30 days until the solar eclipse. Lloyd remembered Gialeximus's warning. Gialeximus, serious. If you douse something in angel tears, you can destroy the fragments. But there's another way. Dilute it. Even one drop can turn an entire lake into holy water. And so, Lloyd had his plan. Lloyd, firm and resolved. We'll weaken the fragments with diluted holy water. Then, strike hard and fast. And when the King of Hell manifests, we fight him. Because he'll be bound to a human vessel. We can win. Lloyd, grinning slyly. Ending spoiler. System pop-up. Would you like to view the ending spoiler? Lloyd, internally. This is the final confirmation. A full moon. A different future. This time, we'll change it. Lloyd, pressing the screen. Yes. And suddenly, he was there. A vision of the future. Lloyd stood, bowing before the King of Hell. King of Hell, calm yet terrifying. You did nothing wrong. Lloyd, internal monologue, voice full of dread. Again? The same ending? Then, future Lloyd turned his gaze directly at him. Future Lloyd, shouting in rage. The King of Hell was watching everything. Splat. The King's hand swung down, and the future Lloyd's head rolled across the black stone floor. Back to present. Lloyd, voice heavy. What the spoiler revealed. The final hint. Lloyd, grim and determined. They're watching. Every move. Every plan. It's all being leaked. Cut to the King of Hell, smirking at a laptop. In the depths of hell, the king stared at his screen, smiling. Lloyd, smiling back with resolve. Then, I'll just make sure they don't find out anything. Far away in the depths of hell, the King of Hell sat, his cold eyes locked onto a laptop screen. On it was Lloyd, Hell King, narrow-eyed, suspicious. What's with that laugh? Did he figure something out with the power granted by the messenger? Meanwhile, up in heaven, a sudden gust of overwhelming wind had blown through the celestial halls. A frazzled assistant stumbled into Archangel Gabriel's chamber. Assistant, shouting over the wind. Gabriel, I have a formal complaint. The wind is so strong I can't stand it. Gabriel, sighing weary. Is it that guy? Lloyd again? There's nothing I can do for him. Assistant, confused. No, it's kind of a confusing complaint. Back in hell, the king of hell narrowed his eyes. Lloyd wasn't doing anything. Just sitting silently on his bed. Hell King muttering. What is he doing? Suddenly, his laptop rang. Hell King coldly. What is it? Gabriel, on the line. Hellcaros. I've heard rumors. That you're plotting something. Hell King, calm but ominous. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm simply helping someone in the human world who desperately wished for it. Gabriel, pressing. But what if Lloyd Frontra files a petition to request Heaven's army? Hell King, scoffing. That would mean all-out war. Do you think I fear that? After being trapped and tormented in hell for so long? Huh. I welcome it. Hell King, smirking. But Kim Suho, he wouldn't dare. He wouldn't risk destroying the world over his own affairs. Gabriel, sharply. Huh. How naive. Take a look at what I'm sending to your computer. The Hell King clicked, and what popped up? Cute cat video music playing. Meow meow, it's a kitty, cute head. Squishy paws, meow meow, it's a kitty. Hell King, deadpan. What is this? Gabriel, very serious. Pay attention. This is not something trivial. I was so shocked when I saw this. While Gabriel distracted the king of hell with feline nonsense, he gave a subtle hand signal. A hidden message was sent. System message to Lloyd. Your formal complaint has been received and processed. Hell will not be able to observe you for the next 5 minutes. Lloyd's eyes lit up. In a flash, he leapt from the bed, grabbing the precious jar of angel tears. Lloyd, thinking quickly. I was scared to death of hell's surveillance. So I submitted a formal complaint for a short break. It worked. Time to move. Lloyd, shouting to Javier. Javier, take care of this. Pour it into Lake Capua. We're going to mass-produce holy water. Then, Lloyd ran to his mother and father, Count and Countess Frontera, with urgency in his voice. Lloyd, serious. Countess, there's something I must tell you. Meanwhile, the cat video was still playing, and the Hell King was growing furious. Meow meow, it's a kitty with tiny claws and a scratchy tongue. Hell King shouting. What the hell? Gabriel, cheeky. Isn't it shocking? That cute, tiny kitten became such a chubby one. With a growl, the Hell King slammed the call shut and turned his gaze back to Lloyd, just in time to see him, once again, sitting innocently on the bed. Hell King, gritting his teeth. That little. Gabriel sighed, his expression filled with quiet guilt. Gabriel softly. Sigh. I'm sorry. This is all I can do for now. But someday, I'll make it right. I'll definitely compensate you properly. Back on Earth, the truth jewel now glowed bright and whole. Javier approached Lloyd with a serious expression. Javier, what will you ask the truth jewel? Lloyd fell silent, lost in thought. Lloyd, thinking deeply. How to defeat the King of Hell? No. If it were that easy, the ending spoiler would have shown it. How to stop Worthrot? That too. If I ask now, with the King of Hell watching, the jewel might be destroyed beyond repair. Lloyd, determined. This fight, it has to be decided during those 5 minutes when his eyes were off me. With the preparations I've already made. Lloyd turned away from the jewel without asking. Javier, confused, followed behind. Javier, quietly. The question? Lloyd, calmly. Let me think a bit more. I've made enough preparations already. I don't need to rely on it completely. Back in the fiery abyss, the King of Hell narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Hell King, sinister. Kim Suho, I'm honestly worried about what you've prepared. But this battle is rigged in my favor. Because this world itself desires your death. That night, Lloyd lay quietly in bed. The memory of the future, his own soul being crushed, played again in his mind. Lloyd, softly, trembling. I don't want to die. I don't want to leave, everyone. Javier stood silently beside the truth jewel, its gentle glow reflecting in his eyes. Javier, deep thought. Come to think of it, Kim Suho has faced death again and again. And now the King of Hell is after his life. What if Lloyd's soul was originally in hell, because he was destined to die? And when Kim Suho entered his body, he broke that fate? Javier, urgent. If the restoration phenomenon of fate is behind all this. If we stop that, then everything ends. Javier leapt forward, placing his hand on the jewel. Javier, resolute. Reveal it to me, truth jewel. The way to stop the restoration phenomenon of fate that Kim Suho desperately wants. And with that final plea, the light of truth shimmered as the fate of their world hung in the balance. Scene opens, River of Truth. Javier stood quietly in the river, the waters glowing softly around his knees. Before him hovered the radiant truth jewel, now fully restored, shimmering like a fragment of the heavens. Truth Jewel's voice echoed with divine weight and mischief. Greetings. I speak only truth. I am Aetiro. Do you have a question? A pause. But remember, nothing is free. Will you offer me a secret in exchange? Flashback sequence begins, gentle, nostalgic tone. Javier's mind flickered to recent memories, the heartfelt conversations in the village. A villager laughed as they spoke. Everyone's so happy now thanks to Master Lloyd. He used to be reckless, but look at us. Clean homes, full bellies. We're actually living. Raphael smiled softly. Yes, even I can tell how deeply grateful they are. Another voice joined in, cheerful yet realistic. Master Lloyd always makes sure no one struggles. But love? Come on. He gives us a good life, 'cause it benefits him too. We work better, and he earns more. They chuckled. He's not like other nobles. We're thankful, but love? Nobles and commoners, we're different. Flashback ends. Tone sharpens as determination returns. But Javier clenched his fists and whispered to himself, voice firm. But I know the truth. Master Lloyd does cherish us. He does love this land. Scene intensifies. Truth Jewel activates dramatically. The jewel burst into light, firing a beam of energy skyward. All across the Frontera territory, nobles, villagers, even angels, looked up as divine words echoed across the land. The Truth Jewel, Lloyd Frontera sincerely cherishes everyone in his territory. Tone shift, celebration, villagers and nobles rejoice. Gasps, joy, celebration. But one person didn't smile. Shift to Lloyd. Lloyd's eyes narrowed. He stared into the distance. The Truth Jewel was activated. But who? A memory struck him. Javier had asked to consult the jewel. And then another memory, what Javier had learned. Eyes wide, Lloyd shouted. Goming! His summon roared through the skies. Lloyd leapt on without hesitation, racing through the air like a man possessed. Javier's voice rang out with resolve. Truth Jewel, tell me, how can we stop the restoration phenomenon of fate? Suddenly, boom, a torrent of water exploded upward as Lloyd crashed into the river. His shovel in hand, he struck the ground, parting the waters in a violent burst. Scene freezes in surreal space. Javier surrounded by nothingness. But just as the truth was about to be revealed, Lloyd summoned Dove under, swallowing him whole, and seconds later, Lloyd burst out from its mouth like a cannonball. He tossed another summon into the river, and crash! A massive, spinning kick smashed the Truth Jewel into shards of light. Silence. Lloyd, panting, raises his shovel in warning. Don't move a muscle. His voice was cold, deadly, or I'll blow it all away. Javier didn't flinch. His voice was quiet, confused. Why did you destroy it? Now we can't fix it. Lloyd paused, then slowly asked. What did you ask? Javier replied. I asked how we can delay the restoration phenomenon of fate. Lloyd blinked. Delay? Yes, Javier nodded. If we can't stop it, maybe we can slow it down. Lloyd's voice lowered. Is there a method? There is. Javier spoke with calm precision. Among the changes you've made to this world's fate, we revert just one of them to its original state. Like destroying the Truth Jewel. That reversal alone will pause the restoration process. For about a month. Lloyd drops his guard. A heavy sigh escapes. So that's all you asked. Just what needed to be asked. I've been too on edge. He smiled faintly. Well, that's a relief. Lloyd's voice steadies. All right, let's focus on finding Worthrod and preparing for the final fight. Inner monologue. Lloyd turns thoughtful. Thankfully, he didn't ask why I shattered it so fast. I'll just change the subject. But then, Javier called out softly. Master Lloyd. Lloyd turned, caught off guard. Javier's eyes were steady. Serious. When all of this is over, please tell me. Tell me the truth you didn't want me to know. The one you shattered the jewel to keep from me. Beat of silence. Lloyd looks at him, then smiles, firm and resolute. I promise. Because we will win. For sure. Early morning light. We find ourselves in the grand estate, where Count Arcos and Countess Marbella sit together, a heavy silence between them. Count Arcos, quietly, trying to stay strong. Are you scared? Countess Marbella, voice trembling. I am. Arcos nods slowly. Me too. Because it's the king of hell who's invading. A memory resurfaces. Lloyd had burst into their manor, urgency in his voice, his cloak still fluttering from the run. Lloyd, panting, serious. Countess, I have something to report. Lloyd declares without hesitation. The king of hell is going to invade our estate. Countess Marbella, confused, startled. That's so random. What are you talking about? Lloyd, cutting her off, serious tone. There's no time. I can't explain everything right now, but I need your permission for a few things to prepare for our defense. He pauses, then continues firmly. Lloyd, first, Lake Capua. I need to blow up one side of it, to flood the entire estate. Count Arcos, shocked, worried. That means all the things you've built up in the estate, it'll all be lost. Lloyd, resolute. We have no choice. The king of hell's army is overwhelming. That's why I've turned the water of Lake Capua into holy water. If we flood them with it, we can weaken them. Countess Marbella, still processing. Wait, aren't you already fighting the restoration phenomenon of fate? And now the king of hell too? Count Arcos interrupts, worried. Is this also related to the restoration phenomenon of fate? Lloyd, brief but certain. Most likely yes. Countess Marbella, anxious, nearly pleading. Then why is he invading us? What's wrong with our estate? Silence. Lloyd didn't answer. Count Arcos, softly. All right. I trust that one day, you'll tell us everything. Back to present. Emotional. Countess Marbella sat trembling, tears pooling in her eyes. Marbella, choked up. I'm just so afraid. That man. He's like our own child. What if he gets hurt? Count Arcos, gently, with unwavering belief. Let's have faith. Our Lloyd will never be defeated. Scene change. We now find ourselves in the familiar lair of Dragon Solitas, who is shaping something magnificent. A beautiful dragon sculpture, carefully carved from enchanted stone. Dragon Solitas, muttering proudly. This much should be okay. I don't think Master will scold me, right? Suddenly, Lloyd enters, eyes wide, smiling in admiration. Lloyd, clapping impressed. Wow, did you make this? Solitas snorts. Who else would have made it? Lloyd, teasing, amused. You were so bad at this. I honestly thought your skills wouldn't improve. Solitas, offended, a little tch. Excuse me? Are you admitting to cheating me this whole time? His tone softens, a trace of sadness in his voice. Solitas, quietly. I practiced every single day, without missing even one day. Over and over, doing the same thing. But my skills didn't seem to improve at all. But eventually, after years of doing it, it seems I've gotten pretty decent. Thanks. Lloyd laughs, proud. Oh please. It's a win-win based on our contract. So I've prepared another win-win offer. Solitas, narrowing his eyes. What kind of scam is it this time? Lloyd hands over a scroll. Solitas reads. Solitas, confused. A short-term lease contract. Lloyd, to the point. The king of hell is going to attack this place. We need a shelter for the estate's people. So I'd like to borrow your lair. Solitas, in disbelief. Isn't this kind of serious? You're grinning like it's nothing. Lloyd, cheerfully. Frowning won't help the situation either, will it? Haha. Solitas thinks to himself, reflecting deeply. Solitas, internal monologue. Thanks to this guy, I've gotten better at my craft. I even feel confident about marriage now. Well, I'll at least hear his offer. Solitas asks directly. What will you give me? Lloyd, grinning wide. I'll arrange a blind date. With a beautiful female dragon. Solitas, serious, instantly. Deal. Lloyd, startled. You agreed way too quickly. Lloyd, sweating. I'm asking for humans to enter a great dragon's lair. Solitas, signing the contract. Pride won't get me a date with a female dragon. But hey, if the king of hell is invading, wouldn't it make more sense to ask me to fight with you? I'm older now than when we first met. Way stronger, too. Lloyd, smiling, hands on hips. Ahaha. You know as well as I do that dragons aren't allowed to interfere in battles. Lloyd, mimicking an elder's tone. Dragons must not meddle in mortal affairs. The Dragon King said that too, remember? Solida's suddenly curious. Wait, you met the Dragon King? Lloyd, raising a brow. You met the Dragon King? Solida's casual, looking away. Yeah, back when you and that angel guy were fighting. The Dragon King seemed to like you quite a bit. I don't really get why though. Solida's a bit softer now. Make sure you win. I'd really be upset if you died. Lloyd pauses, touched. Lloyd, softly, but confidently. Of course I'll win. Scene shift. Exiting the dragon lair. Tone shifts to comedic banter. As they step out into the sun, Javier is waiting. Javier, deadpan. Do you even know any female dragons, Master Lloyd? How exactly are you going to arrange a blind date? Lloyd, avoiding the question loudly. Shelter secured. Javier, suspicious. You scammed Solida's again, didn't you? Lloyd, completely ignoring him, rallying tone. That means we only have to prepare for the battle now. Javier, frowning, uncertain. Are you really planning to fight and win? Lloyd, grinning confidently. Of course. Winning is my hobby. But then, his tone shifts, more thoughtful. Lloyd. Now, to prepare for evacuation and combat. We need to explain things to the residents. How should I word it so they don't panic too much? Urgent footsteps approaching. Byron and Greg arrive, armored and ready. Byron, saluting. Master Lloyd. Lloyd, turning, surprised. Sir Byron, I was just about to. Byron, interrupting. The residents have already begun preparing to evacuate. I had a hard time convincing those who wanted to stay and fight that they'd just get in the way. Lloyd, shocked. Wait, how did you even know about all this? Byron, firmly. I heard from the Count. And Angel Raphael. They said the King of Hell is targeting our estate. He steps forward, resolute. Byron. All those who can fight have gathered. Everyone here is loyal to this estate, and to you. Just give us the command. People gathering, quiet tension grows. Men and women from all races, elves, demons, orcs, humans, stand united. They come from every corner of the Frontera territory. Shoulders squared, eyes determined. Lloyd freezes. Lloyd, thinking. No, the King of Hell isn't after the estate. It's me. Just me. There's no reason for these people to get hurt, to die fighting. Lloyd, resolute. I have to fight alone. This is my battle. Lloyd steps forward, prepared to speak the truth. Lloyd, taking a breath. Everyone this battle. But before he can finish, Javier steps forward, voice booming. Javier, loud and clear. The King of Hell is targeting Master Lloyd. Javier, sternly. As you know, Master Lloyd is capable. That's exactly why he wants to drag him to hell. To use him forever, as a slave. Javier, passionately. Our enemy is strong. Even if our whole estate fights, victory is not guaranteed. But even so, if you wish to protect our leader, then take up your weapons and fight with me. Scene erupts, powerful music swelling. A thunderous roar echoes across the estate. Everyone, elves, demons, soldiers, villagers, raise their voices in unison. Crowd shouting. Lloyd Frontera. Belongs to US. Scene cuts, slow zoom on the Hell King. Watching from the laptop, expression calm and amused. Hell King, smirking, muttering. Fools. As the sun rose high in the sky, casting long shadows across the Frontera estate. At its heart, Lloyd sat in silence, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Behind him, ever loyal and resolute, stood Javier, his sword unsheathed, ready to strike at the first sign of danger. Far away, in a realm of fire and torment, the King of Hell moved his pen across parchment with slow, deliberate strokes, perhaps signing the final order to begin the assault. Back to Frontera, steady tone. Byron approached Lloyd with a respectful bow. Byron, firm, loyal. Master Lloyd, the evacuation of the estate residents is nearly complete. Lloyd, calm, appreciative. Thanks. Good work, Sir Byron. Now, hurry and evacuate as well. But Byron stood firm, his eyes filled with pride. Byron, honorable, unwavering. I am the head knight of Frontera County. I will stay and fight. Lloyd, serious, firm. We must remain calm in times like these. Now, other than me, who here has the most knowledge and experience in estate restoration? If we're all wiped out here, Who will rebuild the estate with the evacuees? He paused, locking eyes with Byron. Lloyd, gentle, commanding. There's only one person who can. Go. Byron's jaw clenched. But then, with quiet dignity, Byron solemnly. The head knight must take part in the estate's battles no matter what. Therefore, Javier. He turned. Byron, loud, resolute. From now on, you are the head knight of Frontera County. Protect the estate and master Lloyd at all costs. Scene shift, urgency in tone. Villagers were being evacuated through teleportation spells, guided by none other than Dragon Solitas. Dragon Solitas, grumbling, exhausted. Hurry up, everyone. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Among the evacuees, Emily turned to Greg, tears threatening to spill. Emily, soft, emotional. Hey. Greg, concerned. Why do you look like you're about to cry? Emily, holding back tears. Because you and Kuga, you're staying to fight. If anything happens to either of you, what will I do? Greg, smiling, gentle. Sigh. Emily, can you picture Master Lloyd losing? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just treating this like a little vacation. Our estate will definitely win. Scene shift to heaven, angelic reverb. Gabriel shocked. What? You want to fight alongside Lloyd? Raphael, calm, resolved. There won't be any conflict with hell. I'm currently under disciplinary action. I'm not an angel right now. Gabriel, angrily. That's not the point. The king of hell and the evil god fragments. They're insanely powerful. You could get seriously hurt. Raphael, confident. If I have the angel's ring and hammer, I can be of use to Lloyd Frontera. Gabriel, in disbelief. Wait. You just said yourself that you're under suspension. How are you going to? Raphael, smirking. The items that are being held in storage will be stolen by the angel who was suspended. Gabriel, shocked, shouting. I know nothing about this. Scene shift, tension building, aerial view. Flying above, Demon Commander Artenis descended and landed beside Lloyd. Artenis, reporting. Reporting to the Demon King. In a distant land to the east, we've discovered piles of animal corpses, and none of the corpses had a single drop of blood left. Lloyd, grim tone, thinking. It's him. Worthrod. His mind raced, connecting the pieces. Lloyd, internal. Why animals? Is he collecting fear from them? No, that's probably not it. Flashback, Gialeximus explaining, ominous echo. Gialeximus. During the exact moment of the solar eclipse, the fear generated at that location becomes the key to summoning the King of Hell. Javier, concerned. But how will he gather all that fear? He can't possibly collect it from our side. Everyone here is brimming with the will to fight and win. Lloyd, softly. That's something we can't be sure of. They're all joining this battle out of goodwill. But no matter how you look at it, this fight isn't personal for them. He lowered his gaze. Lloyd, tense. You think they'll fight without fear just for me? There's no way. That kind of ideal only exists in comics. Javier, sighs, blunt. Are you perhaps thinking that everyone is fighting for you, Master Lloyd? Lloyd, quietly. But it's true. I'm the one the King of Hell is after. Javier, mocking tone, but caring. Sigh, how egotistical. This is exactly why women dislike you. Lloyd, surprised, chuckles. Normally I'd be like, what the heck did you just say? But for some reason, I'm kinda thankful you jabbed at me. Javier, serious. Everyone in this estate has gained so much because of you. Clean streets, warm places to sleep, hygienic facilities, plenty of jobs, lives without hunger. Everyone is fighting for themselves. And you are the key to maintaining those things. Elves, orcs, goblins, demons, humans, all races stood united, blades drawn, spells readied, eyes locked forward. The solar eclipse was approaching its peak. Lloyd's summoned monsters appeared one after another, roaring in anticipation. On the other side, the King of Hell stopped writing and slowly stood from his throne. Cut to Raphael and Gialeximus. Raphael, tense. If the King of Hell crosses over, will we have to fight you? Gialeximus, shrugging, playful. Nope. Honestly, working in Frontera is way more reasonable right now. I don't want to lose this good job. Solar eclipse ignites the sky. The light dimmed. The ground trembled. All eyes turned skyward. A massive, grotesque object soared through the clouds. A throne of blood. And atop it, the one who had waited in the shadows. Worthrod. And behind him, hundreds of creatures. Twisted beasts sculpted entirely from living blood. Lloyd, internal scream of defiance. Despite facing the armies of hell itself, these people still stand. We're not going to be scared by some puppets. So come on, Worthrod. How are you going to gather fear now? A giant eagle, forged entirely from blood, soared across the sky. Riding on top of it was Worthrod, and as he approached, he bellowed, Lloyd Frontera, I've come to destroy you. Lloyd just grinned. Pathetic. Look at you, struggling all alone. If you were that jealous of me, maybe you should have tried harder in life. Oh wait, you're too dumb for that. The only thing you ever put effort into was throwing tantrums out of envy. Worthrod stayed quiet for a moment. Then he scoffed. Huh, I didn't come here to argue, you annoying bastard. Suddenly, he roared. Ripped them all to shreds. At his command, a terrifying army of blood beasts charged forward. Tigers, rhinos, pigs, deer, all snarling, all blood-made monsters. From Lloyd's side, the allied forces charged in. Goblins, elves, and every brave soul on the battlefield stood ready. Lloyd analyzed the situation. Stopping the King of Hell from descending, that's our best outcome. And right now, it doesn't seem that hard. We could wipe Worthrod out in one big attack. Those monsters. Javier could solo them without breaking a sweat. Not a single one of my allies is afraid. Whatever plan that bastard has, we'll deal with it. Just then, Lady Artanis appeared behind Worthrod. Activate, Blood Eyes. Worthrod turned, stunned. What is this? Artanis answered coldly. I know your entire plan. Lloyd kept thinking. We just need to see through it. That's all. Artanis shouted. Don't attack the beasts. They have emotions, too. He's trying to gather their fear. As Worthrod lunged at her in response, Artanis struck back, capturing him with her powers. Lloyd almost fell for the bait. TCH. Almost got tricked. Then he shouted. Javier. Pierce the earth. Wings of light erupted from Javier's back. He shot into the sky, then dove down with blinding speed. Discharge. His blade slammed into the ground with massive force, opening up a gigantic pit right in front of the charging blood beasts. The creatures at the front tried to stop, but the ones in the back kept pushing. One by one, they fell, tumbling helplessly into the hole. Lloyd roared, Everyone, surround and eliminate them. His summoned creatures surrounded the pit. One of them gently assured, PPO, don't worry, I won't hurt you. The beasts looked up from the pit, now trapped. Above them, Artanis held Worthrod in her grasp. She hurled him to the ground. Lloyd stepped forward. So what now, coward? You bastard. Worthrod screamed in rage, even as he lay defeated. Stop acting so high and mighty. You stole everything from me. I'll never forgive you. Die. D. Lloyd just looked down at him. Huh. How did you end up like this? Even in the world I came from, I've never met anyone this twisted. But then, something felt off. As Worthrod kept screaming, Lloyd's mind flashed with doubt. If I kill him now, it's over. So why? A message appeared in his mind. Number of people saved, DP-1. Does this mean one of us has to die, me or Javier? Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the king was waiting, ready to strike. Lloyd turned to Artanis. Artanis, keep watching him with your blood eyes. Something wasn't right. Even now, Worthrod was smiling. Lloyd stepped closer. Do you admit defeat? Then it's time for your punishment. But Worthrod's smile only grew wider. Even if I die, I'll make sure to take you down with me. Artanis sensed it too. My apologies, Demon King. There's no way to stop him. Worthrod's body started to glow. Great King of Hell, please grant your loyal servant's wish. Lloyd's eyes went wide. Self-destruction? In hell, the King of Hell smiled. Back in the pit, the blood beasts began glowing too. One by one, they exploded. The ones that remained started to panic. Fear gripped them. Lloyd realized what was happening. The caster of the black magic is dead, and now the beasts are following him. Their fear, it's being collected. A dark skull emerged, pulling in all the fear like a black hole. Javier charged it with his sword, striking hard. But the skull fought back, its voice echoing across the battlefield. The ritual has already begun. It's too late to stop the summoning. No matter how you struggle, what's happening is inevitable. It moves forward like time itself. Lloyd clenched his fists. King of Hell, Then the skull stared straight at him. I've come to take you, Lloyd Frontera.
Go, fragments of the evil god. Grant the summoner's wish by my command.
That place is hell. The fight is about to begin. I've seen it over and over in the ending spoilers. Our terrible defeat. Can we win? If we can suppress those monsters with our current plan, then the next step is the King of Hell. Even Javier, a Grandmaster, can't stand against him.
Young Master, please, quickly grant me the Demon King's baptism.
I surrender.